This man unexpectedly traveled back 5,000 years to an era dominated by cold weapons. He had just unlocked a powerful super armory system, which included tanks, cannons, and aircraft carriers. He once thought he was about to sweep across the world, but when he clicked on the price, he was dumbfounded. Every piece of equipment costs money, and right now, he can't even afford a single penny. At this moment, a 17-year-old girl timidly walked in, carrying a broken bowl, and called out softly. Her name was Xie Qiao, and she was Lu Chen's nominal wife. Just yesterday, Lu Chen, unable to bear the hunger, planned to go to the back mountain outside the village to dig up some grass roots to fill his stomach. Before he could even leave the village, he collapsed to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, his body was possessed by a soul from the future. Lu Chen, who had transmigrated from another world, lay on the bed and waited for a long time before the food finally arrived. He took the bowl, and without even glancing at it, poured the contents directly into his mouth. Ugh, what the hell is this stuff? His mouth was filled with bitterness. Lu Chen wanted to vomit, but couldn't bear to, so he could only endure the discomfort and drink more than half a bowl in one go. Only then did he notice that the bowl contained only clear broth and a few grass roots floating on top. You call this porridge? He couldn't help but look up at Xie Qiao. At this moment, Xie Qiao leaned forward slightly, her eyes fixed on the grass roots in the bowl. Her throat moved slightly, as if she was swallowing unconsciously. Lu Chen suddenly saw a line of small text appear above Xie Qiao's head. Loyalty, 100. He was stunned. He could actually see someone else's loyalty to him. This surprised him quite a bit. Oh right, I remember I haven't claimed the newbie gift pack yet. At this moment, Lu Chen was filled with anticipation. If he could get tens of thousands of tons of rice from the gift pack, that would be perfect. At that moment, all he wanted was to fill his stomach. Open the gift pack. Congratulations. You have received 100,000 power pills. Power pill. After use, the host will permanently gain a 10x increase in strength, a 1x increase in agility, and a 10x increase in physical strength. Only one pill can be used per person. For use by unmarried girls other than the host, it will permanently grant a 10x increase in strength, a 1x increase in agility, and a 10x increase in physical strength. Only one per person is allowed. Lu Chen was overjoyed. 10 times the strength, twice the agility, 10 times the physical strength. This was simply heaven-defying. Strength goes without saying, and agility means improved reaction and movement speed. The so-called physical strength obviously refers to stronger bones and muscles, greatly increasing the ability to withstand blows, which is equivalent to a 10-fold increase in defense. However, the quantity was simply outrageous, a full 100,000 pills. He was momentarily at a loss as to who to give them to. What puzzled him even more was why these powerful pills could only be taken by unmarried girls. He took out a power pill from his system space. The pill was about the size of a peanut, completely black, and emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen stuffed the power pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a tilt of his head back. Instantly, an incomparably domineering power surged from his abdomen. A tearing pain instantly swept through his body, and Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a low roar. The energy within his body surged and collided, causing him unbearable agony. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for half a minute before quickly dissipating. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him, his whole body brimming with energy, and even his hunger seemed to have lessened considerably. Husband, what's wrong? Xie Qiao hurriedly pushed open the door and entered, startled by Lu Chen's low roar. Lu Chen stretched out his palm, and another power pill appeared in his hand. Xie Qiao, come on, eat this. With no food available right now, the power pill can serve as a temporary ration. Xie Qiao had fled to Lujia village a little over a month ago. With nowhere else to go, her father exchanged her for 3 caddies of cornmeal for Lu Chen's family. At that time, Lu Chen's parents were still alive, but they went into the mountains to forage for food half a month ago and have not returned since. They are probably dead. Xie Qiao took the pill and examined it closely, unsure of what it was. Without further ado, she put it in her mouth. Before long, fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and every part of her body ached. She silently endured it, thinking to herself, this is better than starving to death. Unexpectedly, the pain subsided as quickly as the tide. She suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of astonishment. I'm not dead. Lu Chen chuckled softly. How could I let my wife die? Xie Qiao frowned slightly, suddenly realizing that her body had undergone a dramatic change. The most obvious change was that she was no longer hungry. Not only that, but a strange power arose within him, an unprecedented sense of fullness, as if he could easily lift a 100-pound object. At this moment, Lu Chen's body was full of strength, and he finally began to calmly consider the current predicament. The great Zhou kingdom where he lived suffered from drought for years, leaving the land barren and with little grass or tree bark remaining. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, he suddenly heard a notification sound. An unknown treasure is located 42 meters to the northeast. He estimated that the location 40 meters to the northeast was exactly behind his neighbor Xie Qiao's house. Lu Chen gave Xie Qiao a few instructions, then turned and went out. As he walked behind Xie Qiao's house, the notification sounded again. Unknown treasure is located 1 meter directly ahead. Lu Chen stared intently, only to find that the ground a meter in front of him was flat and unremarkable, no different from the surrounding soil. A thought struck him. It seems it's buried underground. It was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He simply made a small mark on the ground and then turned and went home. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Chen quietly took the old hoe from his home and went out. Upon reaching the marked spot, he immediately began digging. In less than the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, a pottery jar emerged from the soil. Just as he was about to pick up the earthenware jar and leave, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from Xie Qiao's house. Mother, please stop hitting me. I won't do it again. I'll never steal food again. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly, picked up his hoe, and carried the jar, tiptoeing towards home. Just as he reached the gate, he bumped into someone, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xie Qiao. The two returned to the house, and Lu Chen frowned and asked, Why didn't you stay inside? What were you doing running out? Xie Qiao sighed softly. Zhao Daya is so pitiful. Clearly, she couldn't help but go out to see what was going on after hearing the commotion at the Zhao family's house. These days, who isn't pitiful? Lu Chen didn't say anything, but he thought to himself, if he hadn't transmigrated here, Xie Qiao would probably be the one to starve to death next. He closed the door, returned to his room, and carefully opened the clay seal on the pottery jar in the darkness. He reached in and touched it, and a chill ran through him. I didn't even know it was a treasure. I thought it was some gold and silver jewelry, but it's just half a jar of worthless copper coins. With a thought, he put the pottery jar into his system space and then entered it. He had briefly entered that afternoon, but left after only a quick glance, worried about being noticed. Now he finally had time to examine it carefully. As a modern person who has read countless novels about portable spaces, Lu Chen felt at first glance that although this space was somewhat useless, it was still quite decent. The core area of the space consists of several acres of cultivated land, a few fruit trees, a clear spring, and a 2-story building. Looking out, the space is vast and boundless, with plains, mountains, and even a river that can be faintly seen. He went up to the 2nd floor and was pleasantly surprised to find a bedroom of nearly 100 square meters. The room was furnished in an antique style, the windows were bright and clean, and the bed was soft and tidy, making it a pleasant place to behold. The other rooms in the building were empty. It was clear that apart from the bedrooms, kitchen, and bathroom, the rest were storage rooms. The thought of his own drafty little house, with straw on the bed and a tattered quilt, filled Lu Chen with reluctance, and he didn't even want to leave. But reality had to be faced. He suppressed the urge to stay in the space and decisively left. As soon as he stepped out, a system notification sounded. 3,500 copper coins found in the space. Exchange them for system currency? Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then decisively replied, Exchange. These days, 3.5 strings of copper coins couldn't buy much grain in reality. Anyone with a brain could guess that in this year of famine, grain prices were frighteningly high. The grain in the system is supplied at a fixed price, which is obviously much more cost-effective. Successfully exchanged 3,500 copper coins. System currency balance, 3,500. Lu Chen happily entered the system shop, but when he saw the prices in the weapons section, he immediately shook his head. The cheapest standard-issue pistol cost 1,500 system coins. As for rifles, the price was even higher, reaching 5,000. With this little money, he couldn't buy any decent equipment, so he decided to buy the most urgently needed supplies first, food. 200 jean of rice cost only 400 yuan. Pork belly was 10 yuan per jean, so he bought 20 jean for only 200 yuan. When he came to his senses, his system balance was almost depleted, with only 1,500 yuan left. I'll just buy these for now and keep the rest for later, Lu Chen thought to himself. He lay in his tattered bed, holding a piece of cream-filled bread in his hands, slowly chewing. Although the pills could stave off hunger, they could never replace real food. Thirsty, he drank some spring water from his spatial spring, its sweet taste refreshing his senses. Not only was the water sweet and delicious, but it also relieved fatigue and boosted his energy. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while Lu Chen was still fast asleep, Xie Qiao had already slung her small basket over her shoulder, grabbed a small shovel, and headed to the back mountain alone. Although she was still hungry, her body was unusually full of energy, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. She couldn't waste this hard-earned strength. She decided to go to the back mountain to dig up some grass roots. As for wild vegetables, they had long been dug up by the villagers. The bark on the nearby trees had also been stripped clean. Now, digging up grass roots depended entirely on luck. Xie Qiao walked along, searching the bare ground with her head down. Suddenly, she noticed some movement not far away. She quickly walked over, dug a couple of times with her shovel, and unearthed a dark red plant root. The blade of grass was barely bigger than a bean, but she happily placed it into her basket. Just then, she faintly heard voices coming from not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, Xie Qiao saw 4 or 5 men emerging from the ridge, chatting and laughing. "Hey, it's been days since we've had meat. That kid we caught the other day, though skinny, smelled so good." Hearing their words, Xie Qiao couldn't help but shiver. Just as she was about to freeze, the men noticed her. "Look, there's a little fat sheep ahead." Several men's eyes gleamed with greed, and they pounced on her in a flash. Xie Qiao was terrified. The most terrifying people during a famine were precisely these kinds of people, demons who could even gnaw through human bones. She raised her hand, holding a small shovel, her voice trembling. "Don't come any closer." The tall, thin man in the lead saw her face clearly, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Don't be afraid, little sister. You're lucky to have met us today." Several men surrounded him, and Xie Qiao desperately swung his shovel, trying to stop them. But how could this small shovel possibly stand against several strong men? In their eyes, she was just a frail little girl of only 15 or 16 years old. Nothing to be afraid of. "Come here, let Uncle pamper you." A bald man chuckled, reaching out to snatch her shovel. Xie Qiao gritted her teeth and gripped the shovel handle tightly, refusing to let go. Just as the other party was about to grab her, crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out, followed by a deafening scream. "On my hand!" Everyone stared in horror, only to see the bald man's hand dangling at an unnatural angle from his wrist. They all gasped, staring at Xie Qiao in disbelief. This seemingly frail young girl had actually broken a grown man's hand with a shovel. Xie Qiao herself was stunned. She hadn't used much force, so why did the bald man's movement seem so slow and almost harmless to her? She instinctively swung her shovel. "Ah!" A man nicknamed Fifth Brother screamed again, staggering backward. Everyone looked on in shock. His arm had also been broken, and this time, even his hand had fallen to the ground. Fifth Brother's face contorted in pain, roaring incessantly. The remaining 3 hesitated briefly before swarming forward. Xie Qiao was filled with questions. Why was she suddenly so powerful? Could it be the super strength pill from last night to her? The 3 men's movements were as slow as a tortoise's crawl, full of flaws. She raised the shovel high and smashed it down relentlessly. Screams echoed through the forest, blood splattered everywhere. Baldy and Fifth Brother, standing nearby, felt that the little girl before them was no longer a weak lamb, but a terrifying little devil. All the suffering and grievances Xie Qiao had endured over the past 10 years seemed to erupt in this moment. Chapter 4: Bandits are coming. Xie Qiao has been preoccupied lately. Despite her young age, she harbors a secret she can't tell anyone, and she seems somewhat absent-minded. She returned home, feeling uneasy, only to find the door tightly shut. Despite it being broad daylight, an enticing aroma wafted out, making her already hungry stomach even more unbearable. She called out, "Husband," as she pushed open the door, and for a moment she almost wondered if she had entered the wrong house. There she saw Lu Chen sitting at the dilapidated table, on which was a full bowl of steaming hot chunks of meat, and next to it, a pot of fragrant white rice was steaming. In this famine year, when even tree bark was almost gone, Xie Qiao could hardly believe her eyes. Where did all this white rice and fatty meat come from? When Lu Chen saw her return, he immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. "Wife, why are you only coming back now? Come and eat." As he spoke, he had already ladled out a bowl of white rice, carefully placed it on the table, and then pressed her down onto the stool. "Yesterday, I found some unexpected wealth, so I quickly went to town to buy rice and meat and made some food. Try it." Xie Qiao then remembered that Lu Chen had brought back a jar last night. Could it be that the jar contained the unexpected wealth he had mentioned? But the town was 10 miles away, and the mountain road was rugged. It would take half a day to go there and back, and pork was something that might not be seen for half a month. As she was lost in thought, Lu Chen handed her the bowl of rice. "Don't just stand there. Eat up." The aroma filled her nostrils, and all of Xie Qiao's doubts were suppressed. Her stomach was much more honest than her mind. She carefully scooped up a mouthful of rice and put it in her mouth. The long-lost warmth and aroma instantly brought tears to her eyes. How long had it been since she had eaten a decent meal, even in the better years of the past? White rice was a rare treat. In these famine years, being able to eat coarse rice is considered lucky. Who would dare to dream of white rice and braised pork? As she was lamenting, Lu Chen suddenly placed a glistening piece of braised pork in her bowl, its fat and lean meat perfectly balanced and its color enticing. Lu Chen gently reminded her, "Don't just eat rice, eat more meat." Xie Qiao looked up at him, and tears immediately fell into her bowl. "Thank you, husband." She choked up, unable to say anything more. Since she was sold to Lu Chen's family, life hadn't been too hard, but Lu Chen had always been indifferent to her, his mind always on Zhao Dian next door. But today, Lu Chen's meal brought a sudden warmth to her heart. She took a bite of the meat, and the aroma instantly filled her mouth. She almost fainted. The taste was like a dream. This might be the best piece of meat she had ever eaten in her life. She even couldn't help but fantasize that this was a privilege reserved for emperors. Xie Qiao ate a bowl of white rice with fragrant braised pork very quickly, finishing the rice in just a few bites, leaving not a single grain of rice in the bowl. She had been hungry for a while, and now she finally felt a little satisfied. "Wife, don't eat too much. We'll eat again tonight. Your stomach has been empty for too long. You can't handle eating too much at once." Lu Chen started clearing the dishes before she could respond. Xie Qiao quickly stood up, grabbed the bowl, and said, "Husband, let me do it." As she washed the dishes in the kitchen, the incident that had happened in the mountains that day began to replay in her mind. "Should I tell Lu Chen?" She hesitated. "I buried them all, but what if someone finds out? What if people know I killed several people? Will they think I'm terrifying? If my husband knew I killed someone, would he refuse to speak to me anymore? But if I don't say anything, I feel I'll be letting him down. And that power pill, where did it come from? Did Lu Chen really give it to me? If it weren't for that pill, she would probably be in grave danger today." Xie Qiao was lost in thought when she suddenly heard a series of chimes. She jolted awake, immediately realizing it was the village's assembly bell. In this famine year, hearing the bell was never a good omen. Lu Chen also heard the noise, gave her a few instructions, and then hurried towards the ancestral hall. Outside the ancestral hall, a considerable number of people were already standing, and more villagers were arriving one after another, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Village Chief Zhao Daji stood on the steps, his expression extremely solemn. He only spoke after almost everyone had arrived. This morning, Erwa and the others found a group of people in Dongshan. They didn't look like refugees. They looked more like bandits. These words immediately caused an uproar among the villagers, with voices rising and falling. "Bandits? We're starving to death, and they still want to rob us. Let's fight it out, even if it means we all die." "Fight? Where do you get the strength to fight? We can barely hold a hoe." "Yeah, they grow up eating meat. We eat tree bark. How can we compete?" "Then let's run away." "Run away? You try running away. There's only wasteland in front and behind. Where can we go without food?" The chaotic voices grew louder and louder. Zhao Daji's face darkened, and he shouted to stop everyone. "Now that we've run out of food, how can we escape if we want to survive? We have to stick together." Actually, he had a plan in mind. He still had grain in his cellar, so he wasn't afraid, but he had to protect the village. If the village couldn't be protected, he wouldn't be able to save his several hundred pounds of coarse grain either. More importantly, these bandits are different from before. They not only rob people, but also eat them. He persuaded everyone to analyze the pros and cons, speaking eloquently, and even took out 10 pounds of coarse rice to cook porridge for the villagers so they could replenish their strength. When the fighting really starts, let's make sure we can't even lift a sickle. Zhao Daji continued to encourage them. The other side only has a dozen or so people, while our village has hundreds of able-bodied men. If the fighting really starts, we might not lose. Chapter 5: Buying Weapons. As soon as Chen returned home, he casually tossed the small amount of coarse rice that the village chief had distributed into his spatial storage. His family couldn't even finish all the white rice, so naturally he didn't care about this chaff and grain stuff. That little bit of rice wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. It was less than an ounce, so he simply couldn't be bothered with it. He immediately retreated to his hut and began to think about serious matters: weapons. After all, in these times of year, without something to defend oneself, one wouldn't even be able to escape if one encountered bandits. He opened the arms shop, which was filled with a dazzling array of weapons, including hundreds of types of pistols alone. However, considering the current situation, he knew that taking out firearms would be too conspicuous, so it would be better to choose some melee weapons to keep a low profile. He picked out two 1.5-meter-long steel broadswords, each costing 300 yuan, which wasn't expensive. The blades were gleaming, the backs were thick, and they were quite heavy, each weighing 24 jin, approximately 12 caddies, making them difficult for an ordinary person to handle. But Chen is no ordinary person now. After taking the power pill, his strength has increased tenfold, and the knife feels as light as a toy in his hand. He then turned to the crossbows, and after browsing around, found a cleverly designed repeating crossbow that could fire 10 arrows in succession, similar to a revolver, for only 500 yuan. He readily placed the order, adding another 100 crossbow bolts. In just a few swift movements, his balance was down to 100 yuan. TSK, this money's gone so fast. Chen sighed, stroking his chin. Although system coins weren't cheap, the thought of his rapidly increasing combat power still made him feel quite at ease. The village was in turmoil. Everyone was on edge. Some families were figuring out how to prevent theft, while others were simply hiding their valuables. Still others had picked up hoes and sharpened knives, ready to defend their homes to the death. Upon hearing that bandits might be coming, Xie Qiao immediately sprang into action. Her first action was to hide the nearly broken iron pot in the woodpile. That pot was probably the most valuable thing in the house. After hiding it, she suddenly remembered something. All right, Chen said we have rice at home. She lifted the lid of the rice jar and was instantly dumbfounded. A whole jar of pure white rice, weighing at least dozens of kilograms. She had never seen so much white rice before. This was a lifeline. If bandits robbed it, she would be heartbroken. She picked up the rice jar and ran to the cellar. After hiding the jar, she moved some firewood to cover it up. She patted her chest and muttered to herself, "This should be safe now." Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she heard a series of curses and shouts from afar. Xie Qiao frowned. Zhao Daya has been beaten again. Xie Qiao had met Zhao Daya a few times. The girl was truly pitiful. She was skin and bones, covered in injuries, and could barely walk. If she continued to be beaten like this, she would die sooner or later. After thinking for a long time, she finally mustered up her courage and walked to Chen's door, softly calling, "Husband." Chen had just put the crossbow bolts back into his spatial storage when he heard the voice and said, "Come in, what's wrong?" Xie Qiao pushed open the door and was immediately taken aback by the two large knives on Chen's table. "Husband, where did you get these knives?" Chen smiled and said that he bought them in town. "We can each have one. If bandits really come, we can use them to defend ourselves." As he spoke, he handed one of them to her. Xie Qiao carefully took it, her fingertips tracing the blade. It was cold and sturdy, far superior to the shovel she used to have. "Be careful, don't cut yourself," Chen warned. Xie Qiao nodded in agreement, clutching the knife with obvious affection, playing with it as if it were a precious treasure. Just then, the sound of Zhao Daya being beaten came from afar again. Xie Qiao immediately snapped back to reality and quickly said, "Husband." She stammered for a while, her face turning red, but she still couldn't get her words out clearly. Seeing this, Chen laughed out loud. "What exactly are you trying to say?" In his eyes, Xie Qiao was like a child, even though she was actually only a year younger than him. Xie Qiao finally mustered her courage and whispered, "Why don't you buy Zhao Daya back?" Chen was taken aback and looked at her with some surprise. Of course, he knew that this wasn't something she said casually. Xie Qiao knew that he had once liked Zhao Daya, and this suggestion was anything but generous. He remained silent for a moment, and Xie Qiao lowered her head, her heart aching slightly. Although she knew in her heart that Lu Chen had once had feelings for Zhao Daya, she simply couldn't bear to see that girl beaten to death like that. Moreover, her thinking was quite practical. Their family had rice now, and a few pounds of rice could buy them a wife. Wasn't she herself only sold for 3 pounds of cornmeal back then? Lu Chen didn't ask any more questions, but simply frowned and began to think. He realized that the power pill he had only worked on young girls. If he could save Zhao Daya, he might gain another fighting force. This wasn't just a simple favor, it was a qualitative leap. 10 times the strength, 10 times the defense, and double the speed. If there were another boost like this, his combat power would increase exponentially. Although Lu Chen hadn't fully tested his limits yet, he could already feel that he could easily jump 10 feet high. Even those legendary martial arts masters would probably be easily defeated by him with a single punch. If he could form a girl powerhouse squad, with each member taking a super powerful pill, the scene would be unimaginable. He looked up at Xie Qiao and asked seriously, "Are you really going to buy Zhao Daya?" Xie Qiao nodded firmly. A pang of pain shot through her heart. Chapter 6: Buying Zhao Daya. At this moment, Zhao Daya was lying on the cold ground in the yard, her body covered in bruises, and she could barely move a finger. Her consciousness was hazy, and although she could not move her body, fragmented childhood memories floated through her mind. She vaguely remembered that she once had a kind father and a gentle mother who doted on her and cherished her like a treasure. She also remembered going up the mountain to pick herbs and going down to the river to catch fish with a boy next door when she was a child. At that time, she was innocent and carefree, but she still couldn't understand why her parents, who had once loved her so much, now wished her dead. Why did her childhood friend watch her suffer without saying a word? "You good for nothing. Still pretending to be dead? Go die and save some food." A woman's scream pierced the courtyard. Zhao Dai's stepmother, Chen, was waving a spatula, cursing and kicking, regardless of whether Zhao Daya was still alive or not, her mouth full of vicious words. In the corner, Zhao Daya's biological father, Zhao Taidan, squatted, watching this scene with no pity in his eyes, only disgust. This girl's existence was just another mouth to feed. He wished she would die sooner, so the family would be one less burden. Exhausted from her tirade, Chen felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing Zhao Daya remain motionless, a hint of smugness creeping onto her face. Could she really be dead? That saves me the trouble of doing this every day, she muttered to herself with a cold laugh. Taidan, go drag her out and bury her. Don't let her bring bad luck here. Zhao Taidan stood up reluctantly, muttering, "Should we find a tattered mat to wrap her up? Wrap her up my foot. What will we sleep on if we wrap her up? Hurry up, out of sight, out of mind." Zhao Taidan walked up to Zhao Daya, grabbed her arm without even glancing at her, and prepared to drag her out. But just then, a faint voice came from the courtyard gate. "Oh, Uncle Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Taidan was startled. He looked up and saw Lu Chen. He was immediately alarmed, thinking, this is going to escalate. Lu Chen cared most about Zhao Daya. If he knew she was dead, he would probably cause a huge uproar. Zhao Taidan quickly put on a mournful face. "Oh dear, Xiao Chen, your daughter is so unlucky. She's gone just like that." Lu Chen watched them act, sneered inwardly, but didn't expose them. He quickly walked to Zhao Daya's side and reached out to check her breath. She was still breathing, just very weakly. His expression darkened. "Uncle Zhao, what are you thinking?" Zhao Taidan sighed. "Dia is gone. I just want her to be laid to rest as soon as possible." Lu Chen said, "Oh," picked up a small bag from his side and casually threw it on the ground. 2 caddies of rice. Zhao Daya will be a member of my family from now on." Zhao Taidan was stunned, but Chen rushed over as if she had seen a treasure. She opened a bag and saw a bag full of white rice. "Oh my God, this is rice." Even in a normal year, the Zhao family couldn't afford rice, let alone now, when they hadn't seen a single grain in half a year. Lu Chen said coldly, "In a few days, you and I will go to the village head's house to sign the documents. From now on, Zhao Daya belongs to me." After saying that, he picked up the unconscious Zhao Daya and left without looking back. Zhao Taidan stood there, looking bewildered. "Daya is almost dead. What does he want?" Chen rolled her eyes. "Why do you care so much? We've already sold him. What are you worried about? He might want to eat or play with him. Hurry up. Go boil some water. Dahu and Air want to eat porridge." On the other side, Lu Chen carried Zhao Daya home and carefully placed her on Xie Qiao's bed. When Xie Qiao saw Zhao Daya's appearance, she was so shocked that she almost burst into tears. She was no longer a person, but looked like a piece of firewood. Covered in wounds and emaciated, she whispered, "That Chen family is too ruthless." Lu Chen snorted coldly. Is Zhao Taidan some kind of good person? Chen family wouldn't dare beat him like this without his consent. He turned and went to the kitchen, scooped a bowl of spring water from his spatial storage, and took out a powerful pill. Back in the house, he had Xie Qiao lift Zhao Daya's head, then gently put the pill in her mouth and fed her water. This medicine should save her life. He then instructed Xie Qiao, "Go and cook some rice porridge. Feed her something thin when she wakes up." With that, he turned and left, heading towards the east end of the village. Earlier that day, at the ancestral hall, the system had suddenly alerted him. A treasure was hidden to the east. Lu Chen had already figured it out. The system could detect treasures within a 100-meter radius with extremely high accuracy. The Great Zhou dynasty is currently in chaos and turmoil. To survive in this chaotic world, he must first become stronger. Strength isn't just about fists. It also requires equipment, and equipment requires money. Therefore, his plan is to first dig up all the treasures he can find in the village and accumulate some system coins. That's the right way to go. Besides, the Great Zhou dynasty is already riddled with problems. To the north, Tartar troops were advancing south. To the south, foreign invaders roamed freely. Even the coast was in turmoil. And to the east, island nations' pirates launched frequent raids. Domestically, chaos reigned. Starving peasants rebelled, bandits roamed freely, and blood and fire were everywhere. Lu Chen knew very well that in this situation, survival depended not on luck, but on strength, weapons, and a solid foundation. What he needed to do now was to get ahead of the competition, accumulate enough power, and establish a firm foothold. Chapter 7: The Bandits Arrive. Treasure hunters know an ironclad rule. Enter the village quietly. Firing a gun is forbidden. The more discreet you are, the safer you are. Lu Chen pretended to be taking a stroll, wandering from east to west, then circling north to south, covering the entire village. Don't underestimate Lu family village just because it's small. It's full of hidden treasures. After this round, he actually discovered 5 treasure locations. He silently memorized each location, planning to secretly dig it up when things got tense at night. 99 meters due east, there's an unknown treasure. Lu Chen looked up and saw an old locust tree standing on a small hill in front of him. It seemed that the treasure was hidden there. Many people choose a conspicuous landmark when burying treasure, just in case they forget where they buried it later. He estimated the distance. It was indeed right next to the locust tree. Having nothing else to do, he decided to go check it out ahead of time. Just as he reached the tree, the system alerted him again. Unknown treasure 1 meter ahead. Lu Chen crouched down to examine it. The ground was flat and solid, seemingly buried many years ago. The traces long gone due to wind and sun. Including this, Lu family village had a total of 6 hidden treasures. They looked poor, but they actually had quite a bit of wealth. Although this place is now poor and destitute, it may have once been home to wealthy families. Back then, people with a little money liked to hide it underground, partly to protect themselves from thieves and partly to prepare for times of chaos. Now, those owners are long gone, and Lu Chen has gotten a good deal. Just as he was about to go home to rest, several urgent shouts came from afar. In the blur, he only heard one word: "Bandits are coming." Lu Chen looked closely and saw 3 people running back to the village on the hillside. Obviously, the patrolman had discovered the enemy. The village chief had arranged for the able-bodied men in the village to take turns patrolling the mountain, and sure enough, trouble came soon after the arrangement was made. "They're pretty quick," Lu Chen muttered to himself, not delaying his steps, and shouted towards the village. "Bandits are here. Get ready." The news sent chaos through the village. Men rushed to the village entrance, weapons in hand, hoes, pitchforks, and sickles. Women and children cried and dodged, the entire village descending into utter confusion. Lu Chen hurried towards his courtyard and saw Xie Qiao standing calmly at the gate, longsword in hand. To his surprise, Xie Qiao showed no panic, but rather a hint of excitement, like the slight anticipation of battle. "Wife, how is Daya?" Lu Chen asked with concern, looking into the house. Xie Qiao stepped aside and said, "She just had some porridge, and she's feeling much better now." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Daya slowly walked out of the house. Her complexion much rosier than before, and her spirits clearly restored. "Brother Chen, I came out when I heard the noise. I heard there were bandits." Her tone was calm, and her expression composed, as if she hadn't been traumatized by the life-or-death ordeal she had just faced. In reality, Xiao Dai's heart was in turmoil. Her current strength was like that of a completely different person. That powerful pill seemed like a magic elixir. She easily broke a piece of bluestone in two, even crushing the fragments into powder. At that moment, she felt all her resentment, grievances, and pain find an outlet. Seeing her drastically changed appearance, Lu Chen felt a complex mix of emotions. This girl had truly changed. "You two get ready too. We'll probably have to make our move soon," he said. Although it was only a dozen or so bandits who came this time, which was no big deal for Lu Chen, it would be a good opportunity for Xie Qiao and Adia to get some training. He took out a few chocolate bars from his spatial storage and handed them to the two of them. "These candies are quite filling. You should have some." These candies were military rations that Lu Chen had prepared in advance. He had already eaten two when he was passing through the villages, and now he only had a few left. Normal people get full easily after eating too much, but these three are different. Their bodies have been strengthened by the super pills to be completely different from ordinary people. Their muscles, bones, internal organs, and digestive system have all been strengthened tenfold, so they can even swallow raw beef without any problem. Xie Qiao and Xiao Dai examined the candy carefully, and Lu Chen smiled and said, "Just peel off the silver paper on the outside, and you can eat it." The two obediently peeled it open and carefully took a bite. Xie Qiao immediately exclaimed in surprise, "This candy is so sweet." Xiao Dai didn't say anything, but her eyes revealed a sense of intoxication as she slowly chewed, as if enjoying some magical taste. For them, chocolate was an unprecedented taste sensation. Its sweetness and richness almost brought tears to their eyes. Especially in these times of year, being able to eat a piece of candy is like a divine gift. Seeing them enjoying it, Lu Chen turned and went back into the house, taking out his long sword. "I still need a suitable close combat weapon," he thought to himself. The crossbow is a long-range weapon, and although it is powerful, once the enemy gets close, he still has to rely on a real sword. Lu Chen was about to hand the knife to Xie Qiao, since he already had one, and he would use a crossbow to hold the line. He wasn't afraid of close combat, even unarmed. But as soon as he came out, he saw Xie Qiao gesturing with an iron shovel, while Zhao Diyu was holding the long knife. Lu Chen laughed and handed her the knife. "Wife, this shovel is useless. Here, take this knife." Xie Qiao declined. "I'm more comfortable using this shovel." Lu Chen was speechless. "Stop joking. This knife is for self-defense. You take it first." Xie Qiao insisted, swinging the small iron shovel in her hand a few times. "Husband, look, I'm quite comfortable using this." Chapter 8: The Stranger's Daughter. This bandit leader, named Wang Ba Tiao, was a veritable monster crawled out of hell. Some people become bad later in life, but people like Wang Ba Tiao were born with a vicious nature in their bones, completely devoid of humanity. No one remembers his original name anymore. It's said that he got his nickname because he killed 8 people. Of the 8 people, 7 were women and children, but he paid them no heed, hacking them down without hesitation, killing them without batting an eye. In recent years, the imperial court had become increasingly unable to control the situation, and bandit leaders like Wang Ba Tiao had become more and more rampant and domineering, with no one daring to provoke them. His gang specialized in robbing poor villages, leaving nothing behind in their wake, not even chickens or dogs, showing no regard for human life. That day, Wang Ba Tiao's target was Lu Family Village, a remote and impoverished little village. The scouts returned saying the village was sparsely populated and lacked food, but had plenty of women, some of them quite attractive. Wang Ba Tiao, licking his teeth, shouted, "Brothers, Lu Family Village is just ahead. We'll go in and kill as many as we want, have as much fun as we want." As he walked, he stirred up the bandits' emotions, as if he were about to throw a carnival. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Lu Family Village was incredibly tense. When the village chief, Lu Daji, learned that the enemy was not a dozen or so, but a full 50 or 60 bandits, his face turned green, his legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. "Didn't they say there were only a dozen or so?" His voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. A villager who had just returned with the news chimed in, panting, "Village chief, those who appeared first were probably just scouts." Lu Daji seemed to have lost his mind, muttering repeatedly, 50 or 60 people. "It's over. Our village is finished." If there were only 10 or so, the village men could hold them off with their lives, but if the enemy outnumbered them several times over, their chances of winning were practically zero. He stood there hesitating for a long time, too afraid to run. At that moment, he wanted to escape more than anyone else, but if he really took his family and ran first, the villagers would be the first to not let him go, even before the bandits made a move. His eyes darted around, and he managed to calm himself down. He shouted, "All the able-bodied men in the village, grab your tools and gather at the village entrance." A group of hungry, emaciated men, carrying farm tools, stumbled and rushed towards the village entrance. Lu Daji hurried home and told his wife and children to quickly pack their belongings, and that they would escape to the back mountain when the opportunity arose. But as soon as he stepped outside, he noticed several young men from the village silently following behind him, clearly watching him to prevent him from deserting. Lu Daji had no choice but to feign composure, grab his family's heirloom broadsword, and shout, "Go! Fight me to the death!" With a wave of his hand, he led the group towards the village entrance. Just as they reached the village entrance, a large group of bandits surged down the hillside, each wielding a large knife and a long spear, charging menacingly. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the glint of their blades was dazzling and chilling. "Form ranks! Form ranks quickly!" Lu Daji shouted. The villagers hastily huddled together, brandishing their pitchforks and shovels haphazardly. They looked intimidating, but a closer look revealed they were utterly bluffing. They held their weapons, their hands trembling. Some couldn't even last a moment before collapsing from exhaustion, their tools falling to the ground. Lu Daji gave a bitter smile. These men couldn't even work for more than a few minutes. How could they possibly stop ruthless bandits? He cursed himself for being so stupid. He should have given them some rice. At least they would have some strength left. But now it was too late. The weakness caused by prolonged hunger couldn't be repaired in just 1 or 2 meals. In his distress, he inadvertently spotted 2 figures in the crowd, a petite woman wielding a shovel and another leaning on a long knife. He recognized them, Lu Chen's wife, Xie Qiao, and Zhao Tian's daughter, Zhao Daya. What are they doing here? Are they just here to watch the show? Is this a place for watching shows? He looked at the small shovel in Xie Qiao's hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Using a shovel to fight, are you crazy? Xie Qiao was thin and small, like a child, which made Lu Daji both amused and exasperated. Why didn't Lu Chen stop his wife, or did he not even leave the house? He looked around and indeed didn't see Lu Chen. He had only heard that Lu Chen had fainted from hunger a couple of days ago and was probably still in bed. Just then, Zhao Daya suddenly moved. Lu Daji looked closely and his eyes flashed with shock. "That's a knife. Where did she get a knife?" Zhao Daya stood in the crowd like a nail, the tip of her long knife planted firmly in the ground, her hands pressing steadily down, exuding an imposing aura. In the entire village, the only thing that could be called a weapon was this large machete in her hand. These days, even hunting knives are sold for grain. So where did Zhao Daya get this one at this moment? Zhao Taidan also saw his daughter. He rubbed his eyes several times, still unable to believe it. Wasn't she beaten to death? How come she's standing here alive and kicking? He wanted to go up and ask her, but when he saw his daughter's cold, dagger-like eyes, his legs trembled and he didn't dare to approach. Although Zhao Daya didn't even glance at him, her aura sent chills down his spine. "This is my daughter." Before he could think further, a deafening battle cry ripped through the air. "Kill!" Ahead, bandits surged forward like a tidal wave, their shouts thunderous, shaking the ground. Some villagers shrank back in fear, and Zhao Taidan instinctively shivered. The farm tools in their hands seemed so ridiculous, so powerless at that moment. Chapter 9: The Fierce and Valiant Women. Lu Daji stood at the back of the crowd. Seeing the bandits charging closer, he took a deep breath and roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill!" The villagers heard the commotion and shouted, "Kill!" in response, but their voices were weak and feeble, completely lacking any murderous intent. This display of force was utterly intimidating. Lu Daji, his face flushed with anxiety, gritted his teeth and shouted again, "Kill all the bandits! Defend our home!" This time the response was even weaker, and some people coughed immediately after shouting, unable to even stand steadily. The situation was critical, so he stamped his foot and shouted through gritted teeth, "Charge! Charge!" If they just held their ground like this, morale would definitely collapse even faster. It was better to charge out and try their luck. Several villagers, steeling themselves, rushed out, brandishing sticks and shouting loudly. But after a few steps, they looked back and saw no one following. They immediately panicked, their feet stopping abruptly as a flash of blades came hurtling towards them. The bandits' leaders were already close enough to touch them, their broadswords gleaming coldly, sending chills down their spines. The villagers were thrown into chaos. Some quietly retreated, their faces pale and legs trembling. Lu Daji was completely dumbfounded. He knew very well that this battle was likely lost. He was leading a group of starving people who could barely even scrape by under the bandits' blades. How could they possibly win? He only hoped to hold on a little longer so that his wife and children could escape to the back mountain in the chaos. He was certain he was going to die. But at this critical moment, several whooshing sounds suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, long crossbow bolts were found stuck in the bodies of the bandits at the forefront. They froze, their faces filled with shock, their bodies stiffened, and they fell heavily to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. A moment of silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone, villagers and bandits alike, stared in astonishment. The bandit line, which should have been advancing with unstoppable momentum, was thrown into disarray by the sudden attack, and the vanguard halted abruptly. Wang Qiao, behind him, frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could there be an ambush if the village harbored a dozen or so archers? His men would be in real danger. Just as he was pondering, two slender figures suddenly rushed out from the front of the crowd. One was Zhao Daya, wielding a long knife, and the other was Xie Qiao, raising a small iron shovel. The two of them actually charged straight into the bandit group. "Are they crazy?" the villagers exclaimed in surprise, many of them not daring to open their eyes. The bandits were also taken aback, their tense atmosphere instantly dissipating. "Oh, little lady, you're quite fierce. Come here, let me pamper you." One of the bandits approached Zhao Daya with a lewd grin, but before he could finish speaking, his head flew off. Zhao Daya swiftly swung her knife, and the man didn't even have time to scream before becoming a headless corpse. Before the others could react, she slashed again, cleaving a nearby bandit in two at the waist. The severed corpse writhed and struggled on the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. The scene was so gruesome it was nauseating. The villagers were all stunned. No one had expected these two young women to be so ferocious. The bandits were dumbfounded. They had thought they were easy targets, but it turned out they were all knives. "Kill her! Kill her now!" Several bandits, realizing what was happening, lunged forward with their knives. Just then, Xie Qiao also rushed up, her small iron shovel flashing coldly as she pierced through the chest of one of the bandits. When she pulled the shovel back, the man's intestines spilled out onto the ground, a gruesome sight. The villagers were completely dumbfounded. These weren't girls, they were two killing machines. Zhao Daya's every strike claimed a life, and Xie Qiao's small iron shovel became a deadly weapon. In the blink of an eye, the two had slaughtered 5 or 6 bandits, leaving a river of blood and the wailing of vengeful spirits. Wang Qiao, enraged, roared through gritted teeth, "Kill them. Whoever cuts off their heads will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver." Driven by the hefty reward, the bandits' bloodlust was ignited, and they recklessly attacked the two. Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao were trapped, and just as everyone was about to provide support, they suddenly noticed another person on the field. It was Chen. Only then did everyone realize that he wasn't actually in the battle, but was instead looting corpses. It wasn't about rescuing people or providing support. It was about ransacking bandits' pockets. Someone objected. "Chen, your wife is surrounded. Aren't you going to help? You're carrying a knife. Why don't you use it to chop people up? If I had a knife, I would have gone there long ago." The one shouting was his second uncle. Chapter 10: A Great Victory. Lu Qingping, Lu Chen's second uncle, was furious to see his nephew squatting among the corpses rummaging through money bags, completely ignoring Xie Qiao's fierce fight ahead. He couldn't help but yell, "Xiao Chun, your wife is still fighting those bandits over there, and you're out here rummaging through corpses? Are you heartless or brainless?" Lu Chun glanced at him indifferently, too lazy to even reply, and continued to pull the money pouch off a bandit's waist, stuffing it into his pocket. He was completely absorbed, as if the place beside him wasn't a battlefield but a marketplace. Several villagers nearby were also itching to grab a couple of pouches from the pile of money on the ground. Several times, the bandits' blades whistled past Lu Chen's head, so close they could hear the wind whistling through them. The villagers nearby were terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, but Lu Chun remained focused on rummaging through the corpses, his movements unwavering, as if the collapse of the sky were none of his concern. Ahead, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya fought fiercely within the encirclement, their movements like wolves leaping into a chicken coop. Bandits fell in droves, their screams echoing. The scene so gruesome it sent chills down the villagers' spines. The notoriously ruthless bandits were like livestock to be slaughtered by these two girls, each one killed with a single blow, completely unable to withstand their attacks. Wangba Tiao, standing at the rear, grew increasingly disheartened, his expression shifting several times. He had witnessed firsthand how most of his 50 or 60 brothers had perished in a short time, while those two seemingly frail young girls didn't even have a scratch on their bodies, killing with a ferocity surpassing that of wild beasts. Zhao Daya was silent and ruthless. Each of her slashes was enough to take a life. Xie Qiao looked timid, but she swung her shovel while muttering to herself to bolster her courage, and each strike was enough to kill a bandit on the spot. As a result, the bandits' attempt to surround and kill her turned into being slaughtered. They couldn't even touch the two women's clothes and were instead gradually butchered into mincemeat. The villagers were terrified by the sight before them. They never imagined that these two seemingly frail women could unleash such fighting prowess, routing dozens of bandits. Especially Zhao Daya. Wasn't she constantly tormented by her stepmother, practically on the verge of death? Everyone genuinely thought she was about to be tortured to death, but now she was taking them down one by one, as if she had crawled back from hell to claim her own life. As more and more bandits fell, the remaining bandits finally became afraid. Their initial arrogance vanished as if doused with cold water. At first, they thought the two young girls were just throwing their lives away, but then they realized they couldn't defeat them, and later they realized they couldn't even touch them. Finally, they realized the battle was hopeless. The encirclement grew larger and larger, and no one dared to stray more than 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters from the two girls. In fact, if Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya took even a small step forward, some bandits would scramble backward in fear. When the bandits were reduced to only about 10 men, Wangba Tiao seemed to wake from a dream, breaking out in a cold sweat. Defeat came too quickly, so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to give orders. Only one thought remained in his mind: escape. He decisively turned and ran, abandoning even his brothers. Lu Chen had been watching him closely. Seeing the bandit leader flee, he remained calm, leisurely slinging his crossbow over his shoulder and steadily taking aim. Whoosh! The first arrow missed, grazing only Wangba Tiao's shoulder. Lu Chen frowned and drew the bowstring again. Whoosh! The second arrow struck the bandit's thigh, causing Wangba Tiao to stumble but continue running for his life. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry. His third arrow was aimed steadily. The crossbow twanged softly, and the bolt shot through the air, striking Wangba Tiao squarely in the back. Wangba Tiao collapsed to the ground, struggling only a few times before dying. "The bandit leader is dead," someone shouted, and the villagers erupted in cheers as if celebrating a New Year's feast. Lu Dezhi, even more excited, rushed to the front, yelling, "The bandit leader is dead. Surrender now." Unfortunately, despite his fervent shouts, his steps were weak and feeble. The villagers behind him, though shouting along, didn't dare to actually charge forward. Even with only a dozen or so bandits left, these starving, emaciated villagers were no match for them. Just as the villagers hesitated, the bandits themselves were already on their last legs. "Our leader is dead. Run for your lives." The bandits scattered in panic, creating utter chaos. Lu Chen looked at them and said, "Don't let a single one escape." Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya exchanged a glance, nodded, and immediately gave chase. With their speed and skill, these remnants of the bandits wouldn't be able to escape their grasp. Lu Chen continued searching the body with his head down, but when he looked up, he saw Lu Qingping quietly approaching the bandit leader's corpse, glancing back at him every now and then, clearly trying to steal the bandit leader's money bag in the chaos. Before Lu Chen could speak, the group of villagers behind him couldn't hold back any longer and swarmed towards the fallen bandit's body like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, almost trampling it into a human wall. Just as everyone rushed forward, "Stop right there!" Lu Chen roared, his voice like thunder, making everyone jump. All the villagers who were about to pounce on the corpse were frozen in place, too terrified to move an inch. Chapter 11. The village chief's family also had no surplus food. During the battle, these villagers hid farther than anyone else, but now that the bandits have been almost wiped out, they have started to get tempted, thinking of picking up some cheap food from the pile of corpses. Their skin is as thick as a city wall. Chen roared, startling the villagers who were about to rush forward to loot the corpse, and then continued with their own business without looking back. In fact, Chen had already searched through most of the corpses on the ground. Only 5 or 6 bodies and the bandit leader's body remained untouched. The ones who escaped were left for Xie Qiao and the others to hunt down. While the villagers were still stunned, Chen quickly searched through the remaining corpses, then slowly walked towards the bandit leader Xie Qiao, who had died not far away. As soon as he approached, he saw Lu Qingping squatting down next to the bandit leader, reaching out to lift his clothes. When Chen got closer, Lu Qingping grumbled with dissatisfaction. "You want the body too? You can't search it all by yourself, can you? Let me handle this person." Chen sneered inwardly. This guy was incredibly audacious. He knew perfectly well that this was the corpse of a bandit leader and that he had the most money on him, yet he still wanted to take it all for himself. His skin was ridiculously thick. He said coldly, "I killed this man. Why should I let you have him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping flew into a rage, his face turning red with anger. "I am your second uncle. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Chen looked up at him, his tone even colder. "I'll talk back to you the way you want to talk to me. Do you think you're worthy of being my elder?" Speaking of which, Lu Qingping and his third uncle Lu Qingyan used to come to their house for meals every day, always choosing to come during meal times, and they never missed a meal of cornbread and grass porridge. If they hadn't come every now and then to eat up all of Chen's savings, he wouldn't have starved to death at the village entrance. And now they still have the nerve to use their elders to pressure him. After Chen's parents went missing up the mountain, the two brothers never visited again. Chen was so hungry that he almost fainted and went to beg for food, but Lu Qingping treated him like a beggar and kicked him out. For someone like that to talk about seniority is utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing Chen's disobedient words, Lu Qingping flew into a rage. "You brat, you've gone too far. Should I ask the clan leader to expel you from the clan register?" Everyone in Lujiao village shares the surname Lu and adheres to clan rules and family laws. Anyone who disrespects their elders may be expelled from the clan. Chen wasn't intimidated at all. "Whatever you want." After saying that, he ignored him and went straight to the bandit leader's corpse. He flipped through his clothes and found a heavy money bag that weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds. Judging from the sound, it didn't seem to be copper coins, but rather gleaming silver fragments. Chen nodded in satisfaction, stuffed them into his pocket, and walked home without looking back. Once the villagers saw him walk away, they immediately lost control and rushed forward to snatch the body, hoping that Chen might not have searched it thoroughly and that they could still find some scraps. Even without silver, these clothes and weapons are treasures. Swords and spears can save lives, and clothes are at least better than their tattered garments. In these days, let alone money, even a patch of cloth is hard to find. Who would complain that these blood-stained clothes are unclean? Soon enough, the bandits' corpses were stripped down to their underwear, and the young women and wives who had come to watch were so frightened that they turned away and ran away, unable to bear to look any longer. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya returned soon after, carrying the corpses of several bandits who had failed to escape. Seeing this scene that was not suitable for children, they simply turned their heads away in silence and followed Chen home. They had only taken a few steps when Zhao Tianxiao came from behind. "Dia, you stop right there." Zhao Daya turned her head and glanced at him, her expression indifferent, and continued walking forward without saying a word. Zhao Taidan was still shouting from behind. "Did you pretend to be dead to deceive me all along? Don't you acknowledge me as your father?" Zhao Daya didn't reply at all, not even acknowledge it. Xie Qiao glanced at Zhao Taidan with a complicated expression, then followed Zhao Daya into the courtyard. Village Chief Lu Daji stood at a distance watching the three of them, his brows furrowed. These three people have changed so much. Not only their personalities, but their skills are completely different. It's as if they've been transformed. But he dared not have any more doubts or questions in his heart, with only one thought in mind. He must never offend them in the future. Although the village entrance was littered with corpses, in the end, Lu family village survived today entirely thanks to these three. Not to mention, not a single villager died in this massacre, which was a miracle and a great achievement. Lu Daji had made up his mind that he would treat these three people like living bodhisattvas from now on. However, there is still a problem. The corpses scattered all over the ground must be dealt with. Otherwise, if a plague breaks out, the whole village will still not survive. So he shouted loudly, "Everyone needs to clean up the body later. Every family needs to send someone. Otherwise, we'll all suffer if something happens." But the villagers immediately complained. "Village chief, are you making us dig holes on empty stomachs? Be careful you don't fall in first." It sounds like a joke, but it's actually true. These days, people are so hungry they can barely stand, and they faint after a little exertion. After thinking it over, Lu Daji's eyes lit up, and he came up with a brilliant plan. So he turned around and headed to Lu Chen's house. He was thinking to himself that Lu Chen had made a fortune today, and he was so rich he could hardly carry the money in his hands. He had to spend some of it to hire someone to bury the body. Lu Chen's family originally had a courtyard and a gate, but it had fallen into disrepair over the years. Half of the courtyard wall had collapsed, and the gate was long gone, leaving only an empty door frame. As soon as Lu Daji stepped into the courtyard, he smelled a faint milky and sweet aroma, which made his stomach rumble. "Xiao Chun, Xiao Chun." Lu Chun walked out of the house, holding a white, fluffy thing in his hand and eating it. It looked like a steam bun but wasn't, and the aroma was so strong it made your mouth water. Lu Daji's eyes widened immediately. The aroma was too enticing. He had never seen anything so fragrant in his entire life. Immediately afterwards, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya also came out of the house, each carrying the same fragrant food. They ate and chatted, looking relaxed and satisfied. As Lu Daji watched the three of them eat with gusto, a trail of clear drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. He prided himself on being knowledgeable and well-traveled, but he couldn't figure out what this food was even if you beat him to death. However, the aroma alone was enough to whet his appetite. As a village chief, his family had the most abundant grain, but in those days, even with grain, people couldn't afford good food. Every day, he ate grassroot porridge mixed with tree bark, and he had long since lost a lot of weight due to hunger. Seeing the cream bread in Lu Chen's and the other two's hands, how could he possibly resist? Chapter 12, it's time to distribute the grain. As the village chief of Lujiazhai, Lu Daji prides himself on being knowledgeable and experienced, but today he was completely dumbfounded by the fragrant white steamed bun in Lu Chen's hand. He took 2 steps closer, his eyes practically glued to Lu Chen's hands, and asked curiously, "Nephew, what is this stuff you're eating? It smells so good." Lu Chen replied casually, "Bread." "Bread? What's that? I've never heard of it before." Lu Daji's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Lu Chen didn't bother to explain. He swallowed the piece of bread in his hand in a few bites, and then spread his hands. "I'm done eating." Seeing that Lu Chen had finished eating, Lu Daji turned his attention to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya, who were still slowly munching on their bread, eating with great relish. The two pretended not to see Lu Daji's cunning eyes and didn't give him a single glance. These days, food is more valuable than life itself. Who would be foolish enough to give up a delicious meal they've already got their hands on? Besides, they weren't afraid of Lu Daji robbing them. With his limited courage, he was no match for them. Having gone through this great battle, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya finally understood just how strong they were. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire village combined wouldn't be a match for them, let alone a village chief. Lu Chen's power pill was simply a miracle cure. After taking it, he felt like he had a completely new soul, brimming with energy. The two were no longer the little girls who could be manipulated at will. Now, they were the masters of the battlefield. Lu Daji watched them finish the bread, but didn't dare utter a single word. He witnessed their ruthlessness in killing bandits this morning. They were truly formidable. However, he still had doubts. Why was Zhao Daya at Lu Chen's house? Wasn't she family? Just as I was wondering what was going on, I suddenly heard a shrill voice shout from behind. "Zhao Daya, what are you doing at someone else's house? Get home now." The group turned to look and saw that it was Zhao Daya's shrewish stepmother, Chen. When Chen heard that Zhao Daya was not dead and had even killed the bandits, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. The thought of Lu Chen buying her away with 2 jin of rice made Chen furious. This girl is worth more than 2 jin of rice, at least 5 jin. These past 2 days, Chen has secretly eaten half a pound of white rice. She ate until her belly was round and her eyes were bright. The taste was simply heavenly. Once she's eaten rice, Making her eat grass roots again would be worse than killing her. When Zhao Daya saw Chen Shi, her eyes turned cold, and she turned her head away, too lazy to pay attention to her. She is now Lu Chen's person. Lu Chen saved her life, and her body was changed by the power pill. She has nothing to do with the Zhao family anymore. Lu Chen felt annoyed when he saw Chen's face and said coldly, "Aunt Zhao, I traded 2 caddies of rice for Daya. What do you mean by coming here?" Xie Qiao chimed in, "That's right. Sister Daya was almost starving to death back then. If my husband hadn't saved her, she would have been buried alive by you." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately sat down on the ground, slapping her thigh and wailing, "Is there no law in this world? I raised her with my own hands, and you think you could just buy her away with 2 pounds of rice?" Her outburst annoyed Lu Daji, who frowned with disgust. Everyone in the village knew about Chen's evil deeds. Zhao Daya was beaten every day and couldn't even get enough to eat. Even the dogs lived better than her. Lu Daji remembered that when he saw Zhao Daya a few days ago, she was so weak that she could barely walk and looked like she was starving. If Lu Chen hadn't intervened, this girl would have been dead long ago. So he roared, "Zhao family's daughter-in-law, have you no shame? Get back here right now." To everyone's surprise, Madame Chen cried even louder, "You're bullying us, the Zhao family's orphans and widows. All you know how to do is bully honest people." This tantrum even gave Lu Daji a headache. Just as he was about to ask Zhao Taidan to deal with her, Zhao Daya took matters into her own hands. She strode forward, and upon seeing her, Chen immediately pretended to pounce on her and hug her, trying to use the same trick again. But she never expected that Zhao Daya was no longer the little girl she could manipulate. Zhao Daya grabbed Chen by the back of the neck, lifted her up like a chick, and then flung her out of the courtyard, making her fall flat on her face. Chen was so dizzy from the fall that she screamed in pain and couldn't move at all. She probably had broken bones. She never imagined that this girl could even move her now. Zhao Taidan finally dawdled out of the house, but when he saw Chen Shi on the ground, he didn't dare to utter a sound. He knew in his heart that he couldn't afford to offend any of these women right now. In the end, he could only drag and pull Chen back home. Over here, Lu Daji finally stammered out his purpose. "Xiao Chen, Uncle has something he wants to discuss with you." Lu Chen replied irritably, "What does the money I got have to do with you?" Lu Daji blushed. He didn't want a share of the silver. He wanted Lu Chen to contribute some money and grain to solve the problem of disposing of the corpses at the village entrance. Ultimately, if it weren't for Lu Chen and his 2 companions, Lu family village might have become a ghost village long ago. Even the thick-skinned Lu Daji knew he should repay kindness. But he really had no choice. If the corpse wasn't buried quickly, the village would be doomed if the plague broke out. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen said, "How about this, Uncle 13? You have the whole village come to help bury the body. Later, each family can come to my house to collect 2 caddies of rice and 1 caddy of flour." Upon hearing this, Lu Daji was stunned. 2 jean of rice and 1 jean of wheat flour per household. How much grain must Lu Chen have stockpiled? These days, grain prices are skyrocketing, and even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it, let alone distribute it so generously. He was so excited he could barely speak. "Thank you. Thank you so much, nephew. I thank you on behalf of the whole village." Lu Daji was moved to tears and quickly gathered the villagers to bury the body. Meanwhile, some villagers had already harbored impure thoughts and set their sights on the use of the corpse's flesh. Upon hearing that they would receive grain in return for helping with the burial, they immediately abandoned their despicable idea of eating human flesh. Encouraged by the food, everyone perked up and worked diligently, even on empty stomachs, managing to bury all the corpses. Afterwards, everyone gathered at Lu Daji's doorstep, waiting to receive their grain. "I haven't tasted a single grain of rice or wheat flour in 5 years. The village chief is the best. He actually distributed grain." More than 100 people were gathered at the entrance, staring intently at the door, waiting for the moment when the grain would be distributed. Chapter 13 is missing again. Those who frequently distribute porridge and grain know that their reason for giving alms to the poor is simply to gain a good reputation. At this moment, Lu Daji was in a very good mood and felt very secure. Their family of more than 10 people, carrying their valuables and food, hid in the back mountain. After seeing that there was nothing wrong in the village, they returned home safely. Seeing the whole family together, Lu Daji once again thanked Lu Chen's ancestors for 18 generations. With Lu Chen as our young master, our Lu family village will be very safe and secure from now on. Simply expressing my gratitude to Lu Chen in my heart is far from enough. We need to actually do something concrete. Therefore, Lu Daji did not rush to discuss the distribution of grain when facing the villagers. Instead, he solemnly praised Lu Chen extensively in front of all the villagers. If it weren't for Lu Chen, would any one of us be alive? If it weren't for Lu Chen, his wife Xie Qiao, and Zhao Daya, we'd probably all be cut into jerky by now. Don't you agree? I also want to mention something else. Zhao Tian's daughter, Zhao Daya, has been sold to Lu Chen for the price of 2 caddies of rice. Now Zhao Daya is a member of Lu Chen's family. Everyone should remember this. So, the reason our Lu family village is safe today is entirely thanks to Lu Chen and his family of 3. Lu Chen is a great benefactor to everyone in Lu family village. We must all remember this kindness and never be ungrateful. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. The villagers understood everything Lu Daji said. The problem was that they had just spent a lot of effort burying the bandits' bodies, and now they were all exhausted, hungry, dizzy, and seeing stars. They were just hoping that Lu Daji would distribute the grain as soon as possible. Also, there's something very important I need to tell everyone. Seeing Lu Daji speaking with great enthusiasm and spittle flying everywhere, the villagers' patience gradually ran out. They whispered amongst themselves, complaining that the village chief talked a lot of nonsense and was just spouting empty rhetoric. Lu Daji pretended not to hear any of this and simply asked, "What is this important matter?" "You guess." Seeing the commotion among the crowd, Lu Daji then said, "The important thing is that the rice and flour distributed to each household were all proposed by Lu Chen himself." The crowd erupted in uproar. "What? Lu Chen is distributing food? Isn't his family dirt poor? Where did he get the food? You've been babbling on for so long, so you're not distributing food? If you're not distributing food, then what are you babbling about?" Lu Daji waved his hand. "Now, the villagers can go to Lu Chen's house to collect their grain." The villagers scattered and rushed towards Lu Chen's house. They talked as they walked. Does Lu Chen's family really have grain? Where do they get the grain from? He was almost starving to death yesterday. If it weren't for us carrying him home, he might have died. Would his family have rice or flour? The village chief is probably lying to us. It's hard to say. Didn't Lu Daji say that he bought Zhao Tian's daughter with 2 jean of rice? Hey, isn't that Zhao Taidan? Taidan, tell me, is this true? You really sold your daughter to Lu Chen? Zhao Taidan kept his head down, trying to be invisible. After all, selling one's daughter is not a respectable thing. Say something. Did your daughter sell 2 jean of rice to Lu Chen? Taidan, when did your daughter become so amazing? She can take on dozens of bandits by herself. That's incredible. With a daughter this strong, are you selling rice too cheaply for 2 jean? Zhao Taidan remained silent, focusing solely on his journey. When Zhao Daya was sold to Lu Chen, she was barely clinging to life. To be honest, at that time, she wasn't even worth half a pound of coarse grain. He didn't know what happened, but Zhao Daya not only came back to life, but also became so good at fighting. And then there's Lu Chen's wife, Xie Qiao. How did she, a skinny girl who usually doesn't dare to speak loudly, become so powerful? A large group of people quickly arrived at the gate of Lu Chen's house. Before they even entered the house, everyone saw that the yard was piled high with small bags. Lu Chen had been waiting for a long time. Today he found more than 200 taels of silver on the bandits' corpses. They found over 100 taels of silver on that bandit leader alone. 200 taels of silver, when converted into system funds, amount to more than 200,000. The purchasing power of the system's funds is roughly equivalent to the currency he used in his previous life. A pound of rice costs only 2 yuan. A pound of wheat flour also costs 2 yuan. More than 100 kilograms of rice and more than 60 kilograms of wheat flour, added together, cost less than 400 yuan. For a mere 400 yuan, you can win over the hearts of the entire Lujia village. It's such a bargain. He will need these villagers in many more situations in the future, and winning their hearts and minds is essential. When buying the rice and flour, Lu Chen only briefly carried Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya on his back. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya weren't stupid. These things couldn't be kept from them. He will explain this to them later. The small paper bags in the system store cost only 1 cent each. He directly packed the rice and flour into these paper bags for easy distribution. Lu Chen instructed Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya. You two are responsible for distributing this grain to the villagers. Only one portion per household. Remember that. Xie Qiao nodded and said, Yes, my husband. Since taking the power pill and going through 2 battles, Xie Qiao is no longer the shy, timid wife she once was. Xie Qiao now radiates confidence. And Zhao Daya is no longer the Zhao Daya she used to be. Zhao Daya seemed like a different person. She became cold and taciturn. She had already considered herself Lu Chen's servant, doing whatever Lu Chen said. The villagers rushed into Lu Chen's yard, creating a chaotic scene. Lu Chen put on a stern face. Line up, one at a time. No one dared to say anything, and soon a long line formed. Suddenly, someone rushed to the front of the line and squeezed to the head. The villagers who had been pushed aside wanted to get angry, but when they saw who it was, they didn't dare to say anything more. Zhao Daya held 2 paper bags, one containing rice and the other containing flour. She looked at the man and said coldly, Go to the back of the line. Lu Qingping immediately flew into a rage. You're nothing but a lowly slave my nephew bought. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Chen said calmly to Zhao Daya, Daya, if anyone causes trouble, throw them out. Zhao Daya immediately put down the paper bag in her hand. Lu Qingping stiffened his neck and glared. Let's see who dares to touch me. Lu Chen, I'm your second uncle. He only got halfway through his sentence before Zhao Daya grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up. You bitch, how dare you touch me? Believe me or not, I'll beat you to death. Lu Chen, you unfilial son. I'm your second uncle. With a flick of her arm, Zhao Daya sent Lu Qingping flying out of the courtyard. After that, Zhao Daya acted as if nothing had happened, picked up the bag, and handed it out to the villagers at the front of the line. Outside the courtyard, Lu Qingping's shouts and curses could be heard. The villagers pretended not to hear and continued to line up to receive their grain. When it was Zhao Tian's turn, Zhao Daya looked at him as if he were air, without any emotional fluctuation. Dia, I'm your own father. Could you give me an extra bag of rice? You know your 2 younger brothers are always hungry. Zhao Daya reached out and shoved him aside. Next, Zhao Tian panicked. Dia, I haven't received it yet. Go to the back of the line. Zhao Daya said coldly. Zhao Tian was about to say something when he saw a cold glint in Zhao Daya's eyes. He immediately fell silent and obediently returned to the end of the line. The distribution of the 60-odd portions of food was soon coming to an end. At the very end of the list were Zhao Tian and Lu Qingping. Zhao Tian obediently accepted the grain and didn't say another word. Lu Qingping was unwilling to accept this. He was thrown out of the yard by Zhao Daya, and his head was broken. His arms and legs were covered in injuries. He naturally didn't want to suffer this loss for no reason. Lu Chen, I'm your second uncle. How dare you let your servant beat me? This isn't over. If you don't compensate me with a few bags of grain, I'll take you to the authorities. Believe me, I'll have the magistrate arrest you and put you in jail. Lu Chen waved to Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao. Put the things away. Since he doesn't want to take them, then don't give them to him. Also, you two remember, if anyone dares to cause trouble in our house, throw them all out. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by screams, Lu Qingping was once again thrown out of the yard by Zhao Daya. Chapter 14, Anything Can Be Dreamed Of. Look closely, this 6th brother's name is Lu Chen. That night, the entire Lu family village was shrouded in an unusual tranquility. The villagers, who had received 2 kilograms of rice and flour, were even more excited than during the Lunar New Year when they ate dinner. My stomach, which had been empty for so long, finally got some nourishment. With a little strength restored, the fertile fields, which had been neglected for so long, finally received some nourishment. The children, who were so hungry they couldn't sleep every day, had a rare good night's sleep. Taking advantage of the darkness and the fact that everyone was engrossed in their own entertainment, Lu Chen quietly went out. He had already scouted out the location of the treasure in the village. You can simply visit each location one by one. At the first treasure spot, he dug up a few pieces of silver, totaling only about 5 taels. The second treasure location was several pieces of gold and jade jewelry. At the third treasure site, he actually dug up a gold ingot weighing 20 taels. The fourth treasure location contained more than 2,000 copper coins. The fifth treasure location was a small box filled with silver ingots weighing 10 taels each, totaling over 100 taels. At the sixth treasure location, under the big locust tree, He dug up a jar containing neither gold nor silver, but several antique calligraphy and paintings. These valuables were accumulated by generations of the Liu family village, but unfortunately, they have all now benefited Liu Chen. Liu Chen put all the valuables into his spatial storage and then returned home. At home, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were still awake. Clearly, they were waiting for Liu Chen. Liu Chen also knew that they had many questions for him. In the dark room, Liu Chen asked the two women to sit down and listen to him speak. Yesterday, I fainted from hunger at the village entrance. After Xie and the others carried me back, some strange things happened, Liu Chen said after thinking for a moment. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya listened to him quietly, outwardly showing nothing, but inwardly they were inexplicably hoping for something. The miraculous super pill, the never-before-seen food, the rice and flour that appeared out of nowhere, this is definitely not something an ordinary person could do. But Liu Chen did not immediately satisfy their curiosity. He changed the subject, asking, "Have you heard any similar stories?" "What story?" the two women asked in unison. "For example," Liu Chen said, "for example, there's a story about a farmer who went up the mountain to chop wood. On the mountain, he met two old men playing chess. He stood there and watched them play. After the game was over, he went down the mountain to go home. But when he returned to the village, he found that the village had changed drastically. When he asked, he learned that his family had died more than 100 years ago. The handle of the axe in his basket had rotted away. He had only watched people play a game of chess on the mountain. He didn't know that more than 100 years had passed. This story is called Watching Chess and Rotten Axe Handle Die." Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were greatly surprised and were about to say something when Liu Chen started telling another story. There's another story about a scholar who, one day, met a Taoist priest at an inn. The priest was cooking millet porridge there. He chatted with the Taoist priest, talking about his lofty ambitions, saying he wanted to pass the imperial examinations, become a high-ranking official, serve the country, and speak out for the people. After listening to him, the Taoist priest took out a porcelain pillow and told him to lie down and rest for a while. When he woke up, the Taoist priest had already left. After that, the scholar studied diligently and passed the imperial examination with flying colors a year later. He then married a beautiful wife and thrived in the officialdom, rising through the ranks one after another. Later, he led troops to quell the border rebellion, and the emperor bestowed great rewards upon him, bringing him to the pinnacle of his life. His sons were also all outstanding individuals who entered officialdom and became high-ranking officials. Unfortunately, one day, the emperor listened to slander and threw his whole family into prison, where they remained for 10 years. Later, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he was reinstated to his original position. In short, he had tasted all the bitterness, sweetness, sourness, and saltiness of his life. After his death, none of his descendants fared well. However, at that moment, he suddenly awoke. When he looked again, the Taoist priest was sitting opposite him, and the millet porridge in the pot was still boiling. The story was called The Dream of Yellow Millet Before It Was Fully Cooked. After hearing the story, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya remained silent for a long time. They had never heard these two stories before and found them very novel. Watching someone play a game of chess, 100 years can pass in the blink of an eye. Imagine having a dream, experiencing a lifetime in the dream, only to wake up to find a pot of rice porridge still not cooked. These two stories left Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya with lingering memories, finding them truly wonderful. At this moment, Liu Chen said, "After I was carried back, I lay in bed and had a long dream." In the darkness, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya both stared wide-eyed. "Could it be?" Xie Qiao murmured. Zhao Daya rarely spoke up, but she did. "Brother Liu, you didn't also experience a lifetime in your dream, did you?" Liu Chen shook his head slightly. "If you're going to brag about it, then brag about it in a more mysterious way." "Actually, I experienced 3 lifetimes in my dreams." 3 lifetimes? Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya both exclaimed in surprise. Liu Chen continued, "The first life, which is my life, is a life of poverty and hardship for Xie Qiao and me. In the end, we both starved to death." Xie Qiao sighed deeply. Given their family's previous circumstances, they were definitely not going to have a good ending. However, she also felt a strange sense of sweetness in her heart. She actually spent her entire life with Liu Chen in his dreams. Zhao Daya, however, felt disappointed. She must have died long ago in Liu Chen's dream. "In my second life, I went to a magical world where food and clothing were plentiful and technology was advanced. People could use something called a cell phone to chat with people thousands or tens of thousands of miles away, and even see friends tens of thousands of miles away. People could ride huge iron birds and fly in the sky, covering tens of thousands of miles in a single day. The two stories I just told you are what I heard in this world. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya listened with rapt attention. They had no doubt about Lu Chen's words, because the things Lu Chen said were things they couldn't figure out no matter how hard they tried. Then there is only one possibility. He really saw these things in his dreams and actually lived through 3 long lifetimes in his dreams. And what about the third life? Xie Qiao couldn't wait to hear how wonderful Lu Qiao's third life would be. We finally reached the crucial point. Lu Chen said, "In my third life, I ended up in a world of cultivation. Cultivating immortality." Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya screamed again. This time their voices were even louder, so much so that they quickly covered their mouths. "Yes, cultivating immortality," Lu Chen said solemnly. "If it's not magic, then how does he explain his system?" "No wonder. Zhao Daya suddenly understood. That powerful pill, what else could it be but a magic pill? If it were an ordinary elixir, how could it have made her and Xie Qiao so strong?" Chapter 15, So Hungry. Students who frequently engage in deception know that there are strategies involved in deception. Therefore, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Unfortunately, I have disappointed you." "Husband, what's wrong?" Xie Qiao had a bad feeling. Even in the world of cultivation, immortals are only a tiny minority. The vast majority of people are just ordinary people like ants. Lu Chen sighed again. Immortals, how ethereal and transcendent they are. With a wave of their sleeves, they can flatten hundreds of mountains. With a flick of their fingers, they can annihilate millions of people. Throughout my life, I have relentlessly pursued the path to immortality. I left my homeland and traversed mountains and rivers, all in search of the immortal path. Yet in the end, I have accomplished nothing, not even managing to cross the threshold of the immortal path. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya looked regretful. It wasn't until I was nearly 80, old and frail, that I had no choice but to return to my hometown to await the day I would die. Lu Chen's tone was sorrowful and heavy. One day, I was tending to the vegetable garden in my yard when a wise old man with an otherworldly air suddenly appeared. As soon as I saw him, I knew he was no ordinary person, but an immortal. The immortal said that he had traveled for 10,000 years and felt mentally and physically exhausted, so he wanted to find a place to rest and calm down. After that, he stayed at my house for more than half a month. I served him diligently every day. After half a month, he left. Before leaving, the immortal said that he had a slight connection with me and bestowed upon me a minor supernatural power. This supernatural power can communicate with the outer world and can be used to exchange for and purchase various items. Unfortunately, because I failed to enter the path of immortality, I can only buy ordinary mortal items and cannot purchase items from immortals. As for the power pills you ate before, I can only say that they were mortal medicines tainted with a trace of immortal energy. After all, I also lived a lifetime in the immortal realm, so this could be considered an extra reward from this supernatural power. Lu Chen has finished speaking. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya still felt sorry for Lu Chen. If only he could cultivate himself into an immortal. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and a large pile of things appeared out of thin air and fell onto the wooden table. Lu Chen picked up something. This is a toothbrush used for brushing your teeth in the morning and evening. He picked up another item. This is toothpaste. You can apply it to your toothbrush to clean your teeth better. This is soap. You can use it to wash your hands, face, and body. This is shampoo, especially for washing hair. This is laundry detergent for washing clothes. This is a towel for wiping your face. This is a lighter used for starting a fire. This is... Although it was night, the 3 of them had taken the power pills, which strengthened all their organs and greatly enhanced their night vision. As a result, they could see objects in the dark several times better than ordinary people and could see them clearly. Lu Chen explained the purpose and usage of each item to the 2 of them one by one. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were completely stunned. This magic is truly amazing. Lu Chen had no choice. Living here was inconvenient in many ways, so he could only buy some daily necessities for now. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya both have a loyalty rating of 100, so he doesn't need to worry about them revealing his secrets. On the contrary, they would do everything they could to cover for him. It's time for a midnight snack. What would you two like to eat? It was late at night, and Lu Chen felt a little hungry. He figured the two of them were hungry too. We've already eaten so much today. Let's eat again tomorrow, Xie Qiao said. Both of them knew that Lu Chen's things didn't actually appear out of thin air, but were bought by Lu Chen with money. Lu Chen smiled. Although I don't have a lot of money, I can still afford to cover the food and expenses for our family of 3. Tell me what you want to eat. It won't cost much. Xie Qiao tilted her head and thought about it again and again. She felt that the chocolate she ate today tasted very good, and the cream bread was also very delicious. She didn't know how to choose for a moment. Zhao Dai said, Brother Lu, don't we have rice at home? Why don't I go and make some rice? Lu Chen smiled again. They were both quite thrifty and were thinking of ways to save him money. However, having made a considerable profit today, he didn't care about this small amount of money at all. He stretched out his hand, and 3 roast chickens and 3 scallion pancakes appeared on the table. The roast chicken and scallion pancakes were steaming hot and smelled delicious. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai couldn't help but swallow at the same time. They couldn't resist the aroma alone. Eat up, you can eat more, it's okay. The 3 of them are physically stronger than ordinary people, so eating more won't be a problem. After all, the 3 of them have been hungry for too long and were craving food. It's not too late to reduce your food intake when you've eaten too much meat and fish and your mouth isn't sore anymore. The roast chicken comes with gloves, so wear gloves before you eat it, Lu Chen reminded them. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai's appetites were whetted, and without further ado, they quickly put on gloves, picked up the roast chicken, and started gnawing on it. It smells so good. It smells so good. The 2 ate with their mouths full of oil. Lu Chen had been craving this for a long time, so he picked up a roast chicken and started eating it. At this moment, at the corner of Lu Chen's courtyard wall, Lu Qingping suddenly wrinkled his nose. Huh? What's this? It smells so good. Lu Qingping was thrown out twice by Zhao Dai today, and his leg was crippled both times. He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to file a complaint, but the county government was dozens of miles away, and he felt he wouldn't make it to the county office alive. Therefore, he planned to steal some rice from Lu Chen's house after everyone had gone to sleep. But when he listened from the corner, he found that Lu Chen and the other 2 were not asleep and were whispering to each other in the room. Just as they finally stopped talking, a delicious aroma of meat wafted over. These days, are there still people who can afford to eat meat? Lu Qingping couldn't believe it. If even grassroots are scarce, who can afford meat? Could it be that they're eating? Lu Qingping thought of the bandits who had died. No, it's roast chicken. Oh my God, it's roast chicken. Lu Qingping was filled with jealousy and hatred, as if a fire was burning in his chest and abdomen. A few years ago, when he went to town, he smelled the aroma of roast chicken in front of the roast chicken shop. Unfortunately, given his family's financial situation, he probably will never be able to afford roast chicken in his lifetime. Eating roast chicken in the middle of the night. What an extravagant family that must be. Let alone in such a year. Even in a year of great harvest, no one in Lujia village would be willing to eat roast chicken. Squatting in the corner, smelling the aroma of roast chicken, Lu Qingping felt as if he were being roasted over a fire, suffering terribly. Lu Qingping hadn't eaten anything for 3 days straight, and his stomach was throbbing terribly. Now all I can do is smell the aroma of roast chicken from the corner. Lu Qingping's saliva unknowingly dripped onto his clothes. Inside the house, Lu Chen asked as he ate, "Does this roast chicken smell good? Fragrant. Is it tasty? Tasty. Is it oily? So much oil." Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai both answered loudly. All 3 of them heard someone hiding outside, which is why they spoke like that on purpose, deliberately trying to tempt the person hiding in the corner. Lu Chen had basically guessed who the person hiding in the corner was. Today, everyone in the village received rice and flour, except for Lu Qingping. Everyone else is eating rice, so who would have the time to eavesdrop? Lu Qingping was the only one who didn't have the chance to enjoy such a meal, so only he had the leisure to do so. Lu Qingping listened to the 3 people inside the room asking and answering questions, and he almost ground his teeth to powder. He was both hungry and craving, angry and resentful, envious and jealous. In a moment of despair, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 16, Space Farming. Look closely. This farmer's name is Lu Chen. He is farming in the system space. After finally resolving the food crisis, Lu Chen, mindful of potential dangers even in times of peace, naturally began to plan for the future. The system has a vast and boundless space. If it is fully developed, it will bring him a continuous source of food and wealth in the future. After Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya went to sleep, Lu Chen bought some rice seeds, wheat seeds, potato seeds, sweet potato seeds, as well as various vegetable seeds such as cabbage, radish, and tomato. He entered the space and planted the seeds one by one in the several acres of cultivated land. Different seeds require different sowing methods. However, the system space is extremely intelligent. He only needed to think about it to quickly complete the sowing. This is actually how a system should be. After all, if tens of thousands of acres of farmland are developed in the future, relying on him to work alone, he would probably work himself to death and still not be able to cultivate more than a few acres. After sowing the seeds, Lu Chen used his mind to control the watering of the fields with spring water. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed that several fruit trees not far away were laden with fruit. Lu Chen was quite surprised. He remembered that when he last came in, these fruit trees had just started bearing fruit. In just 1 or 2 days, the fruit actually ripened. Lu Chen wanted to go over and pick a few apples to try, and also to let Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya have a taste. But then he suddenly thought of something and tried to put his idea into practice. The next moment, 2 bright red apples appeared in his hands. Sure enough, everything in this space can be controlled with a thought. This is so convenient. Lu Chen took a bite of an apple. It's crisp and sweet and very delicious. It tasted better than any other variety of apple he had ever eaten before. He picked another peach and tasted it. It was sweet, juicy, and incredibly delicious. Lu Chen was secretly overjoyed. It seems that everything in this space is extraordinary. He went to the spring again, cupped some water in his hands, and drank a mouthful. Wow! Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although the spring water is neither salty nor sweet, it tastes excellent. One sip and you feel incredibly comfortable all over, just like taking a few bites of chilled watermelon on a hot summer day, making every pore on your body feel refreshed. I should have known better than to buy bottled water. I'll just drink this spring water from now on. After several years of drought, the village now only has one well with some murky water, barely enough for the villagers to cook with. They can't even afford to use it to wash their faces, let alone take a bath or wash clothes. The spring water in the space seemed to be inexhaustible. He used a lot of water to water the land, at least several tons, but the water level of the spring did not decrease at all. After Lu Chen came out of the space, he went to the water tank at home and filled the empty water tank with the spring water from the space. After finishing all that, Lu Chen went back to his room to sleep. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. After getting up, Lu Chen found that Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya had already cooked rice porridge and were waiting for him to eat. A breakfast consisting only of rice porridge is indeed too simple. However, compared to life a few days ago, this was already incredibly good. During the meal, Lu Chen said, "After we finish eating, let's go to town." Taking out various items from Lu Chen's system isn't very convenient. It requires going through official channels first. He needs to buy a donkey cart or ox cart to find a place for his things. Xie Qiao was excited when she heard that they were going to town. Since she came to Lu Chen's house, she has hardly ever left the village. But Zhao Daya said she wouldn't go. She had to look after the house. There's still food at home. It wouldn't be safe to leave someone behind. That's fine. I'll take you next time. After the meal, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao and headed towards Fengqi town. Fengqi town is not far from Lujiazhai, only a dozen or so miles of mountain road. The two witnessed a truly tragic scene along their journey. People can be seen lying dead on the roadside from time to time. There were also groups of people fleeing the disaster. Lu Chen shook his head secretly. Where can they possibly escape to? Within the entire Great Zhou dynasty, few places were safe. The entire Central Plains and surrounding areas were suffering from famine. However, their location was right in the heart of the Great Zhou dynasty. In other words, no matter which direction you go, there is no good place within 1,000 miles. Upon arriving in Fengqi town, Lu Chen discovered that the situation there was not very good either. A scene of desolation. Most of the shops have already closed. Lu Chen asked some passersby for directions and quickly found the alley where mules and horses were sold. Unfortunately, there were only 2 skinny donkeys and a sickly old ox. Helpless, Lu Chen could only randomly pick a donkey. For such a donkey, Lu Chen was charged 10 taels of silver. After buying the donkey, Lu Chen suddenly saw a carriage on the street corner, but there was no horse. Lu Chen immediately became interested. Donkey carts and oxen can only be considered hand carts. The carriage, however, had a canopy, and the goods inside were not visible to outsiders, making it ideal for Chen to transport goods through the void. How much is this carriage? The old man selling horse-drawn carriages held up 2 fingers. 2 ounces? I'll take it. Chen examined the carriage carefully. It was made of high-quality materials and looked good. He guessed it belonged to a wealthy family and was being sold for some unknown reason. After buying the carriage, equipping it with the necessary gear, and harnessing the donkey to it, Chen looked at it and thought it looked quite presentable. The donkey was small and not quite right for pulling a horse-drawn cart, but it would have to do for now. Anyway, he was just using the car to cover for him, so there's no need to take it seriously. Even if he wanted to buy a horse now, he couldn't. The two drove their carriage to a cloth shop and bought 7 or 8 bolts of cloth for a few taels of silver. Although Chen's system shop also sells military uniforms and civilian clothes and even ancient leather armor, none of them are quite suitable. Afterwards, the two continued driving the donkey cart around the town. Chen wanted to see what kind of shops were in town and what they sold. Fengxi Town is the largest town in the surrounding area, and it used to be a very prosperous and bustling place. After several years of famine, the place has become somewhat dilapidated. Chen was driving the carriage when Xie Qiao suddenly called out from inside. "My lord, smell it. It seems something has happened over there." In fact, Chen also smelled a faint scent of blood. However, he initially thought it was someone slaughtering pigs and chickens, so he didn't pay any attention. "It looks like human blood." Chen looked in the direction from which the smell of blood was coming. "That area is entirely populated by residents of the town. Wait here for me, I'll go check." Chen got off the carriage and quickly walked into an alley. Once inside the alley, the noise from the street decreased significantly. He listened intently and quickly determined the approximate location. The gate of a house ahead was ajar, and there seemed to be faint sobbing sounds coming from inside. Chen leaped into the courtyard. The yard was a complete mess. Something definitely happened. Chapter 17 has a new member. Those who frequently participate in online gambling know that when the person you're gambling with is a stunningly beautiful woman, you often have other thoughts on the matter. Whether to go straight to the end or to do something first and then go to the end, many men know how to choose in this dilemma. You're the eldest, you go first. Shall I go first? Don't be so polite, brother. Please come on over. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Chen tiptoed to the door and heard several people inside politely deferring to each other. He casually took out a long sword from his spatial storage and then pushed open the door. Inside the room, 4 men were surrounding a young girl. Inside the room, on the floor, lay 2 corpses lying in pools of blood. Hearing the commotion, the 4 men turned around abruptly and saw Chen carrying a long sword. "Who are you?" the leading man asked in a deep voice. Chen sized up the 4 people. These 4 men were dressed as ordinary farmers, but they were all strong and powerful, clearly not real peasants. The girl behind them, though dressed as an ordinary village woman, had fair and smooth skin, which Chen could tell was not from an ordinary family. At this moment, her mouth was bound with a strip of cloth, and her eyes were filled with terror and despair as she looked towards Chen. "Who are you, and why are you getting involved in this mess?" The burly man at the head of the group shouted in a low voice again. In their eyes, Chen, wielding a long sword, was certainly no ordinary person. Chen did not answer. The reason he did not act immediately was because he was calculating the chances of saving the person. The 4 burly men were armed with different weapons. One carried a knife, one a sword, one an iron fan, and the other a short dagger. Judging from the weapons in their hands, they were clearly martial arts masters. Chen felt a little regretful. Actually, although his system shop doesn't have profound martial arts manuals like the Ninin manual, it does have general skill books, such as swordsmanship and knife techniques. Although these skill books have very ordinary names such as knife technique and sword skill, they're divided into 4 levels: ordinary, advanced, master, and god. But Chen knew one thing. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Even ordinary swordsmanship, in this world, would probably be far superior to many swordsmanship techniques with impressive sounding names. But it's no use talking about this now. Chen could only rely on his powerful physique to test the strength of the martial arts masters in this world. The 4 men inside the house, seeing Chen standing at the door without saying a word or making any other move, finally couldn't hold back any longer. A man said in a threatening tone, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." A ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the other man, holding an iron fan. His iron fan trembled violently, and 3 cold beams shot towards Lu Chen. With a light flick of his longsword, Lu Chen chopped down 3 hidden weapons. All of them looked surprised. Now, taking advantage of their momentary daze, Lu Chen charged forward like a cannonball. The 4 men hurriedly brandished their weapons and rushed towards Lu Chen. The blade flashed repeatedly. There was no clanging sound of weapons clashing. There were no screams of agony before death. The flashing of the blades ceased. 4 human heads rolled to the ground. Looking at the 4 corpses lying on the ground, Lu Chen was somewhat stunned. His strength completely overwhelmed his opponent. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Yesterday, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya performed well in their fight against the bandits, but compared to my performance just now, they were far inferior. But he had never practiced any swordsmanship before. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lu Chen looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. This was not a place to stay. He looked at the girl again. The girl's eyes were filled with horror as she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached out and untied the gag from her mouth. The young girl bowed gracefully to Lu Chen. "Thank you for saving me, my benefactor." Lu Chen asked briefly, "Are you going to report to the authorities, or are you coming with me?" The gang of thugs are not simple people, but the girl's identity is also not simple. "I'll go with you." After a moment's thought, the girl bit her lip and made up her mind. Lu Chen reached out and put his arm around her waist, quickly crossed the backyard, climbed over the wall, and entered another alley before putting her down. At this moment, the girl's face was flushed, and her head was almost drooping to her chest. She had never been so close to a man before, and her heart was pounding like a deer. "Don't speak, come with me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he led her through 2 alleys and back to the main street. Upon arriving at the carriage, Lu Chen helped the girl onto it and drove away from Fengqi town. Inside the carriage, Xie Qiao sized up the girl in front of him. This woman has an incredibly beautiful face, fair skin, and a figure that is the envy of many. Even Xie Qiao, who is also a woman, couldn't help but feel close to her. However, the girl's face was not good at this moment. In addition to her grief, there was also a cloud of worry between her brows. Xie Qiao knew she had just suffered a misfortune, so she didn't want to bother her and could only comfort her slowly when she got home. It was dusk when the carriage returned to Lujia village. Xie Qiao led the girl into the house, while Lu Chen unloaded the donkey and tied it in the yard. After that, he bought 10 large white steamed buns from the space, 2 caddies of pork belly, 2 large cabbages, a piece of tofu, 2 caddies of vermicelli, and some seasonings such as oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. He hadn't had pork stew with vermicelli in a long time, so that's what he'll have for dinner tonight. Inside the house, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were chatting quietly with the girl, while Lu Chen was cooking in the kitchen. Zhao Daya heard the noise from the kitchen and came over to help. Lu Chen said, "I'll take care of things here. You go and talk to them." Women can talk easily. 3 women make a drama, and it doesn't take long for them to get a general idea of the girl's situation. Seeing that Lu Chen insisted, Zhao Daya had no choice but to go. When the 3 of them sat down at the table to eat, Lu Chen saw that the girl's emotions had basically stabilized. During the meal, Lu Chen didn't ask any questions, but from listening to the 3 of them talk, he learned that the girl's name was Chu Yun. The 3 of them quickly finished their meal, and Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Only Lu Chen and Chu Yun remained in the room. "What are your plans?" Lu Chen got straight to the point. If she wants to be with him, he won't refuse. It's just supporting one more person. It's a small matter for him. In chaotic times, Lu Chen urgently needs to cultivate his own team. If she had other ideas, Lu Chen certainly wouldn't force her to stay. Forced relationships are never sweet. What he needs are loyal subordinates. Chu Yun lowered his head, seemingly afraid of Lu Chen. However, she quickly raised her head, her gaze firm. "Brother Lu, you've been so kind to me. I, Chu Yun, am now your man." Lu Chen kept looking at Chu Yun. The line of text above her head initially showed a loyalty level of 90, which then quickly changed to 100. Chapter 18, Soaring Combat Power. Look closely. This girl's name is Chu Yun. Her background was so mysterious that she didn't even dare tell the man who saved her life. That evening, Lu Chen convened a family meeting. "I estimate that the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty will be within the next 2 or 3 years. Lu Chen's opening remarks were a bombshell. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya remained calm upon hearing this. After all, Lu Chun had lived 3 lives and had seen real immortals before, and even obtained their supernatural powers. But these words sent a jolt through Chu Yun's heart. Who exactly is this boy from the remote, impoverished mountain village? Over the next 3 years, we must at least be able to protect ourselves and build our own team, and the 3 of you are the core members of that team. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Is this something a human being would dare to say? Lu Chun was ready to rebel the moment he opened his mouth in front of her, a newcomer who had just joined. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Lu Chun noticed that Chu Yun's loyalty level displayed above his head had begun to decrease. It dropped from 199, then to 98, 97, and finally settled at 95, where it stopped decreasing. Lu Chun nodded secretly. Hearing his treasonous and rebellious remarks, Chu Yun's ability to maintain a 95% loyalty level to him shows that she is still capable of being cultivated. Next, we need to do 3 things. Lu Chun continued. First, the 3 of you need to strengthen yourselves. I will teach you some combat techniques. Secondly, our family will grow larger in the future, so I plan to build a big house. Third, we need to find some good-natured, unmarried women of suitable age to expand our ranks. As for why we must find unmarried women, it's because the powerful pill I have only works on unmarried women. After Lu Chun finished speaking, he looked at the 3 girls and asked, "What questions do you have? You can ask them, and we can discuss them." Zhao Dia was the first to ask a question. Brother Lu, building a house isn't easy these days, is it? After all, Zhao Dia grew up with Lu Chun since she was a child, so she felt the least pressure in front of him. She felt that everyone in Lujia village was so hungry they could barely walk, so how could they work? Lu Chun said, "Everyone who comes to help build the houses will be provided with meals and 1 pound of rice per person per day." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dia immediately said, "Then it's all right. If word got out that they provide meals and give each person a pound of rice a day, the entire Lu family village will be fighting tooth and nail to get their hands on them. Even if they didn't give out rice, but only provided meals, people would still fight tooth and nail to get a share. People in the village are at risk of starving to death at any moment. Many haven't eaten anything for days. If it weren't for the few kilograms of grain that Lu Chun distributed, people might already be dying." At this moment, Chu Yun asked, "Brother Lu, what is this power pill you mentioned?" Lu Chun stretched out his hand, and in his palm was a pill. However, because it was too dark inside, Chu Yun couldn't see anything at all. Lu Chun stuffed the pill into Chu Yun's hand. Then he said, "This is the power pill. You take it later. Wife, please keep an eye on it for me." After giving his instructions, Lu Chun went out and bought a bunch of hay and some corn from the system shop, then fed the donkey he had just bought. Then he took out some spring water from his spatial storage and fed it to the donkey. After experiencing it firsthand over the past 2 days, Lu Chun learned that the spring water in this space has the effect of strengthening the body. At the same time, Lu Chun felt that the spring water also had the effect of treating minor ailments. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dia, as well as Lu Chun himself, all have various health problems. After drinking the spring water for 2 days, all the discomfort they felt disappeared. This might be due to the effects of the stimulant, but it's more likely that the spring water also played a role. The donkey looks sickly. It should recover quickly after drinking the spring water. At this moment, Chu Yun inside the house had already taken the stimulant. After experiencing excruciating pain all over his body, Chu Yun felt a surge of joy as he observed the changes in his body. Her frail body is now full of strength, and she feels completely relaxed, as if she has been reborn. She feels like she could take on 100 of them right now. If she had met Lu Chun sooner and taken the powerful pill sooner, the 2 old servants who had served her for over a decade wouldn't have died tragically at the hands of villains. Sister Qiao, who exactly is Brother Lu? Chu Yun couldn't help but ask Xie Qiao. Actually, she can only be considered Lu Chen's servant now. Logically, she should address Lu Chun and Xie Qiao as master and madam. But Lu Chun repeatedly emphasized that she was not allowed to call him that. Xie Qiao thought for a moment and said, "My husband was fortunate enough to meet an immortal and has some supernatural powers. This great strength pill can be considered a magic pill. An elixir." Chu Yun felt as if he had opened a new door and seen a bigger world. She actually came into contact with an extraordinary person. Chu Yun had no doubt about Xie Qiao's words. She personally experienced the miraculous effects of the power pill. Who but an immortal could produce such a miraculous medicine? That evening, Lu Chen purchased 2 skill books from the system store. One book is Master-Level Swordsmanship, and the other is Master-Level Archery. Ordinary swordsmanship and archery skills only cost 1,000 yuan. Advanced swordsmanship and archery skills, selling for 10,000. Master-level swordsmanship and archery skills, however, cost as much as 100,000 system coins. Fortunately, Lu Chen now has 250,000 system coins. After buying these 2 books, I still have 50,000 left. The gold and silver in the space warehouse, if converted into system currency, would amount to nearly 300,000. Lu Chen is now considered a small-time millionaire. Today, he deliberately drove his carriage around the town for a long time in search of the hidden treasure. After going around, he actually discovered more than 60 treasure locations. Fengqi town is much larger than the small Lujiazhai, so the buried treasure there is probably much more valuable. He plans to dig up these treasures the next time he goes to town, which will be another windfall. After purchasing master-level swordsmanship and master-level archery, Lu Chen immediately clicked to learn them. In just a short while, Lu Chen mastered both skills. Is this the power of the system? Lu Chen fell in a deep thought. If an ordinary person's fighting power is 1, then someone who has taken the power pill would have a fighting power of at least 100. Having mastered master-level swordsmanship, Lu Chen estimated that his combat strength now exceeded 300. His master-level swordsmanship boosted his combat power by at least 200 points. At the same time, after mastering swordsmanship, his originally poor physical condition was also compensated for, and his combat strength eventually reached around 300. However, Xie Qiao and her 2 companions' current combat strength is far from reaching the standard of 100. Lu Chen estimated that the 3 of them had a combat strength of at most around 50. Because their original foundation was too weak, their physical weakness will be made up for after they learn swordsmanship. In this way, after learning swordsmanship, their combat power will far exceed that of Lu Chen, reaching a level almost identical to Lu Chen's current level. Lu Chen was in a very good mood. He never expected that a mere sword technique would cause his small group's combat power to increase dramatically. Chapter 19. Building a House. Students who frequently build new houses know that the first step in building a house is definitely choosing a location. Early the next morning, Lu Chen walked around the village and finally settled on the address of the new house. The southeast corner of the village has a relatively flat terrain, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, making it very suitable for building houses. It's just that this place is a bit far from the other houses in the village and somewhat remote. However, Lu Chen's house is also located in the southeast corner of the village, which is quite close to his current home. After choosing a location, Lu Chen went to the home of village chief Lu Daji. No matter the era, when you need someone to do you a favor, you must bring a gift. Lu Chen spent 10 yuan to buy 2 jin of brown sugar from the system store and carried it to the village chief's house. Seeing the brown sugar in Lu Chen's hand, the village chief's wife, Zhang, smiled broadly, calling him my dear nephew with great enthusiasm. Brown sugar was a rare treat, and even as the village chief's wife, Zhang hadn't had it for several years. Upon entering the main room, Lu Daji dismissed the rest of the family and then asked Lu Chen, "Nephew, what brings you here today?" Lu Chen didn't mince words and got straight to the point. "Uncle 13, I've come today to buy a piece of land in the village and build another house." Build another house? Lu Daji was somewhat confused. What kind of year is this? Families can't even afford to eat, let alone chew tree bark. Who would bother building a new house? Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, my current house is too dilapidated. In the future, I want to buy a few more servants, so I want to build a new house." "You also want to buy people?" Lu Daji thought Lu Chen must have gone mad. Even though Lu Chen had just received some silver, rice was still very expensive. Although the amount of silver wasn't small, it wouldn't buy much rice. Moreover, he also needs to build a new house and buy servants. More people mean more mouths to feed, and everyone needs to eat every day. There's no harvest from the fields right now, so we have to buy all the grain with money. Lu Daji was constantly worried about feeding his large family and regretted having too many children. And Lu Chen actually wants to buy people at this critical juncture. I really don't know what he's thinking. Is this what you call a poor person suddenly becoming rich and not knowing what they want or who they want? But Lu Daji couldn't say much. He only offered a few words of advice to Lu Chen, but seeing that Lu Chen insisted on building a house and buying servants, he could only let him go. "Which plot of land do you want to buy? How big of a house do you want to build?" Lu Chen said, Let's buy 5 acres of land in the southeast corner of the village first. As for how big the house should be, I'll think about it. Lu Daji sighed inwardly again. How big of a house was he planning to build? He actually wanted to buy 5 acres of land. Even the village head's house in House on Village only occupies half an acre of land. Knowing he couldn't dissuade him, Lu Daji could only say that plot of land is worth 2 taels of silver per mu, so 5 mu would be 10 taels of silver. But with the current chaos of war, the land deeds have to be processed in the county, which is quite troublesome. It's okay, I'll go with you then, Lu Chen said. Lu Daji frowned and hesitated before saying, how about you let your nephew's wife and Zhao Daya go along too? He had witnessed Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya's abilities, so he wasn't afraid even if they encountered a small group of bandits on the way. But Lu Chen himself looked down on him. Okay, we'll do it your way. That's settled then. After Lu Chen left, Zhang came out of the inner room and chatted with her husband for a long time. Has this young man lost his mind? Why is he building houses? Why is he buying servants? We all know he's made some money, but even a lot of money can't support him spending like this. Sigh, a family really needs an elder. This young man is so reckless. No matter how much money he has, he'll squander it all. For the first time, Lu Daji felt that his wife's words made a lot of sense. In the afternoon, Lu Daji led a few people to measure the land for Lu Chen's house. With some food in their stomachs and a bit of energy, the villagers of Lujiazhai joined in to watch the excitement. Nowadays, villagers have virtually no entertainment activities, so this kind of thing is considered a major event in the village. Chu Yun couldn't show his face right now, so Lu Chen, Xie Qiao, and Zhao Daya went with the village chief to measure the land. The villagers were all talking about it, and they all thought the same thing as Lu Daji. Has Lu Chen's brain been damaged by a door? Does he still want to build a new house these days? I heard from the village chief's wife that he's planning to buy a few servants. What's he thinking? Does he think he has too much grain to eat? If he can't finish it, he can lend us a few pounds. I also heard that he bought a full 5 acres of land for his homestead. 5 acres of land. How many rooms is he planning to build? Is he planning to build a palace? Ugh, what a waste of money. Lu Chen overheard some of the murmurs from the crowd, but they didn't care. After measuring the land for their home, Lu Chen and his 2 companions returned home. Shortly after I arrived home, several villagers came to visit. Xiao Chen, when will your new house construction start? My sons De Zhuang and heir Zhuang are pretty idle at home. Could they come and help with the construction? Nephew, building new house is a big deal, and it's not easy for you to manage it all by yourself. How about I come and help you? We're all family, so pay doesn't matter, as long as you can provide a meal. Brother Lu Chen, we grew up together. When you build your new house, you absolutely must call me brother. If you don't, I won't consider you my brother anymore. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen explained the terms of the contract. What? Lunch is provided, with unlimited rice and steamed buns. What? Meals are provided, and you even get paid a pound of fine rice a day. Several villagers couldn't believe their ears when they heard about this treatment. The promise of unlimited rice and steamed buns alone would drive the entire village crazy. If it weren't for the 2 gene of rice and 1 gene of wheat flour distributed by Lu Chen, most of the villagers wouldn't have eaten refined rice and wheat flour for several years. They planned to feed their whole family for a month with just these 3 pounds of refined grain. If you'd like to help, come to my house starting tomorrow. Lu Chen planned to strike while the iron was hot and build the house as soon as possible. Many of the village's experienced house builders would often go to town to help build houses when the harvest was good. At that time, there were basically no professional construction teams in the countryside. The villagers were enough to build houses. After these villagers left Lu Chen's house, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Lu family village. Many villagers flocked to Lu Chen's house, fearing that if they arrived even a moment later, they would miss their turn. Some villagers who originally had no such idea, as well as some villagers who had some minor grudges with Lu Chen's family, couldn't sit still any longer and followed the crowd to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen accepted all comers. He treated even Zhao Dai's biological father, Zhao Taidan, the same way. Almost every household in Lujiazhai had someone sign up. Lu Chen was busy for quite a while. Even the 2 sons of the village chief, Zhao Daji, signed up. Chapter 22 Uncles. Look closely, this man's name is Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping is about to faint from anger today. When he heard that Lu Chen's family was going to build a new house, he immediately grabbed his younger brother Lu Qingyuan and followed the others to Lu Chen's house. That kid is such a spendthrift. Tell me, everyone in In this kind of year, who would build a new house? He must be bored out of his mind. Lu Qingping walked and chatted with several villagers. As an elder, he kept complaining about Lu Chen in front of several villagers. Lu Qingyuan chimed in. Even if it's for building a new house, you can't hire this many people. Even if each family contributes one person, that's still over 60 people. And they're providing meals. How much grain would that take to eat every day? I heard they're even providing enough to eat. You tell me, even the village chief's family can't possibly have enough to eat every single meal. The villagers just listened. No one responded to the two brothers. The Lu brothers didn't seem embarrassed and continued talking to themselves. TSK. Not only is it enough to fill his stomach, but it's also rice and white flour buns. When I get there later, I'm going to give him a good talking to. My brother is gone, so I'm his elder now. Without me as his elder to take care of him, he'll squander his family fortunes sooner or later. Several villagers cursed inwardly. Everyone was finally able to have a full meal, and these two actually interfered, so naturally they weren't going to give them a friendly look. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan were lazy and gluttonous, and they were also petty thieves. Their character was extremely bad, and many people would avoid them like the plague. The only reason I'm hanging out with these two today is because of Lu Chen. If they weren't Lu Chen's uncles, these villagers would have run far away long ago. When Lu Qingping and his brother arrived at Lu Chen's house with several villagers, there were still many people waiting to register in the yard. Seeing so many people in front of him, Lu Qingping pushed his way forward. Lu Qingyuan also squeezed into the crowd. Lu Chen was talking to two villagers who had signed up when Lu Qingping went up and interrupted their conversation. Xiao Chen, I'm not trying to criticize you, but why did you bring so many people here to build just a few houses? You should rest first. Let me give you my opinion. Lu Qingyuan also spoke in the tone of an elder. Xiao Chen, we are all family. If you want to build a house, your second uncle and I should handle it. You go in first, and we will take care of choosing the people. The two brothers had already decided that they would not accept anyone who had ever had a conflict with them. Take Su Heng next to us, for example. He's a son-in-law who moved into the family's home, yet he still wants to take advantage of their family. He's just dreaming. They hadn't forgotten that 2 years ago, when they went to steal his family's geese at night, Su Heng caught them and gave them a good scolding, making the two brothers lose face. Want to help Lu Chen's family again today? No way. This is a great job that guarantees a full meal, and you get a pound of rice every day. Lu Chen looked up and saw Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Although these were his two uncles, he considered them nothing. Even a stranger is 100 times better than his two uncles. When his parents were still alive, these two uncles would come to his house every day to freeload. After his parents went into the mountains and disappeared, they never came to his house again. When Lu Chen was starving to death, he wanted to borrow some food from their house to save his life, but they cursed at him and eventually beat him out of the house by the two brothers. How dare they even show their faces now? You two don't need to worry about my family matters. Please go back, Lu Chen said without any politeness. Lu Qingping immediately flew into a rage, hands on his hips, glaring at his elders, and said, "How dare you speak to someone like that? Is that how you talk to your elders?" Lu Qingping has been seething with anger since the night before last. While Lu Chen and the others were at home eating roast chicken, he fainted from hunger. What an unfilial child. Lu Qingyuan chimed in. Xiao Chen, this is wrong of you. No matter what, we are your uncles. Look at yourself. Is this how a junior should speak? Lu Chen laughed in anger. Elders? When my parents were still alive, you two came to my house every day to freeload, but when I was starving to death, how did you treat me? Your junior. You have such a big face, daring to call yourselves my elders. Seeing that Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan were still trying to cause trouble, Lu Chen immediately shouted into the house. Dia! Zhao Dia immediately came out of the house. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan had both witnessed Zhao Dia's fierceness, and they immediately cowered when they saw her come out. Lu Qingping shrank back a few feet and hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, we're all family. Let's talk this out. Dia, my Xiao Hua was just digging for grassroots with you a few days ago. Upon hearing Lu Qingping's words, Lu Chen suddenly had another idea. When Zhao Dia reached out to grab Lu Qingping by the back of the neck, Lu Chen said, Wait a minute. Zhao Dia obediently took a step back. Lu Qingping breathed a long sigh of relief and gave Lu Chen a fawning smile. The way everyone looked at Lu Qingping was full of disdain. Lu Chen spoke up. Originally, I would never have wanted either of your families, but upon hearing this, Lu Qingping thought, there's hope. He hurriedly said, nephew, just say it, we'll listen to you. Yes, yes, yes. Uncle will listen to you. Lu Qingyuan hurriedly echoed. Then let Xiaohua and Xiaoyu come. However, since they are girls and still young, they can only be given half a gene of rice a day. If you are willing, then let them come. If not, then never mind. Lu Xiaohua is Lu Qingping's eldest daughter, and she is 13 years old this year. Lu Xiaoyu is Lu Qingyuan's eldest daughter, and she is only 10 years old this year. Their status in their respective families was not much different from that of Zhao Daya. They started working nonstop from a very young age. They did all the cooking, laundry, yard cleaning, field work, and grass cutting. The two of them did everything inside and outside the house. Meanwhile, their younger brothers only ate, drank, and had fun all day long, doing nothing at all. Even so, they were still beaten and scolded by their parents every day and ordered around by their younger brothers. This is an extreme example of the preference for sons over daughters. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were servants bought by the two families. They are not even as good as servants. In this respect, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan truly deserve to be called brothers. Although they are still young, Lu Chen is already considering whether to take them into his home. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan looked troubled. They were certainly not happy to have their daughter help Lu Chen's family. If you come to help, you'll get a full meal, including rice and steamed buns. You don't want to? Then forget it. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Daya. Lu Chen finally understood. Zhao Daya now understand her own position very well. Zhao Daya used to call him Brother Chen, but now she calls him Brother Lu. Moreover, nowadays, she does whatever Lu Chen says without hesitation. Seeing Zhao Daya's unfriendly expression as she prepared to attack, Lu Qingping panicked and hurriedly said, all right, let my Xiaohua handle it. Lu Qingyuan also said, I'll have Xiaoyu come too. If they don't agree, I'm afraid they won't even have half a pound of rice to eat every day. Without this half pound of rice, someone from either of their families would have starved to death within the next few days. Chapter 21, if we're going to build something, let's build a courtyard house. Students who frequently build courtyard houses know that the size of courtyard houses varies. The small courtyard house occupies only half an acre of land and has about 10 rooms. Large courtyard houses can cover an area of more than 20 or even 40 mu. That evening, Lu Chen found Tian Luzhu, who had the most experience in building houses in the village. Tian Luzhu often leads a few people from the village to the town to help people build houses. He is the undisputed leader of the construction industry in Lujiazhai. After arriving at Tian Liuzhu's house, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. Tian Liuzhu's family didn't even have oil for lamps, so the house was pitch black. With no other option, the two of them moved 2 stools to the yard and sat down to chat. Feng, Liuzhu's wife, also warmly brought them 2 bowls of water. Tian Luzhu hadn't helped anyone build houses for 2 years, and his family was also struggling financially. Lu Chen is now the hope for the entire village to survive. Luzhu's wife looks at Lu Chen as if he were a white rice bun. Thinking of the rice buns she was about to receive, she kept swallowing her saliva as she looked at Lu Chen. If she weren't a bit older, Lu Chen would have suspected that she had feelings for him. Uncle Zhuzi, I've come today to ask you about my plans to build a 3-courtyard house. I need a lot of bricks, tiles, and wood. I'd like to know the total cost. Upon hearing this, Tian Luzhu was immediately stunned. Feng, who was sitting on the threshold listening to the two talking, was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped, and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Huh, nephew, my hearing isn't very good. I didn't hear what you said clearly. After standing there dumbfounded for a long time, Tian Luzhu finally asked tentatively. Lu Chen repeated it again. How much material is needed for a courtyard house with 3 courtyards and 3 entrances, and how much silver will be required in total? Tian Luzhu then realized he hadn't misheard. He paused for a while before saying, Nephew, you're young. You don't understand building houses. Do you know how many rooms there are in this 3-courtyard Sihiyuan? How many rooms? Tian Luzhu immediately adopted the demeanor of a professional and said, This courtyard house with 3 courtyards has at least 20 rooms. More than 20 rooms. After saying that, he glanced sideways at Lu Chen, wanting to see how stunned he would be. Lu Chen's family only has 2 people in total, and even if you include Zhao Daya, there are only 3 people. With such a big yard, how do they live? Does each person have to live in 10 rooms? But Lu Chen touched his nose and said slowly, Only 20 rooms? That's a bit few. I've heard that 3 courtyard houses come in all sizes. The house I'm going to build will need at least 40 rooms. What? More than 40 rooms? Tian Luzhu jumped up immediately. He really jumped. There was no faking it. Are you serious? Lu Chen said, yes, really. Lu Chen had already thought it through. Actually, 40-odd rooms aren't quite enough. If we don't have enough land later, we can buy more and continue building. Tian Luzhu looked at Lu Chen again and again. By the moonlight, Tian Luzhu stared at Lu Chen for a long time, and only after seeing that Lu Chen was not joking at all did he begin to believe him. He stroked the few strands of beard on his chin, shook his head, and thought for a long time before slowly saying, such a big house should cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. Building such a large house is not as simple as just buying bricks, tiles, and timber. All aspects of the expenses must be taken into account. Moreover, just the blue bricks and tiles alone would cost several hundred taels of silver. Lu Chen stood up and said, the money is no problem. In the next couple of days, you can draft a plan to see how the house should be built. Once you've decided, we'll start construction in a couple of days. Before leaving, he added, Uncle Zhu, I've decided on your wages. 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of flour a day. I'll leave the house to you. Oh, and remember to come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Watching Lu Chen walk out of the courtyard, Tian Luzhu and Feng Shi stood there dumbfounded for a long time without making a sound. After a while, Madame Feng approached Tian Luzhu and asked uncertainly, Father-in-law, did I hear that right? Xiao Qiao said 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of wheat flour a day. Tian Luzhu initially thought he had misheard, but after hearing Feng's words, he was certain that he hadn't misheard. You ignorant woman, you're so short-sighted. All you've got is 5 pounds of rice and 2 pounds of flour. Tian Luzhu pretended to be calm. However, Feng was his wife, and his pretense naturally did not escape her notice. You make it sound so easy for you, so why are you trembling like that? Tian Luzhu then realized that his body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he had malaria. Isn't it because the air is too cold? Madame Feng, it's only been a few months. Where did this chill come from? Listen to yourself. Your voice is trembling. Indeed, Tian Luzhu's voice trembled as he spoke. 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of wheat flour. That's enough to keep their family of 10 or so alive for a month. In this year of great famine, we should be thankful if we don't starve to death. This young man from the Lu family saved our whole family's lives. Tian Luzhu was extremely grateful. If Lu Chen's family ever has any problems in the future, we must do our best to help them. Madame Feng added, Lu Chen's home. Before going to sleep, Lu Chen remembered 2 more things. He asked Chu Yun, Miss Chu, can you read? Chu Yun replied, I know a few characters. Lu Chen knew that she was just being modest. A lady from a respectable family like her could read most books fluently as long as she could read. He immediately said, from now on, you will teach her and her 2 daughters to read. My wife and my daughter, starting tomorrow, you 2 will spend at least 1 hour each day learning to read with Chu Yun. The 3 agreed in unison. From now on, the 3 of them will have to master the use of firearms. If they are illiterate, it will be difficult for them to learn how to use some modern weapons. He would observe first to see how well Chu Yun could read. If she has a high level of education, she can become the cultural studies teacher in his team. He did not want to hire a male teacher who was more qualified. In his team, everyone must have a certain level of combat ability, or at least the ability to protect themselves. He doesn't need a weak scholar who only knows how to read books. Also, Miss Chu, what about your current identity? Without a second thought, Chu Yun immediately replied, I am willing to sell myself into slavery. Lu Chen smiled and said, actually, if you are unwilling, I will not force you. Even if you do not do this, I can still protect you. Since Chu Yun took the power pill, her loyalty has long since returned to 100%. Although her unregistered status is inconvenient, Lu Chen can protect her now. Chu Yun replied, Brother Chu, you saved my life in town and gave me the power pill. I belong to you completely, without any reluctance. If that's the case, then let's sign a contract of servitude. Chu Yun went into the inner room, bought a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone from the system space, and wrote a simple contract in the dark. The 2 of them signed their names, and the matter was settled. This is just a private white contract, not a red contract with an official seal. That's enough. Chapter 22, The Big Pot of Rice arrives. Look closely. This girl's name is Lu Xiaohua. If her biological father, Lu Qingping, was the #1 scoundrel in Lujia village, then her biological mother, he sure, was the #1 shrew in Lujia village. You bastard. Listen to me. When it's time to eat less and hide all the food in your clothes to bring back to me. Also, that half-pound of fine rice, if you dare to keep even a single grain, I'll skin you alive when we get back. His finger jabbed hard into Lu Xiaohua's forehead. The petite Lu Xiaohua was so jabbed that she stumbled back 2 steps and almost fell flat on her back. Yes, mother, I understand. Lu Xiaohua looked terrified, like a frightened little quail. In the next room, at the home of the third brother, Lu Qingyuan, a similar scene was unfolding. Lu Xiaoyu was also repeatedly warned by her parents. Don't think that just because you went to your cousin's house to work, he can protect you. Remember, we are your real parents. You must remember to be filial to us. Here's a bag. Remember to put all your rice and steam buns in this bag when you eat. Don't let anyone see it. It's okay if you eat less, but if your 3 younger brothers go hungry, I'll beat you to death. When Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu came out of the house, both little girls looked gloomy. When they heard that they could go to their cousin's house to help out, they were excited for a long time, thinking that they would finally be able to have a full meal, and it would be rice and white flour steam buns. But who knew that their parents had all thought of this and had already cut off their hopes in advance? Let's go, little you. Even if we don't get enough to eat, it's good to have a little bit. At least we won't starve to death. Lu Xiaohua comforted her 10-year-old cousin. A glint flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Yes, even if she could only eat a couple of mouthfuls of rice or a couple of bites of steam bun, her life would not have been in vain. As far back as she can remember, she has never tasted what rice tastes like, nor has she ever known what white steam buns taste like. She hasn't eaten a single grain of whole grain for over a month. She hasn't even had a sip of herbal soup for 2 days. Thinking of the rice and steam buns that were about to be eaten, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Chen's home. Lu Chen never expected his house to be so lively today. Before dawn, Lu Chen was still lying in bed when he heard a commotion outside, but he ignored it. Lu Chen didn't get up until it was fully light. When he stepped outside, he witnessed a spectacular scene. His small courtyard was packed with people. Even outside the courtyard, there were more than 100 people. Fortunately, Lu Chen was prepared. He had prepared all the cooking utensils before going to bed last night. 2 large iron pots for cooking rice and stir-frying vegetables, a steamer for steaming buns, a large basin for kneading dough, a large iron spatula for stir-frying, several large cutting boards, 200 large porcelain bowls, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, MSG, chicken bouillon, broad bean paste, and chili sauce. There are also 30 gene of pork belly, 10 gene of pork fat, 100 gene of Chinese cabbage, 20 gene of tofu, 20 gene of vermicelli, 10 gene of white radish, and 10 gene of red radish. All the tableware and ingredients had already been piled up in the kitchen and the main room. What he's going to do today is make a big pot of stewed pork with vermicelli, served with rice and steamed buns. Today he made sure these villagers had a good meal. With the 2 kilograms of rice and flour he distributed to the villagers the day before yesterday, their stomachs should be able to hold up today. When the villagers saw Lu Chen come out, they immediately stirred up a commotion. Xiao Chen, tell me, what do you want your uncle to do? Nephew Xiao Chen, just tell me what you want me to do, and I'll do it. Give me your orders. Nephew. Lu Chen held out his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. If anyone knows how to build a stove, let's build a few stoves in the yard first. I can. Let me do it. I can do it too. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lu Chen said. Then I'll trouble you uncles to build 3 stoves and 3 cutting boards, and then go find some firewood for cooking later. A dozen or so villagers immediately began to busy building stoves. There were also about 20 villagers who hurriedly left the village to find firewood. The remaining villagers stared expectantly at Lu Chen, waiting for him to assign them tasks. Come a few more people and move all the meat and vegetables out of the house and process them. Several villagers hurried inside the house and brought out the meat and vegetables. Upon seeing the meat and vegetables that had been brought out, all the villagers gasped in shock. They never expected that they would actually have meat to eat today. And there are so many. This is something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Lu Chen added, after we finish building the stove, let's cook a big pot of rice porridge first. After we finish the porridge, we can stir-fry some vegetables, steam rice, and steam buns later. With so many villagers in front of him, Lu Chen couldn't just buy cooked food from the system store, so he had to make it on the spot. After explaining these matters, Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya to keep an eye on things at the scene, while he went back into the house. Chuyin stayed alone in the inner room and did not show himself. Lu Chen wanted to talk to her. Chuyin also had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Lu Chen. Aren't you wondering where all these things of mine came from? Lu Chen asked. Chuyin was also puzzled. This room was completely empty before I went to bed last night. When I woke up, I found a room full of kitchen utensils and a huge pile of ingredients. Where did these things come from? She didn't believe that Lu Chen had bought these things from the town overnight. Not to mention that it's hard to buy these kinds of foods in town now. Even if you could, who would sell them to him in the middle of the night? When Chuyin heard Lu Chen ask her this, she naturally wanted to know the answer. However, she suddenly realized something, and her gaze toward Lu Chen became firm. Brother Chu, your secret is my secret. Whether you tell me or not, I'm still yours. She was originally a servant girl bought by Lu Chen, and Lu Chen was her master. Moreover, Lu Chen was not only her savior, but also her second parents. The fact that Lu Chen cares about her feelings and her inner thoughts makes her feelings for him even stronger. Lu Chen was surprised that Chu Yun was so understanding and nodded secretly. It's so comfortable dealing with smart people. He then said, you will gradually learn about this matter in the future. He said no more. At this moment, in the courtyard, the villagers were busy building stoves, washing and rinsing vegetables, chopping meat and vegetables, and kneading dough. However, without Lu Chen's permission, no one asked anyone to cook. Actually, the villagers were all very curious. They were supposed to be there to help build the house, but Lu Chen hasn't made them do any work yet. It wasn't until Xie Qiao told them to cook a large pot of rice porridge that the villagers started boiling water. When it was time to add rice to the pot, the two villagers took the rice bags, put only a little bit into the pot, and dared not add any more. After all, this is pure white, finely polished rice. When they cook rice porridge at home, they only put a small handful of brown rice into the pot and dare not put in more. Xie Qiao retorted, add more. Add more. It's too little. Add more. When everyone saw the rice in the bag being poured into the boiling iron pot, their mouths watered involuntarily. Who would dare to be so extravagant when cooking rice porridge? It's almost like rice. Chapter 23, Is it okay to eat for free? Those who have often gone hungry during famines know that if you're suddenly able to have a full meal, you absolutely cannot eat too much. This is why Lu Chen cooked a pot of rice porridge first. Although he had just distributed a few kilograms of grain to the villagers, these villagers were used to being frugal and would certainly not be willing to eat more. This rice porridge was meant to be the last thing these villagers ate. A large pot of rice porridge was quickly devoured. Oh, this rice porridge smells so good. This rice porridge is so thick. Yesterday, the rice porridge in my house was so thin you could see your reflection in it. The villagers, numbering around 100, were very satisfied with their rice porridge. After the meal, a rosy glow appeared on their dark, thin faces. The spring water in the system space is very nourishing, as Lu Chen has experienced firsthand. In addition, this was also because the villagers were too excited. Therefore, they appeared to be full of energy. After the villagers finished drinking the porridge, Lu Chen spoke. Uncles and brothers, there's not much to say today. We just need to clear the weed from the land and level the ground. The villagers did not understand what he meant. Nephew, is that all? An uncle asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, that's all for today. After lunch, you can go home and rest. What? You can get 2 meals with such a small amount of work. The villagers were all stunned. What kind of treatment is this? Lu Chen said, Uncles, brothers, and sisters, I know that everyone has been having a tough time lately. If we start doing heavy work right away, our bodies will definitely not be able to take it. So I want everyone to have a few good meals first to rest and recuperate. Once we have the strength, we can officially start working. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. There are still such great employers in the world. So all those past 2 days were just him inviting everyone to his house for a free meal. Thank you all for your help. Please clean up the ground on the homestead in the next couple of days. The villagers were extremely grateful and hurried to their homesteads not far away. Lu Chen called out to the few people walking behind him and asked them to start a fire, cook the pot, chop the meat and vegetables, and rinse the rice to prepare for the afternoon's communal meal. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were also kept behind by him to help prepare the dishes. After that, Lu Chen handed over the remaining work to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya. He then returned to his room. He closed the door and entered the system space. He had forgotten one thing, to pick the fruit from some of the fruit trees. Only by picking all the fruit can the fruit tree continue to flower and bear fruit. He only had to think about it for a moment before all the fruit from the trees was put into the warehouse. The crops and vegetables in the several acres of land have already grown quite tall. Chen estimates that they will be ready to harvest in about 2 more days. Crops in the system space have a very short growing season. Let's cultivate a few more acres of land. It's convenient for planting and harvesting anyway. With another thought, Chen expanded the area of the field instantly. In the blink of an eye, the farmland area reached about 100 acres. Chen wanted to cultivate more land, but he felt a little dazed and his head was spinning. So, there are restrictions on reclaiming land. Chen estimated that he could only cultivate about 100 acres a day, any more than that, and his mental energy couldn't keep up. This mental energy is probably equivalent to a game character's mana bar. 100 mu a day is not a small amount. 100 days would be 10,000 mu. Don't rush, take your time. Chen bought some rice and wheat seeds from the system store and planted them in all the fields. Perhaps due to system space limitations, rice, like wheat, is entirely grown in dry fields and does not require paddy fields. He then sprinkled spring water on the fields. Afterwards, he went to his room in the small building and took a nap for a while. The clean, soft bedding had a faint scent of sunshine. Compared to the beds here, the beds at his home were like pigsties. He was eagerly anticipating the completion of the new house so he could move in as soon as possible. Upon waking up, he quickly left the space. When I went outside, it was still not noon. Chen sensed something was amiss. It is very likely that time in the system space is not synchronized with real time. He felt like he had slept for at least 4 hours in the space, but in reality, only a short while had passed. He bought a watch in the system store, checked the sun's position, adjusted the time by feel, and then put the watch on his arm. That's right, to avoid being seen, he wore it on his arm instead of his wrist. It was still early before lunchtime. In this rural area, people have eaten 2 meals a day for generations. "Nephew, how do you steam these buns?" An uncle came over and asked Chen, looking rather embarrassed. Chen really knows his stuff. In his past life, he really did steam buns, and he even owned his own shop. He not only steamed buns, but also steamed dumplings. He not only steamed buns, but also made dumplings. He can not only make dumplings, but also make spicy soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and pan-fried buns. And he can also stir-fry dishes and cook large meals. It's all tears when I think about it. Recalling his past life, Chen's eyes welled up with tears. What did they say? I've been steaming buns since I was little, and I've experienced everything. In his previous life, Chen had worked in quite a few industries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost everything. Chen then explained the method of steaming buns to the group of them. Of course, he also had to keep an eye on things from the sidelines to prevent any mistakes. Chen chatted with a few villagers who were preparing the food for a while, and he quietly checked the time. It's already 2 p.m. Chen rolled up his sleeves. Let's get started. 10 pounds of chopped pork fat were poured into a newly opened large iron pot and simmered over a low flame. Before long, the pot began to sizzle and crackle. After the cracklings were fried until golden brown, Chen scooped them out and then ladled out most of the lard. The villagers haven't had any oil in their stomachs for years, so the dishes can't be too oily or they'll get diarrhea. Then pour the chopped pork belly into the pot and stir fry. Soon, the aroma filled the air. The aroma of the food caught the attention of the villagers who were helping to prepare it, and they all gathered around the large pot. "Nephew, I didn't know you could cook." One of the villagers stared at the oily pork belly in the pot, trying to make conversation. While busy with his work, Chen chatted with him casually. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu stood at a distance, occasionally glancing in their direction. Xie Qiao brought over 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, picked up some fried pork cracklings, and came to the 2 of them. "Xiaohua, Xiaoyu, come on, try this." Lu Xiaohua hurriedly waved her hand. No, sister-in-law, I'm already full." Lu Xiaoyu, who was only about 10 years old, seemed even more uneasy. She put her hand behind her back and kept shaking her head, saying, "Sister-in-law, I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat." Xie Qiao shoved the bowls into their hands. "Eat up. It's not anything special. We still have a long way to go, so have a little something to tide you over." Chen specifically asked Xiaohua and Xiaoyu to help, and Xie Qiao had already vaguely guessed his intention. They naturally treated the 2 of them differently. Xie Qiao said that this oil residue was not a good thing. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, however, did not think so. They haven't eaten meat for years. Even fried pork cracklings were something Lu Xiaohua had only eaten once several years ago. That taste. Many times at night, she would dream of eating fried pork cracklings, and when she woke up, her saliva would soak the blanket. Finally, she can eat pork cracklings again. Chapter 24, Eating and Taking. Look closely, this chef's name is Chen. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a large pot of steaming hot and fragrant stew was served. Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao, each holding a large rice ladle, were preparing to serve food to the villagers. The 100 or so villagers, their eyes fixed on the meat and vegetables in the big pot, were already itching with anxiety. It really is rice. And big white steamed buns. This young man is really honest. This dish also contains fatty pork, tofu, and glass noodles. Even wealthy families wouldn't dare eat that during the new year. Chen is such a kind young man. He's taking good care of the villagers. We should treat him well in the future. The villagers talked loudly, as if afraid that Chen wouldn't hear them. Just before the meal was served, Chen explained something to the villagers, whose eyes were practically glowing with envy. It's not that I'm reluctant to let everyone eat more, it's just that everyone has been hungry for so long, so we dare not eat too much at once, otherwise our stomachs will burst. Your belly might not burst, but your stomach could. The villagers have been suffering from hunger for a long time, and they knew that. One villager immediately shouted, "Brother Chen is right. Old Wang from the next village died last year from overeating, didn't he? I want to see him," and he vomited a lot of blood. It was truly horrible. Brother Chen is doing this for our own good. The villagers all agreed. Therefore, each person can only take about half a bowl of vegetables, 2 steamed buns, or a bowl of rice. We will gradually increase the amount of food for everyone in the future. After Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Line up, let's eat." The villagers, having been served their rice, didn't even bother to find a seat before immediately shoveling several mouthfuls into their mouths. It smells so good. It smells amazing. It's so delicious. I've forgotten how long it's been since I've tasted meat. And this rice, it's so white and has such a chewy texture. If I could eat as much as I wanted, I could eat 5 big bowls. Everyone ate while praising the food. Chen, Xie Qiao, and Zhao Daya were not given any special treatment. The 3 of them also got food and ate with everyone. The ingredients are green, and the processing is clean and hygienic. He also likes to eat this kind of large pot cooking, so there is no need to cook separately. While eating, Chen suddenly noticed that his 2 cousins seemed to have strange expressions. "It's just a meal. Why are you acting like a thief?" At first, he thought that Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were just used to being teased at home and had to be careful even when eating. But he soon discovered that the 2 of them had barely eaten anything. They quietly poured the food into a small bag they were carrying. Upon seeing this, Chen frowned slightly. This is probably not an isolated case. Many villagers probably secretly hide some food and take it home so that their families can also eat some. He immediately stood up and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, I know you all have your own difficulties, but I invited you here to work. If you don't have enough to eat, how can you work for my family? Therefore, I hope everyone will finish their food and not take it home." Many villagers looked somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, on the other hand, looked utterly frightened. They exchanged glances, unsure whether they should take out the food they had hidden. When everyone was almost finished eating, Chen gestured to Xie Qiao to get some more food for Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, and told her to watch the 2 of them finish eating before he was done. After everyone finished eating, Chen asked Zhao Daya to distribute rice to everyone. Although work hasn't officially started yet, we've already promised to distribute the grain, so we can't go back on our word. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all rushed over to help wash the pots and dishes. After that, they happily went home with their share of rice. On their way home, they were still savoring the meal and were already looking forward to tomorrow's meal. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were the last to leave. In the end, Chen did not expose their secret of bringing food along. It wouldn't be a bad thing to let their parents have a taste of the benefits. After all, this was the last bit of sweetness they could taste. In the future, they might often think about this sweet treat and the feeling of longing for it, but not being able to get it probably won't be very pleasant. After everyone had left, Chen drove the carriage towards the town amidst the envious gazes of several villagers. Chen's available funds were insufficient to cover the cost of building the house. He went to the town and dug up those dozens of treasures. While Chen leisurely made his way to Fengqi town, Lu family village was already in an uproar. Every household was enjoying the food and steamed buns brought back by the man who had gone to help Lu Chen's family. Many people, or rather the vast majority of villagers, haven't smelled meat for several years. The food they secretly took back was not much. Those who didn't go to help with the work could only taste a small bite of fatty meat or a small piece of white steamed bun. A woman said to her husband, "My dear husband, I only ate half a piece of meat today. Bring back a few more pieces tomorrow, so I can have a little more." The man replied, "Why are you always thinking good things? Lu Chen saw me taking these foods today, and it won't be okay tomorrow. What if he sees me taking food home again and fires me? A pound of rice a day isn't enough for you guys." The woman could only sigh and give up. A pound of rice a day is 100 times better than before. Without that pound of rice, people would starve to death. Xie Qiao's house. Chen divided the pieces of fatty meat and tofu that Zhao Taidan had brought into 3 portions, one for her and one for her 2 sons, and half a steamed bun for each of them. They quickly devoured it all. That unfilial brat Dia. I secretly asked her to add more food for me, but she didn't even lift an eyelid. "I'm so angry," Zhao Taidan said angrily. Upon hearing this, Madame Chen jumped 3 feet high in anger. "Is this how she treats you, her father? No way. I'm going to find her tomorrow. She's Lu Chen's concubine, so Lu Chen still has to call me mother-in-law. If I go to my daughter's house to ask for some food, does he dare refuse me?" Zhao Taidan was so frightened that he quickly covered her mouth. "My goodness, please don't call me that. If Lu Chen hears you, it'll be terrible." Chen slapped Zhao Taidan across the face. "Look at you, you coward. We are her parents. If it weren't for me, would she have grown up like this? Do you think I've raised her for nothing all these years?" Zhao Taidan almost knelt down before her. "My goodness, Dia isn't the same Dia she used to be. She's completely ruthless now. If you dare to cause her trouble, who knows what she might do?" While things were in turmoil at Zhao Tian's place, the homes of the 2 brothers, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, were also not peaceful at the same time. Holding a fire poker, he roared fiercely at Lu Xiaohua. "Tell me, where did you hide the food? Why did you only bring back so little? I heard that everyone was given 2 steamed buns. Why did you only bring back 1? Lu Xiaohua was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. "Mom, my brother Chen saw that I'd secretly hidden some food, so I ate a steamed bun." Madame He's eyes widened in fury, and she slapped Lu Xiaohua's thigh with a stick. "What? You dare to steal steamed buns? Those are white flour steamed buns. My white flour steamed buns. Your father, your brother, and I haven't eaten white flour steamed buns for years, and we haven't even had a taste yet. And you good-for-nothing, have already eaten them. How dare you?" The same scene was playing out at Lu Qingyuan's home. Chapter 25, Another Encounter with Robbers. Those who frequently travel at night in ancient times know that it was essential to find someone to accompany you when traveling at night. Especially during times of war and chaos, walking alone at night is practically tantamount to suicide. When Lu Chen drove his donkey cart home from Fengqi town, it was already past midnight. He was in an extremely happy mood at that moment. Fengqi ancient town has a long history, with a documented history of over 1,000 years. Its rich heritage spanning over 1,000 years is undeniable. He gained a lot from this trip. He dug up dozens of treasure sites one by one, and he himself lost count of how much gold and silver he unearthed. Lu Chen roughly estimated that it must have been at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Converted into system currency, that's tens of millions. He now feels like he's become a small tycoon, and a small goal is within reach. Riding a wave of spring breeze, the horse's hooves are light and carefree. As the cool night breeze blew, Lu Chen couldn't help but hum a little tune. "Stop! Stop right there!" Several loud shouts disrupted Lu Chen's good mood. He saw a few people lined up not far in front of the carriage, blocking the already narrow dirt road. Lu Chen looked at them calmly, without saying a word. As a master, one is naturally aloof. Too much nonsense will damage his image as a wise man. The leader pointed his broadsword at Lu Chen. "This road is mine." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen flicked his finger, and a pebble flew out, hitting the man squarely in the face. The man let out a scream, and his broadsword clattered to the ground. He covered his face with his hands, jumping up and down on the ground in pain. Seeing this, the others shouted and pounced on Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat upright in the carriage, flicking his fingers repeatedly, sending pebbles flying, all aimed at the faces of the men. Instantly, cries of agony rose and fell. Lu Chen snorted coldly and continued driving the carriage forward. He couldn't even be bothered to kill those few little karami. After the carriage had gone far away, the few people who had been lying by the roadside rushed out to check on their injured comrades. "How can this person be so powerful?" someone exclaimed upon seeing their comrade covered in blood. "Third master, thank goodness we didn't come out. If we had, we would have been in deep trouble." The gaunt third leader, his eyes gleaming, whispered, "Baldy, big head, you two follow him and see which village he's from." Two men, one tall and one short, hurriedly ran towards the carriage. Hearing barely audible footsteps behind him, Lu Chen ignored them and continued on his way. After returning home, Lu Chen unloaded the donkey, tied it up, and lingered in the yard for a while before seeing the two guys who had been following him leave. He now has excellent night vision. On moonlit nights, he can see things as clearly as in daylight. Seeing that no one was around, he bought 20,000 blue bricks from the system store and piled them on the land where he was going to build a house. After arriving in town today, he inquired and found that all the nearby brick factories had stopped operating. In such a famine-stricken year, amidst the chaos of war, only a fool would build a house. Left with no other choice, he had to buy building materials from the system store. In the system store, blue bricks cost 1 yuan each. Building materials are naturally available in the system store. After all, building barracks and fortifications also require building materials. He also bought more than 10 tons of cement, more than 10 tons of steel bars, and dozens of tons of sand from the system store. After neatly stacking the building materials next to the house site, Lu Chen returned to his house. He closed the door, bolted it, and then turned and entered the system space. The flow of time within the system space differs from that outside. He sleeps for 8 hours in the space, while the outside world is less than an hour away. After several experiments, Lu Chen roughly estimated that the time flow rate between the two was about 1 to 10. However, crops in the system space mature in a shorter time. Let's get the house built first. Over the next few days, construction began on Lu Chen's house, and the construction site was bustling with activity every day. If it weren't for the fact that all the villagers were dressed in rags, Lu Chen would have thought he had returned to his previous life. Lu Chen provides these villagers with 2 meals a day. One meal consisted of rice porridge, while another meal included meat, vegetables, refined rice, and large white steamed buns. The villagers of Lujiazhai, especially the young and strong laborers who came to his house to work, are noticeably much stronger. Part of the reason is that they had eaten their fill. Another reason is that the water Lu Chen used for cooking was spring water from his space. Over the course of a few days, the villagers were deeply grateful to Lu Chen. They never expected that Lu Chen could provide them with meat every day, ensuring they were well fed and satisfied. It's like celebrating Chinese New Year every day. That's not quite right either. Even in good years, they never ate this well or this much during the New Year. Lu Chen wasn't idle either. In addition to instructing workers on how to use cement and steel bars on the construction site, he also discussed with Master Mason Tian Luzhu how to design the drainage system and many other issues. Tian Luzhu is smart enough. Lu Chen only needs to give him a little hint, and he immediately knows what to do, saving Lu Chen a lot of trouble. In addition, he had to drive his horse-drawn carriage out every evening and return late at night. He did this simply to find sources for his building materials and ingredients, to get them legitimate. The land deed for the homestead has been issued. On the day the groundbreaking ceremony was held, Lu Chen and village chief Lu Daji went to the county town together and stamped the land deed. For the past few days, Lu Jia village has appeared calm on the surface. But Lu Chen had long noticed that every night when he returned from town, there were always a few people following his carriage from a distance. Fortunately, Zhao Daya volunteered to stay at the construction site at night, and those people didn't cause any trouble. What's meant to happen will happen. Lu Chen had no idea when they would make their move. The area surrounding Lujiazhai is all mountains. There are countless bandit strongholds in the mountains. These bandits came from a diverse background. Some were starving people who couldn't survive, some were habitual bandits, some were itinerant marauders, and others were deserters who went up the mountain to become bandits. These bandits are numerous. He couldn't kill them all, nor was there any need to. In fact, Lu Chen had no prejudice against these bandits. If you don't provoke him, he naturally won't provoke you either. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will make sure they never leave alive. Lu Chen felt that the bandits who had been eyeing him for the past few days were gathering their strength and preparing to take over Lu family village in one fell swoop. To outsiders, Lu Chen's act of building a new house was nothing short of a trap. It would be strange if they weren't tempted. Currently, there's enough cement and steel bars for building houses, but there's still a long way to go in terms of bricks and tiles. He had to go out every day so that the building materials that appeared out of nowhere the next day wouldn't arouse suspicion. Many villagers, including the village chief, have asked him many times how these bricks and tiles were transported back. Chen then said that he had hired someone to bring it back overnight on a cart. Whether others believe it or not, and to what extent they believe it, is none of his business. Later, he will build a wall around the entire village. Once the villagers have seen it many times, they will get used to it. That evening, Chen drove his horse-drawn carriage to town, as usual. They had only gone halfway when dozens of people suddenly emerged from the woods beside the road and surrounded Chen. Chapter 26, Murderous Demon. Look closely, this donkey's name is Xiao. It is very scared now. The eyes of the group of people in front of me were filled with longing for food. The way they looked at me was as if I were looking at the donkey meat in a donkey meat sandwich, the donkey meat in donkey meat soup, or the donkey offal platter. Little Black didn't want to die. It didn't want to become donkey meat. It hasn't even had a few good days yet. Hey, look at this donkey. It's so fat. These days, if a donkey can be raised this strong, this kid must be really fat. If we slaughter this donkey, maybe I can have a taste. After the group surrounded Chen's carriage, most of their attention was focused on the donkey. Little Black trembled with fear. It had seen that look many times before. A burly man, 8 feet tall and as imposing as an iron tower, stood majestically in front of the carriage, wielding a 3-ringed broadsword. Just obediently accept your death, and Grandpa will grant you a whole corpse. D. Dozens of bandits roared in unison, creating an astonishing sound. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been so scared that they wet their pants. In fact, some people were genuinely terrified and even peed their pants. Startled, Xiao peed a little on the ground. The burly man with the iron tower looked arrogantly at Chen sitting in the carriage, feeling quite smug. His tactic of striking first and gaining the upper hand never fails. Unfortunately, when he saw the boy in the carriage, his expression remained unchanged. This kid scared out of his wits. Although he was skilled at throwing stones, it was just a minor trick that could fool others, but it couldn't fool Li Er, the soul-severing blade. His reputation as Li Er, the soul-severing blade, was earned by venturing into piles of corpses. Men, drag him down. Li Er slammed his 3-ringed broadsword heavily on the ground and gave the order. The bandits in front immediately stepped forward, ready to attack. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in Chen's hand. This knife is straight and long, only 2.5 fingers wide. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the knife reflected a faint, cold light. Interesting. Li Er's lips curled up. He hadn't expected the boy to dare to resist. Does this young man really think he's a martial arts master? So what if he's a martial arts master? Li Er was no pushover either, and besides, his 50 or 60 men from Black Windridge were no pushovers either. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Men, cut him down. Li Er shouted loudly. The bandits brandished their weapons and charged at the carriage. Chen leaped lightly off the carriage and landed right in the crowd. As soon as he landed, several sharp blades rushed towards him. Chen suddenly swung his long sword. Blood spurted out. 4 fine heads flew high into the air. What a fast knife! Li was secretly alarmed. He didn't even see clearly how that one blow killed his 4 brothers. Kill! Seeing their brothers killed, the bandits were not afraid. Instead, their murderous intent was aroused even more. They outnumbered and outgunned. How could they possibly be no match for a mere teenager? Whoosh! A flash of light, and 3 heads rolled to the ground. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere, and 4 more people were cut in 2. Whoosh! A bandit was cleaved in 2 from head to crotch. Chen stepped forward and swung his sword. With each step, death ensues. He walked step by step, mercilessly killing one bandit after another. His strikes never missed. With each swing, at least one bandit would die on the spot. He took a big step, slashed with his long sword, and cut 5 bandits in half at the waist. A strong, pungent smell of blood quickly filled the air. Li Er's expression gradually turned ugly. He had never seen such an efficient method of killing. That's right, this wasn't a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. His brothers, who spent their days licking blood from the edge of a knife, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They allowed the boy to kill at will. They were powerless to resist. They had barely raised their weapons, and before they could even exert any force, they had already become victims of the blade. Is he even human? At this moment, in Lier's eyes, Lu Chun had become a devil, a murderous monster. In just a few breaths, as if in the blink of an eye, Lu Chun had killed off 50 or 60 bandits, leaving only a handful. The remaining bandits were still in a daze. Before they could figure out what was happening, the ground was already littered with the corpses of their companions. They didn't even have time to consider whether they should run away. Lu Chun didn't give them time to consider. He swung his knife swiftly and decisively. Bloodshed means death. Show no mercy. These people were all strong and healthy. They were not starving people forced into exile. Even though they were once starving people, they have now undergone a qualitative change. Most people don't even have tree bark to eat right now, yet they're all well-fed and obese, which speaks volumes. Now, there's one last person standing in front of Lu Chun. Lier was trembling, his body drenched in cold sweat. The arrogance and pride he had shown just moments before had vanished. Spare me. Lier threw down his three-ring broadsword and knelt down in front of Lu Chun with a thud. Hero, spare my life. I was blind and ignorant. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare my life. Lier kept kowtowing to Lu Chun until he bumped his forehead so hard that he developed a large bump. Facing Lu Chun, he couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance, because he knew that in front of this boy, he was like an ant. The boy could easily crush him to death with just a single finger. Lu Chun kicked out, and Lier flew out without even uttering a sound. Lu Chun didn't look at Lier again before returning to the carriage. He glanced at a grove of trees not far away, turned the carriage around, and headed towards Lujia village. After the carriage had gone far away, two heads emerged from behind a large rock in the woods. Amazing, incredibly amazing. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his face and said in a trembling voice. The other man was also still in shock, his face pale, and he said in a low voice, I never expected that there would be such a person in this desolate and treacherous place. The two sat on the ground in a daze for a while. Then one of them said, What do you think our general's chances of winning against him are? What are your chances of winning? Wake up. You're really dreaming. You mean, our general? If our general knew what you were thinking, he would probably drag you out and execute you on spot. After a long silence, This is a dangerous place. We should leave quickly. Wait a little longer. My leg is a bit weak. My legs are a little weak too. Just then, Lu Chun drove his carriage and arrived outside Lu family village. Outside the village, there was a large, dark mass of people. There were at least 300 or 400 people. Really? Lu Chun stopped the carriage and looked at the group of people from distance. For several days, they had been searching around the village, but finally couldn't resist and stormed in. Clearly, the people he encountered on the way were part of this group. It's good that they're here. Once we've dealt with them, things should be quiet for a while. Chapter 27, Let the Fight Begin. Those who have frequently been robbed by bandits know that many bandits not only want money, but also their lives. Lu Daji, the village chief of Lujiazhai, looked at the dark mass of bandits outside the village and felt utterly hopeless. Judging from this posture, it's obvious they're going to massacre the entire village. Upon learning of the approaching bandits, the villagers spontaneously organized themselves without Lu Daji needing to give any instructions. Almost all the able-bodied men in the village were helping to build houses on Lu Chen's family's land. Upon hearing that bandits were approaching, they immediately ran home, retrieved their weapons, and rushed to the village entrance. These weapons were all left behind by the bandits, who were wiped out last time. With weapons in hand and plenty of food to eat these past few days, the villagers were full of confidence, feeling that even if bandits came, they would be able to fight them. But when they saw how many bandits were attacking, they were all terrified and at a loss for what to do. Village chief, what should we do? Village chief, there are so many bandits. Even if we have the greatest skills, we can't beat them. Village chief, is it too late for us to escape? Village head, Lu Daji's head was throbbing from listening. What can he do? He could only look at Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya, who were not far away. Whether the lives of everyone in Lujia village could be saved depended entirely on these two women. Unfortunately, he had just heard that Lu Chun had driven his carriage to town. If Lu Chun were here, he might be able to help take charge of the situation. Lu Daji suddenly noticed a girl with an unfamiliar face standing next to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya. This girl, like Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya, held an identical long sword in her hand. Who is this woman? Could it be that Lu Chen has bought another concubine? Or is she a maid he just bought? Judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem like a servant. Lu Daji was full of suspicion, not knowing the girl's origins. At this moment, Xie Qiao and the other two were also discussing in hushed tones. Zhao Daya said, "Brother Lu isn't home, so we must protect our new house no matter what, and not a single brick or tile can be missing." In Zhao Daya's view, Lu Chen's family business was the most important thing. Chu Yin also said resolutely, "Even if it means death, we will protect Sister Xie." Although Chu Yun had taken the power pill and knew that she was no longer the same as before, she had never fought anyone and therefore did not know how strong she really was. With too many bandits, Chu Yun felt that protecting Xie Qiao was the most important thing. Xie Qiao said, "We must not forget the sword techniques that my husband taught us the night before last." The night before last, Lu Chun took the three of them to the back mountain and taught them a set of sword techniques. Strictly speaking, that cannot be considered a set of sword techniques. It can only be considered as basic knife skills and training methods. After Lu Chun taught them, the three of them practiced in the back mountain for 2 hours that night. Last night, the three of them went to the back mountain together and practiced for 2 hours. They had only practiced this sword technique for a total of 4 hours. Although the time was short, the three felt that they had made rapid progress, and that the more they practiced, the more unfathomable the sword technique seemed. Every moment, they can draw endless combat skills from this sword technique. Zhao Daya and Chu Yun said in unison, "We won't forget." These knife skills seem to be deeply imprinted in their minds. Xie Qiao said, "All right, let's start the fight." Zodia noted, "Okay." Chu Yun hesitated. "Are we just going to go like this?" Hundreds of bandits. Just looking at them was enough to make one's heart tremble. Faced with a formidable enemy, shouldn't she first devise a tactic or something? Xie Qiao smiled and said, "In my husband's words, they are nothing but clay chickens and earthenware dogs. Nothing to worry about." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Daya dashed off towards the bandits. Seeing this, Xie Qiao hurriedly followed. Helpless, Chu Yun had no choice but to follow closely behind, gripping his long sword and charging out. The three men, like 3 sharp knives, charged into the bandit group. 3 women, that's interesting. At the rear of the bandit group, Zhao Jindo, the leader of Black Wind Ridge, held a fine steel spear and smiled as he watched 3 graceful young women charge forward. "They're afraid of being loved by my brothers, so they've come here specifically to die, aren't they?" Zhao Jindo watched the 3 girls approaching rapidly and considered whether or not to capture them alive. After all, these 3 women are all rare beauties. They had excellent figures and looks, with skin as smooth as jade, and were even more beautiful than the rich young ladies in the county town. It would be such a pity if one of my men accidentally hurt them. Seeing Xie Qiao and her 2 companions charging in, the bandits laughed uproariously. "Young lady, come to me, let me pamper you. This is the first time I've ever seen such a fiery young lady. I wonder if she's just as fiery in bed. Look at your delicate skin. I can't bear to hurt you. Brothers, this one up front is mine. None of you are allowed to take it from me. I'll let you have it after I'm done playing with it." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Daya had already come up to him. This guy had a lewd look on his face, holding a knife in one hand and trying to grab Zhao Daya with the other. Zhao Daya swung her long knife with lightning speed, and the bandit was already decapitated. Meanwhile, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun had also charged into the bandit group. With flashes of sword light, more than 10 bandits lay dead on the ground. As soon as they engaged the enemy, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya realized just how exquisite the swordsmanship they had just learned was. Previously, they could only rely on their physical advantages to overwhelm their enemies. Now, they can kill enemies faster and more accurately with less than 1/10 of their strength. The footwork, legwork, and bodywork included in this sword technique make their bodies 100 times more agile. Among the enemy ranks, they were like butterflies fluttering in a sea of flowers. Though the enemy was numerous, they couldn't even touch the hem of their clothes. That was absolutely exhilarating. Chu Yin was even more shocked at this moment. In the past, she considered each of these fierce and ruthless bandits to be someone she simply could not contend with. But now, the bandits in front of her were like a group of 3-year-old children, letting her do whatever she wanted. In her eyes, the bandits' movements were slow, weak, and powerless. They were like stalks of chives, easily harvested by her. "I'm actually this strong." Even though Chu Yin was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. That miraculous power pill and profound swordsmanship actually made me a martial arts master in a short time. Oh no, it seems I'm much stronger than the top martial arts masters. Xie Qiao and their two companions charged into the enemy ranks, unstoppable and deadly. Anyone who touched them was instantly killed. Wherever they went, the bandits fell down like straw. In the blink of an eye, Xie Qiao and his two companions had carved out a large open space. On the open ground, the bandits' corpses lay scattered in pools of blood. Not a single one was injured. They all perished. Chapter 28, The Village Chief's Little Thoughts. Look closely. This sixth brother's name is Lu Daji. Seeing Lu Chen's three daughters charge into the enemy ranks and kill the bandits, the villagers cheered. As the village chief, Lu Daji felt a greater sense of honor and responsibility than the villagers. At first, when he saw the large number of bandits, for a moment he even considered whether he should turn around and run away once the fight started. But thinking of the hundreds of elderly, weak women and children behind him, he still decided to fight the bandits to the death with the villagers. Seeing how powerful Lu Chen's three daughters were, killing bandits as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs, he knew that he and the villagers of Lu family village had once again escaped death. Charge! Fellow villagers, kill the bandits. Lu Daji raised a spear and gave the order to attack. The villagers then seemed to wake from a dream, raised their weapons, and charged at the bandits. When the bandits attacked last time, the villagers were so hungry that they had no strength left, and it was understandable that they dared not rush to fight the enemy. But this time, they were all well-fed and full of energy. It wouldn't be right to leave Lu Chen's girls to fight alone. The villagers swarmed forward and attacked the bandits. Lu Daji followed slowly behind, also rushing forward. He wasn't walking at the back out of fear, but rather because he felt that as the backbone of the villagers, he couldn't afford to be harmed in the slightest. If anything happened to him, it would cause the villagers to lose their morale. On the other hand, it was because he was thinking his own little scheme that he ran a little slower. When Xie Qiao first came to the village, she was thin and small, shy and timid, and didn't dare to look people in the eye. But now, she's more imposing than a general on the battlefield. And then there's Xiao Daya. I watch her grow up. She was always a pushover, getting beaten and scolded by her stepmother and bullied by her younger brother. But now she's changed so much. And that strange woman, where did she come from? How come she's so powerful? Lu Daji was completely baffled. These past few days, the villagers have been gossiping about it countless times in private, even while lying in bed. They were all talking about the same thing. Why did Xie Qiao and Xiao Daya suddenly become martial arts masters? Lu Daji suddenly looked up and saw a carriage parked all alone on the opposite hill. A person sat upright in the carriage. Isn't that Lu Chen's nephew? Lu Chen sat in the carriage, as if he were watching a battle or a play. He looked completely confident. He had no intention of coming down to fight. Clearly, he had great confidence in the abilities of Xie Qiao and the other two. Lu Daji felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He thought of his youngest daughter, Xilan. Xilan from his family was already of marriageable age. However, with years of famine, finding a spouse has become a difficult task. The boy they had their eye on was rejected because the village chief, Lu Daji, was too poor. When families came to propose marriage, Lu Daji complained that the boy's family was too poor, fearing that his daughter would suffer from hunger after marrying into such a family. Before long, Xilan was almost 16 years old. If she doesn't find a husband soon, the villagers will start gossiping about her behind her back. How about we marry Xilan to Lu Chen as a concubine? I've watched Lu Chen grow up. He's a good person, rich, and has a house. She definitely won't go hungry or be bullied if she marries him. The more Lu Daji thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Lu Chen's family is building a new house, which is a large, secluded mansion covering several acres. He went to the construction site and saw that there were dozens of houses. Even the house of Chen, the wealthiest man in town, is far inferior to that of Lu Chen's house. Just as Lu Daji was making plans, ahead, the villagers were already fighting with the bandits. A villager, wielding a large knife, slashed at the bandit in front of him. The bandit had already been terrified by the three girls' ferocity. When he saw the villagers coming at him, he hurriedly raised his knife to block them. When the bandit felt a powerful force coming from him, and he couldn't hold onto his broadsword, he was knocked to the ground. The villager was overjoyed at the sight and swung his knife down again. The bandit couldn't dodge backward in time, and a large gash was cut open in his chest and abdomen, with his intestines spilling out. The villager was stunned. He never expected that he could so easily defeat a bandit. The other villagers soon discovered that they were stronger than the bandits, and the bandits were no match for their attacks. Kill. Seeing that the bandits were even weaker than themselves, the villagers' confidence soared, and shouts of battle filled the air. However, these villagers were still far inferior to Xie Qiao and his two companions. Over there, Xie Qiao and her two companions were like tigers among wolves. No, more like tigers among chickens. They charged left and right through the bandits' ranks, and the bandits didn't even have time to turn and run before being cut down by them. The more the bandit leader, Xie Qiao, looked, the more horrified and chilled he became. Of his nearly 400 men, almost half were killed in the blink of an eye by 3 women. He had never seen anything like it in his life. This is no longer a battle. It's a one-sided massacre. This isn't a massacre of a village. It's practically handing themselves over to be slaughtered. Xie Qiao gritted his teeth and roared, "Kill! Brothers, kill them! Slaughter these little wenches. There will be a hefty reward." He simply refused to believe that he and his brothers couldn't even defeat 3 mere little girls. He didn't believe that the 3 girls had inexhaustible strength. They would eventually run out of energy. Once they're exhausted, kill them, and the remaining villagers will be no threat. Even if he loses most of his men, as long as he robs the richest man in the village, he will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. The family that can build such a large house in the village must have at least several thousand taels of silver. When the time comes, he can take all that silver and fly away, living in anonymity and becoming a wealthy man. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Kill them. Upon hearing of the great reward, the bandits let out a shout and, relying on their numbers, mustered their courage once again to attack Xie Qiao and his 2 companions. Xie Qiao and his 2 companions fought with increasing ferocity, slashing and hacking with their long swords, their blades flashing and blood filling the air. Chen sat in the carriage, watching Xie Qiao and the other 2 from afar. They only used 1/10 of their master-level swordsmanship. If they practice for a while longer, their combat effectiveness can make a qualitative leap. Chen could instantly master the sword techniques purchased from the system store. However, it takes a long time to master the skill when teaching it to others. However, if taught to young girls, they learn at a speed 100 times faster than ordinary people. In other words, it might take an ordinary person 3 to 5 years to master the sword technique, but they only need 1% of the time to fully master it. The reason Chen didn't participate in the battle was that he wanted them to grow through combat. Going in a battle and killing enemies is the best way to improve your swordsmanship skills. Chapter 29, Great Victory. Students who frequently go to the battlefield know that morale is one of the most crucial factors in determining the outcome of a war. Throughout history, there have been countless examples of battles in which a few thousand people chased after tens of thousands. The bravery of Xie Qiao and their companions was something these bandits had never seen before. They had never even heard of it. In front of Xie Qiao and the other 2, one would die upon meeting them, not even surviving for a second. Even now, none of these hundreds of people have even touched the hem of the 3 women's clothes. The weapons in the bandits' hands were completely useless. Xie Qiao and the other 2 seemed to cherish their long swords. With each strike, they deliberately avoided the bandits' weapons and aimed directly at the enemy's vitals. They are like killing machines, using the fewest movements and the least amount of force to launch the most lethal attacks. They killed so many bandits that they were terrified. Anyone with eyes could see that the scales of victory had completely tipped in Xie Qiao's favor, even though the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the very beginning. The bandits were decimated and unable to mount an effective attack. When they saw Xie Qiao and his 2 companions charging towards them like gods of death, they had only one thought in their minds: retreat, retreat, retreat. Yet he still could not escape death. The bandits went from initially charging desperately to retreating in fear, then putting up a stubborn resistance, and finally collapsing. Xie Qiao now understood that he had truly lost today. They were utterly defeated. The 3 women he had longed for died from exhaustion, and he feared he would never see them. Xie Qiao finally raised the steel spear in his hand. "I refuse to accept this. I, Xie Qiao, will drag someone down with me, even if it means my death." Xie Qiao, who had roamed the 10,000 mountains for more than 10 years, finally raised a steel gun and charged towards Xie Qiao. No matter what, he was a martial artist and had a small reputation in the martial arts world. He had been conserving his energy for a long time, and he was confident that he could trade one for one with a woman who had been fighting for a long time. Kill. Zhao Jindo flicked a spear and thrust it at Xie Qiao, who had his back to him. Xie Qiao slashed down a fleeing bandit with one blow. Suddenly, she heard a sharp wind coming from behind. She shifted her feet, turned her body lightly, and slashed her long sword diagonally backward from below. Zhao Jindo was cut in half at the waist. Zhao Jindo, who was not yet dead, was filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe he was dead. Another one. This guy actually dared to launch a sneak attack. He has some nerve. Xie Qiao was somewhat surprised. By this time, the bandits had already been killed and were fleeing in all directions, unable to even avoid her. Yet, someone still dared to come and die. It must be said, this person was really bold. Poor Zhao Jindo, the leader of Black Wind Ridge, thought he could successfully launch a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Xie Qiao didn't treat him like a human being at all. Just like dealing with other bandits, Xie Qiao defeated him in the first half of the encounter. From beginning to end, Xie Qiao only ever regarded him as an ordinary nobody. The leader is dead. The leader has been killed. The bandits screamed in shock when they saw Zhao Jindo being cleaved in two with a single blow. Only then did Xie Qiao glance at Zhao Jindo lying on the ground. Even though Zhao Jindo was split in two, he could still live for a while longer. He tried to roll his eyes, looking at Xie Qiao's petite figure, feeling extremely unwilling and regretful. What a terrible situation he's run into. He painstakingly built up a team over more than 10 years, finally gained a foothold, and finally made a name for himself, only to be defeated by a few young girls in the end. Zhao Jindo died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. With their leader dead, the remaining dozens of bandits scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions for their lives. Xie Qiao shouted, "Not a single one can be left alive." Having said that, he turned and chased after the nearest bandit. Zhao Daya and Chuyan also split up and chased after the bandits. The villagers also chased after the fleeing bandits. Only then did Lu Chen leisurely drive his carriage to the village entrance. It's harvest season again. He got out of the car and began to search the bandits' corpses one by one. His looting efficiency was extremely high. All the valuables on the bandits were automatically stored in the system's warehouse at his thought. He went over the corpses one by one and found that these bandits were much fatter than the bandits from last time. Almost every bandit had several taels of silver on him. Just as Lu Chen was diligently licking the bag, the women and children who had been hiding in the village also arrived at the village entrance one after another. They watched enviously as Lu Chen licked the bag, but none of them dared to come over and compete for it. Now, Lu Chen is not only the benefactor of all the villagers, but also their granary. Without Lu Chen, many of them might have starved to death. Right now, the grass roots around the village have been dug up cleanly, and the tree bark has been eaten away. If it weren't for the rice Lu Chen distributed, they wouldn't have been able to survive. Moreover, they were counting on the men and their family to work for Lu Chen's family and bring food to support them in the future. Although the villagers dared not steal the valuables from the corpse, they did not leave. In fact, their numbers increased. Before long, a large group of elderly people, women, and children gathered at the village entrance. Lu Chen only focused on searching for valuables on the corpse and paid no attention to the villagers. To be honest, the valuables carried by the bandits were of little help to the villagers. With grain prices rising more than tenfold, they can't buy much grain with this money. It's better to let him have it for free. It's much more cost-effective for him to buy grain from the system store. When he turned over a corpse, he suddenly frowned. There's still one fish that slipped through the net. The bandit was covered in blood and grime, but Lu Chen noticed that his eyelids were trembling slightly. He was clearly faking his death. Lu Chen ignored him and continued to loot his spoils. "Brother Lu, I'm back." Lu Chen looked up and saw that Zhao Daya had returned. "Brother Lu, this was taken from the corpse." Zhao Daya was carrying a heavy cloth bag. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Okay, you can take it first." Before long, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also returned. With the help of many villagers, all the fleeing bandits were killed. Some villagers handed over the money they had looted from the bandits to Lu Chen. Some villagers might pocket the looted money, but Lu Chen didn't care. Compared to the large portion he received, what the villagers kept was negligible. With the help of Xie Qiao and his two companions, the bandits were quickly looted. After that, Lu Chen gestured to the villagers, saying that the rest was up to them. The villagers then swarmed forward, some tearing off clothes, some grabbing weapons, and some taking off shoes. The women who had been watching covered their faces and fled. With so many clothes, I'm not afraid of winter this year. With so many weapons, my wife will have something to defend herself if bandits come again. These shoes are too many. One pair for each person in our family is enough. Lujia village has about 400 residents, and this time there are about 400 bandits. These bandits have come to bring warmth to Lujia village. Although many of the bandits' clothes were slashed to pieces by Xie Qiao and her group's knives, they could still be worn after being mended. As for the bandits' weapons, they were enough to arm every child in Lujia village. Today was a great harvest. Chapter 38 Girls' Thoughts. Look closely. This bandit's name is Xie. He lay amidst the pile of corpses, listening to the excited shouts and cheers of the surrounding villagers, and he was terrified. A villager came over and quickly stripped him naked. He felt incredibly ashamed and instinctively tried to cover his genitals, but the villager noticed the moment his hand moved slightly. The villager immediately put a knife to his neck and shouted at Lu Chen, Chenhua, come quick. There's another one alive here. When Xie realized he had been discovered, he stopped pretending and hurriedly covered his lower body with his hands. Lu Chen came over when he heard the sound. He had something else to ask. He crouched down, looked at the naked bandit, and asked, Tell me, where is your hideout? This band of bandits was different from the previous one. They were much stronger. Their weapons were superior, and their clothes were much neater. Clearly, they were local residents, not bandits. Most importantly, Lu Chen didn't find much silver on the bandit leader, so he must have hidden the gold and silver in the bandits' den. With their leader dead and all their companions killed, Xie had no reason to hide anything and immediately spilled the beans, telling everyone he knew. We are from Black Wind Ridge. The one with the long spear is our leader. This time, only about 10 brothers from the stronghold have left. Black Wind Ridge? All right, take me there now. In the vast mountains with numerous peaks, Lu Chen had no way of finding his way without a guide. Xie put on the clothes the villagers had given him back and obediently led Lu Chen into the depths of the mountains. Throughout the journey, Xie dared not have the slightest disloyalty and remained very honest. Those 3 formidable girls treated the young man with utmost respect, clearly indicating they were no ordinary people. After Lu Chen and his companion left, Lu Daji immediately ordered the villagers to dig a pit and bury the bodies. Disposing of hundreds of bandit corpses is a huge undertaking. I doubt it will be finished by tomorrow. This time, the villagers made no demands and willingly dug a large pit at the foot of a mountain outside the village. While directing the villagers to dig the pit, Lu Daji pondered how to bring it up with Lu Chen. At first, he thought the method was brilliant, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. My Xiaolan is quite pretty, but compared to his 3 daughters, she's not much better looking. Lu Chen already has 3 wives and concubines, and Xiaolan is not as beautiful as the other 3. What should we do if he refuses to take Xiaolan as a concubine? Sai, I think this is a bit difficult. How about I go home and discuss it with my wife? Lu Daji was preoccupied with his thoughts and left the villagers who were working behind as he returned home alone. Chui'er, I want to discuss something with you. Upon hearing Lu Daji's plan, Wang Chui'er, the village chief's wife, immediately jumped up. What? You want Xiaolan to become someone's concubine? Lu Daji, isn't Xiaolan your own daughter? How can you treat her like this? Lu Daji earnestly said, Old woman, look at the chaos right now. Who knows when the rebel army will attack us? Don't you know the situation of Lu Chen's family? Only their family can protect Xiaolan. Besides, look at Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya and their family. What were they like before? And what are they like now? If our Xiaolan could be as capable as them, who would dare to bully her in the future? At that time, our family of more than 10 people would probably have to rely on Xiaolan to protect us in this chaotic world. Wang Chui'er then sat down again, thought it over carefully, and realized that what her husband said made sense. Even the village chief's family has to be very frugal with their meals right now. If the world continues to be chaotic, they probably won't be able to make it much longer. If Xiaolan goes to Lu Chen's house, she will not only have good food and drink, but also the ability to save her life. Not only is she capable of protecting herself, but she can even protect her entire family of more than a dozen people. But Wang Chui'er suddenly said, Lu Chen is from our clan. How can Xiaolan marry him? Lu Daji said, We are already beyond the 5th degree of kinship with him. That doesn't sound good either. People will definitely gossip. Don't forget you're the village chief. Lu Daji stood there for a long time, then sighed. Is this really that difficult? No, we can't just let this go. Think again. Is there any other way? At this moment, Wang Chui'er was even more concerned than Lu Daji. These days, being alive is more important than anything else. Although Xiaolan was a girl, the couple doted on her very much. After all, she was their only daughter. Lu Daji said somewhat awkwardly, "Let me think about it some more." The couple thought about it, and then thought about the next day. As soon as Lu Daji and his wife got up, they heard some extremely bad news. Their eldest and second daughters-in-law were sitting at the front door chatting. "Have you heard? Lu Chen brought back 5 girls last night." 5 girls? Where did they come from? I heard they were rescued from a bandit's den. The same band of bandits from yesterday. What's their name? Black Wind Ridge? 5 little girls. How old are they? The youngest is only 11 years old, and the oldest is only 15 or 16. What do you think Lu Chen is thinking? Does he have so much food he can't finish it all? Why bring back these little girls? It's just a waste of food, isn't it? You've got it wrong. Lu Chen wants 3 wives and 4 concubines. TSK. Can his physique handle it? Wang Chui'er panicked when she heard this. What? Lu Chen brought back 5 more girls? Including the 3 people in his family. That makes 8. What about Xiaolan? She grabbed Lu Daji by the back of the neck and dragged him into the inner room. Honey, what do you think we should do about this? We need to hurry up with Xiaolan's matter. Otherwise, how will she ever be able to get back into Lu Chen's house? Lu Daji was also panicked. What he thought was a sure thing yesterday suddenly seems hopeless after just one night. At this moment, in Lu Xiaolan's room next door, Lu Xiaolan bit her lip tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Houses in rural areas are often built cramped and poorly soundproofed. Lu Daji and his wife whispered to each other until midnight last night, and Lu Xiaolan overheard most of it. As she grew older, several of her childhood friends in the village got married one after another, but she was still unmarried. She wasn't in a hurry. She never had any romantic feelings for Lu Chen. But after hearing her parents' conversation last night, a flame suddenly ignited in Lu Xiaolan's heart. Once this flame is ignited, it can never be extinguished. Lu Xiaolan secretly witnessed both bandit attacks. The scene of Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya fighting against the bandits filled her with excitement. Their performance was more manly than any man's, comparable to a mighty and iron-blooded general on the battlefield. This made her extremely envious. But she never considered marrying Lu Chen and never even entertained the slightest thought about it. Even if I can't marry Lu Chen, as long as I can enter Lu Chen's family, will I become as capable as Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya? The flame in Lu Xiaolan's heart reignited. Chapter 31, 5 New Subordinates. Those who frequently take concubines know that the first thing to do after bringing a concubine home is to verify her virginity. Last night, Lu Chen returned home with 5 girls in the early hours of the morning. Upon arriving home, he immediately arranged for the 5 girls to rest. The old house of Lu Chen's family only had 3 rooms. Apart from the main room, one room was where Lu Chen lived, and the other room was where Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya lived together. The 5 girls who were rescued could only sleep on the floor in the main room for the time being. The next morning, Lu Chen called Xie Qiao aside. "Wife, go and ask them if they have been bullied by the bandits in the bandit stronghold." Xie Qiao understood what Lu Chen meant. She just didn't understand why Lu Chen was doing this. Lu Chen felt it was necessary to tell her the reason. The power pill is only effective when used by unmarried girls, and the sword techniques I teach you can only be quickly mastered by girls. Xie Qiao then realized what was happening. These powerful pills are incredibly precious. Each one can completely change a woman's destiny, so they certainly shouldn't be wasted. At the same time, she also understood why the 3 of them learned swordsmanship so quickly. These things from the immortals are truly wondrous. Okay, I'll go ask right away. Soon, Xie Qiao returned. "My lord, they're all still virgins." It turns out that these 5 girls were maids of a wealthy family in the county. Last month, the family was robbed by a group of deserters, and the entire family was killed. They survived only by hiding in the woodshed. Afterwards, they fled to the county town together, but were kidnapped by bandits from Black Wind Ridge on the way. If the bandits hadn't happened to come to Lujia village to rob them, they might have been ruined by the bandits. Are you sure? Although there were 100,000 pills, Lu Chen was unwilling to waste a single one. Xie Qiao said, Husband, I'm very sure. There are 2 girls whose virginity marks are still intact. Lu Chen was relieved. Lu Chen entered the main room. The 5 girls stayed inside, unaware of what fate awaited them. Their lives were relatively stable while they were with their master. Although they were not well-fed or clothed, they were not starving to death, which was much better than most ordinary people. Now that their master is gone, they're like a lone boat in the ocean, facing imminent death, starvation, or being bullied and killed. The boy who rescued them was clearly not from a wealthy family. His house was bare, and he didn't even have a decent piece of furniture. Such a family certainly couldn't support several of them. Perhaps what awaits them is being sold, or perhaps they didn't dare to think any further. Seeing their distressed expressions, Lu Chen asked in a gentle tone, "What are your names? How old are you?" "Young master, my name is Xiaomei, and I am 15 years old." "Young master, my name is Xie Qiao, and I am 15 years old this year." "Young master, my name is Xiaolan, and I am 13 years old." "Young master, my name is Xiaoyan, and I am 12 years old." "Young master, my name is Xiao Xiang, and I am 11 years old." Lu Chen looked them over. In terms of appearance, they are quite good-looking, better than most rural women. The buyers must have been carefully selected. "What are your surnames?" Xiaomei replied, "Young master." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Just call me Brother Lu from now on." "Brother Lu, we were all sold to our master by our families. We don't have surnames with our master. Please give us surnames, Brother Lu." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This Xiaomei was someone with ideas. She said this to reassure Lu Chen that she would belong to him from now on and would have no further connection with her family. "In that case, you will take my surname from now on, Lu." The girls said in unison, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Chen took out 5 power pills and handed them to them. "This is my secret tonic. It can strengthen your body and increase your strength. If you all take it, I will need you to work for me in the future." The girls, unsuspecting, picked up the medicine and put it in their mouths. Soon, the drug took effect, and the girls were sweating profusely from the pain. Lu Chen said, "Hang in there. Everything will be all right soon." After saying that, he turned and left. The girls endured excruciating pain all over their bodies, inside and out, and all thought they were going to die. They just didn't understand why. If they wanted them to die, they would save them in the first place. After the pain subsided, they quickly noticed the changes in themselves. "Xiaojiu, do you feel like we've gotten stronger?" "Sister Xiaomei, I feel like I have so much energy in my body, like I've become a completely different person." "Xiao Yin and Xiao Xiang, where are you two?" "I also feel much stronger." "Me too. What kind of medicine did Brother Lu give us?" "It's amazing. After taking this medicine, I feel like I've been reborn." Several girls chattered excitedly inside the room. The youngest child, Xiao Xiang, squeezed the broken wooden table in the room hard, and a corner of the table broke off instantly. Xiao Xiang was startled when she saw this. "What should I do? What should I do? I broke Brother Lu's table." Xiao Xiang was so frightened that her face turned pale. "Xiao Xiang, how could you be so careless? This is the only table in Brother Lu's house. When Brother Lu comes back, we'll see how you explain this." "Xiao Xiang, don't be afraid. When Brother Lu asks later, don't say a word. Just say that I broke it." "No, Sister Xiaolan. How can I let you suffer for me?" Just as the group was in a panic, Lu Chen walked in. Xiao Xiang hurriedly stepped forward and was about to kneel down, but Lu Chen raised his hand to stop her. Lu Chen said, "You must never kneel down lightly in the future. This is not customary here." "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Lu." Several girls agreed. Lu Chen glanced at the numbers above their heads. "Great. Loyalty has all reached 100. When they first arrived last night, their loyalty level was only around 50 or 60 points. From now on, you will all listen to my wife, Xie Qiao. Do whatever she tells you to do." The girls said in unison, "Okay, Brother Lu." Lu Chen nodded secretly. They gained 5 more subordinates with maxed out loyalty. Chapter 32, New Clothes, New Look. Look closely, this 11-year-old girl's name is Xiao Xiang. At that moment, she was busy at Lu Chen's construction site. She was like a butterfly, running from left to right, from front to back, never stopping for a moment. Moving bricks, hauling soil, transporting sand. She could do the work of 4 or 5 strong laborers by herself. "Miss Xiang, you've been busy all day. You should take a rest." "Little Xiang, don't tire yourself out. Take a rest." "Little Xiang, let us men do these dirty and tiring jobs. You don't need to do them." The villagers, seeing that Xiao Xiang was such a small girl doing all the hard work, couldn't bear it and told her to stop and rest for a while. Xiao Xiang, however, didn't listen at all and continued to work nonstop. Among the 5 sisters, she was the youngest and shortest. Her busy figure evoked pity from the villagers. However, the villagers did not blame Lu Chun for abusing her, because she simply wouldn't listen to advice. Even when Lu Chun told her to rest for a while, she didn't really listen. I can only repay Brother Lu's great kindness by working harder. Among the 5 sisters, Xiao Xiang felt that she had no advantage whatsoever. Sister Mei and Sister Ju have great figures. Xiaolan is tall and slender, and she can also talk. Xiao Yin is pretty and lovable. She was utterly useless. If she doesn't do more work, she's really afraid that one day Brother Lu will kick her out. Brother Lu was the best person she had ever met in her life. She's good-looking, kind-hearted, and very generous to them. They were able to eat their fill every day with meat and many other delicious foods she had never seen before. Xiao Xiang felt that she must have done something incredibly good in her past life to be living such a wonderful life in this one. Xiao Mei, Xiao Ju, and the others, along with Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and even the matriarch Xie Qiao, all came to the construction site to help every day. What reason does she have not to work hard? Moreover, she has inexhaustible energy now, and even if she is busy all day, she doesn't feel tired. Brother Lu's new house is huge. It has at least 40 or 50 rooms of all sizes. I used to think Brother Lu's family was very poor. Lu Chun is certainly not poor now. The silver obtained from raiding Black Wind Ridge this time totaled more than 6,000 taels of silver. Adding the gold and silver he obtained from treasure hunting in Fengqi Town last time, he now has the equivalent of 17,000 taels of silver on hand. Now that he had money, Lu Chun would go on a shopping spree in the system store every night. He used 5,000 taels of silver to exchange for 5 million system currency in the system shop. This money should be enough for him to live on for a while. He found a long knife category under the knife category. Lu Chun decided to buy a few more long swords of better quality. During the last bandit attack, the long knives in the hands of Xie Qiao and the other 2 were all damaged to varying degrees. After all, none of the 3 of them had studied human anatomy, so the blade would inevitably cut into the bone, and after a lot of cutting, the blade would eventually break. This knife costs 30,000. Lu Chun suddenly saw a long sword, shaped like a tang sword, but slightly longer, with a total length of 1.25 meters and a blade length of 1 meter. This knife is slightly shorter than the one I bought last time, but it's also more maneuverable to use. This is an alloy knife, much better than the steel knife I bought last time. Of course, the price is also better. The knife he bought last time only cost 300 yuan, but the one he sees now costs 30,000 yuan, a full 100 times more expensive. Lu Chun carefully read the product manual. Made from a variety of alloys and forged over a long period of time, it has many advantages such as high hardness, strong toughness, ability to cut through iron like mud, and the ability to kill without leaving a trace of blood. Lu Chun's mouth watered at the sight. Although it's a bit expensive and can't be equipped in large quantities, my core members in the early game should each have one, right? Lu Chun gritted his teeth and placed an order for 10. 300,000 yuan disappeared in an instant. This is far from over. Lu Chun bought another book on master-level marksmanship. This marksmanship is not the same as that marksmanship. This marksmanship technique is a skill manual for shooting firearms. With a thought, Lu Chun instantly mastered the marksmanship. The next moment, many memories that Lu Chun had never had before appeared in his mind. Proficiency in all firearms, pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles will instantly reach master level. Another 100,000 yuan is gone in an instant. Now that I've mastered marksmanship, the next step is naturally to buy a gun. Lu Chun spent a long time browsing through the system shop before finally selecting 3 weapons. A pistol with a 12-round capacity costs 3,500 yuan. An assault rifle with a 35-round magazine costs 8,800 yuan. A sniper rifle with a 5-round magazine costs 45,000. There are hundreds of types of pistols and rifles. Lu Chun carefully selected and deliberated, considering many factors such as range, power, magazine capacity, recoil, accuracy, durability, and handling comfort before finally choosing these 3 guns. After Xie Qiao and the others have mastered the swordsmanship, he will then teach them archery and spearmanship. You have to eat 1 bite at a time, and you have to learn 1 skill at a time. It's time to buy some clothes for the girls. Lu Chun really couldn't get used to wearing ancient clothes. The material is rough, and the style is also awkward. Now that his family has grown, it's necessary to buy several sets of clothes in the same style. He searched for a long time in the system store and finally selected 2 sets. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy a couple more sets, but the dozen or so people in his family weren't really adults yet. They were all still growing. If he bought too many at once, they would be too small by the time they were ready to wear them. One set is a casual uniform, and the other is a combat uniform. These 2 sets of clothes are actually military uniforms. Its style was neither ancient nor the modern military uniform of his previous life. Its style of clothing lies between ancient and modern times, representing a perfect blend of traditional and contemporary fashion. These 2 sets are perfect. They need to be both aesthetically pleasing and practical for combat, and they don't look too out of place in this era. After selecting the style, Lu Chen made a mark. The next day, the first thing Lu Chen did was to find Xie Qiao. "Wife, could you tell me your heights and measurements?" You know, that's right. After all, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao were not actually husband and wife, so it was really difficult for Lu Chen to say such a thing to a young girl. Lu Chen could only gesture with his hands to show his chest, waist, and hips, saying, "These are my measurements." Seeing Xie Qiao's face turn slightly red, Lu Chen added, "This way, the clothes will look better." Xie Qiao lowered her head shyly, nodding repeatedly, her voice barely audible. Yes, I understand, my husband." Lu Chen added, "Also, measure their feet again so I can choose the right shoes." Fortunately, women in this time and space don't bind their feet. Lu Chen thought bound feet were terribly ugly. "Yes, my lord." After saying that, Xie Qiao lowered her head and left. 2 days later, when Lu Chen's family of 9, all dressed in sky blue military uniforms, appeared in the sight of the villagers of Lujia village, everyone in the village went crazy. Men and women, young and old. Out of a village of 400 people, a total of 390 came. Apart from the elderly and sick lying in bed, and infants still in swaddling clothes, the entire village turned out. They surrounded Lu Chen's family, staring at them as if they were some rare and precious thing, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. "What kind of clothes are these? I've never seen them before. This is so beautiful. So beautiful. Look at Lu Chen's wife's clothes. Oh my, her chest is her chest, her waist is her waist, and her buttocks are her buttocks, unlike our clothes, which look like water buckets. Take another look at the shoes they're wearing. They're so shiny. Tsk. My goodness. Look at Lu Chen, that young man. He looks so handsome in that outfit. How come I never noticed how handsome he was before? Beautiful. This dress is beautiful. And these shoes are even more beautiful." The country folk are uneducated and don't know many fancy words, so they can only use the simplest language to praise Lu Chen's family. That's right. The 2 outfits Lu Chen chose would make even an ordinary person look several times more handsome. Moreover, Lu Chen was already quite handsome, and Xie Qiao and the others were already good-looking and had great figures. With their crisp military uniforms and tall military boots, they looked even more dashing. Chapter 33, 15 Caddies of Grain to Buy Cousin. Children who frequently suffer domestic violence know that if they don't want to be beaten too badly, they should cry out loud. The heart-wrenching cries of Lu Xiaohua echoed from Lu Qingping's house once again. "You wretched wretch! You're so efficient at work outside, but why are you so slow and clumsy at home? I'll beat you to death, you lazy, good-for-nothing little slut." He took a rattan cane and began to whip Lu Xiaohua repeatedly. Lu Xiaohua curled up into a ball and let out a shrill cry. "Beat him hard. Beat this traitorous little beast to death." Instead of stopping, Lu Qingping added fuel to the fire. Lu Qingping was constantly seething with anger. Why does this good-for-nothing get to eat and drink well at Lu Chen's house every day, while he, as the father, can only drink that bland and tasteless porridge at home? Whenever Lu Qingping saw the men in the village talking about Lu Chen's family's meals with their faces shiny with oil, he would get so angry that he would feel dizzy. If he hadn't given birth to that wretched child, Lu Xiaohua, he would be working as a laborer at Lu Chen's house right now. Whenever Lu Qingping saw Lu Xiaohua return from Lu Chen's house with a satisfied look on her face, he felt like kicking her a few times. To be able to eat big slices of fatty pork every day, to eat glistening tofu every day, and to eat fragrant steamed buns every day. Whenever he thinks of these things, Lu Qingping always drools while gnashing his teeth in hatred. Fortunately, Madam he could find fault with Lu Xiaohua every day and beat her up every day, which calmed Lu Qingping's anger down a little. "You unfilial brat. You eat meat at other people's houses every day. Why don't you bring some back for us? They said we couldn't bring any. So you didn't? Aren't I your mother? Aren't your father your father? He sure was exhausted from beating and stopped, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. Huddled in the corner, Lu Xiaohua felt incredibly grief-stricken. When she was working at Lu Chen's house, she felt like she was living like a human being. The people around her were kind to her. She could eat her fill every day, and she could eat meat every day. Even when she was working, she was in a good mood. But as soon as she got home, it felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell. Her parents looked at her as if she were an enemy, finding fault with everything she did. She would be severely beaten if she made even the slightest mistake. She vaguely guessed why her parents treated her this way. Isn't it just because she can get enough to eat? Isn't it just because she can eat good food at Lu Chen's house? Is it her fault? She gently touched the wounds on her body, feeling a piercing pain. But the pain in her heart was even greater. Why does she have to suffer like this? Is it because she's a money loser? When will this ever end? The next day, when Lu Chen went to the construction site, he quickly discovered the injuries on Lu Xiaohua's body. Did your dad hit you again? Lu Xiaohua lowered her head and said, Do you want to leave that home and come live with me? Lu Xiaohua suddenly looked up, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Chen. To Lu Chen's house? This was something she never even dared to dream of. Even if Lu Chen's family doesn't lack food, he can't just support someone for nothing. Lu Chen's older and younger sisters are going to marry him as his concubines. But she was Lu Chen's cousin. What else could she do at Lu Chen's house besides eat? If you're willing, I'll figure something out. Lu Xiaohua remained silent for a long time before finally nodding heavily. Brother Chen, I do. After that, Lu Chen found Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaolan's life at home was equally difficult. However, compared to her cousin Lu Xiaohua, she was beaten and scolded a little less. Not much, just a little bit. Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaoyu the same question again. Lu Xiaoyu readily agreed. She had had enough of that house too. Every day she longed to grow up quickly so she could get married and leave that den of wolves. When the afternoon workday ended, Lu Chen announced something. Starting tomorrow, Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu don't need to come anymore. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were both taken aback. Why doesn't Lu Chen want them anymore? Didn't we agree to help them leave their own homes and come to Lu Chen's house? Why aren't they letting them come and help again? The villagers had no idea what was going on. Lu Chen usually took good care of his two cousins and had mentioned it several times, asking people to arrange easier tasks for them. Why can't they come? The villagers all knew that if this continued, they would soon be tormented to death by their parents. However, everyone knows that Lu Chen is at odds with his two uncles, so his actions are understandable. It was just tough on the two girls. When Lu Xiaohua returned home, dejectedly carrying half a pound of rice, Lu Qingping and his wife immediately noticed that something was wrong with her expression. What's wrong now? Who are you looking at with that long face? Are you mourning? Are you itching for a beating again? He immediately launched into a tirade, spitting everywhere. Dad, Mom, Brother Chen won't let me go to work anymore. After saying that, Lu Xiaohua looked at Madame He with a face full of fear. This beating is inevitable. It will be far more severe than usual. What? Lu Qingping and he sure were struck dumb. Without their daily half-pound of rice, how will this family survive? Their family is now surviving entirely on this half-pound of refined rice. He sure didn't even have the heart to hit or scold Lu Xiaohua anymore, and sat down on the ground and started howling. You damned Lu Chen, you've ruined my family's livelihood. I will never forgive you. I will kill you, you unfilial son. He could only vent her anger verbally. None of the people in Lu Chen's family were easy to mess with. Even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Lu Chen's house. Lu Qingping was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He pointed at Lu Xiaohua. Tell me, how exactly did you little beast, offend him? How could Lu Xiaohua know? Her mind is completely muddled right now. When she learned that Lu Chen wanted to free her from her suffering, she felt like she was dreaming all day long, so happy that she wanted to jump for joy at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, she fell into an endless abyss. You won't tell me, huh? I'll beat you to death. It'll be better if you die, saving us from wasting food. Lu Qingping picked up a rattan cane and lashed it at Lu Xiaohua. Lu Qingping rarely hit her himself, but today he simply couldn't bear it any longer. Stop! A furious shout suddenly came from outside the gate. Village chief Lu Daji strode into the courtyard. Lu Qingping was taken aback. Brother Daji, what brings you here? Lu Daji's face was dark. If I hadn't come, were you planning to beat your daughter to death? If we're talking about the Lu family village, the person Lu Daji despises the most is Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping is dishonest and thieving, but even setting aside the fact that he beats his own daughter, he can't stand it. Lu Daji only has one daughter, whom he dotes on terribly, much more so than his sons. But Lu Qingping doesn't treat his own daughter like a human being at all, and he wishes he could beat her 3 times a day. If Lu Chen hadn't asked him for help, he would never have wanted to step into Lu Qingping's house in his entire life. Lu Qingping was a little confused when he heard Lu Daji say that. His wife beats his daughter every day, and nobody cares or asks about it. What on earth happened to Lu Daji today? Brother Daji, look at our Lu family village. Which family doesn't beat their children? What's wrong with me beating my own child? Lu Daji said with a stern face, if I didn't see it, that would be fine. But since I did see it, I naturally have to take care of it. Village chief, even if you were the village chief, you can't interfere in my family affairs, can you? Lu Qingping was no pushover either, and immediately changed his expression, even altering his form of address. Lu Daji sneered. Can't manage it? If I, the village chief, can't manage it, then who can? Do you know the laws of our great Zhou? Even if it's your own child, if you beat him to death or maim him, you'll be punished and imprisoned. Lu Qingping was genuinely unaware that this provision existed in the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty. He immediately felt a little guilty. But I didn't cripple her, much less kill her. Lu Daji pointed at Lu Xiaohua's body. Look at the injuries on her body. He pointed again at the rattan cane in Lu Qingping's hand. Look at this thick rattan cane in your hand. Do you dare say you didn't beat her to death? Lu Qingping hurriedly threw the rattan cane aside. But I didn't really kill her. Seeing her husband flinch, he sure scrambled to her feet and rushed to Lu Daji. Lu Daji, tell me, which law says you can't hit your own child? I'm going to hit him. I'll hit him every day. I'm going to beat this traitorous bastard to death. Lu Daji glanced at Madame He with disdain. He couldn't even be bothered to look at such a shrew. When he sure saw Lu Daji looking at her like that, she felt extremely humiliated. Enraged, she lunged at Lu Daji with bared teeth and claws. Lu Qingping hurriedly grabbed her. Dare to hit the village chief? Do they even want to live in the village anymore? Taking this opportunity, Lu Daji secretly gave Lu Xiaohua a wink. Lu Xiaohua's head seemed to split open suddenly, and she instantly woke up as if from a dream. No wonder. She was beaten every day, and the village chief never even came to see her. The village chief, who hadn't visited her house in 800 years, came today for that very reason. Lu Xiaohua took 2 steps forward and knelt down in front of Lu Daji. Uncle 13, save me. Please save me. Lu Daji was taken aback. Xiaohua, what do you mean by that? Lu Xiaohua said with a look of terror, my mother's going to beat me to death today. Lu Daji glanced at Madame He again, then looked down at Lu Xiaohua and asked, why did she want to beat you to death? Lu Xiaohua sobbed uncontrollably. 13th uncle, today Brother Chen said I couldn't go to his house to help out anymore. When I came back, my parents said they were going to beat me to death, just to save the family's food from wasting it. Lu Daji looked at Lu Qingping with a gloomy expression. Is this really true? I was just saying it. How could I possibly actually kill her? Lu Qingping said sheepishly. Lu Xiaohua hurriedly said, 13th uncle, please don't believe my father's words. He really wants to beat me to death. Lu Daji glared at Lu Qingping and asked again, Xiaohua, don't be afraid. Your uncle will stand up for you. Tell me, what are your plans? It must be said that Lu Daji's questions were very insightful. Just like a defense attorney questioning a defendant. It's like scratching an itch. Uncle 13, I don't want to die. I'm still young. I haven't lived enough yet. I don't want to die here, sob, sob, sob. Lu Daji looked at Lu Xiaohua with heartache. Although there was an element of acting involved, what she said was the truth. This child, how much suffering he has endured. He was too lazy to waste any more words with those 2 good-for-nothings, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingping. So he said, no matter what, I am Xiaohua's uncle. I feel sorry for my niece and don't want to see her tortured to death by you. Since you don't treat her like your own daughter, why don't you let her come to my house and keep my Shilon company? I will treat her like my own daughter from now on. What do you think? The Lu Qingping couple stared at each other, momentarily unable to quite grasp what was going on. What's going on? Is the village chief going to raise this girl for them? Everyone knows that Lu Daji is usually very stingy. How could he bear to use his own food rations to support an outsider? He was the first to realize what was going on. She immediately exclaimed, "How can that be? My Xiaohua will be getting married soon, and when she gets married, she'll definitely need a dowry of several taels of silver." Hearing what Madam he said, Lu Qingping understood and shouted angrily, "You heartless Lu Daji, you've really gone too far. Trying to get a dowry for free? You're always thinking of such good things." Lu Daji chuckled. "Are you kidding me? A dowry of several taels of silver? Go ask around and see what the going rate is for marrying off your daughter these days." Lu Qingping and his wife were speechless. These days, every household doesn't even have grassroots to eat. So who will want to get married? Even if an ordinary family offers their daughter a dowry, it's not guaranteed that someone will be willing to marry her. Even when it comes to marriage, the dowry is at most 3 to 5 caddies of coarse grains and rice. "That won't do. Madam," he jumped up again. "I've fed her and raised her all these years. How could I possibly give you a daughter for nothing? If you want my daughter, bring me 20 caddies of fine rice." Lu Daji was so angry he laughed. 20 caddies of refined rice? In this entire Lu family village, apart from Lu Chen's nephew's family, let's see who can come up with 5 caddies of refined rice. No way. Not even 15 caddies less of fine rice. At most 5 jin of coarse grains. 20 caddies of coarse grains. 8 caddies of coarse grains. In the end, Lu Daji bought Lu Xiaohua for the price of 15 caddies of coarse grains. As Lu Daji led Lu Xiaohua out of Lu Qingping's house, he felt smug. "My nephew Lu Chen is even planning to donate 50 caddies of refined rice. Sigh, my nephew is still too kind-hearted." What Lu Daji didn't know was that 50 caddies of refined rice was only worth a mere 100 coins in Lu Chen's eyes. Chapter 34 County Government Runners. Look closely, this 10-year-old girl is named Lu Xiaoyu. Wearing a sky-blue military uniform, she ran around the construction site, helping one person carry cement and another carry steel bars. Although she was so busy that her feet barely touched the ground, she was extremely happy. Last night, her parents sold her to the village chief for 20 caddies of coarse grains. Then, somehow, the village chief took her to her cousin Lu Chen's house. The construction site was surrounded by villagers who came to watch the spectacle. There were elderly men and women with white hair leaning on canes, women chatting, and even more children of all ages. Almost every day, many people come to Lu Chen's new house to watch the excitement. After all, there are not many entertainment activities on weekdays, especially in the past few years of disasters. The village has become even more lifeless. The construction of Lu Chen's new house was the only major event in the village in recent years. 5 or 6 girls around 10 years old, their eyes filled with envy, kept asking Lu Xiaoyu all sorts of questions. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, you look so beautiful in this dress. Xiaoyu, can I touch your clothes? Xiaoyu, how did you become part of Lu Chen's family? Can you tell me? Xiaoyu, are these shoes comfortable to wear? Xiaoyu." Lu Xiaoyu felt as if she were flying in the clouds, completely overwhelmed by immense happiness. All of this happened so suddenly. Early this morning, Lu Chen's cousin gave her a pill. After taking the pills, she seemed like a completely different person with inexhaustible energy. Her cousin also bought her new clothes. She could only admire these clothes before, but now she was actually wearing them herself. On the other side of the construction site, Lu Xiaoyu's cousin, Lu Xiaohua, was also surrounded by a group of children her age. Not far from the construction site, under a withered mulberry tree, village chief Lu Daji was intently watching the direction of the construction site. As the village chief, Lu Daji was rather reserved. He only watched from afar and did not approach. That's really true. Lu Daji's attention was entirely focused on the Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu sisters. Xiaoyu is only 10 years old, yet she can carry so many steel bars. Xiaohua isn't very old, maybe only 13? How could she be so strong? She can easily lift a sand basket weighing over 100 pounds with one hand. I couldn't do that either. My nephew is no ordinary person. Lu Daji discovered that every girl who entered Lu Chen's house became incredibly strong. If we send Xiaolan to his family, even if she can't marry Lu Chen, it wouldn't be bad if she were like Xiaohua or Xiaoyu. Anyway, Lu Chen wouldn't mistreat her. Lu Daji seemed to have finally made up his mind and turned to go home. Lu Daji had only walked for a quarter of an hour when 6 constables with broadswords hanging from their waists appeared under the mulberry tree. Finally arrived. Damn it, I'm exhausted. A constable plopped down on the ground, took out a water bag, and gulped down several mouthfuls. The other constables craned their necks to look in the direction of the construction site. That's really strange. In this day and age, there are still people building new houses. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it no matter what. Look at the mountains and this land around here. All along the way, it's all barren. Forget about crops. You can hardly find a single blade of grass. How are they going to build houses? Let's not worry about all that. We just need to collect the grain and the money. What if they say no? No? They dare say they had no food or money to build such a big house. Yes, even if it's crowded, we have to squeeze out a few cartloads of grain. Damn it, my family has only had half a bowl of thin porridge, and my stomach is completely empty. If we don't find a way to get some food soon, I'm thinking of going up the mountain to become an outlaw. Speaking of which, I heard that Black Wind Ridge, which is located nearby, was raided a few days ago. Who do you think did it? It's a case of double-crossing. Who else could it be? Could it be those soldiers who were just eating for free? Have you rested enough? Let's go take a look. Several constables swaggered into the bustling construction site. The government officials have arrived. They look like constables from the county government. We haven't seen anyone from the county for many years. What are they doing here? The villagers had an innate fear of government officials, and they sized up the arrogant bailiffs with shifty eyes. Where's your village chief? A clerk, with his nostrils flared, asked in an unfriendly tone. Someone had already gone to call Lu Daji. While waiting for the village chief, several constables kept an eye on the construction site. This house is quite large. It's even bigger than the house of the wealthy family in our county. How come I've never heard of such a person in this poor place before? The constables were filled with excitement. We caught a really big fish. Just then, someone shouted, "Dinner's ready." With that shout, a rich aroma instantly wafted into everyone's noses. The elderly, women, and children watching the commotion around the construction site all swallowed hard. Usually at this point, they would leave on their own, since others were eating and they would feel embarrassed to stay any longer. But today is different. Because several constables from the county government came, there's still some excitement to be had. Several constables couldn't help but swallow hard. This smells amazing. There's meat. There's actually meat. This definitely smells like meat. Yes, that's it. It's the smell of meat. The officers' eyes lit up. As superiors, having the meat here is a sign of respect. They didn't even need to mention it. The family would obediently bring the food to them. However, they should be invited inside first. At this time, the villagers working on the construction site had already lined up in front of the two large pots. Bowl after bowl of fragrant pork stew with vermicelli was distributed to the villagers. The villagers held large white steamed buns in their hands, taking a bite of vegetables and then a bite of the soft, fragrant bun. Those who like to eat rice will shovel a mouthful of rice into a bite of vegetables, their faces beaming with a satisfied smile. The constables waited for a long time, swallowing their saliva, but the master of the house still didn't invite them over. What's going on? These servants were treated as honored guests wherever they went. I've never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that they didn't see us? One of the constables coughed loudly twice. Still, no one came. Could it be that they don't know we're from the county government? All the constables touched the broadswords at their waists. One of them even drew his broadsword and pretended to wipe it a few times. Still, no one came to invite them. Only then did the constables realize what was happening. It turns out they didn't take them seriously at all. Even if the homeowner didn't see them, someone would have gone to inform them, wouldn't they? Seeing that there was not much food left in the large pots, the constables felt extremely ashamed and angry. Chapter 35 is extortion. Friends who frequently deal with local officials know that if anyone dares to disregard them, they will go berserk or even cause a plague. This was the first time these constables had suffered such humiliation, and they immediately became furious. "Grandma, you old man." The head constable stepped forward and kicked over a basket of sand. The other constables followed suit and began smashing and destroying the materials on the construction site. Upon seeing this, the villagers who were squatting nearby, eating scattered and hid to the side. The villagers eating nearby, as well as the women and children watching the commotion, all watched from a distance, and no one went forward to dissuade them. At first, these constables thought they were very powerful. Look, these are the troublemakers, each one a coward. But later, they realized something was wrong. The villagers looked at them as if they were watching a group of monkeys. This further enraged the constables. The head constable roared, "Smash! Smash it as hard as you can. Smash it until the master comes out." In the end, the host they were waiting for never came out. However, they were met by the village chief instead. Lu Daji arrived late. Logically speaking, he should have arrived long ago. But Lu Daji walked forward slowly, swaying from side to side. Those who know. When government officials visit, it's usually not a good thing. If I had arrived any later, my eldest nephew would probably have already resolved the problem. Meanwhile, Lu Daji was also wondering what the officials had come here for. Tax grain? In this year's harvest, where is there any tax grain to pay? His first thought was to collect taxes, but there has been no harvest for the past few years, so where has the grain come from? Is it because of the bandit attack on the village? No way. Those officials in the county government don't have the time or inclination to care about such things right now. What exactly happened? Lu Daji racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. He walked slowly, but the road always has an end. As he approached the construction site, the first thing he saw was several constables smashing and destroying things. Lu Daji panicked immediately. He couldn't afford to offend the constables, and he couldn't afford to offend Lu Chen even more. He, the village chief, is going to suffer. Sirs. Lu Daji trotted up to the constables, bowing as he asked, "Gentlemen, what is the reason for this?" He did not ask why this is so. Instead, they asked, "Why is that? Why is this? What's going on? Why is this the case?" Fearing offending a few constables, he asked the questions in a more gentle tone. The officers then realized that they might have gone a bit too far. Yes, why would they vandalize something on someone else's construction site? Are you suggesting they say it's because the host didn't invite them inside for a meal? After stammering for a while, the head constable finally straightened his chest and said arrogantly, "Do they have the county government's seal and deed for building houses here?" Lu Daji replied with a forced smile, "Yes, sir. I just went to the county government office a few days ago to get the seals and contracts." The head constable said indifferently, "Oh, then it's nothing." The constables really couldn't find anything wrong with the person. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji immediately realized something was wrong. These constables are just looking for trouble. But Lu Chen is not someone you can easily get along with. In his eyes, hundreds of vicious bandits were nothing more than clay chickens and earthen dogs. How many people are there in your county government office, including all the constables? If you really piss him off, he might just wipe out your entire county government. Lu Daji is a smart man. Yesterday, when he was discussing the matter of Lu Xiaohua and her sister with Lu Chen, he casually mentioned to Lu Chen whether or not the 5 girls who had just been added to Lu Chen's family should be registered as slaves. Lu Chen immediately said, "From now on, no one in my family will need to go through the household registration and contract process anymore." What does this mean? Lu Daji understood it all too well. Lu Chen no longer takes the government seriously. Lu Daji could only bite the bullet and ask, "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" "Requisition grain." "Requisitioning grain?" Lu Daji was taken aback and hurriedly said, "We haven't harvested a single grain of rice in the past few years, so where would we get any more grain?" "How dare you?" one of the constables shouted. He pointed to Lu Chen's house site. If they didn't have a single grain of food, where would they get the money to build houses? If they didn't have a single grain of food, why are their meals so good? The thought of that pot full of pork stew with vermicelli filled the officers with rage. A group of lowly people, yet they can still eat meat. They can still eat white flour buns, and they can still eat pure white rice. These servants, who run errands for the people every day and seek their welfare, can't even get enough thin porridge to eat. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it. If we don't skin them alive, there's no point in them continuing to work as constables. Lu Daji blinked and said, "Sir, I don't know. Maybe he picked up the money somewhere." Lu Daji felt it was best not to mention killing the bandits and destroying their hideout. If he tells the truth, there could be a lot of trouble later. If the county finds out about this and sends someone to demand the gold and silver from the bandits' den from Lu Chen, then it would be a crime for him, the village chief. Upon hearing this, the constables thought, "Found it? Isn't this obviously just making excuses for them?" Just as the head constable was about to lose his temper, he noticed a group of people walking towards them from not far away. That's right, it's a team, not a group of people. Lu Chen arrived with Xie Qiao and the rest of the family. The constables were all stunned. These 10 or so people were all dressed exactly the same. They were lined up from tallest to shortest, each with an upright posture and an imposing air. As they got closer, they could see that, apart from the boy in the lead, the rest were all pretty girls. The clothes these girls wore perfectly showed off their figures, especially the belts around their waists, which tightly bound their slender waists, forming a beautiful curve that made one's blood boil. None of the constables had ever seen anything like this before. Their stunning beauty, coupled with their identical attire, captivated the eyes of several constables. Nephew, Lu Daji, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly said, "These gentlemen are officials from the county." Lu Chen approached Lu Daji, 13th uncle. He then turned to the constables and said, "Gentlemen, my name is Lu Chen. Are you looking for me?" Several constables looked displeased. Let alone these lowly country folk, even wealthy people in the city, who would dare not address them as officer? And these lowly country folk actually call them government officials. Cough, cough. Several constables were looking at the row of stunningly beautiful women behind Lu Chen, and they all felt a sense of inferiority. In the past few days, Xie Qiao and the others have been eating and drinking spring water from Lu Chen's space. Nourished by the spring water, their skin became fair and delicate, with a rosy glow and as smooth as cream, adding to their beauty. The head constable puffed out his chest to hide his unease and said, "We are here today to collect grain. Since you can build such a large house, you must have plenty of surplus grain at home, right?" "Yes, there are many more," Lu Chen said calmly. The constables exchanged glances, feeling reassured. "How much exactly? How much polished rice? How much wheat? How much wheat flour?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "There are probably 400 or 500 sure of refined rice, 500 or 600 sure of wheat, and 40 or 50 sure of white flour." "How many?" The constables all exclaimed in surprise. Lu Daji also cried out. The villagers who were watching the commotion also exclaimed in surprise. "Good heavens, Amiba, there's so much grain, it would take several lifetimes to eat it all." There were tens of thousands of kilograms of refined rice, tens of thousands of kilograms of wheat, and several thousand kilograms of wheat flour, which was several times more than the county government's granary. Actually, Lu Chen was still understating the amount. The fields in the space are mostly planted with rice and wheat. In the past few days, he has been clearing 100 mu of land every day, and now he has cleared 800 mu of land. Several crops have been harvested so far, with an average yield of 1,800 jin per mu. It is estimated that there are now 2 million jin of grain in the warehouse. The constables were so excited that their faces were flushed, as if they were drunk. "Fat, so fat." The head constable immediately said, "Well then, since that's the case, we are reasonable people. How about this? You keep 1/10 of this grain, and the remaining 9/10 will all be transported to the county government today." Upon hearing this, Lu Daji exclaimed, "Is this requisitioning grain? This is robbery." Lu Chen laughed as well. "Officer, you jest. Why should I give you my family's grain?" Upon hearing this, the constables thought, "What? You dare to disobey the government's orders? Young man, listen up. This is grain requisition. Whether you like it or not, you have to hand over this grain to me." Lu Chen's smile froze instantly. "Whose father are you?" "Old." The head constable only managed to utter one word before a hand slapped him across the face. "Ah!" The constable was sent flying. A streak of blood floated out in midair, along with a few yellowish-black teeth. After striking out with her palm, Zhao Dia retreated behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained calm and asked, "Is there anything else?" The constables were all worldly wise. It turns out that the row of girls behind the boy wasn't just there for show. They were actually martial arts masters. They turned around and saw their leader lying motionless on the ground, clearly unconscious. Such fast movement. That was a lot of force. What a powerful palm technique. Before the constables could even see how the girl made her move, their leader was already flying away. Is this someone they can afford to offend? However, even when the duck is cooked, its beak remains hard. To save face, one of the constables puffed out his neck and said, "You dare to assault an officer? Do you have a death wish? Do you know what crime this is? This is a crime punishable by confiscation of property and extermination." Lu Chen didn't speak, but just stared at him quietly. The constable felt uneasy under his gaze and dared not say another word. Another bailiff whispered, "Why don't we go back today and report to the magistrate and ask him to make a decision?" "Then let's go back first." "Go back. Go back." They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would lose half their lives like the leader. As the constables spoke, they prepared to lift their leader away from there. Did I tell you to leave? Lu Chen's icy voice rang out. The constables froze, all looking at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, "Go and see how much damage they have caused us." Chu Yun responded and went to check the materials that the constables had just smashed. Not long after, Chu Yun returned and said to Lu Chen the total loss amounted to 351 taels of silver. The constables all shuddered. "What are all these? They're so expensive." Lu Chen said, 351 taels of silver. Let's make up the difference." After struggling for a while, one of the constables finally managed to utter a few words. You're trying to extort me." Lu Chen looked at him and nodded seriously. "Yes, it's extortion." In the past, these constables would have drawn their swords long ago. But now they simply can't even come up with that idea. One of the constables said in a humble voice, "Young Master Lu, we don't have that much silver." "No money? No problem. Just hand over all the money you have on you." The constables obediently took out the loose silver and copper coins they had on them. "Not enough. Leave your knives behind." The constables looked at each other and finally reluctantly took off their swords and put them on the ground. "That's not enough. Take off all your clothes too." This made the constables revolt. There were about a dozen beautiful young women watching from the opposite side. They wouldn't take their clothes off even if you beat them to death. Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, "You guys go first." Xie Qiao led the group of girls away quickly. The women who had been watching the commotion all ran away, only glancing in this direction from a distance. Lu Chen's tone became stern. "Take it off." Chapter 36 Ding, the highly skilled martial arts officer. Look closely. This official's name is Wei Shuya. He was the magistrate of Naihitu County. After seeing the disheveled state of the several yamen runners, he smashed 4 fine blue and white porcelain teacups in a row. These 6 yamen runners arrived in neat clothes and with an arrogant air. Now look at them, completely naked and in a sorry state, with only a few strips of cloth covering their private parts. These strips of cloth were stolen from a village. Because of these few strips of cloth, they received a severe beating. Although they kept claiming to be servants from the county government, the villagers didn't believe them at all. Without their skin, they were nothing in the eyes of those villagers. Fortunately, the villagers eventually took pity on them and gave them a tattered piece of clothing. They tore the tattered clothes into strips, barely managing to cover their private parts. It was pitiful that they carried their injured eldest brother all night before finally making it back to the county government office. They've rebelled. They've rebelled. You unruly people. These damned unruly people. Wei Xia had served as an official for 20 years, and he had never heard of such a thing. "Li San, go and call Officer Ding here." "Yes, sir." A constable ran out quickly. "Martial arts masters? Oomph. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, can you possibly be stronger than Constable Ding?" Ding Wang was the head of the constables in Hudou County. His teacher was Wei Chongqing, the renowned chief constable of the Great Zhou Dynasty, one of the 4 great constables of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Wei Qing was highly skilled in martial arts, and his reputation resounded throughout the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. In terms of martial arts skills alone, he ranked among the top among the tens of thousands of constables in the Great Zhou Dynasty. Ding Wang, on the other hand, was a true disciple of Wei Chongqing. Ding Wang's kung fu skills were unmatched in the Hudou County area. If Wei Chongqing hadn't chosen the wrong side and been sidelined, and Ding Wang hadn't been implicated, he wouldn't have been relegated to a lowly constable position in Hudou County. Over the years, Ding Wang has made numerous contributions. Ding Wang deserves much credit for Wei Shuya's repeated commendations from his superiors. Half an incense sticks time later, Ding Wang strode into the main hall with steady steps and a solemn expression. "Grown-ups." Ding Wang bowed with his hands clasped in greeting. The anger on Wei Shuya's face vanished instantly, replaced by a warm, spring-like smile. "Officer Ding, bandits have appeared in our Hudou County. Villagers in Lujiazhai, under the jurisdiction of Fengqi Town, are plotting a rebellion. This is how it happened." Ding Wang's tense face finally relaxed. He glanced at the naked constables, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. There are bandits everywhere, and the county government is short-handed. If he were asked to lead a team to suppress bandits, he really wouldn't want to do that. After all, even the strongest fists can't fight against a large group of people. No matter how skilled he was in martial arts, he was no match for the hundreds or thousands of bandits. "My lord, they're just a few unruly commoners, nothing to be afraid of." Ding Wang came from the capital, and his experience and knowledge were considerable. The so-called martial arts masters in the eyes of the county magistrate, and these yamen runners were nothing more than bricks and tiles in his hands. This job is far too easy. Xie stroked his long beard and nodded with a smile, saying, "Then I'll have to trouble Constable Ding to make the trip. Go quickly and pick a few capable constables to capture all those ignorant and unruly people. If they dare to resist arrest, kill them on the spot." "Yes, sir." "Then you shall set off immediately. I await your good news." "Please rest assured, my lord, I will certainly not fail you." Ding Wang turned around, head held high, chest puffed out, and strode away. As Xie watched Ding Wang walk away, he said in a deep voice, "You lot, tell me carefully, are those rebellious scoundrels in Lu family village really as formidable as you say?" "Your Excellency, I have not uttered a single falsehood. Every word I have spoken is true." "My lord, although Officer Ding is strong, I don't think he will necessarily succeed on this mission." Xie glared at him. "How dare you?" The constables swallowed all the words they wanted to say. Xie snorted lightly. Although Ding Wang had made many merits, he was unruly and sometimes didn't even respect Xie, the county magistrate. Xie had long disliked him. If Ding Wang can capture those few troublemakers and collect tens of thousands of caddies of grain, that will be a tremendous achievement. If Ding Wang is no match for them. Ding Wang, however, was unaware of the magistrate's intentions. He selected 8 of his most capable constables and immediately set off for Lu family village. At this time, everything in Lu Jiao village was as usual. Early in the morning, village chief Lu Daji loitered around Lu Chen's house. After loitering around several times, he finally mustered up the courage to find Lu Chen. "Nephew, I have a few words to say, but I'm not sure if I should." Lu Chen knew what he wanted to say, so he said, "13th uncle, please speak. I'm listening." "Isn't your treatment of these officials today a bit hasty?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "13th uncle, I will take responsibility for my own actions and will not implicate the villagers." Upon hearing this, Lu Daji knew that there was no point in trying to persuade him. Since the deed is already done, there's no use in regretting it. He only reminded Lu Chen, "Then you'd better be careful. The government won't let this go." "I know, it's okay." Lu Daji still felt uneasy. If Lu Chen hadn't caused this huge trouble, he would have already given his daughter Xiaolan to Lu Chen. For now, this matter can only be put on hold for the time being. Rebellion, in any dynasty, would result in the confiscation of property and the extermination of the entire clan. He didn't want his daughter to become a traitor. He's still young and impetuous. Such a good kid, what a pity. Lu Daji returned home with a sigh. As soon as Wang Chui'er saw Lu Daji, she immediately grabbed him and asked, "What did Xiao Chen say?" "It's no use saying anything now. He dared to assault the officials and strip them naked. Do you think the government will let him off?" Wang Chui'er immediately frowned upon hearing this. "What about our Xiaolan? Don't bring this up again." Just then, a crisp, clear voice came from inside the house. "Father, Mother, I want to make my own decisions about my own affairs." Lu Xiaolan came out of the house. Lu Daji was taken aback. "What's going on? What decision are you making?" Many parents don't realize that their whispered conversations and secretive nighttime activities are often obvious to their children. Sometimes they think the children are too young, and even if they hear or see something, the children won't understand. That's completely wrong. There's a saying, children's eyes are discerning. You think they don't understand, but that's just your opinion. "Father, Mother, I want to go to brother Lu Chen's house." Lu Xiaolan stood at the door, her face full of stubbornness. She stood straight like a tree. Wang Chui'er was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "You child, how can you say such things?" If outsiders heard this about a young, unmarried woman, wouldn't her whole family lose face? Lu Daji was trembling with anger. "Where did you learn all this from?" "Father, Mother, let's come inside. I have something to say to you." Lu Daji was even angrier. He pointed at Lu Xiaolan and said, "You think you're so great." Lu Xiaolan hurriedly tugged at Lu Daji's sleeve. "Keep your voice down. Are you afraid others won't hear you, or something?" "Fine. Fine. Fine." Lu Daji suppressed his anger. "Come on, let's go inside. Let's see what you can say." The father and his 2 daughters enter the house. "Father, Mother, whether our family can survive and thrive from now on depends on whether you can seize this opportunity." The conversation between the father and his 2 daughters lasted for nearly 2 hours, during which Wang Chui'er even forgot to cook. On the other side, Lu Chen knew, of course, that the government would not let the matter rest. Since he dares to do it, he must be unafraid. Last night, he sent the alloy knife he had just bought from the system store to Xie Qiao and the others. Then he thanked Xiao for leading a dozen or so girls to practice swordsmanship on the back mountain for most of the night. Early this morning, he sent them to the mountains, which are far from the village, to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Even last-minute preparation can be effective. Moreover, they receive a 10,000-point proficiency bonus when practicing the sword techniques produced by the system. By the time a truly formidable enemy attacks, their swordsmanship will have already reached a basic level of proficiency. Even though they were hacking and slashing indiscriminately, their combat strength was still considerable. Coupled with his master-level swordsmanship, he would have no problem killing enemies on the battlefield. Chapter 37 The Village Chief Sells His Daughter. Girls who frequently sell themselves into slavery know that loyalty to their masters is the most basic professional ethic. As for Lu Xiaolan, even before she stepped into Lu Chen's home, her loyalty to Lu Chen was already at its peak. Lu Xiaolan was not an illiterate, uncouth girl. In previous years, when the harvest was good and her family was well off, her father sent her third brother to study at a private school in town. Although my third brother only studied for a little over 2 years, he has no problem recognizing characters. Lu Xiaolan then pestered her third brother to teach her to read. Over the years, she has learned quite a few words and has even read several books. Several copies of the Records of Chu are still treasured in her family's bookbox. Her third brother didn't read much of this book, the Records of Chu, but Lu Xiaolan practically wore it out from use. The Chu Ji records the dynastic changes over 2,000 years, including accounts of emperors of various dynasties, major and minor battles, biographies of famous figures, and various strange and ingenious skills. History teaches wisdom. In terms of intelligence, Lu Daji and his wife are far inferior to their own daughter. Lu Xiaolan had long seen that the Great Zhou dynasty was on its last legs and would not last long. What followed was endless war within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. For a small village like Lujiazhai to survive in this chaotic world is nothing short of a pipe dream. But with Lu Chen as an anomaly, everything became possible. Lu Xiaolan discovered that Lu Chen had immense potential for development, regardless of the origins of his grains, vegetables, and meats. Just the fact that he could transform a weak woman into a deadly weapon on the battlefield would make him invincible in this chaotic world. Lu Xiaolan presented the facts, reasoned with the people, and cited classical texts, offering earnest and heartfelt advice. Lu Chen has the potential to become an emperor. Finally, Lu Xiaolan said this. Mr. and Mrs. Lu both gasped in shock. In the past half-day, the couple simply couldn't win the argument against their daughter. Normally, Lu Xiaolan rarely talks about these things with them. She rarely even speaks. The moment she opened her mouth today, she stunned the couple. Where did she learn all this from? For some reason, Lu Daji thought of a legendary figure from ancient times, Zhuge Xingyang. Throughout more than 2,000 years of history, Zhuge Xingyang has always been synonymous with intelligence and strategy. Could it be that my daughter received the teachings of Master Zhuge in her dreams? At this moment, Lu Daji had already developed a certain illusion. If he didn't send Xiaolan to Lu Chen's house, he would be committing an unforgivable crime. At this time, Lu Chen is still weak and insignificant. If I don't join now, it will be too late when I join him after he has become powerful. Lu Daji understood, of course. Now that Xiaolan has joined, she is part of Lu Chen's core team and a key figure who can be relied upon. If Xiaolan joins after Lu Chen's power has grown, her role will be much lighter. Fortune favors the bold. Lu Daji gritted his teeth and made up his mind. At this critical juncture, when Lu Chen is facing a crisis, if he sends Xiaolan over now, it will surely make Lu Chen look at Xiaolan and his entire Lu Daji family with higher regard. There's no time to lose. Xiaolan, let's go find Lu Chen right now. Lu Daji was getting impatient. Wang Chui'er panicked and grabbed Lu Daji, saying, "Husband, can we talk this over again? Do you think we can afford to mess with the government?" A woman's view. Lu Daji shoved Wang Chui'er away. It was as if he had shaken off the stumbling block that was preventing him from becoming rich and powerful. At this moment, Lu Chen was at the construction site, discussing with Tian Lu Zhu how to lay the sewer system for the new house. That's easy. You just need to dig up these places. I'll go back to town and find a blacksmith to make some round iron pipes. Then we can bury these iron pipes. Lu Chen had already thought this through. Iron pipes are definitely not suitable. They will rust over time. Then use stainless steel pipes. All the water pipes are made of corrosion-resistant stainless steel. As for toilets and bathtubs, they are purchased directly from the system store. Generally, outsiders are not allowed into one's own bathroom. In the near future, he also wants to install electric lights and various household appliances in his home. Do whatever makes you comfortable. Nephew. Lu Daji led Lu Xiaolan to Lu Chen's side and called out cautiously. The thought of the heights Lu Chen might reach in the future filled Lu Daji with dread. Wow, this person might become a star in the future. I can't even imagine it. I absolutely can't think about it. Lu Chen turned around and saw that it was Lu Daji, so he quickly stood up. Uncle 13, what brings you here? Lu Daji's house is at the north end of the village, while Lu Chen's new house is at the southeast corner of the village. The distance between them is not short. When Lu Chen asked him this question, Lu Daji was immediately speechless. The words he had prepared were nowhere to be uttered. So many villagers are watching. How could he possibly bring it up? He's a village chief, and he's saying he wants to sell his own daughter to Lu Chen's family? Nephew, I want to discuss something with you. It's like this. Lu Daji stammered and stuttered for a long time, unable to utter a coherent sentence. Seeing that her father was too shy to speak, Lu Xiaolan stepped forward. Brother Chen, I want to go to your house and keep Xiaohua and Xiaoyu company. Would you be willing to take me in? At first, Lu Chen didn't quite understand what was going on when he heard this. The villagers working nearby didn't understand what Lu Xiaolan meant either. However, they quickly came to appreciate its flavor. What? The village chief is going to give his own daughter to Lu Chen. Is the village chief going to sell his daughter? Is Miss Xiaolan going to sell herself to Lu Chen? Lu Chen is Xiaolan's cousin. How can she be his concubine? No, Xiaolan wants to be Lu Chen's maid, just like Xiaohua and Xiaoyu. The villagers were all dumbfounded. Is Lu Daji really struggling to make ends meet? Has he even resorted to selling his children? At this moment, Lu Xiaolan said again, Brother Chen, as long as you let me go to your house, I'll do whatever you want, whether I'm a servant or a maid. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Daji hurriedly said, From now on, Xiaolan will be yours, Lu Chen's woman, a slave to you, at your beck and call. Lu Chen gave Lu Daji a deep look. I never expected that Lu Daji, a mere village chief, would have such vision and insight. He made a fortune from that venture capital investment. He made that bet incredibly accurately. 13th uncle, Xiaolan, have you both thought it through? Lu Chen was short-handed at the moment, and his need for girls was always greater, so he naturally accepted all comers. There was another reason why he accepted Lu Xiaolan so readily. He saw that Lu Xiaolan's loyalty level was displayed above her head, which was 100. He hasn't done anything yet. How did he get 100? Lu Chen had little interaction with the village chief's daughter on a regular basis. In fact, they were practically strangers. Although they lived in the same village, they had barely exchanged more than a few words. Brother Chen, I've made up my mind. I will never regret it, and I will never go back on my word. Lu Xiaolan said without hesitation. Lu Daji also said, Nephew, what Xiaolan said is what I also wanted to say, and I will never go back on my word. Chapter 38, I am Lu Xiaolan from Lu Family Village. Look closely, this constable's name is Ding Wang. He appears to have a high opinion of himself, but inwardly he is extremely arrogant. In this desolate and treacherous place, he felt like a lotus flower that had fallen into this filthy mud for no reason. No matter what he did, Ding Wang felt it was beneath his dignity. His master was one of the 4 most famous constables of the Great Zhou dynasty. As his master's disciple, he also possessed unparalleled martial arts skills and once dreamed of making a name for himself and establishing a great career. Who knew that fate would play such a cruel trick on him, and he was implicated by his master, ending up in this godforsaken place. To think that I, the dignified senior disciple of the Broken Blade School, would actually run to this poor village where people can't even afford pants for a few worthless commoners is truly despicable. From afar, Ding Wang could see Lujia village at the foot of the mountain. The rows of low, dilapidated mud brick houses exude one word from the inside out: poverty. Who gave these stupid peasants the audacity to go against the government? Just because you have a martial arts master? That's hilarious. You've only learned a couple of half-baked farming tricks. And you actually think you're an expert? How laughable. Arriving under a withered locust tree, Ding Wang's eyes gleamed as he looked at the group of villagers working on the construction site. This house is quite large. No wonder our county magistrate is so interested in it. Ding Wang sneered inwardly. Wei Shuya was always one to act without a reason. It turned out that he had his eye on this wealthy family in the village. Ding Wang, however, did not care about these things. His future achievements were far beyond what a mere county magistrate could attain. He wouldn't even look at such a small amount of red and white food. Ding Wang turned around and glanced at the constables expressionlessly. The lead constable immediately ran up to the villagers and shouted sternly, "Officer Ding is here. You unruly people, come and pay your respects at once." Seeing his menacing demeanor, the villagers all stopped what they were doing and looked in his direction. Two villagers rushed off to find Lu Chen. Ding Wang stood beneath the tree, wielding a large, golden sword, exuding an imposing aura without being angry. The villagers could tell at a glance that this official was not to be trifled with, and they were both shocked and frightened, not knowing what to do. Ding Wang was furious. After all, they were just lowly country folk who didn't even know the most basic manners. He immediately showed displeasure and snorted coldly. Several constables understood the implied meaning from the sound of the stringed instrument. They gripped the hilts of their knives and charged at the villagers like wolves and tigers. The villagers became even more frightened and retreated repeatedly. "Damn it, why are you running? Go and see Officer Ding. You pigs, you idiots deserve to starve to death. Don't run. If you run again, I'll chop you up." Several constables drew their knives and herded the villagers in all directions like chicks. Just then, a person slowly walked over from not far away. Several villagers ran quickly to Lu Chen. Brother Chen, run. The constables are here at the county government office. Nephew Lu Chen, you absolutely mustn't go over there. They're here to arrest you." "Xiao Chen, these police officers are so unreasonable. They said they're going to chop us up." Lu Chen laughed and said, don't panic. He called out loudly, "Fellow villagers, don't be afraid, they've come for me." Then he looked at the officials standing under the big locust tree. Ding Wang also saw Lu Chen, and his eyebrows immediately furrowed. This person is no ordinary individual. This was Ding Wang's first impression of Lu Chen. It is also the keen intuition of a martial artist. This young man possessed extraordinary bearing, remaining neither arrogant nor humble, and showing no sign of panic. His clothes are quite novel. Didn't Wei Shuya say that the expert was a woman? Who is this young man? Just then, Lu Chen arrived in front of Ding Wang. "Officer, are you here to see me, Lu Chen?" "You're Lu Chen?" Ding Wang stared intently at Lu Chen with a sinister look in his eyes. He seemed to have heard Wei Shuya say that the so-called highly skilled woman was actually Lu Chen's subordinate. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Putting everything else aside, his outfit alone is eye-catching. This made the boy appear even taller and more slender. Neat, capable, and efficient. Lu Chen smiled. "I am indeed Lu Chen." Ding Wang's lips twitched slightly. Then he suddenly shouted sharply, "Men, tie him up." Several constables immediately surrounded them. Arresting officer, an official who apprehends and captures bandits. Kuaishou, a short video platform, is used by officials to apprehend thieves. The constables took action to fight and defeat the enemy. Kuaishou is responsible for capturing and tying up the enemy. One was responsible for hitting and the other for tying. They were collectively known as constables. For constables, wielding gleaming broadswords, approached Lu Chen from 4 directions. The other 4 swift men, armed with ropes, bracelets, shackles, and chains, followed closely behind. Lu Chen stood quietly, without making any move. He didn't even glance at the constables, but coldly stared at Ding Wang not far away. Ding Wang felt uneasy under Lu Chen's gaze, sensing that something was amiss. The constables had never encountered such a calm prisoner before, and their movements were somewhat hesitant. "Hurry up and do it!" Ding Wang roared angrily. The 4 constables then stepped forward, simultaneously extending their knives towards Lu Chen. They were preparing to use sharp weapons to hold someone hostage so that several quick-witted people could come and tie them up. "Stop!" A sharp rebuke made the constables freeze at the same time. A girl of about 15 or 16 years old was walking briskly towards them. "And who are you?" Ding Wang looked at the young girl. "I am Lu Xiaolan from Lu Family Village. With me here, None of you can touch my brother Chen. The person who came was Lu Xiaolan. She just went home to pack her things, preparing to move in with Lu Chen. Before they even reached Lu Chen's house, they heard several villagers say that government officials had come to arrest people. She shoved the thing she was carrying into Lu Daji's hands and ran over. Lu Daji panicked. He carried large and small bags and followed behind Lu Xiaolan, panting heavily. Xiaolan. Lu Daji then tried to stop him. But Lu Xiaolan acted as if she hadn't heard and stood in front of Lu Chen. A sinister smile appeared on Ding Wang's face. Was it you who assaulted the officials in my county government yesterday? Lu Xiaolan raised her head proudly. I hit him. Lu Daji panicked when he heard this. Wasn't it Zhao Daya who beat someone up yesterday? How did she end up taking the blame? He wanted to step forward and explain, but after glancing at Lu Chen beside him, he had no choice but to back down. He believed that Lu Chen could protect his daughter. Since you've confessed, then tie them all up, Ding Wang said menacingly. Such a delicate young girl is going to be beheaded sooner or later anyway, so he can't waste her. He has to enjoy her on the way back. Several constables immediately took action. 2 constables beckoned to Lu Chen, while 2 others approached Lu Xiaolan with lecherous looks on their faces. Go to hell, Lu Xiaolan shouted and swung her fist at the constable on the left. The constable, still smiling, reached out to grab her wrist. Little sister, you're really fierce. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xiaolan punched him in the chest. The constable was sent flying 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, away as if struck by a massive boulder. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Xie Qiao threw another punch, sending the constable on the right flying as well. This! The villagers were stunned. Ding Wang was also stunned. The constables were dumbfounded. Lu Daji's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. How could he not know what his own daughter is like? She usually gets sweaty from doing just a little work, so when did she become so strong? Could it be that Lu Chen truly possesses the magic to turn stones into gold? Today, his daughter just entered Lu Chen's house and suddenly possessed amazing divine power. This is unbelievable. Chapter 39 isn't that impressive either. Those who frequently interact with immortals know how ethereal and transcendent they are. However, the village chief of Lujiazhai felt that he had witnessed a miracle. To be able to send a grown man flying 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, away, that takes immense strength. At this moment, Lu Daji was so excited that his whole body was trembling. I've struck gold. I've struck gold. I, Lu Daji, have hit the jackpot. My daughter was right. Lu Daji's mind raced, and he thought of all the women in his family. My eldest granddaughter is 7 years old this year. I wonder if Lu Chen thinks she's too young. Should I send my eldest and second daughters-in-law over too? But I'm afraid my eldest and second sons will curse me to death. If Lu Chen doesn't mind that my old woman is too old, should he let her go too? Just as Lu Daji was plotting his own scheme, Lu Xiaolan, with lightning speed, also sent the other 2 constables flying. Throughout the entire process, Lu Chen didn't move an inch. Seeing this, the remaining 4 quick-witted men dared not step forward to tie up the person and hurriedly hid behind Ding Wang. Ding Wang ignored these cowardly fellows. He shifted his gaze from Lu Chen to Lu Xiaolan's alluring figure. The evil thoughts that had been in his mind just moments before had completely vanished. Ding Wang secretly made his plans. She's incredibly strong. Even I probably couldn't withstand a single punch from her. However, her movements were clumsy, her attacks were haphazard, and her body was full of openings, clearly indicating that she had never practiced martial arts before. That doesn't mean there's no chance of winning. Having practiced martial arts for 20 years, Ding Wang is extremely confident in his own strength. He had killed more than a dozen barbarians who were much stronger than him. Ding Wang snorted twice and strode towards Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan nervously took a step back, but she quickly regained her footing. The person in front of me has a very imposing presence and looks quite formidable. She had just taken a powerful pill, and she wasn't confident she could beat her opponent. But she cannot back down, because Lu Chen was right behind her. She didn't know whether Lu Chen had taken the power pills or not. After all, from what she observed, it seemed that this stimulant only worked on women. Seeing the change in Lu Xiaolan's expression, Ding Wang felt reassured. As expected, she was just all brute force and nothing to fear. He immediately shouted sternly, "Girl, if you obediently submit, I promise I won't let you die too miserably. How about it?" Lu Xiaolan said coldly, If you want to fight, then fight. Stop with the nonsense. Ding Wang suddenly laughed. You, a mere ant with only brute strength, dare to dream of competing with the sun and moon. Having said that, he slowly drew the broadsword from his waist. Seeing that the other party had taken out a knife, Lu Xiaolan felt even more uncertain. She had only her hands empty. Go to hell. Lu Xiaolan rushed towards Ding Wang and punched him in the chest. Ding Wang was caught off guard by Lu Xiaolan's preemptive strike and hurriedly parried with his knife. Seeing the other person's knife blocking her way, Lu Xiaolan didn't have time to think and grabbed the blade. Well, Ding Wang was taken aback. He never expected that this little girl would dare to grab his knife. His knife was just sharpened last night. It's exceptionally sharp. Even when he wipes it himself, he has to be very careful to avoid cutting his palms. This little girl actually dared to grab his knife with her chubby pink little hand. Ding Wang's face turned cruel as he forcefully pulled the knife into his arms. What a pity for that little hand. I'm afraid half of it is gone. However, the next moment, Ding Wang's expression changed drastically. The broadsword remained completely unmoved. Ding Wang even doubted that he was dreaming, and he pulled the knife into his chest again with all his might. Still nothing. The broadsword seemed to be ingrained in the opponent's palm. Lu Xiaolan was also extremely surprised. Her palm wasn't cut by the blade. When the other person tried to take the knife back, she felt that their strength was weak. Without further hesitation, Lu Xiaolan grabbed the blade and pulled it back. She then took the broadsword. Ding Wang, however, was pulled forward by the hilt of the knife and stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Lu Xiaolan, with her broadsword in hand, slashed fiercely at Ding Wang. Ding Wang quickly dodged to the side. Snap! Ding Wang couldn't dodge in time, and his entire right arm was severed at the root by Lu Xiaolan. Blood gushed out instantly. Fist! Ding Wang was in so much pain, he almost cried out. But his pride as a master made him suppress it. What's going on? Why can't even a sharp blade hurt her? Why couldn't I even dodge her simple, unadorned slash? Why did I lose to a country girl? At this moment, the pain of losing his arm was secondary. Ding Wang's mind was still filled with a multitude of questions. If he doesn't understand these things, he won't die in peace. Go to hell. Lu Xiaolan didn't give Ding Wang time to think it over. She swung her knife again, this time hitting Ding Wang on the head. Ding Wang tried to dodge, but the knife came too fast. That's too fast. In an instant, Ding Wang went through all the martial arts skills and moves he had learned in his life and his mind. After that, he realized that no matter what, he could not avoid this knife. It turns out, she wasn't just all brute strength. She also possessed a sword-drawing speed that I could never match. Blood splattered, people died. He's dead. Lu Xiaolan could hardly believe that she had killed this seemingly powerful person. It doesn't seem that impressive. At this moment, several Kuaishou users were shaking uncontrollably. Officer Ding is dead. That arrogant and haughty Constable Ding, who even the county magistrate had to smile obsequiously when speaking to him, actually died just like that. Even Ding, the head constable who was quite well known throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, died silently. And he died at the hands of a country girl. Who would believe it if I told them? They didn't believe it, and Zhao Daji didn't dare to believe it either. He couldn't believe that his youngest daughter, who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, had actually killed someone. She not only killed people, but she killed 5 people. Moreover, these 5 people were not ordinary people, but government officials whom everyone avoided. For a moment, Lu Daji was filled with a mixture of shock and fear, joy and worry, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What shocked him was that his daughter had actually committed murder. What he fears is that from now on, Lu Daji and his entire family will be locked in a life-or-death struggle with the government, with no way to retreat. What worries them is that there will never be a peaceful day again in their Lu family village. What pleased him was that his daughter's amazing move would surely make Lu Chen look at her with new eyes. If Lu Chen ever achieved great things, his daughter would definitely enjoy a lifetime of wealth and honor. At that time, even Lu Daji will be able to benefit from his daughter's good fortune. Lu Chen saw the changing expressions on Lu Daji's face, not far away, and guess what he was thinking. In Lu Chen's memory, this village chief had 2 important characteristics. He was stingy, and he was good at scheming. However, Lu Chen didn't care or pay attention. He was already deeply bound to himself, and he had no other way out but to follow him. Lu Chen glanced at the 4 trembling constables and waved his hand at them. You lot, get lost. The constables, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, turned and ran. Even after running quite a distance, they would occasionally look back to see if anyone was chasing them. Chapter 40, I'm going to start making grand promises. Look closely. This commander's name is Su Hui. What? My junior brother Ding Wang was actually killed by the rebels. Enraged, Su Hui smashed the table in front of him with a single blow. Just now, the magistrate of Hudou County sent someone to say that his junior brother Ding Wang had been killed by a group of rural rebels. For a moment, Su Hui was both shocked and frightened. During the power struggle, Master Wei Chongqing was implicated and several of his disciples were also involved. The master pulled strings and managed to get his most beloved junior brother, Ding Wang, to hide in Hudou County so that his second senior brother could take care of him. Less than 2 years later, Ding Wang died unexpectedly. How could he explain this to his master? Although their master, Wei Chongqing, was temporarily sidelined, it was clear to everyone that these martial artists were nothing more than lowly pawns who drifted with the tide. Anyone has the opportunity to recruit them and make them a great asset to their organization. They could turn their fortunes around at any time. Therefore, no one dares to deliberately offend them. That damned Wei Qiao, how dare you play tricks on me? One day, I'll tear you to pieces. Su Hui was nearly 40 years old and had seen all sorts of conspiracies and tricks. He saw through it at a glance. The death of his junior brother Ding Wang must have been a trick played by County Magistrate Wei Qiao. Damn it, you really think I'm just a figurehead? You dare to kill my junior brother right under my nose. Once I wipe out this band of rebels, you, Wei Qiao, can just wait to die. His army was the only one stationed in Hudou County. In this chaotic world, his power was far greater than that of a county magistrate. Whoever he wants to die, he can kill. Men, muster the troops. All soldiers, follow me to Lu Family Village. Today I will raise the entire Lu Family Village to the ground. Inside Lu Jia Village. It was now the third day after Lu Xiaolan killed the official. On the surface, Lu Jia Village remains peaceful. But the villagers all knew that their peaceful days were numbered. Everyone knows that killing government officials is a serious crime of treason. The villagers, young and old, were all secretly observing Lu Chen's family. He wanted to see something unusual about Lu Chen's face. But they were all disappointed. Lu Chen remained calm, as usual, continuing with his usual activities. It's as if Lu Xiaolan didn't kill 5 officials, but rather 5 chickens. How long will it take to finish this house? At the construction site, Lu Chun questioned Tian Luzhu. Now, his house is overcrowded, and at night a large group of maids huddle together to sleep. When he gets up at night, there's not even room to put his feet down. We need to move into our new house as soon as possible. It will take at least another 20 days to complete. To be honest, I've never built such a big house before. Luckily, there are many people in the village helping out. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 months to build such a big house, Tian Luzhu said truthfully. It will take another 20 days or so. Lu Chun frowned. He really couldn't wait that long. Could we build the backyard first and then gradually construct the 2 front yards, the back garden, and the side yards? What do you think? Tian Luzhu thought about it and decided that this would work. He also knew that Lu Chen's family was large, so building the backyard first would allow people to move in sooner. He immediately said, "All right, I'll arrange for someone to build the house in the backyard first." Seeing that Lu Chun was about to leave, Tian Luzhu called him back. "Xiao Chun, there's something else I'd like to talk to you about." Lu Chun turned around. "What is it? Please tell me." Tian Luzhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like this. These past few days, I've seen many people who come to help, but they all dawdle and don't put in any real effort." Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. "Why? Is it because you think I'm not paying you enough?" Tian Luzhu hurriedly said, "It's not because of that." "Then why?" Tian Luzhu said, "As you know, we've harvested nothing from this land right now. We've even eaten all the grass roots and tree bark. They're afraid that once your house is built, they won't have anything to eat anymore." Tian Luzhu had heard villagers talk about it more than once, all wanting to work on the construction site for a few more days so they could get more food for their families. "Oh, I see." Lu Chen's brows relaxed. His efforts to win over these villagers were not simply out of kindness. He will need these villagers to help him with infrastructure projects in the future. He immediately smiled and said, "I know about this, it's all right." Lu Chen knew it was time to make empty promises to the villagers. For thousands of years, the people of Lu Jia village have only eaten 2 meals a day. The same applies when helping out at Lu Chen's house. Around 10 a.m., Lu Chen would have someone cook a large pot of rice porridge. This pot of rice porridge is very thick, almost like rice. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's time for the villagers to enjoy a big pot of food. A big pot of stewed cabbage and pork with rice noodles, and unlimited rice and steam buns. It could be said that this meal was better than what most villagers ate during the Spring Festival. Before lunch, Lu Chen arrived at the construction site and gathered everyone together. Today, I would like to say a few words to my fellow villagers. The villagers all stared intently at Lu Chen. Fellow villagers, do you feel satisfied if you can have a few full meals? The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Are you still not satisfied with being able to eat your fill? Their ultimate goal is simply to have enough to eat. Okay? Let alone years of famine. Even in good years, few of them can get enough to eat. Even in the village chief Lu Daji's family, they can only have enough to eat for 2 or 3 months at most throughout the year. If we're talking about being able to eat your fill every meal, then only the wealthy families in towns and counties could afford that. Lu Chen continued, everyone, please rest assured. From now on, I guarantee that everyone in our village will have enough to eat. The villagers naturally didn't believe it. Although the men who come to help at the construction site can eat their fill, their families are only kept alive with a few mouthfuls of thin porridge, barely escaping starvation. Lu Chen seemed to have guessed what they were thinking and said, after my new house is built, I guarantee that every family and every person will have enough to eat. One villager muttered under his breath, once the houses are built, we'll be out of a job. How can we possibly have anything to eat then? Someone said, once this house is built, why should you give us food for free? All right, he's not a bodhisattva. Why should he support us for nothing? Lu Chen smiled and said, after my house is built, I plan to build a city wall around our village, and then build a moat outside the city wall. Upon hearing this, all the villagers gasped in surprise. Although Lu Chen's new house was large, it was nothing compared to the city wall. Moreover, a moat needs to be dug. These are all incredible projects. It definitely won't be built in just 3 to 5 months. City walls? Moat? If these are repaired, we'll never have to fear bandits again. These city walls and moats are meant to protect everyone in our village. Is Lu Chen planning to pay for their construction himself? If that's the case, we'll have food to eat for the next few months. Our family members will be able to live a few more months. The villagers were in a frenzy, their gazes toward Lu Chen burning with fervor. Of course, these villagers aren't stupid. They knew that Lu Chen had offended the government. The government will inevitably come to suppress him. But so what? In the past 2 years, the government has completely ignored the lives of the people, leaving them to fend for themselves. It is said that the imperial court also distributed disaster relief grain. But before the grain could reach the people, it was divided up by officials at all levels. It's better to rely on Lu Chen than on the government. At least Lu Chen has given them tangible benefits. Just then, Lu Chen spoke up again. After the city walls and moat are completed, I also want to build hundreds of new houses in the village so that every family will have a new place to live. Upon hearing this, the villagers were all in an uproar. Chapter 41 Good days are in sight. Bosses who frequently make grand promises to others know that the bigger and more rounded the promise, the greater its effect. Strictly speaking, Lu Chen's actions weren't exactly empty promises. This was something he had planned long ago. He originally intended to proceed step by step, but now it seems that this approach is not appropriate. These villagers are very thoughtful. They have long-term plans. Lu Chen didn't think they were selfish. They just wanted to survive. They feared that once Lu Chen's house was built, they would lose their only means of survival. Lu Chen understood them. Most importantly, Lu Chen also needs them. Lu Chen continued to make empty promises. Whether it's the city walls, the moat, or these hundreds of houses in the village, none of these are small projects. Relying solely on the people in our village is not enough. I hope that the villagers will bring their relatives and friends to help complete these projects as soon as possible. He continued, don't be afraid, don't panic. After these projects are completed, you will still have food to eat. At that time, under the organization of the village chief, you can form patrol teams and reconnaissance teams to protect our Lu family village. Everyone who joins these teams will have food to eat and will be allocated grain. The villagers were in an uproar. They were all so excited that their faces turned red and their hearts were pounding. Lu Chen, from now on, our whole family's lives are in your hands. Suddenly someone shouted, Lu Chen, from now on I'll follow you. I'll go through fire and water for you. I'll never back down. Lu Chen, The villagers erupted in shouts. At this moment, Chen was their great benefactor and savior. They'll follow whoever gives them a way to survive. Chen stretched out his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "From today onwards, anyone in the village between the ages of 12 and 65, regardless of gender, can come to my house to help. In addition to providing 2 meals a day, each person will also receive 1 pound of fine rice per day." This time, the villagers could no longer contain themselves and erupted in a wave of cheers. Previously, each family could only provide 1 or 2 able-bodied men, and they could only get 1 or 2 kilograms of rice per day. But now, most of their family members can come to the construction site to work and can get several kilograms of rice a day. Families with more members can even get 10 kilograms of rice. In this way, their whole family can have enough to eat. Not only can they eat their fill, but they can also store up a lot of food every day. The villagers were extremely grateful, and some even knelt down and kowtowed to Chen repeatedly. Chen gestured for them to get up. "Fellow villagers, from now on, you don't need to kneel when you see me. Understand?" Hearing Chen's serious tone, the kneeling villagers quickly stood up. They didn't understand why Chen wouldn't accept their kneeling. Isn't it only natural to kneel and thank someone for a favor? They don't understand. Chen's expression softened slightly, and he said, "After work today, you can register the names of any family members who meet the requirements, and they can start work tomorrow. All right, everyone, let's eat." Unlike usual meal times, the villagers did not rush to line up for food. They were all processing what Chen had said today. These past few days, they've been worried about whether they'll survive and how many more days they have left. But today, Chen gave them hope to live, and they can still live very well. During meal times, villagers gather in small groups, squatting on the ground to eat and chat. Chen is taking care of us villagers. We must never forget this kindness. I'm so ashamed. I've been too lazy at work these past few days. I can't be lazy anymore. If what Shenwazi said is true, then we'll have hope for the future. I was worried every day that my little ones at home wouldn't live long, but now I can finally relax. Why won't Chen make us kneel down and thank him? Why do you think that is? I just can't understand it. Hurry up and eat, so we can get back to work. We can't let Chen down. The villagers ate very quickly today, and without resting after their meal, they immediately prepared to start working. Just then, the villagers saw Xie Qiao leading about a dozen girls, running quickly from the direction of the back mountain. Their clothes were so eye-catching that it was impossible not to notice them. The villagers felt a vague unease. These past few days, Xie Qiao has been leading the group of girls out of the village into the mountains early every morning, only returning to the village when it gets dark. Nobody knows what they went to the mountains for. I just don't know why they came back so early today. They looked hurried and seemed a little nervous. The villagers suddenly felt uneasy. Chen was currently harvesting crops in his spatial dimension. The crops in the fields grow very quickly because he has to cultivate new fields and sow seeds every day, so the crops ripen and need to be harvested every day. Initially, Chen was worried that there was too much grain and not enough warehouse space. After the grain is harvested, it will be automatically stored in the warehouse. The warehouse in his space consisted of only that 2-story building. There are only about 20 rooms in the building. Even if all of them were used to store grain, these houses would still be far from enough. But Chen's worries were unnecessary. More than 1 million kilograms of rice and more than 1 million kilograms of wheat were put into 2 warehouses, taking up only a small space in each warehouse. Chen estimated that the size of each warehouse was not what he could see with his eyes. He even felt that each of these warehouses was like an inventory in a game, which could be stacked infinitely. In other words, no matter how many items there are, as long as they are of the same category, they can all be put into the same warehouse. This system's warehouse is really impressive. However, as the saying goes, having gained one thing, one desires another. Although the storage capacity of each warehouse seems unlimited, there are only about 20 warehouses in total, which is clearly too few. I just don't know how to increase the number of warehouses. After harvesting the crops, Chen was about to go to his bedroom to rest when he heard Xie Qiao's voice outside. My husband! My husband!" Chen left the space and opened the door. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dia stood outside the door, filling the already cramped main room to the brim. The younger ones, such as Xiao Xiang and Xiao Yu, couldn't even squeeze into the room. "My lord, a large army is approaching from the east." "They've arrived?" Chen wasn't surprised. He asked, "How many people are there?" Xie Qiao frowned. There are about 1,000 people. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Xie Qiao hesitated, as if she wanted to say something, but then stopped. What's wrong? They had a dozen or so cavalrymen and a squad of archers. Lu Chen understood what Xie Qiao was worried about. After all, they had never encountered the regular army of the Great Zhou dynasty before, so it was normal for them to be a little nervous. Wait a moment. Lu Chen closed the door and quickly entered the system store. Search for riot shields. After using the store more, Lu Chen also figured out some tricks of the trade. Simply think of a product you're searching for in your mind, and you can quickly find the corresponding product. With time running out, Lu Chen couldn't be too picky and could only choose from the slightly more expensive shields. This one will do. This riot shield is made of high-strength composite fibers and can protect against close-range fire from large-caliber handguns. It should be fine against regular arrows. It's just a bit pricey. One set costs 50,000 yuan. Lu Chen felt a pang of heartache, but also felt it was necessary. For defensive equipment, you have to choose the best. He bought 12 shields at once, spending 600,000. After that, he opened the door, took out the shields one by one, and distributed them to Xie Qiao and the others. Chapter 42. The soldiers are coming to massacre the village. Look closely, this group of soldiers has come to massacre the village. No, to wipe out the rebels. Su Hui, fully armored and wielding a crescent-shaped blade, rode a robust chestnut horse, and, surrounded by a dozen cavalrymen, arrived at the small hill outside the entrance of Lujiazhai village. Behind him stood 1,000 soldiers. Throughout the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there were hardly any fully staffed 1,000-man squads. For many commanders of 1,000 households, the best they could manage was to muster 500 soldiers in order to embezzle public funds. Su Hui, however, is different. He was not greedy for money. He only wanted military power. What he values most is the tangible weapon of the gun. As long as you have enough troops, getting money is a piece of cake. He brought his troops here today, partly to avenge his junior brother Dingwang. Secondly, they were interested in the money and grain in this small village. Pass down the order. Everyone take a short break. After a long march, the soldiers were exhausted. In order to minimize casualties, Su Hui needed to ensure that his soldiers were well rested before going into battle again. Look, soldiers. The soldiers are here. Upon seeing the densely packed soldiers on the hillside outside the village, the villagers of Lujiazhai immediately began to shout. The villagers working on the construction site and the people chatting around the site were all in a panic. At this moment, Lu Chen led Xie Qiao and the others to the construction site. Each of them carried a huge iron plaque and held a long knife, forming a line behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen said loudly, "Fellow villagers, please go home quickly and do not go out for the time being." Someone shouted, "Chenwazi, there's so many soldiers, you few probably can't handle them. I'm going home to get a knife and fight them." "Yes, let's fight them. Brother Chen, if anything happens to you, the people in our village won't survive either. Folks, let's all go back and get our weapons and fight them." "Nephew." Lu Chen looked at the villagers and nodded secretly. His efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. He shouted, "The soldiers who have come this time are far superior to those bandits. You are of little use here. Go home and wait until I have dealt with them before you come out." The villagers understood. Lu Chen thought they were in the way. "Go back, everyone." Lu Chen waved his hand and said again. The villagers then gradually dispersed. After all the villagers had left, Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao and the others, "Remember what I just told you. When the enemy fires arrows, you all hide behind your shields and hold your ground. When the enemy launches a charge, you rush into their ranks, 2 people in a group, covering each other. You all remember that." "Brother Lu, we've all remembered," the girls said in unison. He then specifically instructed Xie Qiao, "Xiao Yu and the others are still young, so please take good care of them." Xie Qiao nodded emphatically. "Husband, don't worry. I promise I won't let them get hurt." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Form ranks at the village entrance." Xie Qiao and his group, holding shields, lined up in a neat row at the entrance of the village. The shields stood side by side, forming a tight iron wall. They bent over, holding long knives, and observed the movements of the soldiers opposite them through the bulletproof glass above the riot shields. Lu Chen stood aside, gazing at the soldiers on the hill. Ha! On the hilltop, Su Hui had already taken in Lu Chen and the others' movements at the village entrance through his binoculars. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He carefully put the telescope into the leather case at his waist. He bought this telescope from a merchant in the western regions at a high price, and he often used it to play with and admire the scenery and birds. This is the first time it has truly come in handy. Interesting. Suhui couldn't hide his smile. Do you really think you can use a few mere girls to hold off my army of 1,000? His troops were far superior to those idle soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty. He rigorously trained these soldiers day and night, making each one an elite soldier. Even if the opponents were all martial arts masters, they would be instantly annihilated under the crushing force of his iron-blooded soldiers. Then let's see what you're made of. Suhui waved his hand. Archers, prepare. 300 archers simultaneously held their bows and arrows. Upwards. Release the arrows. A rapid, popping sound of bowstrings filled the air. Hundreds of arrows, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, traced an arc through the air as they hurtled towards Chen and his companions. Knock, knock, knock. Arrows rained down, covering the sky. Chen and his group were instantly engulfed by a rain of arrows. Upwards. Release the arrows. Another volley of arrows. Upwards. Release the arrows. After 3 waves of arrows were scattered all around Chen and the others. Their riot shields were riddled with bullet holes, making them look like hedgehogs. But the formation remained unchanged. The smile on Su Hui's face vanished. Their shields are pretty good. They actually blocked all the arrows. But later, these shields will be mine. He waved his hand and shouted, Cavalry, charge! More than 10 cavalrymen immediately charged down the hill. Taking advantage of their downward momentum, they increased their speed. The cavalrymen on horseback brandished their long sabers, shouting as they charged rapidly toward Xie Qiao and his men shield formation. Cavalry has an inherent advantage in breaking through shields. The powerful charge of cavalry could easily break through the thin shield-bearing positions. Kill! Accompanied by shouts of battle, the cavalrymen raised their sabers high and slashed at the thin shields. Just then, Xie Qiao and the others suddenly leaped high from behind the shield. It was over 10 feet tall. Their lithe figures through the gaps in the cavalrymen's sabers descended from their high perch, hovering above the cavalrymen's heads. The cavalrymen's sabers were powerful and heavy. Once they struck, they didn't even have time to retract their blades before they saw the gleaming light of the sabers above their heads. A flash of blade and a head falls. A dozen or so war horses, carrying the headless corpses of the cavalrymen, continued their charge forward. The remaining cavalrymen were terrified at the sight. They hurriedly lowered their bodies, preparing to turn their horses around, but to their surprise, several girls had already caught up with them like maggots clinging to bones. These cavalrymen had never seen anything like it before. These young girls, though not very old, all seemed to be top-notch experts, and experts they had never seen before. Holding horse-slaying swords, they turned around to kill them. But these girls were just too fast and too agile. Before the cavalrymen could even swing their swords, the long swords in the girls' hands were already upon them. Too fast, the remaining cavalrymen were killed in a single encounter by the girls. On the hill, Su Hui was horrified when he saw this. These cavalrymen were all his personal guards who had followed him for many years. They were closer than brothers. He never expected that they would all be defeated by a few girls today. He had intended to reward them with some military achievements, but his plan backfired, causing them to lose their lives in vain. Chapter 43, Average Level of Grandmaster. Those officers and soldiers who frequently led the massacre of villagers know that villagers are essentially pigs and sheep. Su Hui never treated these troublemakers as human beings. Normally, these troublemakers are like leeks, pigs, and sheep that can be sucked dry. When needed, these troublemakers become their readily available battle merits. Su Hui originally thought that the villagers of Lujiazhai, each of their heads was a merit in the war. He hunts birds every day, but unexpectedly, one of his eyes was pecked out by a bird today. His most elite cavalry, the cavalry force he had spent countless sums of money and effort to train, vanished in an instant. Su Hui's heart was bleeding. His face was so pale that it turned ashen. He now wished he could skin these dozen or so girls alive, eat their flesh, and bury their skin. Swordsmen and shieldmen, charge. Spearmen, coordinate with the vanguard, and slaughter them. Archers, stand by. Su Hui was not blinded by anger. He calmly issued orders. He ultimately underestimated these girls. However, he made the same mistake again. 300 swordsmen and shieldmen led the way, followed by 300 spearmen, marching forward in orderly steps. Swords and spears stood in a forest, and footsteps echoed. On the parched land that had not seen rain for many years, they trampled out billowing dust. The dark mass of heads was extremely intimidating. The gleaming swords and spears were truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, Xie Qiao and the others had picked up their riot shields again and formed a shield wall to prevent the soldiers from suddenly firing arrows. Xiaoyu and the other girls, who were still quite young, were killing people for the first time, and their emotions were somewhat unstable. Seeing the densely packed soldiers pressing in from the opposite side, they became even more nervous. Lu Chen did not speak. He didn't want to encourage them with words. This is a test for them. This is also a necessary experience for them. In this cannibalistic world, they must go through these experiences before they can truly awaken to the truth. At that moment, many people in the village were secretly peeking in this direction through the broken windows. Some of the bolder ones peeked over their own walls to look this way. Some people even climbed onto the roof to watch the battle. So many soldiers. It's terrifying. These soldiers are different from the ones we've seen before. They look quite formidable. Yes, they look very imposing. Can these girls hold out? If they can't, our Lu family village will be finished. Village Chief Lu Daji, supporting his wife Wang Chui'er, quietly crept from the north end of the village to behind a large tree not far from the village entrance, secretly watching the direction of the village entrance. Wang Chui'er's legs felt weak and limp. If Lu Daji hadn't been supporting her, she wouldn't have been able to stand at all. Honey, will Xiaolan be all right? Lu Daji was also very flustered, but he dare not show it. If it weren't for him being the pillar of support, his wife might have fainted from fright long ago. He should be all right? I trust Lu Chen. This is my first time with so many officers and soldiers. Xiaolan and her group only number 10 or so, and Xiaoyu and the other girls are only 10 or so years old. Are they really capable? I'm so worried. As Wang Chui'er spoke, her body went limp and she leaned into Lu Daji's arms. Their thoughts reflected the thoughts of everyone in the village. Almost no one believed that a dozen or so girls could hold off so many soldiers. At this moment, the 600 sword and shield soldiers and spearmen were only a dozen steps away from Xie Qiao and the other shield formation. At the very front were dozens of swordsmen and shieldmen, who formed a tight shield wall with their shields. The second row consisted of dozens of spearmen who would thrust their spears out with all their might through the gaps in their shields when engaging the enemy. Swordsmen and shieldmen are primarily defensive, while spearmen are primarily offensive. They have practiced hundreds of times, and their teamwork is extremely seamless. Kill! The frontline swordsmen and shieldmen suddenly accelerated and charged towards Xie Qiao and his group. The pikemen followed closely behind, gripping their steel spears tightly with both hands. Kill! At Xie Qiao's command, he gripped his shield and used his elbow to smash it forward. The two swordsmen and shieldmen were instantly knocked down by the force of the impact, and the two spearmen behind them also tripped up. Zhao Daya and the others also simultaneously rammed their shields forward. A large number of officials in the front row were knocked down. Kill! Xie Qiao and his men brandished their long swords and charged into the government army's ranks. They brandished their shields, pushing and blocking, and all who were hit were knocked to the ground. Instantly, the officers and soldiers' formation was thrown into chaos. Go to hell! With a single slash, Lu Xiaolan split the head of a spearman in two. Go to hell! A swordsman and shield man who had been knocked to the ground had his sternum shattered by her foot. Kill! Zhao Daya charged ahead, and with a powerful shield bash, she knocked the shields of 3 soldiers away. With a swift and sharp swing of her long sword, she slashed open the bellies of 2 spearmen. The thin iron armor worn by the officers and soldiers was as thin as paper under her blade. Under Xie Qiao's encouragement, the younger girls, including Xiaoyu, finally started to play freely. I'll fuck you to death. I'll fuck you to death. Xiaoyu's longsword only thrusts, never slashes, targeting the gaps and weak points in the enemy's armor, each strike drawing blood. The long knife that Lu Chen bought this time was designed specifically for killing. The blood grooves on both sides of the blade are very close to the tip of the blade. Once stabbed, the blood will flow continuously, and even if no vital organs are injured, it is difficult to survive. Moreover, Xiaoyu specifically targets the enemy's vital points. Therefore, although Xiaoyu's attacks were not as sweeping and powerful as Zhao Daya's and the others, her efficiency in killing enemies was not low. Kill! On the battlefield, The sounds of battle were deafening, and dust filled the air. Blood and filth were everywhere. Lu Chun stood alone at the edge. If any soldiers or officers came by without thinking, he would easily take them down with a single stroke of his knife, clean and swift, as if nothing had happened. These officers and soldiers were all shrewd, and they could tell that Lu Chun was the leader of these girls. Knowing that he was not someone to be trifled with, they deliberately avoided him. Therefore, Lu Chun encountered few government soldiers, killed the fewest people, and had the most leisure time. He did not take the initiative. After all, he was just using these soldiers to train Xie Qiao and the others. On the hilltop, Su Hui took out the telescope again. On the battlefield, the two sides were locked in fierce combat, with dust flying and thick smoke billowing, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. He examined the telescope closely for a long time, then suddenly pursed his lips. The two sides have been fighting for so long, and it seems like not a single one of them has died. The other party's clothes were too conspicuous. They were all sky blue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to tell how many of them were left. 12. 12 again. 1 man and 11 women, not one missing. Apart from the boys watching from the sidelines, the 11 girls were extremely skilled, charging and fighting their way across the battlefield, and no one could get close to them. Su Hui became increasingly alarmed as he looked at the document. Even he, if trapped in the army, could not last more than half an incense stick's time, even if the sky were to break. Could it be that they're all more skilled in martial arts than me? Could it be that they're all grandmasters? Or even great grandmasters? Su Hui couldn't believe it. He's been stuck at the half-step grandmaster realm for several years, so his insight is naturally sharp. These little girls' strength seems to be no less than that of his teacher, Wei Chongqing. Wei Chongqing was one of the few grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty. These little girls, how old are they? 11 grandmasters. Who would believe that? Chapter 44, Assault Rifles. Notice that this nominally anti-bandit campaign has now reached a fever pitch. The disciplined officers and soldiers, despite facing heavy casualties, still fought bravely. Their enemies, however, were just a group of young girls. Charge! Charge! Under the fierce attack of a dozen or so girls, the soldiers' formation was repeatedly broken, but they quickly regrouped and formed large nets to surround the girls. Unfortunately, with a single charge from these girls, they tore their barely organized formation to shreds once again. With each charge by the girls, a large number of soldiers' corpses would fall to the ground. A dozen or so young girls, with delicate and charming looks, appeared to these soldiers as if they were gods of death. With each flash of their long knives in the sunlight, soldiers would fall dead on the spot. Even the shields they carried inflicted heavy casualties on the soldiers. Each of their shield strikes was like a charging bull, knocking several soldiers out of their mouths and killing them instantly. These officers and soldiers had never seen such a scene before. This is completely different from their usual training. They could only rush towards these girls like moths to a flame, one after another. Once on the battlefield, their only duty as soldiers is to fight bravely forward. It's also an instinct developed after years of being brainwashed by superiors. On the battlefield, blood splattered everywhere. On the hilltop, Su Hui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing his soldiers die one by one, Su Hui was filled with remorse. Even if we win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. As a commander, he was destined to suffer a severe blow. Where's Lu Ti Zhengliang? Battalion Commander Lu Ti and Zhengliang were filled with trepidation and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Sir, your subordinates are here. You too, go and bring me their heads." Lu Ti and Zhengliang looked panicked, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Yes, sir." At this point, the battle was so intense that it was impossible to distinguish friend from foe, and it was no longer suitable for them to ride in a battle. They had no choice but to dismount, take a single sword in hand, and charge into the enemy lines. Lu Ti and Zhengliang had followed Su Hui in suppressing bandits many times and were considered veterans of many battles. But faced with today's bizarre battle situation, they have no chance of winning whatsoever. They charged into the formation, but only lingered on the periphery, not daring to advance at all. These girls are all ridiculously strong. They don't know if they can even last a single move against them. Charge! Charge! What are you all afraid of? Get them! Lu Ti hid behind a group of soldiers, brandishing his broadsword and shouting repeatedly. Zhengliang was the same. He only supervised the battle from the rear and dared not get close enough to fight. They actually wanted to sneak up and launch a surprise attack. But after seeing the girl's ferocity up close, they lost even the thought of launching a sneak attack. Because they witnessed 3 spearmen sneaking up on a girl from behind, only to be cleaved in 2 at the waist by the girl's slash. It's too bloody. These girls are amazing. I'm afraid, even if the adults in their family were to fight, they wouldn't be a match for these girls. Their kung fu skills were far inferior to those of their parents. Su Hui had already seen their lewd actions through the telescope. He hadn't expected that his 2 most trusted lieutenants would be so cowardly, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and he devised countless ways to deal with these 2 cowards. Wait until this battle is over, and see how I deal with you all. Actually, Su Hui only asked them to participate to test the girl's abilities. Perhaps his previous guess was wrong. Su Hui didn't want to believe it from the bottom of his heart that they really had the strength of a grandmaster. They might not be as formidable as he had imagined. They're only strong against ordinary soldiers. If they encounter a true martial arts master, they might be exposed. Although Lu Ti and Zheng Liang's skills were far inferior to his, they were not ordinary people either. Taking on 10 opponents single-handedly is also a piece of cake. But Lu Ti and Zheng Liang didn't even have the courage to face them. This was completely unexpected by Su Hui. Su Hui, his face grim, shifted his gaze to the boy in a corner of the battlefield. It was obvious that this boy was their leader. Killing him would greatly demoralize the enemy. Archers exist. Su Hui pointed and shouted, "Target that boy, shoot him dead." Grown-ups, one of the centurions said, "This might cause some collateral damage." Su Hui retorted angrily, "Accidental injury? Haven't we lost enough of our own men already?" He immediately ordered, "Shoot arrows. Kill him." 300 archers immediately knocked their arrows and aimed at the boy. Swish, swish. A barrage of arrows rained down on the boy at the edge of the battlefield. Lu Chen focused most of his attention on the officers and soldiers on the hill. Seeing the soldiers raining down arrows, Lu Chen held up his riot shield in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. Countless arrows struck the riot shield. This riot shield is really useful. The 50,000 yuan was well spent. These arrows posed no threat to him whatsoever. He was unharmed, but the soldiers next to him suffered. Many of these arrows missed their target and struck the soldiers. More than a dozen soldiers were hit by arrows, and their screams were deafening. Immediately following, another wave of arrows rained down. Lu Chen remained hidden behind the riot shield, completely unharmed. I wonder if I'll get hurt if I try to take all these arrows with my bare hands? Given Lu Chen's current physical strength, these arrows probably wouldn't be able to harm him at all. But he did not risk his life. Once we capture these bows and arrows, we'll test how many arrows my body can withstand. After several volleys of arrows ended, Lu Chen saw that the archers on the other side had stopped firing. "You're done, now it's my turn." Lu Chen took out his assault rifle from the space warehouse. He then mounted his rifle on his riot shield and aimed it at the archer squad opposite him. Da da da, da da da. It was a series of bursts of fire. More than a dozen archers on the hill immediately fell. When one magazine was empty, he quickly pulled out another one from his spatial storage, swiftly replaced it, and aimed at the archers again. Da da da. On the hill, the archers' formation was thrown into chaos. Su Hui stared at the boy in the distance with a puzzled expression. He only heard a crisp sound, like the sound of firecrackers. Then, a large number of his archers fell. Su Hui came to the side of a fallen archer and saw a bloody hole in his head. He also saw another corpse with a similar bloody hole in its chest, from which blood foam was gushing out. What kind of firearm is this? Su Hui certainly knew about firearms. He himself had 2 muskets. However, this musket has a very short range. It can barely be used within 10 paces, and beyond that, it becomes inaccurate. And here, it's a good 200 or 300 steps away from that boy. In addition, don't these firearms only carry 1 bullet? But the boy fired dozens of bullets in a row. How'd he do it? Chapter 45, Those Who Kill Will Be Killed. Students who frequently handle guns know that after firing continuously, the barrel of a gun will quickly become hot and red-hot. After quickly emptying 2 magazines, Lu Chen did not continue firing. 2 magazines, 70 rounds in total. According to his observation, he killed or wounded at least 25 soldiers. His kill efficiency would be considered godlike on a battlefield in later times. He changed to another magazine and then observed the situation on the battlefield. In fact, he was not worried about the outcome of this battle at all. He wasn't too worried about Xie Qiao and the others' safety. Their physical strength is 10 times that of ordinary people, So even if they are accidentally injured, it will only be a superficial wound at most. Seeing that Xie Qiao and the others were still agile and swift in the enemy ranks, and that their killing speed had not decreased at all, he felt relieved. At this point, the number of casualties among the officers and soldiers had approached 300. It seems these soldiers won't be able to hold out for much longer. He looked up at the hillside. On the hilltop, the officer on horseback was directing the archers to retreat. Clearly, they wanted to retreat to the hilltop to avoid his assault rifle fire. Chen did not intend to shoot the officer in charge. With this officer dead, the troops would quickly scatter, which was not the outcome Chen desired. Chen planned to eliminate as many armed forces as possible in the surrounding area. Whether they were government soldiers or bandits, Chen viewed them all as threats to his early development. Xie Qiao, Zhu Jun, Chen shouted. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun, who were fighting fiercely in the battle, paused slightly and looked at Chen. You two come with me. After Chen finished speaking, he held a shield in one hand and a gun in the other, and charged towards the hilltop. Upon seeing this, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun immediately brandished their swords and shields, charging fiercely towards the enemy in front of them. The soldiers blocking their way were instantly torn open, leaving a bloody path. Ti was shouting and yelling behind a group of soldiers when he suddenly looked up and saw Xie Qiao's petite figure rushing towards him with fierce speed. Ti hurriedly swung his knife and slashed. Xie Qiao ignored him and swung his shield at him. Seeing her fierce approach, Ti quickly retreated. Bang! He couldn't retreat in time. Everything went dark, and the shield smashed into his face. Poor Ti, a dignified battalion commander, was knocked to the ground by Xie Qiao in just one exchange and immediately lost consciousness. Xie Qiao charged forward without stopping, stomping 1 foot hard on his chest. Ti didn't even utter a sound before being reincarnated. Zheng Liang, who was 10 steps away, saw this scene and heard the crisp sound of Ti's sternum breaking. He was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. Ti, a mere battalion commander, was crushed to death by this young girl like an ant. They didn't even glance at him from beginning to end. So insignificant, so utterly despicable. Just as Zheng Liang was filled with a sense of shared sorrow, he caught a glimpse of another person attacking from his side. Another girl was charging towards him. Zheng Liang felt a chill run down his spine. The girl brandished her long sword wildly, and blood splattered wherever she went. The soldiers in front of her lay scattered on the ground like straw. Her beautiful eyes completely disregarded these officers and soldiers. Her gaze was fixed only on the boy running in the distance. Zheng Liang hesitated for a moment, holding his long sword. If he were to back down and run away at this moment, wouldn't he lose face? But if he were to fight an enemy, would he still be alive? That brief moment of hesitation meant Zheng Liang never had another chance. In the blink of an eye, the girl had already appeared in front of him. Kill! Zheng Liang had nowhere to hide, so he mustered his last bit of courage, roared, and swung his knife at the girl. At this moment, Zheng Liang witnessed an unbelievable scene. The girl leaped up and flew nimbly like a bird to the tip of his knife. Indeed, he observed carefully. The girl lightly touched the tip of his knife with 1 foot. At this moment, his long sword was at its fastest speed. Zheng Liang couldn't understand how this girl could calculate so precisely. She touched the knife tip with her toe, and then kicked him in the head with her other foot. Zheng Liang felt a sharp whistling sound in his ears, and before his feet even landed, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It's over. He felt that he was not facing a human being at all. It's the devil, a devil that can take a person's life in an instant. At this moment, Zheng Liang felt a little regretful. Why did he join the army in the first place? How exhilarating it must have been for him to raise his butcher's knife and kill people. But why was he so terrified and helpless when he was about to be killed? Puff! Zheng Liang's head was instantly smashed. The 2 captains were killed almost simultaneously, and the surrounding soldiers were all shocked. Normally, these 2 are always so imposing. But they couldn't even withstand half a move from their opponent before meeting their demise. The officers and soldiers were already disheartened by the killings, and now they had no fighting spirit left. They wanted to escape, they wanted to retreat. However, because their formation was so tight, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Kill! Seeing that the morale of the officers and soldiers had suddenly plummeted, Zhao Daya and the others swung their long swords even faster and more fiercely. Although the number of officers and soldiers was large, They could no longer organize a strong offensive. They were allowed to kill at will, like slaughtering chickens and sheep. Seeing their comrades die one by one, the officers and soldiers could only hope that the commander would quickly order a retreat so that they might be able to save their lives. But at this moment, their commander was already in dire straits. When Su Hui saw Lu Chen leading 2 girls charging towards them, a strange fear rose in his heart. Today, it's no longer about how many men we've lost. Whether he can save his life seems to be a question. All archers, draw your swords. Shu Yihuad. On the battlefield, when even the lightly armored archers in the rear need to discard their bows and draw their swords, it means that the outcome of the battle is basically decided. Don't panic. I still have several hundred archers. They can hold out for a while. For the first time, this commander, who was at the half-step grandmaster level, actually started to panic. Su Hui, seated on his warhorse, raised his saber high and shouted, "Quickly kill all 3 of them. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold." Kill! The archers, wielding large swords, charged towards Lu Chen and his 2 companions. If you can kill one person, you will receive 100 taels of gold. With 100 taels of gold in hand, one can live a life free from worries about food and clothing. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. More than 200 archers, all of them now brave men. The blades flashed, and a large crowd surged about. They quickly surrounded Lu Chen and his 2 companions. Kill! Lu Chen threw the riot shield forward, knocking down several soldiers. Then he picked up his assault rifle. Da-da-da-da. A volley of horizontal fire. A large area in front of him was cleared away instantly. Nearly 20 soldiers fell in pools of blood. He quickly changed the magazine and fired another round. Another large group of officers and soldiers were swept to the ground. None of the officers and soldiers had ever seen such a sight before. Seeing how fierce the firearm in Lu Chen's hand was, they were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly. No one dared to take another step forward. Chapter 46 is nothing. Watch closely. This 6th brother is about to start showing off. Tongzi, bring 10 more assault rifles, 40 magazines, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. As soon as Lu Chen silently recited the command, 10 more rifles appeared in the spatial storage. He immediately put the assault rifle in his hand into the warehouse as quickly as possible, and almost at the same time, took out another assault rifle from the warehouse. Without being visible to the naked eye, he had already switched to a different assault rifle. Da-da-da. Lu Chen, holding his assault rifle, fired another burst at the soldiers in front of him. Da-da-da. One burst of bullets ended, and without even a half-second pause, another burst followed. Da-da-da. 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 A storm of bullets rained down on the stunned officers and soldiers. The officers and soldiers fell down one after another, like leaks. These officers and soldiers even forgot to run away, watching helplessly as bullets pierced through their bodies. Commander Su Hui was dumbfounded. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were also dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Su Hui almost dropped the saber in his hand. The shock in his heart had far surpassed his fear. There are such deadly weapons in this world. Who can withstand this? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were beyond words to express their shock. Although they hadn't seen Lu Chen make a move much, they knew he was very powerful. But I never imagined he would be this good. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The rifle in Lu Chen's hand was still roaring like the Grim Reaper. Soldiers and officers are still falling in rows. The ground around the 3 of them was littered with the corpses of soldiers. Some of the wounded who were not yet dead were struggling and wailing in pain in pools of blood. It's like hell on earth. Seeing this, the soldiers finally realized they had to run. They cannot possibly stand up to this murderous demon, no matter what. As if someone had given them an order, the remaining officers and soldiers all scattered in a panic. Where do you think you're going? Xie Qiao gave a sharp shout and stepped forward to chase after him. Chu Yun also chased after the fleeing soldiers in another direction. Lu Chen switched from burst fire to single shots, aiming at the fleeing soldiers and picking them off one by one. As for the officer leader, sitting upright on his warhorse, Lu Chen paid him no attention. Da-da-da-da-da. Under Lu Chen's precise shooting, the fleeing soldiers were shot down one by one. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also cut down the remaining survivors one by one. In no time at all, more than 200 archers had been killed or wounded. Lu Chen then looked at the officer in charge. Your turn. Lu Chen looked at Su Hui as if he were looking at a dead man. Su Hui did not run away. He He knew very well that he couldn't escape no matter what. If that's the case, why doesn't he die with dignity? You, do you dare to fight me fairly? Su Hui slashed through the air with his saber and glared angrily at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled, a smile so innocent and pure, like a boy next door. Su Hui was momentarily dazed. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the boy in front of him resembled his eldest nephew. So innocent and naive. Harmless. Then I'll grant your wish. Su Hui was startled awake by Lu Chen's words, and then he saw that the rifle in Lu Chen's hand suddenly turned into a slender straight knife. Su Hui felt a jolt in his heart. My heart skipped a dozen beats. Evildoer. Su Hui, who never believed in ghosts and gods, had his established worldview collapse at this moment. Are you a human or a ghost? Su Hui's voice became shrill. Lu Chen lightly swung his long sword. To you, I am the devil. After saying that, he leaped into the air. A bright white blade flashed toward Su Hui. Su Hui's pupils contracted, and he slashed forward with his long sword. D. Lu Chen uttered a single word. Su Hui's heart stopped when he saw the blade flashing towards him. Too fast. Too tricky. My life is over. Then he felt a sudden dizziness. He saw a warhorse with a headless rider on it. That looks like him. Lu Chen swung his long sword, and drops of blood fell from the blade. It's nothing. He climbed to the top of the mountain and looked down at the battlefield below. The battle outside the village is also nearing its end. The remaining officers and soldiers were in complete disarray, with 20 or 30 soldiers having already left the battlefield and fled into the distance. Lu Chen switched his long sword back to a rifle, aimed at the deserters, and picked them off one by one. Within a distance of 500 meters, his marksmanship was impeccable. Lu Chen's appearance caused even greater panic among the officers and soldiers on the battlefield. They lost all will to fight and began to scatter and flee. Zhao Daya and the other girls transformed from warriors into hunters, splitting up to chase after the fleeing government soldiers. At this time, the villagers who had been hiding in the village also came out of their homes one after another. They began to gather at the village entrance. It started with young and middle-aged men, then women, children, and the elderly. They stared at the corpses of soldiers lying on the ground outside the village entrance, their expressions unusually complex. There was shock, surprise, and above all, disbelief. My God, so many soldiers. All of them are dead. So many soldiers. Were they really all killed by those few girls? That must be several hundred soldiers, right? There are still several hundred on the hill, probably over 1,000. A dozen or so of them actually killed 1,000 government troops. Look at these government troops. They're all wearing armor. They're much more formidable than the bandits. Would Zhao Daya and her group be considered to be fighting against 100 people? I saw Xiaolan with my own eyes kill 3 soldiers with a single stroke. TSK. The soldiers looked at her like they'd seen a ghost. You didn't see Xiao Yu, that little girl, only 10 years old, but she was killing them one by one like slaughtering pigs. The villagers were talking about it, but no one mentioned Lu Chen. In their minds, Lu Chen was already beyond their reach. When they saw Lu Chen walking back from the hilltop, the villagers' eyes were filled with awe. Soon, the girls who had been chasing the deserters returned. They were covered in blood from head to toe, except for their bright eyes. Even they themselves couldn't believe that they had actually wiped out this 1,000-strong government army unit. And it seems quite easy. No pressure at all. They gathered around Lu Chen, awaiting his orders. Great job. You all did a fantastic job today. Let's have a celebration party tonight. The girls' faces lit up with joy. It's not easy to get praise from Lu Chen. At least, this is the first time Lu Chen has acknowledged their fighting strength. Now, go and collect the silver coins from the corpse. Xie Qiao immediately led a group of girls to start searching through the corpse. There are too many corpses. On average, each person has to search 100 corpses. With only 10 or so of them, it's hard to say how long it will take to search. Lu Chen then asked the villagers to help him lick the bag. Give all the silver you find to my wife. As for the weapons, armor, and bows and arrows on them, they are all yours. Upon hearing this, the villagers all rushed forward. Even 4- or 5-year-old children and elderly women with canes joined in licking the bags. Chapter 47 Victory Celebration Banquet. Those who frequently loot boxes know that whether you can get a chicken dinner tonight depends on whether you can loot a lot of boxes and get a lot of loot. The villagers of Lujiazhai all know that whether they can survive in this chaotic world depends on how much equipment they can gather for self-defense. At this point, the corpses piled up and pools of blood became the target of the villagers' frenzied looting. This is mine. I got here first. I found this helmet first. Get away from me. This knife is mine. These shoes are mine. 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 Chickens flew and dogs barked, creating utter chaos. Some people were so fiercely competitive over a single, intact suit of armor that they were about to come to blows. Some people even brandished the large knives they had just found at the villagers who came to fight over them. There was also a little girl who had a short knife snatched away by an adult, and she sat on the ground, crying loudly in grievance. Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. In this era, resources were already extremely scarce. After several years of disasters and wars, these villagers would eagerly pocket anything of value they saw. Lu Chen understood them. However, this is not a good solution. He saw Lu Daji not far away and went over to him, saying, "Uncle 13, how about this? Let them collect all the things together and then distribute them according to the number of people in the family. What do you think?" Seeing that all the villagers were like this, Lu Daji couldn't stand it anymore and said, "All right, let's do it this way." Immediately, Lu Daji shouted loudly, instructing the villagers to pile all the equipment together in one place before distributing it to them. The villagers then calmed down. However, their enthusiasm for looting equipment decreased significantly, and their movements became noticeably slower. The women, seeing people starting to strip the clothes from under the corpse's armor, all left cursing and swearing. Soon, a large pile of various equipment was stacked up at the entrance of the village. Xie Qiao sorted and collected the money collected from the villagers. Zhao Daya led the girls to gather the scattered warhorses and then carefully examined the pile of clothes for the silver and copper coins hidden inside. There were too many officers and soldiers this time, and cleaning up the battlefield took a lot of time. Lu Chen wasn't particularly interested in these spoils of war. He only locked up two things. One was silver, the other was a warhorse. These days, warhorses are an extremely scarce strategic resource. A horse can cost as much as 40 or 50 taels of silver. Price is secondary. The key issue is that horses are available but not in the market, and ordinary people have no way to buy them. He noticed that the officers and soldiers who came this time had brought a total of 17 warhorses. However, only 15 horses were tethered at the village entrance. Those two horses have most likely run into the deep mountains. After making the arrangements and having the village chief oversee things, Lu Chen returned home. He took out about 10 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of cooked beef, 3 chickens, 2 fish, and some vegetables from his spatial storage to prepare dinner for the day. After the battle, he had to cook a good meal for the girls to reward them. It can also be considered a victory celebration banquet. Since the room was too small, Lu Chen moved the table to the yard. He bought this new table from his online store a few days ago. It's big enough to seat more than a dozen people. He then took out 2 old-fashioned lanterns that he had specially bought from a store. Although this lantern has an old-fashioned style to Lu Chen, is still very advanced for people of this era. After all, the outer glass cover alone is quite valuable. After a flurry of activity, plates and bowls of various dishes were served on the table. It was already getting dark. Just as Lu Chen lit the 2 oil lamps, Xie Qiao returned with a group of girls. Some of them carried bags, others shouldered sacks, returning home laden with their purchases. "My lord, the village chief, is distributing the spoils of war to the villagers. This is the silver we earned today." Xie Qiao placed a heavy bag on the ground. Judging from the sound, it should be a copper coin. Zhao Daya and the others also piled up their large and small bags on the ground. "Go wash your hands and eat quickly." At Lu Chen's call, all the girls ran to wash their hands and then sat around the table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, the girls all had drooling expressions on their faces. Xiaoyu pointed at the steamed sea bass on the large plate, her face flushed with excitement. "Brother Chen, it's fish. It's fish." Years of severe drought had dried up the river. She only remembered seeing fish once, but she only drank 2 sips of soup from it. She had never tasted fish meat in her life. Lu Xiaolan and the others looked at Lu Chen with strange eyes. "You can't even buy fish in the county town now, so where did he get his fish from? You have fought bravely against the enemy today, and your contributions are considerable. This meal is my reward for you all. Come on, let's eat." Lu Chen ignored their questioning looks and called everyone to start eating. The girls were starving and immediately started eating. Lu Xiaolan picked up a piece of meat, put it in her mouth, chewed it a few times, and then looked at Lu Chen in a low voice. "Brother Chen, is this beef?" Beef is a rare commodity these days. Because cattle were important means of production, the imperial court never allowed ordinary people to slaughter cattle privately. The common people could only eat a couple of pieces of the cow after it died of illness or old age and was slaughtered after being reported to the government. Yes, it's beef. Lu Xiaolan didn't ask any more questions, and Lu Chen didn't say anything more either. Xiao Hua suddenly exclaimed, "What's this dish called? It smells delicious." "This is dompa pork, made from pork." Xiao Xiang asked again, "What's this called?" "It's so soft, tender, and fragrant. It's delicious." "This is braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens." Although the dishes Lu Chen made were just some common home-style dishes, Xie Qiao and the others had never seen them before, and they asked all sorts of questions. Lu Chen didn't find it troublesome and answered each question one by one. Just then, Lu Xiaolan suddenly called out, "Father!" Everyone looked over and saw that the village chief, Lu Daji, was standing outside the courtyard gate. He stood awkwardly at the entrance, unsure whether to go in or not. Anyone with even a modicum of self-respect wouldn't rush to visit someone's home during mealtimes. Moreover, he is the village chief. Lu Chen stood up to greet him. "13th uncle, come over here and sit down. Have something to eat." Xie Qiao got up and went inside to get another set of bowls and chopsticks, which she then placed on the table. No, I just came to tell you something." Lu Daji originally planned to just explain the situation and then leave. Seeing the table full of food, with more than a dozen large plates and bowls, and the aroma of meat wafting through the air, he couldn't move his feet any further. In the past 6 months, he only managed to eat a small piece of meat a few days ago. That was something his child secretly took back while working for Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen later became stricter, forbidding anyone from bringing food home, and he never tasted meat again. Lu Chen pulled Lu Daji to the table, and Lu Daji had no choice but to sit down. No, that won't do. I need to get back right away after I finish talking to you." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Chewing on the fragrant slices of meat, the satisfaction in his mouth made Lu Daji feel incredibly comfortable all over. "Nephew, I have something to tell you. Your second uncle has a horse hidden in his house." Chapter 48, The Black-Faced Gatekeeper. Look closely, this guy with gleaming green eyes is sharpening his knife, ready to slaughter the horse and eat it. As Lu Qingping sharpened his knife, he would occasionally turn his head to look at the warhorse tethered in the yard. This warhorse was large and exceptionally robust. After killing it, you can get several hundred pounds of clean meat. Cut into strips, air dry it, and then store it. If we eat sparingly, we can eat for a year. At this moment, the horse in Lu Qingping's eyes was no longer a horse, but a large piece of fat meat. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The knife was sharpened. Lu Qingping gently touched the blade with his hand. It was sharp enough. He took his knife and approached the warhorse. The warhorse seemed to sense the danger and kicked wildly on the ground with its forehooves. "Behave yourself. I'll give you a quick death." Lu Qingping aimed his knife at the warhorse's neck, trying to find a good spot to finish it off with one strike. "Stop!" A loud shout startled Lu Qingping. He turned his head and saw that the village chief, Lu Daji, was leading several people into the courtyard. Lu Daji was furious. This fellow actually wanted to kill this warhorse. A warhorse can fetch dozens of taels of silver, but once it's killed, it's worthless. That's not the point. The point is that this warhorse was a spoil of war that Lu Chen obtained by killing government soldiers. "What do you want to do?" Lu Daji strode up to the warhorse and stopped Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping glanced sideways at Lu Chen behind Lu Daji. Lu Chen was accompanied by Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya. "What are you talking about? I'm killing my own horse for meat. What's it to you?" Lu Daji angrily retorted. "Your horse? When did you buy this horse, and how much did you spend? Tell me." Lu Qingping retorted, his neck stiff. "How much money I spend is none of your business. Go away, get out of my way." Lu Daji was so angry that he felt a lump in his throat and couldn't speak for a moment. Lu Chen stepped forward, his face showing displeasure, and said, "Return your warhorse, and we'll be fine. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Qingping immediately jumped up and said, "When have I ever shown you any mercy? Your family eats and drinks well every day, but have you ever thought of me, your own uncle?" Lu Chen's face darkened. "If you insist on being unreasonable, then don't blame me." Having said that, he prepared to use force. At this moment, Lu Chen's second aunt, Madame He, rushed out of the house with her hair disheveled. She plopped down in front of Lu Chen slapping her thighs with both hands, and began to wail, "Murder! Someone's been driven to death. My own nephew is trying to drive my whole family to their deaths. I don't want to live anymore." Lu Daji was trembling with anger. He pointed at Lu Qingping and said, "Are you trying to renege on your promise?" At this moment, the surrounding neighbors were attracted by the commotion. They all pointed and whispered at Lu Qingping and his wife. "I told you long ago, these two are just thinking too much. They bring the horse to his house. Do they think it'll really become his? Don't they realize that Lu Chen will do what they want? They say they're Lu Chen's uncle and aunt, but I think they're not even as close as us outsiders. Yes. When Lu Chen's parents were alive, those two brothers would come over every day to beg for money. Now that Lu Chen's parents are gone, they haven't even come to ask about them once. Have you ever seen an uncle like that? Lu Chen probably hates them to death. He'd rather let outsiders benefit than let those two cowards get away with it. It's only because Lu Chen was kind-hearted that he bought Xiaohua, fearing she would be tortured to death by them. Otherwise, Xiaohua might have been beaten to death by them long ago." Hearing the villagers' gossip and sarcasm, Lu Qingping became enraged and rushed to the courtyard gate, where he began to hurl insults at the villagers outside. "You bunch of heartless, gossipy women, get out of here. Don't block my doorway, or I'll kill you all." Lu Chen didn't want to stay there any longer and said to Xie Qiao, "Take the horse back." He then said to Zhao Daya, "Whoever dares to stop you, you'd better deal with it yourself." Ever since Zhao Daya was saved by Lu Chen, her personality has changed drastically. Even if Lu Chen asked her to kill her own father now, she probably wouldn't hesitate for a second. Therefore, Lu Chen specifically kept her by his side, acting as a stern doorman. Among the group of girls, Zhao Daya was the tallest, almost as tall as Lu Chen. It's perfect for a cold-faced, ruthless character. Xie Qiao stepped forward and untied the horse's rope. As soon as he saw that she was about to lead the horse away, she immediately got up from the ground and pounced on Xie Qiao. Her actions made Zhao Daji secretly shake his head. This crazy woman doesn't even realize that Xie Qiao today is no longer the timid wife who didn't dare to look anyone in the eye yesterday. How dare they go up and provoke her? They must have a death wish. However, before Xie Qiao could make a move, Zhao Daya stepped forward, grabbed Yishur by the back of the neck, and lifted her up with a little force. He struggled wildly in midair, but couldn't break free. Seeing this, Lu Qingping was enraged and rushed towards Zhao Daya with his knife. Zhao Daya turned around and gave him a cold look. Lu Qingping's anger was instantly extinguished by her icy gaze. Almost all the villagers witnessed Zhao Daya's frenzied killing of bandits and government soldiers. Lu Qingping also saw it clearly. Just thinking about that scene makes his liver tremble. "Lu Chen, do you really not want our family to live anymore?" Lu Qingping dared not provoke Zhao Daya, so he could only turn his attention to Lu Chen. No matter what, he is Lu Chen's uncle. Would Lu Chen really dare to beat up his own uncle in front of the whole village? Lu Chen said calmly, "Second uncle, what are you saying? We separated our families a long time ago. What does it matter to me whether your family is doing well or poorly? How could I possibly care about your life or death?" Lu Chen. Lu Qingping pointed at Lu Chen, his lips trembling with anger. "When your family built your house, the whole village went to help and receive grain. Why didn't you let me and your third uncle go to help? We can't farm this land, and my family doesn't have money to buy grain. Aren't you deliberately trying to make our two families starve to death?" Lu Chen laughed. "If it weren't for you two uncles taking advantage of my parents' weak nature and coming to my house every day to beg for food, will my parents have risked going to the deep mountains to find food? After they disappeared in the mountains, I begged you to help me find them. I remember clearly what you said and what you did at the time." Lu Qingping was speechless. Lu Chen continued, "During these years of famine, how much food did your two families take from my family? I'm afraid it's impossible to count. But when I was starving to death and came to your family for food, what did you do?" The villagers erupted in another uproar. Many people criticized Lu Qingping's family. Lu Chen was too lazy to waste any more words with them and turned to leave. Xie Qiao led her warhorse, closely following Lu Chen. Zhao Daya threw Yishur to the ground and left Lu Qingping's house. "Disperse, everyone disperse." Lu Daji waved his hand, and the villagers dispersed. Inside the courtyard, Madame he plopped down on the ground again, wailing and cursing as she cried. "Lu Qingping, you good for nothing. You can't even discipline your own nephew. Why don't you just kill yourself? Oh, my life is so miserable. I don't want to live anymore. Lu Chen, "You heartless, black-hearted, rotten-necked bastard. You're trying to drive my whole family to their deaths." Lu Qingping was furious and angry, and with Yishur wailing incessantly in his ears, his head was about to explode. He looked in the direction of Lu Chen's house, gritted his teeth, and growled, "Lu Chen, if you're ruthless, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll make you regret this." Chapter 49. The villagers all want to sell their daughters. The work of burying the soldiers' bodies took a full 3 days. Construction on the new house had to be suspended. The soldiers' corpses were mostly stripped naked by the villagers, so Xie Qiao and the others naturally couldn't participate. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen taught Xie Qiao and the others the master-level archery techniques. Every morning, Lu Chen would lead them deep into the mountains to find a secluded spot and teach them archery. He also bought 12 cost-effective compound bows, each costing 1,000 yuan. He also bought 12 repeating crossbows, each costing 6,000 yuan. The repeating crossbow he bought this time can be preloaded with 10 bolts. It is powerful, accurate, has a long range, and strong penetrating power, making it a true killing weapon. The repeating crossbow he bought from a store last time was nothing compared to this one. It was practically a toy. Superior archery skills are indispensable. There are many times when a silent crossbow bolt is more effective than a gun. Stretch out one arm straight ahead, raise your thumb, and then look into the distance. Do you see 2 thumbs? One real and one virtual? Now, I'm going to teach you how to measure distance with your thumbs. Lu Chen explained a simple thumb distance measurement method to the girls. The ability to quickly calculate the distance between friendly and enemy forces is an essential skill on the battlefield. This is a compound bow. This is a repeating crossbow. These are arrows, and these are crossbow bolts. Practice diligently during this time. Lu Chen knew that things would likely be relatively peaceful here for the foreseeable future. But this was merely the calm before the storm. The regular army they killed was clearly an elite force from the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty court will certainly not let this go. An even more brutal battle awaits him. During this period, he needs to reorganize his troops and prepare for war. As dusk fell, after a full day of training, Lu Chen led Xie Qiao and the others back to the village. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I was surrounded by a large group of people. "Lu Chen, I beg you, please take your sister Ernie to your home. Chenwazi, this is my Xinjin. I want her to be with you, so please accept her. Xiao Chen, what do you think of my xiaoing?" The villagers all brought the girls around them to Lu Chen. The girls were of varying ages, ranging from 15 or 16 to only 8 or 9. Lu Chen asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" A woman pleaded with a forced smile. "Chenwazi, you see how hard my family's life is. That's why I was thinking of giving my daughter to you. So she can have something to eat, right?" Yes, my family's in the same boat. We're almost starving, and we're also thinking of giving our daughter to you." All the villagers pleaded with Lu Chen. They're not fools either. Even the village chief, Lu Daji, gave his most beloved daughter to Lu Chen. They all witnessed Lu Xiaolan arriving at Lu Chen's house, and then several government officials came shortly after. Then, the frail Lu Xiaolan killed these ravenous officials with a few punches. Later, she displayed great prowess in battles against government troops, killing countless soldiers. Although the villagers didn't understand the reason, they did know one thing. Once their daughter joins Lu Chen's family, it's like a meteoric rise to the top. These farming families with daughters of marriageable age had discussed it countless times and talked about it for countless nights in private. Today, they finally decided to take a gamble. In order to ensure that their daughter could have a future and also to find a good support for their whole family. Lu Chen looked at the villagers and paid special attention to the girls who had been brought by their parents. There were more than 30 girls. Although Lu Chen had been distributing food to each of their families during this period, but they were all still pale and thin and very weak. Lu Chen immediately said, "In that case, I will accept them." He said to Xie Qiao, "Go to the village chief's house and ask him to help draft some contracts. Dia, take them home and get some rice. Give each family 50 caddies of fine rice." Everyone was overjoyed to hear this. 50 caddies of rice. That's 50 pounds of polished rice. This was completely unexpected for them. In fact, even if they weren't given food, they would still be willing to send their daughters to Lu Chen's house. This is truly an unexpected delight. The villagers were deeply grateful and thanked Lu profusely. Lu Chen added, "After we sign the contract, you should take the children home first. Once my house is built, they can come to my house. What do you think?" Okay, okay. We understand, we understand. You don't have anywhere to live right now. I'll have my daughter move in after your new house is built. Soon, Lu Daji came over and helped them sign the indenture. The villagers, carrying rice sacks, happily led their daughters home. Lu Daji was quite pleased with himself at this moment. He was far-sighted. He sent his daughter over early in the morning. Otherwise, he would be one of these villagers at this moment. This means that the initiative has already been lost. Xiulan, his daughter, had also lost her importance in Lu Chen's heart. In the following period, the construction progress of Lu Chen's new house accelerated significantly. These villagers were eagerly anticipating the completion of their new houses so they could send their daughters to Lu Chen's home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the home of the Lu brothers, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyin, venomous curses could be heard every day. That damned Lu Chun, that heartless and rotten-necked Lu Chun, so unfilial. Why can other people's daughters sell 50 caddies of fine rice, while my daughter only sells a dozen caddies of coarse grains? Is this how you treat your own uncle? God, may lightning strike him dead. Xiao Yu, you unfilial daughter. Ever since you entered Lu Chen's family, you haven't come back to see your own mother even once. I raised you with so much hardship, changing your diapers and feeding you. And in the end, I've raised a white wolf like you. They didn't dare to confront Lu Chun, so they could only vent their anger by cursing at home. But cursing won't bring them food. After Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were sold, the Lu brothers, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, lost their source of food. Previously, when the two sisters were working for Lu Chun, they would bring back half a pound of rice to his family every day. Now, they can only leave the village every day to search for food. The grass roots and tree bark near the village were long gone, so they had to go to places further away from the village to look for them. The food they find each day is barely enough to keep them alive. Just as the two families were struggling to make ends meet, Lu Chen's new house was finally completed. Strictly speaking, it's basically completed. Lu Chen drove the carriage back to town several more times. After returning, he found Tian Lu Zhu and showed him some things. These are glass windows, which can be installed on the windows so that we don't need to put up paper windows anymore. This is the toilet, this is the bathtub, and this is for showering. Tian Lu Zhu was greatly shocked when he saw these rare things that he had never seen before. Where did you buy these things? They must have been very expensive. Lu Chen laughed and said, I was lucky to run into a merchant from the western regions. The goods weren't too expensive, but they weren't cheap either. Come, let me tell you how to install these things. Chapter 50. My nephew is not human. Those who frequently host housewarming banquets know that the more guests you invite, the more generous the monetary gifts you receive. However, when Lu Chen was preparing the banquet, he informed the villagers in advance that he did not want a single copper coin as a gift or any other presents. They were told to bring their whole family to his house for the feast, where there would be plenty of food to eat. Thus, Lu Chen's banquet became the largest feast in Lu family village since its construction. The entire village turned out and rushed to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen's house had tables and chairs set up in the front yard, main yard, back garden, side garden, and martial arts training ground. 300 or 400 people entered Lu Chen's house, yet they did not feel crowded at all. More than 20 women were helping out in the kitchen, working simultaneously in 2 kitchens. The chicken, duck, fish, meat, and various vegetables left the women helping in the kitchen completely bewildered. Even if it were the county magistrate's family holding a wedding banquet, I doubt they'd have this kind of lavishness. I've never even seen many of these dishes before, and I don't even know their names. TSK. I wonder how much money this banquet will cost. In the courtyard, the table was laden with colorful candies and plates of exquisite pastries. The old man, with his few remaining teeth, ate all sorts of foods they had never heard of before, his eyes crinkling with laughter. The children, their hands full of candy and their pockets bulging, ran and played excitedly in the yard. Wow, people these days. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would be so successful? Yes, just a while ago, he and Xie Qiao were so hungry they could barely walk. And look at all this food in front of us. If Chenhua's parents knew he was doing so well, they would be overjoyed in heaven. Shut your mouth. You're talking nonsense. His parents just went into the mountains and haven't come back yet. Why are you cursing them like that? If Chenhua hears this, see how he deals with you. Yes, his parents are just missing. Maybe they just got lost in the mountains and wandered off somewhere else. They might come back in a while. Amidst the villagers' everyday chatter, Lu Chen spoke briefly before instructing the kitchen to serve the dishes and begin the meal. One fragrant dish after another was served, and everyone immediately started eating without a moment to chat. This meat smells delicious. This dish tastes so delicious. This soup is really good. One sip, and it's so delicious it warms my heart. What kind of dish is this? It's delicious. This chicken is so tender, fragrant, and delicious. Come on, let's have a drink. Heaven have mercy. I thought I'd never get to drink a drop of alcohol again in my life. This liquor is really strong. I felt a little dizzy after just one glass. It's good liquor, really good liquor. A sumptuous feast left the villagers of Lujiazhai thoroughly satisfied, their mouths greasy with oil. They reminisced about the hardships of the past few years, eating grass roots and gnawing on tree bark, and then looked at the lavish feast before them, filled with emotion. Many people were moved to tears as they ate. If it weren't for Lu Chen, I would never have been served such a fine meal in my entire life. This is the first time I've ever eaten a full meal. Before, I'd only ever eaten until I was about 70% full. At the same time that Lu Chen was holding a grand banquet at home, 150 li away, inside the Fengzhou camp. General Jiang Wenyu frowned, his face grim. My lord, I have investigated thoroughly. All of Xie Qiao's 1,000 men have been killed in battle. Only one deserter was captured by Hudou County, but this deserter seems to have been greatly frightened and is no longer in his right mind. He cannot be asked about the details of that day. After the brigade commander finished his report, he lowered his head and remained silent. Jiang Wenyu's expression changed repeatedly. Although Xie Hui only had 1,000 men, they were well-trained and had formidable fighting power, making them the most important elite force in Fengzhou. Jiang Wenyu originally planned to use Xie Qiao's elite troops when the rebels attacked. Little did they know that just as the rebels arrived, Xie Qiao's troops had already been wiped out in a small village. Are you sure there are no rebels in Hudou County? The adjutant said, Sir, I have investigated and found that there are only some insignificant bandits and robbers in Hudou County, and no large-scale rebel army. Jiang Wenyu's brows furrowed even more. Could it be that the unruly people of Hudou County have also started an uprising? But how could they possibly be a match for Xie Hui? My lord, I will immediately send a spy to Hudou County again. Yes, you must find out for me exactly how Xie Hui died. Jiang Wenyu suddenly thought of something and said, have someone investigate again to see if there are any powerful figures in Hudou County. I mean martial arts masters. Yes. At this time, Hudou County Government Office. Lu Qingping was kneeling in front of Magistrate Wei Shuya, accusing him with righteous indignation. My lord, although Lu Chen is my nephew, it's one thing for him to bully his neighbors, but I never expected that he would actually dare to kill a government official. It's bad enough that he killed the officials, but he even dared to kill soldiers. Your Honor, I must uphold justice and sever all ties with Lu Chen. Today, the old master has made the decision for me. I will break off all relations with Lu Chen. From now on, we will go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Wei Xia looked impatient and raised his hand to stop Lu Qingping's rambling, saying, Just tell me, how did Lu Chen kill so many soldiers that day? Upon hearing this, a look of fear flashed across Lu Qingping's face. Wei Xia took in Lu Qingping's expression. I'm here to help you, so don't be afraid. Just tell me what's on your mind. Lu Qingping forced himself to remain calm and said, Sir, my nephew Lu Chen, he's not human. Wei Xia angrily retorted, Nonsense. Speak. What is the reason for this? How is he not human? Seeing Wei Xia's anger, Lu Qingping hurriedly said, Sir, although Lu Chen is my own nephew, he suddenly seems like a completely different person more than a month ago. He's changed so much that I hardly recognize him. Wei Xia slammed his hand on the table. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, how is he not human, and how did he kill the soldiers? Sir, that day dozens of bandits attacked the village. Lu Chen's wife and a village girl named Zhao Daya. The two of them killed all the bandits. That day, several officials came to our village. The village chief's daughter, Xiulan, went up and punched them one by one, killing them all in just a few punches. And that day, too, fear reappeared on Lu Qingping's face. On that day, 1,000 soldiers came to our village. At this point, Lu Qingping's body trembled slightly. Lu Chen's wife led a dozen or so young girls, each wielding a gleaming broadsword, and they hacked at the soldiers. One slash at a time, one kill after another. Sometimes a single slash could kill 2 or 3. The soldiers were in a terrible state. It was truly a river of blood. Then, Lu Chen pulled out something, and like setting off firecrackers, it went off with a series of loud popping sounds, and all the soldiers fell to the ground. Chapter 51. Marry a Good Man. Look closely, this county magistrate is almost scared to death. Is what you say true? Those 1,000 soldiers were really killed by those 10 or so girls. Lu Qingping pointed to the sky and swore, Your Honor, everything I have said is the truth. If I have uttered even half a lie, may I be struck by lightning. He thought for a moment and then said, No, Lu Chen also killed a lot of government soldiers. He killed most of those archers. He was holding some kind of weapon and fired wildly at the archers. Row after row of archers fell down. In fact, some of what Lu Qingping said was not something he had seen with his own eyes. He only learned about it from conversations with other villagers. Wei Shuya was pale and sat in the armchair for a long time without saying a word. If what the villagers say is true, then Lu Jiazhai will likely become a major problem in Hudou County. Moreover, he was completely powerless to eradicate this malignant tumor. The Great Zhou dynasty is currently beset by internal and external troubles, with war raging everywhere. Hoping that the troops stationed in various places will come to suppress them is uncertain, and it is unknown when that will happen. A single spark can start a prairie fire. It looks like another group of rebels is about to emerge in Hudou County. Grown-ups, Lu Qingping called out timidly. Wei Shuya then remembered that there was still someone kneeling on the ground. He took out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and said, I'm rewarding you for your meritorious report. Lu Qingping took the silver, weighed it in his hand, and felt quite disappointed. He dragged his weak body, enduring hunger and thirst, and ran all day before finally reaching the county town. I thought I would get at least 10 taels of silver. Who knew that the county magistrate was so stingy, he only gave away 2 taels of silver. The price of grain is outrageously high right now. 2 taels of silver can't buy much grain. Despite his dissatisfaction, Lu Qingping dared not utter a single complaint and had to smile and kowtow in gratitude. Go back to the village now. If Lu Chen makes any unusual moves, remember to report to the county government. I will reward you handsomely. All right, you may leave now. After Lu Qingping left, Wei Xia hurriedly summoned his advisor, and the two whispered in the study until midnight. At this moment, Lu Chen was arranging for the new members to move into his home. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya, along with about 10 other girls, live in the backyard. The backyard has 5 main rooms and 5 side rooms on each side, for a total of 15 rooms. There are enough rooms for them to live in. Lu Chen arranged for the more than 30 girls he had just taken in from the village to stay in the front yard. The layout of the front yard is basically the same as that of the backyard, except that there are a few more gatehouses. Lu Chen had already prepared all the furniture in advance. The house is spacious now, and Xie Qiao and the others in the backyard each have their own room. As for the front yard, Lu Chen placed 2 bunk beds in each room, and each room could accommodate 4 people. More than 30 girls who came later were all assigned to the front yard. As for the dozen or so rooms in the intermediate court, only Lu Chen lives there at present. The 3 courtyards each have a main house and 2 side rooms, each with a toilet and a bathroom, for a total of 9. There is a kitchen in the front yard and a kitchen in the middle yard. Lu Chen bought new bed sheets and quilts from the system store, and also bought 4 sets of sky blue military uniforms for each of them according to their body size. Lu Chen had prepared 2 sets of military uniforms for Xie Qiao and the others, but he later realized that it was not enough. After a battle, they were covered in blood, so much so that they couldn't wash it off and had to be replaced. Anyway, he doesn't lack money right now, so what's a new set of clothes? After a battle, he would change into a new set of clothes. Lu Chen then purchased 50 long swords and 50 repeating crossbows from the store, the same type of weapons as Xie Qiao and the others. Lu Chen arranged for the girls to stay at his home for 2 days before having Xie Qiao distribute the power pills to them. The day after the girls took the power pills, Lu Chen summoned them to the martial arts arena in the courtyard. All of you go over there and lift that stone lock with one hand. The girls lined up and took turns lifting the 150-pound stone lock. Of the 36 girls, 35 could easily lift the stone lock. Only one girl named Jinjin tried to lift the stone lock, but it didn't budge at all. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen. It was obvious that this girl named Jinjin had lost her virginity at some point. The power pill only works on virgin women. Therefore, this Miss Jinjin will not be able to enter the Lu family. For some reason, Junjun looked at the group of girls blankly and then at Lu Chen. She couldn't understand why others could lift the stone weight while she couldn't. She witnessed firsthand how a 9-year-old girl from her neighborhood could lift a stone lock, while she herself was already 16. Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, "Take 50 caddies of rice and take her home. Tell her family that she is too weak to fight on the battlefield and that she should find a good family to marry into." Xie Qiao beckoned Junjun over, then led her away from the training ground. Lu Chen scanned the girls. The loyalty rating displayed above their heads is mostly 100. There were only 2 or 3, and their loyalty score was over 90. Basically no problem. Lu Chen distributed the long swords to them one by one. He then said, "From now on, you will follow me and must fight on the battlefield. Today, I will teach you a sword technique, so study it carefully." He immediately demonstrated the master-level sword technique to the group of girls. In the following days, Lu Chen had Zhao Dia lead the group of girls in training at the martial arts arena every day. When Lu Chen built the house, he deliberately made the courtyard wall relatively high. The Tuzhanghai wall was enough to block outsiders from spying. They no longer need to go deep into the mountains to train. The house was finally completed, but before Lu Chen could even rest properly in his new home for 2 days, the village chief, Lu Daji, came to visit. "Nephew, your house is wonderfully built. Look at these windows, so bright and airy. And look at all the furniture inside. Each piece is so beautiful. And this floor, so shiny, so smooth. You can see your reflection in it." While savoring the fine tea that Lu Chen had brewed for him, Lu Daji kept looking around and praising it endlessly. After exchanging a few casual words with Lu Chen, Lu Daji quickly got down to business. "Xiao Chen, is that thing you mentioned the other day still going to work?" Lu Chen said, "13th uncle, we're all family here, so please speak freely." That's right, that's right." Lu Daji hesitated to speak. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, "Is it about building the outer wall of the village?" "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. He sighed and said, "Right now, our village is entirely dependent on you. These hundreds of people in the village are counting on you to survive. I know that the people of our village owe you so much. Without the grain provided by Lu Chenfa, countless people in the village would have starved to death. I heard that over 100 people have starved to death this year in the neighboring Sunjiazwang village." Lu Chen smiled and said, "We're all from the same village, so we should help each other out. How about this? Starting tomorrow, we'll begin building the city walls and digging the moat. Also, I'm planning to build a few more towers on the hills next to the village, so that if any bandits come, we can detect them early. What do you think?" Lu Chen wasn't playing the role of a pushover. To put it bluntly, in his eyes, these villagers were just his laborers. Labor is practically free, so why not use it? The more the better. Okay. Xiao Chun, that's perfect. I'll go and tell the villagers right away, and we'll start work tomorrow." Lu Daji was extremely excited. As he was leaving, he suddenly said, "Xiao Chun, I heard from the refugees outside the village yesterday that the Marquis of Jinyuan in the south has rebelled and is preparing to go north to the capital, saying that he wants to purge the court of corrupt officials. I don't know if this is true or not. If they really are going to the capital, they may pass through our Hudo County." Lu Chen was slightly taken aback after hearing this. Chapter 52, I actually have 2 cousins. Students who frequently fled famine knew that if they wanted to get something to eat on the road, the best option was to beg for food from wealthy families. In the past few days, Lu Chen clearly sensed that something was wrong. In the past, there have been people fleeing famine from outside the village, but far fewer than in the last few days. There were several times more people fleeing famine on the road than usual. Many people saw how grand Lu Chen's house was and wanted to come and beg for food. Lu Chen then instructed Xie Qiao and the others to steam more buns and cook more rice porridge. When they encountered beggars, they should give them a few buns and a bowl of rice porridge. Currently, Lu Chen has cultivated approximately 4,000 acres of land in his system space. He can cultivate 100 acres every day. On average, it takes about 3 days to harvest. The warehouse was filled with countless grains. Later, seeing that there were so many people fleeing famine, he simply opened a soup kitchen outside his door. He arranged for Xie Qiao to look after the soup kitchen, while he himself wandered around outside the village every day. Where to build the city wall depends on the terrain around the village. In addition, he also needs to consider the size of the area to be built. He planned to build the entire Lujia village into a small city, so its scale naturally couldn't be too small. The farmers in Lujiazhai originally lived in a rather scattered manner. Building about 3 times the size of Lujia village would be enough. We can replan this place in the future and rebuild houses, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, or even 20 or 30,000. If that's not possible, we can build 2 or 3-story buildings. With a plan in mind, Lu Chun and Lu Daji drew up the construction route for the city wall. When Lu Daji saw the city wall plan by Lu Chun, he was immediately stunned. He was a little confused. Xiao Chun, does our Lu family village really need to be this big? Isn't building such a long wall a waste? Lu Chun said, 13th uncle, if it weren't for the steep mountains to the north and west and the river to the east, I would have liked to build an even bigger one. Seeing Lu Daji's confusion, Lu Chun continued, when bandits come, government troops come, deserters leave, and rebels come, and war continues, won't people from nearby villages come here for refuge? Which family in our village doesn't have a few relatives? If relatives come to our village for refuge, can you stop them from coming in? Lu Daji seemed to understand, but he didn't quite get it. However, since Lu Chun has said so, he'd love to build an even bigger one. The larger the village is built, the longer it will last, and the more days the villagers can eat their fill. The construction of the city wall began in full swing. Anyone in the village who can lend a hand, regardless of gender or age, can work on the construction site. 2 meals a day are still provided. A strong laborer can earn 2 jin of rice a day. The elderly, weak, women, and children can receive 1 pound of rice per day. Upon receiving this news, the entire village turned out and rushed to the construction site. At the same time, even more refugees came to Lujiazhai. Having tasted success with Lu Chun, they didn't want to leave. Who wouldn't want to leave if they could eat steamed buns and drink fragrant rice porridge at Lu Chen's house every day? Lu Chun then arranged for these refugees to work on the construction site, providing them with meals and rations as well. As for their accommodation, he told them to find their own solutions. Outside Lujiazhai village, a bustling scene unfolded. Lu Chun would drive his horse-drawn carriage out every evening. Now that they had war horses, the carriage no longer needed that little donkey, so Lu Chun sent it to the construction site to help haul soil and bricks. At midnight, Lu Chun took advantage of the darkness to take out a large amount of cement, steel bars, bricks, and sand from his spatial storage and piled them up at the construction site. To avoid being discovered, Lu Chun specifically gathered the refugees outside the village in a place far away from the construction site. When dawn broke, Lu Chun said that he had hired people to bring the materials back during the night. Whether people believe it or not is none of his business. Lu Chun was busy at night, and he was also busy during the day. In addition to inspecting construction sites, he also had to receive requests for audiences from refugees. Master Lu, please take my daughter in. Young Master Lu, my daughter is very pretty. Let her be your maid. These refugees, having seen and heard everything they heard, quickly came to know that Lu Chun was a rare and virtuous man. If you send your daughter to Lu Chen's house, you'll be in for a world of good fortune. Even if she couldn't give him a concubine, being a servant would be a huge step up for him. Lu Chen receives 3 to 5 girls every day. The front yard is almost too small to accommodate everyone. Lu Chun then found Tian Lu Zhu and asked him to lead a team to build another house to the south of his own house. This is how the new house was built. Lu Chun drew a sketch for Tian Lu Zhu on a piece of paper. This house is similar to a courtyard house, but not quite the same. These 4 rows of houses form a circle, enclosing an open space in the middle. Each row has 10 to 11 rooms, all built as 2-story buildings. In total, there are about 80 rooms. Tian Lu Zhu was a man of some experience. He had built houses before. After discussing some details, Tian Lu Zhu went to select workers and prepare to start construction. This time, when building the house, Lu Chun naturally wouldn't go to Lu Daji to sign the land deed again. Although neither of them said it outright, they both understood each other implicitly. At this point, Lu Chun had already become the person in charge of Lu family village. Lu Daji is now just a gopher. Occasionally, he also has to say something. Just after Lu Chun sent Tian Lu Zhu away, he saw Lu Daji leading a dirty little girl toward him. Lu Chun looked at the 7 or 8-year-old girl and felt as if he had seen her before. Cousin Lu Chun. Upon seeing Lu Chun, the little girl burst into tears. Lu Chun then remembered that her name was Miao Lingling, and she was the second daughter of Lu Chen's maternal uncle's family. Lingling, what brings you here? Lu Chen saw that Miao Lingling was covered in dirt, and there were faint traces of blood on her bare feet. His uncle's house is about 7 or 8 miles away from Lijiazhai. She's such a young girl, traveling such a long distance all by herself. I really don't know how she managed to get here. You should know that there were many starving refugees on the road, and if she had been a little unlucky, she might have lost her life. Cousin, my father starved to death. My uncles are going to sell me and my sister. Miao Lingling cried, so hard she could barely breathe. Come on, let's go home first. Lu Chen led Miao Lingling back home, first grabbing a steamed bun and handing it to her. You eat first, I'll go get you a bowl of water. Lu Chen, the original owner of the body, did not know what it felt like to be hungry. Miao Lingling had run such a long way and could have fainted from hunger at any moment. We need to eat something first. He took a bowl of spring water from his spatial storage and handed it to Miao Lingling. Miao Lingling ate the steamed bun in big bites, almost choking several times, clearly very hungry. Eat slowly and drink some water. Looking at his little cousin, Lu Chen felt very guilty. After transmigrating, he was so busy with his own little world that he completely forgot he had a maternal uncle. This is actually understandable. After all, he was a transmigrator, and he didn't care much about his predecessor's family and friends. Take Zhao Daya, for example. Her previous life and her love were unbreakable. But Lu Chen, who had transmigrated from another world, didn't seem to care much about her. Chapter 53: A family that eats up their inherited property. Look closely. This girl's name is Miao Lingling. Xie Qiao let her to take a hot shower and changed into a new set of clothes. She looked at herself in the large mirror and couldn't believe that the girl in the mirror was herself. Wearing a uniquely styled and stylish soft hat, a sky blue bodysuit, a sturdy leather belt around her waist, and tall boots, she looks both cute and cool. She had never seen this kind of outfit before. It's beautiful, absolutely stunning. Her original clothes were full of patches and holes. She had never worn new clothes since she could remember. Xie Qiao led her to the main hall to see Lu Chen. Sister-in-law, is this really your cousin's and your new home? I've seen all these things before. Miao Lingling blinked her big eyes, looking at everything around her with great curiosity. When she first came, Lu Chen's family was still living in a dilapidated thatched house. In just 2 short months, my cousin's family has built such a big house. Everything in the house amazed her. The automatic hot water pipes and the fragrant foam during showers. And that spotless toilet. If Xie Qiao hadn't told her, she would never have guessed it was a toilet for defecating and urinating. As soon as Lu Chen saw Miao Lingling, he handed her a powerful pill. Come on, Lingling, eat this. It's good for your health. You might feel a little uncomfortable after eating it, but just bear with it and it will pass. Miao Lingling didn't suspect anything and swallowed it directly. A moment later, Miao Lingling recovered from the pain, covered in sweat. She soon discovered that her body had undergone tremendous changes. Cousin-in-law, I feel so energetic. Is it because of that pill? Xie Qiao smiled and said, yes, it's because of that pill. After taking this pill, you won't be afraid of being bullied anymore. Miao Lingling thought of her 2 uncles at home and clenched her little fists tightly. Lu Chen said, let's go back to your house. Miao Lingling's face also showed a look of anxiety. Cousin, let's go quickly. If we are too late, my sister will be sold by them. Lu Chen returned to the inner room and soon came out carrying a bundle. Let's go riding. Lu Chen led a war horse out from the east courtyard. Since the stables haven't been built yet, these dozen or so war horses can only be temporarily kept in the east yard. The east courtyard is divided into 2 courtyards, north and south. The south courtyard is a garden, and the north courtyard is a training ground. The 2 courtyards are connected to the main courtyard by 3 moon gates. After leading the war horse out of the house, Lu Chen first put Miao Lingling on the horse's back before mounting himself. Drive! The war horse galloped forward with all its might. The 2 arrived at the Miao village in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, after traveling 7 or 8 li. By integrating his memories from his past life, Lu Chen remembered frequently visiting his maternal grandfather's house when he was a child. But in recent years, he has come very rarely. Visiting relatives during years of disaster is a huge burden for both sides. 2 years ago, Lu Chen's maternal grandparents died of illness and starvation. Last year, Lu Chen's aunt also died of illness and starvation. Now, his only uncle has also died of illness and starvation. Actually, there's no disease at all. They starved to death. just like this year of great disaster. To be honest, there have never been any natural disasters or man-made calamities. It was entirely a man-made disaster. The Great Zhou dynasty has a vast territory, and although the area affected by disasters in recent years is large, it is still less than 1/6 or 1/7 of the total territory. Fengzhou, where Lu Chen is located, is situated in the heart of the central plains of the Great Zhou dynasty. The north was the capital city, a place of immense wealth. The south is a land of fish and rice, rich in natural products. In the eastern coastal areas, there is no shortage of food and drink either. The area west of the 10,000 Mountains is also very prosperous, known as the Land of Abundance. If the imperial court hadn't been incompetent and the officials hadn't been lazy, simply transferring grain from elsewhere, the disaster area wouldn't have been filled with starving corpses and riots wouldn't have broken out. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a surge of pent-up emotions. Lu Chen rode his horse to Miao Lingling's house. The two dismounted, and Lu Chen tied the horses to the gate. The gate was ajar, and Miao Lingling jogged into the courtyard. Sister, sister, where are you? Sister? But no one answered. Miao Lingling cried anxiously. Cousin, my sister must have been sold by my uncles. Lingling, don't worry. Let's see if she's inside first. Lu Chen searched every room, even the woodshed, but found no one there. He suddenly turned to Miao Lingling and asked, Who are the uncles you're talking about? Miao Lingling sobbed. They're my uncle's eldest and second eldest uncles. Lu Chen understood. It turns out he was my cousin, not my uncle. They are Lu Chen's maternal grandfather's two nephews. That's true. If he's Lu Chen's maternal uncle, then he's also Lu Chen's maternal uncle. Lu Chen was about to take Miao Lingling to her uncle's house when he heard a commotion outside. What a strong horse. It must be worth a lot of money. I heard that Lingling brought it back. She dares to come back? Perfect. We can sell the horse and her together. Dad, doesn't that mean we're rich? After we sell the goods, I want to eat white flour pancakes. Eat, eat. All you ever do is eat. Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? A group of people, making a lot of noise, rushed into the courtyard. Miao Lingling was both surprised and frightened. She hid behind Lu Chen, tugging at his clothes, and whispered, It's my uncles. Lu Chen looked at the group of people indifferently. Could they be the legendary, ruthless people who devour the property of those who have no descendants? The two families, totaling more than 20 people, filled the courtyard. Oh, isn't this Lingling? You look so beautiful in that outfit. A woman stared at Miao Lingling's clothes, her eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Mom, I want to wear it. I want to wear her clothes, and those shoes she wore. They're so beautiful. I want to wear them too. All right. The clothes are yours, and the shoes are yours too. I'll have her take them off for you to wear later. She's going to live a life of luxury with a rich family, so naturally she can't take these clothes with her. This young man looks kind. Whose child is he? Isn't that the horse he rode here on? Isn't this Xie's child? A few years ago, when Xie came back to visit her parents, she often brought him along. It's been years since we last saw him. He's grown so much. So Lingling went to her aunt's house. That's so far. She must be really strong. I think she's just not hungry enough. Lu Chen listened to their clamor indifferently, already knowing what kind of people they were. Miao Lingling suddenly poked her little head out from behind Lu Chen and asked, Uncle, second uncle, where's my sister? Did you really sell my sister? A tall, middle-aged man said sternly, What nonsense are you spouting, kid? What kind of talk will this make if outsiders hear us? A woman next to him said with a forced smile, Lingling, we're letting your sister go and enjoy life. What's with all this selling stuff? It sounds awful. Worried about her sister's safety, Miao Lingling looked up at Lu Chen and shouted, You sold my sister out. I heard everything you said. Give me back my sister. Give me back my sister. Chapter 54, The Explosion of the Microcosm. Kids who often go out in groups to eat up leftovers must know that if you're going to eat, you have to eat it all up, leaving nothing behind. But Lu Chen never expected that his two distant uncles had such huge appetites. His two distant uncles seemed to have already considered Miao Lingling as their own and completely ignored her cries. They even set their sights on Lu Chen. It also included the war horse that was tethered outside the gate. What's your name again? Oh, Lu Chen, right? Don't you recognize me? I'm your uncle. The old man whom Miao Lingling called uncle, Lu Chen remembered was called Miao Daniu. Miao Daniu approached Lu Chen with a big smile on his face. Lu Chen looked at him expressionlessly. Seeing that Lu Chen ignored him, Miao Daniu said with a shy face, You mustn't believe what Lingling says. Children talk nonsense. How can you take it seriously? We're just doing this for the good of the two sisters. We have only good intentions and are trying to find them good families. You're talking nonsense, Miao Lingling exclaimed. You're just spouting nonsense. I heard that you sold us to the town for those few dozen kilograms of coarse rice. Miao Dainiu glared at her, startling Miao Lingling so much that she hurriedly hid behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't want to waste any more words with them. He still had to go and save Miao Lingling's older sister, Miao Yeye. He immediately said coldly, Tell me, where did you take Yeye? Just as Miao Dainiu was about to speak, his wife behind him interrupted. You child, how dare you talk to your uncle like that? Right now, your maternal grandparents, uncle and aunt are all dead, and your parents are gone too. We are your closest elders. If you dare to talk to your elders like that again, I'll beat you to death, you little brat. Another woman chimed in loudly. That's right. From now on, we'll be your elders. Even if we beat you to death, you'll have to accept it. Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at the two wicked women again. They must be his distant maternal aunts. Their appearance reminded Lu Chen of his second and third aunts. Indeed, villains are born with 7/10 of a resemblance. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, his two distant uncles thought that Lu Chen was intimidated by their two wives. They simply dropped the pretense and revealed their true intentions. Let me put it this way, Xiao Chen. Look at my family and your second uncle's family, with 20 or 30 people in total. Life isn't easy for us during this famine. Here's what I'll do. I won't make things difficult for you. Just leave the horse at the gate and give us 5 taels of silver as hush money, and you can go back. Yes. Leave the horse here and give us another 5 taels of silver, or you won't be leaving. The distant second uncle also rolled up his sleeves and shouted. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Lu Chen was still a little confused. What does that mean? If we leave the horse behind, we'll have to give them another 5 taels of silver. What kind of godlike operation is this? Judging from this situation, does it mean that even the emperor has to pay a toll when he passes by their house? Lu Chen really didn't understand, so he wanted to find out why he should pay this money. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Lu Chen looked innocent and naive. You don't understand? I know you don't understand. So as your elder, I have to teach you properly, so that you won't suffer a great loss in the future and not even be able to save your own life. Miao Dainiu said earnestly. I would like to hear the details, Lu Chen said. Do you know that the private sale of horses is forbidden in our great Zhou dynasty? Do you know that selling horses can be punished with exile? You are lucky to have met us. We are family, so let's not stand on ceremony. I will keep this horse for you, and I will also take the blame for the crime of selling horses privately. See how I, as your uncle, treat you? Lu Chen smiled. Then I should thank you. Of course. We're all family. No need to thank me. Do you have any silver on you? If not, I see your clothes are really nice. TSK, if I wore them and walked around the village, Miao Dainiu squinted his eyes in ecstasy, as if he could see the women in the village casting hot glances at him. Lu Chen burst out laughing. As he laughed, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Miao Dainiu by the neck. Miao Dainiu made a painful sound in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Tell me, where's my cousin Yeye? Miao Dainiu was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely and his hands were flailing wildly in the air. You unfilial brat! How dare you lay a hand on your elders? You don't want to live anymore. Miao Erniu cursed angrily and rushed forward. Don't hit my cousin. Miao Lingling suddenly rushed over and shoved Miao Erniu hard. Miao Erniu flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily into the gate. Upon seeing this, everyone stared at Miao Lingling in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Miao Lingling hadn't expected herself to be so strong. She looked at her small hands and then turned to look at Lu Chen. Clearly, her power came from the pill Lu Chen gave her. In that instant, Miao Lingling was filled with immense excitement. Just as my cousin-in-law said, after taking the pills, she no longer had to be afraid of being bullied. You little slut, you've got some nerve, daring to hit your second uncle. Miao Lingling's second aunt lunged at Miao Lingling, baring her teeth and claws. I'm going to skin you alive. Miao Lingling didn't think much of it and bumped her head into her second aunt's stomach. My second aunt was knocked to the ground and rolled around in pain, clutching her stomach. You've rebelled. You've defied heaven. You've defied the heavenly order. You little slut. How dare you hit my mother? I'm going to beat you to death. Miao Lingling's 2 cousins were furious and came over, ready to beat her up. Miao Lingling nimbly dodged, avoiding the two men's punches and kicks. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Miao Lingling punched her two cousins twice. The two cousins were beaten until they vomited blood on the spot. Lu Chen nodded slightly. That's right, if anyone bullies you, fight back. If anyone doesn't submit, beat them until they do. Just don't kill them. Actually, what Lu Chen really wanted to say was, it doesn't matter if I kill him. Hearing Lu Chen's words instantly ignited a small flame hidden in Miao Lingling's heart. The pent-up grief and indignation burst forth all at once. She waved her little fists and rushed into the crowd. You sold my sister. You've bullied us. You dare steal my house. You dare steal my land. You dare steal my pancake. You dare steal my hair accessory. I'll teach you to hit me every day. Let you. The 20 or 30 adults and children in the courtyard were beaten by Miao Lingling and ran away with their heads in their hands. They never knew that such a small person could be so strong. Why does she hit so hard? Chapter 55, let's give it a try. Look closely. Miao Lingling is showing off her power, beating her uncles and their families so badly they were running away in terror. Lu Chen was overjoyed to see this. He hadn't expected that Miao Lingling was actually a natural martial arts prodigy. Apart from the first time she struck and severely injured her second uncle, she always demonstrated remarkable control over the force she used in her subsequent attacks. Although the 20 or 30 people in the courtyard were beaten and cried out in pain, they were not seriously injured, at most suffering only superficial wounds. Although Miao Lingling was not yet 9 years old, she knew that killing someone meant paying with your life and that you had to pay compensation. Therefore, she knew very well how to use force. All right, let them go for now. Finding your sister is the priority. Miao Lingling then reluctantly stopped. My cousin said he'll let you off this time, but let's see if you dare bully us again. Miao Lingling raised her little fist and waved it triumphantly in front of everyone. The crowd lay on the ground, staring at Miao Lingling in fear, and no one dared to shout anymore. Only then did Lu Chen release Miao Dainiu from his grasp. Miao Dainiu was panting heavily. Just now, he felt like he was about to die. Tell me, where is Xie Qiao? Miao Dainiu dared not be stubborn anymore and hurriedly said, She was sent to the county town by the boy. How long have they been gone? It's been about 15 minutes. Lu Chen said to Miao Lingling, Lingling, let's go. After saying that, he kicked Miao Dainiu in the chest. Miao Dainiu was kicked more than 10 feet away, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chen and Miao Lingling went out the gate and saw a large group of villagers watching the commotion outside. Upon seeing Lu Chen and his companion emerge, they all retreated a considerable distance. Dinyo and Ernyo, those two pairs of brothers, are really despicable. They deserve to be beaten. Yes, they bullied those two helpless girls. Now, they've finally gotten their comeuppance. Speaking of which, when did Lingling learn Kung Fu? She's only a few years old, yet she beat up dozens of people. This young man is really handsome. He looks like Xie's child. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, Lu Chen and Miao Lingling rode away on horseback. On a mountain path, two men and a woman were herding a staggering young girl like livestock. A burly man with a full beard wielded a leather whip, striking the girl again and again. Hurry up, you lazy little bastard. If you don't hurry up, I'll miss my meal. With her hands bound, the girl struggled to move forward under the lash of a whip. Another thin man stared lewdly at the girl's waist, his eyes filled with lust. TSK, such top-quality goods. What a pity that the old man got such a good deal. If it were anyone else, I would have taken her right there and then. A middle-aged woman with her face covered in makeup looked at the thin man with disdain, her lips curling up to her cheeks. With your physique, you should save your breath. You're probably just all show and no substance. The skinny man's face flushed red instantly. He glared at the woman and said, You slut, do you know how powerful I used to be? I used to be known as the 8 times a night man. The woman clicked her tongue repeatedly. You said it's just a claim. Who knows if it's true or not? The skinny man roared, You slut, how about I give you a try? The woman's eyes lit up. Let's give it a try, do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid you'll be crying and begging for my father later. The woman spat, feigning shyness, covered half her face with her handkerchief, and gave the thin man a flirtatious wink. Shall we give it a try? After saying that, she glanced around a few times and finally fixed her gaze on the ravine next to her. That ditch is very deep. Even if dozens of people went in, no one would see them, let alone two. The skinny man then began to look at the woman properly. To be honest, the woman was quite attractive, especially her two large, plump buttocks, which were very tempting. I just closed my eyes and pretended she was the pretty girl in front of me. Feeling great, the thin man became increasingly agitated and could no longer restrain himself. He grabbed the woman's wrist and tried to drag her into the ravine. The bearded man, also getting a little angry, said, "Fine, let's go. Hurry up and finish this. I need to cool off too." Upon hearing this, the woman blushed. She hadn't expected to find two treasures today, and now she was going to have a good time. Just then, the group heard the sound of horses' hooves approaching from afar. On horseback, Miao Lingling pointed ahead. "Cousin's sister? Look, that's my sister." Lu Chen had already spotted 4 people ahead. "Sister, sister," Miao Lingling shouted loudly towards the front. The girl turned around quickly and saw Miao Lingling on horseback. Before the 2 men and 1 woman could think further, their war horses galloped up and arrived in front of them. Lu Chen jumped off his horse and carried Miao Lingling down with him. The girl looked anxious. "Lingling, what are you doing here?" "Cousin Chen, you guys need to leave quickly. Leave quickly." Miao Lingling rushed to Miao Yeye and hugged her tightly. She looked up at Miao Yeye with teary eyes. "Elder sister," the bearded man lashed his whip hard at Miao Lingling and her companion, yelling, "What are you doing? You're asking for death." Miao Lingling turned around and grabbed the whip. The bearded man pulled hard, but couldn't pull the whip back. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Lu Chen kicked him hard in the back. The bearded man didn't even utter a sound before he went to meet the king of hell. "Hey kid, who are you? How dare you ruin my plans?" the skinny man roared. Lu Chen kicked again, and the skinny man flew lightly into the ditch beside the road. The woman, Lu Chen, was very capable. She turned and fled. Miao Lingling grabbed her arm. The woman tried to shake him off twice, but couldn't break free. Miao Lingling punched the woman in the stomach. The woman immediately arched her back in pain, and large beads of sweat rolled down her back. Miao Lingling did not stop. She continued to punch the woman repeatedly. "Bad people. You're all bad people. I'll teach you to bully my sister. I'll teach you to buy my sister." Soon, blood began to seep from the corner of the woman's mouth. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't utter a single word. "All right," Lu Chen spoke up. "The woman in front of me is still alive, but in reality, she is already dead." Lu Chen could tell that almost all of her internal organs had been shattered, and she could barely breathe. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Miao Lingling stopped. Lu Chen untied the ropes binding Miao Yeye's hands, took out 2 pieces of bread from his bundle, opened a bottle of water, and handed them to her. Miao Ye looked at the bread in her hand and smelled its sweet aroma. She had never seen this kind of food before. "Eat quickly," Lu Chen said. Miao Ye handed a piece of bread to Miao Lingling. "Sister, I've already eaten at my cousin's house. You should eat now." Miao Ye was clearly starving. She wolfed down 2 pieces of bread and drank a few sips of water before she could catch her breath. Chapter 56, the wedding date, is approaching. Those who frequently build city walls know that city walls must be built to be sturdy in order to resist foreign invasion. Although Lu Chen had already told Tian Lu Zhu how to use cement and steel bars, he still went to the construction site to inspect every day. At the same time, he often chatted with the homeless people at the construction site. In the past few days, he has obtained a lot of information from the refugees who have fled here. These refugees came from all directions, and they heard news from many sources, some true and some false, so they couldn't believe everything. Lu Chen compiled and analyzed the information he had heard, and finally concluded that the rebellion of Marquis Jingyuan was probably true. The project needs to be accelerated. The rebellion of the Marquis of Jingyuan should not be viewed as an isolated incident. Wherever the rebels go, they will inevitably cause even more suffering to the people. At that time, I fear there will be even more rebels. Although Lu Chen has a powerful team, the number of rebel troops is too large, and he will be overwhelmed when the time comes. Lu Chen sought out Lu Daji. It's time for Lu Daji to step in again. "Uncle 13, I'd like to invite the villagers of Sunji Yazwang to help repair the city wall. I'd appreciate it if you could go and find village chief's son and see what he says." Upon hearing this, Lu Daji said, "What do you mean?" He couldn't be happier. More than 100 people have starved to death in Sunji Yazwang. Right now, people are dying in their village every day. If this continues, I'm afraid the entire Sunji Yazwang will be gone in no time. In that case, you should go immediately. I heard that the Marquis of Jinyuan will be attacking soon, so the city walls need to be built as soon as possible. Lu Daji immediately stood up and said, I'll go right away. Uncle 13, please wait a moment. Lu Chun asked Xie Qiao to call Hu Yeye and Hu Lingling over. Then he went to the kitchen and brought out 4 bags of rice, each weighing 100 jin, 50 kilograms, for a total of 400 jin, 200 kilograms. You two take these bags of rice and go with the village chief to Sunji Yazwang, Lu Chan said to Miao Yeye and Miao Lingling. After the 2 sisters took the power pill, they could easily lift several hundred kilograms of things. Although Sunji Yazwang is only a little over 3 miles from Lujiazhai, it requires crossing a rather steep mountain, making it impossible to ride a horse. One can only walk there. Lu Daji was puzzled. What? We gave them a way out. They should be grateful to us. Why are we giving them gifts? Lu Chan said, the people in their village are starving to death. Even if they come, how will they work? Give them this food, so they can have a full meal and regain their strength. Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. You're so thoughtful. Okay, let's go now. Keep an eye on things, and make sure the rice is distributed to each household, Lu Chen instructed. I know. Don't worry. Lu Daji and Miao Yeye left with the rice. Lu Chen looked at Xie Qiao beside him. During this time, Xie Qiao lived in the backyard with Zhao Daya and others. In addition, Lu Chen was busy, so the 2 of them had even fewer opportunities to talk alone than before. My wife, let's get married once we're done with this busy period. Caught off guard by these words, Xie Qiao blushed deeply and, after a long pause, lowered her head and said, Husband, I'll do whatever you say. Although Xie Qiao had already entered Lu Chen's home, they had not yet consummated their marriage. Lu Chen originally planned to marry her after the new house was built, but I've been too busy lately to pay attention to this matter. Seeing that there were more and more girls in the family, Lu Chen was worried that Xie Qiao would overthink things, so he brought up this matter specifically. But husband, Xie Qiao suddenly added, what about Dia? When she first came to Lu Chen's house, Lu Chen would go to Zhao Daya's house every day. Xie Qiao also knew that Lu Chen and Zhao Daya were childhood sweethearts and had a very good relationship. She was just someone Lu Chen's parents bought with 3 caddies of coarse grains, so she had no say at all. Therefore, she never thought of breaking them up. Lu Chen patted her shoulder. Only you are my wife. Xie Qiao's eyes were immediately clouded with a thin mist. At this moment, Xie Qiao was extremely grateful to her parents for selling her to Lu Chen. But I don't know if my parents are still alive. In these chaotic times, it's a stroke of luck for the poor to survive even one more day. At this moment, Xie Qiao thought of her parents, and her heart became heavy. Bandits are coming. Bandits are coming. Lu Chen, go and see. A lot of bandits have arrived. Suddenly, a shout came from the front yard. Lu Chen got up and went to the front yard. Xie Qiao hurriedly followed her out. Several villagers stood in the courtyard, their faces filled with panic. Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, call Zhao Daya and the others out, and have them all take their weapons. Zhao Daya led more than 40 girls, training in the training ground every day, without resting for a moment except for eating and sleeping. The remaining 100 or so girls temporarily squeezed into the front yard. Due to prolonged hunger and the hardships of fleeing, these girls were in very poor health. Lu Chen planned to let them rest and recover first, so he had not yet given them the stimulant. However, 40-odd powerful combat units should be enough for now. Soon, Zhao Daya led the girls to the front yard. They stood in 4 rows in the courtyard, carrying crossbows on their shoulders and holding long knives, looking heroic and valiant. Bandits are attacking. You all come with me. Lu Chen led the group to the village entrance. Before they even reached the village entrance, they saw a dark mass of people not far outside the village. Lu Chen roughly estimated that there were about 2,000 or 3,000 people. The people working on the construction site all retreated to the village entrance. Holding various tools as weapons, they stared fiercely in the direction the bandits were coming from, ready to fight them to the death. Apart from the villagers of Lujiazhai, most of the people working on the construction site were refugees who had fled from disaster. These refugees finally managed to find food here, and they were able to eat their fill every day. The food was extremely good, even better than what they ate during the New Year. This was an idyllic life they could only dream of. They'd fight anyone who dared to take away their hard-won livelihood. When they saw Lu Chen approaching with a group of girls, the crowd automatically made way for them. Lu Chen didn't say much and directly said, "Prepare the repeating crossbows." More than 40 girls stepped forward and aimed their crossbows at the bandits opposite them. Chen observed the bandits opposite him. The group of people in front of us all had fierce-looking faces and were clearly not good people. However, he saw that there were many women and children behind the bandits. There were even women holding babies in their arms. Most of these bandits were clearly refugees who had been coerced into joining them. Chen had an idea in mind. In his eyes, these people had become workers who helped him build the city walls. Move forward slowly. Zhao Daya immediately led the girl forward slowly. Chen continued, "Listen, today I'm going to give you a task. I need you to capture all these bandits. You only need to kill those bandits who are putting up a stubborn resistance in front. As for the rest, spare their lives if possible, and try to get them to surrender. Do you all understand?" Zhao Daya spoke first. "I heard you clearly." The girls all shouted in unison, "Did you hear me clearly?" At this moment, the bandits suddenly let out a shout and charged towards them. When the bandits were within 30 feet, Chen raised his hand and shouted, "Fire!" The girls fired a barrage of crossbow bolts, sending a volley of arrows flying towards the front ranks of the bandits. Chapter 57: Surrender, and you will not be killed. Watch closely how modern crossbows kill ancient bandits. A volley of crossbow bolts flew into the bandit ranks. More than 30 bandits in the front row fell instantly. Before the bandits could even react to seeing their comrade fall to the ground, a volley of crossbow bolts came flying towards them. The bandits were densely packed and lacked shields and heavy armor, making them completely defenseless against the powerful crossbow bolts. Swish, swish. With a series of whooshing sounds, the bandits at the forefront fell to the ground, one after another dead. Charge! Charge! Charge through and kill them. Kill them all, and we'll all have food to eat and women to sleep with. We outnumber them, so if we just charge through, we'll win. Among the bandits, someone was shouting and yelling. Tempted by the food, the bandits, despite suffering heavy casualties, still frantically attacked Zhao Daya and her group. Swish, swish. After 10 volleys of arrows, Zhao Daya drew her long sword and shouted, "Kill!" More than 40 young girls abandoned their crossbows for swords, lined up in a row, and charged forward to meet the swarming bandits. "Kill!" The girls shouted sweetly as they simultaneously brandished their long swords. In an instant, blood rained down from the sky. Dozens of bandits were killed, and their heads were separated. "Surrender, and you will not be killed." Zhao Daya shouted loudly. The girls followed suit and shouted in unison, "Surrender, and you will not be killed." As soon as they finished speaking, they swung their swords again. Dozens more bandits were cut down and fell to the ground. Zhao Daya shouted again, "Surrender, and we won't kill you. We'll even feed you." The girls shouted in unison, "Surrender, and you won't be killed. We'll even feed you." "Full meals guaranteed." Zhao Daya called out again. "Full meals guaranteed. Stop resisting, and we'll spare your lives." After that, they once again raised their long knives at the bandits. "Stop resisting, and we'll spare your lives. Surrender, and you will not be killed." They even provide meals. "Full meals guaranteed." With a series of powerful and majestic shouts, they wielded their knives and slaughtered the bandits row by row. At the village entrance, some villagers and refugees who were watching the battle saw that Zhao Daya and her men were unstoppable. They shouted and swung their various tools, rushing towards the bandits. They charged toward the bandits while shouting loudly, "Surrender, and you won't be killed. You'll even be fed. Stop resisting, and we'll spare your lives." Seeing that Zhao Daya and her men were incredibly fierce, the bandits slaughtered the frontline bandits, causing them to fall to their deaths. Then, seeing the crowd at the village entrance rushing forward with various weapons to help, their morale was completely shattered. Seeing that things were not going well, the women and children in the back row turned around and ran away. Zhao Daya shouted, "Chuyun, take 2 squads and stop them. Don't let them escape. We don't kill women and children." Chuyun shouted loudly, "3rd squad, 4th squad, follow me." They quickly flanked the bandits from flank. A few bandits tried to stop them, but they were easily overwhelmed. "Scatter, split up and stop them. Don't let a single one escape." Chuyun directed the 2 teams of girls to quickly set up a large net. Each of them is like a sheepdog. Though few in number, their deterrent power should not be underestimated. Several burly men rushed towards Chuyun, who pointed his long sword at them. "Stop resisting. We'll spare your lives." Several burly men, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, brandished their weapons and charged towards Chuyun. With a swift slash and a hack of his longsword, Chu Yun cut several burly men in two. The group of people behind the burly man were terrified by this sight and retreated in fear. Stop resisting, or you'll be spared. Surrender, and you'll be spared, and we'll even feed you. Holding a long sword, Chu Yun exuded heroic spirit, and no one dared to approach him. Xiao Mei, Xiao Lan, and the others, who were responsible for intercepting the bandits' retreat, encountered much less resistance. The bandits' rear ranks were all women and children. They had almost no fighting ability and were merely there to fill the ranks and create momentum for the bandits. Xiao Mei and her friends split up and stood in front of these people, blocking their escape route. A while ago, Chen observed carefully and found that there were very few of the strong and fierce-looking bandits left, so he gave an order to Zhao Daya. Stop the attack, surround them. Zhao Daya shouted, everyone stop attacking. The girls stopped fighting and retreated. Upon hearing Zhao Daya's order, the villagers and refugees who had participated in the battle hurriedly withdrew from the fight and surrounded the bandits. At this moment, the bandits in the front row had been utterly demoralized by Zhao Daya and her men, and had no will to fight. Seeing that Zhao Daya had stopped attacking, they all showed expressions of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. The bandits in the middle were mostly refugees. These refugees were just there to make a living and had almost no desire to fight. When they heard about the ceasefire, they were naturally overjoyed and appeared very obedient. As for the women and children in the back row, they were even less of a concern. With the help of the villagers, the four teams led by Zhao Daya and Chu Yun easily brought the situation under control. Chen stepped forward and shouted sternly, "Put down your weapons, and I will spare your lives. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." He said again, "I will count to 3. Anyone who does not lay down their weapons will be killed. 3, 2, 1. The bandits threw their weapons to the ground. Chen scanned the so-called bandits and said, "Women and children, all of you, stand on the right." Several hundred women and children obediently moved to the right and gathered into a large group. Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan over to him. "You 3, each take turns interrogating these men individually to see which ones are real bandits and which ones are vagrants. Then let them accuse each other to see who has killed innocent people indiscriminately. If there are any vicious criminals, execute them. Anyone who has killed ordinary people or violated women, whether they are bandits or vagrants, kill them all. Release the bandits who have not committed any evil deeds or killed anyone. We only accept vagrants who are easy to manage, not habitual bandits." Chu Yun asked, "Brother Lu, what about those women and children?" "Keep them all. Letting them go would only lead to their deaths. Keeping them will be of great use to us in the future. Many of these people are families, and leaving behind women and children can help stabilize morale. Furthermore, women and children are the foundation for his future development." Chen then called Xie Qiao over and asked her to arrange for people to cook some food for these people in order to appease them. Among these people, only a small number were real bandits. Most were bandits who had brought them along, and all they wanted was a bite to eat. Once they've eaten their fill, they won't have any other ideas. Soon, outside the village, the bandits were divided into dozens of groups and were being interrogated by 40 girls. Each girl was assigned a literate person to help her record things. Jean the Bald, he killed a woman and raped a little girl 5 days ago. Kill him. Li Daqiang, he has killed 5 refugees in half a month. Kill him. One by one, the most heinous bandits were identified and executed immediately. Several guilty thugs, sensing the danger, tried to escape, but were immediately subdued by the surrounding villagers. On the other side, under Xie Qiao's arrangement, the women in the village set up several large pots at the entrance of the village. The aroma of rice porridge, the smell of meat from a large pot of stew, and the fragrance of steamed buns filled the air. Chapter 58. The village chief is in a hurry again. "Women and children, come and eat first. Each of you will have a bowl of porridge, half a bowl of vegetables, and a steamed bun." At Xie Qiao's call, hundreds of women and children rushed forward and surrounded the large pots. The villagers that Xie Qiao had already arranged immediately came over to maintain order. "Line up. Everyone line up. Hey, don't push, go to the back of the line. Stop pushing. Anyone who tries to push forward won't get to eat today." After a while of commotion, the people finally lined up and got their food one by one. The women and children got their food and squatted down on the ground a short distance away to eat. "Mom, is this meat?" It smells so good. A 6 or 7-year-old child ate a piece of pork, and his face turned red with excitement. Yes, this is meat. Eat up. The woman stuffed a large white steamed bun into her mouth while nervously looking around. This is a habit she has developed over the years. As long as there's food, someone will always try to take it. So she has to be constantly vigilant while eating, guarding against the covetousness of those around her. But at that moment, everyone around her was eating the same food, and not a single person glanced in her direction. I haven't eaten meat in years, wonder. This employer is such a kind person, the woman exclaimed with deep emotion. She thought she and her son were going to die here today, but to her surprise, they not only survived, but also got to eat some rare delicacies. Steaming hot, thick and fragrant white rice porridge, soft, white steamed buns, pork so delicious you could bite your tongue off, and tender tofu. The woman felt as if she were dreaming. Nearby, many villagers from Lujiazhai were constantly reminding the women and children who were eating. Don't overeat good food. If you're hungry for too long and then suddenly eat too much, your intestines will burst. The master said that you shouldn't be fed too much today, nor tomorrow or the day after. In a few days, we will gradually increase your food intake. Listen up, all of you. Once you've finished eating all of this, you absolutely mustn't go for any more food. If you eat too much and burst your stomachs, don't blame us for not warning you. Many of these long-starved refugees understood this principle. Therefore, no one wanted to get food again. What a kind person. This employer is so thoughtful. They even came to let us know in case we overeat. Did you hear that? They said there will still be food to eat tomorrow and the day after. Of course, they even said they'd increase our food portions in a few more days. This boss is truly like Guanyin Bodhisattva. We came to rob him, and not only did he not kill us, he also gave us food and meat. What else could he be but a bodhisattva? Is this what it means to repay evil with good? Shame on me. Shame on me. Over there, Xie Qiao was directing a group of women to continue cooking. Feeding over 2,000 people will keep them busy for quite some time. Looking at these refugees, Chen felt that something was wrong, and later he realized why. He only saw young and middle-aged men, women and children, but not many elderly people. It must have been killed or abandoned by bandits. But this is good. It reduces his burden. Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan to his home and assigned them jobs. Dia, after they have all eaten, have them build a simple shack at the foot of the mountain to the south and let them stay there temporarily. Xiulan, organize all the able-bodied men in our village into a patrol team. Have them armed and divided into 3 groups to patrol in shifts day and night. Anyone found bullying women, children, or the weak, stealing, robbing, or engaging in private fights should be driven out of the village. Each member of the patrol team will receive 3 caddies of rice every day. Furthermore, you must warn these patrol team members in advance that if they beat, scold, or bully the vagrants without cause, they should be dismissed immediately and never rehired. If their crimes are serious, they should be expelled from the village. If anyone uses their power to commit murder or rape, they should be killed. Chu Yun, select some people from the refugees and have them clean up the battlefield and bury the corpses. You only collect money. Let them distribute the weapons, clothing, and other items themselves. Anyone found hiding money and not handing it over will be expelled from the village. Chu Yun asked, Brother Lu, what if they get into a fight when they're distributing these things? Anyone who engages in fighting will be expelled from the village. Zhao Daya also said, Brother Lu, they need to cut down trees to build the shacks, but I see they have very few axes. Chen thought for a moment and then said, send someone to the front yard to fetch it later. Chen naturally didn't have an axe, so he had to buy one from the system store. After sending Zhao Daya and the other 2 away, Chen bought 500 steel axes from the system store and placed them in the left wing room next door. Afterwards, he took out half a roast chicken, a pot of boiled fish, a dish of salt and pepper peanuts, a plate of spicy tofu, 2 steamed buns, and a bottle of baijiu from his spatial storage, and sat in the room drinking by himself. Although Chen hasn't done many things personally these past few days, he's been quite worried about them. He also wanted to relax. After all, it would be foolish to live a life where you only work and don't enjoy life. He had just drunk 2 cups when he saw a girl from the same village named Yang Yuhuan hurrying in. Brother Lu, the village chief, is back. Yang Yuhuan was someone he had taken in recently, and she lives in the front yard. She and her cousin Yang Yuping were assigned a job as gatekeepers by Xie Qiao. If someone comes to visit, she will announce it first. After all, Chen is not the same as before. If everyone wanted to see him, he wouldn't be able to see them all. Please welcome them. Before long, Lu Daji rushed in. Miao Yiya and Miao Lingling followed behind him. Upon seeing the food and wine on the table, Lu Daji's eyes lit up, and his throat bobbed involuntarily. Come on, Uncle 13, sit down, let's have a drink. After saying that, Lu Chen called to Tianya and Tian Lingling. You two have worked hard too. Come over and sit down and eat something. Miao Yiya said, No, cousin, you have things to talk about. Let's go outside the village and see if there's anyone we can help with. After Miao Yiya finished speaking, she led Tian Lingling out. What's going on outside? I just got back and didn't ask many questions before rushing to find you. Lu Daji asked anxiously. He had only been gone for half a day when thousands of people gathered outside the village. How could the village chief not be anxious? Lu Chen briefly explained the situation. Lu Daji became anxious again. What? You're not really going to take them in, are you? This isn't just 30 or 50 people, or even 300 or 500. It's over 2,000. Where are you going to get so much food to feed them? Our village only has 300 or 400 people in total, and we just took in 600 or 700 a few days ago. That's already enough. If you take in so many more, how are you going to manage this later? Lu Daji knew this all too well. Putting everything else aside, just the meals Lu Chen arranged for these people. No one would want to leave if they stayed here for a few days. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. Even if Lu Chen can support them, he can't support them for a lifetime. When the project is completed and these people are asked to leave the village, will they leave willingly? There's no guarantee that something big might happen. Are you suggesting we kill them all? Chapter 59. Another betrayal? 13th Uncle. I've heard that Marquis Jinyuan is leading his troops north. Marquis Jinyuan has a bad reputation. He's said to be extremely harsh on the people under his rule, frequently sending troops to suppress those who disobey, and is known for his ruthless killing. If he really reaches our area, without strong defenses, our village might not survive. Lu Chen reasoned with Lu Daji, avoiding the issue of the food source for his refugees. The most urgent task right now is to build the city wall as soon as possible and prepare for defense. With these 2,000 refugees, the construction of the city wall will be much faster. The sooner the city wall is completed, the less danger we will be in. What do you think, Uncle 13? Lu Daji thought it made a lot of sense. All right, we'll do it your way. He continued. Sun Lijing has agreed to let the people from his village help build the city wall, but he has made one request. Lu Daji looked troubled. What are the requirements? Sun Lijing said that if the city wall is built, he hopes that when the rebels attack, the people in his village can come here to take refuge. At this point, Lu Daji was very indignant. Let the people from their village come and help. We're giving them a way to survive. It's really strange that this village head's son dares to make demands. Even if the people from their village don't come, with so many refugees, what difference do we make with just a few hundred of their people? Lu Chen also felt that this Sun Lijing was a bit slow on the uptake. However, upon closer examination, Sun Lijing was trying to secure benefits for the villagers and find a way to make a living, which is understandable. Lu Chen didn't care about this. Sun Jiazwang has nearly 1,000 people. If they really come to Lujiazhai to escape disaster, they may never be able to leave. Agree to his conditions, Lu Chen said calmly. You actually agreed to this? Lu Daji asked, puzzled. Lu Chen said, we're all from the same village, so let's help each other if we can. We can't just watch the whole village die. Lu Daji said helplessly, since you say so, nephew, I will go and give him a reply right away. The two ate and chatted. After Lu Daji had eaten and drunk his fill, he immediately set off for Sunjiazwang. The next day, the villagers of Sunjiazwang arrived at Lujiazhai. There were more than 500 people. In addition to young and middle-aged men, there were also some young women and some children over 12 years old. These newly joined villagers first had a bowl of rice porridge outside the village entrance, and then immediately joined the working crowd. In the following days, the villagers of Lujiazhai, the villagers of Sunjiazwang, and the refugees from various places entered a period of adjustment. The various factions inevitably had some minor frictions, but none of them were serious. After the refugees gradually settled down, Lu Chen instructed Tian Luzhu to select some skilled bricklayers from among them. These more professional bricklayers would then mentor newcomers, training more construction workers. Lu Chen also hoped that they would play a greater role in the future. After the construction outside the village gradually got on track, Lu Chen had a rare 2 days of leisure. Little did he know that a fly was still relentlessly trying to make a splash. Lu Qingping quietly went to the county town again. Upon meeting Magistrate Xie, he recounted in detail all of Lu Chen's recent activities, leaving no stone unturned. Lu Chen recruited another bandit group of over 2,000 men, and he forced these bandits to build city walls and dig moats for him. More than 500 people from the neighboring Sunjiazwang village have also come to help. The city wall is being built very quickly, and it probably won't be long before it's completed. Sir, Lu Chen somehow managed to get his hands on food and meat. These lowly workers on the construction site are eating lavish meals of fish and meat every day, with white rice and steamed buns at every meal. They can eat as much as they want, and it's all they can eat. Speaking of the food on the construction site, Lu Qingping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. That damned Lu Chen, that unfilial nephew, fed and clothed thousands of villagers and refugees, yet wouldn't let his own uncle have a single bite. Whenever he thought of this, Lu Qingping would be so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Xie was also quite surprised. You're saying that the thousands of displaced people on the construction site have meat to eat every day, and that they eat rice and white flour buns every day? He really couldn't believe it. Even the few maids and servants in his mansion can only eat half full right now, and it's all coarse grains. Where did Lu Chen get so much refined rice and flour? And where did he buy the meat? My lord, everything I said is true. There is absolutely no lie. Lu Qingping said with absolute certainty. My lord, is there anything else? What else? Lu Qingping said, there are iron bars several meters long on their construction site. He gestured with his hands. Each one is this thick, and there are so many iron bars piled up in heaps, almost forming a small mountain. Xie was even more shocked. The Great Zhou dynasty had very low iron production, so the control over ironware was extremely strict. To prevent anyone from privately manufacturing weapons, the Great Zhou dynasty did not allow individuals to possess large quantities of ironware. If discovered, they would inevitably be charged with treason. What is he going to do with these iron bars? Xie asked curiously. Lu Qingping said, they cast all these iron bars into the city wall, as if to make the city wall more solid. Xie couldn't believe it. Precious iron bars were actually cast into the city wall. That's incredibly extravagant. It's unheard of. Lu Qingping added, and there's more. Xie grew increasingly alarmed as he listened, and hurriedly said, oh, what else? Tell me quickly. Lu Chen somehow obtained something called cement, which is like mud. After mixing it with the iron bar, casting it, and letting it dry, it became exceptionally strong, even stronger than stone. It was impervious to swords and spears. A steel spear could only leave a white mark when it pierced it. Xie couldn't help but gasp. There are still such things in this world. Good, good, good. Your intelligence this time was timely and very important. Guards, reward him. Xie was more generous this time. He had someone reward Lu Qingping with 5 taels of silver. After Lu Qingping left, Xie immediately wrote a letter and sent it to the prefectural city. After careful consideration, he drafted another memorial and dispatched several capable subordinates to send it to the capital at top speed. Good fortune may be a harbinger of misfortune, and misfortune may be a harbinger of good fortune. How could Wei be so fortunate to receive such a blessing? If the matter of Hedou County can reach the ears of the emperor, it will surely be a great achievement. Wei have finally seen my day. Ah! Just as Xie was dreaming of getting promoted and making a fortune, Lu Qingping encountered a great calamity. He happily hurried towards the village with 5 taels of silver in his pocket. I can still live a good life without you, Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you unfilial son, just wait and see what happens. Once the county magistrate brings his army, you will be buried with the entire Lu family village. The county town was far from Lu Jiazhai, and it was already dark before Lu Qingping had even gone halfway. Hey, stop right there. A loud shout startled Lu Qingping, making him tremble. This road is mine. These trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. On the mountain road, a row of 5 or 6 men blocked his way. Chapter 60. The army is formally established. Heroes, sirs, I truly have no silver on me. Even if you kill me, I can't produce a single copper coin. Please, heroes, spare my lowly life. I have an elderly mother and a wife and children to support. Please, have mercy and let me go. Lu Qingping knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, and kept kowtowing to the robbers. Search. Two bandits stepped forward, lifted Lu Qingping up, and the other two carefully searched his body. Master, this kid is dirt poor. He doesn't even have a single copper coin on him. Damn it. What bad luck. The bandit leader went up and slapped Lu Qingping hard several times. Lu Qingping's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Honey, what should we do? What else can we do? Kill them. One of the bandits looked at Lu Qingping on the ground with disdain and said, Master, isn't he too old? Kill him and feed him to the dogs. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping was instantly terrified. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Hero, spare my life. Hero, spare my life. Even now, he was still unwilling to give up those 5 taels of silver. He wanted to hold out until the very last moment before handing over the silver. Just now, when he kowtowed to the robber, he secretly threw the silver from his sleeve onto the ground. Because it was dark, the bandits did not notice his little trick. A robber brandished a knife at Lu Qingping's neck and said, I'll give you a quick death because you're pitiful. After saying that, he raised his broadsword high, ready to strike. Seeing that they really wanted to kill him, Lu Qingping hurriedly tried to shout out, I have money. Just then, someone shouted from the side, Stop. The robbers were taken aback. But then 2 people emerged from under a few trees by the roadside. One was tall and the other short, each carrying a large knife. The bandit leader took one look and immediately laughed. You two think you can block my path to wealth? The 2 men swaggered up to the bandits. My lords, we 2 brothers want this man. Aren't you afraid the wind will make your tongue slip? The bandit leader brandished his broadsword, and 5 or 6 men quickly stepped forward, surrounding the 2 men. If you know what's good for you, hand over the silver you have on you, and I'll let you go today. The 2 who suddenly appeared didn't say much, and suddenly made their move. The 2 robbers were unable to dodge in time, and were immediately cut down by the 2 men. Cut them down! The bandit leader roared and swung his broadsword, slashing fiercely at one of the dwarfs. The dwarf shifted his body and swung his knife, severing the bandit leader's arm, holding the knife at the root. Oh no, this is a tricky situation. Seeing that things were not going well, the robbers turned around and tried to escape. But the 2 men swiftly swung their knives, one after another, cutting them down to the ground. Lu Qingping was still kneeling on the ground when he saw this scene, and he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. Hero, spare my life. Hero, spare my life. Lu Qingping kowtowed to the 2 men again. The short man reached out to help Lu Qingping up, saying kindly, Brother, please get up. We too are not robbers. Lu Qingping bowed repeatedly to the 2 men, saying, Thank you, brave warriors. Thank you both, brave warriors. Thank you for saving my life. Are you from Lujia village? The tall man asked. Lu Qingping was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a second, and then said, Yes, I am from Lu family village. Then, brother, please come with us. The tall man reached out and grabbed Lu Qingping's arm. Benefactor? What do you mean by this, benefactor? Lu Qingping panicked again. Could these 2 be planning to kidnap him somewhere and kill him? Compared to the dead, living sheep are easier to take away. Let's go. You'll know when we get there. Without saying a word, the 2 men grabbed Lu Qingping and left. Silver. My silver. There's still 5 taels of silver of mine over there. Lu Jiazhai. Lu Chen's home. You mean my second uncle has been away from the village for a whole day? Xie Qiao said. He left the village yesterday morning and headed towards the county town. He hasn't returned to the village yet. Lu Qingping left the village twice, but neither time did he escape Lu Chen's notice. However, he didn't care. No matter what Lu Qingping does, no matter what schemes or tricks he plays, they're all useless against him. At present, the troops in various parts of Fengzhou are already exhausted from dealing with the local bandits. With the Marquis of Jinyuan about to arrive, they had no time to spare for the small Lu family village. Wife, go and call all the girls from the front yard over. The 60 or 70 girls in the front yard have been well taken care of for a while. It's time to give them some stimulants. Xie Qiao had already spoken with them privately over the past few days. If they weren't lying, they should all be virgins. Soon, the courtyard was filled with girls of all ages. Lu Chen took out several bottles and distributed the vitality pills to them one by one. Half an incense stick later, Lu Chen, as usual, arranged for them to go to the martial arts arena for assessment. There were no surprises this time. All 68 girls passed. In the training ground, the girls were divided into several teams. Lu Chen's gaze swept over their heads one by one. except for one person whose loyalty is 96. All the others are 100. As for why this girl had low loyalty, Chen didn't care. As long as it's above 90, there generally won't be any problems. From this day forward, you are my subordinates, Chen's subordinates. Chen said, I have only two requirements for you. First, absolute loyalty, and second, absolute obedience to my orders. From this day forward, you are no longer ordinary people. You are true soldiers. Let's disperse. After the girls dispersed, Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan over. We now have more than 100 female soldiers. You should break up these new and old female soldiers and reorganize them into 3 teams for the time being, with each of you leading one team. Chen suddenly said seriously, Now I appoint Zhao Daya as the captain of the team. Appoint Chu Yun as the commander of the second team. Lu Xiulan is appointed as the commander of the third team. Zhao Daya and the other 2 stood up straight, their expressions solemn and their gazes resolute. After several battles, the 3 of them underwent a huge change in temperament, and they had long lost their girlish demeanor. Tomorrow, you will divide your teams into 3 smaller teams. Then, each of you will select 3 individuals from your teams who have the most outstanding abilities to serve as the captains of each smaller team. Also, when you're training them, you should pay special attention to the female soldiers who perform well, and you can cultivate them as future captains. Finally, Chen added, As soldiers, we must have military regulations. I will draft a set of military regulations in the next few days, and everyone will be required to remember every single one of them. The eyes of Zhao Daya and the other 2 were full of eagerness. From now on, they will be real soldiers. Chapter 61, The Female General. Chen quickly drafted a military regulation. Article 1. Every soldier must absolutely obey orders and follow them without question. Article 2. No innocent people shall be killed indiscriminately. Article 3. People shall not be beaten or scolded at will. Article 4. Looting is prohibited. Article 5. Comrades in arms must help and love each other and must not bully the weak. Article 6. Chen wrote more than 10 entries. That evening, he called Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya over again to discuss the military regulations, checking for omissions and making corrections, and finally settled on them. Chu Yun, in addition to serving as the commander of the second team, you must continue to serve as their literacy teacher. The 1-hour literacy lesson every day cannot be missed. Zhao Daya, you will continue to serve as the chief instructor responsible for the daily training of the female soldiers. Lu Xiulan, you will temporarily serve as a staff officer in the army, responsible for formulating tactical strategies before the battle. Chen then wrote and drew on the paper, carefully explaining to the 3 of them various tactical terms used in battle. You should teach the female soldiers these tactical terms in peacetime. When you give orders or communicate during training, try to use these terms as much as possible so that you will be less likely to make mistakes in combat. Finally, Chen said, I need to tell you in advance that our team is much larger than this. Each of you will be commanding thousands of troops in the future. Therefore, I hope you will learn how to lead troops and how to fight as soon as possible, grow quickly, and lay a solid foundation for leading troops and fighting in the future. Brother Lu, we've remembered it. Zhao Daya and the other 2 said in unison. All right, you guys go and get some rest. After Zhao Daya and the other 2 went to the backyard, Chen said to Xie Qiao, You should spend more time with them and learn how they lead troops, how they train, and how they fight. Xie Qiao nodded. Husband, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Chen's brows were furrowed, she asked, Husband, is something on your mind? Chen said, I have never had any experience leading troops in battle. I can only learn slowly in battle. As our operations expand, the battles will definitely become more and more difficult. That's why I asked you to learn how to lead troops. I hope we can learn from each other, help each other, and make progress together, so we can have something to discuss in the future. Chen wasn't just saying that for show. He meant it from the bottom of his heart. Although he had only the elite of the elite under his command, each capable of taking on 100 men, sometimes you can't rely solely on brute force in battle. He had no experience in fighting, so Xie Qiao had to put in a lot of effort. When husband and wife are of one mind, their strength can break even metal. At this time, Lu Qingping had been taken hostage by the 2 mysterious men to a mountain stronghold. Dark hilltops, dilapidated thatched huts, and men with menacing expressions carrying broadswords and spears. Seeing this, Lu Qingping secretly groaned inwardly. This is obviously a bandit stronghold. When an ordinary person enters a bandit's den, the outcome is obvious. What are you afraid of? It's not like it'll eat you. The tall man shoved Lu Qingping hard. The shorter man slapped Lu Qingping hard on the shoulder. Are you even a man? You've been trembling the whole way, and now that we're home, what are you still shaking for? They suffered a lot along the way. This guy, who was completely limp, was practically dragged back by the two of them. They were exhausted. Lu Qingping didn't want to tremble either, but he simply couldn't control himself. His legs were shaking like a leaf. Our general is in that house over there. Remember that. If you dare to talk nonsense when the general asks you questions, I'll break your legs and throw you into the ravine to feed the wolves. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingping was even more immobilized. However, his eyes darted around. What had he just heard? General? So they really aren't bandits. Thinking about it this way, Lu Qingping felt a little more at ease and was no longer so flustered. The three arrived at the door of a thatched hut. Two men holding long spears stood on either side of the hut's door. General, I have something important to report. Kumein. Two men, one tall and one short, shoved Lu Qingping into the house. Inside the room, illuminated by two oil lamps, Lu Qingping could only see one person in the center, dressed in armor, sitting upright in a large chair. To the left and right of this man stood two men who looked like soldiers. He glanced at it only once, but dared not look again, and immediately lowered his head. The tall man stepped forward and saluted. General, I have successfully completed my mission and captured a villager from Lujia village. Raise your head. Lu Qingping raised his head. Only then did he realize that the general was actually a young and beautiful woman. She was dressed in a plain white battle robe and golden armor, looking heroic and stunning. For a moment, Lu Qingping was stunned. Such a stunning woman, paired with imposing armor, possesses an extraordinary charm. May I have your name? The female general parted her lips slightly, her words like blooming lotus flowers, and Lu Qingping's heart fluttered at the sound. The younger one is called Lu Qingping. Are you from Lujiazhai, Fengqi Town, Hedou County? Yes, the younger one is from Lujia village. Do you recognize this person, Lu Chen? Lu Qingping was taken aback. Why is this female general also inquiring about Lu Chen? The tall man said unhappily, the general is asking you a question. Lu Qingping hurriedly said, I recognize him. I recognize Lu Chen. He is my nephew. Lu Qingping had a clever plan. If this female general and Lu Chen were old acquaintances, and he were Lu Chen's uncle, not only would he not die here, but he might even be treated well. Then tell me everything you know about Lu Chen. The tall man glared fiercely at Lu Qingping. If you dare to utter a single falsehood, humph. Lu Qingping was startled and hurriedly said, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Lu Qingping was trapped in a den of demons. How could he dare to utter a single lie? Right then and there, he spilled everything he knew, leaving nothing out. The things that have happened to Lu Chen recently cannot be explained in just a few words. Lu Qingping spoke for more than 2 hours, until his mouth was dry and his lips were blistered before he finally finished. The female general's expression grew increasingly solemn. All right, take him downstairs for dinner, then make sure he gets some rest. Yes, General, I take my leave. Two men, one tall and one short, led Lu Qingping out of the room. After pondering for a long time, the female general suddenly asked, Ning-er, or what you two think? The female soldier called Ning-er said, General, this scoundrel is spouting nonsense and should be executed. Rower replied, with the general's divine might before him, how dare he lie? I believe that what he said is 7 or 8 parts credible. Ning-er said coldly, to kill Su Hui's 1,000 men with a mere 10 men is a huge joke. Although Su Hui is a despicable scoundrel, the troops he leads are no less than those of my Meng family army. Do you think our Meng family army can't even defeat 10 immature little girls? Where do you place the general with these words? Chapter 62, Sun Lijing's Visit. Rower said, Ning-er, Su Hui is really dead. I heard that all of his 1,000 men have disappeared. Since he didn't join the Marquis of Jinyuan, where could he have gone? Could he have become an outlaw? Ning-er retorted indignantly. Didn't our Meng family army also disappear from the Jinyuan Marquis' army? If we can hide, why can't Su Hui hide? We hid here because we knew beforehand that Marquis Jinyuan was going to rebel. But what was Su Hui's motive? Did he hide in the mountains because he thought grass roots and tree bark were delicious? Anyway, this scoundrel isn't telling the truth at all. I think we should just kill him to avoid disturbing the general's peace of mind. The female general raised her hand and said, "Stop arguing. Let me have some peace and quiet." The two women then stopped talking. After a long while, the female general finally spoke. "Go back and prepare. The three of us will head to Lu family village tomorrow." "What? General, you mustn't," Ning'e exclaimed in surprise. Rower, unusually, stood on the same side as Ning'e, saying, "General, you mustn't. If you really want to find out the truth, why not let Rower go alone to investigate?" "Yes, let Rower and me go. General, you must not take any risks. That Lu Chen is treacherous and cunning, and has a vicious heart. If you fall into his hands, what will become of our Meng family army of 1,800 men?" "Yes, General, Lu Chen bullies even his own uncle like this, which shows how vicious he is. Moreover, he only takes girls, so he must be a lecherous fiend. If he sees your beauty, General, he will definitely do anything to you, and it will be extremely difficult for you to escape." Snort. The female general slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair. "Do you think I, Meng Ruyu, am someone to be trifled with? My mind is made up. We'll leave tomorrow morning." General, please reconsider," Meng Ruyu said decisively. "No need for further words. You may leave." Ning'e and Rower exchanged a glance and reluctantly withdrew. Lu Jiazhai, Lu Qingping's wife, Madame He, was sitting at the front door, wailing loudly. "My husband, you heartless bastard! How could you bear to abandon me and run away like this? How are we, a widow and her children, supposed to live? Lu Qingping, you heartless bastard, where have you gone?" Lu Qingping disappeared for 2 days and 2 nights. These days, if you don't go home for 2 days and 2 nights, the chances of you surviving are extremely slim. Even if they are alive, they probably don't plan to come back. He cried and wailed, her heart breaking, which attracted many onlookers. Because all the able-bodied people in the family had gone to repair the city wall, most of the onlookers were elderly people and children. Although Lu Qingping's family didn't have a good reputation in the village, he sure cried so sadly that some people couldn't help but want to find out why. "Qingping's wife, didn't Qingping say goodbye when she left?" an old woman asked. When he saw someone coming to ask, she immediately stopped crying and sobbed. "He said he was going to town and might be back late, but who knew he would never come back? How are my family supposed to survive now that he's gone?" Someone whispered, "Maybe he went out to escape the famine on his own. Maybe they were robbed by bandits along the way. There's so many refugees outside. If he goes to town alone, he might get killed by them, right?" The onlookers had all sorts of opinions. He became increasingly panicked as she listened and started howling at the top of her lungs again. Just then, someone reminded her, "Qingping's family, isn't your daughter Xiaohua at Lu Chen's house? Why don't you go find Xiaohua? Maybe she can help you look for her. After all, Qingping is her biological father. Even if she hates you, she wouldn't abandon him, would she? All right? Your little flower is quite capable now. If she begs Lu Chen, he will definitely have a way. Yes, look at Lu Chen. He has thousands of people working for him. If even Lu Chen can't do anything about it, then there's really nothing we can do. Yes, Qingping is Lu Chen's second uncle. He won't abandon him." Upon hearing this, Missy immediately got up from the ground. "I'm going to find Xiaohua right now. She's my own daughter. Her father has disappeared. Shouldn't she go look for him?" He wiped away her tears and ran to Lu Chen's house. Upon arriving at Lu Chen's house, Madam He was about to barge in when Yang Yuhuan stopped her. Yang Yuhuan held a bowl of rice topped with several pieces of greasy braised pork. As she ate, she said, "No one is allowed to enter without Brother Lu's permission." Mrs. He glared at him. "I want to see my daughter. Why won't you let me in?" Yang Yuhuan picked up a piece of braised pork and ate it, completely ignoring her. When Madame He looked at the braised pork in Yang Yuhuan's bowl, her thoughts of finding her own husband vanished instantly. All she cared about now was the meat in the bowl. She thought of her own daughter, Xiaohua. Did she get to eat braised pork every day? White rice and braised pork, just thinking about it makes her mouth water. "Go, call my Xiaohua out right now, and have her bring me a bowl of braised pork. Do you hear me?" Yang Yuhuan continued eating her meal at a leisurely pace. He was annoyed. She wanted to scratch Yang Yuhuan's face, but after thinking about it, she didn't dare to. The girls in Lu Chen's family are all incredibly strong. They could beat someone down with a flick of a finger. Madam He's tone softened a bit. "Yuhuan, I am Lu Chen's second aunt. Go and call Xiaohua out." I'll put in a good word for you with Lu Chen in the future, okay? Not good. When Yang Yuhuan and the others had nothing to do at night, they liked to gossip about Lu Chen's family affairs. They all knew that Lu Chen's two uncles treated him very badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused his two uncles' offer to help at the construction site. Of all the villagers, only his two uncles were not allowed to come to the construction site, which shows how much Lu Chen hated those two families. As Mrs. He was trying to persuade him at the door, she suddenly saw several people approaching from a distance. It was Sun, the village head of Sun Jiazwang. Sun Lijing only governed two villages, Sun Jiazwang and Lu Jiazhai. As soon as he saw Sun, she rushed to his side. Sun Lijing was puzzled, but he could only patiently listen to her long explanation. How about this, Qingping's wife? When I go to see Lu Chen, I'll mention your matter to him. However, I can't guarantee whether he'll take action or not. He expressed his deepest gratitude to Sun, the village head. After Yang Yuhuan went back to report, Sun, the village head, went inside. It was only then that he noticed the two girls following Sun Lijing. Who are those two girls behind him? They're quite pretty. Suddenly, Mrs. He thought of something and raised her eyebrows. No way. Even village chief Sun is going to give his daughter to that little brat, Lu Chen. Mrs. He was instantly flustered. Once upon a time, Sun Lijing was considered a very important figure by the He family. Besides the county magistrate, Sun, the village head, was the most powerful. He never expected that even Sun, the village head, will be trying to curry favor with Lu Chen. No, these two girls must be his granddaughters. Chapter 63, Mysterious Spy. You're saying you're going to give me the entire Sun family village. Lu Chen never expected that as soon as Sun Lijing sat down, he would offer to give him a whole village. That's right, young Master Lu. I have already discussed this with the village elders, and they all agree with my proposal. In the past 2 days, Sun Lijing sent people to Lujia village to inquire about Lu Chen's background and finally found out his details. Lu Chen's strength is too incredible. Nowadays, there are years of famine and chaos, with war breaking out everywhere. Governments at all levels and local garrisons are too busy taking care of themselves to care about the lives of ordinary people. Sun Lijing could only try to save himself. Lu Chen is undoubtedly the best choice. Lu Jiazhai and Sun Jiazwang are closely connected, supporting and looking out for each other, and many farmers from the two villages have intermarried. Unfortunately, Sun Lijing made a wrong decision recently. Sun, the village head, had heard that bandits and government troops had attacked Lujia village several times. He thought that the bandits and government troops were too powerful, and that even if the two villages joined forces, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. That's why he kept the villagers of Sun Jiazwang inside the village and didn't send anyone to help them. When Sun Lijing learned that Lu Chen had single-handedly defeated the bandits and killed all the government soldiers, he was filled with remorse. Young Master Lu, I have come here today to apologize to you. Your village was attacked by bandits and government troops a while ago, and my village did not send anyone to help. It was my fault. Lu Chen laughed and said, You're just worried that Sun family village will be implicated. What's wrong with you thinking about your own village? Sun Lijing shook his head and said, Young Master Lu, I know you harbor resentment towards this old man, so I've come here to apologize. He pointed to the two girls standing beside him. This is my eldest granddaughter, named Sun Da Qiao, and this is my youngest granddaughter, named Sun Xiao Qiao. I'm sending them here to be your maids. What do you think? Sun Lijing wasn't stupid. Lu Daji's daughter came to Lu Chen's house and lived a very comfortable life, and was also quite favored by Lu Chen. He said he would have his two granddaughters serve as maids for Lu Chen, but he had already inquired and found out that Lu Chen treated the maids in his household like his own sisters. He never beat or scolded them, provided them with good food and clothing, and gave them excellent skills. His two granddaughters came to Lu Chen's house to enjoy a life of luxury. Okay, I'll take them. Lu Chen agreed readily. Then he added, You gave me your Sun family village and your precious granddaughter. Surely you have something else to say? Please speak. Sun Lijing didn't mince words and immediately said, Young Master Lu, I have only one request. I would like to ask young Master Lu to protect my Sun family village from the ravages of bandits and government troops. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Besides protecting your villagers, you also have to provide them with 2 meals a day, right? Sun Lijing's face turned red to the roots of his neck. Don't be fooled by his seemingly equal conversation with Lu Chen earlier. Actually, he came here today to beg for food. Although right now people from his village can come to Lujiazhai to work and have a full meal. However, there are currently several thousand people in Lujiazhai repairing the city wall. The city wall will be completed soon. At that time, Sun Jiazwang will run out of food again. The government doesn't care about the lives of the people, and neither does the wicked heaven. Crops couldn't be grown in the fields, and the villagers had nothing to eat but the soil. A few days ago, more than 100 people starved to death in their village. Many of them died from bloating because they were so hungry that they could only eat soft mud from the ground to fill their stomachs. Only his family, the village head, had a little bit of coarse grain. His family of nearly 20 people only ate 2 caddies of coarse grain a day to survive. Even so, it can only last for a month or 2 at most. Just then, Lu Daji went to their village and asked the villagers to come and help. On the surface, Sun Lijing still pretended to be a good guy, but in his heart he was overjoyed. The Sun family received several kilograms of rice from the several hundred kilograms delivered by Lu Daji, Miao Yiya, and Miao Lingling, and that evening they enjoyed a delicious bowl of rice porridge. This rice porridge smells so good. How long has it been since I've had such thick rice porridge? The next day, when his family of about 10 people returned from working in Lujiazhai, Sun Lijing heard that they not only had thicker rice porridge to drink at the construction site, but also meat and white flour steamed buns to eat. Sun Lijing immediately lost his composure. He decisively sent villagers to Lujiazhai to inquire. Upon hearing this, he immediately brought his 2 granddaughters and came running over excitedly. With unlimited rice and steamed buns at every meal, his 2 granddaughters had gained an enormous advantage. Seeing that Lu Chen had seen through his little scheme, Sun Lijing felt a little embarrassed. He was trying to do his best to secure some benefits for the villagers of Sun Jiazwang, but Lu Chen said, "Uncle Village Head, look, I've managed to feed these thousands of refugees outside. How could I not feed the 1,000 or so people in your village? This matter is settled." Sun, the village head, was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. After thanking him, he didn't forget to flatter Lu Chen. "Young Master Lu, I can tell at a glance that you are destined for great things. You are upright, kind-hearted, understand the big picture, and have a very promising future." Listen to that. No wonder he's the village head. Even his flattery is more sophisticated than the average person's. Sun Lijing left his 2 granddaughters behind, and then took his leave with a beaming smile. Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao to arrange for the Sun sisters, De Qiao and Xie Qiao, to stay, and also to give them 2 sets of military uniforms. He then went into his study. This Sun family village will be very useful. Lujiazhai has a decent geographical location, but its flatland area is too small, which seriously restricts the development of this city. He needs to build military camps, warehouses, armories, and training grounds within the city. After deducting the land needed for these purposes, there won't be enough land left to build the villagers' living quarters. However, given the limited architectural capabilities of that era, he was also unable to construct taller buildings. Sun Lijing's visit this time has solved his big problem. After much deliberation, Lu Chen gently tapped the table. "It's settled then. The troops will be stationed at Lujiazhai, and the residents will be the residents of Sun Jiazwang." Just then, they heard Yang Yuhuan's voice outside. "Brother Lu, Lu Huaishan is outside and wants to see you." Lu Chen said, "Let him in." Lu Huaishan is Lu Daji's eldest son. A few days ago, Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaolan to select patrol team members. When Lu Xiaolan was selecting patrol team members, she also arranged for her older brother to be the patrol team leader. If we're talking about selfish motives, Lu Xiaolan definitely had some selfish motives too. However, Lu Huaishan does indeed have this ability. Lu Huaishan arrived at the main room. "Boss, we found 2 suspicious people on the construction site. They were asking all sorts of questions and were spotted by the patrol team. They said they fled here and are looking for work, but judging from their complexion, demeanor, and behavior, they don't seem like refugees. They seem more like spies. Boss, what do you think?" Lu Chen said, "No need to pay attention to it. If you can control everything, how can you control what people say? Let him be." Chapter 64, Xie Qiao's Growth. "General, I told you long ago that Lu Qingping has a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, and he looks like a treacherous villain. Everything he says is a lie," Ninger said angrily as soon as she saw Meng Ruyu. At this moment, Meng Ruyu was dressed as a peasant woman, with mud and ash smeared on her face, concealing her unparalleled beauty. Hearing Ninger say this, Meng Ruyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Did he really deceive this general? Is the Liu family village not as he said? Rower said, General, Liu family village is indeed as Liu Qingping said. Liu Chen has an invincible women's army, and there are thousands of refugees in his village building city. In addition, what he feeds the refugees every day is all refined rice and white flour, as well as meat and vegetables. Meng Ryu looked at Ning'er. Why do you say he lied to me? Ning'er said, General, please let me explain in detail. She then recounted all the information she had gathered to Meng Ryu. After hearing this, Meng Ryu remained silent in thought. After a long silence, she asked, Ning'er, do you think Liu Chen isn't the treacherous and ruthless person Liu Qingping described? Ning'er said, That's right, General. Liu Chen is kind and gentle. He treats the villagers like fathers and brothers, and he's especially good to the refugees. He strictly disciplines his subordinates, forbidding them from beating or scolding the refugees. Everyone says he's a rare and good person. That Liu Qingping actually dared to lie to the general. He deserves to die. Ning'er said finally. Meng Ryu smiled and said, Perhaps there's some grudge between them, uncle and nephew. If I really kill him, I might offend Liu Chen. Rower said, The general is absolutely right. Even if they have a grudge against each other, they're still uncle and nephew, and should not be killed. Meng Ryu said, Since they didn't do anything to you, the two of you should go again tomorrow to learn more about this Liu Chen. Yes, General. Meng Ryu curled the corners of her lips into a smile. Let me slowly come up with a plan for this matter. At the Lujiazhai construction site, Zhao Taidan held a sharp-edged entrenching tool and was slowly digging into the soil in the ditch. Brother Taidan, take a break. I'm strong. I can do more. A migrant from out of town, all smiles, grinned humbly at Zhao Taidan. Yes, Brother Taidan, what's your status? You're really being put through a lot in this job. Even if you just laid down and rested for a day, no one would dare say a word against you. A large crowd surrounded Zhao Taidan. They were all refugees from other places. When Zhao Taidan heard them speaking to him so apologetically, he felt much lighter. Then you guys will have to work a little harder. I'll take a break first. Oh dear, I'm a bit tired from yesterday. My back is aching. Zhao Taidan pretended to rub his back and was about to go to the side to slack off for a while. A refugee suddenly rushed forward and helped Zhao Taidan up. Hey, Brother Taidan, why didn't you say your back was sore sooner? Look at you. If you're not feeling well, just rest for a couple of days. Come on, let me massage your back and see how good my skills are. As he spoke, the refugee pinched and pressed Zhao Taidan's waist, making Zhao Taidan groan with pleasure. Zhao Taidan has gotten a bit cocky these past few days. Actually, he has been behaving very honestly lately, even walking with his head down, keeping a very low profile. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, Liu Chen might find fault with him and kick him out like the Liu Qingping and Liu Qingyuan brothers had done. Then his whole family would be doomed. But somehow, some of the refugees learned from the villagers that he was actually Zhao Daya's biological father. From that moment on, he became the object of their flattery. Who is Zhao Daya? She is the #1 person in Liu family village besides Liu Chen and Xie Qiao. He was highly regarded by Liu Chen. Now, she is the head instructor of those young female soldiers. In this Liu family village, Liu Chen rarely manages affairs directly. Most of the time, it is his capable female subordinates who take charge. In this way, among these thousands of villagers and refugees, Zhao Daya was the one who had the final say and was a powerful figure. Zhao Taidan is Zhao Daya's biological father. Wouldn't everyone be scrambling to curry favor with him? Under the flattery and praise of these refugees, Zhao Taidan became arrogant. Zhao Taidan! Suddenly someone shouted. Zhao Taidan was startled and hurriedly got up from the ground. He reached out and picked up the entrenching tool next to him, as if to dig a hole. When the construction site started, Liu Chen had said that anyone found shirking their duties would have 3 days' worth of food deducted, and if they were found to be lazy again, they would be kicked out of the construction site and never be hired again. Each section of the construction site will be assigned a foreman to supervise the work. These foremen not only had the responsibility of supervising the work, but also the power to reward and punish. Boss, one of the refugees laughed. Boss, Brother Taidan's back is tired, so we've taken over his work. Please let him rest for a while. The foreman was from Lujiazhai village, and seeing this, he didn't know what to say, so he turned around and left. Brother Taidan had a lot of influence. Even a foreman wouldn't dare to say anything. Right. Who is our Brother Taidan? A mere foreman. yet he dares to boss you around? Zhao Taidan was once again bewitched by the drug narcotics of a few refugees. In fact, Zhao Taidan's situation is not an isolated case. Anyone who has any connection with Lu Chen has more or less shown signs of laziness and shirking responsibility. After finishing work that day, it was time to distribute the rice. Xie Qiao made a rare appearance at the food distribution site. Upon seeing Xie Qiao arrive, the villagers distributing rice stopped. All the villagers and refugees looked at Xie Qiao, waiting for Xie Qiao to speak. Xie Qiao looked at the crowd waiting to receive their food and slowly asked, "On this construction site, we work for an hour and then rest for half an hour. Do you feel tired?" "Madam, we're not tired. Not at all." "Madam, as long as we can have enough to eat, what's a little tiredness? What we're afraid of is not having enough to eat. Working on this construction site is much easier than working in the fields. I've lived most of my life and done all sorts of jobs, but no employer can compare to you, sir." Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. Some said they weren't tired, some praised the employer, and some said the food was excellent. No one complained of being tired. Xie Qiao said seriously, "If you're not tired, then why are some people slacking off? Remember, we don't support lazy people or cunning individuals here." Xie Qiao spoke calmly, her expression indifferent. But the scene was completely silent. Xie Qiao said, "Today someone saw Zhao Taidan sitting on the ground to rest during work hours. He will have 3 days' worth of food deducted from his rations. If this happens again, please leave." All eyes turned to Zhao Taidan. Zhao Taidan wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. He never expected Xie Qiao to be so disrespectful to him. Previously, Xie Qiao was so shy in front of him that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. In just over 2 months, she has undergone such a transformation. Xie Qiao left after she finished speaking. Once inside her own courtyard, Xie Qiao immediately covered her face. She felt a burning sensation on her face. When the foreman reported this to her, her first thought was to go find Lu Chen. His second thought was to go find Zhao Daya. But in the end, she didn't contact anyone. She decided to handle the matter herself. Lu Chen is going to do something big in the future. She can't hold him back. She needs to grow up quickly and help Lu Chen achieve great things. Chapter 65. Sharpening the knife again? In the following days, there was a noticeable change in the people working on the construction site. They're usually so lazy, but now they're all sprang into action. Zhao Taidan lost face in front of thousands of people, and no one wanted to be caught by his employer like him. Losing face is a small matter, but being kicked off the construction site is a matter of life and death for one's wife, children, and elderly parents, and no one dares to risk that misfortune. After hearing about this, Lu Chen specifically sought out Xie Qiao to praise her for handling the matter exceptionally well. Then he and Xie Qiao went to find Zhao Daya and told her about it. Zhao Daya coldly replied, "I only have one home now, and that's here. I gave my life back to my parents long ago. I no longer have parents." She completely severed ties with her original family. That day, Lu Chen sought out Tian Lu Zhu and asked him how long it would take for the yard next to his house to be completed. Lu Chen was getting a little anxious. Now, many refugees want to see him every day. These refugees were all there because of the same thing. They wanted to send their daughters of marriageable age to Lu Chen's residence. Their main reason for doing this was to find a good future for their daughter. These refugees all saw through it all. As long as they could enter Lu Chen's house, they would surely be well-fed and clothed for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, if their daughter were to enter the Lu family, they could also benefit from her influence. Perhaps they can even settle down in Lujia village then. If they could settle in Lujiazhai, they would no longer have to wander from place to place, and they would no longer be afraid of bandits and government soldiers. Lu Chen is currently short-staffed and wants to recruit more subordinates. But they were troubled by the lack of a place to stay. Tian Luzhu thought for a moment and said, "It should be completed in about half a month." Lu Chen asked, "How much longer will it take to build the city walls and moat?" 1 month. It can be completed in a month at most. However, the towers outside the city have not yet been started, and it will probably take some time before they are completed. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay, here's what we'll do. Once the neighboring courtyard is finished, you can lead a group to build a few more houses. I'll draw up the blueprints for the houses in the next couple of days, and then give them to you." Tian Lu Zhu was taken aback. "You want to build more? Master, are you going to build a few more houses?" "Yes, but these places can hardly be considered residences. I have other uses for them." Lu Chen plans to build another barracks, a granary, an armory, a warehouse, and a training ground. Let's build these few things for now, and we'll talk about more when needed in the future. Don't rush this. Let's build the city wall first. When we have enough manpower, these projects can start at the same time, and it won't take too long. Tian Luzhu was naturally overjoyed at this, and his brows were filled with delight. He's not afraid of working. He's afraid of not having any work to do. He can earn 5 caddies of fine rice every day he works. With his 2 children, his wife, and his 2 daughters-in-law, he can earn more than 10 caddies of rice a day. Moreover, Lu Chen's construction site provides meals, so he can store all this food and eat it sparingly when there's no work to do in the future, which will last him a long time. Lu Chen saw through Tian Luzhu's thoughts, but said nothing. Want to work? You'll have plenty to do in the future. After the two finished their discussion, Lu Chen had just seen Tian Luzhu off when Lu Huaishan came running over. Boss, things are not good. The construction site wasn't far from Lu Chen's home, but Lu Huaishan was panting heavily from running. What's up? Another bandit attack. Lu Chen frowned. Did these bandits all know he was a fat sheep? They came running over one after another. Oh, I see. Go and call everyone back from the construction site. Lu Huaishan ran off again. Lu Chen said, go and call Zhao Daya and all the others to the front yard. Yang Yuan hurried to the training ground. Before long, Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan, along with more than 100 female soldiers, assembled in the front yard. Lu Chen approached the female soldiers. New recruits who joined a few days ago, all of you step forward. The new recruits stepped forward and lined up again at the front. Bandits are attacking our village from outside. Today, you new recruits are going to fight. You must annihilate all the invading bandits. Any questions? The new recruits shouted in unison. No problem. Set off. With the addition of Sun Qiao and Sun Qiao, there were a total of 70 new recruits. Led by Zhao Daya and the other two, they quickly walked out of the courtyard and headed out of the village. After they left, Lu Chen picked up his military binoculars and, along with Xie Qiao, headed to the village entrance. At this time, the location of the village entrance had been moved from the original village entrance to the location of the city gate under construction. The city walls and moat, which were only half built, were already effective in preventing the invasion of foreign enemies. The bandits could only attack from the direction of the city gate. When Lu Chen arrived, the villagers and refugees who were working at the construction site had already evacuated to the city. Zhao Daya and her two companions each led a squad of female soldiers, who lined up in a neat row outside the city gate. They held crossbows in their hands and carried long swords on their backs, ready for battle. Dust billowed from several distant hillsides. Lu Chen stood in the center of the city gate, holding binoculars and looking ahead. 3 teams. Because the dust was rising high, Lu Chen couldn't see how many people were coming from the other side. Judging from this, there must be at least 2,000 people. Lu Chen guessed that these bandits were likely related to the 2 outsiders from a few days ago. Lu Huaishan said that the 2 outsiders were asking around the construction site, asking all sorts of questions, and it was clear that they had no good intentions. Sure enough, here it comes. Perfect timing. I was just worried that these new recruits lacked combat experience. You brought them over to sharpen their skills. Lu Chen found it amusing. Everyone sees him as a fat sheep, but they don't even consider whether they have the ability to take a bite out of him. Attention, all personnel. Target directly ahead. Crossbows ready. Listen to my orders. No one may act rashly without my command. These bandits are here to kill us. If we don't kill them, they will kill everyone in the village. What do you think? Should we kill them all? Although there are many people on the other side, to you, they are just ants. The 3 commanding officers, Zhao Daya and Lu Xiulan, were giving orders to the female soldiers. These female soldiers all came from different backgrounds and had different experiences. Their temperaments are also very different. Although they are now incredibly powerful, some of them are naturally timid and cowardly, and they will inevitably feel afraid when facing a large number of vicious bandits. Zhao Daya and the other 2 also need psychological preparation before the battle. Just then, the bandits charged towards the village. They brandished knives and guns, shouting and yelling. Charge! Kill them! Kill them all! Loot them all! Kill all the men! Rob all the women! Kill! 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 The bandits split into 3 groups and rushed towards the city gate from the left, center, and right. Seeing that the bandits' front line had entered the effective range of the crossbows, Zhao Daya raised her hand high and swung it down forcefully. Release the arrows. Suddenly, a thunderous clap rang out, and a volley of crossbow bolts flew straight into the bandit ranks. The powerful crossbow bolts easily pierced the bandits' bodies. A series of screams rang out as dozens of bandits were shot down on the battlefield. Chapter 66, How Come I Didn't Know I Had Allies? A repeating crossbow can fire 10 bolts. 70 men means 700 crossbow bolts. A volley of crossbow bolts flew out, and before the bandits could catch their breath, another volley of arrows rained down on them. Round after round of crossbow bolts rained down, sending the bandits sprawling and falling to the ground. Bandits are inherently dangerous and suicidal. They continued their charge forward, stepping over the corpses of their comrades. In their eyes, those dozens of little girls were nothing more than fish on a chopping board. They brought a total of 3,000 people this time, while the village had at most 3,000 refugees. 3,000 refugees were utterly insignificant compared to the fighting strength of 3,000 bandits. Kill these children, and this village will be ours. Kill them. Those refugees don't dare show their faces when they see us. They're all cowards who are afraid of death. Once we get into the village, we'll have a good slaughter and avenge our fallen brothers. Kill them. Just as the bandits were about to attack, Xie Qiao shouted, "Draw your sword." The female soldiers put away their crossbows and drew their swords. They gripped the knife hilts tightly with both hands, each staring at the bandits ahead. Upon seeing this, some of the bandits couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look at these girls, they're really fearless. Do you think they might try to kill someone with a knife? How old are these girls? I think some of them are only 10 or so years old. I doubt they've ever even killed a chicken. At this moment, Xie Qiao waved her hand and shouted, "Charge!" The female soldiers leaped forward in unison, like sharp swords, piercing straight into the bandit group. Kill! A group of female soldiers let out a crisp, clear battle cry. Immediately afterwards, a flurry of flashes of light appeared, and the bandits in the front row were instantly cut down to the ground. Kill! The female soldiers shouted again in unison, and before the shout had even faded, nearly 100 more bandits died on the spot. Once the female soldier drew blood, she became unstoppable, killing more and more skillfully among the bandits, until the bandits were terrified and their legs trembled. Oh no, how can these little kids be so fierce? Some clever bandits already knew that they had met their match this time. No wonder they dared to fight against thousands of bandits with only a few dozen people. They really have some skills. The female soldiers charged into the bandit ranks, their long knives flashing wildly like autumn leaves, swiftly reaping the lives of the bandits. Only then did the female soldiers remember what Commander Chuyin had said earlier. These seemingly fierce bandits were actually as vulnerable as ants in their hands. At this time, the half-built city wall was completely filled with villagers and refugees. So that's why the boss didn't let us help. Turns out, he didn't need us at all. I used to hear that the female soldiers my employer trained were very strong, that one of them could take on 100. To be honest, I didn't believe it at all, but now I really do. Look at that girl. She's not even 10 years old, right? She's so short, not even as tall as a knife in her hand, but how is she so skilled? She can take down a bandit with every strike. Sometimes she can even kill 2 with 1 strike. Amazing. Incredibly amazing. No way. Tomorrow I have to send my daughter to the employer as well. If my daughter learns such good kung fu, who would dare to bully her in this lifetime? With her around, who would dare to bully our whole family? I also have to send my niece to the master. My brother and sister-in-law are both gone, and I only have this niece left. I'll do whatever it takes to let her go to the Liu family to enjoy a life of luxury. At this moment, on a mountain ridge not far from Liujia village, Meng Ruyu frowned deeply. As expected, Liu Chen only sent those girls to fight, while the thousands of refugees just watched the excitement from the city wall. Liu Chen has some nerve. General, how did Liu Chen train these female soldiers? How come they're all so strong? Ningya asked, puzzled. Meng Ruyu shook her head. Train? Do you think these super strong individuals can be trained? Ninger was speechless for a moment. If they weren't trained, then how were they cultivated? Meng Ruyu said, this Liu Chen has a secret technique. Secret technique. Ninger and Rower were both taken aback. The information you gathered says that even girls as young as 10 under his command can take on 100 men single-handedly. Do you think such young children can be trained like that? Did they start learning martial arts and training from the womb? A strange smile appeared on Meng Ruyu's face. This Liu Chen is a bit of a mystery to me. He's quite interesting. Ning'er and Rower stiffened upon seeing Meng Ruyu's expression. They often accompanied Meng Ruyu on hunting trips, and she always had this expression whenever she saw prey. While the three were talking, the battle below had already reached a fever pitch. The two sides were locked in fierce combat, with shouts of battle rising and falling. "General, the bandits are in disarray," Rower suddenly said. In reality, the bandits had no real strategy whatsoever. They don't even know how to set up a formation, so naturally they wouldn't have any concept of formations. But Rower had already realized that the bandits were showing signs of defeat. The momentum of the bandits' charge at the front was halted, and at this point the bandits in the rear had a very low desire to attack. This was reflected in their scattered formation and the fact that very few people took the initiative to charge forward. Ning'er was anxious. "General, if we don't send troops now, it may be too late." Meng Ruyu observed for a moment longer, then said, "Beat the drum." Suddenly, a drumbeat rang out from behind the mountain. "Attack!" Meng Zhongyu gave the order. The messenger shouted, "All troops attack." As the drum beats grew louder, a group of men rushed from behind the mountain toward the battlefield. At the city gate, Lu Chen saw another group of people charging towards them from not far away and raised his eyebrows slightly. Another group? According to Lu Chen's careful observation, these bandits were not of the same ilk. Based on the clothes and equipment worn by these bandits, he deduced that they were three different bandit gangs. Now another group has arrived. Did he win the lottery today? For groups of bandits arrived at the same time. He pondered deeply whether or not to send out those 40-odd veterans. Later, judging from their equipment and formation, that bandit group was far stronger than the three bandit groups opposite them. And the number of people is quite large, estimated to be nearly 2,000. In this way, the total number of bandits was nearly 5,000. With so many enemies, can these new recruits hold out? Even if they can withstand it, there's no guarantee that someone won't get hurt. "Husband, how about I take Xiaomei and Xiaolan up?" Seeing that Lu Chen's expression was somewhat serious, Xie Qiao knew what he was worried about, so she made a suggestion to him. Lu Chen said, "No rush, let's wait and see. It's a good thing to put some pressure on the new recruits first. How many enemies are there in front of us? In the future, they will face 10 or even 100 times more enemies. Battles not only hone their individual skills, but also temper their character." Husband, look, something's not right." Xie Qiao pointed to the right front. Lu Chen looked over. The group that followed them was not heading towards the village entrance. Instead, they launched a surprise attack directly towards the rear of the bandit forces. Lu Chen immediately lost his composure. "Are they friendly forces? What the hell are my friendly forces? I had no idea I had any friendly forces." Chapter 67, The Most Poisonous Heart is a Woman's. Kill them." Amidst shouts of battle, Meng Ruyu's troops, like wolves and tigers, stormed into the bandits' rear. The bandits charged at the female soldiers led by Zhao Daya for a long time, but the female soldiers were unharmed, and their morale was already low. Suddenly, they were attacked from behind by another unit, and chaos ensued. These bandits were originally a motley crew, relying on their ferocity to bully unarmed civilians. They had absolutely no combat experience, let alone any tactical skills. Faced with this situation, they were all a loss. For a moment, they didn't know whether to fight or flee. Some were forced to fight, while others tried to escape. Some ran west, while others rushed east, and soon chaos ensued. Meng Ruyu's troops, on the other hand, had a clear objective. They advanced step by step, steadily and surely, their weapons gleaming, and they routed the bandits. On the front, the female soldiers saw that a unit had outflanked the bandits. Their fighting spirits soared even higher. They wielded their long knives without mercy, moving through the bandit ranks as if they were in an empty field, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs, until the bandits cried out in despair. Seeing that the situation was not good, one of the bandit leaders abandoned his hundreds of brothers and ran into the mountains. After running for more than 2 miles, the bandit leader sat down on the ground, panting heavily. "It's over. It's all over. All the team I worked so hard to build has been wiped out here today." The bandit leader's eyes were filled with resentment and deep regret. "That damned woman. I must have been blinded by greed to believe her lies." A few days ago, a young woman came to the hill where he lived. She dared to go up his evil man's ridge with only a few followers. She really had guts. Seeing that the woman was young and beautiful, He harbored evil intentions and wanted to forcibly keep her as his wife. Little did he know that one of the woman's attendants would beat several of his most capable men half to death with a single move. Only then did he sit down properly and talk to her about serious matters. According to the woman, she was also the leader of a gang on a nearby mountain. She recently heard about a big deal. If it goes through, she'll be set for life. She has already contacted several surrounding mountain strongholds to partner with them on this big business deal. He wasn't entirely convinced at first, so he sent a scout to investigate. Sure enough, what she said was true. This Liu family village is indeed very promising. Just as the woman said, there are thousands of refugees in Liu family village, and it would be quite difficult for one family to swallow it up. So he discussed it with the leaders of the other mountain strongholds and decided to go down the mountain together today to complete the deal. Damn it, the ancients were right. The most poisonous heart is a woman's. Beautiful women really all have wicked hearts. The bandit leader caught his breath, dusted himself off, stood up, and prepared to continue his escape. Sumatsi, where do you think you're going? Sumatsi shuddered and turned around abruptly, only to see that beautiful face he would never forget. You wicked woman, I'll chop you up. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred. This woman is the one who caused him to lose everything in an instant. Sumatsi reached out and drew the broadsword from his waist. Meng Ruyu's face showed a mocking expression. Boss Su, your few hundred men are really pathetic. They can't even beat a few girls. I think you might as well go home and take care of your children. Sumatsi was so angry that his face turned a deep liver color. I want you dead. Sumatsi roared and pounced on Meng Ruyu, swinging his broadsword down at her head. The next moment, Meng Ryu gracefully turned around and arrived on the other side of Sumatsi. I'm a kind-hearted girl. I'll give you a ride. Meng Ryu gently patted Sumatsi's body with her jade-like hand. Sumatsi let out a muffled groan and flew out like a kite, falling more than 10 feet away. Meng Ryu clapped her hands, seemingly disgusted that they were dirty. She looked up towards the battlefield. There's still 2 left. We can't let them get away. At this moment, on the battlefield, Xie Qiao suddenly shouted, Attention everyone! Those with red bandages wrapped around their arms are friendly forces. You must not hurt them. Zhao Daya was naturally pleased to see that someone had come to help kill the bandits. But she was afraid that the female soldiers would get carried away with killing and even kill the friendly forces who were helping to fight the bandits, which would be disheartening. However, she quickly noticed that the friendly forces had obvious markings, which prompted her to point them out. Standing at the city gate, Lu Chen also noticed the differences in this so-called friendly force. These later allied troops were impeccably dressed and behaved with discipline, clearly having undergone rigorous training. Although their clothes were civilian attire, they were clean and tidy, quite different from the slovenly bandits. Were they a unit that fled from the battlefield? Lu Chen felt it didn't quite seem like it. Deserters wouldn't have such military discipline. He gazed at this mysterious allied force on the battlefield and fell into deep thought. On the city wall, thousands of villagers and refugees also witnessed the changes on the battlefield. See that? This team is here to help us kill the bandits. Where did they come from? Why are they helping us? Could it be reinforcements brought by young Master Liu? Young Master Liu does want to call for reinforcements, but does he have the time? The bandits have just arrived, and the reinforcements are already here. Do you think that's possible? These people watched the spectacle from one side of the city wall while chatting in a relaxed and pleasant manner. This doesn't look like a bandit attack at all. It's clearly a scene of people watching a melon. Actually, they also wanted to go out of the city to help fight the bandits. But young Master Liu doesn't need their help at all. Judging from the performance of these female soldiers on the battlefield, even if they went to help, it would only affect their efficiency in killing the enemy. These female soldiers are incredibly strong. They were all martial arts masters, killing bandits as easily as cutting straw. Look, there's a group of bandits trying to escape. They're done for, aren't they? I knew they wouldn't last long. If we don't run now, when will we? If we do, they won't be able to escape later. Look, they've been caught again. They can't escape now. No way. No way. Does young Master Liu intend to wipe out all these bandits? There are thousands of them. Look at our boss. His audacity is truly unmatched. He actually intends to leave all these bandits behind. I thought it would be good enough if we could just drive the bandits away, but I never expected that young Master Liu would annihilate them all. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Actually, these villagers are overthinking it. Chen didn't really think that way. There were too many bandits this time, and he had too few soldiers at his disposal. He had not initially planned to do so. Chen just wanted to defeat these bandits. Unexpectedly, a friendly force suddenly appeared halfway through the journey. Chen immediately changed his mind. He instructed Zhao Daya to cooperate with this mysterious allied force to wipe out all the bandits in one fell swoop. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, trouble will surely follow. Chapter 68. Actually, I'm a farmer. On the battlefield, the three bandit groups were attacked from both sides and suffered greatly. Needless to say, Chen's female soldiers are all tough nuts to crack. They're dead if you even touch them, let alone try to gnaw on them. The other unit is not to be trifled with either. Although Meng Ruyu's troops were not as individually strong as Chen's female soldiers, their formation made them incredibly well-coordinated, and the bandits could not withstand their attacks. As a result, the bandits could only scatter and flee. Don't let them get away. Chase after those guys. Stop them. They're trying to break out from there. Kill. Leave no one alive. Meng Ruyu's troops had only been in the battle for a short while when the battle turned into a one-sided, crushing victory. What was initially thought to be a closely contested battle quickly escalated into an encirclement and pursuit operation. The remaining two bandit leaders only knew how to lead their men in burning, killing, and looting. They had no idea how to command a real battle. Seeing his troops collapse like a house of cards, he was immediately at a loss and didn't know what to do. The bandits could only flee for their lives, and if they couldn't escape, they fought their own battles. Seeing this, Chen could only feel sorry for the new recruits, as they had wasted a good opportunity to hone their combat experience. My lady, you take them upstairs. Although Xie Qiao and a group of veterans did not go into battle, they remained at the city gate, fully prepared and ready to go. Firstly, they can protect the people in the city, and secondly, they can go into battle to kill enemies at any time. Follow me. At Xie Qiao's command, she led more than 40 female soldiers to charge into battle. With the addition of this new force, the bandits' doom came even faster. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll never do it again. Amid screams and pleas for mercy, one bandit after another fell on the blood-soaked battlefield. Most of the female soldiers under Chen's command were children of the lowest social classes. They had witnessed too many of the bandits' evil deeds, and even if they hadn't seen them with their own eyes, they had heard a lot about the bandits' brutal acts. Now, these bandits are attacking Lu family village. If Chen hadn't been there, Lu family village would definitely have been captured by them. At that time, the fate of them and these people will be unimaginable. Therefore, despite their young age, they showed no mercy in their actions. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Chen began to consider the cleanup work after the battle. The work of looting and burying corpses is too troublesome and too time-consuming. Although there are thousands of refugees at present, there are also many bandit corpses. It looks like construction will have to be temporarily suspended again. Chen looked around and saw Lu Daji standing not far away, also watching the battle. Chen walked over. 13th uncle. Xiao Chun, Lu Daji said with a smile, I didn't expect so many bandits to come this time. It scared me to death. If it weren't for you, our village would have been in big trouble. Now that Chen is becoming increasingly powerful, Lu Daji has to be very careful when speaking to him. Chen said, It's all thanks to the villagers' kindness. Uncle 13, you'll have to take care of cleaning up the battlefield later. Lu Daji hurriedly said, This is all the proper thing to do. Tell me, how do you want to do it? I'm listening. When we're cleaning up the battlefield later, have the village patrol team supervise. As usual, hand over the money to me, and the clothes and weapons belong to the villagers and refugees. You can distribute them as you see fit, and try to avoid any fights arising from the distribution. Also, tell them that anyone who dares to hoard any money found on the battlefield, no matter how much, will be immediately expelled from the village. Understand? Understand. Don't worry, I will handle this properly. I will go and arrange for a patrol team to organize the refugees to prepare to clean up the battlefield. After Lu Daji left, Chen saw that the battle was nearing its end and there was no need for him to stay there, so he returned home. In fact, Chen is a real farmer. The amount of farm work he has done in the past month or so exceeds that of any other farmer in the world. He entered the system space and began his work for the day. Reclaim 100 acres of farmland. Harvest all the ripe crops. Process all brown rice into polished rice. Process all the harvested wheat into flour. Plant 500 mu of rice. Plant 500 mu of wheat. Plant 200 mu of corn. Plant 200 mu of soybeans. Plant 100 mu of potatoes. Plant 50 mu of cabbage. We'll plant 50 acres of soybeans. Planting. Looking at the quantities of various grains in the warehouse, those numbers filled Lu Chen with immense pride. One day, the food in his space will be enough to feed all the people of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. When that day comes, no one will go hungry anymore. However, the grain in his hands must absolutely not pass through the hands of officials of the Great Zhou kingdom. Once the grain passes through the hands of those officials, no matter how much grain there is, it won't be enough for them to embezzle. After tending to the crops, Lu Chen left the space. He bought another 200 sets of military uniforms from the system store, in various sizes, all tailored to the female soldiers' figures. He had just put the clothes into the side room that he used as a storeroom when he heard footsteps outside. It was Xie Qiao and Zhao Dia who returned from the battlefield outside the village with the female soldiers. It was inconvenient for them to be present when cleaning up the battlefield. Although the refugees can now have enough to eat, they are still extremely short of supplies. Many refugees are still barely clothed. It's already late autumn, and in another month or two, it will get cold. Although the clothes on the bandits' corpses on the battlefield were soaked in blood, they were still highly sought-after items for these refugees. After the battlefield has been cleaned up, there probably won't even be a single loose thread left. The female soldiers were all unmarried young women, so naturally they couldn't stay on the battlefield to watch those ugly human body art. My lord, all the bandits outside have been wiped out. Xie Qiao met Lu Chen and reported the results of the battle to him. Lu Chen said, "All right, you've worked hard." Then he said to Zhao Dia, "Send someone to move the clothes from the west wing to the girls' quarters and distribute them to them according to their numbers. Let them take a bath and change into the new clothes. As for the old clothes that they take off, put them all in the warehouse according to the old rules." The female soldiers' uniforms were covered in blood and were difficult to wash clean. It's impossible to throw them away. These uniforms are only for the female soldiers under his command and must never be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Lu Chen put all the blood-stained military uniforms into his spatial storage. At this moment, Xie Qiao said, "There is a young woman outside who says she is the leader of that team. She says she wants to see you and has something to discuss." Lu Chen then realized that he had almost forgotten about this. He immediately said, "Send someone to cook right away. They helped us, so we should at least treat them to a meal." "Yes, my lord. I'll have someone prepare the meal right away." After Xie Qiao finished speaking, she asked, "Do you want to see that woman outside?" "Of course we should see her. Please invite her in. They helped him so much, there's no reason for him to turn them away." Although, in a way, she made things worse. Chapter 69, The Illustrious Name of General Meng. When Lu Chen first saw Meng Ruyu, his eyes lit up. This woman is stunning. Her beauty was different from that of ordinary women. The heroic air between her brows made her look like a soldier. "Young Master Lu, I've heard so much about you." Meng Ruyu bowed to Lu Chen with a dignified and respectful demeanor. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your help today, young lady. May I ask how I should address you?" "I am Meng Ruyu, and I apologize for disturbing you today." Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He looked the beautiful woman up and down and asked, "You said your name is Meng Ruyu?" Meng Ruyu smiled and said, "I will not change my name or surname. I am Meng Ruyu." Lu Chen was still not quite convinced. "Are you really General Meng Ruyu, who fought against the Tartars?" Meng Ruyu nodded. "It is indeed me." Lu Chen, filled with doubt, said, "General Meng's fame is widespread. Everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty knows him. I have long admired your name, and I never expected to have the honor of meeting you today. It is truly a great honor, but I wonder what brings General Meng here today. Why did you come to this place?" As he just said, General Meng Ruyu was a renowned figure in the Great Zhou dynasty. If you ask anyone in the village now, they can tell you several heroic stories about Meng Ruyu fighting the Tartar soldiers. In particular, the women's army led by Meng Ruyu fought bloody battles on the border, winning countless victories, killing countless Tartar soldiers, and writing countless heroic deeds worthy of being sung and moved. However, all the soldiers Meng Ruyu brought today were men. Where did her female warriors go? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Meng Ruyu's brows furrowed with worry and indignation. "Young Master Lu, please don't joke. I am now a fallen phoenix, worse than a chicken, as frightened as a stray dog. Let's not talk about the past. Lu Chen felt that he might have touched on Meng Ruyu's sore spot, so he didn't press the matter further. He introduced Meng Ruyu, saying, "This is my wife, Xie Qiao." Meng Ryu had already heard of Xie Qiao's name from the intelligence she had gathered. He then said to Xie Qiao, "Ryu greets Madame Xie. Madame Xie is dignified and elegant, truly a beauty." Xie Qiao stared at Meng Ryu with admiration and said, "General Meng, I never thought I would be able to see you in person in this lifetime. You are so beautiful." Meng Ryu is an idol in the hearts of countless women. Xie Qiao was once her little fan. She had fantasized countless times about how wonderful it would be if she could become a great general like Meng Ryu one day. "Madame Xie, I'm just a roughneck in the army. How could I compare to your beauty and charm?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen realized that these two were actually flattering each other. He hurriedly said, "My lady, please take General Meng downstairs to bathe and change his clothes." After Meng Ryu and the others left, Lu Chen instructed the kitchen to prepare a fine banquet. If it were someone else, even if he sent troops to help him out of the predicament, he would only be perfunctory and not truly sincere. But this is General Meng Ryu. As a woman, she fought against the Tartars in the northern frontier for several years, sacrificing countless lives to bring peace to the people of the northern frontier. Although the Great Zhou dynasty was corrupt and decadent, Meng Ryu's personal achievements cannot be erased. It seems that Meng Ryu has encountered some difficulties. Lu Chen thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out why Meng Ryu would come from the northern frontier to this central plain. Now the Tartar soldiers are running rampant in the northern border, trying to take advantage of the Zhou dynasty's weakest moment to break through the gates. Why is Meng Ryu not fighting the enemy in the northern frontier? What is he doing in the central plains? "I can't figure it out," Lu Chen said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. "If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it anymore. I'll go to the store and see if they have any good ingredients. I'll come out at the right time and try something new today." The system store also sells all kinds of fresh dishes, the kind they just made. It makes perfect sense for an arms store to sell freshly stir-fried shredded pork with garlic sauce, perfect for officers. The system store has a wide variety of products, and Lu Chen only recently found the cooked food category in the food category. Within the subcategories of cooked food, there are various dishes. Meat and vegetables, hot and cold, Chinese and Western styles, you name it, they have it all. At this moment, Meng Ryu was taking a bath. Miao Lingling is instructing her on how to use the various facilities and supplies in the bathroom. "Little sister, where does this hot water come from?" Meng Ryu soaked in the bathtub, and in the steam, every pore on her body seemed to be laughing joyfully. Miao Lingling enthusiastically explained it to her. "This water comes from the reservoir in the backyard, is heated by the stove, and then flows here. What are these bubbles called? And why do they smell so good?" Miao Lingling said, "General Meng, this is called shower gel. It's specially for bathing. Using it not only cleans you up, but also leaves your skin smooth and smells nice all day long." Miao Lingling patiently explained it to Meng Ryu. When she first arrived, she was also very curious about these things. She had never seen them before, let alone heard of them. Meng Ryu had never heard of it either. She had met the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty before, and even in the palace, these things were not available. Just like the square pieces of glass on a window, so pure and clear, all exactly the same, even the emperor's palace didn't have them. This Lu Chen is becoming more and more unfathomable to me. Just as they were thinking this, the two in the bathroom suddenly heard a strange sound. A blush instantly spread across Meng Ryu's pretty face. Tian Lingling said, "General Meng, are you hungry? There's food being prepared outside. I just heard that my cousin had the kitchen prepare a huge feast, just waiting for you to finish washing up before you eat." Upon hearing Tian Lingling's words, Meng Ryu felt an even greater discomfort from the emptiness in her stomach. Good heavens, what kind of life has she been living for the past month? To gamble on this, she ordered that all the remaining food in the village be eaten, which gave her soldiers some strength. She only ate one meal in 2 whole days. The same was true of her soldiers. "I hope Lu Chen can cook more food. Otherwise, I'm afraid my foodies will eat all the pots and pans in his house." When Meng Ryu finished bathing and was getting dressed, she blushed again. Tian Lingling brought over the entire military uniform and began explaining it to Meng Ryu. "This is called underwear. This is so embarrassing." Meng Ryu hadn't felt blushing for many years. Tian Lingling was still young, and didn't understand what adults were thinking. She even mentioned it specifically. This is what my cousin told me to pick out, saying that he wanted to find an outfit that would fit your figure. Meng Ryu couldn't help but lower her head and glance at him. This person was so rude. What kind of man would say something like that? Also, the style of this lingerie is really erotic. Chapter 70, I heard you're going to take on some underlings? Meng Ryu had initially refused the banquet that Lu Chen had specially arranged for her. Over the years, she has always shared weal and woe with the soldiers, eating the same food every day. If there's meat, we all eat it together. If there's no grain, we all eat grass roots together. I have never been given special treatment. After she finished bathing and changing, she intended to go out and have a meal with her subordinates. But Xie Qiao grabbed her arm. Meng Ryu struggled twice, but couldn't break free. General Meng, my husband has specially prepared this banquet for you. If you don't eat, wouldn't it be a waste of my husband's good intentions? Meng Ryu had no choice but to comply. Firstly, she figured that with her own strength, she really wouldn't be able to get away from Xie Qiao. Secondly, she could already smell the aroma of the food wafting out. What kind of life has she been living for the past month? They ate cornbread and wild vegetable porridge every day and hardly ever ate salt. Not to mention the profits. Come, General Meng, please have a seat. As soon as Meng Ryu and the others entered, Lu Chen greeted them. You all come and sit down too. Apart from Meng Ryu and Xie Qiao, there are also Ninger, Rower, and Tian Lingling. Ninger and Rower hurriedly said, Young Master Lu, we don't need to sit down. They were Meng Ryu's close attendants, responsible for protecting his safety. No matter where Meng Ryu went or whose house she visited, there was never a place for the two of them. When Meng Ryu ate with the host family, the two of them stood by her side. After Meng Ryu finished eating, the two of them would dine with the servants of their master. Xie Qiao smiled and gestured to Ninger and Rower. Please sit down. My family doesn't have many rules. Come on, sit down and eat. In fact, what Meng Ryu disliked most deep down was the idea that people should be divided into different classes based on social status and wealth. But since everyone in the world was like that, she had no choice but to submit. Seeing Lu Chen and his wife like this today, she suddenly found Lu Chen much more pleasing to the eye. Since young Master Lu and Madame Xie have said so, please sit down. Ninger and Rower hesitated for a moment, then had no choice but to sit down next to Meng Ryu. Meng Ryu looked at the dishes on the table. Young Master Lu, this is far too lavish. I am truly unworthy of such a sumptuous meal. When Meng Ryu saw the dishes on the table, she was extremely shocked. In the center of the table was a large basin containing a bear paw. This bear paw is over a foot wide and about the size of a wash basin. It's steamed until it's shiny and oily, and just looking at it makes your mouth water. Next to the bear paw was a bright red prawn, nearly 2 feet long. Even though Meng Ryu was well-traveled and knowledgeable, she had never seen such a large prawn before. On the other side of the bear paw was a roast suckling pig, the whole pig roasted until the skin was golden brown and still sizzling with oil. Meng Ryu hadn't seen oily food in a long time. She felt she could swallow a whole roasted suckling pig by herself. Besides that, there was a whole fish whose name she didn't even know. In addition, there are whole chickens, whole ducks, foie gras, and chicken feet. There were a total of 16 dishes for soups and several staple foods such as egg pancakes, scallion noodle rolls, and steamed rice with juju cake. Come on, Lu Chen gestured. Everyone, I won't bother with formalities. Have something to eat first, and then General Meng and I will have a few more drinks later. Meng Ryu said generously, Young Master Lu, then we won't stand on ceremony. The group immediately picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. The meal was incredibly satisfying. Meng Ryu hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, and today's meal finally made up for all the stomach trouble she'd suffered during this period. Ninger and Rower were initially a little embarrassed, but the food was so delicious that they let loose and enjoyed themselves as they ate. Lu Chen didn't eat much. He ate slowly while secretly observing Meng Ryu. Ultimately, he became basically certain of one thing. The woman in front of me is undoubtedly Meng Ryu herself. She possessed neither the tyranny and affectation of those in power during that era, nor the coyness of a young woman. This aligns perfectly with the rumors circulating about her among the public. Yes, it suits my taste perfectly. Seeing that Meng Ryu had almost finished eating, Xie Qiao picked up a bottle of baijiu and poured wine for Lu Chen, Meng Ryu, and the other 3. You're too young, you can't drink alcohol. Seeing Tian Lingling staring expectantly at the wine bottle, Xie Qiao immediately shattered her fantasy. Lu Chen picked up a bottle of orange juice with pulp from the side and poured a glass for Tian Lingling. Here, try this. It tastes much better than wine. Tian Lingling took a sip and immediately forgot about the wine. This is delicious. This is really delicious. Over there, Lu Chun and Meng Ryu had already finished a drink. Meng Ryu put down her wine glass and got straight to the point. Young Master Lu, would you be interested in cooperating with me? Lu Chun laughed and said, Cooperation? General Meng is someone who always wants to control the overall situation. Why don't you say you want to take me as your subordinate? Didn't you come here today to take me as your subordinate? Meng Ryu was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the news has been leaked? She looked at Ning'er and Rower beside her. Only the two of them knew about this. General, Ning'er hurriedly waved to Meng Ryu. Rower didn't speak. She just shook her head vigorously. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chun and said solemnly, Young Master Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I've come here today to ask you to assist me in accomplishing something truly great. Oh, Lu Chun looked at Meng Ryu with a hint of mockery. Then why did you change your mind? Just as you said, I am someone who wants to control everything, but I can't control you, young Master Lu. Lu Chun nodded admiringly at Meng Ryu. General Meng, you are indeed a man who can accomplish great things. Meng Ryu stared intently at Lu Chun with her beautiful eyes. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Lu Chun remained non-committal, saying, General Meng, why don't you rest here for 2 days? We can discuss this matter again after 2 days, shall we? Meng Ryu pondered for a moment, then said, Agreed. This is a huge matter for both sides, and Meng Ryu believes that Lu Chun needs to consider it carefully. Young Master Lu, then I shall take my leave. All right, I'll take you. Meng Ryu took her leave and, after leaving the Lu residence, headed straight for the village entrance with Ning'er and Rower. She still missed her soldiers. Because of the large number of people, cooking took a long time, and it was only at this point that her 1,800 soldiers had just started eating. General! Upon seeing Meng Ryu approach, the soldiers who were eating with their bowls straightened up. Meng Ryu glanced at the food in their bowls. 1-inch slices of fatty meat, 1-inch pieces of fried tofu, vermicelli soaked in oil, fluffy white rice, and soft, white steamed buns. The soldiers all had oil all over their mouths from eating. Meng Ryu felt a tremor in her heart. After so long, they finally had a full meal. Moreover, the standard of the food was so high that it was something she had never experienced in the army. In the past, even when there was a meal of meat in the military, each person would only get a small piece at most. Meng Ryu suddenly looked into the distance. There, the land stretched out endlessly, with hardly a trace of green. The trees were withered and yellow, and even the bark had been peeled off. Where did Lu Chun get the meat? Where did he get the refined rice and flour? He even managed to buy tofu, vermicelli, and cabbage. Meng Ryu felt a throbbing pain in her head. Chapter 71, Where Can I Find Brave Warriors to Slay on All Sides? This bandit gang that attacked brought Lu Chun nearly 10,000 taels of silver. Lu Chun felt it was a pity that he forgot to capture a few alive so he could ask them where their hideout was. That evening, when Lu Chun arranged for Meng Ryu to rest in the backyard, he suddenly remembered this matter and casually asked Meng Ryu about it. Meng Ryu said, According to my subordinates, they come from Qingfeng Cliff, Evil Valley, and Broken Soul Mountain. These bandits have been entrenched here for many years, and many people know their leaders. Lu Chun was surprised by the unexpected surprise and said, Could you have your men come with me? I want to go to their stronghold and wipe out the remaining bandits. No problem. I'll call them over right away. Meng Ryu asked Ning'er to go to the outpost outside the village and find a few scouts who were familiar with these mountain strongholds. My lady, please arrange a room for General Meng in the backyard so that she can get some rest. Xie Qiao accompanied Meng Ryu to the backyard and found a room for her to rest. When Meng Ryu entered the room, she saw that although the furnishings were simple, the room was very clean. She was really tired today, so she lay down on the bed. This bed is so soft. Meng Ryu pressed her hand against the bedboard beneath her and found it to be exceptionally soft. Lying on it felt like lying on a cloud. What is this made of? He really knows how to enjoy himself. Even the Emperor's bed must be no better than this. I must say, lying on this is really comfortable. Meng Ryu discovered that Lu Chun could surprise her anytime, anywhere. Meng Ryu lay on the soft, cotton-like bed and slept comfortably all night. She had never slept so soundly in years. When I woke up, It was already broad daylight. When Meng Ryu got up to wash, Tian Lingling came to instruct her on how to use shampoo, facial cleanser, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrush. Having served in the military for many years, Meng Ryu has always maintained a simple and unrefined lifestyle. But today, she suddenly felt that she had wasted her short life of more than 10 years. She went to war with her father when she was 13, and her father died on the battlefield when she was 15. Because of her outstanding military achievements, she gained the trust and love of her father's former subordinates and naturally took command of them. From the time she could remember, she practiced martial arts with her master every day, constantly training her body regardless of the scorching heat or bitter cold. After that, she joined the army and fought battles every day, constantly on the move. I've never known what the word enjoyment means. Using these things occasionally seems pretty good. Everyone has a love for beauty, especially Meng Ryu, who is only a 19-year-old young woman. When Lu Chen comes back, I'll buy some from him to keep with me. The 3 bandit strongholds were not close to Lujia village. They were dozens of miles away. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu Chen returned with several of Meng Ryu's subordinates. After Meng Ryu's subordinates returned to the village, they immediately reported back to Meng Ryu. You must have had a long journey. The scouts all shook their heads. General, it's no trouble at all. I didn't sleep a wink last night and ran over 100 miles straight. How could I not be exhausted? The lead scout, named Jiang Zan, replied, General, it's really not tiring. I haven't slept for just one night. I'm used to it. Meng Ryu smiled gently and said, Tell me, have you encountered any trouble along the way? Jiang Zan said, No, not a bit of trouble. It wasn't just trouble-free, it was like walking on flat ground. When Lu Chen went out, he only brought one attendant with him, in addition to Jiang Zan and a few others. The attendant's name was Tian Ye, and judging from their conversation, she should be Lu Chen's cousin. Tian Ye didn't talk much along the way. She was just an ordinary farm girl. But when they arrived at the bandit stronghold, Jiang Zan and his companions were truly amazed. Each bandit stronghold had anywhere from dozens to hundreds of people. The first mountain stronghold they arrived at was the Valley of Villains. Although it was night, the gates of Evil Valley were still brightly lit and heavily guarded. Jiang Zan thought this was going to be another tough battle. After all, there were only 6 of them in total. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Chen simply waved his hand, and Tian Ye rushed forward all by herself. To the astonishment of Jiang Zan and the others, Tian Ye leaped up and jumped directly onto the more than 2 zhang high stockade wall. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Before Jiang Zan and the others could figure out what was going on, Tian Ye had wiped out all 80-plus people in the Valley of Villains. The same applies to Qingfeng Cliff and Duanhuan Mountain. Lu Chen waved, while Jiang Zan and the others stared in disbelief. Tian Ye was responsible for killing the bandits. General, you have no idea how strong that girl Tian Ye is. She's just too strong. Jiang Zan continued. If we had a few, even just 2, fierce warriors like Tian Ye in our army, our Meng family army would be invincible, winning every battle and sweeping all before us. A bitter feeling welled up in Meng Ryu's heart. Lu Chen has more than just 1 or 2 Tian Yeyes under his command. His more than 100 female soldiers likely all possess similar abilities. Tian Lingling, who has been guiding her on how to use various novel items these past 2 days, is Tian Ye's younger sister. Meng Ryu had observed Tian Lingling before. Although she was only a girl of about 10 years old, her strength was unfathomable. Even if she were to take action herself, she might not be able to defeat this girl who is only 10 years old. I heard these girls are training in the courtyard next door. I had nothing to do, so I want to check it out. Meng Ryu is now a guest of honor at Lu Chen's house, coming and going as she pleases, and no one stops her. She turned around and went to Lu Chen's house. She didn't go to find Lu Chen, but went directly to the martial arts arena. At this moment, Lu Chen was alone in his study, taking stock of his spoils. This trip to the bandit's stronghold yielded a variety of gold and silver jewelry, worth nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Adding the 9,000 taels that were previously looted from the bandits, the total came to 38,000 taels. Adding to the previous nearly 20,000 taels, the total is more than 50,000 taels. He spent quite a bit of money at the store lately. The purchase of materials for building city walls and houses, as well as the weapons and equipment issued to the girls, cost nearly 20,000 taels of silver, which is nearly 20 million system coins. He still has more than 30,000 taels left. Next, There are many more and larger projects that will require a lot of money. Even 30,000 taels might not be enough. This is all thanks to the stable value of the system currency. If he were to buy these supplies in the real world, he would probably have run out of money long ago. We need to find another opportunity to make some more money. Lu Chen felt he was very poor. A mere county magistrate can easily amass tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Surely he can't be less capable than a county magistrate? While Lu Chen was thinking about how to make money, Meng Ruyu was completely absorbed in the performance. On the training ground, these young female soldiers were practicing an incredibly skillful sword technique. Chapter 72, The General, is actually a martial arts fanatic. From her master, Meng Ruyu learned that she was a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million. It was precisely because of this that she became a half-step grandmaster at such a young age. This is also why she was invincible on the battlefield. Although she is known as a general, only she knows that she has another identity, a martial arts fanatic. Obsessed with martial arts as if it were her life, perfectly describes someone like Meng Ruyu. On the training field, Zhao Daya was directing the female soldiers to practice swordsmanship. Thanks to the 100x proficiency boost, the female soldiers' swordsmanship improved rapidly, especially the new recruits, who are making progress at a visible rate almost every 15 minutes. Those veterans still have great potential for improvement. After all, this was the master-level sword technique that Lu Chen purchased from the system store. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. This sword technique is worlds apart from the sword techniques that humans have gradually developed through trial and error. Meng Ruyu became more and more engrossed in watching, lingering there for a long time, as if she had forgotten everything else. General Meng, General Meng. A voice rang in her ears, and Meng Ruyu was jolted awake from a reverie. So it's Miss Lu. Excuse me, may I ask where you obtained this sword technique? Lu Xiaolan said, General Meng, this sword technique was taught to me by my young master. When Lu Xiaolan first started practicing the sword technique, she was just an ordinary girl who knew nothing about martial arts. But after practicing for so long, she has mastered 70% of this sword technique. At this point, she was considered a top expert in martial arts. Her vision far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Of course, she knew the subtleties of this sword technique. It can be said that if this sword technique were to be leaked, it would surely bring bloodshed and chaos to the martial arts world. Meng Ruyu was somewhat surprised. You're saying this sword technique was taught to you by young Master Lu? Exactly. Meng Ruyu sighed inwardly. Could this Lu Chen be a bottomless treasure? Miss Lu. Meng Ruyu felt ashamed. She had actually thought of making this request, and she was too embarrassed to face anyone. But she followed her heart and said, I wonder if I could watch you train from the sidelines? Stealing someone else's martial arts techniques is a major taboo in the martial arts world. Moreover, this sword technique is so profound that even a glimpse of it would greatly benefit the cultivation of an ordinary martial artist. General Meng, as my young master's guest, I'm sure he won't mind. Please feel free to look around. If there's anything lacking, I hope you can point it out to me. Then thank you very much, Miss Lu. Meng Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at it and saw that the training was over. Meng Ruyu then reluctantly left the training ground. At this moment, Lu Chen had already set up another table of food and drink. Seeing Meng Ruyu come out of the martial arts arena, he invited her to come and have a meal. Young Master Lu, I have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it. Lu Chen smiled. What is it first? I would like to stay at your residence for a few more days. What do you think, young Master Lu? Can. Lu Chen readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. This was completely unexpected by Meng Ruyu. Doesn't he know what this means? If she stays here for another day, Lu Chen will have to spend a lot of food to support her 1,800 soldiers. Lu Chen seemed completely unconcerned about this. Judging from his demeanor, raising nearly 2,000 more soldiers seemed to be nothing more than a few copper coins to him. Since he doesn't care, it means he has the ability. He's already supporting thousands of displaced people on the construction site, so adding another 1,000 or 2 soldiers doesn't seem like a problem. Meng Ruyu prepared herself mentally and tried to dispel her unease. Then, she settled in without any qualms. This day lasted a whole month. For the past month, Meng Ruyu has been spending every day at the martial arts training ground, rarely paying attention to outside affairs. Anyway, her soldiers are well-fed and well-treated every day, so if she wants to take them away now, they probably won't be very willing. The food here is amazing. We get to eat meat every day. They never even dared to dream of this before. It's a sin to even think about it. Right now, many people don't even have tree bark to chew on, yet they're eating meat here every day. It's hard not to feel guilty about it. In the past month, the village has undergone tremendous changes. The military camp next to Lu Chen's house has been completed. The houses are like matchboxes, with 4 rows of houses surrounding a courtyard. 10 rooms in a row, 2 floors, a total of 80 rooms. Besides 4 public restrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 laundry rooms, and 2 bathrooms, there are 70 houses. After the military camp was completed, Tian Luzhu immediately led a team to begin building the training ground. The training ground didn't need many buildings, so it was completed by the time the city walls were finished. Without stopping, Tian Luzhu led several more teams to begin constructing warehouses, armories, restaurants, and other facilities. Of course, the 1,800 soldiers brought by Meng Ruyu couldn't just eat for free every day. The day after Meng Ruyu arrived, she arranged for them to join the ranks of bricklayers, carrying bricks, plastering, lifting sand, doing whatever they could, as long as they couldn't rest. The projects that have just started are relatively small, far less extensive than the construction of the city walls and moat. These projects will require at most a few hundred people. Meng Zhongyu alone brought 1,800 soldiers. Therefore, the refugees began to panic. There's no work to do here. Shouldn't young Master Lu send us away? Of course. They've taken care of us for so many days. We should be grateful. Do you expect them to take care of us for the rest of our lives? If we leave here, where should we go? Although we have some food on hand, it won't last long. Sigh, I'm going to have to endure hardship again. I wonder when I'll ever meet a kind person like young Master Lu again. What are you thinking? Meeting someone like young Master Lu, even once in your life, is already a blessing from your ancestors. At night, in the shacks outside the village, 2,000 or 3,000 refugees huddled in the darkness, all sighing and lamenting. Sigh, let's hurry up and pack our things tomorrow. We have to leave tomorrow. We've had enough to eat here in this lifetime. Even if we starve to death later, it'll be a good thing we didn't live our lives. Many refugees packed their bedding overnight, preparing to set off the next day and continue their wandering in this chaotic world. Early the next morning, Lu Huaishan arrived at Lu Chen's house. Master, those refugees outside the city are all waiting at the city gate. It seems they are here to say goodbye to you. Lu Chen then realized that there were some things he hadn't explained to these refugees. Actually, this was something he did intentionally. He deliberately avoided making definitive statements, hoping to instill a sense of crisis in these displaced people. As I said before, he doesn't tolerate lazy people here. A sense of crisis is what fuels ambition. Let's go take a look. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he walked out. Xie Qiao hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the city gate, before even leaving the city, Lu Chen saw a large, dark mass of people standing outside. Chapter 73 continues the large-scale construction. Young Master Lu. Boss. Upon seeing Lu Chen emerge, the 2,000 or 3,000 refugees erupted in shouts. Lu Chen waved to them, then looked at the bags and packages they were carrying and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Several respected and eloquent representatives of the displaced people came before Lu Chen. Young Master Lu, thank you for taking care of us during this time. Now that the city wall has been completed, it is time for us to leave. The refugees' eyes were filled with gratitude and reluctance to leave. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Where are you planning to go?" The expressions on the faces of the refugees instantly darkened. Young Master Lu, the situation is unstable right now, with wars raging everywhere. We don't know where we can go, so we can only take it one step at a time. Lu Chen said, "Since you don't have a better place to go, why don't you all stay at my Lu family village?" The refugees were both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. They certainly couldn't ask for that. The representative of the refugees said, "Young Master Lu, how can we, with so many of us, eat here for nothing? You have been more than kind to us these past few days, and we cannot burden you any further." Lu Chen laughed and said, "How can you just eat for free? You all work so hard every day. I should be the one thanking you." Before they could refuse, Lu Chen continued, "In a few days, I have another big project here, even bigger than the city wall construction. I'll need your help from now on." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the thousands of refugees immediately erupted in cheers. They no longer need to leave. No more wandering and begging for food. "Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you so much for your kindness, employer." The refugees' expressions of gratitude rose and fell in waves. After comforting the refugees, Chen returned home. "My lady, tomorrow you should go and tell those refugees that our Lu family needs to recruit 300 people." "Yes, my lord. Do you still only want unmarried women?" Chen nodded. "Of course." The military barracks next to the house are now habitable, and with the standard configuration of these rooms, they can accommodate 280 people. 300 people can fit in if they squeeze in a little. Once the second phase of military camps is built, we will be able to recruit even more people. The second phase of the military camp will be much larger than the current one, and it can easily accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 people. Afterwards, Chen had someone invite Lu Daji to his home and prepared a table full of fine wine and food in advance. In fact, Lu Daji's life is now worse than that of the migrant workers on the construction site. Although these refugees work hard every day, they are able to eat several large pieces of fatty meat every day. But Lu Daji couldn't do that. No matter what, he is the village chief of Lujiazhai. In name only, he was the second most powerful person in the village after Chen. As the village chief, he couldn't possibly go to the construction site to do manual labor like everyone else, could he? Because of his position as village chief, he could only eat rice and drink rice porridge every day, although these days are infinitely better than before. But he can't get any meat. From the very beginning, Chen set a rule that people working on the construction site were not allowed to bring food home. No one dares to break the rules set by Chen. Even Lu Daji's sons and daughters-in-law who work on the construction site don't have the guts to do that. Therefore, whenever Chen consulted with Lu Daji about village affairs, he would prepare a feast for the village chief. That's why, as soon as Chen called for him, Lu Daji immediately came running over. "Uncle 13, I've invited you here today to discuss two matters, one major and one minor." Chen got straight to the point. While gnawing on a tender and crispy chicken leg, Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. Go on, I am listening." Right now, every household in the village has some rice stored up. In the future, the villagers can use the grain to exchange for pork. 1 pound of grain can be exchanged for 2 ounces of pork. You can tell the villagers about this later today. Lu Daji was overjoyed when he heard this. "Isn't this exactly the thing I've been dreaming of day and night?" These days, he eats white rice and drinks rice porridge every day, but he still feels hungry. He later realized that he wasn't hungry. He was craving something. Many times he looked at the rice stored at home and thought how wonderful it would be if he could exchange it for pork. Unexpectedly, Chen fulfilled his wish today. "Excellent. That's wonderful. Nephew Chen, your idea really hits the nail on the head." Lu Daji was so excited that his face was flushed. His wife is so hungry for pork that her eyes are practically glowing green. So much so that every day when she saw her sons and daughters-in-law coming home with their greasy lips, she would inexplicably feel angry and always find fault with the children. "There's a second matter, and that's the important one," Chen said. Actually, the idea of exchanging rice for pork that he just suggested was something he came up with on the spur of the moment. If even the village chief, Lu Daji, is so greedy for meat, then everyone else in the village must be too. It's not a big deal to occasionally give the elderly, weak, women, and children who can't work on the construction site a bite of meat. "What is it? Tell me." Lu Daji put down the chicken leg he was holding. "Since we can eat meat every day from now on, what's a little more meat? Go to Sun Lijing tomorrow and tell him that I'm planning to bulldoze all the houses in Sunjiazwang." Lu Daji was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What happened? What did the people from Sunjiazwang do to offend you?" Chen laughed and said, "13th uncle, why are you in such a hurry? I just want to flatten the entire Lu family village and rebuild the houses, all of them 2-story brick and tile houses." Lu Daji gasped, "My God, how much money must this have cost?" Chen shook his head. "I don't just want to build a few hundred houses. I want to build thousands of houses in Sunjiazwang. Not only can the people of Sunjiazwang live there, but all the villagers of Lujiazhai will also be able to live there. In addition, the thousands of refugees outside will also live in Sunjiazwang." "Nephew, you're not joking with your uncle, are you? So many houses, wouldn't that be worth tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver?" Chen secretly sighed, thinking that Lu Daji was indeed worthy of being the village chief, as he had immediately estimated the amount of silver needed. However, tens or hundreds of thousands of taels of silver are definitely not enough. because the houses Lu Chen wants to build are not just for the villagers of the two villages and the refugees from outside. He also wants to attract more people to settle here in the future. You can just discuss this matter with Village Chief Sunday. As for the money, I still have some on hand. If it's not enough, I have other ways to help. Lu Chen bought building materials from the system store at a much lower price. Even so, he didn't have enough money on hand. However, he was not worried about it. Chapter 74, The Great Zhou's #1 Grandmaster. Lu Chen plans to visit the county town when he has time. During this period, he was not short of money, because the local bandits were very savvy and always took the opportunity to give him money. But now, with the need to build the city wall of Sun Jiazwang and construct thousands of houses within the village, he certainly doesn't have enough money. Sun Jiazwang was already several times larger than Lu Jiazhai, and with the farmland near the village, it could easily be developed into a small county town. Sun Jiazwang is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one mountain road leading out of the mountains. This path is not far to the east of Lujia village. As for the path leading from Lu Jiazhai to Sun Jiazwang, it was rugged and difficult to traverse, and could not be called a road at all. Lu Chen plans to build Sun Family Village into a fortified city. This city will be Lu Chen's permanent base in the future. Building a city is extremely costly. This is also why Lu Chen wanted to visit the county town. There must be plenty of treasures in the county town. If he didn't find enough silver coins in the county town, he would go to the prefectural city. If the prefectural city is not enough, then go to the state city. If the state city is not enough, then go to the capital. We can always dig up enough silver. However, recruiting new soldiers is the priority right now. As his territory expanded, he needed more and more subordinates. This is the most important thing. The news that the Lu family was recruiting people spread quickly the next day. The area in front of the Lu residence gate was immediately packed with people. Countless refugees brought their daughters, hoping to try their luck. If these helpers can eat so well at Lu Chen's house, wouldn't their lives be heavenly if their daughters enter the Lu family? However, there are limited spots available, and their daughter may not necessarily be able to enter the Lu family. For a time, the area in front of Lu Chen's gate was packed with people, bustling and lively. Why are you pushing? I'm in front. How did you squeeze into my front? I was standing here. Who pushed you? Can I say that with your daughter? Look how old she is. She must be 17 or 18 by now, right? Everyone here knows that Lu Chen doesn't take older women. My daughter is only 13. She can definitely do it. She absolutely can. Daughter, I'm counting on you from now on. Don't push. Don't push. You stepped on my foot. The crowd quieted down a bit after Xie Qiao walked out the door. Line up, one at a time. As soon as Xie Qiao spoke, everyone obediently lined up in a long queue. A literate female soldier, holding paper and pen, began to take notes on the table. Another female soldier was responsible for asking about the girl's situation. Name, age, where are you from? What are your parents' names? You've never been married, right? Note that if you have, you should leave as soon as possible. We don't accept people here. The recruitment process is proceeding smoothly. Meng Ryu was unusually absent from the training ground today. As soon as she heard that Lu Chen was hiring, she rushed over. She wanted to see what kind of qualities the girls Lu Chen had recruited were. After all, she's a half-step grandmaster, so her eyes are incredibly sharp. This girl is naturally weak and sickly. She's definitely not cut out for martial arts. No way. No way. Even took in a girl like that. What was Lu Chen thinking? This girl is passable, but she's not particularly outstanding. Which of my female soldiers isn't better than her? No way. You accepted this too. Seriously, Lu Chen is indiscriminate. Does he accept any girl? As Meng Ryu watched, she kept muttering to herself. She looked around for a long time, but couldn't find a single promising girl among these girls. They're not picking and choosing people, they're just scavenging for scraps. Meng Ryu didn't look down on these girls. Rather, these girls were simply not cut out for martial arts. Isn't this misleading and corrupting young people? I'm not watching anymore. My stomach hurts from anger. Meng Ryu angrily ran to the training ground to continue observing and learning swordsmanship. At this moment, in a dense forest north of Hudo County, a team was hurrying forward. The leaders, dressed in brocade robes and riding tall horses, exuded an imposing aura. One of the middle-aged men was thin, with a pale, beardless face and a pair of triangular eyes under his slanted eyebrows, exuding a cold and indifferent aura. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair rode alongside him. He suddenly said, "Sir, we are less than 100 miles from Liu family village. Should we stop and rest for a while?" The pale-faced, middle-aged man said calmly, "Mr. Ji, this matter concerns the fate of our great Zhou dynasty. How dare we slack off for even a moment?" Mr. Ji's face showed a slight disdain. How could a poor and remote place like this possibly harbor hidden talents? Even we only know a little about this matter, which shows how important it is. I hope Mr. Ji will be careful with his words. Mr. Ji then stopped talking and looked at the group of disguised soldiers behind him. This time, 2 grandmasters and 2 half-step grandmasters have emerged. This lineup is enough to destroy a top-tier sect. Even the 50 soldiers behind them were all top-notch experts, carefully selected from the best. It seems that the Emperor is determined to succeed in this secret mission. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the woods. Immediately afterwards, 200 or 300 people rushed out from the side of the road and surrounded the group. The leader, wielding a spiked club, stood menacingly in the middle of the road. He said in a strong voice, "Leave your money behind, and I'll save your lives." Mr. Ji sighed softly. He's killed so many people on this road that his hands are sore from killing. Among them were refugees begging for food on the road. There are also reckless highway robbers like these. "Mr. Ji, please," the pale-faced eunuch said coldly. Mr. Ji had no choice but to urge his horse forward. The bandit leader swung his spiked club. "Dare to come any closer, and I'll smash your dog's head in." Mr. Ji drew his long sword from his waist. "Don't blame me. Blame your bad luck for running into us." After saying that, he swung his long sword, and a cold light flashed past. Before the bandit leader could block it, his head flew off. Seeing their leader's blood splattered on the spot, the henchmen shouted and swarmed over to kill him. "Kill!" The 2 men behind the white-faced eunuch also drew their weapons and charged into the crowd. 50 soldiers drew their swords and charged at the bandits. In an instant, a cold light flashed and blood mist filled the sky. Screams of agony echoed through the air. One life after another was lost. 200 or 300 bandits were utterly defeated by these martial arts masters. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the bandits had been killed or wounded. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining bandits let out a shout and scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Mr. Ji took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the long sword. The pale-faced eunuch spurred his horse forward, saying, "Mr. Ji truly lives up to his reputation as the greatest master of our great Zhou dynasty. His swordsmanship is superb, reaching the pinnacle of skill. I am truly impressed." A hint of anger flashed in Mr. Ji's eyes. If this person hadn't wielded immense power, he would have torn him to pieces long ago. What a disgrace it is to make a grandmaster like him serve as someone's dog. Chapter 75, The General Wants to Bully the Little Girl. After recruiting 300 new recruits, Chen instructed Xie Qiao to administer a powerful drug to them. After testing, all of these new recruits passed the test. Chen distributed clothing and weapons to them and instructed Zhao Dia to lead them and the previous veterans to the newly built training ground for swordsmanship training. Meng Ruyu followed them all the way to the training ground. She wanted to see just how much potential these mediocre girls could have. More than 400 female soldiers were training diligently on the training ground, practicing each move meticulously. Meng Ruyu, watching from the sidelines, became increasingly alarmed until she was completely stunned. The girls we just recruited were all mediocre yesterday. When Meng Ryu looked at them again today, she found that they were all of superior talent. Moreover, these girls were agile, their knife strikes were incredibly fast and powerful, and they all seemed to have practiced martial arts for many years. Meng Ryu kept rubbing her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. I've heard that in the remote, snow-capped mountains of the north, there's a secluded sect. I've heard that decades ago, they used a 1,000-year-old snow lotus to refine a marrow-cleansing pill. It's said that this pill can cleanse the bones and marrow, transforming an ordinary person into a martial arts prodigy, a talent unseen in 1,000 years. Could it be that Chen gave them a marrow-cleansing pill? Meng Ryu felt she must be crazy to have such a thought. Decades ago, all the top experts in the entire great Zhou dynasty fled to the frigid north to seize the marrow-cleansing pill. Ultimately, this battle for the marrow-cleansing pill resulted in the deaths of countless top experts. The last marrow-cleansing pill also disappeared without a trace. Just one marrow-cleansing pill caused a bloodbath throughout the martial arts world. But Liu Chen suddenly took out a full 300 coins. 300? How is that possible? But if it wasn't the marrow-cleansing pill, how did he manage to transform these 300 girls? Meng Ruyu wanted to rush into the Liu residence and get to the bottom of things from Liu Chen. But she immediately dismissed the idea. Even if Liu Chen were incredibly stupid, he would never tell her. Next, Meng Ryu saw something even more shocking. These 300 new recruits had only practiced swordsmanship for half a day on the training ground, yet they were already performing it quite well. No, it can't be said to be well done. They have even grasped some of the essence of this sword technique. Meng Ryu felt her worldview had collapsed. For the past month, she has been watching them practice this sword technique at the training ground every day. When night fell, she would practice secretly by herself. After a month, she had only just begun to understand the basics and was far from mastering them. You should know that she is a recognized martial arts prodigy in the martial arts world. How could all these girls be exceptionally talented prodigies? Could it be that the pills Liu Chen gave them not only strengthened their bones and marrow, but also greatly enhanced their comprehension? If that's true, wouldn't this elixir become a divine medicine? Only then did Meng Ruyu understand why Liu Chen recruited people so casually. He simply didn't care about their qualifications. No matter how poor their physical constitution, he could transform them from the inside out. Meng Ruyu gently touched her forehead, feeling a slight ache in her head. She decided that she had to find Liu Chen and get to the bottom of things. She can't sleep peacefully until she gets to the bottom of it. When it was time for dinner, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, Meng Ruyu brought up the matter to Liu Chen. Young Master Liu, what secret method did you use to elevate those girls' aptitude to the highest level? Liu Chen knew she would ask this question. He then smiled calmly and said, General Meng, please forgive me, but I cannot reveal this secret technique to outsiders. Meng Ruyu also knew that her asking was due to her inner demons, and that she shouldn't have asked. But she just couldn't help it. Still unwilling to give up, she asked again, Then what will it take for you to tell me? Liu Chen stretched out his hand. Please enter my Liu residence. What? Impossible. Meng Ruyu almost jumped up. What brings her here? She came here because she wanted to recruit Liu Chen as her subordinate. Later, seeing that things were hopeless, she decided to cooperate with Liu Chen so that the two of them could create a great enterprise together. Now that Liu Chen actually wants to take her as a subordinate, how could she possibly agree? No, you will agree. Liu Chen smiled. You wish. Liu Chen stared into Meng Ruyu's beautiful eyes and said, You have no choice. Meng Ruyu retorted defiantly. Why don't I have a choice? Do you think I can't live without being your subordinate? Indeed, Liu Chen said. You and your men have no money, no food, and nowhere to go. Where else can you go besides my Liu family village? Meng Ruyu immediately deflated. Actually, she had been thinking about this issue for some time now. After thinking it over and over, she still couldn't come up with a good solution. She led her father's former troops from the northern frontier to the army of Marquis Jingyuan. Due to Marquis Jingyuan's rebellion, she had no choice but to lead her men and some provisions to live in seclusion in the deep mountains. If she hadn't learned of Liu Chen by chance, she and her men would probably be in dire straits by now, and might have really become bandits. Liu Chen stared at the loyalty rating above Meng Ruyu's head, already convinced that he had her under his thumb. Meng Ruyu's current loyalty level is 82. Although this number isn't very high, it shows that Meng Ruyu already highly approves of him. Once she truly joins his team, this number will definitely exceed 90, and may even exceed 95. Seeing Meng Ruyu's uncertain expression, Liu Chen unleashed his ultimate move. If you follow me, I will also modify your body, and your strength will definitely leap forward. Meng Ruyu scoffed. Does this general need to improve his physical constitution? Do you think this general is one of those little girls you just picked up? Liu Chen laughed. What? You look down on my soldiers. Meng Ruyu didn't say anything because she truly looked down on her. She didn't look down on those girls, but how could their natural talent and comprehension possibly compare to her, a prodigy? She just didn't want to say it outright because of Liu Chen's feelings. How about this? Liu Chen said, Choose any one of my soldiers. If you can defeat them, I will never mention this matter again, and I will even send you another 10,000 share of grain. What do you say? Really? Absolutely true. Meng Ruyu slammed her hand on the table. Agreed. Meng Ruyu felt that she had been greatly insulted. However, compared to the prospect of receiving 10,000 shur of grain, she could bear this slight injustice. 10,000 shur of grain, if eaten sparingly, would be enough to feed his 1,800 soldiers for 2 whole years. Let's go pick some people. After saying that, Lu Chun and Meng Ruyu went out together and headed towards the military camp. Young Master Lu, we're joking, but are you really going to let me choose those newly arrived young girls? Lu Chun gave Meng Ruyu a strange look. Do you think you can beat the girls in my courtyard? The girl living in Lu Chen's house is now considered a veteran by Lu Chun. Meng Ruyu wasn't really sure about this. However, Meng Ruyu felt a little reluctant to let a general who had fought on the battlefield for many years bully those peasant girls who had only practiced swordsmanship for half a day. Fine, for the sake of those 10,000 bushels of grain, I'll break my vow this time. At worst, I'll go easy on her later and not make her cry. Chapter 76, Imperial Edict arrives. The two arrived at the military camp next to the Lu residence. It was already evening. The girls were busy taking baths and washing clothes, while many others gathered in a group, chattering incessantly. They were not yet fully familiar with life in the military camp and its various facilities, all of which made them feel very curious. Look at this house, it's so beautiful. It's 1,000 times better than the shacks we live in. Look at this window, then look at this floor, and this bed, this table. We get 3 meals a day here, and every meal has meat. This is truly a life of paradise. Look at us now, and then think back to the past. What kind of lives were we living? Upon seeing Lu Chun, Meng Ruyu, and the others enter, the girls all stopped and stood in rows. Greetings, young Master Lu. Greetings, Madam Xie. Greetings, General Meng. Girls, Lu Chun said, this is General Meng. She wants to choose one of you to spar with. When you choose someone, be careful not to hurt General Meng. These new recruits were not like the girls previously selected from Lujia village. They had been well-fed and cared for a month or 2 before they arrived. The physical deficiency is not significant. After taking the power pill, the body's strength increased dramatically. In addition, practicing swordsmanship for half a day made up for their physical shortcomings. At this point, their physical strength had exceeded the limits of human beings. If they were to attack with all their might, Meng Ruyu would not be able to withstand it at all. Lu Chen's words made Meng Ruyu feel like her self-esteem had been hit by 1,000 blows. Girls, don't listen to young Master Lu. Meng Ruyu immediately said. Lu Chen gestured for Meng Ruyu to choose someone from among them. Meng Ruyu casually pointed to a tall girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Little sister, what's your name? Replied to General Meng. My name is Chen Anin. Meng Ruyu said gently. Chen Anin, would you like to have a fight with me? Chen Anin puffed out her chest and said, I do. Lu Chen nodded. All right. Chen Anin, remember what I just said. Be careful when you make a move, and don't hurt General Meng. Meng Ruyu glared at Lu Chen and then said to Chen Anin, use as much force as you can, and don't listen to your young master Lu's nonsense. Xie Qiao said to Chen Anin, just remember, don't hurt General Meng. All right, I'll listen to Mrs. Xie. Lu Chen said, you too, you can begin. The girls immediately cleared a large open space in the middle. Meng Ruyu and Chen Anin stood facing each other. Meng Ruyu waved her hand. You go first. Chen Anin didn't hold back and stepped forward to punch Meng Ruyu. Meng Ruyu shook her head slightly. Sure enough, he looked like someone who had never practiced martial arts. Arms, torso, waist, legs, feet, every part of my body is very uncoordinated. She shifted her body to avoid the punch, then raised her leg and swept it towards Chen Anin. The two quickly found themselves locked in combat. They fought back and forth, making for quite a lively battle. Meng Ruyu initially held back, not daring to attack with all her might for fear of injuring Chen Anin. However, the more she hit him, the more she felt something was wrong. Chen Anin has a very fast reaction speed, and many of her moves are difficult for others to dodge. But Chen Anin was able to easily dodge it, and even had the strength to fight back. Moreover, whenever the two exchanged blows, Meng Ruyu felt that her opponent was very strong, and she was actually at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. As the fight continued, Meng Ruyu felt even more frustrated. Because she discovered that Chen Anin had indeed done as Lu Chen had told her, she had not used her full strength. Chen Anin's punches and kicks were completely haphazard, relying solely on instinct to fight. Well, Chen only used one set of boxing techniques from beginning to end. This set of boxing techniques is the well-known turtle fist. Even so, despite Meng Ruyu's best efforts, she could not do anything to Chen. Her punch was incredibly powerful. How did she dodge that move? That speed, that movement, is it even possible for a human to do that? Meng Ryu was utterly shocked. What kind of opportunity did Lu Chen give to these girls? That makes their strength reach such a terrifying level. She has practiced martial arts for many years and has never been defeated in a one-on-one fight. Today, is she going to be defeated by a little girl who doesn't know martial arts? Boss, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from outside. Lu Chen said, "Stop. You must stop fighting." Lu Chen knew that if the fight continued, Meng Ryu would undoubtedly lose. After fighting for a while, Chen hadn't used her full strength and had been very relaxed throughout. Looking at Meng Ryu again, beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. Lu Huaishan ran all the way into the military camp. "What's up?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Huaishan and thought to himself that he had come at just the right time. If it weren't for him, Meng Ryu would have been in a rather embarrassing situation today. Meng Ryu has a strong sense of pride. If she loses today, she will probably be upset for several days. "Master, someone from the capital is looking for you, saying that an imperial edict has arrived." Everyone in the military camp was stunned. Imperial edict? How could the emperor's edict end up in this godforsaken place? Meng Ryu was the most nervous. She is now nominally a subordinate of the Marquis of Jingyuan. Since the Marquis of Jingyuan has rebelled, isn't she also a rebel? She immediately took out a veil and covered her face. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen with concern. She hadn't expected the emperor to find out about Lu Chen's existence so quickly. Lu Chen currently only has a few hundred men at his disposal. How could he possibly stand against the royal family? Lu Chen frowned slightly. "What does this emperor want with me? Let's go out and take a look." Lu Chen stepped out of the military camp. Meng Ryu and Xie Qiao followed closely behind. In the military camp, 300 new recruits followed Lu Chen and his men out in single file. At this moment, at the city gate, the pale-faced eunuch's eyes held a hint of anger, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. How audacious! Such a small village has built such a tall city wall. Who are they guarding against? Could it be against the great Zhou dynasty? Mr. G stroked his beard and chuckled. "Sir, with bandits running rampant right now, the troops stationed in various places are too busy to deal with them and have no time to attend to these villages. It's understandable that they built cities to protect themselves." Mr. G discovered that whenever he stroked his beard, the old man would inexplicably get angry. Therefore, he enjoyed stroking his beard more and more. "Snort!" The pale-faced eunuch sneered. "Is Mr. G implying that the great Zhou dynasty is incompetent?" Mr. G smiled and said, "Not at all. Our great Zhou dynasty is known for its clean and honest administration, and the current emperor is a man of both civil and military prowess. The whole country is peaceful and prosperous. A few petty rebels are nothing but a minor ailment, not worth mentioning." "Good to know." The pale-faced old man looked around the city and saw that most of the houses were dilapidated thatched huts, with only 2 houses that looked decent. Just a bunch of troublemakers. He endured hardships and slept outdoors the whole way here. When had he ever suffered like this before? He'll definitely get his revenge later. "They're here." Mr. G pointed to a large group of people not far away. Chapter 77:1 Strike to Slay Him. The pale-faced eunuch looked at the group of people coming from the opposite direction. The leader was a young man, handsome and refined, with an extraordinary air about him. Behind him were hundreds of teenage girls. They were all dressed in the same sky-blue outfits and carried long swords. Although they could not be described as having stunning beauty, they were all pretty and charming. The pale-faced eunuch's face revealed undisguised contempt. "We thought he was really capable, but it turns out he was just a kid playing house." As Lu Chen and the others approached, the pale-faced eunuch cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Lu Chen, receive the imperial decree." Lu Chen stopped, raised an eyebrow, and sized up the uninvited guests without saying a word. The pale-faced eunuch looked at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. "Are you Lu Chen from Lu family village?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Exactly." The pale-faced eunuch shouted sternly, "Since you are Lu Chen, why don't you kneel to receive the imperial edict?" Lu Chen scoffed lightly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you?" The 2 men behind the pale-faced eunuch shouted in unison. Mr. Ji smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, this is the Grand Eunuch of the Imperial Household, the Director of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Director of the Directorate of Ceremonial, the Grand Eunuch in charge of writing and supervising the Baohe 3 shops, Sima Zhongxian, Eunuch Sima." Lu Chen was almost startled by his long list of official titles. Any one of these titles would be highly coveted. It seems this person enjoys the emperor's deep favor. However, his name sounds somewhat familiar. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I don't recognize it." Mr. Ji glanced at Sima Zhongxian and saw that his face was terribly gloomy. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Lu, whether you recognize him or not, you have to accept this imperial edict." Lu Chen shrugged. "Why should I accept? Rebellion! Rebellion!" Sima Zhongxian screamed in a hoarse voice. At his shout, all 50 of his followers drew their weapons from their waists, gripped the hilts tightly with both hands, and pointed the blades upwards, creating a dazzling display of light. Seeing that the other side was about to resort to violence, the more than 400 female soldiers behind Lu Chen also drew their swords, their eyes gleaming as they stared intently at the other side, ready to take action at any moment. By this time, hundreds of villagers and thousands of refugees had gathered around them. They were all terrified to see the two sides on the verge of war. This is a high-ranking official personally dispatched by the emperor, yet young Master Lu shows no fear whatsoever. What's there to be afraid of? Young Master Lu has slaughtered over 1,000 soldiers and government troops. Why would he be afraid of a few officials? Since we've followed young Master Lu, we'll go all the way. If we rebel, so be it. What's there to be afraid of? No matter what, this is an imperial edict from the emperor. Even if young Master Lu is just going through the motions, won't he anger the emperor and send troops to besiege us? I heard that the old emperor is almost driven mad with worry right now. There are Tartars in the north, rebels in the west, and the Marquis of Jingyuan in the south has also rebelled. How can he possibly have time to care about as few people? That's true, that's true. Mr. Ji watched coldly, and seeing that Lu Chen's expression was calm and he showed no panic, he smiled and said, "Put them away. Put all your weapons away. Let's talk this out." Sima Zhongxian stared coldly at Lu Chen. "Will you accept this imperial edict or not?" Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately burst into a tirade. "You son of a bitch! You dead eunuch! You childless bastard! You dare to act all high and mighty on my turf!" Lu Chen suddenly realized who this Sima Zhongxian was. This person flatters the emperor every day, ruthlessly shuns loyal ministers, commits numerous evils, and is utterly devoid of conscience. Such a person deserves to die 10,000 times to atone for his sins. He would be missing out if he didn't take this opportunity to hurl a few insults. Sima Zhongxian rolled his eyes in anger and pointed at Lu Chen. "Take him down," Zhao Dia said crisply. "Protect the young master." Several hundred female soldiers quickly stepped forward and formed several human walls in front of Lu Chen, holding their long swords horizontally in front of their chests. "Ha ha!" The two half-step grandmasters behind Sima Zhongxian burst into wild laughter. One of them pointed at the female soldiers and said, "You ignorant little brats. I am Long Wentian, the leader of the Haotian sect. Today, I alone can annihilate you all." Zhao Dia said in a deep voice, "Who is willing to fight? Kill this scoundrel. I am willing to fight." Hundreds of female soldiers shouted at the same time. Zhao Dia pointed at Xiaomei in the front row. "Xiaomei, go and kill him." Xiaomei stepped out of the line and came to the center of the field. Long Wentian almost laughed out of anger. He pointed at Xiaomei, his words stammering, "You really want to die?" Xiaomei brandished her long sword. "Hurry up and come to your death." Long Wentian looked at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian gritted his teeth and said, "Tear her to pieces." Long Wentian drew his sword, twirled it gracefully, and arrived 5 steps away from Xiaomei. "Hey girl, I think you're pretty. If you come with me, I'll spare your life and take you to the capital to eat and drink the finest food. How about it?" Xiaomei's face was frosty, and she remained silent. With a swipe of her long sword, she charged straight at Long Wentian. Long Wentian chuckled. "Well done." With a move called Rhinoceros Gazing at the Moon, he aimed his long sword straight for Xiaomei's throat. Xiaomei nimbly twisted her body to avoid the sword tip, and then slashed fiercely at Long Wentian with her long saber. Long Wentian was greatly alarmed. What a fast knife! He quickly retreated, drawing his sword to defend himself. But he has a beautiful dream. Reality, however, is often disappointing. All his plans were based on the assumption that the other party was a martial artist of the same level as him. Pity. No, that's not the case. He was too slow. Xiaomei's knife was too fast. Whoosh! One cut. Just one cut. Long Wentian's head rolled to the ground. This. Mr. G couldn't help but gasp. At the same moment, another half-step grandmaster behind Sima Zhongxian also made the same move as Mr. G. That's it. A half-step grandmaster, the dignified sect leader of Haotian sect, actually lost his life in a single move. How is this possible? Many people think it's impossible. Sima Zhongxian's body stiffened. Including him, there were a total of 4 top-tier masters, and in the blink of an eye, one of them was gone. Meng Ruyu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, could see everything clearly even though she was wearing a veil. She also secretly gasped. The leader of Haotian sect is one of the most renowned top experts in the imperial city. Even she was no match for him, but Xiaomei beheaded him in a single exchange. Meng Ruyu suddenly remembered her martial arts competition with Chen today. If the two of them were to compete with weapons, Meng Ruyu didn't know how many moves she could withstand from her. Mr. G. Sima Zhongxian screamed. Mr. G raised his head and said, I never fight with women. Sima Zhongxian said sternly, Does Mr. G also intend to defy the imperial decree? At this moment, another half-step grandmaster called out loudly, My lord, He Chun requests a battle. Sima Zhongxian glanced at He Chun. Are you confident? He Chun sneered. This woman is definitely bluffing. I only need to be careful, and I will surely win. He Chun simply couldn't believe that a mere teenage girl could possess the strength of a grandmaster. It should be noted that in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there were only a handful of grandmasters. Moreover, they're all over 50 years old and have been immersed in martial arts for decades. Even if you told him the whole story, he still wouldn't believe that this little kid in front of him could be a grandmaster. Chapter 78, Big Brother. Do you take a little sister? Lu Chun suddenly remembered something. The people opposite me are all rich and powerful. They must be very wealthy. Leaving aside Sima Zhongxian, the leader, even the Haotian sect master who was just killed must have been very wealthy as a sect leader. He immediately said, Dia, capture them all alive. Zhao Dia turned around. Okay, Brother Lu. She said to Xiaomei, Xiaomei, go down and rest for a while. Xiaomei had no choice but to return to the queue. What she really wanted to say was that she wasn't tired at all and didn't need a rest. Xiaoju, you're up next. Xiaoju stepped forward, knife in hand. Note, it must be alive. Yes, instructor. Xiaoju arrived at the center of the field. At this moment, He Chun had already taken off his special weapon from his horse, a 9-foot-long azure dragon blade. Holding the green dragon blade, he arrived at the front of the formation and saw that the girl from before had returned to the team and another girl had taken her place. He Chun felt regret. If he had killed that girl earlier, wouldn't that prove that his strength far surpasses that of Long Wentian? What a pity! What a pity! He Chun, holding a knife in both hands, stopped 2 zhang away from Xiaoju and then stopped going forward. He was afraid of falling into the other party's trap like Long Wentian. Little brat, Grandpa will teach you how to write the word death. After saying that, He Chun slammed the hilt of his knife against the ground. Using this force, He Chun leaped into the air, soaring nearly 2 zhang high. The first form of the Overlord's Mad Blade. Raging Dragon Break. The Azure Dragon Blade descended from the sky, its momentum as fierce as a raging fire, cleaving straight down on Xiaoju's petite body. Before the knife even arrived, the wind pressure had already made Xiaoju's beautiful hair dance wildly. I'll show you that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. A cruel glint appeared on He Chun's lips. Xiaoju looked up at the knife, but her face remained expressionless. He Chun added 3 more points of force to his hand, using all his strength. Boom! A muffled thud. The ground shook. The knife fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The onlookers were all on tenterhooks. That was a devastating blow. The dust stirred up enveloped the entire space within a 10-foot radius of Xiaoju. Unsure of whether he is alive or dead. Ha! He Chun laughed loudly. But the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. He instinctively reached for his knife, only to find it motionless. Only then did he see Xiaoju standing tall in front of him amidst the billowing smoke and dust. It's empty? How could it have cleaved into nothing? He Chun could see clearly that his knife strike should have hit the target. Oh no! Had we fallen for a trick again? He-Chun hurriedly drew his knife again, but the knife remained unmoved. Only then did he notice that Xiaoju's hand was gripping the knife. "Oomph. Do you think your one hand is stronger than my two hands?" He-Chun drew his sword with all his might once again. The knife remained completely still. He-Chun shuddered violently, a chill running through him. Could she really possess the strength of a grandmaster? No, even a grandmaster probably wouldn't have such strength. No, she's definitely cheating again. He-Chun simply abandoned his knife and reached out to grab Xiaoju's head. Besides his swordsmanship, his specialty is eagle claw kung fu. If he can catch Xiaoju, he will leave 5 bloody holes in her head. At this moment, Xiaoju suddenly made a move and grabbed He-Chun's wrist with a single grab. She pulled hard to the side. He-Chun felt as if he had been dragged by several horses and involuntarily fell to the ground, his face hitting the ground hard. He was about to get up when Xiaoju stepped on his back. He tried to get up, but Xiaoju's foot felt like it weighed a ton. The dust settled. Only then did people see the situation clearly. He-Chun was completely trampled under Xiaoju's feet. He lay face down on the ground, his face covered in blood. His hands and feet were clawing and scratching at the ground, just like a turtle trapped under a boulder. Helpless. It's ridiculous. Sima Zhongxian's face turned from white to green, then from green to red, and finally to the color of a pig's liver. Yi Yongnian. Ji Yongnian, who was watching He-Chun's performance, was suddenly startled and looked at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian addressed him by his given name, which shows that he was truly angry. Ji Yongnian was furious, but also helpless. His entire family, along with many relatives and friends, were all in the capital. He immediately said, "Father-in-law, I don't believe these girls have become spirits." Having said that, he lifted his long robe and walked into the arena. At this moment, 2 female soldiers stepped forward, twisted He-Chun's arms, and restrained him. Zhao Dias said, "Xiaoju, you have rendered meritorious service in this battle. You may leave now." Then she looked at the female soldiers. "You Li Shui, go up." "Yes, instructor." A girl of about 14 or 15 years old, gripping a long knife tightly, walked into the arena. Upon seeing this, Sima Zhongxian's face instantly darkened. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. Could all of these hundreds of little kids possess the strength of a grandmaster? Thinking of this, he felt a sudden dizziness, his groin relaxed, and he involuntarily urinated. Ji Yongnian entered the arena and bowed to Li Shui, saying, "I am Ji Yongnian, and I would like to ask you for some pointers. I hope you will be merciful and not break my old bones." Following suit, Li Shui also cupped her hands in greeting to Ji Yongnian. "Li Shui, please enlighten me, senior." Ji Yongnian drew his long sword and said, "This sword technique of mine is called Tianya. Tianya is far away. Life is short. I roam the world with my sword. I am not a hero. I only want to kill. Kill." Before a flash of cold light even arrived, the sword intent was already radiating fiercely. Li Shui narrowed her eyes. A rain of swords filled the sky, each one aimed at her vital points. But with 9 parts illusion and 1 part reality, Li Shui immediately saw the real sword. She brandished her sword and charged forward. Clang! A dragon's roar resounded, lingering in the ears. All the people saw was a sword flying high into the sky. You lost. The knife in Li Shui's hand was already pressed against Ji Yongnian's neck. Ji Yongnian looked completely dazed. Everyone was astonished. One move. With just one move, Li Shui defeated the old man. Outsiders might not understand, but Sima Zhongxian only felt a loosening in his crotch again. Innate. Sima Zhongxian was as shocked and horrified as if he had woken up to find that he had become a real man again. Innate level. You're actually an innate level expert. Ji Yongnian's face was deathly pale, and his whole body was trembling. The Grandmaster realm is not the limit of human potential. Above the Grandmaster realm, there is the innate realm. The innate realm exists only in legends. It is said that more than 100 years ago, the Great Zhou dynasty produced a master of innate talent. But that's just hearsay. There is no factual basis to support this claim. Ji Yongnian never expected that he would actually see a master of the innate realm in his lifetime. Ironically, this master of innate talent was just a teenager. At this moment, Meng Ryu hurriedly approached Lu Chen's side. "Young Master Lu, Brother Lu, are you still going to take me in as your little sister? What do you think of me? Am I qualified to be your little sister?" Chapter 79, The Serious Consequences of Quizzing. Although Meng Ruyu is a soldier, she is also a martial arts fanatic. Every martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty knew one name, Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao had been famous for a long time and was recognized as the #1 martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty. He had already advanced to the Grandmaster level more than 20 years ago and had never encountered an opponent. Now, Xie Qiao has been defeated by an unknown little girl. Moreover, this little girl defeated the #1 martial arts master of the Great Zhou dynasty with just one move. Meng Ruyu was so shocked that she could not express it. She knew that among Lu Chen's female soldiers, Li Shui was mediocre and unremarkable. Innate realm. When Meng Ruyu thought of the words innate realm, her heart burned with excitement. If she also joins Lu Chen's ranks, could she also become a Xie Qiao realm cultivator? This was something she never dared to dream of. Therefore, she immediately told Lu Chen that she was willing to follow him. We'll discuss this later. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked towards the arena. Sima Zhongxian's eyes darted around as he considered his escape route. Things are hopeless today, so it's best to retreat. But he couldn't just flee in such a panic. Facing hundreds of innate masters, he thought he could escape? Not so easy. Lu Chen, do you know your crime? Sima Zhongxian mustered his courage and forced a show of bravado. At this moment, Zhao Daya had already ordered her men to take Xie Qiao away. At this moment, Xie Qiao had completely lost his previous nonchalance and detachment. He was expressionless, like a walking corpse, and was escorted to the back of the line by 2 female soldiers. Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, "You damned eunuch! What other tricks are you trying to pull? How dare you? You killed and injured the emperor's envoy, and even arrested Mr. Ji. Do you know what the consequences will be?" Lu Chen, "You damn eunuch, just spit out already, don't waste my time." Consequences? Do you think I don't know what the consequences are? Do I need you to remind me? Sima Zhongxian was speechless after being choked by Lu Chen, and after a long while he finally said, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for telling the truth in front of the emperor." He was all bark and no bite. He wanted to put on airs but dared not provoke Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed. "Oh, you damned eunuch. You think you still have a chance to speak ill of me to the emperor?" If it were anyone else who dared to call someone a dead eunuch, Sima Zhongxian would have wiped out their entire clan long ago. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to pretend he hadn't heard. "What do you mean?" Sima Zhongxian had already realized that things were not going well. "What do you mean?" Lu Chen shouted, "Arrest them all. Don't let a single one escape." Sima Zhongxian suddenly leaped into the air and sped away from the city. Zhao Daya shouted, "Bring him back to me." The 2 female soldiers immediately ran away. At this moment, only 50 soldiers remained on the field. They were in a panic, wanting to run, but not daring to, and were in complete disarray. They're not stupid. Even Xie Qiao and the 2 half-step grandmasters suffered such a crushing defeat. These little Karami are nothing but peanuts in front of so many experts at the innate realm. Dare to resist? They'll devour you in no time. 400 female soldiers quickly surrounded them, leaving no room for escape. In no time, the 2 female soldiers brought Sima Zhongxian back. Only then did Sima Zhongxian finally give up hope. He still harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps these girls are not at the innate realm. It is possible that, as He Chun said, they used some secret method to cheat and defeat Xie Qiao and the other 2. But just now, his fight with the 2 female soldiers wasn't really a fight. Sima Zhongxian was completely overwhelmed by the 2 of them. He was like a chick encountering a wolf in front of the 2 female soldiers, and was instantly subdued. He, a grandmaster and one of the top experts in the Great Zhou dynasty, was dragged back by 2 teenage girls who twisted his arms, as if he had been caught red-handed stealing a chicken. "Young Master Lu, brave warrior Lu, what are you doing? I am an imperial envoy sent by the emperor." As soon as Sima Zhongxian saw Lu Chen, he started howling in a hoarse voice. Lu Chen glanced at him, but ignored him. He ordered his men to tie up all 50 soldiers. "Tie them up tight. They are all martial artists. It won't do if they're tied up too loosely." Several female soldiers ran back to the Lu residence and brought back several bundles of rope. These ropes were used to tie scaffolding when the city wall was being built. All of them were nylon ropes that Lu Chen bought from the system store. They were both strong and elastic, making them perfect for tying people up. Soon, the female soldiers had tied all the soldiers up tightly. When it was almost Sima Zhongxian's turn, he started wailing again. "Young Master Lu, I serve the emperor every day. If I don't return to the capital for a long time, I'm afraid he won't be able to eat or sleep well. Master Lu, please have mercy and let me go. The emperor worries about the affairs of state every day, and his hair has turned white from worry. What will he do if I'm not there to serve him? Lu Chen laughed. Then how about I tie up the emperor too, so it'll be easier for you to serve him? Sima Zhongxian was immediately speechless. He never expected that Lu Chen would dare to say such treasonous things. Lu Chen approached Sima Zhongxian and asked, "Don't you love arresting people? Let me ask you, if you arrest someone with high martial arts skills, how do you guard them?" Sima Zhongxian didn't understand what it meant at first, but after thinking about it, he broke out in a cold sweat. "You're not going to tell me, huh? Then I'll go ask someone else." Suddenly, someone rushed forward and kicked Sima Zhongxian in the back. "Are you going to talk or not? You want a beating, don't you?" That kick was really vicious, sending Sima Zhongxian sprawling face first into the mud. When he finally managed to lift his head, his face was covered in blood, and even his nose was crooked from the impact. When Lu Chen looked, it was Chu Yun who made the move. At this moment, Chu Yun's face was filled with hatred, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. As expected, Chu Yun is a man with a story. However, this was not the time to talk about these things. Lu Chen let Sima Zhongxian go and looked at the soldiers. Before he could even ask a question, several soldiers started answering. "Young Master Lu, I know. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Several soldiers chattered amongst themselves, recounting their methods for dealing with the warriors. Lu Chen shook his head after hearing this. "Oh, how cruel, but I like it." After saying that, Lu Chen led a small squad of female soldiers home. After arriving home, he bought more than 50 chains for tethering Tibetan mastiffs, more than 50 handcuffs, several thick chains, and several thin chains from the system store. Then, carrying these items, he returned to the city gate. After the village was expanded, the town gate was still more than 200 meters away from the village entrance, and the open space was just right to be used as a square temporarily. Seeing the weapons in Lu Chen's and the female soldiers' hands, and hearing the clanging sound of the chains being dragged on the ground, Sima Zhongxian and his soldiers were all terrified, their faces turning as white as paper. The soldiers who had answered the question earlier were now filled with regret. "I wish I hadn't gone into so much detail." Chapter 80: The Screams Like a Pig Being Slaughtered. By this time, it was already dark, but the number of people watching the spectacle at the city gate did not decrease but increased. Even elderly women who need assistance to walk came from their homes. The screams of the dozens of people in the field did not make the common people feel uncomfortable. Serves them right. Not a single one of these officials is a good person. Yes, the suffering we've endured isn't entirely their fault. My two poor children, if it weren't for that damned official embezzling the disaster relief grain, you wouldn't have starved to death. And these soldiers, not one of them is any good. Were they when our village was burned, killed, and looted by bandits? We, the common people, fed them with grain, but when we needed their help, they cowered like turtles. My poor parents suffered terribly at the hands of the bandits while protecting me. I love hearing their screams. The more pitiful they scream, the happier I feel. Yes, me too. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, because they were a bit far away and it was too dark, they didn't get to see the bloody scene. Otherwise, they might have been even happier. In the arena, Chu Yin made a request to Lu Chen. "Brother Lu, I'll deal with this damned eunuch myself." Lu Chen looked at Chu Yun, whose hatred intensified. Judging from her appearance, if it weren't for him, Chu Yun might have already skinned Sima Zhongxian alive. "Okay, just don't kill him." Chu Yun strode towards Sima Zhongxian. Seeing Chu Yun's unfriendly expression and recalling her kick earlier, Sima Zhongxian sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, Sima Zhongxian soon let out a pig-like scream. His screams drew another commotion from the onlookers. "Listen, it sounds like that dead eunuch is shouting." "Yes, that's him. His voice sounds like a woman's." "I heard that this eunuch holds a very high position. He's a favorite of the emperor. The higher the official rank, the more evil they commit. Why don't they be punished to death? It would be better if they were punished to death." "Listen, doesn't his scream sound like a pig being slaughtered?" So alike. My family used to make that same pitiful screaming when they slaughtered pigs." Amidst Sima Zhongxian's pitiful howls, Meng Ryu approached Lu Chen and whispered, "Big brother." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her. "What big brother? How old are you?" "I'm 19. Lu Chen, I'm only 16. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. "Oh, I'm 3 years older than you." "Lu Chen, You're not going to say anything like the girl is 3 years older than him, are you? Anyway, I'll call you Big Brother. I like calling you Big Brother. Meng Ruyu is shrewd. Calling him Big Brother will bring many benefits. Do whatever you want, but I don't have a sister like you. Meng Ruyu almost forgot the important matter. She said softly, Big Brother. Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over. Something just didn't feel right. Where did that arrogant and domineering General Meng go? Brother, I also want to ask you for a favor. Lu Chen shifted his body to the side. You can talk business, but don't be like this, okay? Xie Qiao was watching closely from the side. Meng Ruyu, I just wanted to get closer to my older brother. What are you thinking? Lu Chen, what is it? Tell me. It's like this, brother. Look how old Mr. G is. Could you perhaps? Cannot. Meng Ruyu clenched her fists in anger. Big brother, this is the first time I've ever asked you for a favor. Can you please not refuse so decisively? Why are you pleading for him? Meng Ruyu loosened her grip and said in a low voice. After all, Mr. G is the #1 martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty and has a very high reputation among martial artists. If we are too rough with him, we may offend the entire martial arts world. Lu Chen laughed. I thought that someone as dignified as General Meng would be extraordinary, but it turns out you're nothing special. Meng Ruyu said awkwardly, Big brother, I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and Mr. G has always been the person I admire the most. Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed. From the day he became the emperor's dog, he should have been prepared to be one. Meng Ruyu paused for a moment, then said nothing more. She knew that countless people had died at Ji Yongyan's hands, and a large portion of them were innocent. With that thought, she felt relieved. However, thinking of the strong person she had admired most since childhood, enduring the humiliating pain of having iron chains piercing her collarbone, Meng Ruyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Chen suddenly added, Remember this. What martial arts masters or grandmasters are nothing to me. If you want, you can easily beat them to a pulp tomorrow. Meng Ruyu was overjoyed. Big brother? Really? Big brother? You really are my big brother. Lu Chen chuckled. These so-called martial arts masters and grandmasters, no matter how high their martial arts skills are ultimately just ordinary people. They simply push their bodies to the limit and maximized the potential of the human body. Compared to the girls under his command who were given superpowers, they were nothing. By this time, it was completely dark. A group of female soldiers had already brought kerosene lanterns from Lu Chen's house and arranged them neatly in several rows in the field, making it easier for the female soldiers to fabricate images of Sima Zhongxian and others. Lu Chen gave Zhao Daya and Lu Xiulan some instructions, and then prepared to go home with Xie Qiao. Zhao Daya and her friends grew rapidly. With strong backing, they gained equally strong self-confidence. Their strong self-confidence makes them more adept at handling various matters. Lu Chen felt very reassured, leaving things to them. He and Xie Qiao had only taken a few steps when they heard someone shouting loudly from the city wall. Who are you? What do you want? The city gates are closed. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Xie Qiao said, Husband, it seems there are people outside the city trying to get in. Lu Chen then heard a faint commotion outside the city gate. Sima Zhongxian and the other screams were so loud that he hadn't noticed them earlier. Let's go see what's going on. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao arrived at the city wall and looked down. Outside the city gate, a large crowd had gathered, numbering 200 or 300. Please, sir, have mercy and let us into the city. We've been walking for days. We're exhausted and hungry. Please give us some food. Sir, please let us in. Hey, sir, please give me some food. My child is starving. He'll die if he doesn't eat something soon. Lu Chen's eyesight is now excellent. He saw that the people below were all ordinary refugees, so he immediately ordered the city gates to be opened. Then he said to Xie Qiao, Go back and tell them to have 2 big pots of porridge cooked and to arrange for a few people to distribute the porridge to them. Xie Qiao rushed home. By then the city gates had opened and refugees poured in. Zhao Daya assigned a team of female soldiers to maintain order and prevent chaos. Looking at the group of refugees, Lu Chen sensed that something was wrong. With so many refugees arriving suddenly, something must have happened. Chapter 81. I want it. The Imperial Army has been defeated. The rebel army of the Marquis of Jingyuan has attacked. Before Lu Chen could even ask, several refugees started shouting. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The most panicked were the several thousand refugees. Lu Chen had just settled them in and thought he was finally going to have a few good days. Who knew the rebels would attack again? The rebels are attacking. I wonder if the walls of Lujia village can hold them off. After all, the rebels were not bandits. They numbered in the tens of thousands. Lu Chen immediately ordered the patrol team to intensify their patrols, working day and night. He then ordered Zhao Daya to escort Sima Zhongxian and the others to several rooms in the training ground. 5 or 6 buildings were built at the training ground to store the soldiers' clothing, weapons, and personal belongings. They cleared out 2 or 3 rooms and imprisoned Sima Zhongxian and others. As for whether it was too crowded, that was no longer a concern. Then Lu Chen summoned Tian Luzhu and asked him to arrange for more people to speed up the construction of several towers outside the city. Starting tomorrow, you will take a few hundred men and build a section of city wall and a city gate at the entrance of Sunjiazwang. As for the other areas, we can build them later. Tian Luzhu said, "Yes, boss. I'll take some men there first thing tomorrow morning." In addition, arrange for another 3,000 men to build some houses around Sunjiazwang. If there are not enough refugees, select some from General Meng's men. These houses should be built according to the style of the military camp next to my house, all 2-story buildings. I will draw up a blueprint for you later and explain the planning of Sunjiazwang to you. Also, once the city gate of Sunjiazwang is completed, all other projects will be suspended and manpower will be concentrated on building houses. The days are getting colder and colder, and if the houses are not completed as soon as possible, the refugees will suffer in winter. Okay, I understand, boss. Tian Luzhu nodded repeatedly. However, Tian Luzhu quickly frowned. But boss, time is a bit tight. I'm afraid we can't build that many houses before winter. Lu Chen said, I know. Let's build as many as we can. If we can't, let them squeeze in for now. Tian Luzhu sighed. Master, if it weren't for your shelter, most of these refugees would probably have starved or frozen to death in the winter. Save as many as you can. After Tian Luzhu left, Lu Chen called Lu Xiulan over and asked her to select 200 more able-bodied men from Sunjiazwang to bolster the patrol team. From now on, you will organize the patrol team into several small teams to patrol our Lu family village and Sun family village respectively, without stopping day or night. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll go right away. Lu Xiulan left in a hurry. At this moment, Xie Qiao came over again after arranging for the kitchen to distribute porridge to the refugees. My lady, Sima Zhongxian's meals consist of only 3 bowls of thin porridge a day. As long as they don't starve to death, that's fine. Let them experience the suffering of us common people. Xie Qiao snorted coldly. They're getting off easy. Where are the people going to get porridge right now? Besides, our porridge is just plain white rice porridge. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen exclaimed, That's right. Then let's cook some cornmeal porridge for them separately. You know, even cornmeal porridge is something most refugees can't afford. Xie Qiao smiled and said, All right, husband, cornmeal porridge it is. Lu Chen harvested a lot of corn in his space warehouse. However, all of these corn kernels have been removed from the cob. Of course, there is also cornmeal that has already been crushed. But how could Lu Chen possibly let Sima Zhongxian and the others eat these? Cornmeal and corn flour are completely different things. Cornmeal is made by mixing and grinding corn kernels and the cobs after removing the corn cobs. Eating this kind of cornmeal feels like having a knife slicing back and forth in your throat. It's incredibly tangy and unpleasant. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Lu Chen's predecessor, on his deathbed, still longed for one last sip of cornmeal porridge. In chaotic times, people are as worthless as weeds, living worse than a dog. Only then did the village chief, Lu Daji, approach Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been busy, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Lu Daji said cautiously, Xiao Chen, I've discussed this with Sun Lijing 2 or 3 times, but I just can't get through to him. He says that if all the houses in the village are demolished, the villagers will have nowhere to live when winter comes. Lu Daji was afraid that Lu Chen would blame him. As the village chief, he can't even handle this simple matter. Lu Chen laughed and said, I didn't think this through. I've already arranged for Uncle Luzhu to go to Sunjiazwang tomorrow to build houses. After the houses are built, we'll demolish their old houses. Lu Daji breathed a sigh of relief and then told Lu Chen about the imperial envoy delivering the imperial edict. I was just about to ask you about this. Could you arrange some people to take care of Sima Zhongxian and the others' food, drink, and other needs? You know, all my staff are girls, so it's not convenient for them to look after each other. Sima Zhongxian and his group were all handcuffed and shackled, with an iron chain piercing their collarbones. They were strung together in groups of 5, and even the slightest movement of their hands and feet caused them to sweat profusely from the pain, making everything they did painful. Even so, Lu Chen planned to assign 10 more female soldiers, divided into 2 groups, to watch over them day and night to prevent them from escaping. After making arrangements, Lu Chen returned home. Once home, Lu Chen didn't rest either. He asked Yang Yuhuan to call Meng Ruyu, who lived in the backyard, over. Meng Ruyu rushed over, her face flushed, and she looked extremely excited. "Big brother, are you planning to improve my cultivation level?" As soon as she saw Lu Chen, she immediately asked him a question. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten about it. "Here's the thing, you'll be my subordinate from now on. You're good at training troops and arranging formations, so you'll be in charge of military affairs together with Zhao Daya. What do you think? I thought it was something serious. Leave the military matters to me." Meng Ruyu readily agreed. "Besides this, don't you have anything else to say to me?" Meng Ruyu stared at Lu Chen and said. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, revealing a powerful pill in his palm. When he agreed to take Meng Ruyu in, her loyalty level instantly reached its maximum. So Lu Chen didn't say anything more and directly gave out the ultimate reward. "That's it." Meng Ruyu stared at the powerful pill in Lu Chen's hand, still unable to believe it. Could such a tiny pill really have the power to instantly elevate her from a half-step grandmaster to the innate realm? "You don't want it?" Seeing that Meng Ruyu was staring blankly at the pill without making any move, Lu Chen pretended to take it back. Yes, I want it." Meng Ruyu snatched the pill and immediately put it in her mouth. "Lu Chen, look how anxious you are. I haven't even mentioned the side effects yet." "Side effects? This medicine has side effects? Tell me, what are they? Why does my body hurt so much? This is poison. Why are you trying to harm me?" Meng Ruyu angrily tried to grab Lu Chen, but the intense pain she was in made her unable to do anything. Lu Chen looked at her teasingly. "The side effect I was talking about is what you look like now." Chapter 82. What is cornmeal? Is this the power of the innate realm? After the pain in Meng Riyu's body disappeared, she closed her eyes and felt the power surging within her body. As a top-tier expert, Meng Riyu's vision is naturally extraordinary. Strength. She felt an immense power within her. Powerful. She felt incredibly powerful at that moment. She felt that she was invincible and capable of anything. She also felt that her body was as hard as steel, and that no one could defeat her. She felt as light as a swallow, and wanted to soar into the sky. Innate realm. This is the innate realm. Meng Ruyu felt that she could beat 100 of her former self now. Meng Ruyu opened her eyes and saw Lu Chen looking at her with a smile. She stepped forward and grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Big brother, you're a god, aren't you?" "Aside from gods, who else would possess such miraculous abilities?" "You're hurting me." Meng Ruyu quickly let go of Lu Chen's hand and smiled apologetically. Her current strength is too great. She hasn't adapted to it yet. "I'll have Zhao Daya teach you the sword technique again tomorrow." Meng Ruyu then remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Brother, there's something I've never understood. Why do the girls under your command improve so quickly in swordsmanship, while I've been learning for a month and still haven't even mastered it?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Try again tomorrow. I'm going to find Zhao Daya right now." After saying that, Meng Ruyu ran out like the wind. Lu Chen shook his head. "Does this still look like a great general?" At this moment, in the storage room of the training ground. "What is this? Did you bring the wrong thing? Is this food for humans? My dog wouldn't even look at it." 2 villagers carried a wooden bucket and were responsible for serving food to Sima Zhongxian and others. The other villagers then removed their handcuffs. Sima Zhongxian looked at the thin porridge, so watery that you could see your reflection in it, and had no appetite whatsoever. Chen was so hungry that his stomach was practically sticking to his back, so he picked up the bowl and drank. He took a sip of cornmeal porridge and immediately spat it out. "I simply couldn't swallow it. It feels like with chips mixed with water." A villager named Lu Daniu said sarcastically, "Oh, sir, do you still think you're enjoying yourself here?" Another villager said, "This is cornmeal, which is what we country folk eat most often. In this year of great disaster, people don't even have this to eat, and you're complaining about it." Yes. If it weren't for young Master Lu's kindness, our Lu family village wouldn't even have cornmeal to eat." Several soldiers, upon hearing this, also picked up their bowls and tried to sip. Tui, this is not fit for human consumption. This tastes awful. Do you have any steam buns? I'll skip the porridge. I just need 2 steam buns. Upon hearing this, the villagers all burst into laughter. Steam buns? Are you dreaming? In this day and age, which family can afford steam buns? Let alone steam buns, there's not even grass to eat. Giving you a bowl of corn porridge is already a great favor for my young master Lu. The soldiers were all dumbfounded. What? You're not saying we'll just drink this thin porridge every day? Can you survive on thin porridge every day? How can they possibly survive? They'll starve to death in a few days. The soldiers inside the room were all wailing in grief. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken, because speaking aggravated his injuries, and the agonizing screams that had just stopped echoed through the room once again. Sima Zhongxian was as if he had lost his parents and remained silent. Ji Yongnian, on the other hand, took the bowl and drank the whole bowl of cornmeal porridge in one go. This drew the attention of all the soldiers. When I was young, I drank a lot of this cornmeal porridge. These young men are right. During the off-season, this is what the villagers drink every day. Ji Yongnian smacked his lips and said, if you add a few wild vegetables, it will be even more delicious. His appearance made even the soldiers a little hungry. Ji Yongnian looked at the soldiers and said earnestly, hurry up and drink it. If you drink less, you may live 1 less day. The soldiers looked at each other, thinking that Ji Yongnian was probably right. In addition, they had indeed been hungry for most of the day, so they could only endure the discomfort and drink the corn porridge in their bowls. Sima Zhongxian, however, didn't even glance at the thin porridge. It wasn't that he didn't want to drink it, but after so many years of living a life of luxury, he really couldn't stomach this porridge. Even if you drink it, you have to spit it out. It's better not to drink at all, so as to avoid losing face in front of everyone. After the villagers who brought the food left, the soldiers burst into mournful cries. I thought this was a great job. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered to come here and suffer like this. I even bribed my boss with 100 taels of silver to squeeze into this job. I gave 200 taels. My God, is this any way to live? When will this ever end? We've only just arrived. I think we've got a long way to go. They didn't say it aloud, but they were secretly cursing it from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone knows that following Sima Zhongxian means you'll have a good life, so everyone wants to follow him and get some benefits. Little did they know that this time they would suffer a major setback. I wonder what kind of food we'll have tomorrow. They can't be making us drink this every day, can they? Who knows? I just finished this bowl of porridge, and I'm already hungry again. These soldiers, who had just finished dinner, were already looking forward to breakfast the next day. However, when the soldiers waited and waited the next morning, they still hadn't received breakfast. Around noon, several villagers brought over another large bucket. A soldier glanced into the bucket and immediately sighed in despair. Ugh, cornmeal porridge again. Chen angrily said, tell me, why didn't you bring us breakfast? One villager scoffed. Breakfast? What breakfast? Don't you know we only have 2 meals a day in the countryside? Upon hearing this, the soldiers let out another mournful sigh. They complained, but no one dared to swear at them. Yesterday, several of Lu Chen's men warned them that if they didn't behave, they would beat them until they did. Even Sima Zhongxian and Ji Yongnian dared not say anything, so they dared even less. This continued for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, Sima Zhongxian finally started drinking porridge. After drinking the porridge, he carefully licked his lips as if it were quite delicious. These soldiers no longer complained about the corn porridge. In fact, they asked the villagers serving the food to give them more. You think you can drink as much porridge as you want? You're dreaming. Lu Dania mocked without any politeness. These poor soldiers, after drinking the porridge, felt as if they hadn't drunk anything at all. Their stomachs were still growling with hunger. At this moment, Meng Ryu strode in with an air of indifference, as if she didn't recognize anyone. Upon seeing Meng Ryu's face clearly, Sima Zhongxian's expression suddenly changed. Oh, you could be General Meng Meng? Meng Ryu smiled gracefully. It is indeed this young lady. Chapter 83 Money Over Life. General Meng, weren't you under the command of the traitorous Marquis Jing Yuan? Wang Lang? What did you end up here? Meng Ryu smiled and said, speaking of this, I have to thank you, father-in-law. If it weren't for your efforts, how could I have been transferred to Wang Lang's command? And if I hadn't been transferred to Wang Lang's command, How could I have met young Master Lu? Meng Ryu leaned closer to Sima Zhongxian and whispered, if I hadn't met young Master Lu, how could I have advanced to the innate realm? For the past 3 days, Meng Ryu felt as if she were in a dream. For more than a month, she watched the female soldiers practice swordsmanship at the training ground every day, but she could never quite grasp the basics. However, after taking the power pill, she made rapid progress in her swordsmanship, advancing by leaps and bounds every day. Meng Ryu had asked Lu Chen about this several times, but Lu Chen just smiled and remained silent. At this moment, Meng Ryu was at the innate realm, and with Lu Chen's miraculous swordsmanship, she was not invincible in the world, but at least apart from Lu Chen, she was certain that there was no one else in the world who could rival her. This feeling of being invincible is wonderful. Innate realm. Sima Zhongxian was shocked and felt a mix of emotions. Not long ago, Meng Ryu had to be extremely careful when she met him, but in less than a year, their statuses have been completely reversed. General Meng, what brings you here today? As for your transfer to the Marquis of Jinyuan, I was merely handling official business. I hope you won't hold it against me. Meng Ryu chuckled and said, I don't care about the past at all. As I just said, I have to thank you, father-in-law, for this opportunity. She put away her smile and said seriously, Father-in-law, are any of your trusted confidants among these soldiers? Sima Zhongxian didn't know why she would ask that, and said, General Meng, I trust all these people. All right, pick 2 of them and have them go to the capital to deliver a message to the emperor. Is that all right? General Meng, what message do you want to send? Meng Ryu, of course it's ransom. Don't you want to go back to the capital and continue enjoying your wealth and luxury? Upon hearing Meng Ryu's words, the soldiers' eyes all lit up with joy. 3 short days felt incredibly long to them. Upon learning that 2 people would be chosen to return to the capital to deliver a message, they all looked at Sima Zhongxian expectantly, hoping that he would choose them. At this moment, Ji Yongnian, who had been keeping his eyes closed, spoke up. General Meng, how much ransom does your young Master Lu want? Meng Ryu said, I won't hide it from you. The ransom for each of these soldiers is 5,000 taels of silver. For you, Mr. Ji, and for this Lord He, it's 100,000 taels of silver each. At this moment, Sima Zhongxian could no longer wait. He asked impatiently, General Meng, how much is the ransom for my family? My family has lived a life of poverty and has never had a penny to our name. The emperor occasionally bestows a few taels of silver, but I have used it to help the poor. There are hardly any copper coins left in my family. Sima Zhongxian knew that the emperor was worried day and night about the money, and that they might have to pay the ransom themselves. Meng Ryu was almost laughing in exasperation at him. Everyone knows that among all the officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, who dares to say that they are richer than Sima Zhongxian? And yet, he's still complaining about being poor. Popular legend has it that Sima Zhongxian was incredibly wealthy, but extremely stingy. He would even reach into a latrine and fish out a single copper coin. Once the money was in Sima Zhongxian's pocket, even 8 horses would be hard to pull out of his pocket. It seems the rumors were true. He was about to die, yet he was still clutching his wallet tightly. He's a real money grubber. Meng Ryu immediately said, I don't care if you have money or not. If you don't hand over the silver, you'll be sitting here in jail for the rest of your life. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, young Master Lu is planning to build a dungeon these days. General Meng, we truly have no money. Do you know how much our ransom is? Sima Zhongxian looked at Meng Ryu cautiously, fearing that she might utter an astronomical number. Father-in-law, your ransom is 100,000. Meng Ryu had only spoken half a sentence when she heard Ji Yongnian sigh softly. Clearly, the number 100,000 disappointed Ji Yongnian. But Sima Zhongxian reacted as if he had stepped on his tail and almost jumped up. What? 10,000 taels of silver? General Meng, you might as well kill me. Even if you dismember this old man, you won't get many taels of silver. General Meng, I beg you to plead with young Master Lu for me. Just tell him that I'm a powerless eunuch. Where would I get so much silver? Sima Zhongxian pleaded desperately, tears streaming down his face. If it weren't for the fact that Meng Ryu was a woman, he would have rushed over and hugged her leg to beg her. Meng Ryu took a step back in disgust and said, Father-in-law, I haven't finished speaking yet. Sima Zhongxian immediately perked up and hurriedly said, General Meng, even 100,000 copper coins are beyond my means. Perhaps a few thousand copper coins could be scraped together. His performance was so realistic that Ji Yongnian and the soldiers almost vomited up the cornmeal porridge they had eaten the night before. Meng Ryu took another step back and said, "Father-in-law, listen carefully. Your ransom is 100,000 taels of gold." Sima Zhongxian rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Meng Ryu said no more, saying, "Mr. Ji, after he wakes up, tell him to pick someone quickly. If he still doesn't have a good candidate when I come next time, then cut off one of his arms." After saying that, he left without looking back. No sooner had Meng Ryu left than Sima Zhongxian woke up. "I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. What's the point of me living? Without money, what's the use of my life?" Sima Zhongxian burst into tears, weeping as if his life depended on it, weeping with heartfelt emotion, weeping until the sky and earth seemed to darken. She cried for more than 2 hours, until she could no longer make a sound, and was still whimpering with snot and tears streaming down her face. Meng Ryu recounted to Lu Chen how Sima Zhongxian refused to pay the ransom, laughing uproariously as she spoke. "This is even more painful than killing him." Lu Chen asked, "Isn't this asking for too much? What if he really doesn't take the money? Wouldn't we have wasted our time?" "Don't worry, my dear brother," Meng Ryu said. 10,000 taels of gold is just a small amount of pain for him, far from being a serious injury. Really? Lu Chen suddenly became interested. If he had a large amount of gold and silver, he could fly freely in the sky and leap across the seas. Meng Ryu rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. Let alone 100,000 taels of gold, even 1,000,000 taels of gold would only slightly weaken him. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately frowned and began to ponder. Meng Ryu said, "You don't really want him to give you 1,000,000 taels of gold, do you? Let me tell you, even if you kill him, he still won't come up with that much money. Don't believe me? He really is the kind of person who would rather die than give up money." Chapter 84, Preemptive Strike. That wasn't what Lu Chen was thinking. He was thinking about how to get his hands on all of Sima Zhongxian's assets. From the moment Lu Chen learned that this person was Sima Zhongxian, he had no intention of letting him go. Where did Sima Zhongxian's vast fortune go after his death? No matter where they go, they will never end up in the pockets of ordinary people. Has anyone ever seen a case where, after confiscating the assets of a corrupt official, a portion of it is distributed to ordinary people? Never before. But all of these assets come from the hard-earned money of ordinary people. If that's the case, why doesn't Lu Chen just snatch it away? With this money in his hands, he could at least help some of the people. How can this be called robbery? A gentleman loves money, but he acquires it in a proper way. I only take ill-gotten gains. After giving himself some psychological guidance, Lu Chen made up his mind. Go over there again later tonight and quickly release the person to collect the ransom. Meng Ryu hesitated. I'm afraid that old scoundrel Sima won't agree so easily. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Why do you think Sima Zhongxian was crying so bitterly?" "Because he can't bear to part with the money. Is that even a question?" "That's more like it." Meng Ryu asked, puzzled, "What's right?" Lu Chen said, "Since he's crying about his silver, what does that mean?" "It means he thinks the silver no longer belongs to him, which is why he's crying. If he didn't want to give up the silver at all, would he need to cry so bitterly?" Meng Ryu was a little confused, but he felt that what Lu Chen said seemed to be right. "That seems to make sense." Lu Chen laughed and said, "It's just a simple logic problem." "Logic? What logic?" "I'll explain this to you slowly later. When you go there later, do whatever it takes to get this done as soon as possible. I'm short of money right now." The project in Sunji Azwang has already started. These past few nights, Lu Chen has purchased a large amount of building materials from the system store. They spend money like water. But since there was no source for this water, the only solution was to try and find a way through Sima Zhongxian. After Meng Ryu left, Lu Chen called Chu Yun over. "Are you familiar with the capital?" Chu Yun replied straightforwardly, "I lived in the capital for several years." "All right, you get ready first. I'm planning to go to the capital in a few days, and you'll come with me." A hint of hatred flashed across Chu Yun's face, but it quickly disappeared. Lu Chen caught her subtle expression. Clearly, she had a major enemy in the capital. "Brother Lu, I'll go prepare right away." After Chu Yun left, Lu Chen called Zhao Dia over to him. "Choose 4 of the more clever female soldiers, preferably older ones, and have them come over here." "Okay, Brother Lu." Zhao Dia left quickly and soon returned with 4 girls. Lu Chen saw that they were all around 15 or 16 years old and nodded slightly. In this era, it is rare for a girl to be unmarried by the age of 17. 16 years old is considered relatively old for an unmarried girl. Lu Chen asked them some questions, such as what their names were, where they lived, and who else lived in their families. The girls answered calmly. Lu Chen chatted with them for a while longer and felt quite satisfied. After all, they were chosen from hundreds of girls, so they must be very outstanding. I'm arranging for you to go to the capital. You may have to leave soon, so go and prepare now. Come back later, and I'll explain the details to you. Before they leave, they should be allowed to say goodbye to their family members. You should also prepare some personal belongings. Dia, send a few more people to scout around Hudou County and find out where the Marquis of Jingyuan's army is encamped and how many troops they have. Zhao Dia accepted the order and left. No sooner had Zhao Dia left than Meng Ruyu returned. How about it? Meng Ruyu laughed and said, It really is just like you said. At first, that old scoundrel Sima was still stubborn, but as soon as I took out my knife to chop off his arm, he immediately agreed to pay money to redeem his life. She continued, He's picking people now, and he'll be leaving in a little while. Lu Chen said, I have arranged for a few people to secretly follow them when they set off. Meng Ruyu asked in confusion, Why are we following them? Their families are all in the hands of that old scoundrel Sima. How dare they run away? No, I just wanted them to lead the way. I wanted to send a few people to the capital first, but they don't know the way there, so I had them lead the way. I see. But why did you send someone to the capital? You'll find out tonight. That night, Lu Chen called Meng Ruyu, Zhao Dia, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan to the main room. I called you all here because I want to talk to you about something. I plan to go to the capital soon. Upon hearing this, Xie Qiao, who was preparing tea for the group, couldn't help but tremble slightly in her hand as she held the teacup. Sima Zhongxian is a man who oppresses the good and persecutes the loyal. He has done all sorts of bad things. Now that he is in my hands, I will naturally not let him go. However, he is still useful now. It is not too late to kill him after I have used him. Meng Ruyu looked at Lu Chen. She hadn't expected Lu Chen to be so ruthless. He demanded the ransom and then wanted to kill the hostage. However, she wholeheartedly supports this move. Sima Zhongxian amassed a fortune. After his death, it would be better for us to benefit from his wealth rather than let it fall into the hands of others. Therefore, my purpose in going to the capital this time is to take over his property. Meng Ruyu glanced at Lu Chen. How come she never noticed before that this person was so shameless? To describe robbery in such a grand and respectable way. Zhao Dia and the others remained silent, supporting whatever Lu Chen said, because they knew Lu Chen had that ability. Lu Chen then said, Next, you all tell me how many government troops we have right now can hold off. After a moment's thought, Zhao Dia said, If we are just defending the city, we are not afraid even if 30,000 to 50,000 government troops come. Chu Yun said, I think 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers can hold them off. Meng Ruyu scoffed, Even if 100,000 government troops come, we can still win. Lu Chen asked, Is it possible to achieve this without any casualties? The lives of every one of our soldiers are extremely precious, and we cannot afford the slightest mishap. At this point, everyone fell silent. If tens of thousands of soldiers really come, and they only have a mere 400 or so female soldiers, it seems very difficult to remain completely unharmed. As the saying goes, swords and knives have no eyes. Even if these girls are invincible in close combat, it's hard to say what will happen if the enemy deploys a large number of archers. Therefore, before I went to the capital, I planned to launch a surprise attack on the military camp stationed in Hudou County. Zhao Dia and the others were all taken aback. Xie Qiao said, Husband, if the government troops don't come to attack us, wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to provoke them first? She was worried about angering the government and having them send more soldiers to besiege Lu family village. Lu Chen said, In the past few days, I have obtained a lot of information from the refugees. It is said that the government grain in Hudou County is running out, and these defeated soldiers did not carry any food. They are currently searching for food everywhere. I think they will come to our Lu family village in a few days. After all, our Lu family village is famous now. Everyone knows that our thousands of refugees eat meat and white flour buns every day. Meng Ruyu understood. Brother, are you trying to strike first? Yes, I want to strike first. Chapter 85. Assault rifles issued to all members. As soon as Lu Chen said this, he was immediately questioned by Meng Ruyu and Lu Xiaolan. They just spoke more tactfully. Meng Ruyu immediately said, Brother, you must have your reasons for doing this, but have you thought about it? If the government troops suffer too many losses, who will stand in front of our Lu family village when that scoundrel Jinyuan Marquis attacks? Lu Xiaolan also said, Brother Lu, General Meng is right. Weakening the strength of the government troops is also indirectly helping the Marquis of Jinyuan. If the Marquis of Jinyuan attacks and the government troops retreat without a fight, then we will become the Marquis of Jingyuan's #1 enemy. Brother Lu, doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate? Meng Ryu was a seasoned veteran with extensive combat experience and a strategic vision far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although Lu Xiaolan had not fought in many battles, she was well-versed in the records of Chu and had a thorough understanding of ancient battles. Her judgment of the overall situation was also unmatched by most. Lu Chen knew that what they said made a lot of sense. However, they were unaware that they had a backup plan. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Lu Chan said, Tomorrow morning, summon all the soldiers here. I'm going to distribute new equipment to them. What equipment? Zhao Dai's eyes lit up. The weapons that Lu Chan gave to the female soldiers were really useful. The repeating crossbow is powerful, has a long range, and is highly accurate. The longsword was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through iron like mud, and it was also very durable. After several battles, the blade was rarely damaged. Meng Ryu was also curious. What equipment is better than your repeating crossbow and longsword? Recently, she had also tried out the female soldiers' repeating crossbows and longswords, which were far superior to the standard weapons issued by the Greyjoy dynasty. What kind of equipment will Lu Chun distribute this time? You will know tomorrow. After the meeting, Lu Chun purchased 400 assault rifles for 1,000 magazines, 500,000 rounds of ammunition, and a number of target papers from the system store, and put them all in the East Wing. The next morning, 400 female soldiers gathered at Lu Chen's training ground. Lu Chun ordered his men to carry 400 rifles and some ammunition to the training ground. Zhao Dai and the others were overjoyed when they saw the assault rifle. They had seen Lu Chun use an assault rifle before. With a few bursts of fire, a large number of enemies fell down. It was truly a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Lu Chun actually managed to get several hundred of them this time. If one possesses this divine weapon, who in the world could rival them? Although Meng Ryu had never seen an assault rifle before, she probably knew that it was a type of firearm. The Zhou dynasty had firearms. However, the firearms of the Great Zhou dynasty were ugly and extremely crude, a world apart from Lu Chen's firearm. But Lu Chen's musket, though exquisite and beautiful, is useless. Meng Ryu immediately said, Brother, this firearm is good, but the firing process is cumbersome. It takes a long time to fire a single shot, and reloading is too slow. It's fine if it's just used as an auxiliary weapon, but it's definitely not suitable as a main weapon. Lu Xiaolan smiled and said, General Meng, this musket is not that kind of musket. You'll know once you've used it. Meng Ryu retorted, I've seen plenty of muskets. I even personally led a musket squad to raid a Tartar camp. How could I not know what a musket is? Lu Xiaolan didn't want to argue with her and just smiled and said, General Meng, you'll find out soon enough. After the rifles were distributed to each female soldier, Lu Chan picked up a rifle and explained and demonstrated it to them. This is the trigger. The trigger is the most important part of this rifle. Only by pulling the trigger will a bullet be fired. This is a magazine containing 35 rounds. When the bullets are used up, press here to remove the magazine. Replace it with a new magazine full of bullets, and then you can continue firing. This is the fire selector switch. Switch it here for single-shot firing, 3-round bursts, and continuous fire. To hit the enemy, you must aim at them. To aim, you must know the 3 points in a straight line. When pulling the trigger, you must hold your breath, keep your hands steady, your eyes accurate, and pull the trigger smoothly to kill the enemy with one shot. To accurately hit the enemy, you need to know the distance between yourself and the enemy. I have already taught you the basic handheld range finding. Once you know the approximate distance, adjust the sight and position it accordingly. After explaining, Lu Chan said, From now on, for the next 2 days, you will practice shooting for 7 hours every day without any slackening. Now, Zhao Dai will lead the team. Take your guns, these bullets, and these target papers, and head to the woods behind the mountain to begin shooting training. Zhao Dai grabbed her rifle and led the female soldiers to the back mountain. Meng Ryu also received a rifle, but she did not leave. Instead, she asked Lu Chen all sorts of questions. Brother, you said this musket can hold 35 rounds of ammunition at once. Is that true? Brother, if a soldier carries 10 or 20 magazines and hundreds of bullets, wouldn't he be invincible on the battlefield? Brother, in the Great Zhou dynasty, firearms beyond 50 paces were completely based on guesswork. You're saying this rifle can achieve accurate shooting within 500 paces? Is that true? Big brother. The once mighty and domineering General Meng has now become a curious child. Lu Chen, why don't you try it and you'll see. Meng Ruyu then grabbed her rifle and hurriedly chased after the main force. After seeing everyone off, Lu Chen suddenly noticed Xie Qiao's expectant expression. He then realized that he hadn't given her a rifle earlier. My wife, you don't need to go to the battlefield, and you don't need to carry this rifle. Lu Chen suddenly pulled out a pistol and handed it to Xie Qiao. My lady, this pistol may not be as powerful as a rifle, but it is small and can be hidden on your person at any time, making it difficult for others to notice. It is very suitable for you. Xie Qiao approached the pistol with a look of delight, playing with it with obvious affection. Come, my wife, let me teach you how to use it. This thing may be small, but it's quite powerful. If you're not careful, it can hurt someone or even kill them. So you have to be extra careful when handling and using it. Lu Chen then gave Xie Qiao a holster and a magazine pouch. You can put the gun and ammunition pouch in your belt like this. Lu Chen personally helped Xie Qiao put on the holster and ammunition pouch. With a pistol tucked into his waistband, Xie Qiao looked even more heroic and had a unique charm. In fact, with Xie Qiao's current skills, he doesn't need a pistol for self-defense at all. It's just for fun. I wonder how Xiao Qian and the others are doing. Xie Qiao suddenly asked. Xiao Qian was one of the girls who followed 2 soldiers of Sima Zhongxian to the capital. Because she was quite opinionated, Lu Chen appointed her as the captain of the team for this trip. It's all right. With their abilities, no one in the entire Great Zhou dynasty can do anything to them. Besides, they're carrying the Eastern Depot's badges. Nowadays, people need a travel permit to go anywhere. The waste token of the Eastern Depot was 100 times more useful than a road pass. At the same time, Lu Chen also gave them enough compressed biscuits to last a month, some decent military rations, and a few gold ingots so they wouldn't go hungry. Chapter 86 Midnight Raid. The County Government Office of Hudou County. County Magistrate Wei Shuya is entertaining General Jiang Wenyu of Fengzhou. Lord Jiang, I'm absolutely telling the truth. Lu Chen of Lu Family Village is raising thousands of refugees in his village. The food he provides for these refugees is better than what I, the head of the county government, eat. Wei Shi has had a really tough time these past few days. The county didn't have much grain to begin with, and Jiang Wenyu led his troops to retreat from Fengzhou City. In just a few days, they ate up all the grain in the county. If he doesn't get rid of Jiang Wenyu soon, he might not be able to keep the grain he's hoarded. He might not care about the lives of others, but he couldn't ignore the lives of his own family. Jiang Wenyu slowly munched on a chicken leg, his expression unmoved, and said, I've heard that Commander Su was defeated by this Lu Chen. This man is very strange and should not be dealt with lightly. Jiang Wenyu isn't stupid. Lu Chen easily wiped out Qianhu Su Hui, so he must be a tough nut to crack. Although he had many soldiers, they couldn't withstand any more losses. In these chaotic times, whoever has the most soldiers is the boss. Even if the emperor wants to appoint someone, he has to be careful and dare not speak too harshly. In this battle against the rebel army of Marquis Jinyuan, he has lost nearly 20,000 soldiers. If he suffers further losses at Lujia village, his status as a general will be greatly diminished. Lord Jiang, to tell you the truth, our Hudou County has suffered from famine for years, with no harvest at all. The grain in the granary is all disaster relief grain sent from above, which was not much to begin with, and now there is not a single grain left. The implication was that Hudou County could no longer afford to support Jiang Wenyu's troops. But Jiang Wenyu had no choice. He retreated further north into another disaster area. Further north from the disaster area, it's not far from Beijing. If the emperor issues an edict saying that he is incompetent in leading troops and incapable of suppressing rebellions, and takes the opportunity to take back his military power, he will be in a difficult situation. After all, being right under the noses of the capital, the emperor couldn't do anything about the Tartars and rebels, but he had plenty of ways to control him, the general. Therefore, as long as there is any way, Jiang Wenyu cannot continue to retreat northward. If there really is no food, I'll find a way myself. I've heard that there are countless refugees in your Hudou County area, and these people are useful too. A ruthless glint flashed in Jiang Wenyu's eyes. Wei Xie felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected Jiang Wenyu to be so ruthless, and he actually thought of this. Sigh. As long as he doesn't harm the people of this county, let him be. The large number of deaths among the people of this county will also affect his political achievements. Both were preoccupied with their own thoughts, and they didn't enjoy the banquet very much. After a hearty meal and drinks, Jiang Wenyu took his leave from the county government office and, with a few personal guards, left the city gates that very night to head to the military camp. His troops were stationed not far outside the city. Before Jiang Wenyu even reached the military camp, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from ahead. Immediately following was a burst of intense gunfire. Oh no, could it be that Marquis Jingyuan has already caught up with us here? Jiang Wenyu panicked and hurriedly spurred his horse to gallop towards the military camp. At this time, the military camp was in complete chaos. Zhao Daya led 400 female soldiers and charged into the military camp. Da, bang, bang, bang. The female soldiers, carrying assault rifles and in neat formations, pushed their way through. The assault rifle is equipped with a flashlight and a red dot sight, allowing it to accurately spot every enemy, even in the darkest of nights. Any officers or soldiers who stood in their way were immediately shot down. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the officers and soldiers were disoriented and could only flee in all directions. Some mid-level officers tried to organize resistance, but the resistance was quickly wiped out by the powerful firepower of the female soldiers. The Liu family army is here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. As Liu Chen had instructed her beforehand, Zhao Daya fired her gun while shouting loudly. The female soldiers joined in the shout. The Liu family army is here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The Liu family army is mighty. The Liu family army is invincible. The Liu family army is invincible. Slogans echoed throughout the military camp. Meng Ruyu, also carrying an assault rifle, walked at the front of the group. She aimed at a soldier hiding next to a tent and shot him down with a single shot. This gun is amazing. It kills people effortlessly, much better than a knife. My marksmanship has improved so fast, just like my knife skills. I've only practiced for 2 days, and I can already hit every shot. It's truly amazing. At this moment, in Meng Ruyu's heart, Liu Chen was no longer an ordinary person. She even felt that Liu Chen might be a god descended to earth. Whether it's swordsmanship or spearmanship, if an outsider tries to learn it, they will never be able to learn it well. However, if they take a power pill or join Liu Chen's team, they can learn quickly and make rapid progress. Also, where did Liu Chen get such a useful rifle? Meng Ryu had never known that muskets could be so powerful. If I lead such a musketeer unit to fight the Tartars in the northern frontier, wouldn't those Tartar soldiers flee at the mere sight of me? She mentioned this to Liu Chen yesterday. Liu Chen said at the time that he would fight the Tartars sooner or later. Meng Ryu was very excited, saying that she would personally lead a team to give the Tartar soldiers a good beating. Defeating the Tartars was Meng Ruyu's greatest wish. Too many of her female soldiers and her father's former troops had died at the hands of the Tartar soldiers. Watch out, a team is coming from the left. Zhao Daya reminded everyone. Meng Ryu saw a group of soldiers rushing towards them, numbering over 1,000. She swept the bullet across the field, instantly knocking down more than a dozen people. She quickly changed to a new magazine and opened fire on the soldiers again. The female soldiers concentrated their firepower, and after a round of bullets, a large number of these officers and soldiers fell. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining officers and soldiers hurriedly retreated. That was so exhilarating. Meng Ryu had never fought so many battles before. The Liu family army is invincible. Meng Ryu shouted. The female soldiers also shouted in unison. The Liu family army is invincible. Meng Ryu. The Liu family army is invincible. The Liu family army is invincible. Amidst shouts and bursts of gunfire, Zhao Daya led her troops from the northernmost point of the military camp to its southernmost point. They've broken through. Let's go back and fight our way back. Zhao Daya gave the order. The group turned around and began fighting again from south to north. The officers and soldiers were numerous, but they were so frightened that few dared to charge forward. Some stubborn officers, eager to gain merit, led their men in a reckless charge. But soon they were caught in a hail of bullets and scattered in disarray. Not far from the battlefield, Jiang Wenyu, surrounded by dozens of personal guards, stared grimly at the spot where the gunshots had rang out. The Liu family army is invincible. The Liu family army is invincible. Hearing the shouts of these female soldiers, Jiang Wenyu already knew where these enemies came from. Liu family village. Liu Chen. Chapter 87. Another expansion of the army. My lord, we are incompetent. We could not stop them. My lord, their muskets are too powerful. We can't get close to them at all. My lord, I beg you to punish me. I led a team up, and in just one exchange, over 100 were killed or wounded. I couldn't break through. Several brigade commanders and guerrilla generals knelt before Jiang Wenyu and begged for forgiveness. Jiang Wenyu was furious, but he also knew that he couldn't blame his subordinates for being incompetent. He had just seen it from afar. Several hundred soldiers had just charged forward when a large number of them were instantly mowed down by muskets. Even if he personally leads the troops up there, he probably won't end up well. Jiang Wenyu was furious, but he didn't know what he had done to offend Liu Chen. Just then, he suddenly heard the gunfire gradually subside. Several soldiers rushed over. Report. Sir, the rebels have retreated north. Sir, the rebels number only a few hundred. Should we pursue them and surround and kill them? Jiang Wenyu kicked the brainless guy over with one foot. He knew, of course, that the enemy only numbered a few hundred, but these few hundred men moved freely and were invincible in his camp. They were not to be trifled with. Liu Chen, this feud is now officially on. Jiang Wenyu's face was ashen, his heart filled with unbearable hatred. Fortunately, his losses from this sneak attack were not significant. Immediately treat the wounded and count the casualties. Inside the military camp, there was another flurry of activity, which gradually subsided only at dawn. While Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu were launching a night raid on the military camp, Liu Chen was also busy. He sneaked into the county town and, under the cover of night, explored the entire town. The county town wasn't very big to begin with, just 3 or 5 streets. His purpose in coming to the county town this time was, of course, to search for treasure. He's short on cash right now and needs to hurry up and make some money. Although Hedo County is not as historically significant as Fengqi Town, it still has a history of 200 to 300 years. Liu Chen found nearly 200 treasure locations within the county. Unfortunately, most of these treasure locations are inside residential houses. Only 1/3 of them are outside residential buildings. For example, under a well, under a tree, or beside a ditch. As Liu Chen opened the map, he also dug out the treasure spots that were easy to find. Liu Chen stopped just before dawn, found a relatively secluded spot, climbed over the city wall, and left the county town. In one night, he dug up more than 20 treasure sites and obtained 6,000 or 7,000 taels of silver. Liu Chen estimated that if all the treasures in this county were dug up, they could yield tens of thousands of taels of silver. This money is enough to alleviate his immediate financial crisis. In a mountain valley more than 20 miles outside the county town, Liu Chen met up with the 50 female soldiers led by Chu Yun and returned to Liu family village. As for Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu, they led 350 female soldiers and continued south. On the way, Chu Yun asked Liu Chen worriedly, "Brother Liu, Marquis Jinyuan has nearly 100,000 troops under his command and has also incorporated several bandit groups along the way, so his current strength is 150,000. Daya and General Meng only brought more than 300 people with them. Will they be in danger?" Liu Chen laughed and said, "They're just going to make our Liu family army famous, not to fight to the death with Marquis Jinyuan. With their abilities, if they wanted to leave, how could Marquis Jinyuan stop them?" Chu Yun thought about it and agreed. That's right. Liu Chen's decision to lead female soldiers in a battle this time was not merely to attack the government troops' camp. They have now detoured to Fengzhou City. At this time, Marquis Jinyuan had just captured Fengzhou City and was in a state of great pride. They never dreamed that anyone would dare to plot against them. Their mission is merely to intimidate Marquis Jinyuan, to let him know that our Liu family village is not to be trifled with, and our Liu family army is not to be trifled with. Their mission is to demonstrate our military might, and to let them know that if they want to provoke Liu Chen, they'd better see if he has the teeth to back it up. Otherwise, they might end up breaking their teeth instead of getting any meat. Liu Chen was extremely envious of Sima Zhongxian's vast wealth, so he had to go to the capital to take it all for himself. After he left, the troops of the Fengzhou general and the rebel army of the Marquis of Jinyuan became the biggest threats to Lujia village. Lu Chen had no choice but to strike first to let them know his power and deter them from causing trouble. This is called nipping a threat in the bud. After returning home, Lu Chen arranged for people to spread the word in the surrounding villages that he was recruiting unmarried women from respectable families. Before leaving, he wanted to recruit several hundred more new soldiers. Hurry up if you want to come. It's only for today or tomorrow. After these 2 days, I won't accept any more. Lu Chen originally did not plan to recruit soldiers at this stage because the second military camp had not yet been completed and there was nowhere for them to live. However, judging from the intelligence obtained in the past few days, both the government troops in Fengzhou City and the rebel army of Marquis Jingyuan are too numerous. This general of Fengzhou, in order to preserve his strength, actually handed over Fengzhou City so easily. It seems that the fate of the great Zhou dynasty has run its course. General Jiang Wenyu's troops in Fengzhou did not suffer too many losses in Fengzhou City. They still had tens of thousands left. The number of troops under the Marquis of Jingyuan was even more astonishing. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he decided to expand the size of the team. The news that Lu Chen was recruiting spread like wildfire throughout the surrounding dozen or so villages. Immediately, these villagers, who had been suffering from hunger, rushed to Lujiazhai with their families. As usual, Lu Chen arranged for several female soldiers to receive the new recruits. Chu Yin will be in charge of this matter. In just half a day, Chu Yin reported to Lu Chen, "Brother Lu, we have now recruited 400 new people. Should we continue? Is anyone else here?" Lu Chen asked. The surrounding villages aren't very big, so it's already quite good that they could gather 400 unmarried girls. Brother Lu, many distant villages have also received the news, and many people are still arriving in droves. Lu Chen understood. Who doesn't have a few relatives? It's likely that word spread, which is how even more distant villages heard about it. In that case, let's collect another 200. This was far beyond Lu Chen's expectations. If he recruits another 600 people today, the number of female soldiers under his command will reach 1,000. This could barely be considered a small unit. That evening, Lu Chen had the 600 new recruits assemble at the training ground. After saying a few words, he instructed Xie Qiao to distribute the Viagra pills. Then they were put to a physical fitness test. Brother Lu, 3 people failed the test this time. Chu Yin reported to Lu Chen with shame. Chu Yin was well aware of how precious the power pill in Lu Chen's hands was. Each one can completely change a person's life, making them invincible. This time, 3 more were wasted, which is a real shame. Lu Chen replied, "It's all right. It's only 3, which is still within an acceptable range. However, we must be more careful next time and try to investigate more thoroughly." "Yes, Brother Lu." Lu Chen continued, "The training of these new recruits will be entrusted to you and Lu Xiaolong. Within these 7 days, their training time must not be less than 6 hours a day. The soldiers of Fengzhou City and the rebel army of Marquis Jingyuan may attack my Lu family village at any time. We must make these new recruits have a certain combat capability as soon as possible." Chapter 88 accidentally hit Marquis Jingyuan. Outside Fengzhou City, at the camp of Marquis Wang Lang of Fengjingyuan. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire rang out, waking the soldiers who were fast asleep in their tents. "Oh no! Enemy attack! Quickly! Get up! Soldiers are coming to raid our camp." The soldiers groggily got out of bed, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out. The gunshots grew louder as they approached. Screams could be faintly heard. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? Could it be the Fengzhou troops attacking? Even General Jiang Wenyu of Fengzhou was so frightened that he ran away with his head in his hands. How could it be him? Could it be reinforcements transferred from the capital? Marquis Jingyuan, Wang Lang, was awakened by his guards. "What? Someone's raiding the camp." Wang Lang jumped up, grabbed the spear from the bedside, and strode out of the tent. "Where's the enemy?" Someone scrambled over. "Report. Sir, a musketeer squad has launched a night attack." Wang Lang was taken aback. "The musketeers?" He was puzzled. A mere musketeer squad dares to attack the camp? Are they tired of living? Without the cover of other military units, the musketeers would be utterly vulnerable. He simply couldn't understand why a musketeer squad would dare to raid the camp. Is he looking for death? He roared, "Prepare the horses." My lord, no." One of his subordinates hurriedly tried to stop him. Wang Lang angrily asked, "Why are you stopping me?" "My lord, this musketeer squad is exceptionally fierce. Our troops have suffered heavy casualties. You must not put yourself in danger. Wang Lang couldn't help but laugh. You cowards who fear death. Watch as I slaughter them without leaving a single one alive. Musketeers? To Wang Lang, they were all just there to deliver their heads. Wang Lang himself had a musketeer squad, and he knew best how effective they were. Even the musketeers dared to attack the camp. They really didn't take Wang Lang seriously at all. Tonight, Wang Lang is determined to kill to his heart's content. At this moment, 2 soldiers had already led the warhorse over. Wang Lang mounted his warhorse and raised a spear high. Men, follow me. My lord, you mustn't. My lord. Before his 2 subordinates could stop him, Wang Lang had already spurred his horse and charged into the brightly lit area. Not good. Quick, stop the marquis. Hurry and catch up. Hurry and catch up. If anything happens to the marquis, you will all lose your heads. At this moment, someone shouted, Quickly, go and fetch the second young master. Yes, only the second young master can stop the marquis. Suddenly, a great commotion erupted outside the central command tent. Wang Lang spurred his horse forward, followed by only 20 or so riders. Along the way, Wang Lang saw wave after wave of soldiers retreating from the front. Wang Lang was furious and cursed. You bunch of good-for-nothings. I've wasted my time raising you. A few measly musketeers, and you're all so afraid of me. He shouted, I, the Marquis, am here. Follow me to kill the enemy. But the fleeing soldiers ignored him and just kept running away. Enraged, Wang Lang killed a fleeing soldier with a single spear thrust. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Even so, it still couldn't stop the soldiers from fleeing. Wang Lang looked up and saw a bright, dazzling expanse ahead, with beams of light dancing wildly. It didn't seem to be torches. It's definitely not a torch. These beams of light are just accessories for assault rifles, high-powered flashlights. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, each in charge of one route, led their female soldiers in a crushing advance. They carried assault rifles, lined up in a row, and took small, quick steps, killing anyone who stood in their way, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. The sounds of bursts and rapid-fire shots, like firecrackers, fill the air. The front line is responsible for clearing out enemies blocking the way. The flanks are responsible for eliminating enemies coming from the 2 sides, and the rear line is responsible for protecting the teammates in the front line from being ambushed. Take steady and cautious steps, proceeding cautiously and methodically. All around them were corpses lying in pools of blood. Some rebels, relying on their superior numbers, attempted to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. But from a great distance, they were knocked to the ground by their powerful firepower. Those who remained, seeing the situation was turning against them, had no choice but to retreat hastily. Meng Ryu was having a great time killing. After emptying a magazine, she touched her waist and found that she had used up all the bullets she had. Ninger, come here, lend me 2 magazines. Ninger reluctantly took down 2 magazines and handed them over. General, young Master Lu said that these bullets are used up very quickly, so we should use them sparingly. Rower added, General, during training, young Master Lu said that this isn't how you use a gun. Meng Ruyu's face darkened, and she snorted coldly. You keep calling me young Master Lu, what? You betrayed me so quickly. Ninger and Rower panicked immediately. General, that's not what I meant. General, I was only trying to advise you out of good intentions. Meng Ryu stretched out her jade-like hand. If you give me 2 more magazines, this general will not be angry with you anymore. Ninger and Rower looked at each other and both sighed. Then he obediently handed over 2 magazines. That's more like it. Meng Ryu quickly changed the magazine and fired a long burst at the front. On the opposite side, a man who looked like an official let out a strange cry and fell off his horse. My lord! My lord! Oh no! The Marquis has been shot. Quickly! Protect the Marquis! Quickly! Save the Marquis! Poor Marquis Jingyuan, Wang Lang, had intended to pick an easy target tonight, just for amusement when he had nothing else to do in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, Meng Yuru shot him right in the first encounter. Hearing the chaotic shouts from the other side, Meng Ryu raised an eyebrow. I think I've hit a really big shot. Zhao Daya also noticed the situation on the other side. She raised her hand, signaling the group to stop advancing. Lu Chen only instructed them to intimidate Marquis Jingyuan, but did not tell them to kill him. If Marquis Jingyuan were to die at this time, would it affect Lu Chen's plans? In the brief moment she was stunned, a group of people in front of her had already lifted the fallen marquee up and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Meng Ryu considered it for a moment and said, "I think that's enough. Let's head back." Zhao Daya said, "Okay." She waved her hand. The vanguard becomes the rear guard. Withdraw from the camp immediately. By this time, the female soldiers had completely demoralized the rebel army of Marquis Jinyuan, and hardly anyone dared to stop them. More than 300 female soldiers quickly rushed out of the military camp and disappeared into the night. At this moment, inside Lu family village, Lu Chen exchanged the silver he dug up in the county town for the system's currency. Millions in hand. An assault rifle costs 8,800 yuan. 600 rifles would cost over 5 million yuan. At $1 a bullet, he bought 500,000 bullets. After buying all of these, there was very little system currency left. We'll have to wait until we have more money to equip the new recruits with long swords and repeating crossbows. Maintaining an army is really expensive. Lu Chen thought back to the days when he was poor in his previous life. This made him even more eager to seize Sima Zhongxin's assets. Chapter 89, Is the Marquis Dead? For the next 2 days, Lu Xiaolan and Chu Yun trained the new recruits from morning till night. These new recruits learned swordsmanship in the training ground in the morning and practiced marksmanship in the back mountain in the afternoon. Lu Chen, along with Xie Qiao and several female soldiers, disguised themselves and carried the East Depot badges they had taken from Sima Zhongxian and others, and quietly went to the county town. They stayed in the county town for 2 full days. Led by Lu Chen, they first unearthed the treasure hidden outside the houses at night. Then, during the day, they entered the houses by various means and dug out most of the treasure buried under the houses. Because some residents of the city did not cooperate, they were ultimately unable to clear all the treasure from the county town. My lord, there are 2 families who refuse to let us borrow their houses, even though we offer them money. Perhaps they are quite wealthy. Young Master Lu, there are several houses that are very dilapidated. We offered to buy them with money, but they refused to sell, saying that they were their ancestral homes and would never sell to anyone else. Only Xie Qiao knew that Lu Chen possessed extraordinary abilities to locate hidden silver, while the female soldiers were unaware of the reason behind it. They found it amazing that Lu Chen could know exactly where the silver was buried, and which family had gold and silver treasures buried a few feet deep under their bed. These gold and silver have been buried underground for many years. Even if we don't dig them up, they will benefit future generations. They may not be discovered for hundreds or even thousands of years. It's better to let them benefit us. In 2 days, Lu Chen had unearthed 80 or 90% of the treasures hidden throughout the county. Then they headed back home. After arriving home, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao counted the items in the house. I didn't expect that Hetou County, which has only been established for a short time, would have so many wealthy people. All of these can be converted into more than 50,000 taels of silver. This gain was far beyond Lu Chen's expectations. 2 treasure locations left the deepest impression on him. One of them was a large family's house with a corner behind the wall, where there was a jar of silver ingots, totaling 6,500 taels. There was another place in the backyard of the county government office, where an iron box contained 1,000 taels of gold bricks. These must have been hidden by a corrupt official. For some reason, he was unable to take these gold bricks with him when he died. With some money in hand, Lu Chen took advantage of the night to buy a large amount of building materials and pile them up at the entrance of Lu family village. He then went to Sun Jiazwang and placed the building materials outside the village. These materials should last for quite some time. Lu Chen also didn't forget about the food. Lu Chen had plenty of grain in his spatial storage. He took out 500 tons of grain and piled it up in the east courtyard. The east courtyard is quite large. It could easily hold thousands of tons of grain. We can have Zhao Daya lead a group to set up a tent then. However, it doesn't matter whether we build a shed or not. Judging from the sky, it's unlikely to rain for a long time. Everything is ready. He could go to the capital with peace of mind once Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu returned from the south. Although Fengzhou City was far from Hetou County, Zhao Daya and her entourage were fast and strong, making their marching speed several times that of ordinary troops. If things get urgent, Lu Chen's female soldiers can march 2 or even 300 miles a day without any problem. At this time, outside Fengzhou City, at the central camp of the Marquis of Jinyuan, the soldiers outside the tent were all very cautious, speaking in hushed tones, for fear of being used as a punching bag. Inside and outside the commander's tent, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. Physicians of all ranks went in and out of the main tent, each with a furrowed brow. Officers of all ranks gathered outside the tent, their faces showing worry. For 2 whole days, Marquis Jinyuan, Wang Lang, remained unconscious. These civil and military officials were filled with anxiety. What would they do if something happened to Marquis Jinyuan? Marquis Jinyuan was their backbone. If something happens to Marquis Jinyuan, what should they do? Father, 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 why did you leave us like this? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from inside the tent. The people outside the tent were horrified. Is the Marquis of Jinyuan really gone just like that? Yesterday, several medical officers said that the Marquis might wake up again. How could someone suddenly be gone in just one day? Father, father, how could you abandon your child like this? Wang Han, the second son of the Marquis's family, wept bitterly, almost fainting. Several of the Marquis of Jinyuan's capable generals also burst into tears. The entire camp was shrouded in grief. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu returned to Lujia village. You mean the Marquis of Jinyuan was shot? Lu Chen was quite surprised. This Marquis of Jinyuan has really bad luck. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu led more than 300 female soldiers into the camp of an army of over 100,000, but only managed to kill or wound less than 3,000 enemy soldiers. How'd we end up running into their head coach? Brother Lu, if Marquis Jinyuan were to die at this time, would it have a significant impact on our Lu family village? Zhao Daya asked. Lu Chen laughed. He's just a Marquis of Jinyuan. Whether he lives or dies is irrelevant. He continued, as originally planned, I will set off for the capital tomorrow to take over the property of that old scoundrel Sima. Meng Ruyu patted his chest and said, Brother, you can go with peace of mind. With me here, no one will be able to get close to Lu family village. The rifles that Lu Chen gave them are really useful. As long as she has enough bullets, she is not afraid of any number of enemies. Lu Chen just said he bought another 500,000 bullets, which, together with the previous 500,000, brings his total to 1 million bullets. They have only used up a little over 10,000 bullets in the past few days. Lu Chen remembered something and said, Once I leave, you'll only be able to eat rice and white flour buns every day. Zhao Daya immediately said, Rice and steamed buns are plentiful. Anyone who dares to complain about the food can get out of Lujia village. Meng Ruyu added, That's right. Anyone who dares to complain about the food should be kicked out of Lu family village immediately. Lu Xiaolan said, Brother Lu, I think we should take advantage of your absence to change our meals. Instead of having meat every day, we should change it to having meat once every 2 weeks, so as not to spoil their palates. Okay, in the future, I will get involved in these kinds of things less often or not at all, and you guys can discuss and decide for yourselves. Lu Chun readily agreed. At this moment, Xie Qiao suddenly said, Husband, your second uncle secretly returned to the village a while ago. He rarely goes out after he came back, and many people don't even know he's back. Meng Ruyu's expression changed slightly. She looked outside the door and then glanced at the corner of the wall as if she were looking for something. She had already released Lu Qingping and even gave him 10 taels of silver. During this time, she also learned about the relationship between Lu Chun and his nephew from various sources. She shouldn't interfere in Lu Chen's family affairs, nor should she say anything about them. I have nothing to do with him, and you don't need to mention his affairs to me in the future. Lu Chen didn't take Lu Qingping seriously at all. He was just a passerby. After everyone left, Xie Qiao said to Lu Chen, Husband, I want to go to the capital with you. Xie Qiao had wanted to tell Lu Chen about this for a long time. Since my wife wants to go, then let's go together. Chapter 90, Buying a helicopter isn't out of the question. After settling matters at home, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao and Chu Yun and headed to the capital. Lu Chen dressed up as a rich young master, while Xie Qiao and Chu Yun dressed up as Lu Chen's attendants. The three packed a few simple belongings, bid farewell to everyone, and headed north out of the village. 90 li north of Hudou County lies Majiang County. Even in broad daylight, the three of them couldn't travel too fast, but even so, they could reach Majiang County within a day. Along the way, there were people fleeing with their families everywhere. Some went out to beg for food because of famine in their hometowns, while others went out to escape the ravages of war. The three of them hurried along, their steps quick, and finally arrived outside Majiang County before nightfall. Lu Chen estimated that if they continued on this route, it would take about half a month to reach the capital. Upon arriving at the city gate, Lu Chen flashed his waist badge to the soldiers guarding the city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the distinctive tiger head emblem of the Eastern Depot on their waist tags, they immediately let them pass with smiles on their faces. Lu Chen was now certain that there shouldn't be any trouble along the way. "My lady, let's stay here for the night. If you're too tired from your journey, we could buy a carriage tomorrow." Actually, the three of them weren't tired, but they had traveled a long way and were covered in dust. Lu Chen felt that Xie Qiao had worked too hard. This was the first time he had taken Xie Qiao out. Xie Qiao said, "The carriage might not be as fast as we can go, so let's not buy it." Chuyan also said, "We're traveling during the day, so we're a bit slow. If we were traveling at night, we could walk faster than a carriage." Lu Chen had no choice but to give up. The three of them found an inn, booked 2 superior rooms, ate a simple meal, and then went back to their rooms to rest. As usual, Lu Chen entered the space to harvest crops and vegetables. After finishing his work, he slept for a few hours in the space. After waking up and leaving the space, Lu Chen checked his watch and found that less than an hour had passed outside. In this era, without entertainment programs, Lu Chen was bored, so he browsed the product catalog in the system store. Even if you don't buy anything, it's good to take a look. This is way too cheap. Lu Chen was like someone shopping online. He wanted to buy everything he saw. However, because many of his products were out of step with the times, he often had no choice but to give up. The store he was seeing now was actually a helicopter. This helicopter is designed to be small and lightweight, and costs only a little over 3 million. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel an itch to buy it. He carefully examined the detailed specifications of the helicopter. It can carry 4 people, including the pilot. It has a speed of 280 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers. This time, they dug up tens of thousands of taels of silver from the county town. If converted into system currency, that would be tens of millions. He spent 20,000 taels on building materials for his home, and now he has 30,000 taels, which is equivalent to 30 million system coins. Spending over 2 million to buy a helicopter is not out of the question. Oh dear, I was too hasty. Lu Chen felt a little regretful. If he had thought of this earlier, why would he have had to go through the trouble of walking to the capital? Just as he was considering whether or not to buy the helicopter, he suddenly heard a commotion in the inn. Lu Chen was too lazy to go out and see the excitement, since he had already slept enough in his space. But soon there was a knock on the door. "My husband, it's me." Lu Chen opened the door, only to find Xie Qiao and Chu Yun standing outside. "Husband, shall we go down and take a look?" Xie Qiao rubbed her eyes. Clearly she had just been sleeping soundly. "Okay, let's go down and take a look." Lu Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but if he disturbed Xie Qiao's rest, then he couldn't. At that moment, 2 groups of people downstairs were arguing fiercely. "Don't think that just because you're the county magistrate's brother-in-law, you could be the only reason with me. I'm sleeping soundly in my room. Why should I give you the house?" The speaker was a young man in his 20s, quite handsome, but he spoke with a very assertive tone. The other group acted unreasonably, clearly used to being domineering and tyrannical. In particular, a man in his 40s with a pockmarked face was shouting wildly, spitting as he spoke. "I told you to give up the house, and you have to give it up. If you dare not to tonight, I'll make sure you can't leave Majiang County tomorrow." The young man retorted defiantly, "I'm not letting you through today. If you've got the guts, don't let me leave the city gates tomorrow." The 2 sides were on the verge of exchanging blows, just short of actually drawing their weapons. Judging from their appearance, Lu Chen estimated that it would be difficult to determine a winner for the time being. Although the middle-aged man with pockmarks was a local bully and had his brother-in-law, the county magistrate, backing him up, this young man didn't seem to be a pushover either. If he didn't have some confidence, this young man would never dare to go against Ma Zi. Lu Chen shook his head and said, all right, aren't you guys going to let other people sleep?" His words immediately drew everyone's attention. At the same time, Lu Chen successfully drew the firepower to him. The middle-aged man with pockmarks had lived half his life, so he was certainly not stupid. He could also tell that the young man he was arguing with must have some kind of background. He was simply too proud to back down. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear out of nowhere, he immediately changed his target. He glared at Lu Chen and roared, "Who do you think you are, daring to challenge your Uncle Su?" Lu Chen said coldly, "Who are you calling Grandpa? I'll call you Grandpa." As soon as Ma Zi uttered those words, he realized something was amiss. He immediately flew into a rage. "You brat. Are you itching for a beating? Someone loosen his bones. The two men behind him immediately rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. They argued for ages, but didn't dare to lay a hand on him. What's wrong with him? They think he's easy to bully. Just as the two men were about to punch Lu Chen in the face, Chu Yun suddenly stepped forward, casually spread his arms, and the two men were sent flying. Chu Yunlu's move astonished everyone in the inn. Ma Zi was also taken aback. However, he quickly sneered, "You dare to beat my men in this Majiang County? If I don't send you all to jail today, I'm not a Sioux." He waved his hand. "Go. Beat them to death." The 4 or 5 men behind him all took out their weapons, including iron whips and iron rods, but no swords or other sharp blades. Clearly, they know how to fight. Seeing this, the handsome young man hurriedly shouted, "Young man, you guys run." He was about to step forward and stop the men, but his thin, frail body couldn't stop him. Several men brandished sticks and iron whips and began to attack Lu Chen and his companions relentlessly. Lu Chen's expression turned cold, and he said, "Just don't kill them." Chu Yun used a clever technique to knock the two men away. The two men were almost unharmed after she knocked them away. It seems that Chu Yun didn't want to cause trouble. I just wanted to give them a little punishment so they would back down. To everyone's surprise, this time they went even further, actually using weapons to try and beat the man half to death. Then you can't blame Lu Chen for being ruthless. Chu Yun nodded slightly and charged towards the group of men. Chapter 91. One shot repels the enemy. Chu Yun's move was swift and decisive. She broke a man's nose with one punch and sent a burly man with a whip flying with another. With a backhand slap, he severed another man's arm, followed by a kick that broke another man's calf. The last one, seeing the situation was bad, turned to run, but Chu Yun kicked him in the back, and he immediately vomited blood and fainted. In less than 10 seconds, all 5 menacing, burly men were lying on the ground. At this moment, all the guests in the inn got up and were amazed to see that Chu Yun, a thin and small man, had defeated 5 strong men in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man with pockmarks was also frightened. When he saw Chu Yun looking at him coldly, he thought that Chu Yun was going to harm him, so he knelt down in front of Chu Yun. "Young hero, spare my life. Young hero, please let me go. I'll never dare to do it again." To his surprise, Chu Yun ignored him, took 2 steps back, and stood next to Lu Chen. Only Ma Zi was left kneeling there, looking incredibly awkward. The handsome young man hurried over and thanked Lu Chen. "My name is Lu Sitian. May I ask your honorable surname, sir?" Lu Chen said, "My surname is Lu. Thank you so much, young Master Lu, for your righteous assistance. And thank you to this young hero as well. May I ask your esteemed name?" Chu Yun said, "Chu Yun. Thank you so much, young hero Chu. I am truly grateful." After expressing his gratitude, Lu Sitian pestered Chu Yun with questions, expressing great admiration for her martial arts skills. "It's getting late, young Master Lu. You should get some rest." Before Lu Sitian could say anything more, Lu Chen led Xie Qiao and Chu Yun back to their room. They thought that was the end of it. To everyone's surprise, the inn was in an uproar again early the next morning. Lu Chen got up and opened the door, only to see a person standing outside. It was the young man, Lu Sitian, from last night. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen asked, somewhat displeased. Lu Sitian, however, paid no attention and hurriedly said, "Young Master Lu, something bad has happened. Last night, that scoundrel brought a group of soldiers to cause us trouble." Lu Chen said coldly, "They're looking for trouble with me. What's it to you? Young Master Lu, you fought with that Sioux guy last night because of me, so of course it has something to do with me." At this moment, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun came out from the next room. Lu Sitian immediately abandoned Lu Chen and started pestering Chu Yun. "Young Master Chu, did you sleep well last night?" Before Chu Yun could speak, Lu Sitian added, "Young Master Chu, that fellow brought reinforcements again last night. I'll hold them off here, but you should escape through the back door." Chu Yun remained silent, only smiling as she looked at Lu Chen. Xie Qiao also looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen felt that something was off about the 3 of them, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Young Master Lu, even if you want to run now, do you think you can escape?" The enemy came prepared, and with a troop of soldiers, they must have already surrounded the inn completely. As they were talking, a large group of soldiers carrying long guns rushed in from outside the inn. The leader was so fat that he looked like he was carrying twins. "I am ordered to capture these bandits. All unrelated persons, leave immediately." The innkeeper and waiter were all so frightened that they huddled together in a corner behind the counter, trembling with fear. The guests in the inn hurriedly packed their luggage and ran out of the inn as if they were escaping. Before long, apart from the innkeeper and the waiter, only Lu Chen and his 2 companions, along with Lu Sitian and his several attendants, remained in the inn. At this moment, the middle-aged man with pockmarks, surnamed Su, who had been away the previous night, squeezed his way to the front from among a group of soldiers. He spotted Lu Chen and his group on the second floor at a glance. "Sir, it's them. They're the ones who injured my men last night." The heavily pregnant officer looked up at Lu Chen and his group. "You lot, get down here." As a mere banner commander, he barely earns a few taels of silver a year. The county magistrate's brother-in-law was really rich. He threw out 500 taels of silver in one go. For the sake of 500 taels of silver, we have to put on a good show today. However, things didn't seem to go as he expected. The 4 people upstairs weren't scared out of their wits by him. She didn't fawn over him or try to get close to him. What's even more infuriating is that they didn't even give me a second glance the whole time. The commander was furious. He waved a thick, fleshy hand forward. "Men, take him down." A group of soldiers, carrying long guns, rushed upstairs. Lu Chen and his group were standing at the top of the stairs. Just as Chu Yun was about to make a move, he saw Xie Qiao pull out a pistol from his pocket. Smack! A crisp gunshot rang out. The soldier at the front was shot in the shoulder. In pain, he could not stand and fell backward. Unfortunately, this soldier was a big, burly man. When he fell, he knocked over the people behind him, and they all tumbled down the stairs. A musket! The flag bearer was taken aback. However, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. They really are bandits. No, they might even be rebels. Heaven is on my side. If he could personally capture a few of the Marquis of Jingyuan spies, then he would have a good chance of being promoted. Mia muskets. Charge. 5 taels of silver for each one captured. Upon hearing that there was a reward, all the soldiers became excited and rushed up the stairs without regard for their lives. These men had served in the military for many years and knew that although the sound of a musket was frightening, it was not practical. Reloading a single shot takes the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. In that time, he would have died countless times over. Therefore, they're not afraid. Slap, slap, slap. Xie Qiao fired several shots, and several more soldiers were hit and tumbled down the stairs. The captain craned his neck in confusion, peering intently ahead. He could see clearly that there seemed to be only one musket on the other side. But how could a single musket fire several shots in succession? He didn't see the man loading gunpowder or bullets. At this moment, Xie Qiao spoke indifferently. "If anyone dares to step forward, they shall die." She didn't aim for vital organs with those shots. These soldiers should be out of danger if they receive timely medical attention. But if they still don't know what's good for them, then she won't be so polite. She carried 4 magazines, plus 1 from her pistol, for a total of 5 magazines and 75 bullets. There were only a few dozen people in and around the inn. She was all alone, with just a gun. That was enough to handle it. At this moment, the commander saw his men looking at each other, none of them daring to step forward, and he was furious. "You cowards! I've been feeding you all for nothing. They only have 1 musket, and there are so many of you. What are you afraid of? Get up and charge. Charge now. Anyone who dares to back down, I'll chop you up." At this moment, Xie Qiao aimed his pistol at the flag bearer. The captain shuddered, instinctively shrinking his head back into his neck and hastily taking 2 steps back to hide behind several soldiers. "That's right. They only have 1 musket. What are you afraid of? Charge. All of you charge." One of the junior officers, who loved to flatter the head officer, shouted loudly. The soldiers' morale was reignited, and with a shout, they charged forward again, guns raised. Smack! A soldier had just stepped onto the stairs and hadn't taken 2 steps when a gunshot rang out, hitting him squarely in the chest. He let out a muffled groan and fell backward. One of his companions was shocked and shouted, "Neo Air has been shot and is dead." Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had been rushing forward in a swarm suddenly retreated like a tide, all the way to the outside of the inn. The flag bearer was momentarily stunned when he suddenly realized that he was the only person left in the entire inn. Chapter 92, Never to Meet Again. Seeing Xie Qiao pointing the pistol at him, the flag bearer broke out in a cold sweat. Xie Qiao became angry when she saw that the official was still not leaving. She pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The flag fell to the ground with a thud. Xie Qiao was slightly taken aback. She did not intend to kill him. Did I make a mistake? Just as she was wondering, several bold soldiers rushed in from outside the inn and dragged the flag officer out of the inn. Lu Sitian paid no attention to any of this. He was staring intently at the pistol in Xie Qiao's hand. Young man, what about your musket? Xie Qiao put the pistol away before he could finish speaking. Lu Sitian could only sigh helplessly. Lu Chen then said, let's go. If we don't leave now, there will probably be more and more people. After saying that, he stepped out of the stairwell. Lu Sitian followed closely behind Lu Chen and said, young Master Lu, it's not so easy to leave now. Outside the inn, dozens of soldiers blocked the door. They had a whole array of knives and spears in their hands, which looked quite intimidating. Of course, if Lu Chen and the others are not strong enough, then they're not just bluffing, they can really kill people. Lu Chen strolled along leisurely, politely saying as he went, excuse me, please let me pass. At that moment, the flag bearer was lying not far from the door. Several soldiers, their brows slick with sweat, were examining his injuries. They were quite strange. The comrade only had a small abrasion on his left ear. Otherwise, he was perfectly fine. Why can't he do it? No matter how I call, I can't wake him up. Some clever people knew what was going on, but they didn't dare to say it. She clearly fainted from fright. Over there, Lu Chen and his group were passing through a thick wall of people. These soldiers, who usually act all high and mighty, are now incredibly cowardly. Seeing Lu Chen and his group approaching, everyone instinctively made way for them. However, there are also those who do not believe in superstition. Just as Lu Chen and his companions were about to pass through the human wall, two soldiers stood tall and blocked their way. Lu Chen looked up and glanced indifferently at the two soldiers. Chu Yun then said in an unfriendly tone, get out of the way. Instead of moving aside, the two soldiers shouted loudly, catch them quickly. They don't have any muskets. What are you afraid of? Charge. All of you charge. Lu Chen then noticed that the two men in front of him were not ordinary soldiers, but two flag bearers. A general led 50 soldiers, and a junior officer led 10 soldiers. The head flag is roughly equivalent to a platoon leader, while the small flag is equivalent to a squad leader. Hearing the shouts of the two small flags, the soldiers suddenly regained their courage. They shouted loudly and pointed their knives and guns at Lu Chen and the others. Catch them. They injured the commander-in-chief. We must not let them escape. Brothers, charge. Seeing the soldiers' swords and spears closing in, Lu Sitian turned pale with fright. He had just said it was difficult to escape, but this young Master Lu insisted on forcing his way in. Now, trapped in a tight encirclement, if they don't obediently submit, countless transparent holes will appear on their bodies in an instant. You're asking for it. Lu Chen's face turned cold, and he waved his right hand forward, knocking away the two small flags blocking his way, which knocked over several soldiers behind him. Almost simultaneously, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also made their move. Their sleeves fluttered like butterflies, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of soldiers around them, armed with swords and spears, lay dead. If someone has poor eyesight, they might not even know what happened. Ouch! My goodness! Whose gun poked my butt? Damn it! I've been shot in the waist. Who stabbed me? The soldiers lay on the ground, their screams echoing through the air. The remaining soldiers were so frightened by this that they retreated one after another, and none of them dared to step forward. Lu Sitian was dumbfounded. Good heavens! These three are all martial arts masters. No wonder they are so fearless. Lu Sitian's followers showed expressions of relief, as if they had survived a disaster. Young master, you scare me to death. Let's go quickly. Leave? Where to go? The city gates are closed. How can we get out? Lu Sitian looked at Lu Chen and the other two with eager eyes and said, we just need to follow young Master Lu. Lu Chen turned to look at Lu Sitian. The streetlights were dim at this moment, and Lu Sitian couldn't see Lu Chen's expression clearly. He hurried a few steps and came to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen asked, are you sure you want to come with us? Lu Sitian nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm going to follow you. Lu Chen laughed and said, you'd better not regret this. Lu will never regret it. Lu Chen smiled. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun both smiled and remained silent. Lu Sitian was completely puzzled, not knowing what the three of them are laughing about. However, he soon found out. Lu Chen led the group through a maze of turns, and they suddenly came to a small alley and stopped. Lu Sitian didn't understand what Lu Chen was going to do. Lu Chen pulled a short-handled entrenching tool from his bag. They started digging right at the corner of the wall. Lu Sitian fainted. He stammered, "Young Master Lu, you wouldn't be thinking of digging a tunnel out of the city from here, would you?" Lu Chen remained silent and dug for a while longer, eventually unearthing a small jar from the ground. He opened the seal, touched the inside with his hand, and smiled. He never expected to stumble upon such a treasure trove, containing more than a dozen large gold ingots. They were all gold ingots, each weighing 20 taels. With a thought, he immediately stored the gold ingots in his spatial storage. "Oh no, the silver I hid here 2 years ago has been stolen." Lu Chen clapped his hands in frustration. Lu Sitian was completely baffled by Lu Chen's actions. Why would someone from Hutto County bury silver in Majiang County? This person carries a shovel with him when he goes on a long trip. However, as long as he doesn't dig tunnels, it's fine. Lu Chen put the entrenching tool back into his bag and continued walking. They arrived at a secluded spot at the foot of the city wall. Lu Chen looked up at the city wall, then at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun both nodded. Lu Chen gave Lu Sitian a deep look and said, "Young Master Lu, farewell forever." After saying this, he suddenly leaped up and flew like a swallow onto the city wall, which was 3 or 4 zhang high. Lu Sitian was stunned. Immediately afterwards, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also leaped onto the city wall. Lu Sitian almost cried while reading this. His entourage was also dumbfounded. It turns out that people can leave the city as easily as walking on flat ground. But what about those other guys? He just left there? Lu Sitian looked up at the high city wall, feeling like crying but having no tears. They came all this way just to see how people fly up the city wall. Lu Chen and the others left swiftly, but what about the rest of them? As soon as it gets light, they'll be in jail. It's probably better for them to be in jail. The real fear is that they'll have to endure torture and humiliation. Chapter 93, What the Heck, is soft and fragrant. Since it was not wartime, there were not many soldiers patrolling the city walls of the county. The few soldiers there were mostly slacking off and sleeping. After Lu Chen and his 2 companions arrived at the city wall, they couldn't see a single person in sight. Xie Qiao peeked down the city wall and asked Lu Chen, "Husband, are we really going to abandon him?" Chu Yun also said, "This matter only escalated because of us. If we just abandon him like this, young Master Lu's life will be in danger." "All right, let's help him out then." Lu Chen continued, "Saving him is possible, but we need to get to the capital quickly. We can't let him continue to follow us." Xie Qiao said, "Okay, I'll talk to him about this." Lu Chen reached into his bag, took out a large coil of rope, and threw it down the city wall. Just as Lu Sitian and his companions were at their wits' end, not knowing what to do, they suddenly saw something fall from the city wall. One of the attendants leaned closer for a look and exclaimed with delight, "Miss, it's a rope." Lu Sitian's worry turned to joy. "They're quite thoughtful. Miss, you go up first." Lu Sitian said, "All right, I'll pull you up after I get up there." A servant came over and tied a rope around Lu Sitian's waist. Then he pulled the rope down a little, signaling to the people above that they were ready. Chu Yun pulled the rope from above, and soon he had pulled Lu Sitian up to the city wall. "Thank you so much, young Master Lu, for saving me." "Thank you all." Lu Sitian, having narrowly escaped death, was extremely grateful to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't reply, and threw the rope down again, pulling up Lu Sitian's followers one by one. When he pulled up the last follower, the follower seemed terrified and couldn't exert any strength at all. Lu Chen could only put his arm around his waist and carry him up to the city wall. Why is Lu Sitian's attendant so limp? I think I can even smell a fragrance. What the heck is that? However, since he still had to go down to the outside of the city wall and do a lot of work, Lu Chen didn't have time to think about it much. After much trouble, the group finally left Majiang County and headed north under cover of night. At this time, in Lujia village, inside the main hall where Lu Chen often held meetings, Zhao Daya, Lu Xiulan, Meng Ruyu, and several others were discussing the possible war they might face. There are rumors circulating among the refugees today that the Marquis of Jingyuan is dead. I don't know if this is true or not, Lu Xiulan said first. Meng Ruyu frowned slightly. If Marquis Jingyuan is really dead, his second son will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Lu Xiulan, what do you mean? Meng Ruyu said, "You know very little about Marquis Jingyuan, so let me give you a brief introduction. Apart from that one trip a few days ago, Zhao Daya has never left the village in her entire life. Before this, she had never even been to the nearest town, Phoenix Perch. She knew very little about the outside world. Upon hearing Meng Ryu say this, she immediately perked up her ears. In this respect, Lu Xiaolan is better than Zhao Daya, but only by a very limited margin. Although she read a lot, she knew very little about the people and events of the Great Zhou dynasty. What kind of person is this Marquis Jingyuan? Sister Meng, please tell me quickly. Meng Ryu recounted the story in detail. Do you know why this Wang Lang, who is just a minor marquis, is able to dominate 2 counties and 1 prefecture in the south? Do you know that when the late emperor was alive, he made 3 southern tours to the south? Did you know that when Wang Lang was young, he went to the capital several times to be summoned by the late emperor? Why did the late emperor show such favor to a hereditary marquis who was completely unrelated to him? A glint flashed in Lu Xiaolan's eyes. Marquis Jingyuan. He's actually the late emperor's. Meng Ryu nodded. Yes, you're right. Zhao Daya was confused. What was he to the late emperor? Tell me. Lu Xiaolan chuckled softly. The Marquis of Jingyuan was the late emperor's adopted son. Zhao Daya was stunned. After a long while, she asked in confusion, isn't it said that every emperor has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? Would he lack women? Why would he keep women outside? Have you ever heard the saying, wildflowers smell sweeter than garden flowers? Meng Ryu said with a smile. Zhao Daya retorted. How can wildflowers smell better than cultivated flowers? I don't believe it. Meng Ryu said, let's not talk about Marquis Jingyuan anymore. What I want to talk about is his second son. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daya hurriedly said, then tell me quickly, is his second young master also keeping a woman outside? Meng Ryu. Lu Xiaolan tugged at Zhao Daya. Let Sister Meng speak. Wang Lang's second son is named Wang Han. Wang Han is ambitious, but unfortunately he is suppressed by his older brother Wang Qi. He wants to turn the tables, but can't. Just like Wang Chun, who was trampled underfoot by Xiao Ju that day. Recalling Wang Chun's disheveled appearance that day, Zhao Daya couldn't help but say sympathetically, Sister Meng, if you put it that way, Wang Han is quite pitiful too. Pitiful my foot. That Wang Han is a complete scoundrel. Meng Ryu felt a surge of anger whenever she thought of Wang Han. The first time she experienced the feeling of being bullied by a dog when she was down on her luck came from Wang Han, that dog. This Wang Han, relying on his status as the Marquis of Jingyuan, acts like a local tyrant, bullying men and women and committing all sorts of evil deeds. The local people hate him to the bone. What's even more infuriating is that he actually wants to set his sights on me. Zhao Daya. Sister Meng is so beautiful. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for him to have designs on you? Meng Ryu was furious. Zhao Daya, I don't want to talk to you. Zhao Daya quickly said, Okay, I won't say any more. You go ahead. Meng Ryu then continued her lecture. This time, however, she spoke very quickly so that Zhao Daya wouldn't interrupt. Finally, Meng Ryu said, Therefore, in order to seize power from his elder brother Wang Qi, Wang Han will definitely take advantage of the death of Marquis Jingyuan to launch an attack on our Lu family village. Having witnessed numerous power struggles in the records of Chu, Lu Xiaolan deeply agreed with this assessment. Zhao Daya said, It's all right. Even if Wang Han wants to attack our Lu family village, it won't be a matter of 10 days or half a month. They're still 200 or 300 miles away from us. Besides, Jiang Wenyu's tens of thousands of troops are stationed in Hudou County. By the time he reaches us, Brother Lu should have returned from the capital. No matter how critical the situation was, Zhao Daya firmly believed that as long as Lu Chun was there, no one else could help. Lu Xiaolan and Meng Ryu both shook their heads. Zhao Daya hurriedly asked, What? Can't Jiang Wenyu even last half a month? Meng Ryu laughed. I have been leading troops for many years, and I am very good at judging people. This Jiang Wenyu is cunning and shrewd. He is a cunning old fox. In these chaotic times, whoever has more troops is the boss. Do you think Jiang Wenyu will fight Wang Han to the death? Lu Xiaolan chimed in. That's exactly right. Zhao Daya slammed her hand on the table and stood up. If that brat Wang Han dares to come, I'll make sure he never leaves. Chapter 94 Expelled from the Village. Sensing that after the unexpected death of Marquis Jingyuan, his son Wang Han would likely launch a major military campaign, Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu felt immense pressure. But the construction of Lujiazhai is still in full swing. Neither the local villagers nor the later migrants knew anything about this. They had a few rare good days, were able to eat their fill, and were living comfortably and happily. That evening after dinner, a group of refugees sat at the foot of the city wall, as usual, chatting and joking around. They only work 4 or 5 hours a day on the construction site, so they actually have quite a lot of free time. I heard our boss has gone on a long trip and may not be back for a long time. As they were chatting, someone suddenly brought up Chen. That's right, I haven't seen young Master Lu and his wife for 2 days. It's chaotic outside. There's fighting everywhere. Why doesn't the boss stay home? What are you doing out there? I heard that he went out to do big business and make money. That's true. With thousands of people to feed and drink, it's a huge expense every day. If we don't find a way to make money, no one can keep up. Xie, the employer is doing all this for us. If it weren't for giving us a way to make a living, why would the employer work so hard to earn money? If it weren't for young Master Lu taking our family in, we would probably have starved to death on the road of fleeing famine long ago. As the group was talking, a discordant voice suddenly broke in. With his boss gone, our good days are over. Everyone looked up and saw Xiao Dalai. Xiao Dalai was somewhat well known among the refugees. Some people heard from Xiao Dalai's fellow villagers that Xiao Dalai was originally a local ruffian and a notorious scoundrel in their village. His original name was not Xiao Dalai, but a nickname given to him by others. With so many people calling him that, no one remembers his original name anymore. When everyone saw Xiao Dalai come over to join in the fun, they all fell silent. Xiao Dalai seemed completely oblivious to the disgusted expressions on everyone's faces and plopped down in the crowd. Damn it, I haven't had meat for 2 days, and my mouth is so bland. Back in my hometown, whenever I was craving something, I could just go out and hunt a bird. Whether I boiled it or roasted it, it was always delicious. Someone sarcastically remarked, "Did you perhaps shoot a bird out of someone's henhouse?" Xiao Dalai was immediately annoyed and wanted to get angry, but when he saw that the man was big and burly and looked like he was not to be trifled with, he said, "No matter where you got it from, I have plenty of ways to satisfy my craving. You make it sound so good to you, so why didn't you stay in your hometown and enjoy your life? Why did you come out here to suffer like this?" Xiao Dalai was speechless for a long time after being pressed against. At this moment, an old man said, "I don't think we've suffered much in Lujia village. In my whole life, I've never eaten as much meat as I have in this past month. We also have white rice and white flour buns every day. Who would have dared to dream of such a good life before?" Xiao Dalai rolled his eyes. "What good days? Anyway, I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't eat meat." Everyone instinctively shifted their positions, moving away from Xiao Dalai. Xiao Dalai suddenly put on a mysterious look and lowered his voice, saying, "You don't know, do you? The girls at the master keeps still get to eat meat every day. This is no secret." Before leaving, Lu Chen left some cured meat for his family. Cured meat was hanging everywhere in the shady areas of the courtyard. People come and go in the courtyard all day long, and many people have seen it. This was something he specially reserved for the female soldiers. Hearing Xiao Dalai's words, someone finally couldn't hold back and said with dissatisfaction, "What does it have to do with you what other people eat? If you're so capable, why don't you join the Lu family as a soldier? If you can't be a soldier, you could be a steward." A gaunt middle-aged man nearby chimed in, "Yeah, why do you always think about good things? If it weren't for young Master Lu, you'd still be begging on the road. If you couldn't beg for food, you'd be stuck clinging to a tree and gnawing on its bark. But right now, you probably don't even have bark to gnaw on." Xiao Dalai was repeatedly rebuffed and immediately became enraged. He stood up abruptly, pointed at the gaunt middle-aged man, and cursed, "Did I even speak to you? Who do you think you are? Do I even know you? Why are you coming at me like that? What if I don't show my power? You'll think I'm a pushover." The middle-aged man didn't back down either, standing up to continue his retort. "What? You're talking badly about our employer behind our backs, and I don't like it. What are you going to do about it?" Bystanders rushed to intervene and mediate, and after a heated argument, the two finally calmed down. That very night, Xiao Daya and the others learned about it. Xiao Daya was so angry that she slammed her fist on the table. It's true, the older generation was right. A little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. We won't raise such ungrateful wretches. Lu Xiaolan smiled and advised her, "Dia, actually, this matter seems like a small thing, but it shows that there are still quite a few people who are dissatisfied with the fact that we have stopped feeding them meat." Meng Ryu said, "Since they complain about our food, Let them go somewhere else to live a better life. Lu Xiaolan repeatedly agreed. That's right. From now on, every single person who repays kindness with enmity will be kicked out of Lu family village. Zhao Daya immediately said, I'll take care of this. Zhao Daya acted swiftly and decisively, handling the matter personally the next day. A dozen or so people who were secretly complaining and trying to stir up trouble were publicly expelled from Lu family village by Zhao Daya. When these people heard that they were to be driven away, they all cried and refused to leave. Where could they go after leaving Lujia village? In this year of great famine, where can they find food and drink to their heart's content? Where can they find rice and steamed buns to fill their stomachs? When Zhao Daya saw them throwing a tantrum, she ordered them to be driven out of the city. From then on, Lu family village became much more peaceful. However, although Lujia village appeared peaceful on the surface, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and the others discussed countermeasures every night. I knew it, Meng Ruyu said. I heard that Wang Han did not bury the Marquis of Jingyuan. After he put his father in the coffin, he led the Marquis of Jingyuan's army to carry the coffin north, saying that he would not be a man if he did not avenge his father. Lu Xiaolan laughed. This man, for the sake of power, not only has no shame, but he doesn't even care about his ancestors. Meng Ryu also laughed and said, I wonder if his elder brother Wang Qi will be furious when he hears this news. Once Wang Han gets his hands on military power, he will never let go of it, even if it means his death. Zhao Daya was troubled. I heard that Marquis Jingyuan has more than 100,000 troops under his command, while we only have 1,000. How can we fight this battle? Brother Lu instructed us that not a single one of our soldiers can die. Meng Ryu said sternly. Then intensify the training. Starting today, train for a full 8 hours every day. Yes, even last-minute preparation can be effective. Zhao Daya agreed with both hands. Lu Xiaolan then suggested, we can't just think about passive defense. I think we should take the initiative and dampen his spirits before Wang Han attacks. Meng Ryu clapped her hands and said, Good. You and I are on the same page. Come, let's discuss how to take the initiative and strike them so hard that they won't dare to underestimate our Lu family village. Chapter 95, come on, let me take you flying. After leaving Majiang County, Lu Chen and his 2 companions, along with Lu Sitian and his group, walked for half the night until dawn, covering less than 20 li, approximately 10 kilometers. It was pitch black at night. All 3 of them had undergone physical modifications, giving them eyesight far exceeding that of ordinary people. Lu Sitian and his entourage, however, stumbled along, exhausted, yet still unable to move quickly. The next morning, Lu Chen bid farewell to Lu Sitian, saying that he had urgent business to attend to and had to leave first, so he would not accompany Lu Sitian. Chuyan walked for several miles, still recalling the expression on Lu Sitian's face at that time. It's like a little puppy that's been abandoned by its owner. Even Xie Qiao felt that Lu Chen was being somewhat unreasonable. Husband, we can actually take them for a while. I see that Miss Lu's family is well off. If it's really not possible, we can have them by carriage and we can travel together, so we'll have company on the road. Lu Chen was a little confused and asked, Miss Lu? Which Miss Lu? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lu, what kind of eyes do you have? Young Master Lu is actually a girl. A woman. Lu Chen was taken aback. Xie Qiao teased. Look, my husband, don't you regret leaving them behind? Lu Chen shook his head. I wouldn't say I regret it, but why didn't I think of that? In his previous life, Lu Chen had little experience with women. The experience he's referring to is the ability to distinguish between men and women. He often has difficulty distinguishing between men and women when they dress as women or vice versa. Chu Yun said, the world is in chaos now. Many young women dress up as men for their safety. For example, my wife and I also dress up as men, don't we? Lu Chen suddenly asked again, those attendants of Miss Lu, could they also be women? My lord, they are all women. I knew it. Lu Chen recalled hugging one of the attendants last night and immediately felt something was off. However, these are all minor matters. Whether it's young Master Lu or Miss Lu, they're just passers-by who meet by chance. We need to get to the capital as soon as possible and get things done quickly. I'm still a little worried about home. Xie Qiao comforted Lu Chen. Husband, what could possibly happen at home? Just relax. Which of the girls in the family would dare to offend you? Chu Yin also said, yes, Brother Lu, Even if something happens, it's not necessarily a bad thing to let them handle it themselves. After walking for a while, the three of them sat down to rest. Chen took out a few pieces of bread, a few sausages, and a few bottles of water from his bag. Although Chu Yun has been following Chen for quite some time, she still doesn't know where Chen's various supplies come from. Seeing that Chen's bag wasn't big, yet he kept taking things out, Chu Yun was quite surprised. Chen only told Zhao Dia and Xie Qiao about his secret. I haven't told anyone else. Therefore, although Chu Yun felt that Chen must have a big secret, he never knew what that secret was. They had been out for so long, but the food Chen took out was extremely fresh. Chu Yun even felt that the bread in his hand was still warm. I made up my mind. We'll head to the capital tomorrow. If there are no unexpected complications, we should be able to return home in a few days. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were both taken aback. My lord, the capital is still 1,000 or 2 miles away from here. Even if we could fly, we wouldn't be able to reach the capital by tomorrow, would we? Chu Yun also thought Chen was talking nonsense. Chen replied, if I really wanted to, I could get to the capital today, but it would be a bit inconvenient. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were a loss for words. Chen is usually so composed. Why is he speaking like this today? Could it be that he's so worried about his family that he's lost his mind? To put Chen's mind at ease, the two of them hurried on their journey throughout the day. But Chen was no longer in a hurry to travel, and told the two to slow down and not to panic. Around noon, they found a farmer's house, gave the owner a string of cash, and rested there for 2 hours before continuing their journey. As evening fell, the three of them rested on a hillside. Chen then took out 2 roast ducks wrapped in oil paper, a few scallion pancakes, and 3 bottles of water from his bag. Xie Qiao noticed that Chu Yun was staring at Chen's bag, but she just smiled and remained silent. After a simple dinner, Chu Yun urged them to set off. Chen, however, admired the beautiful sunset and said, no rush, let's rest a little longer. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun exchanged a glance, feeling that Chen's behavior was strange. As darkness fell, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun urged Chen again. Chen then said to the two of them, wife, Chu Yun, do you know what it's like to fly in the sky? Xie Qiao was taken aback, then suddenly felt both surprised and delighted. She wondered to herself, could my husband really be an immortal? They can all fly in the sky. What else could they be but immortals? Chu Yun secretly realized something was wrong. Chen has gone mad. This person seems perfectly fine, so why is he suddenly talking nonsense again? Wait for me a moment, and come over when I call you. After saying that, Chen turned and went to the other side of the hillside. Chu Yun asked Xie Qiao anxiously, Madam, is Brother Lu all right? Xie Qiao smiled slightly. It's all right, he's perfectly fine. But does he look all right? Madam, if I may ask, has Brother Lu been possessed by an evil spirit today? Before Xie Qiao could speak, Chen's voice came from not far away. My wife, come here. Xie Qiao pulled Chu Yun up. Come on, let's go take a look. Chu Yun didn't know what Xie Qiao wanted her to see, so she had no choice but to follow Xie Qiao around the hillside. What is this? Chu Yun cried out in surprise. A huge, strangely shaped creature was resting on a grassy area at the foot of the hillside. It looks as strange as it can be. Even if Chu Yun racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out what kind of weird thing it was. Not only Chu Yun, but even Xie Qiao was stunned. After a long pause, she murmured, Husband, what is this? Chen patted the helicopter and said, This is called a helicopter. Come on, all of you, get in and I'll take you flying. Fly? You're saying this thing can fly? Xie Qiao looked around at the helicopter. This thing doesn't have wings, how can it fly? Besides sharing the same thought as Xie Qiao, Chu Yun was even more surprised as to where Chen had brought such a large thing from. Could have been taken from his bag too. Chu Yun suddenly had a bold idea. At the same time, another thought occurred to her. Could Brother Lu be a monster? Come on, everyone, sit down. Seeing the changing expressions on their faces, Chen roughly guessed what they were thinking and spoke in a commanding tone. Xie Qiao, however, was not afraid. She had complete trust in Chen. Come on, Xiaoyan, let's go upstairs. Look, there are a few seats inside, just for people to sit on. Chen reminded them, you should sit in the back row. After the three of them were seated, Chen briefly explained the precautions to them. Then he pressed the start button. The propellers immediately began to spin, and the huge waves stirred up dust. Chapter 96 can travel 10,000 miles a day. High in the sky, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun held each other's hands, their palms sweating with nervousness. Husband, how high are we off the ground? Lu Chen glanced at the display panel and said, It's probably 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet? It would have been better if they hadn't asked. The question made them even paler. They were both thinking, if they fell from such a height, wouldn't they be smashed to pieces? Don't worry, my wife. This helicopter is very safe. If Lu Chen bought the helicopter, it would only cost 3,000 taels of silver. But he also bought helicopter piloting skills from the system store, and they were even God-level piloting skills. A God-level skill book costs 1 million system coins, which is equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver. With godlike flight technology and the fact that this helicopter is a product of the system, its safety is absolutely guaranteed. Seeing Lu Chen's confidence, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun gradually became less afraid. They looked out and saw only a dark expanse of land under the sky, with only a few scattered lights, which were probably the lights of some small town or county. If only it were daytime, I wonder what it would look like from the sky, Xie Qiao remarked. Lu Chen laughed and said, When I have some free time, I'll find a secluded place and take you flying again, so you can properly appreciate the scenery below. Chu Yun hurriedly said, I don't want to. I was scared half to death just from sitting here once. I don't want to sit here again. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao both laughed. After a while, Xie Qiao asked again, Husband, does this helicopter really fly that fast? I feel it's quite stable inside. Lu Chen said, If I keep flying like this for a day and a night, I can fly more than 10,000 miles. At 280 kilometers per hour, that's roughly 6,000 kilometers in 24 hours. However, this is only theoretical data, and it is simply impossible in reality. But flying 5,000 kilometers is also possible. However, this number startled Xie and Qiao. More than 10,000 li. Are you serious? You can fly more than 10,000 li in a day and a night. My God, so fast. Even the northernmost and southernmost parts of our great Zhou dynasty aren't that far, are they? That's too fast. I've heard that it takes people several months to travel from Jiangnan to the northern frontier by horse-drawn carriage. Lu Chen said, Actually, this helicopter is considered slow. There's another type of aircraft that can fly 40 or 50,000 miles in a day and a night. In my previous life, passenger planes had a speed of nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour, which was several times that of helicopters. What? It can fly 40,000 to 50,000 miles in a day and a night. Is that for real? Lu Chen didn't say it aloud, but he thought to himself, Can I say that I really did sit there? Xie Qiao, however, believed that the helicopter they were currently in and the airplane that Lu Chen had mentioned must be some kind of magical artifact. To be able to fly tens of thousands of miles in a day and a night. Who but a mortal could do that? But why does this immortal's treasure look so strange? The three of them talked and chatted, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen suddenly said, It's almost time. I estimate we're not far from the capital. Zuyun exclaimed in surprise. So fast. Xie Qiao also said, We haven't even exchanged a few words. How did we get here already? If traveling normally, day and night, it would probably take more than half a month to complete the journey. The helicopter they were in felt like it only took a little over an hour to get there. That's fast. Attention, I'm about to begin my descent. Lu Chen piloted the helicopter, slowly descending its altitude. He surveyed the surrounding terrain, found a secluded spot, and landed steadily on a small, open area. Finally, I'm down here. It feels so reassuring to be standing on the ground. Xie Qiao breathed a long sigh of relief. Chu Yun also felt relieved, as staying in the sky didn't feel very good. The main problem is that it's pitch black outside, and you can't see anything, which makes you feel uneasy and lost. You guys go ahead and wait for me for a while. Lu Chen dismissed the two and waited until they were far away before storing the helicopter in his spatial storage. Then he looked around and saw that the place was deserted and he had no idea where he was. He had only heard that the capital was located slightly east of the north of Hudou County, but he had no idea exactly how far east it was. He also heard that Lujiazhai was about 1,700 li, 850 kilometers, from the capital. He didn't know if this distance was accurate. In any case, their current location is not far from the capital. Lu Chen said, It's still early before dawn. Let's find a place with people and ask how far it is from the capital. The three of them arrived at a high hill and looked around. That looks like a small village. Let's go ask around. The three walked for several miles and arrived at the village. It was the middle of the night, and knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night to ask for directions would definitely annoy them. If you encounter someone with a bad temper, they might even swear at you. If they have a short temper, they might even accuse the three of them of being thieves and robbers, and arrest them to take them to the authorities. After all, in this day and age, there aren't many good people who wander around at night without sleeping. Chen had a solution. He took out 2 paper packages from his bag. One contained a roast chicken, and the other contained a large piece of cooked beef. Although this place is in the north, and there is no famine, in this rural area, people rarely eat meat more than a few times a year. After making all the preparations, Chen asked Xie Qiao and the other person to wait outside the village. He went into the village alone, randomly found a house, and gently knocked on the door. This family doesn't even have a yard. They look very poor. After knocking several times, an old voice finally came from inside. "Who is it?" "Old man, I'm sorry to bother you. I came here to visit relatives, but got lost. I wanted to ask you for directions." After a while, the door opened, and an old man with a bent back held an oil lamp in his hand, shining it on Chen. Before he could speak, Chen handed him the 2 paper packages in his hand. "Sir, I apologize for bothering you. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't find it offensive." The old man wrinkled his nose and immediately smelled the aroma of meat wafting from the paper package. "What are you saying? No, we won't bother you." The old man smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared. His family had been without food for 3 days, and they had been eating wild vegetable porridge every day. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, someone would bring meat to his mouth? Isn't this a miracle? "Young master, please ask. As long as it's something I know, I'll tell you in detail." Chen then asked, "Old man, how far is this place from the capital?" "So you're heading to the capital, young master. I knew that all along. Just keep heading northeast for 60 li, and you'll see that mountain, right? Once you cross that mountain, you'll see the city gate tower of the capital." Chen was relieved. His trip to Beijing was purely a guess, and he never expected to be right. Chapter 97 Righteousness often comes from the humble beginnings. Have you heard? Marquis Jingyuan is dead. The Marquis of Jingyuan is dead? He was in the prime of his life. How could he be dead? Good riddance. Who told him to start a rebellion? Perfect. It's good that he's dead. We'll never have to hide from war again. That's not right. You're completely mistaken. What's wrong? How can we rebel if he's dead? The old Marquis is dead, but there's still the young Marquis, isn't there? His family's title is hereditary. What's the point of hereditary succession? He's rebelled. What's the point of hereditary succession then? You don't know yet, do you? I heard that the young Marquis led troops with a coffin, saying he wanted to avenge his father. You mean the old Marquis was murdered? Tell me quickly, who killed him? Who does the young Marquis want to avenge himself on? I only heard, don't take it seriously. I heard that the old Marquis was killed by a musket. What? A musket? Yes, it's a musket. It's absolutely true, no doubt about it. Musketeer, whose muskets are so powerful that they could kill the Marquis amidst an army of hundreds of thousands. Yes, tell me, whose musket is the most powerful? This? Could it be that? The news that Wang Han was leading the charge into battle with a coffin to avenge old Ho spread like wildfire across the Central Plains. At the foot of the city wall of Lujiazhai, it was time for the daily gossip again. At dusk, the sun sets in the west. A long line of men formed a long queue at the foot of the city wall, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Could it be our boss? I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. My God, if our master really did this, then the young Marquis will be looking for revenge in our Lu family village. Good heavens! I've heard that the Marquis of Jinyuan has led over 100,000 troops in this rebellion, preparing to attack the capital. More than 100,000 troops. What if he really attacks our Lu family village? The refugees of Lujiazhai were all filled with fear and anxiety. Even the villagers of Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang were all filled with anxiety. Since Chen and his 2 companions left, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and Lu Shilan have been meeting at Lu Chen's house every night to discuss village affairs and potential threats of war. They got together again tonight. Meng Ruyu began by saying, "My scouts have just reported that they encountered refugees coming from the south. From the refugees, they learned that Wang Han has already led his troops north, with his spearhead aimed directly at our Hedo County." Zhao Daya asked, "How long will it take them to get to Hedo County?" Their advanced troops are expected to arrive in Hutto County tomorrow night, while the main force may be delayed by 2 more days. Lu Xiaolan looked at Meng Ruyu. Has General Jiang made any moves? Their troops are looting food everywhere, and if they can't get food, they'll kidnap people, men and women alike. They'll arrest anyone they see. They won't even spare the elderly and children. When Meng Ruyu said this, her fists were clenched tightly. Zhao Daya asked in confusion, why are they kidnapping people? Even if they're conscripting men, they can't just take women and children too, can they? Lu Xiaolan sighed. Dia, have you ever heard of a 2-legged sheep? Do sheep have 2 legs? I only know that sheep have 4 legs. Lu Xiaolan. Aren't humans just 2-legged sheep? Zhao Daya tilted her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly slammed her fist on the table. The sturdy solid wood table was instantly smashed to pieces by her punch. Meng Ruyu exclaimed in surprise. Dia, you've gotten into trouble. Lu Xiaolan added, Brother Lu really cherishes this table. I heard he spent a lot of money to buy it. Zhao Daya, however, completely ignored this. Her eyes blazed with fury as she roared. I made up my mind. Tomorrow night, I'll lead a team to take down that damned General Jiang. Meng Ruyu shook her head. Dia, why are you doing this? Lu Xiaolan added, Dia, throughout history for thousands of years, haven't we ordinary people always been 2-legged sheep? The difference is that sometimes we are slaughtered and eaten directly, and sometimes we are slowly bled and eaten. In comparison, being slaughtered and eaten directly is more satisfying. Meng Ruyu gave Lu Xiaolan a gesture of approval and said approvingly, This general never expected that such a small village as Lu Family Village would actually hide a pair of brilliant minds. Lu Xiaolan said modestly, How can I compare, Brother Lu? If Brother Lu is the bright moon in the sky, I am not even a star. Seeing that the 2 men were talking about something else, Zhao Daya got angry again. She wanted to slam the table, but there was no table in front of her, only a pile of wooden planks on the ground. Seeing Zhao Daya's appearance, Lu Xiaolan laughed and said, Daya, have you thought about it? If you kill Jiang Wenyu, who will stand in front of us when Wang Han leads his troops to attack? Zhao Daya was stunned for a moment, unsure of what to say. However, she was still furious and said, No matter what, I can't let Jiang Wenyu leave our Hutto County. Even if I don't kill him now, I won't let him get away with it. Meng Ruyu asked, So what are your plans? Lu Daya, I'm going to lead men to launch another night raid on his camp tonight. She continued, When I raided his camp last time, I felt uneasy. He hadn't provoked us, so why should we attack him? But now that I think about it, I was too lenient. Lu Xiaolan said, Then I'll go with you tonight. I'll trouble General Meng to stay in the village. Meng Ruyu said, All right, then I'll trouble you 2 sisters to make this trip. Be sure to bring some shields in case they use archers against you. The last time they launched a surprise attack on Jiang Wenyu and Marquis Jinyuan, they were completely unprepared. But this time, they will likely assign archers specifically to deal with these range attackers. Lu Xiaolan said gratefully, Thank you for reminding me, General Meng. You are indeed a general who often leads troops in a battle. You have thought things through very thoroughly. If Meng Ruyu hadn't reminded them, she and Zhao Daya might never have thought of this. After the 3 of them parted ways, Zhao Daya and Lu Xiaolan immediately mustered 400 men, packed them with rations, equipment, and ammunition, and marched at full speed under the cover of night. By midnight, they had arrived outside Jiang Wenyu's camp. We'll form teams of 100 each. I'll lead 1 team, Xiaolan will lead another, Miao Ye will lead a 3rd, and Xiaoju will lead a 4th. We'll attack from 4 directions, catching them off guard. You all keep an eye out and see where they've imprisoned the captured people. If you find them, release them. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be killed without mercy. Zhao Daya was really determined this time. She never imagined that people could be so wicked. She had only followed Lu Chun wholeheartedly to repay a debt of gratitude. She did whatever Lu Chun told her to do without having any of her own ideas. But now, she is gradually developing her own ideas. Her idea was, slaughter all the beasts in the world. Chapter 98 Second Attack on the Military Camp. Inside Jiang Shuyu's central command tent, Jiang Shuyu paced anxiously back and forth in the tent. An aide was reporting to him news from various sources. We have now received reliable intelligence that Marquis Jinyuan is dead, and his second son, Wang Han, holds military power and is marching north. Our Hutto County is on their only route, so you should make plans as soon as possible, sir. The garrison commander of Xianqing said they are currently suppressing bandits and cannot send troops to provide support. The general of Huazhou is fighting the rebel Lu Han in the Meiyang area. They said they want us to send troops to help him, but it's impossible for them to send any troops. In short, no one in the nearby prefectures and counties was willing to help him fight against the army of the Marquis of Jinyuan. Jiang Shuyu finally understood. In the present Great Zhou dynasty, all parts of the country are fighting their own battles. The emperor in the capital is currently extremely busy, preoccupied with the most pressing matters right here in the capital, and has no time or ability to attend to anything else. Even if the emperor issues an edict, the various factions will only pay lip service to it. You say your piece, and I'll just do mine. Jiang Shuyu was caught in a dilemma. He would never fight to the death with the Marquis of Jingyuan's army. So, head north to Beijing? Absolutely impossible. Once they were near the capital, the emperor would only ask them to do 3 things. The first possibility is that the emperor will send his troops as cannon fodder to the north to clash head-on with the valiant Tartar soldiers. The second possibility is that the emperor also intended to use him as cannon fodder, sending him to fight against the biggest rebel, Li Min, whose army numbered over 500,000, making the battle impossible to win. The last possibility is that the emperor will strip him of his military power and send a trusted person to take over the troops and have them guard the capital. No matter which path he chooses, Jiang Shuyu will never accept it. So, should I go east or west? With the north out of the question and the Jinyuan Marquis' army to the south, he could only consider 2 options, east or west. Jiang Shuyu shook his head again. Going west is definitely not an option, because several groups of rebels come from the west, and if he went there, he would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Head east? That's the territory of several political rivals. If he goes there, wouldn't he be at their mercy? Damn it, every path leads to a dead end. What heavenly law have I broken? This damn god, are you trying to kill me? The aide said, Sir, according to our scouts, the vanguard of that brat Wang Han may arrive soon. We hope you will make a decision as soon as possible. Jiang Shuyu frowned deeply. If he had a solution, why would he have waited until now? Just as he was frowning in worry, he suddenly heard a familiar sound outside. Jiang Shuyu's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, they're not doing it again, are they? A few days ago, that unstoppable musketeer team showed Jiang Shuyu what truly powerful firepower was. Jiang Shuyu also had 2 musketeer squads under his command. However, his 2 musketeer squads could only provide support to the main force. Their combat capabilities are practically negligible. However, that night, Jiang Shuyu was dumbfounded to see his soldiers fall like harvested straw in front of that mysterious musketeer team. Report. A soldier rushed in to report. Sir, several musketeer squads are launching a surprise attack on the camp. Jiang Shuyu was greatly surprised. The day before yesterday, a musketeer squad had turned his camp into a complete mess. Several arrived at the same time today. Sir, these musketeer squads are very small, each with only about 100 men. Jiang Shuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out to be the same musketeer team from a few days ago, only this time they've divided one team into several. Where's our musketeer team? Jiang Shuyu suddenly asked. Immediately, someone burst into the tent, reporting to the Lord, the musketeers are ready. Jiang Shuyu's face darkened. Order the musketeers to avoid the enemy raiding the camp, and under no circumstances should they engage them in firefight. Although his musketeers were not very strong, they were built with a lot of money. If it's lost here, that would be a huge loss. Having witnessed the enemy's musketeers, and then looking at his own, Jiang Shuyu knew that their combat capabilities were vastly different. Send archers to suppress them from a distance, and send a few squads of shield infantry forward. I refuse to believe that a mere few hundred men can't handle you. In fact, the most important thing for Jiang Shuyu right now is to find a way out for himself. He didn't really take this small musketeer squad seriously. At this time, in the main camp, Zhao Daya, Lu Xiulan, and several others, each leading 100 men, stormed into the military camp. The rifles in their hands were all equipped with powerful flashlights, and the bright beams danced wildly, piercing the sky and blinding the soldiers who came to block their way. Da-da-da. Amidst the intense gunfire, enemy soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Watch out! Archers are lying in ambush ahead. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Zhao Daya immediately gave the order, raise your shields. She arranged for half of her men to bring shields this time. Rows of riot shields stood in front of the crowd. The tall riot shield can not only cover the whole body, but also protect teammates. Zhao Daya raised her voice and ordered, "Shoot down the archers on the other side first." After the enemy fired a volley of arrows, the female soldiers extended their rifles through the gaps in their shields. Bang, bang, bang. They fired in short bursts, aiming precisely at the archers in the distance. In the blink of an eye, most of the archers were wiped out. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining soldiers dared not linger and hurriedly fled into the distance. At this moment, the sword and shield soldiers, who had been waiting in advance, formed rows of shield walls and gradually approached the female soldiers. Zhao Daya raised her rifle and aimed at a shield. Bang, bang, bang. A long burst of fire. The soldier hiding behind the shield fell to the ground. There were 3 holes the size of eggs on a shield. Zhao Daya was overjoyed and shouted, "Fire! Their shields can't stop our bullets." Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers raised their guns, aimed, and unleashed a barrage of fire at the shield wall. In an instant, the swordsmen and shieldmen were routed, suffering countless casualties. "Damn it! Retreat! Retreat now!" Someone shouted and ran away. Seeing someone leading a group, the rest of the people scattered and fled. In a matter of moments, the once well-organized shield infantry unit collapsed. "Instructor, these tents are full of civilians who have been tied up." They all remembered Zhao Daya's instructions and glanced at all the tents they passed. Zhao Daya said, "Your squad will untie them. The rest of you will provide cover." After the men, women, and children inside the tent were released, they all kowtowed to Zhao Daya in gratitude. They all thought they were doomed, but to their surprise, they escaped death and survived the ordeal, bringing tears to their eyes. "You all follow behind us and fight your way out of the camp." Zhao Daya led her female soldiers, followed by a large group of civilians, and continued to fight and search for the kidnapped civilians in the military camp. Some fearless men came with a large force, intending to surround and kill them, but Zhao Daya and her women unleashed their full firepower, and in just one exchange, they routed these soldiers. Chapter 99, they were all excited. Jiang Wenyu's face was extremely ugly. "So many of you, and you can't even handle hundreds of girls? You're all useless. Utterly useless." Under Jiang Wenyu's stern rebuke, the 2 guerrilla generals lowered their heads in shame and remained silent. Jiang Wenyu is usually quite mild-mannered when leading troops, but this time he was genuinely angry. He was already in a bad mood, and his subordinate's performance tonight was absolutely terrible. Jiang Wenyu finally found an outlet for his anger and gave his men a good scolding. "General Li." Lieutenant General Li hurriedly stepped forward. "Your subordinate is here," Jiang Wenyu said. "Take the troops and wipe them out in one fell swoop." Lieutenant General Li, "Yes, sir." After saying this, he walked out of the tent with his head held high and chest out, glancing sideways at the 2 guerrilla generals as he left. Such a trivial matter, yet it required him, a dignified lieutenant general, to personally handle it. Li Kanjun left the Central Army camp and immediately mustered 5,000 men. Although he knew that the enemy only had a few hundred men, he dared not underestimate them, lest he follow in the footsteps of the 2 guerrilla generals. "I'll bring out 10 times your troops. I don't believe I can't defeat you." By this time, the attacked military camp was in complete chaos. Without senior officers in charge, it was impossible to organize an effective attack. Li Kanjun personally led 5,000 men to the battle zone. "General, the area where those beams of light are dancing wildly ahead is where the enemy is." Lieutenant General Li sat upright on his horse and observed carefully for a while. "That's right. Judging from the number of beams of light, there should be around 100 people." He immediately ordered 5,000 men to encircle the enemy from all sides, gradually tightening the encirclement until the enemy was trapped and killed. "I'll use my own lives to pile you up and kill you all." Lieutenant General Li is determined to win this battle. At this moment, Miao Ye was leading a team, charging deeper into the military camp while searching for the imprisoned civilians. They initially encountered fierce resistance, but when the enemy realized they couldn't get close to them, they cleverly hid far away. Therefore, they are not encountering many government troops now, only a few scattered soldiers. The female soldiers relaxed a bit at this point. Is this really a military camp with tens of thousands of people? Where did all these people go? They're scared of us because they've beaten them. They're all cowards. Cowards who are afraid of dying. Who can argue with that? How can soldiers like these win battles? As they rushed forward, chatting in hushed tones, Miao Ye realized something was wrong. There were many figures moving in the distance, but they did not approach. Pay attention to your surroundings, Miao Ye shouted. The female soldiers shone the powerful flashlights on their rifles into the distance, and soon discovered that there were people everywhere around them. Captain, it seems we're surrounded, a squad leader reported to Miao Ye. We're surrounded, another squad leader said. Miao Ye exclaimed excitedly. Really? We're really surrounded. Judging from her appearance, it seemed as if they were the ones being surrounded, not the other way around. The female soldiers all seemed very excited. While raiding enemy camps is exciting, it has some drawbacks. The enemy was too weak. They had no room to demonstrate their strength. This time, we're finally facing a tough battle. Miao Ye reminded everyone. All teams, please be careful to protect the civilians. Before long, someone reported again. Captain, the enemy is getting closer and closer. They are using the tents for cover and have already tightened their encirclement. Miao Ye said, when we fight later, you just need to go all out. After we run out of bullets, we'll engage them in hand-to-hand combat. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers became even more excited. They are not fragile ranged units. Their specialty is close combat. Kill them all. Suddenly, shouts of battle erupted from all sides. Countless soldiers in full armor surged in from all directions. Wielding long spears and broadswords, and shouting loudly, they surged towards Miao Ye and her 100 or so girls like a tidal wave. Lieutenant General Li sat at the rear, squinting as he gazed toward the battlefield. His 5,000 fierce soldiers, densely packed with swords and spears, were an unstoppable force. The other side, a mere 100 or so people, were like a small boat in a vast ocean, about to be swallowed up by the surging crowd in an instant. The light of a firefly dares to dream of competing with the sun and moon? How laughable! Li Kan twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a disdainful expression. Suddenly, he heard a burst of gunfire, as dense as a sudden downpour. With the sound of gunfire, his fierce soldiers fell down one after another, like rows of human walls. The shields in their hands were, as if made of paper, utterly useless. He's actually quite strong. However, Lieutenant General Li was not worried. He originally intended to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. All of this was under his control. However, it seems that quite a few of his soldiers have died. Using the powerful beam of light from the enemy, Li Kanjiang could clearly see that in the middle of the battle, the corpses of his soldiers had piled up into a small hill. In the blink of an eye, he had lost over 1,000 soldiers. Seeing that all those who charged ahead had been killed, those behind became fearful, and their momentum quickly slowed down. Lieutenant General Li shouted urgently, "All of you, charge forward. Anyone who dares to retreat will die." He waved his hand forward, and the supervisory team quickly rushed to the battlefield. Lieutenant General Li felt confident that things were under control again. He knew the musketeers very well. So what if the enemy has strong firepower? The gunpowder pellets they carried would eventually run out. At that point, they will be at the mercy of others. I just wonder what they look like. Such hot women. I've never tasted them before. Should I keep a few? I could send a few to General Jiang later, and keep a few for myself. That's feasible. While Lieutenant General Li was lost in his fantasies, nearly half of his 5,000 soldiers had already been killed or wounded. When he woke up from his dream, he was surprised to find that the enemy's firepower showed no signs of weakening. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lieutenant General Li sensed something was wrong. His 5,000 men had suffered nearly half casualties, and at this point, the soldiers were so frightened by the enemy's overwhelming strength that they lost all will to fight. If this continues, his soldiers will surely be routed and flee in disarray. Just then, he was overjoyed. The gunfire from the other side had noticeably decreased. They finally run out of gunpowder bullets. Lieutenant General Li was greatly encouraged. He shouted loudly, "Men, charge! They've run out of bullets. Kill them all. 10 taels of silver for each kill, 20 taels for each capture." Suddenly, the soldiers who had been cowering in fear suddenly became incredibly brave. They shouted loudly and charged forward fearlessly. "Kill! Sisters, put away your guns and draw your swords. Follow me." Miao Ye sheathed her gun, switched to her sword and was the first to leap over the mountain of corpses and charge into the enemy ranks. Behind her, the female soldiers all drew their long swords from their backs. Kill! The female soldiers took the initiative and launched a counteroffensive. Like little tigers descending from the mountain, they bravely charged into the enemy ranks. Chapter 100: A Fierce Battle. Miao Ye took the lead and charged towards the group of enemy soldiers at the front, her long sword suddenly slashing out. The two enemy soldiers at the front were immediately cut in two. Kill! With a sharp shout, Miao Ye swung her long sword horizontally, cutting three more enemy soldiers in half at the waist. The enemy soldiers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is this even human? This young girl is quite young, but she kills people as easily as chopping vegetables. Kill! The female soldiers charged into the enemy ranks, wielding their long swords and slashing and hacking. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere and screams filled the air. The soldiers brought by Lieutenant General Li had already suffered nearly half their losses and were in a state of morale collapse. When they saw these female soldiers descending like goddesses, each strike meant to kill, they were all terrified and at a loss for what to do. General Li gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing his men's screams. They are not only musketeers, but also experts in close combat. Lieutenant General Li suddenly realized that he had brought too few soldiers this time. Even if we win this battle, I'm afraid there will be more than 3,000 casualties. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The enemy team opposite them was just one of several raiding squads. These girls are so fierce. Just then, someone came to report. Report, my lord, something terrible has happened. Our men are about to be overwhelmed. We urgently need reinforcements. Lieutenant General Li was taken aback, then burst into laughter and anger. Who exactly is attacking? Isn't it them attacking us? 5,000 grown men against 100 little girls, and you still have the nerve to say you can't hold on and need reinforcements. Li can kick the soldier who came to report, knocking him to the ground. He was about to order the man to be dragged out and beheaded when someone came to report. My lord, the enemy is too fierce. Our army has suffered heavy casualties. If we do not retreat now, we may be wiped out. Li Canjiang looked toward the battlefield. The battlefield, which had been as bright as day just moments before, was now dimly lit. It turned out that many of the soldiers who were holding torches had already scattered and fled. Only a small number of soldiers were still holding on at the front, but they were retreating one after another. Upon seeing this, Li Sanjiang's face turned ashen. 5,000 men couldn't stop a mere 100. Report, my lord, something terrible has happened. Another group of enemies is attacking from the east. Li Canjiang felt a tightness in his chest. He has already lost at least 3,000 men to this 100-man squad. If another enemy squad comes, how can he fight this battle? Retreat. Pass on my order. Everyone retreat to the central camp. Lieutenant General Li is very pragmatic. Neither appearances nor substance matter. What matters is your own life. He has mountains of silver at home. If he dies here, who knows who will benefit from it? He also had 5 concubines, each as beautiful as a flower, and he didn't want them to fall into the wrong hands. As soon as the order was given, Lieutenant General Li turned his horse around and, with his personal guards, fled in disarray towards the central army camp. On the other side, when Zhao Daya and her team of female soldiers rushed over, they found Miao Ye leading her team to chase after the enemy soldiers. After Miao Ye killed an enemy soldier with a single strike, she saw Zhao Daya and the others. Big sister Ye, what brings you all here? Miao Ye asked curiously. Seeing that Miao Ye and the others were unharmed, Zhao Daya breathed a sigh of relief and said, I heard intense gunfire from over there, and then the gunfire stopped. I knew you had encountered a large group of enemy soldiers, so I rushed over to provide support. I didn't expect Ye to be so brave. She has already won. Looking at the mountain of soldiers' corpses, she could tell how fierce the battle had just taken place. Miao Ye said, Big sister, should we charge in twice more? Zhao Daya said, Let's stop here for today. Anyway, Jiang Wen you can't escape. Zhao Daya wanted to kill more government soldiers than Miao Ye, but she also knew that the overall situation had to be taken into account. Send orders to Lu Xiulan and Xiaoju to protect the civilians and evacuate them from the military camp. Just as Zhao Daya and the others were slowly withdrawing from the military camp, inside the central command tent, Jiang Wenyu's face was so gloomy it could drip water. General Li, tell me in detail, why did you lead 5,000 men to surround and kill a 100-man squad, and you were defeated so completely? Lieutenant General Li's face was grave as he said, Sir, it is not that I am incompetent, but that the enemy is too powerful. I know my fault and beg for your punishment. Jiang Wenyu angrily retorted, Is your crime simply that the enemy is too powerful? Jiang Wenyu certainly knew that the enemy troops were formidable, but this Lieutenant General Li did not mention a word about his poor command, which was truly shameless. Lieutenant Li knew that further discussion was pointless, so he remained silent. In truth, he knew perfectly well that whoever led the troops to fight the enemy tonight would only suffer a crushing defeat. Those female soldiers were not like ordinary human beings. They were all made of iron. Even if the general himself led a large force, the result would be the same. Report. Another soldier came to report. My lord, the enemy troops have retreated. Lieutenant General Li couldn't help but show a smug look on his face. If he hadn't led his troops in a bloody battle just now, would these enemy soldiers have retreated? Jiang Wenyu gave Li Kanjiang a deep look. This fool, does he think the enemy retreated because of him? My lord, when the enemy soldiers retreated, they also took many civilians from the military camp with them. Jiang Wenyu murmured, So their night raid was for those two-legged sheep. Lieutenant General Li said, Sir, should I lead the troops to pursue and kill them and take back those two-legged sheep? Snort. Jiang Wenyu snorted coldly and left in a huff. In the early hours of the morning, Zhao Daya led her troops back to Lujia village. She told the female soldiers to rest early. She then went to find Meng Ruyu and told her about the battle that night. Meng Ruyu said, You did the right thing. We didn't launch a surprise attack on Jiang Wenyu's central camp, which made it difficult for Jiang Wenyu to figure out our intentions. It will be easier for you to assassinate him later. Zhao Daya has already spoken with Meng Ruyu. She is determined to take Jiang Wenyu's head. However, this matter needs to be postponed until after Wang Han and Jiang Wenyu have finished their battle. We didn't bring enough bullets this time. There were too many enemies, and we didn't have enough bullets. Next time we go out to fight, we must bring more magazines or even just boxes of bullets. This is Zhao Dai's summary of tonight's battle. Meng Ruyu, however, had a different opinion. Young Master Lu once told me that during a battle, you must always pay attention to the number of bullets you have left. If you don't have many bullets, you must use them sparingly and not use them all at once. Fortunately, we all know martial arts. If we didn't know martial arts and ran out of bullets early in the battle, we would just have to wait to die. Zhao Dai nodded in agreement. Brother Lu also mentioned this to me. I will pay attention next time. Meng Ruyu then said, I wonder where young Master Lu is right now. I heard that we are nearly 2,000 miles from the capital. Even if we travel as fast as we can, it will probably take us 10 days to get there. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Chun and his two companions had already arrived outside the capital. Chapter 101 Peace and Prosperity Amidst Chaos. This really is the capital city. I never expected that we would arrive in the capital from Lu family village in less than 2 hours. Husband, your helicopter flies really fast. At this time, it was just beginning to get light, and the city gates had not yet been opened. Lu Chun and his two companions decided to wait at the city gate and take a look at the scenery outside the city. Judging from Chu Yun's demeanor, Lu Chun could tell that he was very familiar with the capital. Chu Yun, is your home in the capital? Xie Qiao asked. She could also see that the closer they got to the capital, the more solemn Chu Yun's expression became. He seemed to have a lot on his mind. Yes and no, Chu Yun said ambiguously. Since she didn't want to talk about it, Lu Chun and Xie Qiao didn't press her further. This city wall is really high. It's much taller and bigger than the city wall of our Lu family village. Xie Qiao exclaimed. When the city wall of Lujiazhai was being built, Xie Qiao thought it was a waste of manpower and resources to build such a high wall. But now that Xie Qiao saw the city walls of the capital, he suddenly felt that the city walls of Lujiazhai were pitifully low. Lu Chun laughed and said, This city wall wasn't built overnight. It took countless generations of people to build it again and again before it finally turned out the way it is today. It must be very lively inside. Xie Qiao couldn't wait to go into the city and take a look. Like Lu Chun, Xie Qiao was a country boy who had never seen much of the world. Everything is new and exciting to me. The capital city, for a long time, Xie Qiao felt it was an extremely distant name. She even felt that she would never have any connection with the capital in her life, let alone the capital. She had never even been to a county town before fleeing famine with her parents. Unexpectedly, she would also have the opportunity to come to the capital. For her, it was like a dream. The three chatted outside the city for a while, and just as dawn broke, the city gates opened. "Let's go into town." Chen led the two of them, following the long queue of people to the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city checked people's identities and belongings one by one. These are turbulent times, so their inspections are extremely rigorous. "What are you carrying? These aren't allowed into the city." "I said you can't come in, so you can't come in. Get out." A woman carrying a bamboo basket into the city was pushed to the ground by the soldiers guarding the city. The bamboo basket was overturned on the ground, and the two pheasants inside were flapping their wings wildly. The woman dared not say anything more and could only support her injured leg, tears streaming down her face, and slowly walk away. When the investigation reached Chen and his two companions, Chen remained silent, only lifting a corner of his clothes to reveal his East Depot badge. The two soldiers immediately put on obsequious expressions. "Please, sir." The three of them entered the city without any trouble. "Let's find an inn to stay in first, then go out and find out about that old scoundrel Sima. You two can also take a look around the city while you're at it." Chen considered that Xie Qiao had never been to the capital before and would definitely want to look around. After all, she had come to the capital, and it wouldn't be right not to see the sights. Over the next few days, Chen and his two companions inquired around and easily found out where Sima Zhongxian's residence was. Although Sima Zhongxian lived in the palace, he bought several houses in the capital. He not only bought a house, but also kept a wife and 3 concubines. Xie Qiao didn't understand this at all. "My lord, isn't Sima Zhongxian a eunuch? How come he still has a wife and concubines?" Chen laughed. "Is that so strange? Many eunuchs with some power are like that." He then added, "Today we'll go to Zhuwu Avenue. Sima Laoziai's main residence is on that street. Go and get ready, we'll be leaving in a bit." On the second day after arriving in the capital, Chen asked Xie Qiao and Chu Yun to buy women's clothing on the street. Disguising oneself on the road was for convenience, but once in the capital, there were no more concerns. After the two finished dressing, the three headed to Zhuwu Avenue. Zhuwu Avenue is one of the most bustling streets in Beijing. At this time, shops lined the streets, and the crowds were dense, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Their trip allowed them to gather intelligence and also enjoy shopping, making it a win-win situation. "Chu Yun, where did you go last night?" Xie Qiao quietly asked Chu Yun. Chu Yun climbed out the window in the middle of the night last night, which naturally couldn't be hidden from Xie Qiao. "I'm going to visit an old friend," Chu Yun replied simply. "Oh." Xie Qiao didn't ask any more questions. She looked at the roadside vendors. "My lord, these silk flowers are so beautiful. If you think it looks good, then buy it." "Husband, what is this food? Is it delicious?" "Whether it's good or not, we'll know after we try it." 3 servings, please." "Husband, look at that." "Husband, look at this, it's so fun." There are indeed countless delicious foods and fun things to do in Beijing. Chen felt a pang of emotion. Outside the capital, some places suffered from years of famine, others were engulfed in war, and still others saw starving people resorting to cannibalism. But looking inside the capital, it was eerily calm. People seemed to be living in a state of peace and prosperity. "Carriage! Quick! The horse is startled. Get out of the way!" Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone looked and saw a horse-drawn carriage speeding towards them. People on the street quickly moved aside. Little girl, get out of the way!" A woman screamed and lunged at a little girl standing in the middle of the road. The little girl was only 3 or 4 years old. She looked at her mother blankly, not knowing what had happened. The carriage was about to reach the little girl. The woman had just rushed to the little girl's side when she tried to pull the girl away, but it was too late. Seeing this, everyone showed expressions of pity. They had already foreseen the tragic fate that awaited the mother and daughter. At this critical moment, Chen swayed and arrived in front of the carriage. He struck out with his palm, hitting the horse squarely on the head. Boom! The horse's head was completely distorted and mangled. Immediately afterward, Chen struck out with another palm, and with a whoosh, the front of the carriage was smashed to pieces. The entire carriage was forced to a stop by his palm strike. The mother and daughter saw Chen standing in front of them like a guardian deity, snatching them back from the brink of death. The woman immediately knelt before Chen, Thank you, young master. Thank you so much for saving our lives. If it weren't for your help, my daughter and I would both be dead. I will never forget your great kindness. Chen helped the woman up. No need for formalities. Now that we've seen her, how can we stand by and watch her die? Just then, someone suddenly started cursing. Who? Which blind bastard smashed my carriage? Ouch, my head. You little beast. How dare you break my head? I'll make you pay with your life. Chen turned around and saw a young man in his 20s, dressed in fine clothes, crawling out of the carriage in a disheveled state. He was covering his head with his hands, and blood was seeping from between his fingers. Two servants climbed out of the carriage and helped the richly dressed young man up on either side. Young master, are you all right? Should we go to the clinic to get checked out? Oh, young master, this wound on your head. It breaks my heart. When have you ever suffered like this? You must be in so much pain. Chen's expression instantly turned ugly. It turns out the horse wasn't startled at all. Instead, this person deliberately rode his horse recklessly through the street. Chapter 102: Forcibly Taking a Woman. Chen ignored the young master and comforted the frightened mother and daughter, telling them to leave first. Judging from the arrogant and domineering manner of this young master, he must have some powerful background. If he had no power or influence, how could he dare to gallop wildly on horseback in broad daylight? He might cause some trouble soon. He had just sent the mother and daughter away when he turned around and saw the young master staring blankly at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. Chen couldn't help but glance at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. After being transformed by the power pill, both of them underwent a complete metamorphosis, both inside and out. Even in the capital, their beauty is among the best, especially their skin, which is delicate, smooth, and flawless. Among the many young women on the street, the two of them stood out, radiant and unique. Clearly, this young master is infatuated with a girl. Wife Chu Yun, let's go. Chen called Xie Qiao and Chu Yun to leave. Stop, the young master shouted loudly. Chen turned around and looked at him coldly. Did I tell you to leave? You don't look like you're from the capital. The young man approached with ill intent, his eyes darting back and forth between Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun turned away with disgust. Chen also frowned. If this weren't the capital, Chen would have slapped him across the face long ago, given his irritating appearance. However, he had just arrived in the capital and was not yet familiar with the place. Moreover, he had things to do and did not want to cause trouble. Seeing that Chen and the other two ignored him, the young master became furious. You ignorant bastards, you bumped into me and you think you could just leave? The two servants beside him, who were wrapping and tying strips of cloth around the young master's bleeding forehead, cried out upon hearing their master's words. Yes, you think you can leave? No way. If you don't pay me 10,000 or 8,000 taels of silver today, don't even think about leaving. Our young master is such a precious person. Asking you to pay 10,000 taels is already letting you off easy. Yes, you guys got off easy. The two lackeys worked in perfect harmony, singing in unison. But their master didn't seem to appreciate it. He kicked the two servants to the ground, one after the other. Damn it, is your young master such a money-grubbing person? Do you think I'm a beggar at the city gate? The two servants scrambled to their feet, smiled obsequiously at their master, and then started yelling at Chen again. That's right, my young master said, 10,000 taels won't do. It has to be at least 50,000 taels. That's right, but do you think my young master is so easily dismissed? 50,000 taels. Don't even think about leaving without 50,000 taels. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. Such lackeys are truly rare. They are indeed two good dogs. However, these two lackeys miscalculated again. They still failed to scratch their master's itch. Get out of my way. The young master raised his leg to kick again, but he lost his balance and almost fell. Two servants rushed forward to support him. Chen found their performance quite interesting, so he adopted a spectator's posture and watched them with great interest. The two lackeys were so clueless that the young master had no choice but to finally reveal his true colors. You can leave if you want, but these two young ladies have to stay. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were taken aback. How did this get involved with them? Their faces immediately fell. Chen also said coldly, "Are you trying to forcibly abduct a woman?" By this time, a large crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Those who knew this young master began to whisper among themselves. Isn't this Chen Weiwei, the second son of Vice Minister Chen of the Ministry of Works? That scoundrel is utterly wicked. Relying on his sister's backing, he bullies men and women all day long, committing countless evil deeds. I heard that he recently drove a respectable woman insane. Her family had nowhere to turn and were forced to flee the capital by Vice Minister Chen. Oh dear, what a tragedy. I'm afraid these two young ladies will also suffer. Seeing the whispers among the crowd, Chen Weiwei knew they weren't saying anything nice, even though he couldn't hear what they were saying. So he yelled at them, "Get the hell out of my way. You're disturbing my peace. If you don't get out of my way, I'll arrest you. You all look like spies for the rebels. Should I have the military command investigate you?" The crowd was so frightened that they took a few steps back, but they did not disperse. They simply stood a short distance away and looked in this direction. Chen Weiwei proudly raised his chin at Lu Chen. It's like saying, "I'm the best." Then he waved to his two lackeys. "Go, bring those two over here. I want to take a good look at them." "All right, young master." The two lackeys bowed and scraped as they greeted Chen Weiwei, then immediately straightened their backs as soon as they turned around. They swaggered towards Xie Qiao and Chu Yun with an air of superiority. Looking at them now, they no longer seem like two lackeys. They look more like a great general who has just finished his morning court session. Lu Chen watched coldly from the sidelines and did not step forward to stop it. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun remained unmoved, pretending not to see the two. "Ladies, please." A servant boy, with his nose in the air, looked down at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun with an arrogant expression, just like a superior issuing orders to his subordinates. Xie and Qiao were both quite interested in each other. One was looking at a small stall not far away, while the other was admiring the clouds in the sky. The two servants were used to being treated like dogs, so how could they not know that the women didn't treat them like human beings at all? He immediately became furious. A servant stepped forward and tried to grab Chu Yun's clothes, shouting, "You shameless wretch! My young master liking you is the greatest blessing of your life. How could Chu Yun let such a person run into her?" She immediately launched a flying kick, striking the servant squarely in the chest. The servant let out a scream and was sent flying. When he fell to the ground, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face turning deathly pale, clearly indicating that he had suffered considerable internal injuries. Upon seeing this scene, Chen Weiwei was initially startled, but then a wicked smile appeared on his face. What a feisty young lady, and she even knows Kung Fu. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I've been with many women, but I've never been with a woman who knows Kung Fu. I'm truly blessed this time. Before he could finish uttering those lewd words, Lu Chen darted to him and slapped him across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in everyone's ears. Lu Chen delivered that slap with great skill. Not only was the blow heavy, but it was also extremely loud and crisp. That was so loud. It was much louder than firecrackers. Chen Weiwei was stunned by the slap. For a long while his ears were still ringing, and his mind wasn't working very well either. When he came to his senses, he realized that his face was burning with pain. He touched his face and almost fainted. He felt that half of his face was swollen to the size of a steamed bun. "It hurts terribly when I touch it." "You?" Chen Weiwei pointed at Lu Chen, wanting to curse, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. Chapter 103 Fight. Lu Chen had his fun, but he knew he couldn't stay there any longer. He then said to Xie and Qiao, "Let's go." Just as the three were about to leave, the servant under Chen Weiwei who hadn't been beaten shouted urgently, "You're not allowed to leave." If Lu Chen and the other two were allowed to leave, his life would be in danger. But he also knew that Lu Chen and his two companions were not to be trifled with, so he didn't dare to stop them directly, and just made a fuss from a distance. Lu Chen didn't even bother to look at him, and left directly with Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. After encountering this situation, the three of them lost their mood for shopping and hurriedly returned to the inn after a quick stroll through the streets. Inside the inn, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao discussed the matter. "We've got a pretty good idea of Sima Zhongxin's situation. Next, we'll go investigate again tonight to find out his financial situation, how many estates and shops he owns, how much cash he has, how many banknotes he has, how much total capital he has, and where his treasury is. Once we've figured all that out, we'll take him down in one fell swoop." Chu Yun said, "This matter is not easy to handle. We came in a hurry and time is tight. It is really not easy to figure out his huge family business in a short period of time." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's all right. I have a way to handle this. To deal with extraordinary people, one must do extraordinary things." He had already thought this through before he came. However, the specific operation is a bit difficult. We need to plan this carefully. That night, Lu Chen sneaked into Sima Zhongshan's mansion alone and didn't come out until dawn, returning to the inn to rest. As usual, although he appeared to be sleeping in his room, he was actually resting in his own space. After all, the flow of time in the space is different from that in reality. If you sleep for 4 hours in the space, less than half an hour is outside. The flow of time is probably 10-1. After waking up in the space, Lu Chen busied himself harvesting the crops and vegetables before finally emerging from space. Lu Chen is active at night and hides during the day, so Xie Qiao and Chu Yun must be feeling a bit bored staying in the inn. Lu Chen then took out some fruit and snacks from his spatial storage, and then called Xie Qiao and Chu Yun to his room. "Husband, you haven't come back all night. Why don't you get some sleep?" Lu Chen, of course, couldn't tell Xie Qiao that he was already sleeping soundly in his spatial dimension, despite her concern. "It's okay, I don't sleep for long periods of time anyway." Lu Chen used the spring water he took from his spatial storage to have the innkeeper brew tea and bring it up. The three of them ate fruit and snacks, drank fragrant hot tea, and chatted while looking at the street scene outside the window. Although I'm in a foreign land, life is actually not bad. But good times are often short-lived. The three were enjoying a rare moment of peace when a commotion broke out outside. Although Lu Chen did not open the door to look, he could still hear the voices outside. "The police are arresting fugitives. Get everyone out here." There was another commotion outside. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The tree desires stillness, but the wind ceases. "What can I do?" "Knock, knock, knock." There was a knock on the door. "Sir, please come out for a moment. The police are looking for a few prisoners. Please come out for a moment." It was the voice of the shop assistant. "Let's go." Lu Chen stood up. Xie Qiao took a sip of fragrant tea before standing up and saying with a smile, "This capital city is so chaotic." Chu Yun followed Lu Chen and Xie Qiao, and the three of them left the room. As soon as the three stepped out of the room, they heard someone downstairs shout, "It's those three. Sir, it's those three." Lu Chen looked downstairs and saw the servant who had been with Chen Weiwei yesterday. He smiled and looked at Xie Qiao beside him. "Look, you still say the capital is in chaos, but isn't this chaos caused by us?" Xie Qiao chuckled. Chu Yun looked at Lu Chen seriously. "Brother Lu, should we fight or run away?" "B." Lu Chen made a resolute decision about the tunnel. He saved a mother and daughter yesterday, but he's about to be arrested by the soldiers. This dynasty is so rotten, he has to teach them a lesson. Escape? It doesn't exist. If you're in a place where reason doesn't apply, then you are the one who is right. If they dare to act recklessly, even under the emperor's nose, then what use is this emperor? The three of them strolled down the stairs and entered the lobby. "My lord, it was these three who wrecked my Chen family's carriage yesterday, and even broke my young master's head. Not only did they refuse to pay compensation, they also slapped my young master's face until it was swollen." The servant spoke with great confidence, but his men hid behind several soldiers and dared not approach Lu Chen and his companions. The leading officer looked at Lu Chen, then at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun behind Lu Chen. Then he waved his hand and said, "Tie him up." Several fierce-looking soldiers, armed with iron chains, came forward and were about to put them around the necks of Lu Chen and his two companions. In their eyes, these three were already like birds in a cage, completely at their mercy. Just then, Chu Yun suddenly stepped forward and grabbed an iron chain. The officers and soldiers were all taken aback. They had no idea what had gotten into this young woman. Everyone knows that in this capital city, no one dares to resist arrest. Of course, this only applies to ordinary people. Aren't laws made solely for the benefit of the people? "You little bastard, you dare resist arrest? Don't you want to live?" As one of the soldiers spoke, he reached out and grabbed Chu Yun. However, the place where he gripped his hand was quite inappropriate. Chu Yun wasn't about to indulge him. Anyway, Lu Chen had already given the order, so she just needed to go ahead and do it. She struck out with her palm, hitting the soldier's forearm squarely. Snap! A crisp sound. "Ah!" A scream. "Ah! My arm! My arm is broken!" Chu Yun stared at him coldly, her gaze as icy as frost. It was just an arm, yet she wanted to gouge out his eyes. Upon seeing this, the officer in charge flew into a rage and shouted, "How dare you? How dare you? Do you know where you are men? Arrest them all. Anyone who dares to resist arrest will be killed without mercy." Immediately, more than a dozen soldiers rushed forward and pounced on Lu Chen and his two companions. The dozen or so soldiers waiting outside the inn rushed in when they saw that fighting had broken out inside, filling the already cramped lobby to the brim. "You're asking for death," Chu Yun shouted, swinging the iron chain in her hand wildly at the surrounding soldiers. The heavy iron chains, combined with Chu Yun's strength, meant that each of her swings carried the force of over 1,000 pounds. Bang! Bang! Splash! Ouch! My God! It hurts so much. The inn was in complete chaos. The sound of tables and chairs falling over. The sound of something being hit by an iron chain. The sound of crying out in pain. The sound of screams of agony. Interspersed among the noise were screams and angry shouts. For a time, it was bustling with activity. Looking at the soldiers, they were all being smashed by the chains, some with blood all over their faces, some clutching their chests and stomachs, some supporting their arms and legs, none of them able to stand steadily. Even the officers and soldiers' leader were so frightened by the scene that he crouched down, his eyes darting around, trying to find a safe place to hide. Chapter 104 Rescue has arrived. Someone's been killed. Run! Suddenly, someone shouted, and the group of soldiers scrambled out of the inn. After they ran outside the inn, they discovered that the number of people was incorrect. There are still 10 of us inside. The officer in charge was just a lowly scout, and upon hearing this, he was so frightened that he almost wet his pants. If he loses a few men here, not only will his position as a minor official be over, but he will also likely be severely punished. Go in and rescue them immediately, the whistleblower ordered sharply. "Sir, my leg seems to be broken. I can't walk anymore." A soldier sat on the ground, holding his leg, wincing in pain. Another person cried out, "Sir, my head is broken and bleeding profusely. I need to get to the clinic right away." "Sir, I'm injured too. That little wench is ruthless. I was hit in the chest, and it's so hard to breathe." The scout scanned the crowd. Apart from himself, all the other soldiers were wounded. "Help! Help me!" A soldier, his face covered in blood, struggled to crawl out of the inn and reached out to the crowd for help. The whistle pulled him over and asked urgently, "Are there any of our brothers inside?" There are still 8 or 9 brothers inside. Some are seriously injured and unable to move, and a few others seem to be beyond saving. The scout was so anxious he was scratching his head. Suddenly, he grabbed a lightly wounded soldier and said, "You go find Commander Han right now and ask him to send someone over." Upon hearing that he was to fetch reinforcements, the soldier immediately ran off, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. The whistleblower was furious and cursed, these cunning and slippery soldiers. At this moment, a bolder person peeked into the inn but didn't see anything. The room was too dark, and he could only see several people lying on the ground. Some of them were motionless, while others were struggling in pain. The whistleblower asked anxiously, "How is it inside?" The soldier simply shook his head. "I can't see clearly." "Where are those 3 thugs?" The soldier replied, "I didn't see it." The whistle mustered his courage and peeked inside, but sure enough, he didn't see the man and 2 women. He turned around and said, "All of you, go inside and drag our people out." Seeing that the crowd refused, Sharp Whistle gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to continue to work in the capital, you must listen to me today." The soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth and slowly move in. Inside the inn, only their companions were lying on the ground. The other 3 were nowhere to be seen. Only then did everyone feel relieved, and they hurriedly dragged the person out of the room. Seeing these people being dragged out, Sharp Whistle's heart sank. "Sir, 3 have died, and 6 more need immediate treatment, or their lives may be in danger. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the clinic to fetch a doctor." The soldiers busily bandaged the wounds of the seriously injured, a truly busy task. Before the doctor arrived, a large group of people appeared at the street corner. "It's Commander Han, leading his men." One of the soldiers shouted excitedly. He was grazed on the leg by that young woman's iron chain. At first, he thought his leg was broken, but it turned out to be just a scrape. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. Even so, he hated it to death. In the past, they were the ones who bullied others in this capital city. They had never encountered a situation like this before. If he catches those 2 sluts later, he'll teach them a lesson. Commander Han, leading a group of men, arrived before the crowd with a furious expression. The scout rushed forward and said, "Sir, there are 3 ruthless bandits inside. We've lost 3 brothers and seriously injured 6 others." Seeing their truly pitiful state, Commander Han had no choice but to suppress his anger and said, "You may all leave now." Just then, several horse-drawn carriages arrived from the other side of the street. Several doctors got off the carriage and saw the wounded soldiers all over the ground. They quickly called for people to carry them onto the carriage and hurried to the clinic. After the doctors had taken the wounded soldiers away, Captain Han coldly stared at the whistleblower. "Grown-ups." Sharp Whistle's legs went weak, and he knelt down in front of Captain Han. "My lord, the 3 people inside are far too powerful. I am incompetent and guilty. Please punish me severely." Commander Han didn't have time to punish him right now, and only asked, "Are they still at the inn?" "They're inside. They're inside. Your Honor, this inn has no back door. They can't escape." Commander Han waved his hand. "Surround them." The 100 or so men he brought immediately surrounded the inn. "Shield bearers, lead the charge. Spearmen follow. Charge in and capture them." In an instant, dozens of people, exuding murderous intent, rushed straight into the inn. When they entered the lobby, they found it empty. Damn it, they seemed to have escaped. They definitely ran away. Only a fool wouldn't. Yeah, why wouldn't he run away and wait for us to catch him? Several soldiers were talking in hushed tones when they saw someone in a room upstairs, seemingly still talking inside. There are really some people who don't value their lives. They have a perfectly good opportunity to escape. Are they just waiting to die? "Brothers, upstairs. Go! Hurry up and grab them. I want to go back and have some more fun." "Superior." A group of soldiers rushed upstairs. "This is it." A soldier pointed to a guest room on the 2nd floor and said. Without saying a word, another soldier kicked the door. Boom! The door was kicked down to the ground with great force. Then the soldiers saw the 3 people in the room. The 3 of them were sitting at the table, leisurely eating snacks and sipping fragrant tea. The soldiers at the gate were dumbfounded. They were starting to wonder if they had gone to the wrong place. They're surrounded by a large number of soldiers, yet they still have the leisure to drink tea here. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. Several soldiers rushed in, ready to hold their swords and spears to the necks of the 3 men. "Get out of my way!" Chu Yun's mouth roared like thunder, letting out a sharp shout. She reached out and grabbed one man's wrist, then slammed him against several soldiers behind him. There was a loud crash, and several soldiers were knocked to the ground. Chu Yun immediately stood up, kicked the 2 men out of the room, and then kicked the other 2 out like trash. Because she used too much force, these people were kicked downstairs, their fate unknown. Upon seeing this, the soldiers behind them all shouted and rushed into the room. To their surprise, as soon as they rushed in, they were kicked out one by the people inside, falling straight downstairs. After that, no one dared to rush forward anymore. Who could withstand the force that could send someone flying? The 2nd floor is 1.5 meters above the ground. If you fall on it, you could be half dead. This is bad. This is a tricky situation. I'll go report to the Lord right away. I'm going to. Several clever soldiers promptly ran downstairs to report to the sergeant. Chapter 105. Is then going to be burned down? Upon hearing the soldiers' report, Commander Han flew into a rage. A bunch of good-for-nothings. He picked up his knife and strode into the inn. Inside the inn, 6 or 7 soldiers lay barely breathing, clearly having just fallen from the upper floor. "Someone come here." At his command, more than 20 soldiers immediately rushed in from outside. Because the lobby space is small, more people cannot get in. "All of you get up there." The soldiers were not convinced. There were only 3 people on the other side, 2 of whom were young women. Even if they were good fighters, how could they defeat so many strong and sturdy soldiers? So they grabbed knives and guns and rushed upstairs. "Charge! Charge!" One soldier, whether to encourage himself or others, shouted and rushed into the room first. Bang! He went in quickly and came out even faster. He went in standing up, but when he came out, he flew downstairs head first. The soldiers behind him shuddered at the sight. Falling from such a height must hurt so much. However, if your head is facing down, the pain may only last for a moment and then stop. When Han, the foreman, saw the soldiers staring at each other with wide eyes, but none daring to step forward, he was so angry that his eyes were blazing with fury. "All of you charge. Anyone who dares to back down will be court-martialed." With no other choice, the soldiers could only timidly approach the doorway, but still dared not rush inside. "Anyone who dares not advance, I'll chop off their head." Han, the gang leader, never expected his men to be so cowardly, So he unleashed his ultimate weapon. With no way out, the soldiers could only brandish their swords and spears and rush into the room. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the soldiers rushed in, they were kicked down the stairs one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers were piled up on the floor of the inn. Some of them had broken arms and legs and were crying out incessantly. Some lay motionless on the ground, their fate unknown. Get down here, all of you. Commander Han was so angry that his face turned red and his neck bulged. He shouted loudly and called all the soldiers back. I want to see for myself what kind of people they are. Commander Han picked up his knife and headed upstairs. At that moment, someone grabbed Han's sleeve. Please calm down, sir. You mustn't put yourself in danger. General Han's mind cleared up instantly. Yes, he didn't even know who was on the other side. Yet he recklessly rushed in, and the consequences were unpredictable. He had been cautious for half his life, and had lived a peaceful life in the capital for the past few years. Yet today he was so careless. Get the hell out of here. He glanced at the soldiers lying on the ground and said, carry the wounded out for treatment. After leaving the inn, Commander Han ordered his soldiers, you all keep a close watch on them. If anyone dares to let a single one escape, I'll take your lives. He wasn't just saying that. Their police force has suffered so many casualties in this small inn. This matter is already blown up. If these three were allowed to leave safely, it would be a huge joke. You stay here, I'll be right back. Commander Han mounted his horse and rode away quickly. The remaining soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. I can't believe someone would dare to kill our patrolman in the capital. They must have a death wish. This is treason. How dare they? Yes, this capital city isn't just about our small police force. To be honest, our police force is nothing in the capital. If we're talking about strong and well-equipped troops, then it has to be the 5 cities garrison. Don't you think our leader went to the 5 cities garrison to ask for reinforcements? I think so. Isn't the suppression of bandits in the capital under the jurisdiction of the military command? If the 5 cities garrison command doesn't have the capability, then we'll have to ask the Iron Guards of the Eastern Depot to step in. Are you kidding me? The 5 cities garrison can't handle these mere 3 people? Do you really think they're just sitting around doing nothing? Speaking of which, these 3 people are really amazing, incredibly strong. The soldiers waited in place while chatting and joking around. This wait lasted for more than an hour. They found the inn completely silent. No one inside seemed to be trying to break out. Finally, a troop of soldiers arrived at the street corner. TSK, TSK. Look at them. Now that's what you call a strong and well-equipped army. Compared to our families, our police battalion is like a bunch of scavengers. The 5 cities military command has a very wide range of responsibilities. They were not only responsible for apprehending thieves, but also for maintaining the cleanliness of the capital, such as cleaning waterways and repairing roads. In addition, they also have the responsibility of fire prevention and firefighting. They also have the responsibility of security guards, duties such as guarding prisoners. Their power far exceeded that of the police force. In fact, the reason for establishing the patrol battalion was that the 5 cities military command was too busy, so a separate patrol battalion was set up to make up for the shortage of manpower in the military command. Its deputy commander, Su, who has personally led the team. The Nandingmin military command had 1 commander and 4 deputy commanders. Su Yunji was one of the 4 deputy commanders. Su Yunji rode on his horse, and behind him, besides a dozen or so riders, was a forest of swords and spears and a throng of people. There were more than 1,000 strong soldiers in full armor. Someone whispered, "Our commander is really something. Deputy Commander Su actually brought so many troops. Now those traitors have nowhere to escape. I think this is making a mountain out of a molehill. Is it really necessary for so many people to come? There's not even enough room for everyone in this alley." Su Yuenji arrived at the entrance of the inn and asked several soldiers, "Are they still inside?" A soldier said humbly with a smile, "Lord Su, please rest assured, we have surrounded this place so tightly that not even a fly can get out." Su Yuenji immediately ordered his subordinates, "Surround them first." With over 1,000 soldiers, there was no way they could surround a small inn. Most of them could only stand on the street. The streets were lined with locals watching the spectacle. There are many interesting things happening in the capital, but things like today are rare. The people should all take a look and see who this person is that the 5-city garrison and the patrol battalion are trying to arrest. That made them go to such lengths was astonishing. Seeing that everything was in place, Su Yuanji nodded in satisfaction and then said, "The archers will be divided into 4 teams and take up the left and right rooms of the inn respectively." Only then did Commander Han step forward and say with a smile, "Lord Su, the formation you set up is truly foolproof." "SOSO," Su Yuanji said with a modest smile. After saying that, he shouted loudly towards the inn, "Listen up, you people inside. If you don't come out now, I'm going to order the inn to be burned down." Commander Han was shocked. The inn was on fire? This is the capital city. How dare Lord Su set fire? The houses here are packed together, and if one catches fire, it could easily engulf the entire street in flames. Chapter 106, being an official, is all about following procedures. Burn? Su Yuanji certainly wouldn't dare to burn down the inn. His words were merely a psychological maneuver. If he could solve this problem without losing a single soldier, why wouldn't he do it? But after waiting for quite a while, there was still no movement from the inn. Su Yuanji then shouted again, "Listen up, you people inside. If you don't come out now, I'll bombard the inn and turn you into a pile of minced meat." Commander Han glanced at the troops of the 5 cities garrison, but there was no sign of cannons. Clearly, this deputy commander, Su, was just trying to scare people. After Su Yuanji's repeated calls, everything in the inn remained the same. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to charge in. Su Yuanji showed no embarrassment when he said this. This is just a formality. If any soldiers are injured or killed later, neither the higher-ups nor the lower-ups have any reason to blame him. In any case, he had done his best in front of everyone. At Su Yuanji's command, the soldiers of the 5 cities garrison immediately rushed into the inn. These officers and soldiers were well equipped, with iron armor and steel guns, sturdy shields, and sharp knives. They were all fierce and eager for battle. As long as you can personally capture a rebel, you're guaranteed a promotion and a fortune. After all, in the capital, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a name for oneself. Kill! Charge! The officers and soldiers shouted loudly as they rushed in line. Before long, a commotion of chickens and dogs came from inside. Bang! Smack! Thump! Crackling and popping. Immediately afterward, soldiers hurriedly retreated from the inn. Then, some soldiers dragged their wounded comrades out of the inn. Many people retreated from inside, but even more continued to rush in. On one side, people were rushing in, and on the other side, they were retreating out. For a moment, the entrance to the inn was bustling with activity. Su Yuanji frowned. Looking at the situation, it seemed that things were not good. However, the number of casualties so far is still within an acceptable range. Fewer and fewer soldiers were rushing in, but more and more wounded soldiers were escaping. The officers and soldiers behind them began to hesitate and be timid, unable to advance. Su Yuanji started speaking again. However, this time he addressed the officers and soldiers. "You've been training your troops for 1,000 days. Now is the time for you to serve the court. Charge! Rush in and arrest the traitors. I order you to spare no effort to bring the criminals to justice." His shout forced the officers and soldiers to charge in again. However, they couldn't hold on for long before they withered away again. Su Yuanji looked grave and said, "We can't let this continue. These soldiers all have families. Who doesn't have parents, wives, and children? We can't let them die in vain." Han, the battalion commander, thought to himself, "Why didn't you do this sooner?" Commander Han looked closely and saw that, not to mention the wounded soldiers who had been rescued, there were already more than a dozen who had stopped breathing. "Cease the attack." Su Yuanji ordered all officers and soldiers to suspend the attack. He frowned again, looking as if he were deeply troubled by the fate of his country and its people. The people inside must be highly skilled in martial arts. How could ordinary soldiers like these be a match for these martial arts masters? This is hopeless. This is hopeless. Han, the battalion commander, didn't I tell you long ago that the people inside are exceptionally fierce? Who are you trying to impress by acting like you just found out? Sure enough, the higher the official rank, the better they are at acting. The higher the official rank, the less they care about people's hearts. Their people's hearts have long been eaten by dogs. It seems that only the Iron Guards of the Eastern Depot can lead the charge and achieve victory in this battle. Su Yuanji muttered to himself. Only then did Commander Han finally understand. This deputy commander, Su, probably had a plan in mind long before he arrived. All of the previous statements, such as shouting and promising to capture the criminals at all costs, were just an act. "Feng Er, go to the Eastern Depot and tell them that I have encountered some fierce bandits who have fled to the capital. I have been unable to break through their defenses and have suffered dozens of casualties. I have no choice but to ask the iron guards of the Eastern Depot for reinforcements." Upon receiving the order, Feng Er mounted his horse and quickly departed. This series of actions left General Han in awe. See, this is how officials are made. Not a drop of water leaks. Han, having witnessed Su Yuanji's series of outrageous actions, couldn't help but express his opinion, saying, "Lord Su, rest assured, as long as the Eastern Depot's Iron Guard arrive, a few rebels will be easily captured." Su Yuanji put on his pained mask of concern for the country and its people again, and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, this matter is of great importance. We must not let the criminals escape. If such lawless people escape, they will cause endless harm." The two chatted casually for quite some time before they finally saw several fast horses approaching from the street corner. Han, the commander, had sharp eyes and spotted a familiar face at a glance. "Lord Su, look over there. It's Huang Yunzhong. It's Deputy Commander Huang of the Eastern Depot, who has arrived in person." Su Yuanji was also slightly taken aback. Although Huang Yunzhong was nominally a deputy, he was actually the most powerful figure in charge of the Eastern Depot. Because the head of the Eastern Depot was Sima Zhongxian. Because Sima Zhongxian spent a lot of time by the emperor's side, he did not have much time to manage the Eastern Depot. Therefore, Huang Yunzhong took charge of all the affairs of the Eastern Depot. Su Yuanji had no idea how terrifying Huang Yunzhong's position was in the capital. Even high-ranking officials dared not put on airs in front of Huang Yunzhong. Huang Yunzhong was able to take anyone he wanted in the capital. Apart from the royal family, there was no one he dared not take. Before long, Huang Yunzhong rode his horse to the entrance of the inn. He looked at Su Yuanji and Commander Han with an arrogant expression. Within the Beijing security system, there are only a handful of well-known individuals. He had seen both of them before. He immediately asked, "Lord Su, what has happened here?" Su Yuanji then recounted the entire incident in detail. Su Yuanji only knew one aspect, but not the other. He only knew the latter part of the story. He was unaware of the real cause. Before Huang Yunzhong could ask any questions, Commander Han stepped forward and explained how the incident had started. Huang Yunzhong remained expressionless and said, "So, it was only because the second son of Minister Chen got into a conflict with someone on the street that dozens of soldiers were killed or injured?" Su Yuanji looked at Commander Han, the battalion commander, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He only did things for people after he was paid to do them. If the Eastern Depot's Iron Guards were to find out about this, his life would probably be in danger. "Lord Huang, I could tell at a glance that those three were not good people, which is why I risked my life to save them. Unfortunately, I am incompetent." "Enough." Huang Yunzhong coldly interrupted General Han's explanation. In his mind, he had already sentenced Minister Chen and Battalion Commander Han to have their property confiscated and be imprisoned. Once this matter is settled, these two should obediently stay in the water dungeon. General Han was so frightened that his whole body went limp. It is said that no official who angered Huang Yunzhong ever survived. "Huang Meifeng, Zhao Daqing, you two go into the inn and investigate the situation." Huang Yunzhong didn't bother to say anything more to the two of them and simply gave the order. Chapter 107, There's a Demon. Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing were two of the most skilled agents in the Eastern Depot. Whether inside or outside the capital, if the Eastern Depot had any troubles that its subordinates couldn't handle, these two would usually step in. They had all reached the level of Grandmaster and were undoubtedly the backbone of the Eastern Depot. However, the two are low-key and have always disliked showing themselves in public. Su Yuanji had only heard of their names before, but had never had the chance to meet them. He hadn't expected that the Eastern Depot would send out its top-tier forces just to capture a few bandits. Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing accepted the order and entered the inn one after the other. With these two taking action, the three rebels should obediently submit now, right? Su Yuanji and his men had been lingering here for too long and were already quite tired. He just wanted to go home early, warm a pot of good wine, prepare a couple of hearty dishes, have his most considerate concubine drink a few cups with him, and then do what a man should do. On the other hand, although Commander Han was still standing there stubbornly, he was actually completely despondent, and everything in front of him seemed to have nothing to do with him anymore. He regretted it deeply. He regretted taking Chen Shilong's money and doing things for him. Not only has everything fallen apart, but it's also uncertain whether he can even save his life. Inside the inn at this moment, Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing entered the inn and saw that it was in a mess, obviously indicating that the fight that had taken place earlier was extremely fierce. They looked up at the guest room. Then I walked up the stairs. We arrived at the guest room door. Inside the guest room, a man and two women were drinking tea at the table. Want some tea? They're still drinking tea? They were surrounded by heavy troops, yet they still had the leisure to sit there and drink tea. Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing exchanged a glance. These three are not simple people. The two did not rush in. Instead, they stood on either side of the door. Lu Chan was drinking tea when he suddenly felt something was wrong, so he glanced at the door that had disappeared. Why don't you come in? Lu Chan asked with a smile. Although his decision to stay at this inn today was impromptu, he had his own reasons. Today he wanted to test just how much this old emperor really was capable of. Then, based on the emperor's performance, a strategic plan for the Great Zhou dynasty will be formulated. So far, the military strength of the capital city is not a threat. However, judging from the two people outside the door, they seem to be quite capable. 3 people. Huang Meifeng bowed to Lu Chun and the other two, her attitude quite good. We too are guards of the Eastern Depot. We would be grateful if the 3 of you would come with us. Chu Yun, however, was already engrossed in the fight. She said directly, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't try this with us. Before Huang Meifeng could even respond to these words, Zhao Daqing became furious. Zhao Daqing drew his long sword from his waist with a clang and pointed it at Chu Yun. How dare you? You ignorant brat. This is the capital, a place of utmost importance. How dare you act so presumptuously? Chu Yun laughed upon hearing this. Then why don't you come in? Enraged, Zhao Daqing drew his sword and charged at Chu Yun. He had already heard about it from people outside. Of the 3 people in the inn, only the young woman made a move. The other 2 remained completely still. They must be referring to this hateful, beautiful woman. He had heard his mother say, since he was a child, that the more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious she is. His mother hadn't lied to him after all. He'll kill this vicious woman right now. He thrust out his sword without holding back. The sword's momentum was like a rainbow, aiming straight for the opponent's throat. At this moment, Chu Yun suddenly made a move, casually slapping Zhao Daqing's sword with his palm, causing the tip of Zhao Daqing's sword to immediately bend at a 90-degree angle. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yun struck out with a palm strike, as fast as lightning, hitting Zhao Daqing squarely in the chest. Zhao Daqing was sent flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. Huang Meifeng, who was standing outside the door, intended to catch Zhao Daqing, but as soon as his hand touched the hem of Zhao Daqing's clothes, he felt a strong force coming from him and hurriedly withdrew his hand. And so, like many of the soldiers before him, Zhao Daqing tragically fell to the ground below. Huang Meifeng peered downstairs and saw Zhao Daqing lying motionless on the floor below, his fate unknown. Huang Meifeng was horrified. Zhao Daqing was of similar strength to him, and both had entered the Grandmaster realm for many years. Over the years, the 2 of them worked in the Eastern Depot and rarely encountered any rivals. Unexpectedly, the young woman defeated Zhao Daqing so completely with just one move. Grandmaster? Could she be a Grandmaster? The total number of Grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty did not exceed 10. At least 4 of them rarely show their faces. There are only 4 or 5 Grandmasters in the public eye. This woman is so young. How could she possibly be a Grandmaster? Reaching the Grandmaster level is the ultimate dream of every martial artist. Each Grandmaster has immersed themselves in martial arts for decades before they can reach this supreme realm. Huang Meifeng had never heard of a Grandmaster under the age of 40. Even going back 300 years, there has never been a Grandmaster under the age of 40. Monster. This is a monster. Huang Meifeng was not a hothead like Zhao Daqing. He went downstairs without looking back and quickly left the inn, arriving in front of Huang Yunzhong. Grown-ups. Huang Meifeng leaned closer to Huang Yunzhong and whispered, Zhao Daqing was knocked down the stairs by that woman in one move, and his life is now uncertain. Huang Yunzhong's usually calm and collected face finally showed a slight change in expression. Even if he were to take action himself, he would not be able to defeat Zhao Daqing in one move. Huang Yunzhong immediately made an accurate assessment of the opponent's strength. He couldn't afford to mess with the people inside. He pondered for only 2 breaths before immediately saying, Meifeng, go and bring over 4 siege crossbows right now. Huang Meifeng was taken aback. 3rd uncle. Go quickly. Huang Meifeng said no more and hurriedly mounted his horse and left. Su Yuanji felt a chill run down his spine when he heard the conversation between the uncle and nephew. Goodness! The people inside were so powerful that Lord Huang had to resort to using siege crossbows. And there were 4 of them. Just how powerful is he? If they really want to break through, I'm afraid my 1,000+ soldiers will be in vain. If they really want to take my life, I'm probably already dead. At this moment, Su Yuanji longed even more to go home as soon as possible. Just then, a soldier came to report. Su Yuanji was displeased to see the terrified look on his subordinate's face. Lord Huang was still standing there, and he was truly embarrassed. What's the matter? The soldier, his face still showing fear, said, Sir, the people in the inn know sorcery. Magic, Su Zhuandiangi Zibut, nonsense. Under the clear, blue sky above, in this majestic land where dragons reside, where would you find any demons? Grown-ups. The soldier, not knowing why Su Yuanji was angry, stammered, Sir, just now I saw a strange thing fly out of the inn and fly all the way up into the sky. He looked up and pointed to the sky. Sir, look, that tiny thing in the sky, as small as a mosquito, flew out of the inn. I dare not utter a single lie. Everyone looked up at the sky and could vaguely make out a small dot in the sky. Chapter 108 Reconnaissance Drones. Su Yuanji, full of suspicion, asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you saw it clearly? Wasn't that just a bird they released? The soldier gestured with his hands and said, Sir, besides me, several other people saw it too. That thing had 4 legs, no head, no tail, and it seemed like it didn't even have a body, just 4 legs. Su Yuanji was so angry at his words that he laughed. Even Huang Yunzhong felt that what the soldier was saying was complete nonsense. Su Yuanji was truly enraged this time. He shouted angrily, You scoundrel! What kind of creature only has 4 legs? And can it fly with only 4 legs? And fly this high? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The soldiers were speechless and could only say, Sir, you should tell me they are demons. What they released must also be a demon. You have some nerve. Take him away and give him 20 lashes. Several soldiers came over and, without saying a word, dragged the soldier away. Not long after, a scream came from not far away. My lord, everything I've said is true, my lord. The soldier was being beaten, yet he kept shouting intermittently. This minor incident did not affect Huang Yunzhong's overall strategy. He would occasionally look up at the sky. He has excellent eyesight, but he could only barely make out a tiny black dot in the sky. The black dot hovered in the sky, sometimes motionless, sometimes wandering. Huang Yunzhong felt that this should not be a bird. So what exactly is it? He was completely baffled. My lord, the siege crossbows have arrived. The soldiers on the street quickly made way for them. A group of soldiers led the way, with 4 horse-drawn carriages towing 4 siege crossbows through the crowd and arriving outside the inn. Huang Yunzhong ordered, Immediately set up 4 siege crossbows on the nearby rooftops and aim them at the inn from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. The soldiers busied themselves, setting up ladders to climb onto the roof and carrying crossbow carts. After a while, they finally managed to put the 4 siege crossbows in place. Seeing that the siege crossbows were about to be in place, the gloom on Huang Yunzhong's face finally dissipated slightly. Inside the inn at this moment, Chu Yun felt immense awe and respect for Lu Chen. Lu Chen called the thing that just flew into the sky a drone. Chu Yun no longer wanted to ask how it flew up into the sky, since it had flown there by helicopter. But this drone can look down on the ground from the sky, and everything on the ground is displayed in a small square box. Lu Chen drew on it while chatting with the 2 of them. I didn't expect so many of them to come. They filled the entire street. What do they bring this time? As Lu Chen spoke, he zoomed in on the image. Chu Yun and Xie Qiao watched from the side, utterly astonished. Even Xie Qiao couldn't help but ask, Husband, your drone is flying in the sky. How come what it sees appears on the board in your hand? Lu Chen said, This is something I can't explain to you in a short time. I'll explain it to you in detail when I have time. But even if I do explain, you might not understand. The 2 wanted to ask a few more questions, but just then, Lu Chen suddenly said, They actually brought siege crossbows. Siege crossbow. Xie Qiao had no concept of siege crossbows, but Chu Yun was taken aback. Look, they're installing crossbow bolts on it. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun examined the screen carefully. Sure enough, there was a siege crossbow on each of the surrounding rooftops and several people were busy working next to each crossbow. Not good, Chu Yun said. This siege crossbow is extremely powerful and can be loaded with several bolts at the same time. If fired simultaneously, it will be invincible. She turned her head to look at the wooden wall of the inn and said, the walls of this inn are not enough to block it. Lu Chen put down a handheld terminal and said, then we won't let them launch. After saying that, he took out a rifle from his bag. Chu Yun's expression was quite interesting when he saw Lu Chen's action. The rifle was at least 4 feet long, while his bag was less than 2.5 feet long in total. So, how is this rifle loaded? When Lu Chen took out that huge helicopter earlier, he went around to the back of the mountain so that the two of them wouldn't see it. Now he doesn't even pretend anymore. But then, Chu Yun's expression became even more interesting, because after Lu Chen pulled out one rifle, he pulled out 2 more rifles in succession. Xie Qiao looked at Chu Yun and explained to her somewhat awkwardly, my husband once met an immortal, and this is the immortal technique that the immortal gave him. Lu Chen didn't care about any of that. He said, take your guns, find your positions, and shoot all the soldiers next to the crossbows. He then took out a dozen or so magazines from his bag and distributed them to them. The situation was urgent. Chu Yun didn't have time to process Xie Qiao's words. He grabbed his gun and went out with Xie Qiao to find a suitable shooting position. The reason Lu Chen bought a drone from the system store was to guard against the soldiers using such a powerful weapon. He was right. After repeated setbacks, the officers and soldiers did indeed acquire a powerful weapon. Upon reaching the window, Lu Chen saw a siege crossbow on the roof diagonally in front of him. Several soldiers nearby were attaching large crossbow bolts to the crossbows. Lu Chen fired several shots at them. Several soldiers were shot and fell from the roof with screams. As soon as he fired his gun, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also opened fire. After a burst of gunfire, Lu Chen looked at the drone's control terminal and saw that none of the 4 siege crossbows were still standing. However, in addition to these siege crossbows, there were also many people lying in ambush on the surrounding rooftops. Lu Chen observed carefully and discovered that they were all archers. They just haven't shown themselves yet. Lu Chen was not afraid of them at all. They all possess physical strength 10 times that of ordinary people, with astonishing defensive capabilities. Ordinary arrows probably cannot penetrate their defenses at all. What other tricks will they use next? Lu Chen only needs to use the drone to observe the situation. Outside the inn, Huang Yunzhong heard a gunshot and immediately sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, a soldier rushed in to report, Sir, something terrible has happened. All the brothers who were setting up the crossbows have been shot down by muskets. Firearms? They actually have firearms in private possession. Su Yuanji immediately exclaimed, traitors! They really are traitors. The Great Zhou dynasty strictly prohibited the private possession of firearms by civilians, and violators would be executed immediately. These 3 men, possessing firearms, are undoubtedly rebels. Huang Yunzhong glanced at Su Yuanji with displeasure. It's only now that you realize they're traitors? Just some firearms? Is that all you've got? Huang Yunzhong looked down on muskets from the bottom of his heart. Its accuracy and range are not as good as a bow and arrow, and reloading takes too long, making it far less effective than a bow and arrow. He immediately said, send men back up to the roof right away and tell them to hurry up and not give them time to reload their muskets. Su Yunji nodded repeatedly from his side. This Lord Huang remained calm, as expected. Su Yuanji also knew the drawbacks of firearms, and he also looked down on them. He kept a flintlock pistol at home, and he would play with it a few times when he had nothing else to do. This musket is effective at close range, but it's not very useful at a distance. It's fine to carry it on your person for emergency self-defense, but in a real battlefield, it's far less effective than a bow and arrow. Chapter 109 Demolition of the Inn. Several teams of soldiers climbed back onto the rooftops to continue loading bolts into the siege crossbows. However, Lu Chen and his 2 companions discovered them, and after a burst of gunfire, all the soldiers were shot and tumbled down. This time, Su Yuanji personally took command. He immediately ordered the soldiers behind him to hurry up and continue climbing onto the roof. He believed that after the 3 men in the inn fired a round, they would have to reload their ammunition. Take this opportunity to quickly load the siege crossbows. Only in this way can they seize the initiative. However, Su Yuanji witnessed an unbelievable scene. The soldiers who climbed back onto the roof were shot down by muskets from inside the inn before they could make any move. Su Yuanji was completely baffled. Logically, it would be impossible for the three people in the inn to reload the musket in such a short time. But this was no time to think about such things. Su Yuanji continued to order his soldiers to climb onto the roof one after another. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! Gunfire erupted again, and the soldiers on the roof were shot dead once more. Su Yuanji finally got angry. He immediately ordered the archers who were already lying in ambush to fire arrows into the inn. The archers who had been lying in ambush on the rooftops had been waiting impatiently, and now they could finally come out and get to work. They drew their bows and began firing arrows at the inn. A large number of arrows flew into the inn through the windows, while some arrows hit the outer wall of the inn. After they fired a volley of arrows, people heard a burst of gunfire. Many archers were shot down by muskets inside the inn as soon as they fired their arrows. Gunfire erupted rapidly, and the musket bullets fired from inside the inn were extremely accurate. In an instant, the archers who were hit fell to the ground. Seeing the heavy casualties among the archers, Su Yuanji was greatly troubled. He couldn't understand why the firepower inside the inn was so intense. There seems to be a musketeer squad of over 100 men inside. Otherwise, he could not explain why. Just then, Huang Yunzhong spoke up. If there's no other way, then we'll have to launch a full-scale attack. Su Yi hurriedly said, My lord, we have already tried it before, and the casualties from a direct assault are too great. Huang Yunzhong coldly replied, As a soldier, I should serve my country without hesitation, even at the cost of my life. Huang Yunzhong was starting to get anxious. If this matter drags on for too long, and the emperor finds out, his time as the head of the Eastern Depot will probably be over. 3 mere rebels rendered him, the dignified commander of the Eastern Depot, helpless. How could he possibly have the face to go out and meet people? Huang Yunzhong added, Immediately send another 1,000 men over, and I will also send 200 Iron Guard from the Eastern Depot to assist you in surrounding and killing the rebels. When Huang Yunzhong said he would be transferring 200 Iron Guards, Su Yuanji had nothing to say. After all, the lives of the Eastern Depot's Iron Guards were far more valuable than those of the soldiers in his military command. Su Yuanji immediately summoned his subordinates and gave him a passionate pre-battle mobilization speech. He had prepared this argument several years ago, but unfortunately he never had the chance to use it. When he brought it out today, the soldiers were indeed filled with excitement. Slay the rebels and protect the emperor. Suppress the rebels and stabilize the capital. Sacrifice myself for the peace of 10,000. Finally, Su Yuanji looked resolutely toward the inn's entrance. Brothers, charge! The soldiers, swords and spears in hand, charged into the inn. Su Yuanji is truly determined to launch a full-scale attack this time. He not only ordered his men to attack from the main entrance of the inn, but also ordered them to bring in a long ladder, intending to enter through the inn's windows. At the same time, he ordered his men to bring heavy hammers and sharp axes, preparing to break through the weak points of the inn. He had already planned that if another assault failed, he would order the inn to be demolished. Kill them, slay the traitors, capture the rebels, and protect the capital. The soldiers shouted and rushed towards the inn from all directions. Some of them entered directly through the main gate. Many others used ladders to try and rush in through the second-floor windows. Others, armed with hammers and axes, began smashing and hacking at the wooden walls of the inn. Inside the inn, Chen and his 2 companions were already engaged in battle with the government troops. It was called a battle, but it was actually more like a lion hunting a rabbit. Chen and his 2 companions wandered around the inn, charging towards any soldiers they encountered. Before long, the inn was piled high with corpses and the ground was covered in blood. But there were still more officers and soldiers rushing in from outside. However, when the soldiers who rushed and saw the terrible scene inside the inn, many of them began to feel nauseous and vomit. Later, the soldiers encountered a wall of corpses as soon as they entered, and they couldn't break through it. Su Yuanji knew what was going on inside, of course, because in just a few sticks of incense's time, he had already lost 200 or 300 of his subordinates. Cease the attack. Su Yuanji had no choice but to order a halt to the attack. He looked at Huang Yunzhong. Where are the Iron Guards of the Eastern Depot? So many of his brothers have died here, and there's still no sign of the Eastern Depot. At this moment, Huang Yunzhong was extremely shocked. There were only 3 people in the inn, and 2 of them were young women. Their fighting power is incredibly strong. When Huang Yun saw Su Yuanji looking at him, his expression remained unchanged, and he said, If we can't break through, then let's tear down this inn. Su Yuanji agreed verbally, but then added, "Let my subordinates catch their breath first." Huang Yunzhong understood that Su Yuanji was waiting for their Eastern Depot's iron guards. He remained silent, waiting for the arrival of the Eastern Depot's iron guards before speaking further. Unlike the ordinary soldiers of the military command, the iron guards of the Eastern Depot were all skilled fighters, each one comparable to 10 ordinary soldiers. Before long, 200 Eastern Depot guards, led by Huang Meifeng, hurriedly arrived at the inn. Huang Yunzhong ordered, "Tear down this inn. Let's see how they hide now." Su Yuanji was so angry at Huang Yunzhong's actions that he almost fainted. So it turns out that the soldiers of his military command are only there to die, while the Eastern Depot's iron guards are only there to demolish houses. 200 Eastern Depot iron guards, along with numerous soldiers from the military command, armed with various weapons, began smashing and demolishing the inn. "Look, the inn is about to collapse," some soldiers shouted excitedly. The onlookers nearby all had indifferent expressions. "I wouldn't say I'm happy, but I wouldn't say I'm unhappy either. The inn doesn't belong to them, so they can just demolish it." As for the inn's owner and manager, they were probably already in prison by then. Their daring to allow traitors to stay at the inn is itself tantamount to treason. The inn is about to collapse. Many people pointed at the rickety inn and shouted loudly, "Now those 3 traitors inside are doomed, aren't they?" Of course, if the inn collapsed, they would definitely be buried inside. How could they possibly survive? However, some people have raised the question, they're so powerful, they shouldn't be easily crushed to death inside, right? As they were talking, the inn began to tilt and slowly collapse to one side under the force of the soldiers smashing and pounding. "It's down. The inn is down. Get out of the way. Run away quickly. Evacuate. Evacuate now." The soldiers scattered and quickly fled the area around the inn. A loud boom was heard. The inn collapsed with a crash, and dust billowed high into the air, spreading everywhere. Chapter 1:10 Relocation of Positions. Seeing the inn collapse amidst the billowing dust, Su Yuanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Yunzhong's brows relaxed, and he said, "The way these thieves died is far too lenient on them." According to the usual practice of the Eastern Depot, such heinous villains had to endure all kinds of torture at the Eastern Depot before they could die in agony. As soon as Huang Yunzhong finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the soldiers. "Look, what's that? Oh no, the rebels inside are still alive. They're trying to escape. Quick, stop them. They're trying to get away." Amidst the shouts and cries of the soldiers, 3 figures emerged high from the swirling dust and leaped into a small building next to the inn. Upon seeing this scene, Huang Yunzhong felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a heavy hammer. He felt a tightness in his chest, almost causing internal injuries. Su Yuanji's face turned ashen upon seeing this. So all their efforts, including the deaths and injuries of countless soldiers, were in vain? They razed the inn to the ground, but the 3 rebels were unharmed. They simply moved to another location. Are they going to have to start all over again? Another strong attack? Should we also demolish the small building next door? For the first time in his life, Huang Yunzhong truly understood what it meant to be powerless. They mobilized a large number of people and tried every possible method, but they were helpless against these 3 rebels. At this moment, Huang Yunzhong suddenly remembered someone. If Xie Qiao were here, he would surely have a way to capture those 3 thieves and bring them to justice. Prior to this, Huang Yunzhong had a complex opinion about Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian was grateful for the kindness shown to him and had taken good care of him in his daily life. Huang Yunzhong outwardly showed great respect for Sima Zhongxian, but deep down he disliked Sima Zhongxian's character. Although I can't match his flattery skills, I simply disdain to do so. Although I'm not as ruthless as him, it's only because I don't want to be ruthless. Although my methods of managing subordinates are not as good as his, it's just because I'm too lazy to do so. But overall, I'm actually not worse than him, or at least not by much. Huang Yunzhong had a very high opinion of himself, and even felt that he was not much worse than Sima Zhongxian. Even without him, Huang Yunzhong could still run the Eastern Depot with great success. But today, Huang Yunzhong felt a pang of longing for Sima Zhongxian. If Sima Zhongxian were here, he certainly wouldn't be as helpless as I am now. "Fence this courtyard." Huang Yunzhong had no choice but to give this order. He could no longer launch an attack on the inn, which resulted in a large-scale invasion, heavy casualties, and nothing gained. "Lord Su, please wait here. I'll go back first." Huang Yunzhong remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic on the surface. He gave Su Yunji some instructions, then mounted his horse and rode away. Seeing Huang Yunzhong leave, Su Yunji felt relieved, as it seemed Huang had come up with another good idea. He roared at his soldiers, "Surround this small building. Don't let a single one escape." As darkness approached, Su Yunji wanted to go home for dinner, but he was afraid something might have gone wrong here, so he could only patiently wait where he was. He was waiting for Huang Yunzhong. After Huang Yun returned to his residence at the Eastern Depot, he immediately revealed his true form. He paced back and forth in the room like an ant on a hot plate. Unfortunately, neither the Grand Eunuch nor Mr. G are in the capital at this time. There is only one Grandmaster in the capital right now, but I have no way to pay him a visit. If this matter drags on any longer and the Emperor finds out, I don't know if I can keep my job. Shouldn't we set up cannons and bombard them? Absolutely not. Such a commotion would surely alert the Emperor. Huang Yunzhong didn't want the Emperor to know because he didn't want to leave the Emperor with the impression of being incompetent. If he can't even take down a few petty thieves in the capital, how can he possibly hold onto his position as the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot? Just as he was racking his brains for a perfect solution, he suddenly heard his personal guards come in to report. "My lord, Xiao Detzi from the palace has arrived. Judging from his appearance, he seems to have something urgent to attend to." Huang Yunzhong was taken aback. "Xiao Detzi? Quickly invite him in. No, I'll go out to see him." Xiao Detzi was the emperor's personal eunuch, and even high-ranking officials had to give him some face. Huang Yunzhong dared not be presumptuous. He straightened his official robes and hurried out. "Oh, Lord Huang, you seem to be having a peaceful day." Upon seeing Huang Yunzhong, Xiao Detzi greeted him with a sarcastic and ambiguous statement. Huang Yunzhong's heart sank, and he quickly put on a smiling face and said, "I wonder what brings you here today, sir." "Lord Huang, the Emperor wishes to see you. Please come in." Huang Yunzhong was startled. The Emperor summoned him alone, which was unprecedented. "My lord, may I ask why His Majesty has summoned me?" As Huang Yunzhong spoke, he slipped 2 gold ingots into his hand. Upon seeing the 2 gold ingots, Xiao Detzi's cold expression immediately turned as warm as a spring breeze. "Lord Huang, did you go to Nanding Gate today to arrest a few rebels?" Huang Yunzhong's heart skipped a beat. What he feared most had come to pass. The Emperor eventually found out about it. He was utterly puzzled. Even if the Emperor knew about this, why would he personally intervene? Although the commotion caused by the 3 rebels was quite significant, the Emperor has a ton of things to worry about right now, so it's not his place to concern himself with such trivial matters. Huang Yunzhong was filled with trepidation as he followed Xiao Detzi into the palace. Meanwhile, Lu Chun and his 2 companions moved from the inn to the cloth shop next door. This fabric shop was just a small store, not even as big as the inn next door. However, it was very clean inside. The shopkeeper and his assistant had long been ordered to close the shop by the soldiers under the pretext of keeping money, and everyone else had left the shop. It's quite quiet here, even better than the inn. Lu Chun wasn't picky about the place. He thought any place was fine, since it was just a temporary place to stay anyway. He observed the movements of the officers and soldiers outside through the drone's perspective. After the battle at the inn, the soldiers became much more obedient, staying quietly outside without making any other moves. As it grew late, Lu Chun was already thinking about how to rest that night. He himself is fine. He can enter and exit the space at any time, and no one could do anything about him. Tonight, the 2 of you will take turns keeping watch to prevent any surprise attacks by the officers and soldiers." Chu Yun said, "If they are not afraid of death, they are welcome to come." Xie Qiao also said, "I think they probably won't dare to come again. They suffered too many casualties today, so they probably won't dare to cause any more trouble. Never mind them. Let's eat something first." Lu Chun took out a few scallion pancakes, a roast chicken, 2 pieces of cooked beef, and 3 bottles of water from his bag, and placed them on the table. Keep things simple when you're traveling. Chu Yun stopped worrying about where Lu Chun got these things from. Xie Qiao said he used immortal techniques, so let's just call it immortal techniques. However, these foods taste quite good. After the 3 of them had a hearty meal, it got dark outside. Lu Chun was about to rest when he suddenly approached the window warily and signaled to Xie Qiao and the other person to be careful. Someone is approaching from outside. Chapter 111: The Secret Deal with the Emperor. At this time, although the cloth shop was surrounded by heavy troops, they were all quite far away from the shop, and no one dared to get too close. All 3 of them heard a faint sound outside, slowly approaching the cloth shop. Xie Qiao drew his pistol on high alert. Chu Yun silently approached the window, preparing to launch a counterattack against the attacker. 3 seniors, are you present? A low, hushed voice came from outside. Chu Yun asked in a deep voice, who is it? I am Huang Yunzhong, the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot. I have no ill intentions in coming here, but I have important matters to discuss with you seniors. Lu Chen found this strange. Wasn't it this deputy commander Huang who was directing the troops to besiege the inn during the day today? Lu Chen's hearing is now amazing. Today, he learned from many soldiers that in addition to a deputy commander of the 5 cities garrison, the other person leading the team was this deputy commander Huang. Lu Chen was puzzled. This man led his troops to besiege him during the day, but at night, he met with him in private. What was the purpose of this meeting? Come in and talk, Lu Chen said. With their combined strength, the 3 of them had no need to fear Huang Yun's schemes and tricks. Let's hear what he has to say to me. A figure slipped in through the window. There were no lights or candles in the cloth shop, but Lu Chen could still make out Huang Yunzhong's appearance. He was around 40 years old and had a mature and steady appearance, with a murderous aura between his brows, which was very fitting for his position as the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot. Huang Yunzhong greets the 3 seniors. Huang Yunzhong, using the dim light from outside, saw the 3 people inside the room and stepped forward to bow. In the world of martial arts, strength comes first. Although Lu Chen and his 2 companions were young, their strength was astonishing. Huang Yunzhong dared not presume to be arrogant and could only consider himself a junior. Lu Chen said calmly, "Speak, what is it?" Huang Yunzhong did not answer, but instead took something out of his sleeve and respectfully handed it to Lu Chen. "Please take a look, sir." Lu Chen reached out and took it. It was a roll of fine Chinese paper. He unfolded the paper and saw that it was filled with tiny, fine characters. I have heard that you have encountered much injustice since your arrival in the capital. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback after reading only the beginning. This is actually a secret letter from the emperor? Huang Yunzhong is the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot. Since it was he who brought the emperor's secret letter, it should be genuine. Although the room was dark, Lu Chen could still make out the writing on it. He quickly finished reading the secret letter, and his expression became somewhat strange. The emperor's current situation is so critical that he is resorting to desperate measures. Lu Chen recalled that Sima Zhongxian had brought an imperial edict to Lu family village before, and the content of the edict also indicated that he was being recruited. Huang Yunzhong couldn't see the expression on Lu Chen's face. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't speak, he asked, "Sir, before I came, His Majesty instructed me that as long as you can help His Majesty get out of the predicament in the northern frontier, you can name any conditions you have." Lu Chen said, "You should have everyone outside leave first. If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me?" Huang Yunzhong hurriedly said, "I will withdraw my troops immediately. As for the matter mentioned in the letter, I will consider it and get back to you tomorrow." Huang Yunzhong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems there's still room for negotiation, which makes things easier. At least he could answer questions in front of the emperor. "Then I shall take my leave." After Huang Yunzhong finished speaking, he didn't linger. He turned around, left the small building, and disappeared into the night. Before long, Lu Chen and the other 2 heard some noise outside. After a brief commotion, the area outside the cloth shop quieted down. Xie Qiao then asked Lu Chen, "Husband, was he really sent by the emperor?" Lu Chen nodded. "That should be true. What does the emperor want with you?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "That old emperor is in a real bind these days and has no other ideas. He actually wants me to help him deal with the Tartar soldiers in the north." Xie Qiao and Chu Yun both looked on in disbelief. Chu Yun said, "In his eyes, we are traitors." Xie Qiao also said, "Has this emperor lost his mind? What is he thinking?" Lu Chen said, "What else can we think about? Let's use one tiger to devour another." Using one tiger to devour another? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun both fell into deep thought. Lu Chen was also racking his brains. What he needs now is a large amount of gold and silver to exchange for various supplies and weapons in the system shop. If we can make a fortune from the Great Zhou dynasty, that wouldn't be a bad idea. However, it's definitely not possible to ask him to completely solve all the problems of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty was corrupt and decadent beyond redemption. So, wouldn't it be wonderful if he could seize the opportunity to make a fortune before the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun knew that Lu Chen was thinking about something, so they didn't disturb him. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Lu Chen and his two companions spent most of the day leisurely in the cloth shop. In the afternoon, Huang Yunzhong quietly entered the cloth shop once again. The time he chose was very appropriate. If he did it too early, it would seem like he was too eager, and he was afraid of upsetting Lu Chen and the other two. If it's too late, he's afraid the emperor will get impatient. Huang Yunzhong remembered that last night when he entered the palace to meet the emperor and reported Lu Chen's attitude. A hint of joy finally appeared on the emperor's face, which was so bitter it made one's liver ache. Huang Yunzhong was overjoyed at that moment and wished he could immediately offer incense to comfort his ancestors for 18 generations. Gentlemen, before Huang Yunzhong could ask any questions, Lu Chen directly stated his conditions. First, I want 10 million taels of silver. Don't rush to refuse on behalf of the emperor. I have my own way of handling this matter. Second, I want all of Sima Zhongxian's property, and I want to personally supervise the confiscation of his property. Third, I want you to send a team of Eastern Depot guards to accompany me around the capital. I need to find some things in the capital. Fourth, Lu Chen listed a long string of conditions. Huang Yunzhong broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Finally, Lu Chen said, "Have you memorized everything? If you can't, I can write it down." I remember. I have memorized it all. This is a message delivered on behalf of the emperor. Every word is worth a fortune. How could he possibly forget it? 1 hour later, King Zhou Yuxiao, then heard about the conditions proposed by Lu Chen from Huang Yunzhong. Zhou Yuxiao remained silent for a long time after hearing this. In fact, of the conditions Lu Chen proposed, only the first and second made Zhou Yuxiao feel somewhat uncomfortable. 10 million taels of silver. If he could come up with 2 million taels of silver right now, he wouldn't be so troubled that he couldn't sleep all night. But they said he didn't need to worry about the 10 million taels, so there was nothing to worry about. As for confiscating Sima Zhongxian's property, Zhou Yuxiao didn't understand at all. He's just a eunuch. How much wealth could he possibly have? At most, you'd be lucky to get a few thousand taels. So what if he copied it? At most, he'll just compensate Sima Zhongxian afterwards. After much deliberation, Zhou Yuxiao realized that none of these conditions involved the interests of his royal family. Actually, it wasn't that Lu Chen didn't want to fleece the emperor, but rather that he was so poor that he couldn't possibly get any money out of him. Go and tell Lu Chen right now that I have granted his permission. Huang Yin left the palace in high spirits. Zhou Yuxiao suddenly remembered something else. He said his name was Lu Chen. Zhou Yuxiao stroked the few whiskers on his chin. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. Chapter 112 rating is still the most profitable. This is the first time in the 17 years since Zhou Yuxiao ascended the throne that he has been so efficient. After leaving the palace, Huang Yunzhong rode at full speed to the cloth shop where Lu Chen worked. He told Lu Chen that the emperor had agreed to all his conditions. This was something Lu Chen had anticipated. The next day, Huang Yunzhong came to see Lu Chen again. Upon meeting, he presented her with a plaque made of pure gold. "Mr. Lu, with this plaque, you can go anywhere in the capital, except for the imperial palace." Lu Chen didn't even look at it, just took it and stuffed it into his spatial storage. "This gold medal is worth at least 100 taels of silver. Why not take it? Mr. Lu, I have already sent men to secretly surround several of Sima Zhongxian's residences. You can go and confiscate their property whenever you are free." Huang Yunzhong's feelings were very complicated when he said this. He had no idea how Sima Zhongxian had offended this powerful figure before him. But Sima Zhongxian had shown him kindness and support, so seeing Sima Zhongxian's home being ransacked left him with a bitter taste in his mouth. "I'll go right away," Lu Chen answered without hesitation. "The important thing is to put the money in your own pocket as soon as possible." "Very well, I'll take you there right away." Huang Yunzhong had already prepared his men to raid Sima Zhongxian's house, and they were already waiting outside. Not only that, all of his iron guards of the Eastern Depot were also on standby in the Eastern Depot. They didn't have to do anything these days, just to cooperate with all of Lu Chen's actions. The emperor was so eager for this matter that he wanted everyone in the capital to cooperate with Lu Chen's actions. The Heluku Pass in northern Xinjiang could be breached at any moment. At that time, the elite cavalry of the Tartar army could reach the city within a few days. At this critical juncture, how could the emperor not be anxious? Lu Chen and his group rode horses to Sima Zhongxian's main residence. At this time, the people in Sima Zhongxian's residence seemed to have a premonition that things were not going well, and they were already in a state of panic. Huang Yunzhong knew the matter was of great importance and gave his subordinates a stern warning. If anyone dares to take even a needle or thread, their entire family will be exterminated. When they raided homes, these Eastern Depot guards would stuff their clothes full of stuff, making a clanging noise as they walked. Huang Yunzhong pretended not to see it. But this time was different from the past. When the Eastern Depot's iron guards heard Huang Yunzhong say this, they knew that the matter was of great importance, so they had no choice but to give up their little scheme to make money. At Huang Yunzhong's command, the fierce and ruthless guards of the Eastern Depot stormed into the Sima mansion. Suddenly, the house was filled with howling and wailing and chickens and dogs barking. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Don't leave a single copper coin behind. Huang Yunzhong shouted sternly at the iron guards. He was saying this to the iron guards, and, at the same time, he was showing Lu Chen his firm stance. Before long, boxes of gold and silver jewelry filled the courtyard. They wouldn't let go of any bottles or jars with even a little bit of value, gold bowls, tea sets, or tables, chairs, and beds made of fine wood. In the end, apart from the walls and roof tiles, there was nothing superfluous in the entire house. Even the windows made of Phoebe Jinan wood were all taken down. Sir, what do you think of the rockery and the golden fir tree next to it in the garden? Should we dig them up as well? In the back garden, Huang Yunzhong pointed to a rockery and a tree and cautiously asked Lu Chen. Looking at the back garden that had been demolished in pieces, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The marble floorboards in the garden were all leveled and neatly stacked in the yard by the guards. No need. Lu Chen waved his hand. The artificial mountain was too big, and he felt it would be too much of a hindrance to his space. The tree was 200 or 300 years old, with lush branches and leaves, and he also found in the way. He never expected that the so-called raid on his home would be so thorough. However, he thought it was fine this way. He can use many of these things. For example, those fine pieces of wood, if placed in later generations, would be worth a fortune even for a small piece. And those marble floors, he can use them to decorate his yard in the future. However, he needs to find a place to put it for now, and he will put it in the space warehouse later. Find a place to put these things away for now, and I'll take care of them later. Huang Yunzhong immediately replied, Sir, I have already arranged a storeroom for you. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then let's take it to the warehouse first, and I'll count it myself. Putting aside everything else, just the task of inventorying these assets is a huge undertaking, time-consuming and labor-intensive. Lu Chen then decided to do it himself. As the large contingent marched toward Sima Zhongshan's second residence, Lu Chen was already in the storeroom, taking stock of the valuables. His method of counting was very simple. Once these items are placed in the space warehouse, an inventory of these items will be automatically generated. Then he can simply take the valuables out again. The Eastern Depot's iron guards worked day and night, and the raid lasted for a full day and night. Finally, all the loot from the confiscated property was piled up in the warehouse. Lu Chen accepted everything without question. Looking at the list of assets in the system, it would be a lie to say that Lu Chen wasn't happy. He is now incredibly wealthy, perhaps even more so than a country. So, shouldn't we upgrade this treasure hunting feature? The treasure hunting function included in the system can be upgraded. However, the system coins required for the upgrade were too many, so Lu Chen always chose to ignore them. The treasure hunt feature is being upgraded and requires 100 million system coins. That is 100,000 taels of silver. Now, he doesn't lack this little bit of money. Upgrade. 0.01 seconds later, Lu Chen checked the treasure hunt function again. Treasure hunt. Level 2. 1.2 billion system currency required to advance to the next level. Treasure hunting. In addition to discovering unclaimed treasures, you can also discover claimed treasures, and you can also determine the treasure's level. The upgraded treasure hunt feature is much better than before. Previously, only unclaimed treasures could be discovered. Now, not only can we explore own treasures, but we can also find out the level of the treasure. The higher the treasure's grade, the more valuable the treasure inside. Lu Chen just happened to be using this function right now. However, right now he needs to properly handle Sima Zhongshan's assets. Those house deeds and land deeds still need to be converted into cash. Lu Chen then entrusted the matter to Huang Yunzhong. Sell these shops and lands as soon as possible. I only need cash. Huang Yunzhong readily agreed. He repeatedly assured Lu Chen that the selling price of these shops and land would definitely satisfy him. Lu Chen knew his method were nothing more than force buying and selling. But Lu Chen didn't want to care about any of that. There aren't many good, wealthy people in Beijing these days. They deserve to be scammed. Next, it's the 10 million taels of silver that the old emperor promised. Chen hadn't expected to reap such a huge reward this time. Sima Zhongxian's family fortune was a staggering 28 million taels of silver. This is equivalent to 2 or 3 years' worth of fiscal revenue for the Great Zhou dynasty. The emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty complained about being poor every day, but he didn't know that all the officials under his command were rolling in money. If Chen doesn't take them, they will all fall into the hands of rebels or Tartars when the Great Zhou dynasty falls. 10 million taels? That's just something I said without thinking. Even a minor official of the 3rd or 4th rank in the capital would have more than 1 million taels of silver in his household. Not to mention those high-ranking officials of the 1st and 2nd ranks. Commander Huang, next, please take me to visit the homes of those high-ranking officials in the imperial court. Huang Yunzhong agreed without hesitation. Mr. Liu, please. Huang Yunzhong had already anticipated what Chen was going to do next. The group arrived outside a house. Mr. Liu, this is the residence of the left Prime Minister Ning Mingzhu. Chen stood at the gate of the courtyard, looking towards the house. After a moment, Chen shook his head. No need to go, let's go to the next one. Huang Yunzhong didn't understand what he meant, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He could only lead Chen to the right Prime Minister's residence. There's a reason why Chen didn't want to go to Ning Mingzhu's house. Along his journey, he saw that many wealthy and powerful families had several or even a dozen hidden treasure locations. However, Ning Mingzhu's home only had one treasure trove. Moreover, this treasure location is only a level 2 treasure. A level 2 treasure worth only 1 to 10,000 taels of silver. Ning Mingzhu, while not exactly an honest official, was certainly not a corrupt one. Let's just let him go for now. A mere few thousand taels of silver isn't enough to cause any trouble. Chapter 113, Confiscating Property. Having failed to gain any advantage from the left Prime Minister Ning Mingzhu, Chen could only seek compensation from the right Prime Minister. Huang Yunzhong is a smart man. That said, if he weren't smart, he wouldn't have reached his current position. He took Chen directly to the residence of Right Chancellor Wei Jing. Chen stood outside the gate of the Prime Minister's residence, lost in thought for a full 3 minutes. Then, he whispered something in Huang Yunzhong's ear. Huang Yun frowned deeply after hearing this. As the nominal deputy commander of the Eastern Depot, everyone in the circle knew that he was actually the head of the Eastern Depot. As for Sima Zhongxian, he might not even visit the Eastern Depot once every few months. Although Wei Jing was the powerful Right Chancellor, Huang Yunzhong usually ignored him. In his usual words, Wei Jing? Just a greedy parasite. Asking him to lower himself and feign politeness with Wei Jing was something he was truly reluctant to do. But since Chen had said so, he had no choice but to comply. Surround the Prime Minister's residence. No one is allowed to enter or leave. If I see even a mosquito fly out, you'll all die. After giving the order, Huang Yunzhong ordered someone to knock on the door. At this time, everyone in the Prime Minister's residence already knew that the Eastern Depot's iron guards were waiting outside the gate. Several women were clinging to Wei Jing's legs, crying their hearts out. My lord, please let me go with our child. Perhaps we can still preserve a part of the Wei family's bloodline. My lord, please have pity on me, considering how devotedly I have served you all these years. Master, as the saying goes, husbands and wives are like birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Wei Jing was also furious. He had no idea why he had gotten himself into trouble. The Eastern Depot dispatched a large number of iron guards to surround the Prime Minister's residence. Logically speaking, this was tantamount to his neck being cut in half. Know your own affairs. These days, which official is clean? Not a single one. Throughout the capital, if the emperor wanted to investigate, he could uncover the truth every time, and everyone involved would be beheaded. Run? Where do you think you're going? Wei Jing let out a cold laugh. Today, his entire family will inevitably be executed. Nobody will survive. With his last ounce of strength, he shook off the concubines clinging to him. He walked out of the room with his head held high. Even in death, he wanted to die with dignity. Greed? Who isn't greedy in this world? Why should Wei Jing be the one to die? He is not convinced. We arrived in the courtyard. Wei Jing ran into Huang Yunzhong right in front of him. Wei Jing lifted his robe, preparing to kneel and receive the imperial decree. But then Huang Yunzhong reached out and grabbed him. Prime Minister Wei, it's been a long time. How have you been? Wei Jing was taken aback. Something seems off. Huang Yunzhong remained calm, as if he had run into an acquaintance while shopping for groceries on the street, and began to chat with Wei Jing. Lord Wei, I am on official business today on the orders of the Emperor. I am passing by your residence and have taken the opportunity to visit you. I hope you will not mind. Wei Jing was a little dazed, but after years of being an official, what kind of big scene hadn't he seen? He quickly put on a big smile and started chatting with Huang Yunzhong. Lord Huang, it's been so many days. I've missed you terribly. Lord Wei. Although Wei Jing appeared outwardly gentle and kind, he was inwardly terrified and fearful, because he saw that behind Huang Yunzhong was a large group of iron guards with frosty faces and sharp blades in their hands. In addition, he saw a boy and two girls, who, judging from their demeanor and appearance, were not ordinary people. Lord Wei. When Wei Jing saw Huang Yunzhong's expression suddenly change, his heart skipped a beat, and he knew that what was coming had finally arrived. This is Mr. Liu. Huang Yunzhong solemnly introduced Chen to Wei Jing. Wei Jing was confused and could only exchange a few pleasantries with Chen. Lord Wei, Chen, acting on the Emperor's orders, is tasked with apprehending rebels in the capital. According to our spies, Lord Wei's residence contains gold and silver treasures used by the rebels to launch their uprising. As soon as Chen spoke, Wei Jing's legs trembled so badly that he almost collapsed. If he gets involved with traitors, how will his entire family of hundreds survive? Lord Wei, there is no need to panic. Chen smiled and said, Perhaps Lord Wei is unaware of this matter. I am merely here to take a casual look around. Wei Jing breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt that something was wrong. Chen suddenly pointed to the pond in the courtyard and said, Drain the water out of it and start digging. Wei Jing's vision went black, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Huang Yunzhong reached out and grabbed him. When Wei Jing regained consciousness, he saw several large, locked iron boxes next to the drain pond. Wei Jing closed his eyes and collapsed again. However, this time he was faking fainting. Huang Yunzhong grabbed him again and pinched his philtrum hard with his fingernail, causing Wei Jing to open his eyes in pain. His legs buckled, and he knelt down before Huang Yunzhong. Lord Huang, where did these boxes come from? Lord Huang, you must believe me. These don't belong to my residence. A cold glint flashed in Huang Yunzhong's eyes, but it was only fleeting. He put on a smile again and helped Wei Jing up from the ground. Lord Wei, why are you so alarmed? I never said these things belong to your residence. They might just be valuables that the rebels hid in your home. Wei Jing's eyes flickered, unsure of Huang Yunzhong's meaning. At this moment, Chen had already led his guards to the next location. Dig here. In this place, break it open. There's a hidden door here, break it down. Chen found one by one the hiding places of valuables, and the guards dug them up one by one. Bags and boxes of gold and silver were carried into the courtyard by the guards. Looking at the gold and silver jewelry, Huang Yunzhong's face grew increasingly gloomy. He himself was not clean either, and had amassed countless riches through embezzlement. But the amount of money he embezzled was negligible compared to Wei Jing's. He roughly estimated that the gold and silver piled up in the Imperial Guard's residence amounted to at least 7 million taels of silver. Ironically, a few days ago, the emperor pleaded poverty in court, hoping that the officials would contribute some of their savings to alleviate the court's current predicament. But these officials all claimed that their income was insufficient to cover their expenses. They could only come up with a few hundred or 1,000 taels of silver at most. Huang Yunzhong heard that this Lord Wei Jing only took out 600 taels of silver, and that was in 3 separate payments. It's rotten. It's absolutely rotten. Huang Yunzhong shook his head and sighed. Wei Jing looked at the piles of gold and silver in the courtyard, his face as white as paper. This was all the savings he had painstakingly accumulated over 40 years as an official. Everything was gone overnight. He was so heartbroken he felt like dying. What frightened him even more was that with so much gold and silver he had embezzled, the only thing waiting for him was the confiscation of his property and the extermination of his entire clan. His head hung low, his heart ashen. It's like a death row inmate awaiting sentencing. Load them onto the wagons and transport them all away. At Huang Yunzhong's command, the guards immediately stepped forward and carried the gold and silver out of the Prime Minister's residence, loading them onto the carriages outside the gate. Wei Jing's entire family, young and old, huddled in a corner, shivering like quails in the cold wind. Throughout the entire process, Wei Jing kept his head down and his eyes closed. At that moment, he dared not even think about living. He only hoped to die a quick and painless death. Unbeknownst to them, all the guards in the courtyard had been withdrawn. Outside, the sound of wheels rolling gradually faded into the distance. Finally, there was silence. Wei Jing looked up and saw that everyone in the courtyard, young and old, was safe and sound. Wei Jing looked around blankly, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 114 became the world's richest man. Over the course of several days, Lu Chen, accompanied by the Eastern Depot's iron guards, thoroughly searched and plundered almost all the high-ranking officials in the capital, from first rank to second rank, third rank, and fourth rank officials. They acquired a total of 70 million taels of silver and more than 2 million taels of gold. Adding Sima Zhongxian's 28 million taels, Lu Chen now possesses gold and jewelry worth over 130 million taels of silver. Lu Chen did not stop there. In the following days, he led his iron guards to dig up all the unclaimed treasures buried throughout the capital. They also acquired a total of over 10 million taels of gold and silver. With 150 million taels of silver in hand, Lu Chen was full of confidence. He is now undoubtedly the world's richest man. Even the emperor is far inferior to him. At this moment, inside the palace, Zhou Yuzhao was listening to Huang Yunzhong's report. Over 100 million taels. Zhou Yuzhao slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair, wincing in pain. He was both angry and pleased. What's infuriating is that these corrupt officials are incredibly audacious, embezzling such a huge amount of money. The good news is that Lu Chen said he would only take 10 million taels, so wouldn't the remaining 100 million taels be a bargain for the emperor? But Zhou Yuzhao soon noticed that Huang Yunzhong's expression was very unpleasant, and he seemed hesitant to speak. Huang Qing, do you have anything else to say? Huang Yunzhong lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, Lu Chen said that he only found 10 million taels of silver in the homes of those officials. What? Zhou Yuzhao suddenly stood up. Huang Yunzhong shuddered in fright, his voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, Lu Chen said that he has only found 10 million taels of silver in the past few days. How dare you brat? Zhou Yuzhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Majesty, I just went into the warehouse where the gold and silver are stored to check, and there are indeed only 10 million taels of gold and silver in the warehouse. Zhou Yuzhao was furious. Where did the rest of the silver go? Your Majesty, I do not know. Zhou Yuzhao pointed at Huang Yunzhong and cursed. Incompetent. Useless. You sent him out, and you've been by his side every day. How could you not know where the money went? Tell me, did you collude with Lu Chen to embezzle this money? Huang Yunzhong was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly, drawing blood from his forehead. I deserve to die. I am innocent. I truly didn't know. Inside the imperial study, Zhou Yuzhao continued to curse. Interspersed among them were Huang Yunzhong's cries of injustice. It lasted for nearly 2 hours. In the end, Zhou Yuzhao had no choice but to accept reality. He remembered it a few days ago. This Lu Chen is the mysterious young man from Lujiazhai in Hedo County. He just didn't understand why Lu Chen had suddenly come to the capital. He sent Sima Zhongxian to deliver the imperial decree to recruit him. But where was Sima Zhongxian at this time? Was he traveling around enjoying the scenery and hadn't arrived at Lujia village yet? Later, Zhou Yuzhao also came to his senses. 100 million taels of silver in exchange for the eternal stability of my empire. Isn't that a bad deal? After all, if he loses the throne, he won't get his hands on the more than 100 million taels of silver. 2 days later, Lu Chen's convoy left the capital in a grand procession. In addition to a team of guards and a coachman, the entourage included 1,000 unmarried girls. 1,000 unmarried girls. This was one of the conditions he negotiated with Zhou Yuzhao. Sending him to the northern frontier to fight against the Tartars would be impossible without troops under his command. A legion of 1,000 elite young women should have no problem dealing with the Tartars, who primarily use cold weapons. On a flat, grassy area, Lu Chen jumped down from an exquisitely decorated carriage. In addition to 1,000 young girls, the emperor also gifted him 200 carriages and 400 strong horses to pull them. He and Xie Qiao rode in one carriage. Chuyin rode in another carriage by himself, and the rest of the carriages were filled with gold and silver jewelry worth 10 million taels of silver. General Zhang, you should take your men back to the city and take the coachman with you. We'll head to the northern frontier on our own from now on. General Zhang was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Lord Lu, His Majesty has ordered us to escort you to the northern frontier." Lu Chen's face turned cold. "Just tell the emperor that this is my decision." General Zhang is in a dilemma. When the emperor summoned him, he instructed him to obey Lu Chen's orders throughout the journey and not to disobey them. But the emperor also said that he had to escort Lu Chen and the others to the northern frontier. Seeing General Zhang's constipated expression, Lu Chen didn't want to make things difficult for him. So he said, "If you want to follow us, that's fine, but I don't want to see you. Just follow us from a mile away." General Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly agreed. Lu Chen waved his hand. "You may all leave now." Seeing Lu Chen's behavior, General Zhang was furious, but dared not show it on his face. He had no choice but to lead his guards to retreat. After General Zhang and the others had left, Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, "The usual rule, you know what I mean." Xie Qiao nodded slightly. "Husband, I understand." She and Chu Yun gathered 1,000 girls together and questioned them individually. This time it's pretty good, 1,000 girls, all claiming to be virgins. This is actually quite easy to understand. When Zhou Yuzhao first heard Lu Chen say that he wanted him to send 1,000 unmarried girls, Zhou Yuzhao thought Lu Chen was a lecherous man who wanted to fill his harem. Therefore, they put a lot of thought into selecting the girls. After all the girls assured them of their innocence, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun began distributing them power pills. Remember, these precious pills were found by young Master Lu after overcoming countless hardships. Once you take these pills, you'll belong to young Master Lu in life and in death. Do you all remember that? These girls didn't know what the power pill was, and they all nodded in agreement in a daze. In fact, they had no other choice, because their indentures are all in Lu Chen's hands. If they leave Lu Chen, no one in the entire great Zhou dynasty will dare to take them in. Therefore, they had nowhere to escape. Lu Chen stood on a hillside, looking at the group of girls, and nodded secretly. The quality of these new recruits is much better than that of the recruits in previous recruitments. They are physically stronger than children from ordinary poor families, and they don't seem to have been too hungry lately. At the same time, they're all between 13 and 16 years old, and are more mature. Before they set off, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun had already registered them. At this point, all that's needed is to distribute the power pills. Lu Chen didn't want to see the girl's pained expression after taking the stimulant, so he went to the front of the convoy. Transporting 10 million taels of silver with 200 carriages was quite a strain, but there's nothing we can do about it. Carriages are fine, but horses are a precious strategic resource. Especially now, with war raging everywhere, the value of horses has increased several times over. If the emperor could gather 400 strong horses, he would have done right by Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked past the carriages, collecting all the gold and silver treasures inside into his system space. After he stored all the gold and silver from the 200 carriages into his spatial storage, the girls who had taken the power pills had gradually adapted to their new bodies. Lu Chen approached them and asked, "Do any of you know how to drive a horse-drawn carriage? Raise your hand if you do." The vast majority of girls shook their heads. It is usually men who drive carriages. Very few women drive them. Only a dozen or so girls raise their hands. You can teach those who don't know how to catch the train. Everyone must learn how to catch the train. Catching a train isn't a particularly difficult skill. For these girls, the hardest thing to overcome is actually their fear. However, after taking the power pills, their enhanced physical abilities gave them strong self-confidence, making it easy for them to overcome their timidity. Chapter 1, 15 Mysterious Girl. A dozen or so girls who knew how to drive carriages were divided into a dozen groups and used a dozen carriages to teach those girls who didn't know how to drive carriages. Lu Chen was mentally calculating the various supplies he would need along the way. Grains, vegetables, meat, eggs, pots and pans, long knives, crossbows, pistols, rifles, clothes, shoes, bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, tents, sleeping bags. After making a mental estimate, Lu Chen took a list, purchased supplies from the system store, and placed them one by one into the carriage. These supplies took up a full 100 horse-drawn carriages. The other 100 carriages were used as their vehicles. Because these carriages were carrying heavy loads of gold and silver, they were more spacious and sturdier than ordinary carriages, and each carriage could easily carry 10 or more people. When the convoy set off again, some chaos was inevitable, since most people don't know how to drive and are new drivers, so minor accidents and incidents are normal. However, As the new recruits gradually mastered the skills of driving the vehicles, the convoy slowly got back on track. At this point, apart from the driver, the other girls continued to follow the carriage on foot. They took turns learning how to catch the train. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were not idle either. They followed the carriage and took the opportunity to register the height and figure of each girl, as well as their shoe size. Around 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen ordered the convoy to stop and rest. He then ordered people to unload all the cooking utensils and grains from the carriage and cook on the spot. Most of the girls didn't know what was in the carriage, so they weren't surprised to see the stove and food inside. But the guards following at a distance were not calm. General Zhang stood on a hilltop, completely bewildered when he saw Chen directing 1,000 young girls to cook. Their guard had a special team to transport provisions, carrying the necessary supplies for the journey. Where did Chen and his group get the cooking utensils and food? General Zhang also discovered another strange phenomenon. Judging from the tracks left by the carriage, it seems that most of the gold and silver inside the carriage is gone. 200 horse-drawn carriages, carrying hundreds of thousands of kilograms of gold and silver, with each carriage containing approximately 4,000 kilograms of cargo. However, he could tell from the ruts that many of the carriages ahead were empty, and even the cargo carriages had far less than 4,000 caddies of goods inside. Furthermore, the girls seemed to have become unusually strong. Their escorting infantrymen were all sweating profusely, and they barely managed to keep up with them. Before he set off, Huang Yunzhong told him not to panic no matter what strange things he saw along the way. This Chen indeed has many secrets that no one knows. While the girls were busy cooking, Chen had already put their military uniforms and boots into the carriage. These military uniforms and boots are all numbered. When picking them up, you only need to give your name to receive your clothes and shoes. Although the dinner wasn't very lavish, it was still a rare treat for these young women. Rice, stewed cabbage and radish with cured pork, and seaweed and egg drop soup. Most of them came from poor families around the capital. They were sold by their families for various reasons and could barely afford to eat half full on weekdays. They rarely had the opportunity to eat rice and meat. Chen rarely interacted with these girls. He won their loyalty through his actions alone. While they were busy eating, Chen noticed that 3 girls were quite different from others. At this point, the loyalty of most of the girls was over 95, with the lowest being over 90, but the loyalty of these 3 girls was suspiciously low. One of the girls has a loyalty level of only 61 above her head. The loyalty of the 2 girls beside her was only 65 and 69. The girl with a loyalty level of 61 is about 15 or 16 years old, while the other 2 girls are about 14 years old. The 3 of them are inseparable and seem to be very familiar with each other. Chen took the opportunity to quietly ask Xie Qiao what the 3 of them were called. Xie Qiao had noticed them long ago, and when Chen asked her, she immediately gave them their names. The older one is called Zhao Yingxue, and the other 2, the thinner one is called Yi Qin, and the other one is called Qin Shi. At first glance, their names seemed normal, but Chen quickly noticed something was off. The names Yi Qin and Qin Shi seemed to be the names of maids in wealthy families. Xie Qiao said, "Husband, don't worry too much. Maybe they are young ladies from a wealthy family who have fallen on hard times." Chen glanced at Chu Yun beside him and said nothing more. Although Xie Qiao's words made sense, Chen didn't believe them at all, because he can see the loyalty of these people. Although their loyalty was low, Chen was not afraid. Even if their loyalty was only 10 points, it meant that they were not hostile. As for their origins, Chen was too lazy to investigate. Chen glanced at the position of the sun and said to Chu Yun, "After dinner, rest for half an hour, then teach them the sword technique and let them practice until midnight before going to sleep." "Okay, Brother Lu, we'll teach them archery tomorrow and marksmanship the day after. They'll practice until midnight every day. The crossbows, rifles, and pistols are all in the carriage. We'll take them out and distribute them when needed." "Understood, Brother Lu. In the next few days, don't rush. Try to make sure they have some combat capabilities before we reach the northern border." "Okay, Brother Lu." While Chen was busy training new recruits on the road, Wang Han's army had already reached the outskirts of Hedo County. Wang Han's army of over 100,000, plus the support troops such as grooms and laborers, totaled 200,000, though he claimed to have 300,000. "We have arrived 50 miles outside of Hedo County." Inside the county town, County Magistrate Wei Shuya was discussing countermeasures with General Jiang Wenyu and others. "Lord Wei, If we simply defend the city, I dare say that even if Wang Han had another 100,000 elite troops, I would not be afraid. But with no food supplies inside the city and no reinforcements outside, if my army stubbornly holds a county town, it will ultimately lead to certain death. If what General Jiang says is true, then we have no choice but to abandon the city. Jiang Wenyu snorted coldly. Whether you abandon the city or not is your business. My duty is to preserve our strength and fight the rebel Wang Han to the bitter end. Wei Shuya persisted, saying, with hundreds of thousands of rebel troops attacking, how can my few hundred Yamen runners and city guards possibly resist? General, you bear the responsibility of defending this territory. Do you really have the heart to abandon the people in the city? At this critical moment, Wei Shuya had no intention of taking the blame for abandoning the city and fleeing. Jiang Wenyu has been eating and drinking for free here, and has also abducted so many people. Now, he thinks he can just walk away and leave? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lord Wei, without provisions, there's absolutely no way you'd let my men wait here to die. Master Jiang. The two exchanged barbs, creating a tense atmosphere. On either side sat the county magistrate and his advisor from Hudou County, as well as several lieutenant generals and guerrilla generals under Jiang Wenyu. They all had blank expressions and were simply watching from the sidelines. In truth, they both knew that the two arguing were just putting on an act for everyone else. In the end, there will only be one outcome. Jiang Wenyu led his troops in retreat, and Wei Shuya fled the county town with his family. Chapter 1:16 Enemy? Benefactor. Less than 2 hours after Wang Han occupied the county town, Lu Xiaolan and Meng Ruyu, who were stationed in Lujiazhai, received the news. One by one, the spies planted inside and outside the county town returned to report. Jiang Shuyu's army is breaking camp and setting up camp. Jiang Shuyu's army is retreating northeast. Magistrate Wei Shuya has already sent his family out of the county town. Wang Han's army is about to arrive outside Hudou County. Magistrate Wei Shuya disguised himself and quietly slipped out of Hudou County with a few followers. Wang Han's army has set up camp 5 miles south of the county seat. Wang Han's army has launched a massive attack on Hudou County. The garrison inside the city has surrendered. Wang Han's army occupied Hudou County without bloodshed. Jiang Shuyu's army is slowly retreating northeast, and their destination seems to be Majiang County. Inside the main hall of the Lu residence, Meng Ruyu, having somehow found a folding fan, held it in his hand, striking a scholarly pose, and uttered a sentence while shaking his head. One act ends, another begins. The king's banner changes on the city walls. Zhao Daya looked anxious. General Meng, we must not let Jiang Shuyu escape. Meng Ruyu, however, was very confident. Don't worry, sister, he can't get away. Zhao Daya couldn't wait any longer. Since Jiang Shuyu can't take the bullet for us, why don't you let me kill him now? Although Jiang Shuyu commands nearly 100,000 troops, Zhao Daya is confident that if she were given 100 men, she could storm into Jiang Shuyu's camp and personally cut off his head. This matter is not urgent, Meng Ruyu said. If you kill him now, his tens of thousands of troops will be leaderless and will surely bring disaster to the surrounding people. Zhao Daya gritted her teeth. With Jiang Shuyu around, they won't harm the people? She had not forgotten the heinous crimes committed by Jiang Shuyu. Meng Ruyu was taken aback upon hearing this. She hadn't considered that. She was simply acting according to her usual way of thinking. Only a core figure can keep an army in check. But what if an army falls into the hands of evil scoundrels? Their harm may be even greater. Meng Ruyu pondered for a long time before saying, you may have your reasons, but with nearly 100,000 troops, if they are left unchecked, they will surely wreak havoc on the surrounding counties and villages, and the consequences will be unimaginable. I still think it would be better to kill him. Zhao Daya insisted on her point of view. Little sister, don't rush. Let me think about it carefully. For the first time in his life, Meng Ruyu hesitated on a military decision. She spent half a day thinking about it. Meanwhile, more news kept coming in. Jiang Shuyu's army is moving more and more slowly, as if they are waiting for something. Wang Han dispatched a force of about 20,000 men to the north. Jiang Shuyu's troops are accelerating their northward march, seemingly unwilling to make contact with Wang Han's forces. Wang Han's 20,000-strong army seems to be targeting our Lu family village. Your subordinates have discovered that this army of 20,000 is personally led by Wang Han, and a coffin is also accompanying them. The final message arrived, and Meng Ruyu and Zhao Dai finally confirmed Wang Han's goal for this trip. Wang Han's army is less than 20 li away from Lujiazhai. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Dai felt both nervous and excited. She immediately ordered, "All assemble, prepare for battle." After thinking for a moment, she issued several more orders. All villagers and refugees in Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang shall return to their villages. All men aged 15 to 60 shall take up arms and prepare to cooperate with the troops in defending the city. Gather all women aged 13 to 50 and temporarily organize them into a logistics support force. Miaoye, Shaolon, you two take 400 men and head to the city gate of Sunjiazwang. Make sure you hold the gate. Xiaojiu, take some men to open the warehouse and move the crossbow bolts and ammunition inside to the city wall. The remaining Lu family army will be organized into 2 teams, led by General Meng and myself. Grab your weapons and come with me. The entire Lujiazhai village was bustling with activity. On the mountain road leading from Lujiazhai to the county town, Wang Han's 20,000-strong army was marching in a grand procession. At the very front of the procession was a large coffin. Following closely behind the coffin was a cavalry unit of 500 men. The leader, clad in silver armor, sat upright on his horse, his posture ramrod straight, exuding an imposing and awe-inspiring presence that was impossible to look directly at. It was Wang Han, the second son of the Marquis of Jinyuan. A general walked beside him. This general was Chen, Wang Han's cousin. My cousin's loyalty and filial piety make him truly the foremost figure in our great Zhou. Chen sped no praise for Wang Han. Originally, the Marquis of Jinyuan only had one general under his command. Upon the death of Marquis Jinyuan, Wang Lang, Wang Han immediately promoted 2 generals, breaking with precedent. These 2 generals were Wang Han's cousin and his younger cousin, respectively. This Chen was Wang Han's cousin. The hatred for the murderer of my father is irreconcilable. Wang Han looked towards Lujia village, his eyes filled with hatred. For such a small place as Lu family village, my cousin mobilized an army of 20,000. His filial piety is evident to all. Wang Han's eyes remained fixed on the direction of Lu family village as he said, "Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. I've heard that the musketeers of Lu family village are extremely formidable. Do you, cousin, have any methods to defeat them?" Wang Han remained calm. "A thunderous force, broken by sheer power," Chen said with a fawning expression. "Cousin, you are so confident. I admire you greatly. It's laughable that Lu Chen is probably hiding in the village trembling right now, isn't he?" Wang Han said arrogantly. "Trying to stop a chariot with your bare hands is futile." Having just captured Hedo County, Wang Hanji was full of pride, feeling that he was no less capable than his father. The small Lu family village was merely a stepping stone for him to consolidate his military power. Thinking of Lu Chen, Wang Han sneered inwardly. If it weren't for Lu Chen, how could he have obtained military power? In fact, Lu Chen was his great benefactor. The thought of tearing his benefactor to pieces, or even torturing him, filled Wang Han with a pang of reluctance. "Cousin, Lu family village is just ahead." Chen pointed straight ahead. Wang Han gazed at Lu family village from afar, a strange look flashing between his brows. Although he was still far away, he could still see the differences in this small village. The city wall is built to rival that of a county town. Wang Han pointed his riding whip forward. As originally planned, set up camp on the hillside opposite the city gate and let the troops rest for a while. Chen seized the opportunity to flatter Wang Han again. "Cousin, you truly care about your subordinates. Even for a small village, you couldn't bear to let your exhausted troops attack the city." Due to his own lack of strength in various aspects, Chen had been a marginal figure under the Marquis of Jinyuan for many years. He had finally managed to get close to Wang Han, so naturally he couldn't let go easily. Chen knew all too well that flattery would never fail him. If he uses this skill properly, even if he has no ability whatsoever, he can still enjoy a lifetime of wealth and status. Chapter 117, Opening the Door to the Enemy. The gate tower of Lujiazhai is extremely simple, far inferior to the gate tower of the county town. Zhao Dai and Meng Ruyu stood on the city gate tower, observing Wang Han's troops that stretched across the vast expanse of the city. Directly south of the entrance to Lujiazhai village, about 2 miles from the entrance to Lujiazhai town, is a relatively large hill. On this side of the hill are several relatively flat ridges. Wang Han's troops were setting up camp at the foot of a large hill. Are they preparing for a long-term war? Zhao Daya asked doubtfully. In Zhao Daya's view, Wang Han had an absolute advantage in military strength, so shouldn't they have attacked the city as soon as they arrived? Why bother setting up camp on the spot? Meng Ryu didn't understand why at first either. However, she quickly realized what was going on. If Wang Han avenges his father so easily, how can he demonstrate his great filial piety? Zhao Daya, does Sister Meng mean that he wants to pretend that this battle is very difficult? Meng Ryu nodded and said, that's right. Wang Han has just obtained military power, and there should still be many veteran generals in the army who have not truly submitted to Wang Han. According to the law, Wang Han's elder brother, Wang Qi, should be the one who holds military power. Wang Han's move is to gain political capital for himself. Zhao Daya shook her head. These guys are really full of tricks. Meng Ryu looked at Zhao Daya. How about we go out of town and pull off a heist? Look at the way they're acting. They don't even consider our Lu family village a threat. Outside the city, some of Wang Han's troops were busy setting up camp, while most were scattered here and there, lying or sitting on the hillside, as if they were not there to fight, but to enjoy the scenery. As for Lu family village in front of them, it seemed to be already theirs for the taking and not worth worrying about at all. Zhao Daya had the same idea, and upon hearing Meng Ryu's suggestion, she immediately said, all right, I'll take 200 men out of the city and let them taste the might of our Lu family army. Without hesitation, Zhao Daya immediately mustered 200 female soldiers and had them line up inside the city gate. Each of them held a long knife, a rifle slung over their shoulder, and 6 magazines full of bullets in front of their chests. Open the city gates. Lower the drawbridge. The city gates slowly opened, and the drawbridge over the moat was lowered. Currently, there is no water in the moat, so it can only slightly delay the enemy's attack, and its effect is not significant. On the city wall, the villagers and refugees who were helping to defend the city were all somewhat frightened when they saw this scene. When they saw so many rebel troops coming from outside the city, they were already in a state of panic. Many of them felt that the city's military strength was simply insufficient to withstand the large number of rebels outside the city. In their eyes, 20,000 troops covered the mountains and plains, boundless and densely packed. How could a small Lujia village possibly withstand them? At this moment, seeing the city gates wide open and the drawbridge lowered, they thought Zhao Daya was about to surrender. However, when they saw Zhao Daya leading 200 female soldiers rushing towards the rebels like the wind, they finally understood. It turns out that Zhao Daya and her group were planning a surprise attack on the enemy camp. A villager from Lujiazhai exclaimed in astonishment, Daya is incredibly brave. With so few of them, she dares to charge at so many rebels. One of the refugees said, I heard the rebels on the other side have 20,000 men. Zhao Daya's small force probably wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Yeah, 200 against 20,000. Are they out of their minds? They're just throwing their lives away. Although these villagers and refugees knew how formidable Zhao Daya and the female soldiers were, there were simply too many rebels in front of them. They had never seen so many enemies before, and the sight of them was enough to terrify them. The enemy army was as vast as the sea of people, while Zhao Daya and her companions were like a single leaf. The difference in numbers between the two sides is simply too great. At this moment, Wang Han and Chen were standing on the slope of the hilltop. When Lujiazhai opened its city gates, soldiers had already come to report that they had seen it as well. They simply didn't understand the meaning behind Lu family village's actions. Are they going to surrender? Not only the two of them, but everyone else also thought of this. Anyone who saw their 20,000-strong army would probably be terrified and lose their composure. Moreover, it's just a small, remote mountain village. Wang Han naturally did not want to see Lujiazhai surrender. He was already considering how to turn a blind eye to the surrender of Lujiazhai. He led his army here to avenge his father. He will surely slaughter the entire Lu family village and will never accept their surrender. Cousin, look, they're going to storm the camp. Zhenshi pointed at Zhao Daya and the others who were rushing towards him and said to Wang Han. Wang Han breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a surrender, anything was fine. Charge into the camp. It's ridiculous. Even if his troops were completely unprepared, it wouldn't be possible for a mere 100 or 200 men to storm the camp. He didn't even issue any orders, simply instructing his subordinates to act according to the situation. Wang Han knew, of course, that the enemy's muskets were powerful, but that was only during their night raid on the camp. Now, in broad daylight, he didn't believe they could cause much trouble. Just as Wang Han had predicted, his subordinates were not mediocre. When a guerrilla general saw Zhao Daya leading her troops out of the city gate, he immediately gave the order. The enemy has left the city. Form ranks and engage them. The guerrilla general shouted, and the soldiers, whether lying down or sitting, immediately woke up. They saw a group of about 200 men rush out of the city, but they paid them little attention. They were the troops of the Marquis of Jinyuan, whose combat power far surpassed that of the soldiers of the Great Zhou. They looked down on the team that had rushed out of the village. These people lazily gathered together, preparing to line up and meet the enemy. However, Zhao Daya's team arrived in great speed. Before they could even gather together, Zhao Daya had already led her team to their front. Kill! With a sharp shout from Zhao Daya, 200 female soldiers brandished their long swords and charged into the rebel ranks. They came so fast. The guerrilla general secretly cheered and hurriedly shouted, "Soldiers, follow me and kill the enemy." After saying that, he drew his sword and led a group of people to meet Zhao Daya and her companions. Kill! With a shout, the female soldiers flashed their blades and instantly felled over 100 rebel soldiers. Seeing Zhao Daya's fierce advance, Wang Han's army finally snapped out of their carelessness, mustered their spirits, picked up their weapons, and surrounded and attacked Zhao Daya and her group. Kill! A reward of 10 taels of silver will be given for each person killed. Seeing his subordinates scrambling to get into the fray, the guerrilla general could only cheer on his soldiers from the outside. When the rebels heard that there was a reward to be won, they became even more reckless and rushed forward, fearing that if they were a step too late, they would miss out on the reward. Kill! Zhao Daya's clear and loud voice rang out again. Immediately afterwards, all the female soldiers shouted "Kill!" in unison. Instantly, the shouts of battle from both sides shook the heavens. The blade flashed menacingly, and blood gushed forth. Within the battle, Zhao Daya moved with agility, charging left and right, causing rebel soldiers to fall wherever she went. All that could be heard were screams of agony, and one after another, vibrant lives collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. The guerrilla general suddenly sensed something was wrong. All the soldiers coming from the opposite direction were young and beautiful female soldiers, but the screams he heard were all coming from men. There were no screams from any of the women. Chapter 1:18 An Impregnable Wall. The guerrilla general strode to a high hill and looked toward the site of the fierce battle. That one glance was enough to make him break out in a sweat. 200 female soldiers, surrounded by enemy forces, charged forward and fought fiercely, unstoppable. On the other hand, their troops were routed and suffered heavy losses, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. What a strong girl, the guerrilla general thought to himself. These female soldiers are all exceptionally skilled, swift as the wind, and extremely ruthless. Any soldier who came within 10 feet of them was killed in the blink of an eye. He glanced at the casualties and realized that they had lost as many as 600 or 700 soldiers. The guerrilla general looked around and saw that nearby troops were continuously heading this way, which made him feel a little relieved. No matter how powerful you are, even if you're made of iron, how many nails can you hammer? Sooner or later, you'll still die. Although he saw that these female soldiers were fighting more and more bravely and showed no signs of exhaustion, the guerrilla general still felt that this was a death charge for them. From his vantage point on the hillside, Wang Han had a clear view of the battlefield. His face turned very pale. He wasn't too far from the battlefield. From his angle, the female soldiers looked like ants, while the soldiers surrounding them looked like an elephant. Even so, his soldiers suffered heavy casualties. "Cousin, go down and see what's going on." Chen had been secretly observing Wang Han. Seeing Wang Han's displeasure, he immediately said, "Cousin, I'll be right there. These good-for-nothings have to trouble you with such a small matter. They're a bunch of useless trash." Having said that, he mounted his warhorse and, with a few attendants, galloped down the mountain. Before he even reached the spot, he suddenly heard a series of popping sounds, like popping beans. Chen Qi shuddered involuntarily and instinctively tightened the reins. The warhorse neighed and reared up, nearly throwing Chen Qi off. After Chen Qi sat down firmly again, he looked ahead. The horrific scene before him made his heart clench. All that could be seen were rows of soldiers lying on the ground, accompanied by screams of agony. Chen Qi looked toward the city wall of Lujiazhai. On the city wall, a row of female soldiers in uniform were firing muskets at a dense crowd. Amidst the intense gunfire, large numbers of soldiers in their dense formation fell into pools of blood. Not good. Chen Qi knew all too well how formidable the enemy's musketeers were. A few days ago, his uncle, the Marquis of Jingyuan, died at the hands of these musketeers. Chen Qiwan had not expected that the enemy's musketeers would have such a long range. At this moment, the soldiers in the front line were more than half a mile away from the city wall, yet the enemy's muskets could still hit them, and with such accuracy. Chen Qi hurriedly turned his horse around and fled rapidly up the hillside. General Chen, Wang Han gave a sharp shout, and only then did Chen Qi see that he had arrived at his cousin's front line. Chen Qi's face flushed red. He knew how disheveled and terrified he looked. However, his eyes darted around, and he hurriedly said, "Cousin, the rioters' musketeers have too long a range. Cousin, please give the order to have the troops retreat to the hillside immediately." Wang Han's expression softened slightly, and he said, "Pass on my order. The front lines retreat. The Marquis has ordered. The front lines retreat. Retreat from the front. Retreat immediately." With the messenger's shouts, Wang Han's vanguard quickly retreated. Because of their large numbers and scattered formation, they left behind hundreds more corpses during their retreat. Zhao Daya and the others were having a great time killing when they saw the surrounding rebels retreating. When they heard gunshots coming from the city wall, they realized what was happening. "Let's retreat. Everyone, get back to the city immediately." Zhao Daya led her female soldiers and fled back to Lu family village. Behind them were scattered, inaccurate arrows. Some of Wang Han's archers noticed that Zhao Daya was about to retreat, so they immediately drew their bows and shot at Zhao Daya and the others, but they didn't hit them at all. As soon as Zhao Daya climbed the city gate tower, Meng Ryu came over and praised her highly. "My sister is truly valiant. This battle has brought honor to our Lu family army and the prestige of Lu family village." Zhao Daya said regretfully, "It's a pity you fired too early. If we had charged and fought a little longer, we could have killed more rebels." Meng Ryu said, "The main force behind them is arriving one after another. If it gets any later, I'm afraid you'll be surrounded, and that would be troublesome." "Oomph. Me afraid of them," Zhao Daya said, puffing out her chest. "Wang Han's troops are well-trained and well-equipped. I'm just worried about you." "Thank you, sister. I'm just a little unwilling to accept it." Meng Ryu patted Zhao Daya's shoulder lightly. "Don't worry, little sister. I'll let you kill to your heart's content." She looked up at Wang Han's army outside the city and said, "Although your victory this time was not great, it greatly deterred Wang Han's rebel army. The upcoming battle to defend the city may be much easier." After saying that, Meng Ryu realized that she had gotten carried away. In this battle outside the city, Zhao Daya eliminated at least 1,000 of Wang Han's troops. In addition to the long-range firepower of the city's garrison, a total of about 2,000 of Wang Han's troops were eliminated. In this battle, Wang Han's army lost 10% of its strength. 2,000 men, 1/10 of our strength. And you think I, Meng Ryu, can't even take such a record seriously? Meng Ryu realized that she had become arrogant without even realizing it. On the hillside, 2,114. A single enemy raid has resulted in the loss of over 2,000 men. Wang Han's face was as black as charcoal. Before the battle had even truly begun, he had already lost 10% of his troops. How could he not be heartbroken? How can I not be angry? "My lord." Wang Han tried hard to control his emotions, turned to look at an old man next to him, and forced a smile. "Uncle Ji, what are your thoughts on this Lu family village?" His uncle's name was Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao had followed Marquis Jingyuan, Wang Lang, for 20 years. Although he held no official position, he was highly respected in Marquis Jingyuan's army. It can be said that the rise of the Marquis of Jingyuan in a corner of the south was entirely due to the advice and strategies of Xie Qiao. Even now that Marquis Jingyuan has passed away, Wang Han would not dare to put on airs or act arrogantly in front of Xie Qiao. Strictly speaking, Xie Qiao could be considered half a teacher to Wang Qi and Wang Han, as he often disciplined the two brothers when they were young. His accumulated prestige was considerable. Xie Qiao frowned slightly and said, "If the young Marquis wants to take this city, the current 20,000 troops are probably not enough." Wang Han was surprised. "Uncle Ji, according to the scouts, there are only 1,000 female soldiers in this stronghold, while my forces are 20 times stronger. How could this not be possible?" Xie Qiao shook his head slightly. "In my humble opinion, we need to transfer another 40,000 to ensure that nothing goes wrong." 60,000. Wang Han exclaimed in surprise. "Is this city an impregnable fortress?" 60,000. With my 60,000 troops, I could take down even a whole prefecture. Chapter 119, the sniper shot rings out in the dead of night. Zhao Daya led 200 female soldiers out of the city to launch a surprise attack on the rebel army, killing countless enemies, and finally retreated unscathed. Although Zhao Daya herself was not satisfied with the results of this battle, it gave the villagers and refugees in Lujiazhai a great deal of confidence. They, who were initially in a state of panic, felt much more at ease. But they didn't feel at ease for long. As evening fell, the female soldiers and villagers guarding the city walls saw a long, seemingly endless army appear on the distant mountain path. This force seems to be endless, with no end in sight. Even at midnight, they could still see this army of torchbearers, seemingly endless. Inside the Lu residence, even the usually carefree Zhao Daya had her brows furrowed in worry. Inside the main hall, there were also about a dozen key military figures. Beside Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, there are also Miao Yiya, Miao Lingling, Lu Xiaohua, Sun Daqiao, Xiaoju, Xiaolan, and others. Lu Xiaolan, who was originally stationed in Sunjiazwang, also made a special trip back. Zhao Daya spoke first. "Judging from the situation, Wang Han is determined to wipe out our Lu family village. If they besiege our Lu family village with an army of 100,000 or 200,000, tell me, how should we fight this battle?" Lu Xiaolan said, "The terrain outside Lu family village is not large enough to accommodate Wang Han's 200,000 troops. I think they have only transferred a portion of their forces." "Yes, Xiaolan and I think the same way. The area outside Lu family village is not even big enough to accommodate 100,000 troops, let alone 200,000. Meng Ryu agreed with Lu Xiaolan's opinion. Miao Yiya said, "I think Wang Han's army is mainly attacking Lu family village. Why don't I bring 200 men back with me?" Meng Ryu shook her head. "If a real war breaks out, Wang Han will definitely send a force to attack the gates of Sunjiazwang. The troops there cannot be moved." Zhao Daya said, "When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Come on, let's see how to deploy our troops and how to arrange our logistics personnel. We need to make sure everything is in place first." Meng Ryu said, "The men will take weapons to assist in defending the city. Some women will transport supplies, and we'll find some quick and nimble women to reload the empty magazines." Lu Xiaolan added, "To prevent the enemy archers from suppressing us, we need to take all the shield from the warehouse to the city wall." Zhao Daya said, "Later, gather all the combat and logistical personnel together and assign them their respective tasks. Also, make sure that the elderly and children who cannot participate in the battle stay at home and do not go out unless necessary, so as to avoid being injured by stray arrows." By the time everything was arranged, it was already past midnight. Everyone who attended the meeting went back to rest to conserve their energy for the upcoming battle. Only Zhao Daya arrived at the warehouse where the weapons were stored. She walked around the warehouse, but didn't see the weapon she was looking for. After thinking for a moment, she went to Lu Chen's room. In addition to the bedroom, Lu Chen's place also has a study, a separate bathroom, and a kitchen. Zhao Daya searched Lu Chen's room for a long time with a flashlight before finally finding a rectangular box on a shelf. Zhao Daya opened the box, and her eyes lit up immediately. Sniper rifle. She didn't have high hopes to begin with. Because she knew Lu Chen's abilities, he had hidden many important things in a place where no one else could ever find them. Unexpectedly, he left the sniper rifle in the room. As for the bullets used by this sniper rifle are the same as those used by the assault rifles they are equipped with. Great! With this gun, I, Zhao Daya, can finally have some real fun. Lu Chen once took Xie Qiao, her, and Lu Xiaolan to practice target shooting in the mountains. He said the sniper rifle has a range 3 to 4 times that of an assault rifle. Zhao Daya also emptied several magazines with this sniper rifle. Although sniper rifles have a slow rate of fire and only hold 10 bullets per magazine, they have an extremely long range and are more accurate than assault rifles. Zhao Daya attached a sight to the sniper rifle and then installed a silencer on it. It's nighttime now, and the silencer is only used to prevent the gunshots from disturbing other people's rest. Once it's daytime, she won't need the silencer anymore. According to Lu Chen, a silencer can affect the range and power of a sniper rifle, but the impact is not significant. Zhao Daya grabbed her sniper rifle and 2 magazines, stepped out of the Lu residence, and ran towards the city gate. When she arrived at the city gate tower, the soldiers and villagers guarding the city greeted her. The villagers and refugees who were resting on the ground also hurriedly stood up when they saw her. Zhao Daya was momentarily dazed. Just a few months ago, she was an inconspicuous little girl in the village. A frail little girl who goes hungry 9 times in 3 days, is beaten and scolded by her stepmother every day, and doesn't know if she'll live to see tomorrow. A nobody who no one cares about or asks about. A person who, even if he had been dead for a month, many people in the village might not even know. Now, when the villagers of Lujiazhai, including those of Sunjiazwang, see her, their eyes are filled with envy and awe. Zhao Daya let out a long breath and stood at a crenellation. Outside the city, inside Wang Han's army camp, the lights were bright. On the distant mountain path, Wang Han's troops, carrying torches, were still marching in this direction like a long dragon, and soon merged into Wang Han's army camp. Zhao Daya pulled the bolt back with a whoosh. The sound made several female soldiers and villagers nearby look over in surprise. "Sister Daya, why aren't you resting? What are you doing up here at this hour?" Zhao Daya glanced at her and realized that she was Sun Lijing's granddaughter, Sun Xie Qiao, who was also Sun Daqiao's younger sister. Zhao Daya shoved the 2 magazines from her waist into Sun Xie Qiao's hands. "Here, you load the bullets for me." "Sister Dia, what's wrong?" Before Sun Xie Qiao could finish her question, she heard a bang. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but it wasn't exactly quiet either. This also attracted some female soldiers and villagers from further away. As soon as Zhao Daya fired her shot, she saw a small disturbance breaking out in the opposite camp. Through her sights, she saw several soldiers running around in a panic and faintly heard shouts. A smile appeared on Zhao Daya's lips. Then he moved the gun to the soldier next to the corpse. The soldier was crouching beside the body, as if trying to save the dead soldier. Bang! The soldier collapsed to the ground. Immediately, the riot spread, with more soldiers running around and shouting louder. "This sniper rifle is really good." Zhao Daya couldn't help but admire. The distance from where she was to her target was a full 1.5 miles. She barely had to exert herself, yet she hit her target every time. Of course, this doesn't mean she was firing randomly. After all, at such a long distance, factors such as elevation difference, wind direction, temperature, and humidity must be taken into account. But Zhao Daya was also puzzled, as she had never known anything about these things before. But now, she can quickly take all these environmental factors into account and finally place the crosshair in the most suitable position to achieve a one-hit kill. Chapter 120: The Terrifying Firearms. The sniper rifle that Zhao Daya used was semi-automatic. Although it is not as powerful as a bolt-action sniper rifle, it is easier to operate and has a faster rate of fire. After firing a few shots, she gradually got the hang of it, and her firing rate became faster and faster. A distance of several hundred meters is a piece of cake for the sniper rifle in her hand. Zhao Daya was among the first group of people to follow Lu Chen, and she was also a high-ranking officer in the military. Therefore, she often practiced target shooting, and her marksmanship was more superb than others. With 1 magazine emptied, Zhao Daya fired every shot without missing her mark, taking down 10 enemies with each hit hitting a vital point. At this moment, the opposite camp was in complete chaos. She took the empty magazine, received the new magazine from Sun Xie Qiao, loaded it, and continued to aim at the target opposite her and fire. More than 10 people had gathered around Zhao Daya, and they had also seen the scene in the camp opposite. However, they had never seen the sniper rifle in Zhao Daya's hand. They all looked at the sniper rifle in Zhao Daya's hand with great curiosity. Although they dared not disturb Zhao Daya's shooting, it did not stop them from whispering among themselves. "How can that gun shoot so far? It goes much farther than our assault rifles. His shooting accuracy is even better than an assault rifle. Look, what's that cylinder on the gun? Why does the instructor aim through that cylinder? The instructor's marksmanship is excellent, and her eyesight is superb. I can't even see the person on the other side from this distance, yet she can still shoot so accurately. It makes very little noise when it fires. If we each had one of these guns, wouldn't we make the enemy run for their lives? However, this gun has a rather low rate of fire. If there are too many enemies, this gun is not as good as an assault rifle. Yes, I think this kind of gun is only suitable for killing enemies at long range. At close range, assault rifles are better. But it shot really far, and it was so accurate. Xiao Dia focused intently on aiming and firing. After several magazines were emptied, Wang Han's camp on the other side was in complete chaos. Many soldiers were running around, shouting all around. Xiao Dia only shot those who were standing still, as this was more efficient. Although she was confident she could hit the running soldiers, aiming would take too long. As soldiers fell one by one, Wang Han's soldiers became much smarter. They sought out all sorts of cover and hid behind them to avoid being shot. However, Xiao Dia's efficiency in killing enemies did not decrease. The nearby enemies are hiding, but there are still countless fixed targets further away. Actually, she preferred shooting the soldiers hiding in the shadows. The sniper rifle sight has night vision capabilities, so even if the enemy is hiding in the dark, they still can't escape her eyes. Bang! 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 A gunshot rang out, and an enemy soldier was taken down. Xiao Dia killed with such gusto. But everyone in Wang Han's camp was on edge, as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads, and they didn't know when it would fall on them. Wang Han sat in the central command tent, filled with both hatred and anger. Yes, he hated it. He couldn't even get a good night's sleep. What angered him was that everyone in Lujiao village deserved to be torn to pieces for daring to harass his tens of thousands of troops at night. Although the harassment by the bandits of Lujiao village did not cause his men to suffer great losses, he received reports from 7 or 8 of his subordinates in a short period of time. The bandits didn't send any troops out of the city. They just fired in this direction from the city walls, and it seems they only had one musket. Wang Han's face was gloomy. The enemy's muskets are truly formidable. They can hit targets so accurately from such a distance. Wang Han clenched his fist involuntarily. If he orders the troops to retreat, it will take until dawn, and the soldiers' morale will definitely be low when the attack is launched tomorrow. If they do not retreat, the enemy will keep killing their soldiers, who are all in a state of panic and unable to rest. Wang Han gritted his teeth in hatred. This is like a mosquito coming into your sleep. Although it doesn't cause much harm, it can be very annoying and make it hard to fall asleep. Pass on my order. The troops shall retreat 1 mile. Wang Han still didn't believe it. He retreated a mile and thought the enemy's muskets would still be able to reach him. In fact, he wanted to retreat 2 miles directly, but the area was so small that the main force had no way to retreat any further. Hearing the commotion outside, Wang Han forced down his anger and laid down to continue sleeping. He hadn't had a good night's sleep lately and was extremely tired. He fell asleep shortly after lying down. When he woke up, it was already broad daylight. Outside, however, it was still noisy. Someone come here. A guard immediately entered the tent. What's all the noise outside? The guard bowed and replied, Your Excellency, the bandits from Lu family village have been shooting our soldiers with muskets. Wang Han said unhappily, Didn't I already order them to retreat 1 li? Haven't they retreated? Reporting to the Marquis, even if we retreat 1 mile, the bandits in the city can still accurately shoot our soldiers. Wang Han was wide awake and sat up straight. How far is the vanguard from the city wall at this time? Reporting to Your Excellency, the distance is a little over 2 li, but less than 2.5 li. Wang Han was taken aback. Could their muskets really shoot that far? Your Excellency, that is indeed the case. Wang Han quickly left the tent and looked towards the city-walled village opposite. He made a rough estimate and muttered, It is indeed more than 2 li. How many casualties were there last night? Reporting to the Marquis, a report just came from the front that 436 people have been killed or wounded. Wang Han felt a slight dizziness. A gun. The enemy killed more than 400 of his soldiers in such a short time with just 1 gun. What's even more terrifying is that the enemy's muskets have such a long range. Fortunately, it seems they only have one of these muskets. Wang Han couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the enemy had dozens or even hundreds of the same muskets. Wang Han saw that many soldiers in the military camp were hiding behind their tents, each with their necks hunched over, looking like frightened birds. That's not right. Wang Han then asked, why are the soldiers in the Central Army camp also so panicked? Reporting to the Marquis, it seems that the enemy's muskets can also fire at the Central Army camp. As he said this, Wang Han clearly saw his guards' eyes darting around, looking panicked as if they wanted to shrink back, but dared not. What? Wang Han was greatly surprised. He was nearly 4 miles away from the city wall. In other words, the enemy's muskets could shoot this far. Wang Han turned around and went into the tent. His attire was too conspicuous. If the other side were to shoot him, he would likely follow his father to his death. Upon entering the tent, Wang Han was both surprised and frightened. Issue my order. Summon all the generals. Wang Han felt a sudden panic. He had a very bad premonition. He seems to have underestimated this revenge campaign. Lijiazhai was, after all, just a poor mountain village, so Wang Han did not specifically gather information about the village. In his original plan, Lu family village would collapse with just one order. But the reality may not be so. This small mountain village seems to be hiding many unknown secrets. Chapter 121, First Battle, a Success. Since the latter half of last night, the harassment from the city walls of Lijiazhai had never stopped, and Wang Han's entire army was unable to sleep peacefully during the latter half of the night. Wang Han felt that his central command tent was not safe, so he moved the tent to the very back of the camp. After breakfast, the entire army will launch an attack and capture Lu family village in one fell swoop. Wang Han snarled as he enjoyed his delicious breakfast. The troops were not well rested, and he did not want to rush into attacking the city. But if he doesn't attack the city, the muskets on the city walls will continue to kill his soldiers, and the soldiers will not be able to sleep peacefully. It's just a small village, so even if the soldiers don't get enough sleep, it probably doesn't matter, right? Although Wang Han thought this way, he wasn't sure himself. Xie Qiao felt that this village was not simple. He initially thought Xie Qiao was overthinking things, but now he himself began to have doubts. Amidst the continuous gunfire from the city walls, Wang Han's army hastily ate breakfast and immediately assembled in formation. Of the 60,000 troops, only 30,000 participated in the siege, while the remaining 30,000 were reserves. Meanwhile, the 30,000 attacking soldiers were divided into several echelons and took turns attacking Lijiao village. The terrain here is cramped, making it impractical for 30,000 soldiers to attack the city simultaneously. On the city wall, Zhao Daya continued to fire at the enemy outside the city. She's really become a little addicted. She counted in her mind, one by one, 855, 856. As she continued firing, her marksmanship became increasingly proficient. Master-level marksmanship is approaching perfection. Progress made in actual combat far exceeds the rate of progress made in daily training. She only remembered her duty when she saw the enemy soldiers lined up in neat formations. Zhao Daya regretfully put down her sniper rifle. When she turned around to mobilize her troops, she found that the soldiers and civilians in the city were already on high alert. Meng Ryu had already arranged everything she wanted to do. On the city wall, the female soldier had already poked her rifle out from the crenellations and was crouching down, aiming at the enemy opposite. Behind them were bundles of crossbow bolts and ammunition boxes. The men, armed with various weapons, were keeping a close eye on the enemy soldiers below the city. The women stood in groups of 2 or 3 in front of the ammunition boxes, ready to reload ammunition for the female soldiers at any time. Just as Zhao Daya was about to thank Meng Ryu, she suddenly heard a low horn sound coming from afar, followed by the sound of war drums, which gradually increased in speed. Meng Ryu pointed outside the city. Look, they've started attacking the city. Zhao Daya looked out of the city. Wang Han's army was slowly advancing in this direction. At the front are shield bearers, in the middle are spearmen, and behind them are archers. In the middle, there were many soldiers carrying ladders, surrounding the battering ram. In addition, many laborers carried large and small baskets of soil and gravel, preparing to dump them into the moat. Meng Ryu said, "Relay my message. Wait until the enemy is within half a mile before opening fire." She continued, "Get the shields ready. If the enemy fires arrows, hide behind your shields. Everyone except the gunners, crouch down." Looking at the enemy outside the city, swarming like locusts, even the battle-hardened Meng Ryu felt a chill run down his spine. The villagers and refugees who were assisting in the defense of the city on the city walls were even more terrified and panicked when they saw this massive siege. When have they ever seen such a scene? What's more, these are the enemies they are about to face. It's getting closer, closer. As the enemy troops drew ever closer to the city walls, the soldiers and civilians on the city walls were so tense that they dared not even breathe. They've sped up. Someone whispered. Outside the city, Wang Han's attacking troops began to change from slow, steady steps to a jog. Soon, they ran faster and faster, and the orderly formation began to become disordered. Meng Ryu assessed the distance between herself and the enemy, then suddenly raised her right hand high and swung it down sharply. Fire! Da-da-da-da. Gunshots suddenly rang out. It made a popping sound like popping beans. Bullets rained down on the enemy lines. The swordsmen and shieldmen at the forefront fell in large numbers in an instant. The shields they relied on did not protect them from death. Focus fire on their battering rams and ladders. Zhao Dayashotet. The female soldiers immediately focused their fire on the battering rams and ladders, unleashing a fierce barrage of fire upon them. Within a distance of 200 meters, these Wang Han soldiers became like targets for the female soldiers, serving as practice subjects for their marksmanship. In just a short time, Wang Han's attacking troops suffered countless casualties. Many wounded but not dead soldiers struggled and rolled among the corpses, crying and screaming. It was like hell on earth. Even the villagers and refugees who were helping to defend the city felt that the scene was too cruel and bloody. This is no siege warfare. They've clearly come here to die. Zhao Daya still felt it wasn't enough and shouted, "Increase the firepower!" She wanted to deliver a crushing blow to Wang Han's troops and severely dampen their morale. On the city wall, the gunfire suddenly intensified. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. The dense barrage of bullets struck the densely packed siege troops, a scene reminiscent of dry summer straw meeting a sharp sickle, causing them to fall in rows. Soon, the area outside the moat was filled with the gruesome corpses of soldiers. Blood soaked the parched land. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of retreating troops rang out from Wang Han's army. The remaining troops that participated in the siege retreated like a tide, their retreat speed far exceeding their attack speed. The villagers on the city wall cheered when they saw the enemy retreat. They've retreated. The enemy has withdrawn. We drove them back. The enemy has retreated. We won. Previously, seeing the enemy's large numbers, many villagers thought that with their small numbers, they could not possibly stop the enemy from attacking the city. But now, seeing the formidable enemy being driven away in disarray, everyone was overjoyed. Some people have even turned their previous fear of the enemy into disdain and contempt. These rebels are nothing special. They look intimidating, but they're all cowards. Who says otherwise? What's the use of having more people? Do you think they're stronger than our Liu family army? Yes, a volley of musket fire fell them all. Our Liu family army's musketeers are truly formidable. Seeing the enemy retreat, Meng Ryu showed no joy on her face. She ordered, "Rest here for a while, have some water, and wait for the enemy's second wave of attack." Zhao Daya gazed at the corpses scattered across the city and silently estimated their number in her mind. There are approximately 3,000 people. This result is already quite remarkable. Meng Ryu, however, was not as optimistic as Zhao Daya. She said to Zhao Daya, "This is very likely just a probing attack by Wang Han. The troops they sent out are not elite, but what we usually call cannon fodder. In terms of combat experience, Zhao Daya is no match for Meng Ryu." Therefore, Zhao Daya asked humbly, "Sister Ryu, are you saying that their second wave of attack will be even more intense?" Logically speaking, that should be the case. Chapter 122, Elite Vanguard Army. Meng Ryu is right. Wang Han's attack was indeed a probing move. Wang Han paced back and forth in his tent, his expression shifting repeatedly. Fortunately, he heeded Xie Qiao's advice and sent the weakest cannon fodder to lead the charge. If it were up to him, he should have pressed on and sent out his elite troops to crush Lujia village into dust in one fell swoop. Thank goodness. If we hadn't listened to Uncle Ji's advice, the casualties would have been heavy this time. Xie Qiao, who was standing quietly to the side, did not reply when he heard what Wang Han said, but a look of worry appeared on his face. He had a vague sense of foreboding. This ambitious and talented second son, whose abilities are far inferior to Wang Qi's, is probably making a mistake. He attacked Liu family village under the pretext of avenging his father, hoping to gain political capital. However, it now seems likely that he will end up losing more than he gains. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Wang Han. Even Xie Qiao himself hadn't expected Lu family village to be such a tough nut to crack. Alas, even if that brat Wang Han manages to conquer Lu family village, he'll probably lose a few teeth. Both Wang Han and Xie Qiao were very clear about this. Regardless of the circumstances, we must take down this Lu family village. Who told him to go around making a fuss about avenging his father? If he dared to give up halfway, not to mention his elder brother Wang Qi, just the old subordinates of the Marquis of Jinyuan alone would make Wang Han extremely anxious. After much deliberation, Wang Han finally gritted his teeth and said, "This time, let the vanguard attack the city." Xie Qiao was startled upon hearing this and looked at Wang Han. Seeing Wang Han's resolute expression, Xie Qiao shut his mouth. The Marquis of Jinyuan commanded 15,000 vanguard troops, which formed the backbone of the attacking force. Wang Han brought 5,000 vanguard troops with him when he came to attack Lujiao village. He originally planned to use these 5,000 vanguard troops as a reserve force. And if the Lu family village was too difficult to deal with, he would send these 5,000 vanguard troops in a battle. But now, Wang Han has changed his mind. This battle was the first tough battle Wang Han had ever faced. If he suffered heavy losses in this small village, his position would be in jeopardy. A mere village like Lujiao village has driven me to such a predicament. Wang Han was filled with such hatred. This time, Xie Qiao did not stop him. He knew in his heart that all he was thinking about was winning or losing on the battlefield. Wang Han, however, also had to consider gains and losses outside the battlefield. Let him be. Xie Qiao sighed inwardly. On the city wall of Lujiazhai, Meng Ruyu held binoculars, observing the movements on the other side. Zhao Daya. Meng Ruyu suddenly called out. Zhao Daya was also watching the enemy opposite her when she heard Meng Ruyu's voice sound strange, so she quickly took 2 steps closer. "What's wrong, Sister Ryu? It seems Wang Han is serious this time." "Oh," Zhao Daya immediately perked up. "What do you mean?" Meng Ryu handed her the binoculars and pointed her slender, white hand outside the city. "Look, the enemy has sent out many more troops this time than last time. Also, look at the rear of their troops." Zhao Daya took the binoculars and looked in the direction Meng Ruyu pointed. "Those are archers." "Yes. If the archers get close and suppress us with arrows, coordinating with the siege troops, it will be troublesome." Zhao Daya immediately shouted in a clear voice, "All sharpshooters, listen up." On the city wall, 100 or so female soldiers shouted in unison, "Sharpshooters, stand by." All of Lu Chen's female soldiers have learned master-level marksmanship. These 100 female soldiers were assembled by Zhao Daya a while ago. They were selected from the best of the best among female soldiers, and were among the best marksmen. Attention, your target is the enemy archers in the distance. Clear. 100 sharpshooters all aimed their guns at the enemy's archer unit behind the lines. Wah! The bugle call to attack sounded outside the city. Wang Han's troops launched their second wave of attack. Meng Ruyu and Zhao Daya stood side by side, their eyes shining as they looked at the army outside the city. "Kill! Kill them!" Suddenly, shouts of battle erupted outside the city. Wang Han's troops surged towards Lujiazhai like a tidal wave. Just by looking at their momentum, it far surpasses their first wave of attack. Meng Ruyu's jade-like face remained calm and undisturbed. Zhao Daya, however, kept her eyes fixed on the archers behind the attacking force. "Sharpshooter, fire!" When she saw the enemy archers enter within 400 meters, she suddenly let out a delicate shout. Bang! 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 A series of rapid bursts of gunfire rang out from the city wall. When a sharpshooter fires at a distant target, the goal is accuracy. Even if I can't kill one with 1 shot, I can at least kill one with 2 shots. The archers following behind the attacking force never expected that they would be the first to be attacked, and dozens of them were shot down in an instant. The archers were immediately thrown into a panic. Because they were located behind the enemy lines, they had no shield for protection and could only passively take hits. Out of habit, they instinctively huddled together, hoping to gain protection by relying on their teammates' bodies. Their actions, however, made it even easier for the sharpshooters on the city wall to hit their targets. Bang! 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 The archers on the city wall unleashed a fierce barrage of fire at the huddled groups of archers. Before these archers could even fire a single arrow, They all fell into pools of blood. Fire! At this moment, Meng Ryu also gave the order to fire. Gunfire, like firecrackers, rang out again from the city wall. Da. Gunfire erupted from the city walls, as swift and fierce as a sudden storm. Outside the city walls, screams echoed, and people and horses were thrown about. Charge! Kill them! Wang Han's vanguard troops lived up to their reputation, charging bravely despite the dense hail of bullets. But the faster they charged, the faster they died. The closer they got to the city wall, the denser the bullets were fired at them. These fierce soldiers fell one by one on the way to the charge. On a distant hilltop, Wang Han, surrounded by a group of personal guards, watched helplessly as his brave soldiers fell one by one. His face turned pale and then dark in turns. His heart was bleeding. These elite vanguard troops were all painstakingly trained by his deceased father over many years. Now, they are dying one by one before his eyes. Xie Qiao suddenly spoke up. Young Marquis, in my humble opinion, we should have them withdraw. At this point, more than half of the 5,000 vanguard troops had been lost. If they had arrived any later, they would likely have been completely wiped out. Chen, who was standing to the side, wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and couldn't utter a single word. He was incompetent but not stupid. He knows exactly when to speak and when not to speak. At this critical juncture, if he utters even one wrong word, he could face utter ruin. Wang Han frowned deeply, and with a final struggle, he uttered a few words: sound a retreat, withdraw the troops. After saying that, he walked towards the camp without looking back. Xie Qiao stared at his retreating figure, remaining motionless for a long time. It's time to bring the eldest son over. Chapter 123: The Tartars Siege the City. Northern Xinjiang, Heluku. Heluku Pass is a strategically important location, shaped like a gourd, hence its name. At the location of Heluku, there is a city wall that is 300 feet long. At this moment, the city walls were covered with flags and crowded with soldiers. The ground beneath the city wall was covered with dark red stains, the blood having already soaked through it. 3 miles outside the city, on the plains, there were Tartar soldiers everywhere. The cavalry formations, the infantry formations, the rows of cannons, the ladders, and the catapults formed a magnificent and orderly array. General He Guizhi, clad in heavy armor and gripping a long halberd tightly, looked weary and stared intently at the enemy soldiers opposite him. He had been stationed at Hulu Pass for 8 years, engaging in countless battles with the Tartar soldiers. In the past year, the frequency and intensity of the enemy sieges had increased, and he was finding it increasingly difficult to cope. Especially this month, the enemy has been attacking the city every day, day and night. His troops were exhausted, but the reinforcements he was waiting for never arrived. Hulu Pass was the front line of the battle against the Tartar soldiers, and everyone knew it was an absolute meat grinder. No one wanted to send their troops to their deaths. They outwardly obeyed the emperor's orders, but inwardly defied them, yet no one could do anything about it. Higuaiji felt a deep sadness. He could only rely on his passion to persevere. "My lord, the Tartar soldiers are here." A subordinate urgently reported this. Higuaiji saw the enemy troops slowly advancing towards the city walls. The enemy launched another attack on the city. As the enemy drew ever closer, Higuaiji's eyes burned with a sharp glint. Boom! 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 The enemy's arquebus roared as they opened fire. "Lie down!" At Higuaiji's command, the soldiers on the city wall all lowered their bodies to avoid the incoming bullets. Bullets pelted the city walls and the tops of the walls, sending rubble flying everywhere. Some soldiers were hit and were crushed beyond recognition. The soldiers on the city wall were thrown into chaos. Higuaiji shook her head secretly. His old troops had long been exhausted, and the garrison was mostly composed of newly recruited soldiers. These conscripted men had very limited fighting ability and low morale. Looking at the soldiers in disarray on the city wall, Higuaiji felt a sense of powerlessness. With troops like this, it's hard to say how long he can hold out. Immediately afterwards, the enemy's catapults were also activated. Huge chunks of rock flew up to the city walls, into the city, and landed in the military camp, destroying houses. Higuaiji was used to such scenes and remained calm. But when he looked at the enemy formation, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The Tartar soldiers are making quite a commotion today. In the past, when enemy troops attacked the city, although the scene was just as grand, the actual number of troops deployed was very limited. But judging from their current posture, it seems like they're about to pull off something big. Immediately issue the order to have the reserve forces on high alert. Upon receiving the order, Li Wei, the deputy general, hurriedly descended from the city wall. Higuaiji frowned. Were all those dozens of sieges this month just a smokescreen, a prelude to today's surprise attack? This kind of thing has happened before. 2 years ago, the Tartars did the same thing, always putting on a grand show, but only mobilizing small units when attacking cities. After this happened several times, Xie came to believe that the Tartars were bluffing. Suddenly one day, the enemy launched a major attack on the city. That time, the Tartars almost succeeded. From then on, Xie was wary of this tactic by the Tartars. In every siege battle, they fought with all their might. Although doing so would make his subordinates more exhausted, it was better than the city falling and everyone dying. Xie carefully observed the enemy's movements. Oh no, they're trying to pull the same trick again. Xie had a bad feeling. Things are different now. 2 years ago, most of his troops were elite soldiers. At that time, they were still able to fight against the Tartar soldiers. But now, 90% of his troops are conscripted men, and their combat effectiveness and fighting spirit are far inferior to those of the troops 2 years ago. Seeing the Tartar soldiers swarming in from all over the mountains, Xie clenched her teeth, her facial muscles tensed, and the veins on the back of her hand holding the halberd bulged. Va! Fight to the death. As long as the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. At that moment, Xie had already made up her mind. He didn't even order anyone to inform his family in the city. He never even considered seeing her one last time. Kill! The air above and below the city walls was now filled with shouts of battle. Countless arrows shot down from the city walls and flew into the Tartar army's ranks. Below the city, the Tartar archers and horse archers also drew their bows and shot arrows up the city walls and into the bodies of the defending soldiers. Kill! On the siege ladders, Tartar soldiers brandished their scimitars and fearlessly climbed towards the top of the city wall. Kill! Xie thrust her long halberd forward, piercing the chest of a Tartar soldier who had just climbed onto the city wall. Kill! The sounds of battle echoed throughout the city and its surroundings. At this moment, Lieutenant General Li Wei was assembling the reserve team. He also felt that something was unusual about today. As a veteran who has served in the military for 20 years, he has been feeling uneasy lately and has not been able to sleep well. At this moment, a soldier guarding the south gate came to report. Report, General, a convoy has arrived from the south of the city. Li Wei was taken aback. Convoy? But a convoy transporting supplies? Although no reinforcements have arrived at Haluku, the area is still relatively well supplied with food. The imperial court would send a grain transport team every month. But didn't a grain transport team just arrive 10 days ago? It's not a grain transport team. It's a caravan of 200 horse-drawn carriages. Li Wei was taken aback again. 200 carriages? He was a little confused. Neither grain transport teams nor merchant caravans would assemble a fleet of 200 horse-drawn carriages. General, there's a troop of soldiers following behind the convoy, but they're only following at a distance and don't seem to be from the same group. Hearing this, Li Wei was even more confused. However, he was secretly delighted. How many soldiers were in that unit? At this moment, what Li Wei would be most happy to see is reinforcements. Reporting to the general, that troop of soldiers numbers around 500. Li Wei was immediately deflated. A mere 500 soldiers wouldn't even be enough to fill the teeth of the Tartar soldiers at Haluku. Could he be the son of some prince, who's bored and here to rack up military merits? Li Wei Gasa. 200 carriages. This young master certainly has quite the grand style. I wonder how many concubines and servants are inside those 200 carriages. Li Wei felt resentful. These imperial relatives, besides sucking the blood and marrow from the people, also cause trouble everywhere. They not only do not contribute to the country, but also drag the soldiers at the front down. They are truly hateful. With the border situation critical and the Great Zhou dynasty on the verge of collapse, they still have the mind to stir up these troubles. Li Wei's face was as cold as frost. A murderous aura suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he let out a soft snort. Send a few men to investigate. If there are no problems, then let them in. Since they're here, let them see what a real battlefield is like. And those 500 soldiers, once they've arrived, they won't be able to leave. As for lining up to greet them or anything like that, forget about it. He didn't even intend to report the matter to General He, so as not to affect his ability to fight the enemy. Chapter 124, Entering the City. Lu Chen's convoy stopped outside the city. After 1,000 female soldiers dismounted from the carriages, they lined up in formation outside the city gate. These female soldiers were dressed in neat blue military uniforms, wearing steel helmets, bulletproof vests, tall military boots, armed belts, carrying long knives and crossbows on their backs, holding assault rifles, with a row of magazines on their chests and 3 grenades, a pistol, and a short knife hanging on their waists. They were armed to the teeth. Although these female soldiers are not tall, they are all beautiful, especially their fair and delicate skin, which is so smooth and delicate that it seems like it could be broken with a touch. These female soldiers were all selected by order of the current emperor, so their looks are naturally quite good. After being transformed by Lu Chen's power pill and nourished by the spatial spring water, they were completely renewed inside and out. They stood in neat rows outside the city gate, looking heroic and spirited, like delicate roses forged from steel, standing out from the crowd. The soldiers on the city wall had never seen such a scene before, and they were all dumbfounded. Could this be a female soldier? They're all so beautiful. Can they really fight? They must be female soldiers, right? Look how straight they're standing. Their formation seems even more orderly than ours. Huh, don't flatter yourself. Our formation is far inferior to theirs. Yes, look, they're standing there, each one like a clay sculpture, completely still. What are they holding? Are they muskets? These muskets seem a bit too short, don't they? Hey, any one of them is prettier than Xie Qiao, the most beautiful woman in our city. If I could marry a wife like that, It's not even dark yet. Stop dreaming. When Commander Chen, who was conducting a search outside the city, saw these female soldiers, he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. These female soldiers are absolutely stunning. After the initial amazement, Chen Qianhu's mind was a little overwhelmed again. Are these reinforcements? If they weren't reinforcements, then what were they doing? Just as Commander Chen was confused, Lu Chen took out a scroll of Imperial Edict and stuffed it directly into his hand. When Commander Chen received the Imperial Edict, he trembled involuntarily. He recognized this bright yellow thing. Unexpectedly, he, a mere commander, would one day personally touch an Imperial Edict. But weren't Imperial Edicts always read aloud by designated personnel? What does it mean to stuff it into his hand? See for yourself, Lu Chen said calmly. Commander Chen opened the Imperial Edict with trembling hands and quickly read it through. Then, he looked at Lu Chen with a suspicious expression. Then look at the rows of female soldiers behind Lu Chen. They really are reinforcements. Lord Lu, please come into the city quickly. Commander Chen hurriedly invited Lu Chen into the city. As for General Li and his 500 soldiers not far away, Commander Chen did not take them seriously. After all, the Imperial Edict only mentioned Lu Chen, without mentioning General Li or his subordinates at all. Upon entering the city, Commander Chen immediately ordered someone to report to Deputy General Li Wei. At the same time, he led Lu Chen and his group to the inner city. Paluku Pass was actually a small, gourd-shaped town. The inner city, which had a small area, was a military camp, while the outer city was a residential area. Are the Tartars attacking the city today? Lu Chen asked casually. Commander Chen hurriedly replied, That's right, Lord Lu, these days, the Tartar soldiers have been attacking the city every day. He listened intently for a moment, then said, It seems there's been a bit more commotion today. Lu Chen's eyes flickered slightly. It's more than just a bit too much noise. Lu Chen just witnessed a huge rock crashing onto the roof of a house not far ahead. At this moment, Li Wei had already received the message. An Imperial Edict has arrived in the capital. The Imperial Edict says reinforcements have been sent. Female soldiers. Say it again. You said the reinforcements were just 1,000 female soldiers. And you're even going to have these 1,000 female soldiers assist Lord He in defeating the Tartar troops. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Is that really what the Imperial Edict said? After confirming it several times, Li Wei was furious. Has the current emperor lost his mind? How could someone do something so irrational? Commander Wei, immediately muster 3,000 men and come with me to take a look. Li Wei suspected that this group was falsely conveying the Imperial Edict. The current emperor cannot be so incompetent. Soon, the military advisor mustered 3,000 soldiers and followed Li Wei toward the outer city. As soon as they left the inner city, they saw Lu Chen and his 1,000 female soldiers. Seeing these female soldiers, Li Wei's anger surged even higher. Although they appeared disciplined and their attire was quite intimidating, they were clearly quite young. They were all teenage girls, the oldest of whom was no more than 18. The youngest looks to be only 12 or 13 years old. Can female soldiers like this fight? They probably can't even lift slightly heavier weapons. Even if we assume they were truly elite female soldiers secretly trained by the emperor, how could a mere 1,000 people possibly cooperate with the city's garrison to defeat the Tartar army? Li Wei secretly cursed the current emperor mercilessly. Your great Zhou dynasty deserves to perish. Li Wei stood firmly, his gaze cold and menacing as he looked at Lu Chen and the two beautiful girls behind him. Since you've come to the battlefield, you've even brought 2 concubines with you. Li Wei gritted her teeth inwardly, her gaze toward Lu Chen becoming even more hostile. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged. Commander, Chen hurriedly handed the imperial edict he was holding to Li Wei. Li Wei glared at Lu Chen, took the imperial edict, and read it carefully. The imperial edict must be genuine. Li Wei siga deeply. The great Zhou dynasty is beyond saving. Li Wei closed the imperial edict and looked at Lu Chen and his group of female soldiers once again. He spoke slowly, his tone cold and mocking. Lord Lu, the general is currently fighting the Tartars on the city wall. Would you like to take a short rest or immediately join the battle? Lu Chen said calmly, no rush. With him there, even if the Tartar soldiers manage to break through, they will all be forced to lie down. He came to help, and he didn't want to see others give him the cold shoulder. Seeing Lu Chen's attitude, Li Wei's anger surged to his throat, and he could no longer hold back. He took a heavy step forward, about to lash out. Cousin, wait a minute. Suddenly, urgent shouts came from not far away. Li Wei looked up and saw a military officer rushing towards them. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. Han Zheng. The visitor was his cousin, Li Su, also known as Li Hanzheng. Li Wei then remembered that when his subordinates reported earlier, they said that in addition to the 200 carriages, there was also a troop of 500 men. It seems that these 500 men are under the command of Li Su. Cousin. Li Su arrived in front of Li Wei, panting. Upon seeing his cousin Li Su, Li Wei was finally certain that the imperial edict was genuine. Cousin, this is Lord Lu Chen. Lord Lu, this is my cousin, General Li Wei. Li Su smiled broadly and hurriedly introduced the 2 men. He jogged along, fearing that his straightforward cousin might clash with Lu Chen. During his time in the capital, Lu Chen turned the entire city upside down. Even Huang Yunzhong of the Eastern Depot was by his side every day, which shows how important he was to the emperor. Chapter 125 City in Peril. Although Li Su tried to mediate with a smile, Li Wei and Lu Chen didn't seem to appreciate it. Li Wei's gaze toward Lu Chen still held disdain and contempt. Lu Chen remained calm, treating everyone as if they were nothing. Li Su was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Be careful, sir. Suddenly, someone shouted urgently. Everyone looked up and saw a boulder hurtling towards them from high above. The landing point was precisely where Lu Chen and the others were located. Quick, get out of the way. Li Wei shouted and quickly lunged to the side. Although he looked down on Lu Chen and the female soldiers he brought, if something happened to Lu Chen, he and the generals here would all be held responsible. Judging from how much Li Su cares about Lu Chen, it's clear that Lu Chen is a favorite of the emperor. Li Su was so shocked when he saw the rapidly approaching rolling stones that his hair stood on end. This rock must weigh at least 1 or 200 pounds. If it hit someone, they would probably be turned into a pile of minced meat immediately. And the spot where the boulder landed seemed to be right where Lu Chen and the others were standing. The surrounding officers and soldiers were in a panic. But at this moment, Lu Chen seemed completely unconcerned, remaining standing motionless. Li Wei leaped to the side, and when he looked back, he saw Lu Chen and the others looking like this. He thought they were all terrified, and he felt both anxious and angry. Get out of the way. He wanted to salvage the situation, but there was nothing he could do. Even if he rushed over, he would only lose his life in vain. Besides, the rolling stone is already upon us. It's too late. At this critical moment, a soft shout was heard. A graceful figure leaped up from the ground, soaring more than 10 feet into the air. She swept her arm horizontally in midair and kicked the oncoming boulder hard. Bang! The rolling stone abruptly veered off course in midair and crashed into an open space to the side. Boom! A cloud of dust rose as the rolling stone crashed heavily to the ground, splitting in two. Ah, this. Everyone was stunned. Is this something a human could do? A boulder weighing nearly 200 pounds, with a force of 1,000 pounds, is beyond human power to stop. This. After a long while, someone couldn't help but gasp. Everyone looked at a girl behind Chen. This beautiful young girl was only 16 years old and looked frail, yet she possessed such brute strength. Li Wei shifted her gaze from Chu Yun and looked back at Chen. He hadn't expected that the girl beside Chen was actually a martial arts master. No wonder he was so arrogant and disdainful of everyone. What a pity. If this woman had served in the army, she would surely have become a valiant general. Thinking of this, Li Wei suddenly remembered another female general, and a hint of sorrow appeared between his brows. What the great Zhou dynasty lacked was never fierce generals, but emperors who knew how to recognize and utilize talent. Such a brave woman, unable to defend against foreign enemies, could only serve as a follower to a dissolute young man. How truly tragic. Report. General. General. Li Wei turned around and saw a soldier stumbling and running towards him. General, the city gates are under attack. The commander-in-chief orders you to lead troops to the north gate immediately. Li Wei's expression changed drastically. Clearly, the Tartar troops were coming on very aggressively. Li Wei pointed at Commander Chen and several other generals. You, take your troops to the city wall and assist the commander-in-chief. Li Wei pointed at Li Su. You, take your men and come with me to guard the city gate. Li Su was startled and shrank his neck. Guarding the city gate? That's the most dangerous place. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were doomed to die. After the enemy breaches the city, the troops guarding the city gates will be the first to be attacked. Cousin, Li Su's face looked like a bitter gourd, as if he wanted to say that the troops he brought were only there to protect Chen and his group. The troops he brought, though gleaming with armor and fluttering banners, looked quite intimidating. But only he knew that these wealthy soldiers from the capital were all pampered and spoiled. They were good at bullying ordinary people, but they were not cut out for the battlefield. Li Wei's face was as cold as ice, and his words were even more chilling. Those who disobey military orders shall be executed. Li Su trembled, his lips twitched, and he was almost in tears. My cousin is clearly sending himself to his death. Although he had a close personal relationship with his cousin, Li Wei was known for being impartial and incorruptible, and did not care about personal feelings at all. Li Su looked back at the 500 soldiers behind him, whose faces all looked as if they had eaten shit. They all thought it was an easy job, never imagining they would have to go in a battle to fight the enemy. The ferocity and cruelty of the Tartar soldiers were known to everyone in the Great Zhou army and civilians. It is said that 10 soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty could not defeat one Tartar soldier. With only 500 men, what difference would it make if they encountered Tartar soldiers? It would be like handing over their heads. Just then, they suddenly heard a cold voice. Chu Yun, take 200 men to the city gate, and do not let a single Tartar soldier in. Chu Yun answered proudly. Brother Liu, rest assured, Chu Yun will never fail in his mission. She immediately mobilized 3 teams and rushed to the north gate. Li Wei stared in astonishment as they walked away. Then he looked at Chen. Why did he send these delicate young girls there? To throw them to their deaths? Even with that skilled young girl leading the team, what use is she by herself? At this moment, Chen said again, the rest of you, follow me. After saying that, he headed straight for the city wall. 700 female soldiers followed closely behind. Li Wei took a deep breath, his cold eyes glaring fiercely at Li Su. Aren't you coming? This good-for-nothing cousin is even worse than a woman. Look at these female soldiers. Although their combat effectiveness isn't great, their courage alone makes them 100 times stronger than Li Su. Having been forced into this situation, Li Su had no choice but to accept it. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Brothers, follow me. Since we're doomed either way, we might as well take a gamble. At this moment on the city wall, the bloody battle is raging. The Tartar soldiers surged onto the city walls wave after wave. The defending soldiers fought fiercely amidst the flashing swords and the sounds of battle. Below the city walls, there were countless Tartar soldiers, fearless and charging forward, stepping over the corpses of their comrades and braving the rain of arrows from the city walls. Bang! 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 The battering ram slammed into the city gate. The heavy impact sent shivers down Higuaji's spine from the city wall. His heart sank little by little. Really, the Tartar soldiers are determined to win today. In the past, when the Tartars attacked the city, the casualties on both sides were only a few hundred and at most a little over 1,000. But today, in just half an hour, the casualties on both sides have reached nearly 3,000. Moreover, the enemy's offensive is becoming increasingly fierce. It seems unlikely that things will end well today. Kill. Brothers, kill these sons of bitches. Higuaji used a powerful move, Mount Tai pressing down, to split a Tartar soldier's head in two. Then, she roared loudly to boost the morale of her soldiers. Taking advantage of the opportunity, a Tartar soldier thrust his sword at Higuaji's waist. When a guard rushed forward, brandishing his sword to come to the rescue, slashing at the curved sword in the Tartar soldier's hand. But it was too late. The Tartar soldier's scimitar still pierced a bloody hole in Higuaji's waist. Despite the pain, Higuaji kicked the Tartar soldier to the ground. Enraged, the two guards attacked him with a flurry of blows, instantly turning him into a bloody mess, unrecognizable as a human. My lord! My lord! Several guards surrounded Higuaji. Higuaji covered the wound with her hand, and a large amount of fresh blood flowed out from between her fingers. It's over. Higuaji sighed inwardly. His lament was not because of his own injuries, nor because he would die here today. He was grieving for the people of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 126. The City Falls. Commander-in-Chief Zhou is injured. A sharp-eyed Tartar soldier nearby was overjoyed and, disregarding the swords and spears aimed at him, raised his arms and roared. He had barely finished speaking when Zhou Bing swung his sword and knocked him to the ground. The Great Zhou Commander-in-Chief is seriously injured. The Great Zhou General is wounded. Higuaji is seriously injured. Several more Tartar soldiers shouted excitedly. Soon, shouts filled the air, both on and below the city walls. Higuaji is seriously injured. The Great Zhou Commander-in-Chief is seriously injured. Kill them. Kill the Great Zhou Commander-in-Chief and claim the reward. Cut off Higuaji's head, and he'll be promoted and given a title. The soldiers in Anzi were greatly encouraged, and each of them bravely took the lead, making their offensive even more fierce. When the soldiers of the Great Zhou heard that Higuaji had been seriously injured, they were filled with grief and helplessness, and their morale wavered. As one side gained at the expense of the other, the battle on the city walls quickly turned into a one-sided affair. More and more Tatar soldiers climbed onto the city walls and engaged in a fierce battle with the defenders. On the city walls, Zhou's army suffered increasing casualties. The Tartar soldiers, however, grew more courageous with each battle. For many years, Higuaji has been the backbone and pillar of Heluku Pass. If he falls, the fighting strength of Heluku will be reduced by at least 40%. As she lost blood, Higuaji felt her body growing weaker and weaker. He braced himself with his halberd, struggling to maintain his balance, and shouted loudly, Brothers, don't fall for the Tartars' trick. Kill, kill, kill all the Tartar soldiers. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the shouts of the Tartar soldiers. More and more Tartar soldiers surged onto the city walls, and the Great Zhou soldiers struggled to hold on. It was only a matter of time before Zhou Bing suffered a complete defeat. Inside the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city gate were filled with doubt when they saw Chu Yun arriving with 200 female soldiers. Where did they come from? Could they be reinforcements? No way. Have all the men in the Great Zhou dynasty died out? The court will send female soldiers to support us. Even if it's reinforcements, there should be more than this many people, right? This few people aren't even enough to fill someone's teeth. Look at them, so delicate and pretty. Do they look like soldiers? TSK, they're so pretty, each one a beauty. It's such a waste that they're in the army. Yes, with their looks, they could easily find a wealthy family to be their concubines. Why would they come here to die? Chu Yun ignored the fierce gazes and the whispers around him. Upon reaching the city gate, she ordered the female soldiers to line up, draw their swords, and await orders. The heavy city gate was already on the verge of collapse under the repeated impacts of the battering ram. The city could fall at any moment. After Li Wei and Li Su led a large force to the city gate, Li Wei, seeing the urgency of the situation, hurriedly began to arrange his troops. Commander Chen, you take your men and guard the left side of the city gate. General Feng, you take your men and guard the right side of the city gate. Li Wei frowned, pondered for a moment, and looked at Li Su. Li Su felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was wrong. General Li, You and your men, hold the front. Li Su looked at Li Wei in disbelief. Is this really his cousin? This is clearly his enemy. He not only wanted to send me to my death, but he also wanted to make sure I died a gruesome death. When the Tartar soldiers arrive, thousands of them will crush him into a bloody pulp. General Li Wei. Li Wei was taken aback and looked at Chu Yun, who was walking slowly towards him. Does this young lady have anything to say? Li Wei did not know Chu Yun's name, nor did he know if Chu Yun was a soldier, so he could only address her as Miss. General Li, let us defend the front. That's absolutely absurd, Li Wei said without hesitation. Chu Yun said coldly, if the general refuses, I will have to use force. Lu Chen's order to her was not to allow a single Tartar soldier to step into the city gate. If we rely on the wealthy soldiers brought by Li Su, the Tartar troops will likely swarm in at the first encounter. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Li Wei immediately became angry and said, Miss, do you know that this city gate concerns the lives of millions of people in my entire Great Zhou dynasty? Chu Yun pointed to the 500 soldiers brought by Li Su and said, do you expect them to protect the millions of people of my Great Zhou dynasty? Li Su lowered his head and turned his face away, looking ashamed. He'd love for someone to die in his place. Li Wei pointed to the thousands of soldiers behind him and said, what if we add them? Just then, a loud boom was heard. The city gates had been breached. Li Wei shouted urgently, quick, push it up for me. Chu Yun waved his hand, charge. Upon receiving the order, the female soldiers quickly advanced towards the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city tried to stop them, but they were easily pushed around and stumbled. At this moment, the Tartar soldiers who poured in through the hole in the city gate were already brandishing their swords and spears, shouting and yelling as they charged forward. Kill! The female soldiers shouted and rushed into the gate. Their display left Li Wei and the soldiers speechless. They didn't seem like defenders at all. They were attackers. Many of the Zhou soldiers who blocked their way were pushed to the ground. Some of the female soldiers even jumped onto the heads of the Zhou soldiers and leaped into the doorway. Kill! Amidst shouts of battle, the two sides collided instantly. Instantly, blood splattered. Limbs were flying everywhere. Before the Tartar soldiers at the forefront could even see what was happening, they were already beheaded. Immediately afterwards, rows of Tartar soldiers poured into the gate. The female soldiers in the front row swung their knives cleanly and decisively, again and again. The female soldiers behind them either dealt with any stragglers or rushed to the front to join the battle. Although the battle was fierce and the scene chaotic, their actions were well organized. Chu Yun stood at the back of the group, watching the battle at the city gate with a hint of approval in his eyes. The hard training these past few days has indeed been very effective. Li Wei, who was not far away, frowned deeply. These female soldiers looked very brave, but they were women after all, and how could they be a match for the ravenous Tartar soldiers? Quickly, Commander Su, take your men and press them. Ma Lao Air, take your men to the right side of the city gate. Han Feng. Li Wei looked at Li Su. Order your men to the left side of the city gate to assist Commander Chen. After making some troop deployments, Li Wei looked towards the city gate again. The sounds of battle still echoed there. Only, Li Wei was puzzled. Half an incense stick later, the female soldiers were still fighting inside the doorway, and there were many more female soldiers outside the doorway. Logically speaking, after such a long time, a mere 200 or so female soldiers should have been gone long ago. Li Wei found a high spot and looked into the doorway. Inside the doorway, there was a wall taller than a person. Wall of corpses. A human wall made of corpses. Many Tatar soldiers struggled to climb over the human wall, only to be cut down by the female soldiers in the blink of an eye. Li Wei observed carefully and discovered that the entire human wall was dressed in the uniforms of Tartar soldiers. There were no female soldiers. The female soldiers' uniforms were extremely eye-catching, and Li Wei was certain he wouldn't mistake them. Chapter 127 Intense Battle. The fighting was fierce at the city gate, and even more brutal on the city walls. More and more Tatar soldiers rushed to the city walls, and the Zhou soldiers on the walls suffered heavy casualties. Soldiers from inside the city kept rushing up the city walls to provide support, but most of these new soldiers were new recruits who had only recently joined the army. They lacked training, physical strength, and were afraid of fighting and dying. There was simply no match for the Tartar soldiers who had been fighting for many years. Seeing the enemy's fierce offensive and his own troops' cowardice, Higuaji knew that the situation was hopeless. My great Zhou dynasty is doomed. Higuaji sighed inwardly, and with her last bit of strength, pushed away the 2 guards protecting her. Then he raised his halberd, his eyes wide with anger, and looked at the Tartar soldiers rushing towards him like waves. Even if I die, I will live and die with this city. He raised his halberd and thrust it forcefully at a Tartar soldier in front of him. This Tartar soldier was burly and fierce. With a swing of his curved sword, he knocked Higuaji's halberd aside. The Tartar soldiers had ferocious expressions, and their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at Higuaji, as if she were looking at a huge pile of gold. The banner chief had already declared that if Higuaji were to behead him, he would be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households. After fighting for several days, the Tartar soldiers realized that the great Zhou general in red armor was Higuaji, the commander of Haluku. Therefore, in today's battle, these Tartar soldiers rushed towards Higuaji as if their lives depended on it. It was all for the sake of promotion and titles. The Tartar soldier swung his sword at Higuaji. Several guards nearby were shocked and furious when they saw this. They wanted to come to the rescue, but they were surrounded by a group of Tartar soldiers. Lord He! The guards were heartbroken and cried out in grief. Higuaji was too weak to avoid the danger. He could only silently close his eyes. When a crisp sound, immediately following was a scream. Higuaji opened her eyes in surprise. But then they saw one of the Tartar soldiers' arms fly high into the air, and on the severed arm, a curved sword was still being held. Higuaji turned her head slightly and saw a petite figure thrusting a long knife into the chest of the Tartar soldier. Go to hell! The strangely dressed girl kicked out, sending another Tartar soldier flying headfirst down the city wall. Higuaji was completely bewildered. Just as she was wondering what was going on, she saw more female soldiers dressed in the same outfit appear on the city wall. Wielding long swords, they slashed left and right at the Tartar soldiers on the city wall, their moves simple and fluid, each strike killing a Tartar. Where did they come from? Higuaji tried hard to figure out what was going on, but the next moment, everything went black before his eyes and his body slumped to the side. 2 guards quickly helped him up. Quickly, take the master down for treatment. Several guards lifted Higuaji up with their bare hands. Seeing that fame and fortune were within reach, a group of Tartar soldiers were unwilling to let them leave and desperately charged towards them. At this moment, 3 female soldiers covered in strange objects and holding long swords stood in front of the group of Tartar soldiers. The Tartar soldiers were momentarily stunned by the sight of the 2 beautiful young women, but they only paused for a moment before brandishing their scimitars and charging towards the 3 female soldiers. Kill them. Kill Higuaji. Kill. Normally, these Tartar soldiers would have captured such a stunningly beautiful woman alive. But at this point, 10,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis of 10,000 households were clearly of greater importance. The 3 female soldiers looked at the group of Tartar soldiers with cold eyes. Yi Qin, Qin Shi, you 2 will cover for me. Ji Qin and Qin Shi hesitated for a moment, then bowed their heads in unison. Yes, miss. Zhao Yingxue brandished her long sword and charged towards the Tartar soldiers. These days, she has been training hard every day. Although she knows that her strength is improving by leaps and bounds, she has not yet experienced real combat. Today is a good day to test it out. Kill. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided. Whoosh! With a single slash, Zhao Yingxue cut a Tartar soldier in half at the waist. Bang! One of the Tartar soldiers was kicked away and immediately lay on the ground, lifeless. A glint flashed in Zhao Yingxue's eyes. The Tartar soldiers, once regarded as tigers and wolves by the people and soldiers of the Great Zhou, were so easily defeated. In her eyes, the Tartar soldiers' sword-wielding movements were so slow and weak, like those of a 3-year-old child. Zhao Yingxue was full of vigor and her confident sword. She gripped her long sword tightly and charged towards the Tartar soldiers. The Tartar soldiers brandished their swords to meet her, but before their blades could even touch the hem of Zhao Yingxue's clothes, she had already cut them down to the ground. Zhao Yingxue slashed again and again, displaying the swordsmanship she had practiced these past few days with agility and ease. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 corpses lay dead in front of her. Several of Higuaji's personal guards were almost stunned. These Tartar soldiers were each capable of fighting 3 against 1 against the soldiers of the Great Zhou. Even their personal guards were quite wary of them. But this young girl, despite her young age, dealt with these ferocious Tartars as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Kill! On the city wall, shouts of battle still echoed. However, the morale of the Tartar soldiers was noticeably lower. After several hundred female soldiers joined the battle, the number of Tartar soldiers on the city wall decreased at a visible rate. Although Commander-in-Chief Xie Qiao was no longer on the city gate tower, the morale of the Great Zhou army was rekindled. There is no other reason. The combat power of these newly joined female soldiers is astonishing. Wherever they went, Tartar soldiers fell in droves. Any Tartar soldiers who encountered them were no match for them. It's truly a matter of instant death upon contact. Before long, almost all the Tartar soldiers standing on the city wall were slaughtered. At each of the dozens of siege ladders, several female soldiers were stationed. As soon as any Tartar soldier climbed onto the city wall, they were immediately killed by the female soldiers. At this moment, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty had no use for their skills. All they could do was throw the corpses of the Tartar soldiers off the city wall and carry the wounded and injured into the city. These female soldiers are all so fierce. Where do they come from? Shouldn't this be reinforcements sent by the imperial court? If the imperial court had sent these female soldiers earlier, we wouldn't be stuck here in this predicament. With their help in defending the city, we at Haluku will no longer be afraid of the Tartars. The Zhou soldiers, who were just fighting desperately, now had time to chat. In fact, the battle was still fierce at this time. The Tartar soldiers below the city walls continued to rush towards the city walls. But few of them were able to get over the city walls. Although they were densely packed and used human wave tactics to push forward, the female soldiers were incredibly efficient at killing the enemy. They charged fast, but the female soldiers killed even faster. Soon, the Tartar soldiers outside the city realized something was wrong. The corpses of Tartar soldiers were thrown from the city walls to the ground below, each one a gruesome sight. Clearly, the attacking side suffered extremely heavy casualties. Chapter 128, Turning Defense into Offense. Seeing that the battle on the city wall had stabilized, Chen led Xie Qiao down the wall. They arrived at the city gate to check on Chu Yun and the others. Surprisingly, Chu Yun and her 200 female soldiers were quite idle. At this time, the city gate was filled with piles of corpses, almost completely blocking the gate. Occasionally, 2 or 3 Tartar soldiers would defy the odds and climb over the high pile of corpses, only to be hacked to death by the female soldiers as soon as they showed their heads. The Tartar soldiers had basically given up their plan to attack through the city gates. Thousands of soldiers stood idly in the city, doing nothing. However, they all wore expressions of embarrassment. Lord Liu. When Chen saw Li Wei walking towards him, he hesitated, his face slightly flushed, and the arrogance he had shown when they first met was long gone. Lord Li, what is it? Seeing that Chen still looked calm and collected, with the same expression he had when they first met, Li Wei felt ashamed. Li Wei bowed deeply to Chen. Thank you for your help, Lord Liu. If it weren't for you, Haluku would have fallen into the hands of the Tartars today. On behalf of the people of Great Zhou, I thank you, Lord Liu. Chen replied, no need. I'm just doing my job by taking their money. Li Wei was taken aback and looked up at Chen, puzzled. Chen didn't explain. Li Wei bowed to Chen again. Lord Liu, I was disrespectful just now, and I hope you will punish me. Chen waved his hand. No need. He thought for a moment and said, later, send someone to clean up the corpses at the city gate. Li Wei looked at Chen with a puzzled expression, wondering what he meant. At this moment, the corpses inside the city gate can just block the Tartar soldiers from entering the city. If the corpses are moved away, wouldn't that be letting the Tartar soldiers into the city? Suddenly, Li Wei felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be? Li Wei raised an eyebrow and nodded emphatically. Okay. He was filled with excitement, and his head was spinning. At this moment, outside the city, within the Tartar army's central formation, under a command flag, a general with a full beard sat upright in a large chair, gazing towards the walls of Hulu Valley. His face was pale, his eyes were gloomy, his cheeks bulged, and the sound of grinding teeth could be faintly heard. A military officer beside him cupped his hands and said, My lord, our army has been attacking for a long time without success, and our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. If we continue to fight, we may damage our strength. I think it is better to retreat and rest first. Dog seemed not to hear, staring intently at the city gate tower on the city wall. He didn't understand why. Higuaiji was already seriously injured, and Zhou Jun's defeat was inevitable. So why did such a sudden change occur? Which elite force from the great Zhou dynasty suddenly appeared on the city wall? At this moment, someone came forward to report. Reporting to the bannermaster, according to reports from the front, our army has suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, and Dog looked at them with a chilling gaze. The man trembled and hurriedly said, almost all of them were killed in action, with only a few wounded. What? Dog suddenly stood up. He had fought in many years and had never encountered such a situation before. Almost all of them were killed. So, those 10,000 soldiers will never return. Their entire population is only a little over 500,000. Excluding the elderly, women, and children, those who could fight on the battlefield numbered less than 100,000. This war cannot continue. Dog was filled with resentment and gritted his teeth. Pass on my order, retreat. Pass on the flag commander's order, withdraw the troops. Pass on the flag commander's order. The entire army retreats. Soon, a series of rapid gong sounds rang out. The command flag is waved. The central, left, and right armies all sprang into action. One formation after another moved slowly and methodically southward. The Tartar soldiers who were attacking the city had long lost their will to fight. Upon hearing the gong, they turned around and ran back. Seeing the Tartar soldiers retreat like a receding tide, the great Zhou soldiers on the city wall all let out a deafening cheer. The Tartars have retreated. The enemy has retreated. We won. We won. We held on again. The soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty on the city wall waved their flags vigorously, their faces flushed with excitement. They originally thought that Haluku was no longer safe, but then a divine army descended from the sky, a group of incredibly brave female soldiers who quickly routed the Tartar troops. They looked at the female soldiers standing proudly on the city wall, their eyes filled with admiration. Their seemingly delicate bodies were surprisingly fierce. Kill! Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. This extremely penetrating voice instantly drowned out the cheers of the great Zhou soldiers. The soldiers looked toward the source of the sound. Lu Chen's arm was like a sharp arrow, pointing straight at the Tartar soldiers outside the city. The soldiers were stunned. What does he mean by that? Wasn't the battle already over? How else can we kill them? Who to kill? Could it be? Does he want to? No way. Impossible. Has he gone mad? Even if we defeat the Tartars, what if? Just as the soldiers of the great Zhou were secretly speculating, an unbelievable scene left them all dumbfounded. Suddenly, the female soldiers on the city wall leaped down and jumped off the city wall in unison. Ah, what are they doing? This? My God, such high city walls. Are they trying to commit suicide? If he fell, how could he possibly survive? But then they saw 700 female soldiers land on the ground. As soon as the female soldiers reached the ground, they immediately chased after the retreating Tartar soldiers. They were faster than swift war horses and more agile than leopards, and in the blink of an eye, they charged into the enemy ranks. A flash of sword light, and the Tartar soldiers at the back of the column fell one after another. When some of the Tartar soldiers discovered the pursuers, some immediately tried to stop them. But soon, these Tartar soldiers were killed on the spot. The soldiers on the city wall stared in disbelief. They actually dared to chase after the Tartars. How did they manage to jump off such a high city wall without getting hurt? They only number a few hundred, while the Tartar soldiers number as many as 60 or 70,000. How dare they? No matter how skilled they are, what will they do when the Tartar cavalry arrives? While the soldiers on the city wall were discussing amongst themselves, Li Wei at the city gate had already given the order. Clear the doorway immediately. Hurry, 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 hurry. Li Wei shouta startly. The soldiers rushed into the doorway to help the female soldiers move the bodies out of the doorway. With many hands making light work, they quickly cleared a path through the doorway. Chu Yun waved his hand. Leave the city and pursue the enemy troops. After saying that, she rushed out of the city gate first. 200 female soldiers followed her as she rushed out of the city. The thousands of soldiers inside the city looked at each other, wondering what they wanted to do. Li Wei roared, "Soldiers, follow me out of the city to kill the enemy." The soldiers then came to their senses. Leave the city and kill the Tartars. Kill, kill, charge. Led by Li Wei, several thousand Zhou soldiers filed out and rushed out of the city. Chapter 129 Encirclement from 3 sides. Charge! Kill them! Amidst shouts of battle, 1,000 female soldiers and several thousand Zhou soldiers charged towards the Tartar army. The female soldiers charged ahead, their blades flashing as they cleanly and swiftly killed the Tartar soldiers. Their swordsmanship was highly skilled. Every move was a killing technique. Wherever they went, the ground was littered with corpses. Seeing how fierce they were, the Tartar soldiers dared not engage in battle and fled desperately. The great Zhou soldiers behind the female soldiers, seeing that the usually arrogant Tatar soldiers had all become weaklings, also became emboldened and followed behind them, fighting bravely against the enemy. Dog, who was retreating, had already been informed by his subordinates. Zhou Bing has come out of the city to pursue us. Dog could hardly believe it. Indeed, Lord Flagmaster, Zhou Bing has dispatched several thousand troops, and they are marching this way. Dog couldn't help but laugh. Very good. Excellent. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in all these years. Their barbarian tribes were skilled in horsemanship and archery, and adept at open field warfare. For decades, in countless battles against the great Zhou dynasty, whether on the plains or in open fields, the barbarian tribes had never suffered a defeat. The generals of the great Zhou dynasty also knew that the barbarians were formidable in open field battles, so they always tried to avoid fighting them on the plains. Doge led his troops to attack Huluku, using every means to lure the Zhou army out of the city for a decisive battle. However, Higuaiji consistently avoided fighting and simply held her ground. That old bastard Higuaiji was indeed seriously injured, otherwise they wouldn't have dared to leave the city. Dog was secretly overjoyed. Alitai, you lead 10,000 cavalry to launch a surprise attack from the left flank. Fuin, lead 5,000 cavalry to launch a surprise attack from the right flank. Today I will surely take Huluku. Dog never expected that Zhou Jun's generals would be so incompetent as to dare to leave the city to pursue them. Having led his troops in battle for many years, how could such a large-scale retreat give the enemy a chance to pursue and kill him? Change formation. The main force becomes the rear guard. Pass on my order. Surround and slaughter the Zhou army outside the city. Leave no one alive. The war drums sounded. The command flag was waved. The voices of messengers rose and fell. Upon receiving the order, the retreating Tartar soldiers quickly regained their footing and charged towards the Zhou soldiers. Of the 30,000 Tatar cavalry who had been waiting outside the city, 15,000 were sent to rush towards the great Zhou soldiers from the left and right flanks. Not good. Li Wei finally noticed the Tartar soldiers' unusual movements and inwardly groaned. I must have lost my mind. I actually listened to that brat, Lu Chen's nonsense. The few thousand infantrymen he led out of the city were utterly no match for the Tartar cavalry. He looked around, trying to find Lu Chen to discuss whether they should retreat into the city quickly. He searched and finally spotted Lu Chen. Lu Chen, he's still on the city wall. At this moment, Lu Chen was standing on the city gate tower, leisurely watching the battle below the city. What should we do? Li Wei was caught in a dilemma. He didn't want to lead his troops back into the city. But how could these two-legged creatures outrun the four-legged Tartar cavalry? Let's fight them. Li Wei quickly made a decision. This was a last resort for him. If he were to order a retreat at this point, his entire army would surely be annihilated in pursuit by the Tartar cavalry. If we fight the Tartar soldiers to the death, we might be able to save a few Tartar lives. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. Li Bei Ruadat. Zhou Bing, who was picking up scraps behind the female soldiers, was shocked to find that the Tartar soldiers who had been retreating were now closing in on them from 3 directions when he heard Li Wei's order. Even more deadly was that their left and right flanks were huge, dark masses of Tatar cavalry. Zhou Bing and his men were all terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. It's all over. It's all over. I'm going to die. My life is over. With so many Tartar soldiers and cavalry, even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't survive today. Every soldier of the great Zhou dynasty was filled with despair when faced with the overwhelming number of Tatar soldiers covering the mountains and plains. Li Su and his 500 soldiers, in particular, were terrified when they saw the Tartar army's imposing presence. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made this trip even if you gave me 10,000 taels of gold. Li Su was filled with remorse. Just then, a clear and bright voice rang in their ears. Teams 1, 2, 3, 4 form a long, straight line to meet the enemy head-on. Teams 5, 6, and 7 move to the left flank, sheath your swords, raise your guns, aim, and fire at the Tatar cavalry on the left flank. Teams 80 and 90 move to the left flank, sheath your swords, raise your guns, aim, and fire on the right flank cavalry. The 1,000 female soldiers who were fighting on the battlefield quickly split into 10 squads. 400 female soldiers from 4 squads formed a human wall facing due south, blocking the way. The other 600 female soldiers were divided into 2 groups, blocking the left and right flanks of the main force, and raised their rifles. Seeing this, Li Wei was amazed by the female soldiers' excellent training, but still felt a pang of sadness. Although they have muskets, how can a mere 1,000 of them be a match for tens of thousands of Tartar soldiers? Even if they have the ability to defend the city, how can they stop the Tartar cavalry on this plain? What Li Wei was thinking was also what the soldiers of the Great Zhou were thinking. Even the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty on the city walls were terrified when they saw the situation outside the city. From their vantage point atop the city walls, the soldiers had a clear view of the battlefield outside. The few thousand Zhou soldiers looked so pitiful and helpless in the face of a Tartar army that outnumbered them by more than 10 times. Lord Lu, on the city gate tower, a lieutenant general looked at Lu Chen and stammered as he spoke. Lu Chen turned his head slightly. What is it? Lord Lu, should we send a troop to meet them? Lu Chen kept his eyes fixed on the outside of the city and said calmly, no need. Bang, bang, bang. Slap, slap, slap. Outside the city, a burst of gunfire, like firecrackers, rang out. The assault rifles in the hands of the 600 female soldiers opened fire almost simultaneously. The Tartar soldiers who were charging towards Zhou's troops with their horses whipped on their steeds were instantly thrown to the ground. Countless war horses were shot and rolled on the ground. Hundreds of Tatar cavalrymen were hit by bullets and fell from their horses. Hundreds of female soldiers lined up, calmly aiming and firing. They were calm and unhurried. It was as if they weren't on a battlefield, but practicing archery in a backyard. Boot, boot, boot. Gunfire continued incessantly. War horses fell to the ground one after another, and Tartar cavalrymen fell from their horses one after another. The Zhou soldiers, both on and below the city walls, were dumbfounded by the scene. What kind of muskets are they carrying? Don't their muskets need to be reloaded? How do they shoot so accurately? That firepower is incredible. In the blink of an eye, thousands of war horses and thousands of Tatar cavalrymen lay dead on the battlefield. These men and horses lying in pools of blood severely hampered the cavalry charge behind them. This gave the female soldiers more time to fire and made it easier for them to aim and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The Tatar cavalry suffered heavy casualties, and their formation began to fall into disarray. Kill! Charge now! The Tartar general brandished his scimitar while shouting sternly. Chapter 130 Goddess, Heavenly Soldier. The Tartar cavalry suffered countless casualties in the dense hail of bullets, and they couldn't reach the female soldiers in a short time. The female soldiers facing the enemy head-on are also showing off their skills. When they fought on the city walls, the confined space restricted their movements. Only now were they able to truly unleash their full potential. Kill! Each time the gleaming longsword was raised, it could reap the life of a Tartar soldier. Go to hell! Every kick the female soldiers delivered shattered bones in the enemy soldiers, killing them instantly. They fought with increasing ferocity, and although the Tartar soldiers were brave, not one of them could get close to them. Around them were the corpses of Tartar soldiers, each one a gruesome death. The Tartar soldiers were routed by them. They are not human. They are devils. The Tartar soldiers had never seen such brave soldiers, let alone female soldiers. These female soldiers were all agile and strong. One of the Tartar soldiers even had his head smashed by a single punch from one of them, which terrified the surrounding Tartar soldiers. A female soldier kicked a Tartar soldier, sending him flying more than 5 zhang, approximately 10 meters, through the air. Another female soldier swung her sword and cleaved a Tartar soldier in 2 from head to toe. The sight terrified several Tartar soldiers so much that they wet themselves on the spot. The bravery of these female soldiers also caught the eye of the Great Zhou soldiers. My goodness, anyone who marries a woman like that would be afraid to even raise their voice. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand even the slightest touch from her. Look at that female soldier. I've been watching her the whole time. she's already killed 16 Tartar soldiers. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That tall female soldier, I saw her kill 3 Tartars with a single stroke, cutting them all in half at the waist. It was so brutal. These soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty once again became spectators, with no opportunity to use their skills. At first, they wanted to join the fray, but later gave up and simply became spectators. Even if they charged forward, they would only hinder the female soldiers from killing the enemy. Without the great Zhou soldiers around them, the female soldiers could act freely and kill indiscriminately. At this moment, the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty on the city wall of Heluku were also extremely surprised to see such a situation on the battlefield. They saw that the female soldiers were divided into 3 teams, 2 of which kept shooting at the Tartar cavalry. Those cavalrymen who were usually so arrogant were now being shot down by the muskets. The female soldiers who faced the Tartar infantry head-on formed a long line and managed to rout the Tartar army, which outnumbered them by 100, forcing them to retreat in disarray. What kind of unit is this? How can they be so powerful? This is simply like a heavenly army. Yes, they were like divine soldiers descended from the heavens. Female heavenly soldier. Goddess soldier. Goddess heavenly soldier. They are goddesses and celestial warriors. Goddess heavenly soldier. Goddess heavenly soldier. At some point, the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty on the city wall began to shout loudly. Goddess heavenly soldier. Goddess heavenly soldier. Goddess heavenly soldiers are mighty. Goddess heavenly soldiers are invincible. Long live the goddess and heavenly soldiers. Hearing the shouts of the great Zhou soldiers, Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly. What? Goddess soldiers? Goddess? Well, with their looks, calling them goddesses wouldn't be an exaggeration. But let them call them soldiers whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. At this moment, the Tartar army's central formation was in motion. What happened? Dog found a high vantage point to overlook the battlefield, and the more he looked, the more something seemed amiss. In the past, these mere few thousand Zhou soldiers would have been trampled into mincemeat by his cavalry. But today, these cavalrymen have suffered so many casualties. My lord, look at those female soldiers and those musketeers. Their muskets are truly formidable. Our cavalry can't even get close. Listening to his subordinate's comments, Doge felt irritated. He also realized that it wasn't the soldiers of the great Zhou who were brave, but rather the female soldiers in their unusual uniforms. Those hundreds of female soldiers actually forced his tens of thousands of warriors to retreat repeatedly. This has never happened before. Where did these female soldiers come from? My lord, I was also unaware. It was these female soldiers who suddenly appeared during the siege that caused our efforts to fail. These female soldiers are extremely brave. I believe each of them could take on 10 men. Dog stroked his beard and nodded slightly. He thought to himself, how wonderful it would be if I had hundreds of female soldiers like these by my side. These female soldiers could both protect his safety and provide a feast for the eyes, and at night they could also... Dog couldn't help but chuckle. The generals nearby exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what their banner lord was laughing about. With so many of our warriors killed or wounded on the battlefield, how could the flag lord still be laughing? Doge suddenly spoke up. Do you think we can capture these female soldiers alive? If we can recruit them into our ranks, we could make an elite force. The subordinates exchanged glances again. My lord, these female soldiers are too brave. It won't be easy to capture them alive. Dog's face darkened. Then we'll capture them when they're exhausted. The thought that these female soldiers would be used by him swept away Doge's earlier displeasure. It must be spicy and flavorful enough. Dog chuckled again. However, his good mood did not last long. Seeing his invincible cavalry dwindling at a visible rate, and witnessing the retreating troops ahead, Dog's brow furrowed once more. At the same time, he began to mutter to himself. Didn't our warriors get any meat today? They can't even beat a few women. How dare they live in this world? Damn it, there are so many of them, and they're still being forced to retreat. It's infuriating. At this moment, someone stepped forward. Uncle, your nephew is willing to lead an elite force to capture them alive. Doge looked over and saw his nephew, Haoya. Haoya was in his 20s and was quite robust, like a young calf. This man was extremely brave and once earned the title of the greatest warrior among the barbarians. Dog hesitated for a moment. His elder brother had died in battle a few years ago, leaving him as his only son. He treated Xie like his own son. Seeing Dog's expression, Xie puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Uncle, these few women are nothing. I will definitely wipe them all out." After hesitating for a moment, Dog finally nodded and said, "All right, take my 3,000 Jinwei soldiers with you." A general standing nearby hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "My lord, you mustn't," another general said. "Xie should not put himself in danger." "My lord, the Jinwei army is the elite of our tribe's elite forces. We must not allow it to be lost." "Yes, my lord, the warriors of the Jinwei army must not suffer any losses." These generals were more reluctant to see the Jinwei army suffer any losses than to see Xie's life. Although the Jinwei army was an infantry force, they were well equipped. Each soldier possessed exceptional martial arts skills, and each could take on 10 men. The 5,000 Jinwei soldiers were the backbone of their barbarian tribe. As long as the Jinwei army exists, the barbarians will never perish. Now that Dog is sending 3,000 Jinwei soldiers into battle, how can they not panic? Chapter 131, The Power of Hand Grenades. The Jinwei Army. The Tatar Jinwei Army has entered the battle. Xie led 3,000 Jinwei soldiers into the battlefield, and the soldiers of the Great Zhou on the city wall immediately cried out in alarm. The Jinwei Army, all dressed in black armor and wielding black shields and spears, pressed towards the center of the battlefield like a dark cloud. Even before they arrive, they exert a heavy pressure on people, making it hard to breathe. The cheers of the Great Zhou soldiers immediately fell silent. Everyone knows how fierce the Tatar Jinwei army is. Wherever they go, they are invincible. 7 years ago, a general of the Zhou dynasty led 20,000 troops and encountered 3,000 Jinwei soldiers at Golu Ridge. After a bloody battle, the Zhou army suffered 15,000 casualties, while the Jinwei army only lost more than 200 men. After that great battle, the Great Zhou army never dared to engage the Jinwei army in battle again. Damn it! With the Jinwei army out, these troops outside the city are in grave danger. It looks like they've deployed at least 2,000 or 3,000 Jinwei soldiers. It is said that every soldier in the Jinwei army is highly skilled in martial arts and can fight 10 men at once. Although these female soldiers are very strong, there are too few of them. How could they possibly be a match for 3,000 Jinwei soldiers? Their shields are extremely sturdy and difficult to break with sharp blades. Their spears are over 10 feet long and weigh dozens of kilograms. A single thrust of the spear cannot stop even the thickest iron armor. The soldiers on the city wall whispered among themselves, their faces full of worry as they looked at the Zhou soldiers and female soldiers outside the city. Chu Yun, on the battlefield, also noticed the arrival of this Jinwei army. Such a thick iron shield will make killing it quite difficult. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Having experienced numerous battles, she believed this Jinwei army was the most formidable force she had ever encountered. Kill! 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 The Jinwei army marched forward with unwavering steps, their heavy footsteps echoing in unison, each step accompanied by a shout of battle cries. The shields in their hands formed a wall of steel, appearing to be indestructible. The Tatar soldiers on the battlefield automatically made way for them, leaving a large open space. Chu Yun slashed down a Tatar soldier with one stroke, then looked again at the approaching Jinwei army. Chu Yun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She shouted, "Prepare the grenades." Upon hearing the order, the female soldier who was wielding her knife immediately took out the grenade from her waist. Chu Yun pointed at Jinwei army. "Bomb it!" The female soldiers pulled the pins and threw the grenades into the densely packed Jinwei army ranks. Hundreds of grenades fell into the Jinwei army's ranks. The scene left both the surrounding Tatar soldiers and the Great Zhou soldiers completely stunned. They didn't understand what these female soldiers were doing. Are they trying to kill the Jinwei army with stones? Such small stones, even if they hit their heads, probably wouldn't even scratch their helmets. Just as they were filled with doubt, a violent explosion rang out. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening explosions, countless bursts of fire erupted from the Jinwei army ranks. Accompanied by flames and smoke, the Jinwei army's ranks were instantly blasted into pieces. Countless severed limbs flew into the air, and blood rained down. High-explosive grenades are extremely powerful. Each grenade can kill or injure 7 or 8 people. However, many grenades landed very close together, causing their damage areas to overlap, thus failing to achieve their maximum killing effect. Even so, this round of grenade bombardment caused heavy casualties to the Jinwei army. Screams echoed throughout Jinwei's army. The once neat formation was now crooked and disorganized. Countless wounded Jinwei soldiers rolled and howled in agony on the ground. This scene left both sides completely dumbfounded. What is this? How can such a small thing be so powerful? These few hundred little things could kill or wound over 1,000 Jinwei soldiers in one go, right? The soldiers of the Great Zhou on the city wall could see it more clearly. From their elevated position, the losses of the Jinwei army were immediately apparent. Of the 3,000 Jinwei soldiers, nearly half have been killed or wounded. Holy crap, that's incredible. If we had such a powerful weapon, we wouldn't be afraid of any number of Tartars. Yeah, if we had one of these, it would be so awesome to just throw it into the crowd below the city walls when we were defending it. Just as people were discussing the matter, Chu Yun gave another order. Keep the grenades going. Chu Yun discovered that grenades were perfect for dealing with these black-armored soldiers. Their formation was dense, and although the female soldiers were not afraid to fight them head-on, their efficiency in killing the enemy was too low. A grenade would be just right. The female soldiers took out their grenades again, pulled the pins, and threw them toward the densely packed Jinwei army. They all possessed incredible arm strength, easily throwing grenades hundreds of meters away. The grenade landed in the Jinwei army ranks, and the explosion rang out again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard everywhere. The Jinwei army was bombed so badly that they screamed and howled, could no longer maintain their formation, and began to flee in all directions. Although they were brave, they could not sit idly by and wait to die. Having witnessed the power of grenades, they also felt fear towards this unfamiliar weapon. Seeing this, Dog, who was watching from the rear, was both shocked and furious, and his entire face was distorted. My mighty army, my jaws. The usually composed Doge was now roaring and baring his teeth and claws as if he had gone mad. In the blink of an eye, half of the barbarian tribe's core fighting force, the Jinwei army, had been lost. How could he not be heartbroken? Lord Flag Master! Lord Flag Master! Several subordinates quickly pulled Doge back. My lord, please order a retreat immediately. My lord, if this continues, our barbarian tribe is doomed. Lord Flag Master. Hearing his subordinates shouting, Dog suddenly calmed down. Yes, now is not the time to be sad. If he doesn't handle this situation well, their barbarian tribe will truly be finished. Losing half of the Jinwei army was a heavy blow to the entire barbarian tribe. But if the fighting continues, Dog looked toward the battlefield. Order the troops to withdraw. Withdraw the troops. Withdraw the troops. A flurry of gong sounds rang out. The Tartar soldiers, who had long lost the will to fight, immediately began to retreat. The Tartar soldiers had fought for many years and were rich in combat experience. Although they retreated, they did not lose their composure. They've retreated. The Tartar soldiers have retreated. On the city wall, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty cheered once again. The Tartars have been defeated. We won. However, their cheers sounded somewhat hesitant. After all, this victory had nothing to do with them. They all looked toward Lu Chen on the city gate tower. This young man, with only 1,000 female soldiers, caused 70 to 80,000 Tartar soldiers to flee in disarray. Many people are speculating about the young man's identity. Royal relatives? A descendant of a military family? With him here, our Great Zhou is secure. With him here, the people of our Great Zhou will never again suffer from the ravages of the Tartar soldiers. Standing on the city gate tower, Lu Chen had no idea what these people were thinking. He was just doing his job for money. The Great Zhou dynasty? What's it to him? He raised his arm and swung it forward. Chu Yun immediately understood when he saw Lu Chen's gesture. Kill! Everyone, follow me and kill. Chu Yun took the lead and charged towards the Tartar soldiers. Chapter 132, Repelling the Enemy. Haoya had imagined countless ways to die, but he never expected that he would die at the hands of a woman. He survived the first wave of grenades, but not the second. Having witnessed the power of grenades, when he saw one flying towards him, he immediately dodged it by leaping away. Unfortunately, he just happened to land next to another grenade. He had several injuries on his arms, thighs, and back, and was bleeding profusely. Normally, subordinates would have come to the rescue long ago. But at this moment, the surroundings were in chaos. The Jinwei army, who were usually as steady as mountains, were startled by the grenade and ran in all directions. No one paid any attention to him. When he heard the gong signaling the retreat, he crawled backward with difficulty, only to hear shouts of battle behind him. Xie turned around and saw a young female soldier, dressed in strange clothes and holding a long knife, rushing towards him. Xie was not one to fear death. He immediately drew his short knife from his waist, ready to fight to the death. He knew that the female soldier didn't even look at him properly, and with a leap, she landed heavily on his chest. With the sound of bones cracking, Xie immediately lost consciousness. He died so humiliatingly, so silently. He, the mighty first warrior of the barbarians, died like an ant. The girl was like someone who had stepped on an ant. Kill! Amidst shouts of battle, Chu Yin led her female soldiers in a charge against the retreating Tartar troops. Initially, the Tartar soldiers were able to hold off their pursuit with some effort, but soon, under the overwhelming onslaught of the female soldiers, the Tartar soldiers were quickly routed and their army collapsed. Seeing the Tartars' formation in disarray and their desperate flight, Li Wei immediately ordered his troops to pursue and kill them. The retreating Tartar army left behind countless corpses. The Tartar cavalry protected Dog and his men in their formation and fled rapidly to the north. Dog had never experienced such a defeat in his life, and he was filled with both hatred and shock. He kept looking back to see if Zhou Bing was chasing after him. I wonder how Xie is doing. Besides Xie, he was also wondering how many of his 3,000 Jinwei soldiers would be left. Furthermore, if the king were to learn of today's battle, I wonder how he would punish him. He might not even be able to keep his position as the banner chief. Dog gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to Jinzhou." He needs to go to Jinzhou to regroup and make further plans. Behind them, Chu Yin continued to lead his female soldiers in pursuit of the Tartar infantry. After chasing for more than 10 miles, Li Wei's several thousand Zhou soldiers could no longer run and were all panting heavily. Helpless, Li Wei could only watch as Chu Yin and the female soldiers continued their charge forward. Gather the troops, rest for a while, and then go back to clean up the battlefield. Only then did Li Su and the group breathe a sigh of relief, finally having saved his life. His 500 soldiers all had faces beaming with the joy of surviving calamity. However, they were completely baffled. Those 1,000 young women, when they arrived, were all frail and weak, unable to even kill a chicken. How did they become so brave in just a few days? Although they knew these female soldiers trained every day on their way here, no matter how much they trained, it was impossible for them to change so much. Just as Li Wei led his troops back to the city, Zhou's army inside Haluka City had already left the city to begin cleaning up the battlefield. Lu Chen gazed at the fleeing Tartar troops in the distance, pondering to himself. In today's battle, the Tartars suffered nearly 20,000 casualties. This did not achieve Lu Chen's goal. Although the Tartars were weakened, they still had the strength to fight and remained a threat to the northern frontier. So, should we take the initiative to launch a surprise attack on the city held by the Tartar soldiers? Just then, a large group of Zhou army generals surrounded them. Lord Lu, you've worked so hard. We are so grateful to you today. Lord Lu, this humble one, Hong Qi, greets Lord Lu. This humble servant, Jiang Huaishan, greets Lord Lu. Lord Lu is young and promising. He is a pillar of our great Zhou dynasty. These generals were either sycophantic or trying to get on Lu Chen's good side, all trying their best to establish a relationship with him. With such a divine weapon in his hands, Lu Chen will likely be able to roam freely throughout the great Zhou dynasty from now on. Even the one sitting on the dragon throne would probably have to give him some leeway. Surrounded by his generals, Lu Chen descended the city wall and returned to the inner city military camp, where a banquet was arranged to celebrate his victory. Inside the general's mansion, after being given emergency treatment by several medical officers, Guizhi slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he asked anxiously, "Is the city still standing?" The personal guard standing nearby stepped forward and said, "Reporting to my lord, the Tartar troops have retreated." Guizhi was taken aback. "The Tartars have retreated?" "Indeed, my lord. The female soldiers led by Lord Lu are extremely brave. They have driven the Tartars into a panic, and they are now more than 10 miles away." "Really, my lord?" Lord Lu's female soldiers held the city walls fiercely, killing countless enemies. The Tartars' attack on the city was thwarted, and they had no choice but to halt their assault. Lord Lu ordered the female soldiers to go out of the city to pursue them, and a fierce battle ensued outside the city. The Tartars were no match for them. The guards recounted the battle reports from the front one by one. Xie couldn't believe her ears. The troops led by Dog outside the city were the main force of the barbarian tribe. They had mobilized almost the entire nation's army, with the aim of breaking through Hulu Pass in one fell swoop, and then marching south towards the capital. His wolfish ambitions are obvious. The ambition is enormous. How did they get chased away so quickly? Could it be that Chen only has a mere 1,000 female soldiers? While he was directing the battle from the city wall, he had already been informed that a young man named Chen had brought 1,000 female soldiers. The one who saved the Tartar soldiers from their blades seemed to be a young and beautiful female soldier. 1,000 female soldiers against 70 or 80,000 Tartar soldiers. And they actually won? What kind of unit is this? My lord, the battlefield is currently being cleared outside the city, and casualties on both sides are being tallied. According to previous reports, the Tartars suffered nearly 20,000 casualties in this battle. Dog dispatched 3,000 Jinwei soldiers, but unexpectedly, the female soldiers threw strange fire bombs, resulting in the loss of more than half of the 3,000 Jinwei soldiers. It is estimated that only a few hundred people escaped with their lives. Xie was overjoyed. The victory resulted in the elimination of nearly 20,000 Tartars, a feat unparalleled in history. The barbarian army only numbered 5,000, and the loss of over 2,000 of them was a heavy blow to the Tartars. This time, the Tartar army suffered heavy losses, and it is likely that they will have a hard time recovering for at least 2 years. Okay, great. Xie repeatedly applauded. Despite his serious injuries, his eyes shone brightly. He was even more energetic than when he was uninjured. Where's Lord Lu right now? Your Excellency, the generals are currently celebrating their victory at a banquet hosted by Lord Lu. Of course. Xie tried to sit up, but the movement aggravated her wound, causing her to wince and frown. He wanted to meet Chen. At this moment, Chen was chatting with several guards while waiting for the banquet to begin. You're saying the Tartar troops will retreat into Xie? Lord Lu, that's right. Dog will definitely lead his troops into Xie City to rest and recuperate. How far is Xie City from here? Xie is about 80 li away from here. Chen nodded slightly. Oh, 80 li is less than an hour's journey for his female soldiers. Chapter 133 Victory Celebration Banquet. When Yin led her team back to Hulu Pass, many Zhou soldiers saw that behind them was a large group of Tartar prisoners. This is something new. The Tartar soldiers fought with unparalleled tenacity. Even if they were wounded on the battlefield, they would commit suicide, making it impossible for the Zhou soldiers to capture them alive. How did these female soldiers capture so many Tatar soldiers? Judging from a number of these prisoners, there are at least 2,000 or more. What surprised Zhou Bing even more was that these Tartar prisoners were not tied up, but obediently followed behind the female soldiers. In truth, Yin felt quite helpless. After she led her troops in pursuit for nearly 30 miles, many of the Tartar soldiers were exhausted and could no longer run. These Tartars were physically weak and could no longer keep up with the main force. Yin led the female soldiers to kill a unit. The remaining Tartars, seeing their extraordinary bravery and divine intervention, were terrified and laid down their weapons, surrendering to the female soldiers. Yin had no choice but to order the female soldiers to stop the pursuit and take the prisoners back to Huluku. The Tartar prisoners were already terrified by the female soldiers and had no will to resist. However, these Tartar soldiers were all physically weak and exhausted, so they spent too much time on their way back. Upon arriving at the city, a large number of Zhou soldiers poured out of the city, bound more than 2,000 Tatar soldiers, and brought them into the city. When Yin led the female soldiers into the city, they were warmly welcomed by the Zhou army, defending the city. They showed no restraint in expressing their admiration, cheering loudly from the city walls and in the streets. Goddess Heavenly Soldier. Long live the goddess and heavenly soldiers. Goddess Heavenly Soldiers mighty. The female soldiers marched with heroic steps, arriving at the city gate amidst cheers and applause from the crowd. Li Wei led a group of generals to welcome them into the city. The central square of the inner city, also known as the reviewing stand, was already filled with tables and chairs, and a victory banquet had been prepared, just waiting for their triumphant return. Li Wei respectfully invited them to the banquet. On any other day, The victory celebration would be a city-wide celebration, with all the garrison soldiers able to drink to their heart's content. But today's banquet is only for 1,000 female soldiers. All the credit for today belongs to them. Those accompanying them were all high-ranking generals who were defending the city. Besides Li Wei, even the wounded general Xie came. Xie was too badly injured to come. Upon learning the news, Chen personally delivered some medicine to Xie. The healing medicine that Chen bought from the system store was far beyond the capabilities of this era. Its effects were amazing. In less than half an hour, Xie, who had been unable to move while lying in bed, was able to get out of bed and walk slowly. Xie and the generals guarding the city held Chen in even greater awe. At the banquet, Xie and several generals personally accompanied Chen. Chu Yun and Xie Qiao sat on either side of Chen. After learning that Xie Qiao was Chen's wife, Xie and the other generals did not dare to act rashly, which allowed Chen to avoid being toasted by the generals. During the meal, Xie, Li Wei, and others tried to subtly probe Chen's identity, but Chen remained vague and refused to answer. Although Xie, Li Wei, and others were itching to do something, they were helpless. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Lord Lu, how long will you be staying here?" When the generals heard Li Wei finally ask this question, they all perked up their ears. With Chen's divine troops, what do the Tartars have to fear? Chen casually said, "We'll stay for 2 days and then head back." Xie's heart sank. Li Wei and the other generals all changed their expressions. Only 2 days. Although the Tartars suffered heavy losses in today's battle, their main force is still intact. If they can rest for a while longer, they may very well make a comeback. At that point, the Tartars' offensive might become even more ferocious. Today, Zhou's army has also suffered heavy casualties. If we wait until then, it will be difficult to hold Hulu Pass. The generals' faces all darkened. The joy I felt just now is gone. Chen was also somewhat absent-minded at this moment. He looked at the female soldiers at the banquet and frowned slightly. The loyalty displayed above the heads of the female soldiers was almost unanimously 100. 3 of them, however, were out of place with the others. The female soldier, named Xie Qiao, has a loyalty level of only 75. The other 2 female soldiers who were inseparable from her were displayed as 89 and 90, respectively. Chen didn't know why the female soldier, named Xie Qiao's loyalty, was increasing so slowly. Chu Yun, in which direction did the Tartar soldiers retreat? Chen suddenly asked. Chu Yun said, "Northeast direction." Chen looked at Xie. "Lord He, is Jianzhou in the northeast direction?" Xie, unaware of Chen's question, replied, "Lord Lu, Jianzhou is located in the northeast, about 85 li from Huluku." Chen said to Chu Yun, "Tonight you will lead your troops to Jianzhou and attack it under cover of night." "What? Attack Jianzhou tonight?" Xie and the generals were all shocked. It was already dusk. Even if they set off now, after a long journey, they would probably not reach Jianzhou until the afternoon of the next day. Moreover, everyone had just gone through a major battle and was exhausted. How could they possibly be capable of a long-distance march? "Lord Lu, you mustn't." Xie hurriedly dissuaded him. Li Wei also said, "Jianzhou is a well-fortified city, and it is guarded by tens of thousands of Tartars. This is absolutely unacceptable." Chen smiled and said, "Lord He, there's no need to say more. My mind is made up." He did not want to stay here, but wanted to resolve the matter as soon as possible so that he could return to Lujia village sooner. Chu Yun said, "Brother Lu, I will lead my troops to Jianzhou shortly. When you go, bring 10 grenades with you in the carriage. Tonight, throw all 10 grenades into Jianzhou city. Don't leave a single one alive." Chu Yunxiao's eyes lit up, and she nodded emphatically. "Brother Lu, I understand. Hand grenades are extremely powerful. If each person has 10 hand grenades, that's a total of 10,000. If 10,000 hand grenades were thrown into Jianzhou city, the scene would certainly be extremely spectacular." She was determined to make the Tartars remember this terrifying night forever. Although Li Wei and the others did not know what a grenade was, they did hear the word thunder. They all know about thunder. The thunder was extremely loud. They all recalled the massive explosions and sounds that had occurred on the battlefield that day. "Lord Lu, the hand grenade you mentioned, could it be the one from today?" Chen nodded calmly. "Exactly." The generals immediately became excited. 1,000 female soldiers carrying 10,000 hand grenades. That's 10,000 explosive grenades. They have all witnessed the power of grenades today. If enemy soldiers are grouped together, a single grenade can kill 7 or 8 people. The scene of 10,000 grenades being thrown into Xie Qiao City was truly spectacular. It's so exciting to think about. Li Wei was the first to stand up. Lord Liu, I have a favor to ask. Li Wei didn't want to miss such a major battle. Lu Chen waved his hand. General Li, this is a night raid. You can't ride a horse. Can you walk to Xie Qiao City before midnight? Li Wei was immediately deflated. Even if he ran until noon the next day, let alone before midnight, he would not be able to reach Xie Qiao City. Moreover, Lu Chen's gaze towards him clearly showed disdain. Li Wei also felt that even if she went, she would only be a burden to others. If that's the case, then forget it. Chapter 134, Relieving the Dilemma of the Northern Frontier. Although Li Wei could not accompany the female soldiers to Xie Qiao City, he still sent out more than a dozen groups of scouts to Xie Qiao City. Before his scouts had returned, Chu Yun had already led his female soldiers back in triumph. Chu Yun and the others returned the next morning. Upon returning to Heluku, Chu Yun reported the battle situation to Lu Chen. I dispatched 400 men to block each of the 4 city gates. I led the rest of the men, and under cover of darkness, scaled the city wall, ambushed and killed the Tartar sentries, and then infiltrated the city. After entering the Tartar camp, we assassinated a unit of Tartar soldiers, but the Tartars quickly discovered our presence. The Tartars mustered their forces and launched a siege against us. We killed the Tartars while throwing grenades into the crowd, killing countless Tartar soldiers. An hour later, the Tartar soldiers were all stunned by the grenades and began to flee out of the city, only to be blocked at the city gate by our men. Left with no other choice, the Tartar soldiers could only flee the city with the civilians in tow. These civilians included the elderly and weak Tartars, as well as citizens of the Great Zhou. To avoid harming innocent people, I could only order them to be careful. In the end, many Tartar soldiers successfully escaped. In this battle, we annihilated approximately 45,000 men. Later, I learned that there were a total of 65,000 Tatar soldiers in Xie Qiao City, and about 20,000 of them escaped. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. The results had exceeded his expectations. The Tartars only numbered around 100,000 able-bodied men. This time, more than 60,000 were annihilated. It is estimated that within 10 or 20 years, the Tartars will no longer be able to pose a threat to the Great Zhou dynasty. In addition, I led a small team to storm the city lord's mansion and wiped out the entire mansion. The Tartar commander who directed the battle yesterday was also beheaded and brought back by me. Lu Chen said, "We'll send his head to General He later." Yes. When He Guizhi heard Chu Yun report the results of last night's battle, she was so excited that she almost couldn't hold back her excitement. Lu Chen easily resolved what had been a major threat to the Great Zhou for decades. Upon hearing the news, Li Wei and the other generals were all extremely excited. Li Wei immediately consulted He Guizhi and ordered a grand banquet to be held in the city, where soldiers and civilians alike would celebrate. The news spread quickly, and the entire city's military and civilians rejoiced, with every household filled with joy. Soon, news came from Fengyang Pass in the southeast that the Tartar soldiers confronting Fengyang Pass had all retreated, and the siege of Fengyang Pass was lifted. Reports also came from Huqing in the northwest that all the nearby Tartar camps had been destroyed and the Tartars had retreated in panic. The predicament in northern Xinjiang has been resolved. He Guizhi immediately wrote a battle report and sent it to the capital. "Hanzhong, you're such a lucky star. You've brought me a great deity this time." During a break in the banquet, Li Wei got drunk and, embracing his cousin Li Su, praised him repeatedly, a rare occurrence for him. Li Su was flattered and secretly delighted. Although he did almost nothing during the great battle, he certainly deserves a share of the credit, and he will undoubtedly be promoted and ennobled when he returns to the capital. The banquet lasted for 3 days. Before the banquet was over, Lu Chen bid farewell to He Guizhi. The frontier is harsh, and the banquets here are not very appealing. They're not as plentiful as the meals they eat on the road. He doesn't need to stay here any longer. Lord Liu, I won't say much more in thanks. Once you return to the capital, you will surely gain the Emperor's favor. At that time, I will still need your guidance and support. In the past 2 days, He Guizhi had expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen countless times, but when it was time to part, he could only offer some polite official pleasantries. Lu Chen knew in his heart that when they met again, they might have become enemies on the battlefield. Li Su originally wanted to return to the capital with Lu Chen, but Lu Chen flatly refused. On the way here, Li Su kept following him, which delayed his journey considerably. When Lu Chen led his troops away, He Guizhi, Li Wei, and other soldiers accompanied them for more than 10 miles. Many soldiers and civilians followed the procession, seeing them off for a long distance. Many of them kept wiping away tears, reluctant to part. If it weren't for Lu Chen, they might already be skeletons in the city. Inside the carriage, Lu Chen lay comfortably on the soft couch. Xie Qiao held a drone terminal in his hand, controlling a drone to scout the situation on the road ahead. On the way here, Xie Qiao had been operating drones every day and was already very skilled at it. Go to the capital again, and then return to Lujia village. Previously, when he was in Lujia village, he sent Xiao Qian and 2 others to the capital, originally to prepare for his journey. Later, he took a helicopter directly to Beijing. It is estimated that Xiao Qian and the other 2 are still waiting for Lu Chen's arrival in Beijing. A procession of 200 carriages traveled day and night toward the capital. At this time, in Lujia village, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others were discussing matters in the main hall of Lu Chen's house. Since Lu Chen left, they have gathered together every day to discuss the war and the construction of Lu family village. Lu Chen left behind a large amount of building materials in the village, enough for large-scale construction within 2 months. The entire Lujia village has already taken shape. In the neighboring Sunjiazwang village, the city wall was mostly built, and the south gate had already been completed. After failing to capture Lujia village, Marquis Jinyuan Wang Han's troops shifted their main attack to Suinjia village. They thought Sunjiazwang was poorly defended and planned to capture it first, then attack Lujiazhai from the rear. However, they did not expect that Sunjiazwang would be even more difficult to conquer. Sunjiazwang is different from Lujiazhai. The narrow passage outside the south gate of Sunjiazwang prevented the army from deploying and utilizing its numerical advantage. After attacking for 2 days and leaving behind 3,000 corpses, they shifted their main attack to Lu family village again. This time, however, Wang Han was smarter and only launched small-scale raids outside the city, without launching another large-scale attack. Knowing that there were long-range muskets in Lujia village, Wang Han could only deploy his troops to the more distant mountains, thinking that only in this way could he get a good night's sleep. Sister Xiulan, tonight you will lead 100 men to raid the camp. Lu Xiulan, okay. Tonight it's finally her turn. These days, they take turns leading teams to attack Wang Han's troops outside the village at night. Wang Han thought that by withdrawing his troops to the mountains a few miles away, he could get a good night's sleep. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu wouldn't let them have their way. They would lead 100 or 200 people out of the city every day, causing chaos among Wang Han's troops. Wang Han must be regretting it to death right now, right? Meng Ruyu said with a smile. Zhao Daya said, what is he after? He's losing soldiers every day, yet he still refuses to leave. Lu Xiulan raised her red lips slightly. As soon as he dares to leave, his subordinates will immediately turn against him. Yes, he sees military power by using the pretext of avenging his father. Without that pretext, his position would be unstable, since his older brother is the true heir. They all laughed. This is what they call being caught in a dilemma. The room was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 135 Retreat. At midnight, outside Lujiazhai city, inside the Jinyuan Marquis camp, the crisp sound of gunfire rang out as expected. Chaos erupted again at the camp. On the city wall, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu were observing the battle situation outside the city with night vision binoculars. Behind them were several veterans of the Lu family army, including Miao Ye, Ninger, and Roer. Sister Meng, look in the southeast direction, Zhao Daya suddenly said. Looking over, Meng Ruyu could see faint figures moving about on the mountain path a few miles away. Have they sent reinforcements again? The two examined the area carefully through night vision binoculars. It doesn't seem like reinforcements. This unit only has 2,000 or 3,000 men. They stopped. They're hiding in that ravine. Could they be planning a sneak attack on Wang Han's troops, just like us? It doesn't seem like it. If it were a sneak attack, they wouldn't have only this many people. Then who could they be? Perhaps they are bandits from one of the nearby mountains? Who knows? Ignore them. They're just a small group and pose no threat to us. The night raid outside the city proceeded as before, The two watched for a while, then grew bored. Yeah, you stay here with your men. If anything happens outside the city, you can lead your men out to provide support. Your eldest sister and I will head back first. Meng Ruyu handed over the night watch to Miao Ye. Miao Ye is Lu Chen's cousin, so Meng Ruyu and Zhao Dia are both deliberately cultivating her. Miao Ye did not disappoint them and performed exceptionally well during this period. The next day, as soon as Meng Ruyu woke up, she heard someone from the front yard report something. General Meng, the enemy outside the city has begun to withdraw. Meng Ruyu was slightly taken aback. Why did Wang Han withdraw his troops? She frowned and pondered for a moment. Then her brows relaxed. Something major must have happened in Wang Han's army. Otherwise, he would not have withdrawn his troops so easily. But what could it be? Outside the city, at the central camp of the Marquis of Jinyuan, the army is breaking camp and setting up camp, and the vanguard has already begun packing up and leaving. On a hillside, Wang Han, who was once full of vigor, was now bound hand and foot, his face ashen. Standing in front of him was his elder brother, Wang Qi, and beside him stood the strategist, Xie Qiao. The victor is king, the loser is villain. He lost, so he has no one to blame but himself. But he was still unwilling to accept it. Wang Han never expected that Xie Qiao would betray him and secretly invite his elder brother Wang Qi over. As soon as Wang Qi arrived at the army, the generals immediately turned against him and sided with him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Han, who once commanded a large following, became a commander without troops. Little brother, my dear little brother, how could you be so insensible? Wang Qi looked at him with a disappointed expression. Wang Han remained expressionless and did not respond. Look at this. Look at this. The family fortune father painstakingly built up over 30 years has been squandered in just a few days. Brother, what can I say to you? Wang Qi spoke gently, but every word she uttered was piercing. If I had arrived a few days later, wouldn't you have squandered all our savings? In these chaotic times, without an army, wouldn't our entire family have been devoured and wiped out? After Wang Qi's impressive performance, he waved his hand dismissively. Cousin, escort your cousin back to his fiefdom and let him reflect on his actions. Chen Qi, who was standing to the side, immediately replied, Yes, Lord Marquis. At dawn today, Wang Qi arrived with his troops. As soon as Chen Qi saw Wang Qi, he immediately stepped forward to pledge his loyalty. His move really brought him a substantial reward. He took these 5,000 soldiers back to guard the fiefdom of the Marquis, which could be considered Wang Qi's last resort. This shows how important he was to Wang Qi. Cousin, please. Chen Qi turned to Wang Han and immediately put on a completely different face. Several soldiers stepped forward, grabbed Wang Han without saying a word, and shoved him into a carriage. Chen Qi mounted his warhorse and led 5,000 soldiers on a grand journey. The generals performed their duties and directed the troops to leave in an orderly manner. Wang Qi and Xie Qiao stood on the hillside, not immediately leaving with the main group. Uncle Ji, just who is this Lu Chen from Lu family village? Xie Qiao replied. This Lu Chen is a native of Lu family village. Although I have inquired extensively, I have found no suspicious points. He is just a poor boy from a mountain village who seems to have risen to prominence overnight. His young female soldiers are all capable of taking on 100 men each. They are truly formidable. Xie Qiao recounted the battles that had taken place in recent days to Wang Qi. Wang Qi became increasingly alarmed as she listened. Uncle Ji, we must never make an enemy of this person again. Although Wang Qi did not believe in ghosts and gods, he always kept his distance from certain inexplicable things. In this chaotic world, all sorts of demons and monsters rise up. It's best to avoid provoking them if possible. Last night, the city only sent out 100 female soldiers, yet they turned the entire camp upside down, causing countless deaths and injuries. Even more terrifying, when they cleaned up the battlefield at dawn, they couldn't find a single enemy corpse. They escaped unscathed, completely unharmed. That's really scary. Uncle Ji, let's go too. Wang Qi looked at the many wounded soldiers in the ranks and sighed inwardly. We can only go back to Hudou County to rest for a while. Seeing the enemy outside the city gradually leaving, the soldiers and civilians of Lujiazhai all rushed onto the city wall. The enemy troops have retreated. Great! Our Lu family village has been saved. Our Lu family female soldiers are truly formidable. They managed to hold off tens of thousands of troops. Yeah, who would believe that? The female soldiers are amazing. The soldiers and civilians of Lujiazhai crowded onto the city wall, their cheers deafening. Although Lu Chen's female soldiers were unstoppable and the enemy suffered repeated defeats in their sieges, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't afraid when he saw tens of thousands of troops outside the city every day. The enemy was driven back, and the soldiers and civilians in Lujiazhai were overjoyed. Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and the others had mixed feelings of joy and worry. The good news is that the enemy has finally retreated and Lujia village has been saved. The worry is that the opportunity for daily real-world training is gone. In this chaotic world, female soldiers must grow up as quickly as possible. Although they are very strong in combat, they are still young and their minds are not yet mature. Seeing so many dead bodies, severed limbs, and blood everywhere, many of them couldn't accept it psychologically. It's less about training them and more about getting them used to the brutality of the battlefield as quickly as possible. Come on, let's have another meeting. This time it was Zhao Daya who made the suggestion. The main topic of the meeting was the construction of the city. They also recruit new soldiers. The city planning will still follow the blueprints that Lu Chen had already drawn up, but there will be a plan for which facilities should be built first and which can be postponed. During this period, they were busy fighting the enemy outside the city, and the construction inside the city was obviously slowed down. Besides building cities, another task was recruiting new soldiers. In this battle, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others clearly felt that their forces were insufficient. The defense line between Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang is quite long, and each key defensive point needs to be heavily guarded. We need to recruit more new soldiers. Distribute leaflets to nearby villages, saying that our Lujiazhai is recruiting new soldiers. Chapter 136, Never Abandon. Lu Chen's convoy traveled day and night, without stopping, for more than half a month, and finally caught sight of the capital city in the distance. Lu Chen spent his days lying in the carriage, eating and sleeping, with Xie Qiao keeping him company and talking to him. He lived a very comfortable life. Because I no longer have to worry about various matters as I did in Lujia village, I feel much more comfortable and at ease. Brother Lu, here, have an apple. Xie Qiao handed the peeled apple to Lu Chen. My wife treats me so well. Here, have a bite too. Lu Chen took the apple and first offered it to Xie Qiao's lips. Xie Qiao blushed slightly and wanted to decline, but in the end she still parted her lips and took a small bite. Although the two did not consummate their marriage, their intimate behavior was almost indistinguishable from that of a married couple. Watching Lu Chen slowly munch on the apple, Xie Qiao asked, "Husband, shall we go into the city like this?" 200 carriages. Even princes and ministers don't have this kind of entourage. Go and make arrangements for Chu Yun to take them to a secluded place nearby for training. I will meet them after I finish my business. Okay, I'll go right away. The carriage stopped. Xie Qiao got off and returned shortly afterward. Chu Yun said she has something to do and wants to go to the capital. How about we change the team leader? That team leader named Zhao Yingxue is quite good. Lu Chen looked up at Xie Qiao. Zhao Yingxue? Yes, she is the captain of a night squad. These team leaders were all handpicked by Chu Yun. Among these female soldiers, Lu Chen was most impressed by Zhao Yingxue. Of the entire team, she had the lowest loyalty. After all this time, her loyalty level still hasn't exceeded 80. The other two girls, who were slightly more loyal, appear to be her attendants. How about this? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Go and ask if anyone else wants to go into the city on business. They can come with us." These female soldiers were probably all selected from Beijing, where they may have relatives and friends. If we take them back to Lujia village, they should see their relatives before leaving. In addition, if they have relatives in the capital, they can bring their relatives back to Lujia village together. Xie Qiao did as instructed, gathered the group together, and asked them a few questions. Soon, 40 or 50 people stepped forward from the line. Some people wanted to go into the city to take care of personal matters, while others wanted to bring their relatives with them. Lu Chen glanced out the car window and saw that Zhao Yingxue and the other two were also among them. I just don't know if she's going to the city on business, or if she still has relatives in the capital. After Xie Qiao made some arrangements, the convoy split into two groups, one heading west of the capital and the other heading to the capital itself. Lu Chen led 8 carriages to the capital. Upon reaching the city gate, Lu Chen's convoy was stopped by the city guards. "Who are you? Where are you from? Do you have any travel permits? What's in your vehicle?" Lu Chen got out of the car and immediately saw that the soldiers' eyes were full of greed, like hungry wolves eyeing a fat sheep. Upon seeing Lu Chen alight from the carriage, several soldiers immediately approached him, hands on their swords. At this moment, Lu Chen and the others had all changed into casual clothes. Lu Chen was dressed as a businessman, and he looked like a weak and easy target. Lu Chen reached to his waist, pulled out a pure gold plaque, and waved it in front of several soldiers. Upon seeing the words on the gold medal, the soldiers were terrified and immediately knelt down on the ground. I have to say, this brand works pretty well. This was something Lu Chen had specifically obtained from Xie Qiao during their transaction that day. As if I were there in person. Who wouldn't be afraid if they saw it? Even princes, princesses, and other nobles had to bow their heads when they saw this sign. Lu Chen ignored the kneeling soldiers and stepped onto the carriage. The soldiers knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads, until the entire convoy had entered the city, at which point they tremblingly got up from the ground. Goodness gracious! Who is this person? It's none of our business who they are, and we can't even ask them. Yes. Oh my God, that scared me to death. I almost lost my life. The soldiers broke out in a cold sweat as they recalled how they had tried to extort the young man. Lu Chen and his entourage arrived at the Dou family inn, where they threw down a large silver ingot and booked the entire inn. As for the guests already staying at the inn, the innkeeper will handle the negotiations, refunding or compensating them as appropriate. After settling into the inn, Lu Chen told the female soldiers to go about their business or look for their relatives, and to return to the inn on their own after they were done. Lu Chen wasn't afraid that they would never return. With their loyalty at max level, Lu Chen felt very reassured about them. He was somewhat worried about Xie and the other two. If they want to leave on their own, then let them leave. Lu Chen didn't care about it. Having 3 more or fewer of them wouldn't make a difference. To Lu Chen's surprise, Chu Yun did not leave the inn. Xie and 2 others also did not leave the inn. After settling into his own room, Chu Yun went to Lu Chen's guest room. Brother Lu, where's the rendezvous point you mentioned with Xiao Qian? I'll go and bring them back. Lu Chen asked, didn't you have business to attend to in the capital? My matter is not urgent for now. Lu Chen understood and said, I told them it was the South Gate, but I didn't know if they were there. After Xiao Qian and her 2 companions arrived in the capital, they must have already heard about Lu Chen and his group's heroic deeds. They should also know that Lu Chen led 1,000 female soldiers to the north. Therefore, Lu Chen did not know whether they were waiting at the rendezvous point. Brother Lu, I'll go take a look. Lu Chen nodded. Okay, then go ahead. Chu Yun went out and left. During this time, especially on the way back to the city, Lu Chen noticed that Chu Yun seemed to have something on her mind. She always had secrets, a fact that Lu Chen had known since the day he rescued her. As evening fell, Chu Yun brought Xiao Qian and the other 2 to the inn. When Xiao Qian and the other 2 saw Lu Chen, it was as if they had seen their long-lost parents. Their eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating that they had just been crying. I'm so sorry you've had to go through all this trouble. Lu Chen comforted Xiao Qian and the other 2. In fact, Xiao Qian and the others are only teenagers. Although they are all exceptionally talented, they're still just kids. They traveled a long way to the capital, thinking they would soon be able to meet with Lu Chen, but when they arrived, they learned that Lu Chen had already left. They didn't know if Lu Chen would come to the capital again, or whether they should wait for him there. Without Lu Chen's orders, they dared not return to Lu family village. This made them feel abandoned, so they could only wait and hope at the South Gate every day. Seeing their expressions, Chu Yun teased them. Look at you, you're all soldiers who have been on the battlefield and killed people, and you're still crying. On the way back to the inn, the 3 of them cried almost the entire way. Lu Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, my Lu family army will not abandon any of our sisters. He made a special detour of several hundred miles to come to the capital, just to bring the 3 of them back. Chapter 137 Revenge is the best revenge. Night falls. The Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. Xie Qiao was reviewing memorials for various places. With the crisis in northern Xinjiang resolved, Xie Qiao's mood has improved significantly in the past few days. He never expected that he would actually make the right bet. Emir Lu Chen actually eliminated his greatest threat of decades. Your Majesty, Princess Jing'an requests an audience. Xie Qiao's hand trembled, and the folded document fell onto the desk. Quickly, let her in. Zhao Xue, dressed in a magnificent long gown, gracefully entered the main hall and knelt down in a deep bow. Xue great fata emperor. Zhou Qiao was both angry and pitying, wanting to scold him, but also reluctant to. Tell me, where have you been all this time? Father, I have been to the northern frontier these days. Zhou Qiao was stunned. What? You went to the northern frontier? What are you doing there? Zhao Yingxue did not answer. She bowed again and said, Father, I have come to bid you farewell. Zhou Qiao exclaimed in surprise. Saying goodbye? Saying goodbye to what? Where are you going? Your son has already joined Lu Chen's army, and I fear I will no longer be able to fulfill my filial duties before your majesty. I hope your majesty will not blame me. What? You. Zhou Qiao immediately understood. She disappeared just as Lu Chen was heading to the northern frontier. So, she was also involved in the war in the northern frontier. You're being ridiculous. Your princess, how could you? How could you? Zhou Qiao was so angry that he trembled. Even ordinary families wouldn't allow their unmarried daughters to easily show their faces in public, let alone a royal princess. And she even went to the army to become a female soldier. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Yingxue rushed forward to support Zhou Qiao. Father, please don't upset yourself. Zhou Qiao tried to shake off Zhao Yingxue, but found that Zhao Yingxue's slender arms seemed to have the strength of 1,000 pounds. Zhao Yingxue helped Zhou Qiao sit down slowly, and then said, Father, please allow me to explain the reasons for this. In the grand hall late at night, the flickering candlelight illuminated the contrasting expressions on the faces of the father and daughter. Inside the residence of Qi Shang, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qi Shang was fast asleep in his tent when he was suddenly awakened by a strange noise. By the moonlight streaming through the window, Qi Shang could see a figure inside the room. Who? Qi Shang suddenly sat up. The figure remained motionless. Qi Shang shouted, Guards, there's an assassin. Quick, catch the assassin. A series of hurried footsteps could be heard outside. The door was violently flung open, and 2 burly servants burst in. Master, there's an assassin. Before the servant could finish speaking, he saw a masked man standing in the middle of the room. Without saying a word, the 2 servants swung their broadswords at the masked man almost simultaneously. With a flick of his arm, the masked man sent 2 servants flying backward. One crashed into the wall, while the other flew out of the room. Soon, more servants arrived upon hearing the commotion. They rushed into the room one after another, only to be kicked to the ground by the masked man. In an instant, the Qi residence was thrown into chaos, with torches everywhere. A dozen or so servants were kicked out of the door by the masked men and lay on the ground, unable to get up. They were clearly badly injured. The others dared not force their way in anymore, and just shouted and yelled outside the door. Seeing how powerful the masked man was, Qi Shang was so frightened that he huddled on the bed, too afraid to move. He mustered his courage and demanded, Who are you? What grudge do you hold against me? The masked man took 2 steps closer. Lord Qi, have you forgotten the Chu family? The Chu family? Which Chu family? The masked man chuckled coldly. How many members of the Chu family have you harmed? Qi Shang suddenly realized. Who are you to Chu Huaiming? The masked man did not answer, but simply stared at Qi Shang silently. Could you be Chu Huaiming's daughter, Chu Yin? Chu Yin still did not answer. Qi Shang felt a chilling, killing intent, and his whole body went cold. His voice trembled as he pleaded, My dear niece, the deaths of your entire family have nothing to do with me. It was all Sima Zhongxian's doing. I'm just a nobody official. I dared not disobey. Chu Yin bent down, picked up a knife from the ground, and walked towards Qi Shang. Qi Shang knelt on the bed, kowtowing repeatedly. My dear niece, spare my life. I even held you when you were little. A few years ago, I even wanted you to marry into my family and become my daughter-in-law. For the sake of our family's past friendship, please spare my life. He begged for mercy while secretly glancing behind Chu Yun. Behind Chu Yun, a figure was slowly approaching, with a long sword raised high in its hand. Just as his long sword slashed down, Chu Yun seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and with a back kick, sent the man flying. With the sound of bones cracking, the man's body slammed against the wall, his eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. Qi Shang let out a tremendous cry of grief. Jing! My Yingya! Yingya! A series of cries came from outside the door. A woman cried and shouted, Why aren't you going in and killing him? My Jingya, kill that assassin. 7 or 8 more servants rushed in with knives, but Chu Yun kicked them out one by one, leaving them lying on the ground, their fates unknown. After that, no one outside dared to come in anymore. Seeing his son die tragically, Xie Qiao was filled with anger, grief, and fear. He didn't know where Chu Yun had learned her skills. How could a little girl be so capable? Chu Yun glanced outside the door, then turned to Xie Qiao. Lord Qi, now that you've summoned your entire family, you should die. Xie Qiao's eyes widened suddenly. Chu Yun had been holding back his actions, waiting for his family. No, please spare my family. I'm willing to give my life. Please don't kill my family. Xie Qiao kowtowed to Chu Yun again and again. Chu Yun chuckled softly. Let your family go? Did you ever let my family go? I'm the only weak woman left in my family, and you still chase me for thousands of miles. Did you ever think you'd end up like this? Xie Qiao was speechless. Go to hell. Chu Yun swung his broadsword, and blood splattered everywhere. Then, she stepped out the door. Outside the door, there were more than 20 servants lying down, and more than 20 servants standing, and more than 30 of Xie Qiao's family members. Chu Yun gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. At that moment, she remembered the tragic deaths of her parents and siblings. Today I, Chu Yun, will avenge you. She suddenly rushed towards the crowd. A flurry of flashing blades. A scream rang out. Cries and screams erupted from all sides. A moment later, the courtyard fell silent. Chu Yun threw away his blood-stained broadsword, leaped into the air, and disappeared into the night. Inside the Dou family inn, Lu Chen heard a slight noise outside. This must be Chu Yun returning. Hasn't Zhao Yingxue returned yet? Although Lu Chen didn't want to know where they went, nor did he want to monitor their actions all the time. However, his keen hearing meant he could only passively receive this information. Chapter 138, They've Come Knocking. The next day, as soon as Lu Chen got up, Xie Qiao brought him breakfast. A bowl of plain congee and a few meat buns. Lu Chen ate a hot meat bun while chatting with Xie Qiao. When Chu Yun came back last night, he smelled strongly of blood, Xie Qiao said in a low voice. Oh, Lu Chen didn't want to get involved in other people's private affairs. When Zhao Yingxue returned, it was almost dawn. Lu Chen then became somewhat interested. Xie Qiao was unaware of Zhao Yingxue's loyalty to Lu Chen. When I saw her this morning, she didn't look well. I don't know where she went last night. After chatting for a while, Lu Chen asked, how about we stay in the capital for a few more days? Having seen the hustle and bustle of big cities in his previous life, Lu Chen really looked down on the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Apart from the area around the palace, which was somewhat worth seeing, the rest of the place was dilapidated, filled with poor people in tattered clothes and beggars. Apart from the large number of people, he couldn't see any prosperity in it. But when Xie Qiao went out, she seemed to never get enough of anything new and interesting. That's understandable. Xie Qiao lived in the countryside. If she hadn't been fleeing from war, she probably would never have even set foot in the county town in her entire life. Maybe we shouldn't go? Let's go back after they finish their business. Xie Qiao was feeling homesick. Lu Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and said, all right, let's go out for a stroll today while they're still away. After breakfast, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao out of the inn and onto the street. The two strolled around casually, buying whatever looked delicious or fun. I'll occasionally go in and take a look if I see a shop that looks interesting. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at a bustling street. Look, that's the palace. Lu Chen pointed to a tall red wall not far away. Last time Lu Chen came to the capital, he was busy with something and didn't have much time to wander around. Although Xie Qiao had seen the palace a few times, she didn't go close to take a closer look. The two arrived outside the palace. Xie Qiao gazed at the high walls of the palace, her eyes gleaming. Husband, do you think we'll have a chance to get in? Lu Chen chuckled. Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance. If you want, we can go in and take a stroll tonight. Xie Qiao shook her head. I meant going in openly and honestly. Lu Chen held Xie Qiao's small hand and said, that day will come, I promise. Lu Chen understood the meaning behind Xie Qiao's words. But her meaning was not what Lu Chen thought. Lu Chen didn't want to explain, saying he'd deal with it later. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard someone shout from the side. Brother Lu, Sister Xie. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a young and beautiful girl walking briskly towards them, accompanied by several maids. Lu Chen glanced at the unfamiliar girl and looked at Xie Qiao with a puzzled expression. He did not know the woman. Xie Qiao looked at the woman with a puzzled expression at first, but she quickly smiled. She smiled at the newcomer and said, so it's Miss Lu? Miss Lu, so your family is from the capital. She said to Lu Chen, "Husband, have you forgotten? We saved a young Master Lu in Mahjiang County that day." Lu Chen then realized what was happening. That day, he also hugged one of Miss Lu's attendants. "Sister Xie, Brother Lu, I haven't even had a chance to thank you for saving my life that day. When did you arrive in the capital? What a coincidence. I never expected to have the chance to meet you again. Come on, let's go to my house. My parents have been talking about you." "Sister Xie, actually my name isn't Lu Sitian, it's Lu Cece." Lu Cece affectionately took Xie Qiao's hand and, without saying a word, led Xie Qiao to her home. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao didn't even have a chance to refuse. Xie Qiao, with Lu Cece holding her hand, looked at Lu Chen with a helpless expression. Lu Chen could only offer her a wry smile. Actually, Lu Chen can hardly be considered her benefactor. Strictly speaking, it was Lu Chen who dragged them down. Lu Chen simply sent them out of the county town. Lu Chen really couldn't understand what Lu Cece was up to. And so, the two had no choice but to follow Lu Cece across 2 streets toward her house. A maidservant beside Lu Cece kept her head down from the moment she saw Lu Chen and would occasionally steal a glance at him. She was the attendant whom Lu Chen had carried in Mahjiang County that day. The situation was urgent that day, and Lu Chen didn't know she was a woman. Without realizing it, he hugged her. From that day on, she would often recall Lu Chen's strong arms and fiery chest, and every time she thought of that moment, her heart would pound like a deer. When she saw Lu Chen again today, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Lu Chen was unaware of this. He didn't even know that the maid beside him was the attendant he had held in his arms that day. Lu Chen wouldn't care about unimportant people and things at all. "Sister Xie, Brother Lu, this is my home." Lu Chen looked up at the front door of Lu Cece's house. Judging from this grand gate and mansion, it is clearly the home of a wealthy family. This is not surprising, as Lu Cece is always accompanied by several maids, so she is definitely not an ordinary person. After passing through the front yard and arriving at the central hall, Lu Cece immediately shouted loudly, "Father, Mother, look who's here." Soon, a middle-aged couple came out. The man had a scholarly air about him, and his demeanor clearly indicated that he was an official. The woman had exquisite makeup and a wealthy appearance. The middle-aged woman saw Lu Chen and Xie Qiao and asked, "Cece, who are these two?" Lu Cece hurriedly introduced them. "Father, Mother, these two are the benefactors who saved me in Mahjiang County that day. Brother Lu, Sister Xie, this is my father, this is my mother, father, Mother, this is Brother Lu Chen, and this is Sister Xie Qiao." The middle-aged couple were pleasantly surprised after hearing their daughter's explanation. "Young Master Lu, Madam Lu, thank you both so much for saving our lives. Please come inside." As they spoke, Lu Chen and his companion were invited inside and seated, where a maid brought them fragrant tea. During the conversation, it was learned that Lu Cece's father was Lu Wenyan, a military advisor in the Secretariat, a high-ranking official of the 3rd rank, and her mother, Su, was Lu Wenyan's first wife. The couple had 3 sons and 1 daughter. As the only daughter in the family, Lu Cece was very much loved. Last year, Lu Cece returned to her hometown to accompany her grandmother. A few days ago, she returned to Beijing and ran into Lu Chen and his group on the way. Faced with the couple's words of gratitude, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao felt unworthy of it, but they couldn't explain themselves. After chatting for a while, it was already noon, so Lu Wenyan and her husband ordered a banquet to be set out to entertain Lu Chen and Xie Qiao. Just as the group sat down at the table, they suddenly heard a commotion outside. Immediately afterwards, someone rushed over in a panic to report, Master, something terrible has happened." Lu Wenyan looked displeased. "What happened outside?" "Master, Lord Feng has brought his men to our door." "What?" Lu Wenyan suddenly stood up. Chapter 139, Xie Qiao unleashes his power. Lu Wenyan hurried to the front hall, and Lu Chen, Lu Cece, and the others followed quickly. A series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the gate. A group of fierce soldiers stormed in. The leader, a military officer, had a grim face, and the sword at his waist clanged. "Lord Lu, you seem to be having a great time." The leading general sneered, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chen and Xie Qiao like a knife. Suppressing her anger, Lu Wenyan stepped forward and said, "Lord Feng, you should know what the crime of trespassing on an official's residence is." "Kim." Lord Feng glared angrily and said, "Your little brat seriously injured my son. If you don't hand over your little brat today, Don't blame me for turning my back on you. Lord Feng, you've gone too far. Lu Wenyan's face turned red with anger. Feng Liangkai framed my son in order to force me to marry my daughter, and now you're turning the tables on me. Do you really think there's no law in my great Zhou dynasty? Feng Zhang sneered repeatedly, saying, Military advisor Lu, if you know what's good for you, obediently betroth your daughter to my son Liangkai, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't even think about it. The two argued back and forth, getting into a huge fight. Lu Chen quickly got the gist of it. By analyzing the words exchanged between the two, he basically understood the whole story. This Lord Feng's name is Feng Zhang. His young master, Feng Liangkai, saw Lu Cixi by chance on the street a few days ago and immediately wanted to take her into his household. This Feng Liangkai was a notorious playboy. Although he already had several wives and concubines at home, he still liked to philander and take other men's wives and daughters for granted. Of course, Lu Wenyan would never marry her daughter to such a person, let alone make her his concubine. Thus, under the guidance of a wise man, Feng Liangkai set a trap and clashed with Lu Wenyan's second son, Lu Jingjing. Afterwards, Feng Liangkai used this as leverage to try to force Lu Cixi to become his concubine. Although Feng Zhang was a great general, he was also a good-for-nothing. However, his sister was a concubine in the imperial harem and even gave birth to a prince for the emperor. Based on Feng Zhang's words and mannerisms, Lu Chen guessed that Feng Zhang's sister and her daughter were not favored by the emperor. Even so, a concubine who gives birth to a prince can at least bring some prestige to her family. Therefore, Feng Zhang had some reason to be arrogant and domineering. Although Lu Wenyan was of a high rank, he had no powerful connections, so he couldn't afford to offend Feng Zhang. It was only then that Lu Chen understood. He glanced coldly at Lu Cixi, standing to the side. It turns out that Lu Cixi had ulterior motives for bringing the two of them to his house. This family seemed warm and hospitable, with refined manners and the appearance of upright gentlemen. But they are all cunning and scheming. He's savior. What a savior. However, Lu Chen wasn't too angry. It seems that Lu Cixi was driven to desperation and started to try anything, grabbing anyone off the street in the hopes that they could save her from falling into a fire. Lu Chen had no recollection of this Lu Wenyan, but he remembered that when he last raided the officials in the capital, he did not target Lu Wenyan. This shows that Lu Wenyan was not a corrupt official, or at least not corrupt. At this moment, Xie Qiao also realized what was going on. There was also some displeasure in her gaze as she looked at Lu Cixi. Lu Cixi seemed not to notice the strange looks in Lu Chen and Xie Qiao's eyes. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, her eyes filled with panic and fear. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Cixi. Her fear wasn't entirely feigned. Over there, Lu Wenyan and Feng Zhang had finished their foreplay and were finally ready to make their move. You won't hand over the person? Huh? Man, go in and smash it up. Feng Zhang waved his hand, and his soldiers immediately rushed into the various houses. Slow! Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Feng Zhang narrowed his eyes and said in a sinister tone, And who are you, you brat, daring to meddle in my business? Xie Qiao dodged and slapped Feng Zhang across the face. Feng Zhang stumbled and almost fell. He touched his numb face with his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. In this capital city, who dares to slap him in the face in public? Lu Wenyan and her husband were stunned. Was Xie Qiao out of his mind to slap Feng Zhang in the face in public? They've already started to regret it. He regretted letting Lu Chen and the other person stay. Those two are leading the Lu family into a trap. Lu Cixi was shocked that Xie Qiao dared to lay a hand on Feng Zhang, and her face turned pale. You're asking for it. You dare hit my master? I'll take your life. Without Feng Zhang even needing to speak, several soldiers beside him immediately brandished their swords and pounced on Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao didn't take them seriously at all, and with a few punches and kicks, he knocked several soldiers to the ground. Kill her. Daring to assault an official of the imperial court is tantamount to treason. Kill her now. Feng Zhang covered his face with one hand and pointed angrily at Xie Qiao with the other. The soldiers inside the courtyard all brandished their swords and spears and pounced on Xie Qiao. Seeing this scene, Lu Wenyan and her family of three were immediately thrown into a panic. This has blown up a lot today. At this moment, Lu Wenyan disregarded everything and hurriedly shouted, Spare her life. Lord Feng, wait. I am willing to marry my daughter to your son. He ultimately did not want to involve innocent people in his own family affairs. Feng Zhang, now seemingly insane, roared, "Kill her! Kill her for me!" Lu Cixi pleaded tearfully, "Lord Feng, I am willing to marry Liang Kai. Please don't kill her." Feng Zhang ignored him completely and continued to shout and order his men to surround and kill Xie Qiao. He was used to being arrogant in the capital, and now that he had suffered such a great humiliation, how could he let Xie Qiao off the hook? Today, he not only intends to kill Xie Qiao, but also to forcibly take Lu Cixi back to be his son's second wife. Kill her. Chop her into mincemeat. The soldiers, all looking fierce and menacing, surrounded Xie Qiao and began to hurl their weapons at him. Xie Qiao originally only intended to give these soldiers a light punishment, but she did not expect them to actually kill her, and she felt a murderous intent in her heart. Lu Chen was also annoyed. He coldly declared, "My wife, leave none alive." He doesn't intend to take action himself. There will be many more battles to fight in the future, and Xie Qiao also needs to temper his character. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xie Qiao no longer held back. She reached out and snatched the broadsword, slightly lowered her body, and swung the broadsword in a circle in front of her. In an instant, screams filled the air. 5 or 6 soldiers were all cut in half at the waist. Instantly, the scene was a bloody mess. The soldier who was cut in two did not die on the spot. Their upper bodies writhed and howled in agony on the ground. It's a terrible sight. Mr. and Mrs. Lu covered their eyes, unable to look any longer. Lu Cixi's body went limp, and she almost fainted. The soldiers around them trembled like leaves when they saw this, and they could barely hold onto their weapons. Although they often bully ordinary people, and some of them have even taken lives, they have never seen anything like this before. Everyone was so frightened that their hands and feet went weak, and no one dared to take another step forward. Why am I feeling a little panicked in chapter 140? Although the soldiers dared not go forward again, Xie Qiao had no intention of letting them go. Wielding a blood-stained broadsword, she charged at the soldiers like an eagle hunting a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, Xie Qiao had killed more than a dozen soldiers. These soldiers were so terrified that they didn't even have a chance to move their weapons before they died. However, the remaining soldiers quickly realized what was happening. Run! This is a serial killer. Run! The soldiers took off and fled frantically towards the gate of the courtyard. Fortunately, they still retained some sense and didn't forget to take their master, Feng Zhang, with them. If they leave Feng Zhang to die, even if they escape back, they will still face certain death. Feng Zhang, who was already terrified and paralyzed, was carried out of Lu's mansion by the soldiers. After Feng Zhang and the others left, Lu Wenyin and her family of 3 all looked utterly hopeless. How do we clean up this mess? Feng Zhang would never let the Lu family off the hook. What awaits the Lu family is likely to be the extermination of the entire clan. Lu Wenyin looked at Lu Chen, who had a calm expression. He didn't understand why Lu Chen was still so calm even now. "Young Master Lu, you'd better run away quickly. With Madame Lu's exceptional skills, you two are sure to escape the capital." Lu Wenyin had heard from Lu Cixi that Lu Chen's identity was mysterious and that the people around him were highly skilled in martial arts. But he hadn't expected Xie Qiao's martial arts skills to be so formidable. With a single strike, he killed several people. This terrified the military general Feng Zhang so much that he couldn't even walk properly. At this moment, Madame Su stepped forward and bowed to Lu Chen and Xie Qiao, saying, "Young Master Lu, Madame Lu, I humbly request that you take my Cixi with you." Lu Cixi cried, "Mother, I won't leave. Even if I die, I want to die with you." Su hugged Lu Cixi tightly, and the mother and daughter burst into tears. Lu Wenyin looked at the mother and daughter with a sorrowful expression. Xie Qiao looked at the family of 3 and couldn't help but smile. She took Lu Cixi's hand and said, "Cixi, you're so young. Don't keep talking about life and death all the time." Upon hearing this, Madame Su quickly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and looked at Xie Qiao. "Madame Lu, are you willing to take Cixi with you?" Xie Qiao shook her head. Upon hearing this, Su lowered her head sadly once again. Lu Chen said, "Uncle and Aunt, Miss Cixi, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Don't panic." Lu Wenyin, who was standing to the side, sighed inwardly. When things get to this point, who wouldn't panic? With these corpses on the ground, the Lu family has no way to survive. If he had known this would happen, He would not have opposed Feng Zhang and would have let his daughter marry Feng Liangkai instead. Although Lu Cixi would have suffered some injustice, at least the lives of his family could have been saved. Inside the Lu residence, a gloomy atmosphere prevailed. At this moment, Feng Zhang was leading over 100 Eastern Depot guards toward the Lu residence. The leader was Huang Yunzhong, the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot. Lord Huang, please, you must uphold justice and execute Lu Wenyan's entire family, leaving no one alive. You don't know, that little wench looks as pretty as a flower, but she's so ruthless. That one slap knocked out 3 of her teeth. As he walked, Feng Zhang complained constantly. Those two are highly skilled in martial arts. They must be rebels from outside the city. They are colluding with that old traitor Lu Wenyan to plot against our great Zhou dynasty. Huang Yunzhong felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. His expression grew increasingly grim. General Feng, don't think I don't know about what happened between you and Lu Wenyan. We both know who is right and who is wrong. Huang Yunzhong's tone was unfriendly. Others may fear Feng Zhang, but Huang Yunzhong doesn't take him seriously. After Lu Chen and the others left the capital, Huang Yunzhong had already found out about Sima Zhongxian through various secret channels. It turned out that Sima Zhongxian had secretly left the capital, but instead headed to Lu Jia village. Lu family village is Lu Chen's territory. Sima Zhongxian's fate is likely unknown. So now, the entire power of the Eastern Depot has fallen into Huang Yunzhong's hands. How could a nobody like Feng Zhang possibly catch his eye? As the Lu residents drew closer, Huang Yunzhong inexplicably began to feel panicked. Judging by the date of the great victory in the northern frontier, he should be able to return to the capital by now, right? Huang Yunzhong will never forget the tears of excitement in Zhou Youjiao's eyes when he received the good news. The mountain that had hung over the great Zhou dynasty for decades was easily broken by Lu Chen. The emperor no longer needs to worry about the Tartars invading the border. It's easy to imagine how important Lu Chen was to the emperor. Those 1,000 gentle women, upon arriving in the northern frontier, all transformed into invincible warriors. How did Lu Chen manage to do that? How did he manage to rout the Tartars with a mere 1,000 female soldiers and kill 60,000 elite Tartar troops? This Lu Chen is truly unfathomable. Just then, Feng Zhang said from his side, Lord Huang, we have arrived at the Lu residence. Huang Yunzhong looked up at the gate of the Lu residence, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped inside. In the courtyard, there was a blood-soaked corpse. The deaths of each person were extremely gruesome. This scene seems familiar. Huang Yunzhong's heart skipped a few beats. At this moment, Feng Zhang shouted loudly, You old scoundrel Lu, come out and face your death. With a top expert like Huang Yunzhong, what is there to fear from a mere little girl? Huang Yunzhong's heart pounded even faster. He glared fiercely at Feng Zhang. Not understanding what was going on, Feng Zhang quickly smiled apologetically at Huang Yunzhong and gestured for Huang Yunzhong to go first. Inside the central hall, Lu Wenyan suddenly stood up. They're here. Su and Lu Cixi also stood up nervously and looked toward the front yard. Lu Wenyan looked at Madame Su and Lu Chen and said, Young Master Lu, Madame Cixi, please wait here. I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, Lu Wenyan walked heavily toward the front yard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Lu Wenyan's heart sank. The courtyard was filled with the menacing guards of the Eastern Depot. The man at the head was none other than Huang Yunzhong, the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot, who struck fear into the hearts of all the officials in the court. Lu Wenyan hurried to Huang Yunzhong. Lord Huang, I was unaware of your arrival. Lord Huang, I am so sorry for not greeting you properly. Upon seeing Lu Wenzhong, Feng Zhang reacted as if he had met his father's killer and immediately jumped up. You old scoundrel Lu, where have you hidden the rebels? Lu Wenyan looked at Feng Zhang and said with grief and indignation, Lord Feng, I, Lu, have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill my Lu family? Feng Zhang laughed wildly. You old scoundrel Lu, if only you had known this would happen. If you had sent your daughter to my residence earlier, none of this would have happened. You old scoundrel Lu, are you regretting it now? Ha ha ha. His laughter abruptly stopped mid-sentence. He pointed behind Lu Wenyan. Look, Lord Huang, those are the 2 men. They're the ones who killed my men. Lu Wenyan was shocked and quickly turned around to look. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao were walking towards them. Lu Cixi was following behind them. Lu Wenyan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. He had just told Lu Chen that if things went wrong, He should immediately take Lu Xixi and escape through the back door. Unexpectedly, they not only didn't leave, but instead came to our door. It's over. It's all over. Lu Wenyan felt utterly hopeless. I don't understand any of Chapter 141. Quickly, Lord Huang, seize them. I want to skin them alive. I want to tear them to pieces. I want to throw them into a vat of boiling oil. Feng Zhang pointed at Lu Chen and the others, shouting at Huang Yunzhong. Huang Yunzhong suddenly waved his hand and slapped Feng Zhang across the face. This slap stunned Feng Zhang. This also stunned Lu Wenyan. None of the people present knew what had happened. Only a few of the Eastern Depot's iron guards wore strange expressions. They had all met Lu Chen and were well aware of his prowess. They want to capture Lu Chen? They want to skin Lu Chen alive? Tear him to pieces? Throw him into a vat of boiling oil? Just ask Vice Commander Huang if he dares. Huang Yunzhong naturally wouldn't dare. He didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention him, even the current emperor wouldn't dare to have any designs on Lu Chen. Lu Chen was able to rout the Tartar army in an instant, causing them to flee in disarray and collapse like a house of cards. If he wanted to do something to the emperor, it probably wouldn't be difficult. Huang Qing, if you ever have the chance to see Lu Chen again, you must be extremely careful and not be negligent in the slightest. These were the emperor's repeated instructions to Huang Yunzhong. Huang Yunzhong left the bewildered Feng Zhang behind and strode towards Lu Chen. When Lu Wenyan saw Huang Yunzhong heading straight for Lu Chen and the others, her face turned pale and she swayed as if she were about to collapse. Lu Xixi, who was hiding behind Lu Chen, was also terrified. Huang Yunzhong, the great killer of the Eastern Depot, would send chills down the spines of both officials and commoners alike upon hearing his name. It could be said that Huang Yunzhong is a more terrifying figure in the capital than the current emperor. After all, the emperor certainly wouldn't do many of the dirty work himself, and Sima Zhongxian wouldn't easily show his face either. It was all done by Huang Yunzhong. He was a ruthless killer, with countless corpses in his hands. As Huang Yunzhong approached step by step, Lu Xixi was so frightened that she lost her composure. Wouldn't he just kill them? I've dragged brother Lu and sister Xie into this. Although Su was not like Lu Xixi, her heart was also ice cold. Wherever Huang Yunzhong went, there were corpses everywhere. Huang Yunzhong approached Lu Chen and the others and bowed respectfully. Young Master Lu, I was unaware of your presence. I had no intention of offending you, and hope you will punish me. Huang Yunzhong lowered himself to an extremely low position, almost kneeling down. Oh, Lu Chen said indifferently, but his eyes drifted to Feng Zhang, not far away. Lord Huang, it's been a long time. May I ask what brings you here today? Small. Upon hearing Lu Chen's unfriendly tone, Huang Yunzhong broke out in a cold sweat, his mind going completely blank. He had just painstakingly come up with a set of lines, but he had completely forgotten them. When Lu Chen came to the capital last time, he had already witnessed the prowess of Lu Chen and his group. He originally thought that was Lu Chen's true strength. But after Lu Chen went to the northern frontier, Huang Yunzhong realized that he had made a big mistake. The person before us is someone capable of overturning rivers and seas and turning the world upside down. Standing in front of Lu Chen, Huang Yunzhong felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. For a moment, Huang Yunzhong was speechless. Could it be that he led the men to capture Lu Chen? Seeing Huang Yunzhong, the great killing god of the Eastern Depot, standing in front of Lu Chen like a trembling little quail, everyone present went completely mad. Lu Wenyan. Su, what happened? Lu Xixi. Am I dreaming? Feng Zhang. Did I see a ghost in broad daylight? Lu Chen stood there calmly, not saying a word, just looking at Huang Yunzhong. At this moment, Xie Qiao spoke up, breaking the strange situation. She took Lu Xixi's hand and said, Lord Huang, this Miss Lu is my very good friend. Huang Yunzhong paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Xixi. Miss Lu? Who is Miss Lu? He suddenly remembered that this was the residence of Lu Wenyan, the military advisor. So, this Miss Lu must be Lu Wenyan's daughter. Huang Yunzhong seemed to wake from a dream, his face beaming with a smile as bright as an autumn chrysanthemum. He quickly greeted Lu Xixi, saying, So, it's Miss Lu. I, Huang, am pleased to meet you, Miss Lu. Seeing Huang Yunzhong's fawning expression, Lu Xixi was immediately taken aback and at a loss for what to do. This Lord Huang, who struck fear into the hearts of all officials in the capital, was actually bowing to her. If she told her girlfriends this, wouldn't their jaws drop? Lu Cece didn't know what to do with her hands, so she hurriedly curtsied in return, saying, "Greetings, Lord Huang Huang." Su, who was standing to the side, almost had her eyes pop out of her head. Lu Wenyin, who was not far away, also craned her neck and stared in amazement. Xie Qiao only said that she was her best friend, and that was enough to make Huang Yunzhong, the great killer, fawn over Lu Cece. They really couldn't understand it. Standing in front of a group of guards, Feng Zhang's head began to buzz. His mind was a complete mess. He had no idea what was going on, but he still retained a sliver of consciousness. Something's not right. Something's not right. He seemed to have previously tried to forcibly take Lu Cece as a concubine for his son. Now, Huang Yunzhong has this attitude toward her. So, Feng Zhang knew instinctively that this was not a place to stay for long. He turned around and tried to leave the courtyard. Several guards came forward and blocked Feng Zhang's way. Feng Zhang tried to go around, but more guards formed a human wall and surrounded him. Feng Zhang's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. It's over. Feng Zhang felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. His body swayed, and he fell to the side. Two guards, one on each side, lifted him up. Seeing that the situation was not good, Feng Zhang's soldiers also tried to leave quietly, but they were all pressed to the ground by the iron guards. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Huang Yunzhong was sensible, and his iron guards were also quite sensible. He looked at Lu Wenyin. "Uncle Lu, now that Lord Huang is here, how about we leave your matter with Lord Feng to him to handle?" Lu Wenyin then walked unsteadily to Huang Yunzhong's side. "Lord Huang, please come inside so we can discuss this further." He then approached Lu Chen. "Young Master Lu, Madam Lu, please." They moved to the central hall and took their seats. Lu Wenyin quickly recounted the whole story. Huang Yunzhong listened attentively, nodding repeatedly to show that he was paying close attention. "Lord Lu, please rest assured, this matter will be left to me, Huang. I will certainly give you an explanation. He's just a general with no real power. Crushing him is as easy as crushing an ant. So what if his sister was a concubine in the palace? If she dares to offend Lu Chen, even as a concubine, she won't fare well." Seeing that the deadlock was over, Lu Wenyin felt as if she had just escaped death and was almost completely exhausted. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Huang Yun did not dare to linger. He bid farewell to Lu Chen and ordered the iron guards to escort Feng Zhang back. After seeing Huang Yunzhong off, Lu Wenyin and the others returned to the hall. "Many thanks to young Master Lu for his great kindness." As she spoke, Lu Wenyin was about to kneel down to thank Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached out to stop him. "It's just a small favor. There's no need for that." Lu Wenyin pulled Lu Cece along and even tried to kneel down before Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao stopped them again. Xie Qiao said reproachfully, "Uncle, please don't do this. Cece and I are sisters. How can I accept such a grand gesture from you?" Lu Wenyin replied, "Young Master Lu, Madam Lu, I have another favor to ask of you." Chapter 142. New members arrive. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This Lu Wenyin is really pushing her luck. He was dragged into this matter passively. It was a trap set for him by the Lu family. If it weren't for Xie Qiao's words, he really wouldn't have bothered to care. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Lu Wenyin tried to pull Lu Cece down to kneel as well. Lu Chen was quite helpless. Xie Qiao had already said that Lu Cece was his best friend. So how could he accept Lu Wenyin's generous gift again? "What is it? Please speak." Lu Chen's tone was no longer as kind as before. Lu Wenyin knew he had been greedy and looked ashamed, but he still said, "Young Master Lu, when you leave the capital, please take my daughter with you." Lu Chen asked, puzzled, "Since Miss Lu is all right, why do you still want her to leave the capital?" Lu Cece, who was standing next to her, also looked puzzled. Lu Wenyin sighed deeply, her face full of sorrow. He looked around, then whispered, "Young Master Lu, what are your thoughts on the current situation?" Lu Chen said, "The great Zhou dynasty doesn't have much time left." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenyin's brows relaxed. If Lu Chen were truly loyal to the great Zhou dynasty, he would never have said such a thing. Then, he will be able to speak freely. Therefore, Lu Wenyin said, "That's right. Although the siege of the northern frontier has been resolved, rebellions and uprisings are breaking out everywhere within the Great Zhou territory, and our Great Zhou is in imminent danger. Lord Lu is absolutely right." Lu Wenyin continued, "The largest rebel group in the western border is incredibly powerful. They claim to have 1 million soldiers and are marching eastward with unstoppable momentum. They have already occupied most of Shaanxi Prefecture, and their forces are heading straight for the capital. It's estimated that they will be at the city gates soon. Lu Chen nodded secretly. This Lu Wenyan had a pretty accurate grasp of the current situation. Besides the rebels in the west, there is also the Marquis of Jinyuan in the south. Although the Marquis of Jinyuan is dead, he has two sons. Compared with the rebels in the west, the Marquis of Jinyuan's troops are smaller, but they are all elites, far superior to the rabble of the rebels in the west. Their wolfish ambitions are known to all, and their target is also the capital. Lu Chen, Xie Qiao, Su Shi, Lu Cixi, and several others sat in the room listening to Lu Wenyan's long and eloquent speech. Finally, Lu Wenyan said, "My two sons are both serving in the army. If anything happens to the capital, I am willing to take my family and live or die with the great Zhou. However, my daughter Cixi is just a woman, and there is no need for her to sacrifice herself for the country. I beg young Master Lu to allow my daughter to leave the capital with you and save her life." Hearing her father say this, Lu Cixi burst into tears. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. It is estimated that when the city falls, most of those corrupt officials, big and small, will abandon the great Zhou and join the rebels. However, Lu Wenyan, an upright official, harbored the ambition to die a martyr. However, Lu Chen did not agree with Lu Wenyan's idea. He knew that the great Zhou dynasty was corrupt and incompetent, yet he still vowed to serve it to the death. In the end, Lu Wenyan was simply blindly loyal. Xie Qiao put his arm around Lu Cixi's shoulder and asked, "Uncle Lu is right. Why don't you come with us and leave the capital?" Lu Wenyan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you both for taking my daughter in. I am very grateful to you both." At this moment, Lu Cixi looked up with tearful eyes at Lu Wenyan and Su Shi and cried, "I won't leave. I want to stay with my parents. Even if we die, we will die together." Lu Wenyan said sternly, "Cixi, are you not listening to your father?" Madame Su also firmly said, "Cixi, no matter how naughty you were before, you must listen to your father this time." "No," Lu Cixi cried and shook her head. "You must leave." Lu Wenyan said, "If the capital is stable in 3 years, you can come back then." Xie Qiao also said, "Cixi, listen to your uncle. If the court can defend the capital, it won't be too late for you to come back then." Lu Cixi wasn't a 3-year-old child. She understood that if she left today, it might be a final farewell. Human suffering is nothing more than the pain of death and separation. In the end, after much reassurance, persuasion, and a combination of soft and hard tactics, Lu Cixi agreed to leave Beijing with Lu Chen. Before their departure, another sorrowful scene was inevitable. "Uncle Lu, if there's any change in the capital and you have nowhere to go, you can come to Lu Family Village in Hudou County. Miss Lu and I will be waiting for you." Lu Cixi, "Father, Mother, you must find your daughter. Your daughter will always wait for you." Madame Su kept wiping away her tears. She hugged Lu Cixi and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "We will go. We will definitely come to find you." Finally, Lu Cixi knelt down to bid farewell to her parents, and amidst weeping, she and Lu Chen left the Lu residence. Accompanying Lu Cixi were her two personal maids. When the group returned to Dou's inn, it was already evening. Back at the inn, Lu Cixi continued to cry. Xie Qiao knew that she was worried about not being able to see her two brothers. Lu Cixi's second brother went into hiding in his eldest brother's military camp because of the Feng family's affairs. Xie Qiao then asked Chu Yun to take her to meet her two older brothers that evening. That evening, Chu Yun secretly took Lu Cixi out of the inn to see her two brothers. The next day, most of the female soldiers who had gone out on personal errands returned to the inn, but a few had not yet returned. In the afternoon, Xie Qiao arrived at Lu Chen's guest room. "Husband, Cixi has a few girlfriends who also want to leave the capital with us. What do you think we should do about this?" Lu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. "What's going on?" Last night, after Chu Yun took Cixi to see her brother, she remembered her girlfriends and had Chu Yun take her all over the capital to meet them. Xie Qiao chuckled and said, "Chu Yun was so busy last night. He didn't get back until dawn and is still sleeping in his room now." Lu Chen understood. That's why all of her girlfriends sent servants to find Cixi, saying that their parents also want to send them out of the capital. Lu Chen laughed. "In that case, let's bring them all. They're all unmarried women anyway, and they'll all be conscripted into the army." It seems that these officials and their families all know that the fate of the great Zhou dynasty is sealed. Lu Chen just couldn't understand how Lu Cixi had managed to seduce all of her girlfriends. "Okay, I'll go tell Cece right now. Xie Qiao was about to leave immediately. Wait, Lu Chen called out to her. Tell Cece to have her girlfriends bring several personal maids. The more the better. Okay, I understand, my husband. Xie Qiao left quickly. In the evening, Lu Cece brought her 4 girlfriends to see Lu Chen. Brother Lu, her name is Yuan, and her name is Jiang Ping. Lu Cece introduced them to Lu Chen one by one. Besides her 4 sisters, there was also a large group of maids they brought with them, totaling 20 people. By this time, all the female soldiers who had gone out had returned to the inn. The city gates were not yet closed, so Lu Chen immediately told everyone to pack up and leave the city. Chapter 143, Heaven Has Eyes. The setting sun, like blood, cast long shadows of 200 carriages. Lu Chen lifted the curtains and watched the convoy, winding like a snake, roll over the cracked official road. The sights along the way were unbearable to look at. On the cracked, lush slopes, countless figures crawled like ants. Xie Qiao operated the drone, observing the road conditions ahead. There are too many disaster victims on this road. 3 days after leaving Beijing, large numbers of disaster victims appeared on the road. Some of them were refugees fleeing famine, while others were displaced people escaping war. By the 5th day, the official road was filled with disaster victims, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Chen's motorcade was luxurious and splendid, and without any soldiers or guards, it naturally attracted the covetous eyes of many disaster victims. Some of the bolder ones tried to get closer to the convoy, but were forcefully pushed away by the female soldiers on the carriages. If any of them still don't know what's good for them, the female soldiers will use even harsher methods. If anyone dares to charge forward without fear of death, the female soldiers will show no mercy and will either kill or injure them. Xie Qiao felt sorry for him and said to Lu Chen, "Husband, this can't go on." Even if they don't provoke the disaster victims, the victims are so hungry that their eyes are green with hunger, and they will definitely rush towards the convoy one after another. This will inevitably lead to deaths and injuries. Lu Chen said, "Let's find a secluded place tonight, put the carriage away, and walk back." Xie Qiao nodded. "That's fine." Lu Chen closed his eyes. He purchased 100,000 bags, each capable of holding 5 kilograms of grain, from the system store, and used his mind to pack the rice from the warehouse into these bags. The farmland in the space now stretched as far as the eye could see. Staple foods such as rice, wheat, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes account for 90% of the diet. The remaining 10% consists of various vegetables and fruits. He now has enough grain to feed a 1,000,000-strong army. There are many disaster victims on this road. He should help as many as he can. These days, he's been growing food in his space every day, and there are millions of tons of rice alone in the space. Rice can be eaten directly after being boiled in water, which is convenient and makes it most suitable for use as alms to disaster victims. "Please, sir, have mercy and give me some food. Miss, my child is starving and barely clinging to life. Please, please save my child. Great philanthropist, please give me a bite to eat." Outside the carriage, cries of pleading rose and fell. Lu Chen looked out of the carriage again. On both sides of the caravan were piles of disaster victims, all of them emaciated and staring longingly at the carriages. "Drive the convoy to the valley over there." Lu Chen pointed to a valley not far away. The convoy left the official road and headed towards the valley. Behind the convoy followed a long line of disaster victims. The convoy struggled through the rugged mountains and entered the valley. Many disaster victims followed behind the convoy. Xie Qiao saw through an aerial drone that a group of over 1,000 disaster victims were following behind the convoy. Lu Chen then said, "Have Chu Yun send a team to stop the disaster victims behind them." A short while later, Xie Qiao added, "The disaster victims have been stopped, but they're still staying where they are and have not left. Ignore them. Go and see where in the valley is a good place to set up camp." Soon, Xie Qiao used a drone to find a flat spot in the valley. The caravan arrived at the campsite, and everyone disembarked from the carriages. As soon as they got off the carriage, Lu Cece and her girlfriends gathered around Lu Chen and Xie Qiao. Their maids also followed. "Sister Xie, where are we going? How much longer until we get there?" Although Lu Cece knew that Lu Chen and the others are going to Lu Family Village, they had no idea where Lu Family Village actually was. Xie Qiao glanced at Lu Chen, who nodded slightly to her. Xie Qiao then looked at Lu Cece. "About 3 days." Lu Cece and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was already dark when the female soldiers who had been intercepting the refugees arrived. After witnessing the prowess of the female soldiers, the disaster victims dared not come again and all retreated back to the main road. Chen told them to take food out of the carriage to fill their stomachs. Each carriage was stocked with various foods: bread, meat buns, purified water, cooked beef, and roast chicken. There was only enough food for one day, and Chen would add more to the carriage every day. After eating, Chen took out 25 power pills and handed them to Xie Qiao, asking her to distribute them to Lu Cixi and the others. After several days of travel, the loyalty of Lu Cixi and others generally increased to between 70 and 90. Lu Cixi has the highest loyalty, reaching 95. Having learned from the experience of Zhao and Xue and the other two, Chen also became somewhat wary of Lu Cixi and her group. That's why they haven't been given the power pills yet. It's also a test in itself. It now appears that there's no problem with their origins. After receiving the power pill, Lu Cixi and the others didn't know what it was. They just looked at Xie Qiao and didn't dare to eat it easily. Xie Qiao said to Lu Cixi, "Sister, eat this, and you will truly become one of us." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Cixi put the power pill into her mouth. Yuan, Jiangpinger, and the others also swallowed the power pill. Before long, Lu Cixi and the others showed signs of pain. Some people were in so much pain that they cried out. Meanwhile, the female soldiers beside them watched them suffer with mocking expressions, as if they had been through it all. Although it was painful, it was an immense blessing. After a while, Lu Cixi and the others finally felt the changes in their bodies and were overjoyed. One of the girls couldn't hold back any longer and punched a dead tree as thick as a bucket. With a click, the dead tree snapped and fell with a crash. That's amazing. The newlyweds were overjoyed and, in their excitement, they all tried their hand at using the nearby trees and stones. It's already dark, yet I can still see things so clearly. I feel so relaxed. I can jump more than a meter high with a light jump. If I jump really hard, I could probably jump all the way up a mountain, right? The scene became somewhat chaotic at one point. Chen gave Xie Qiao some instructions and then left the valley, returning to the official road. Both sides of the official road were filled with disaster victims lying on their sides. They lived in groups of families or clans, in clusters and patches, their cries of hunger echoing through the air. Under the cover of night, Chen quietly dropped bags of rice next to the disaster victims. He allocated more bags of rice to large disaster sites and fewer bags to small disaster sites, based on the number of disaster victims. He walked along the official road, constantly taking out bags of rice from his spatial storage and throwing them to the disaster victims. He moved forward quickly and threw the rice bags even faster. Many disaster victims only saw a fleeting figure before Chen had already run far ahead. "Oh, what is this?" An old man was so hungry that he couldn't sleep. Suddenly, he heard a noise beside him. He reached out and found a bag. He touched it more carefully, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. As an old farmer who had worked on the land all his life, he felt as if the contents of this container were grain. He quickly pulled out his sickle for self-defense and gently cut the bag. He put 2 fingers into the bag and pulled out a few grains of rice. Rice! It's rice! My God, it's rice! Soon, more and more disaster victims found that they had somehow acquired a bag or several bags of rice. Heaven has opened its eyes. Heaven has bestowed food upon us. The disaster victims knelt down and thanked God. Chapter 144: Strange Mountain Bandits. As dawn approached, Chen returned to the valley and reunited with the others. After working all night, he finally managed to deliver 100,000 bags of rice. At first, he delivered them 1 bag at a time, but he later found that this method was too slow. Even if he worked until dawn, he still couldn't deliver all 100,000 bags of rice. Later, he simply started delivering them in bulk, with each bulk consisting of 100 bags. Even so, he barely managed to deliver all 100,000 bags of rice. Back at the camp, Chen filled the carriage with food and more than 1,000 backpacks. In addition, he also placed more than 1,000 well-crafted short knives in the carriage. He instructed everyone to retrieve their backpacks from the carriage, 1 for each person, and to put food and daggers into them. These foods were all easy to store and quite filling, which became their provisions for the journey. After everyone had breakfast, Chen told Chu Yun to lead the group away first, leaving all the carriages behind. After Chu Yun led his team away, Lu Chen put all 200 carriages into his system space. After the carriage was put away, Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the 400 horses that had pulled it. He only knew that he could put inanimate objects into the space, but he didn't know if he could put living things into it. We'll just have to give it a try. He approached a horse, and with a thought, the horse entered the space. Lu Chen used his mind to enter the space to check. The horse was standing in the space, looking at the unfamiliar scenery, seemingly bewildered. There can be living things inside. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He couldn't understand the rules of the system space. Logically, food in this space should be kept fresh, and time should seem to stand still. However, plants in the space can grow, and time flows very quickly. Seed sown can be harvested in just a few days. I tried it again today, and, surprisingly, animals can also survive in the space. This is somewhat contradictory. However, Lu Chen wasn't too surprised. Since it was an alternate dimension, the rules inside must be different from those in the outside world. Since the space could hold living creatures, he put all 400 horses into it. These horses were all plump and strong. They must have been war horses. Keeping them might come in handy later. As Xie Qiao watched Lu Chen pack up the hundreds of war horses one by one, her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. The man before her was her god. His amazing abilities were displayed to her time and time again, each time leaving her completely captivated. "My husband, let's go." Lu Chen took Xie Qiao's arm, and the two walked out of the valley. Before even reaching the official road, Xie Qiao could see wisps of smoke rising straight into the sky from both sides of the road. The disaster victims were all cooking by the roadside. Xie Qiao was stunned. Yesterday, these disaster victims were begging for food, but today they're all cooking. She smelled the rich aroma of rice, and suddenly turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen also looked at Xie Qiao, smiling without saying a word. Both of them had experienced hunger and knew the hardships faced by disaster victims. Selling one's children, exchanging offspring to eat. How tragic. "Let's go. Chu Yun and the others are just ahead." Chu Yun led her team along the official road, and no more disaster victims were asking them for food. However, their team is still eye-catching. Although they were not wearing military uniforms at the time, their bright and beautiful attire, coupled with their stunning looks, attracted all the disaster victims along the official roads wherever they went. "It's still a bit too conspicuous," Lu Chen thought to himself. He planned to travel a little further until he reached the plains, where he would leave the official road and get away from the crowds, allowing him to march at high speed. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao hurried and caught up with the main force led by Chu Yun. Lu Cece was following Chu Yun, excitedly talking to her. "Sister Yun, I feel as light as a feather now. I think I can run 100 miles a day." "Chu Yun's my, only 100 li? You underestimate yourself. What kind of pills did Brother Lu give us? They were amazing. I feel like a completely different person with inexhaustible energy." Lu Cece's friends were incredibly excited about the changes in her body, chattering away the whole way. After walking for another half day, around noon, the female soldiers took out their ration from their backpacks and began to eat lunch. The disaster victims along the official road also began to light fires and cook, and the aroma of rice filled the air. Lu Chen was eating a bag of biscuits when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the hilltop next to the official road. There were shadowy figures of people moving about. Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, "This grain has indeed attracted hungry wolves." Xie Qiao looked in the direction Lu Chen was looking. "Are they bandits?" Lu Chen nodded. "It should be." Chu Yun had already spotted the bandits on the mountain. She immediately ordered the troops to stop and line up. Then he asked Lu Chen whether or not to wipe out the bandits. Lu Chen glanced around the group and finally looked at Lu Cece and her friends. Chu Yun immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Cece Yuan, Jiang Ping'er stepped forward. Lu Cece and the others looked at Chu Yun, puzzled. Chu Yun waved to them. "All 25 of you, come to the front." Lu Cece and the others arrived at the front of the group. "Take the knives out of your bags." Lu Cece and the others obediently took out their knives. Chu Yun pointed to a distant mountain peak. "See those people? They are most likely mountain bandits." Lu Cece then realized that Chu Yun wanted them to kill the mountain bandits. "Can we do it?" Lu Cece asked timidly. Chu Yun said with a serious expression, "Our team can never say no." Seeing the panicked expressions on Lu Cece and the others' faces, Chu Yun softened his tone and said, "This is a hurdle that every soldier in our Lu family army must overcome. Once you join our Lu family army, you must go into battle and fight the enemy." Lu Cece and her friends looked at each other in bewilderment. They hadn't mentioned wanting to join the army when they came. They are all daughters of officials, delicate and refined ladies. How could they be involved in fighting and killing? As they were talking, the bandits on the hilltop were already pressing towards the official road. Lu Cece and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the large, dark mass of bandits. Chu Yun said, "Your mission, which is to defeat these mountain bandits, is to do so." Sister Yin, you mean you're just going to send these few people to kill these bandits? Judging from the number of bandits, there must be at least 1,000 of them. Are you really expecting these 20-odd women to fight against thousands of bandits? They all know that they are not what they used to be, but the difference in numbers is just too big. Kill, murder, looting, stealing women. Kill them. The bandits, initially slow, gradually increased their speed and pounced towards them. Among the bandits was a tall, thin, middle-aged man who held a large knife and shouted battle cries. But his steps became increasingly slow, as if his legs were being pulled by something. He was originally at the front of the group, but halfway through, he was already nearing the back. Several bandits who ran very fast cast disdainful glances at the tall, thin man as they passed by. That coward. He's always like this. He's disgusting. That's right. This guy always shirks his responsibilities like this, just following behind doing nothing. He's a complete slacker. But let's be honest, these kinds of people just live a long life. I've never seen him get any blood on him. Chapter 145 my Chen. Charge. Let's seize the grain. Quickly. They have food. The faster you run, the more food you can grab. Charge. Look, there's so many women over there. Let's snatch them back to warm our beds. First come, first served, no served, while fast runners get the prizes. The bandits charged headlong down the main road. When they saw a large group of young women standing by the roadside, their eyes lit up like hungry wolves. The tall, thin bandit still dragged his feet and followed behind the other bandits. He looked at the young women and shook his head repeatedly. Why aren't they running away when they see the bandits? Are they waiting for them to catch them? Soon, a large group of bandits rushed to the side of the official road. Upon seeing this, the disaster victims on the official road scattered in all directions, fleeing into the distance. Of course, they didn't forget to take the rice bags and pots and pans with them when they fled. In the blink of an eye, all the nearby disaster victims had fled. When Lu Cece and her friends saw the bandits swarming all over the mountains, they were already terrified and at a loss for what to do. They instinctively wanted to hide behind the female soldiers, but they saw Chu Yun's stern gaze. Lu Cece stood at the very front of the line, and she felt the most pressure. As the bandits were about to arrive, Lu Cece suddenly remembered what she had said to Chu Yun during their conversation. I can kick a rock and break it with one kick. If I kicked a person, wouldn't I break their bones? Lu Cece's mind suddenly seemed to be enlightened. That's right. I'm not that delicate young lady who couldn't even kill a chicken anymore. I suppose I could be considered a martial arts master, if not a great one. Thinking of this, Lu Cece suddenly gripped the short knife tightly. Two bandits pounced on Lu Cece, their eyes filled with lewd lust. Lu Cece suddenly felt a chill. Come here, young lady. Come with me. I'll take care of you. As one of the bandits spoke, he stretched out a large, dirty hand, trying to grab Lu Cece. Before Lu Cece could think, she slashed at the bandit's hand with her knife. Ah! A scream. The bandit's hand was severed and fell to the ground. Blood was everywhere. Lu Cece was so frightened that she hurriedly took 2 steps back. Seeing this, another bandit's eyes widened, and he swung his broadsword down at Lu Cece's head. Lu Cece instinctively dodged to the side, then kicked him. The bandit grunted and was sent flying backward. He flew 7 or 8 zhong, approximately 33 to 40 meters, through the air before crashing into the crowd. Lu Cece could hardly believe it. Is this something she's capable of doing? The ferocious mountain bandits were surprisingly easy to defeat. At this moment, Yi Wan, Jiang Pinger, and the others were also run into by the bandits. Suppressing their fear, they instinctively fought the bandits. As soon as the two sides made contact, Yi Wan and the others discovered that these mountain bandits were pitifully weak. With a single punch or kick, they could either kill or maim the bandits. With a single, casual swing of their blades, they could easily sever the limbs of the bandits. These fierce mountain bandits appeared slow and weak in their eyes as they attacked. Once they discovered this, they became much bolder. Mountain bandits are nothing special. Soon, Lu Cixi and the others were able to unleash their full potential. They went from initial panic and fear to passive resistance, and then to actively confronting the enemy, successfully transforming from rich young ladies into warriors. However, most of them are still not used to battlefield combat, and cannot psychologically accept seeing blood and dead bodies. But the ferocious bandits and their broadswords left them no time to think. They could only keep attacking and striking. Lu Chen watched the battlefield, remaining non-committal about Lu Cixi and the others' performance. Lu Cixi and her friends were born into wealth and never experienced hardship, so it is already quite remarkable that they were able to do this. These women are really something. We've really hit a brick wall today. I can't beat them. I can't beat them. Although Lu Cixi and her companions were on the defensive, in the eyes of the bandits, they were like killing gods. One by one, they rushed up, they were killed. Two by two, they were killed. They were no match for them. Seeing that Lu Cixi and her group were like an impenetrable wall, killing any number of them who charged forward with a single blow, the bandits finally lost their nerve. The bandits were even more frightened when they saw that there were many more young women dressed in the same way, standing behind Lu Cixi and her group. Some of the bandits no longer dared to charge uphill, and just stood at the back waving their weapons and shouting. The tall, thin bandit who had been hiding at the back of the bandit group kept shouting and pacing back and forth, but did not charge forward. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, caution is always the best policy, no matter what. Look, they've suffered another great loss this time. Who are these girls? Their skills are amazing. He stared at the group of young women not far away, completely baffled. Suddenly, he seemed to see a familiar face. That person! The tall, thin bandit suddenly widened his eyes. That young man looked so much like my Chunner. Chapter 146, Forced to Become a Bandit. But how did Chunner end up here? This place is 700 or 800 miles away from his hometown. There's no way his child could have run to such a far place. But no matter how the tall, thin bandit looked at it, the richly dressed boy resembled his son very much. Alas, I'm going crazy with longing for my child. In this year of famine, Chunner might not even have wild vegetables to eat right now, so how could he be dressed so richly? The tall, thin bandit felt a pang of sadness. At this moment, Lu Cixi and the others fought with increasing ferocity. Seeing that the bandits were no match for them, they became even bolder and more adept at killing the bandits. Seeing that things were not going well, several bandits shouted and ran away. As the saying goes, a defeated army collapses like a mountain. These few bandits who fled for their lives set an example, and the rest of the bandits lost all will to fight and all fled into the mountains for their lives. Lu Cixi and the others chased for a while before giving up and returning to the main road. Lu Chen did not order the bandits to be exterminated. Among these bandits, apart from those at the very front, the bandits behind them were all emaciated and lacked fighting spirit. Clearly, most of the bandits were refugees. Keep moving forward, Lu Chen ordered. We're still far from home, so getting on the way is the priority right now. After this battle, Lu Cixi and the other new recruits have seen blood, so they won't panic when they encounter big battles in the future. Just as Lu Chen led his team south in the bandits' lair, rows of low, thatched huts nestled on the mountainside. With weary steps, Lu Hongkai bent down and entered a drafty thatched hut. Inside the thatched hut, a woman in her 30s was engrossed in weaving straw sandals. Huanyang. The woman looked up, saw Lu Hongkai, and exclaimed with delight, "Husband, you're back." She quickly got up and carefully examined Lu Hongkai. Seeing that he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Huanyang, I saw someone on the official road today. Huanyang panicked and hurriedly asked, "Is it an old acquaintance of ours?" What if people who used to know Lu Hongkai saw him and found out that he had become a thief? Lu Hongkai nodded, then shook his head. Perhaps I saw it wrong. I saw someone who looks a lot like our Chenner. Upon hearing this, Huanyang suddenly grabbed Lu Hongkai's sleeve. Really? You really saw our Chenner? Lu Hongkai shook his head again. Perhaps I'm mistaken. That person was dressed in fine clothes and had an extraordinary air about him. Although he looks like our Chenner, how could he be here? I must be seeing things. Huanyang took a step back, slumped down on the straw mat, and silently wept. Just then, a burst of shouting and cursing could be heard from outside. You lazy woman, you just eat for free, and all you do is slack off. Hurry up and wash these clothes. Huanyang hurriedly wiped away her tears, forced herself to stand up, and walked out of the thatched hut. A stout old woman pointed to the pile of tattered clothes on the ground, which resembled a small mountain, and said imperiously, "Lu family, hurry up and wash all these clothes clean and sew up the holes. If you don't finish these today, neither of you will eat tomorrow." Queen Yang bowed her head and repeatedly said yes. Lu Hongkai watched the fat old woman walk away, his eyes filled with resentment. He came to Huin Yang's side and whispered, "Huin Yang, let's escape." Huin Yang's eyes dimmed, and she wept as she asked, "How can we escape?" They did manage to escape, but they were all caught by the thieves and then severely beaten. In the past, they couldn't escape even when they were dozens of miles away from home. This place is hundreds of miles from their hometown. Even if they escape, the journey will be extremely dangerous, and they will have no food. How difficult it will be for them to escape back home alive. Well, Lu Hongkai let out a long sigh. Queen Yang raised her head and looked straight at Lu Hongkai. "Husband, you must remember, you must not put yourself in any danger. No matter what, we must go home. Chen is still waiting for us at home." "Huin Yang, I know." Lu Hongkai nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering. Night falls. Lu Chen led the female soldiers, running swiftly across the flat wilderness. The female soldiers marched on foot, which was much faster than by horse-drawn carriage. "However, I don't get enough rest, less than 2 hours a day, so I'm somewhat sleep-deprived." However, after taking the power pills, their physical fitness was greatly improved, and they could withstand several days and nights without rest in special circumstances. Night marches are the most worry-free, as there's no need to fear bandits or robbers. You can simply keep moving forward. But daytime is troublesome. During the day, there were disaster victims everywhere, as well as large and small groups of bandits. Whenever they encountered bandits, Lu Chen would order Lu Cixi and more than 20 others to fight them, taking the opportunity to improve their combat skills. Chapter 147, Using Soldiers as Practice. Ahead is Majiang County. After passing Majiang County, we will reach Lujia Village. Lu Chen gazed at the distant city wall of Majiang County. "I've been away for over 2 months now. I wonder how Lujia Village is doing." Hudou County is located at the junction of Jiangnan and the Central Plains. This land has always been a strategic location fought over by military strategists and has been the site of many wars. Lujia Village is too conspicuous to be peaceful. Xie Qiao took Lu Chen's hand and said softly, "I missed ya and the others too." Lu Chen held Xie Qiao's slender hand tightly. "When Lu family village is built, we will get married." Lu Chen felt quite guilty. Earlier, Lu Chen had planned to hold a wedding with Xie Qiao, but due to the continuous war, it has been delayed until now. Xie Qiao blushed and lowered her head shyly. She saw Lu Chen's feelings for her and felt sweet inside. She had no objections to whatever arrangements Lu Chen made. At that moment, a faint commotion could be heard ahead. Xie Qiao glanced ahead and said, "It seems our people have been stopped." Before long, Zhao Yingxue hurried over. "Brother Lu, there's a large group of soldiers ahead. They say they want to conscript our men into their army." Zhao Yingxue looked resentful, but she was too ashamed to say what was about to come out. Xie Qiao's face instantly turned cold. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "They're almost home. Who would dare mess with him? Whose team is it?" Lu Chen asked. Zhao Yingxue replied, "It should be the troops of General Jiang Wenyu of Fengzhou." "General Jiang Wenyu of Fengzhou?" Lu Chen said. "Weren't they in the south? How could they have been defeated so quickly?" If Lu Chen remembered correctly, wasn't Jiang Wenyu's troops blocking the Jinyuan Marquis' troops from advancing north? Zhao Yingxue replied, "I do not know that." Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yingxue and found that her loyalty had actually increased to 95. Her loyalty has been increasing quite rapidly these days. Since that's the case, there's no need to delve into her background anymore. She's already one of us. As usual, let Lu Cixi and the others lead the way, Lu Chen said. The bandits they encountered along the way were all fought by Lu Cixi and her companions. This time, let them face off against officers and soldiers with stronger combat capabilities and see how they perform. No sooner had Lu Chen finished speaking than a fight broke out in front of them. Zhao Yingxue said, "Brother Lu, I'll go take a look." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Go." Zhao Yingxue left in a hurry. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao followed. When they arrived at the front, the two sides were already locked in battle. The surrounding disaster victims scattered and fled, fearing that they might be caught in the crossfire. Chu Yun and the female soldiers lined up in front, while only Lu Xie and 20-odd new recruits were fighting in the middle of the battle. Lu Chen observed for a moment and found that Lu Xie and her group were advancing like a whirlwind, forcing the soldiers to retreat repeatedly, completely unable to put up a fight. Yes, they're making rapid progress. Even when they encountered well-equipped regular troops, Lu Xie and her team faced no pressure whatsoever. As Lu Chen was thinking this, he saw the soldiers opposite him retreat in a panic. Why did they all run away? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Xie Qiao smiled and said, "They're scared of being beaten up." Lu Chen looked at the enemy corpses on the battlefield. There were only 300 or 400. Judging from the size of the enemy troops, there were at least 3,000 or 4,000 of them. They retreated decisively, but it's unclear why. Lu Chen ordered the troops to bypass the county town and continue advancing. By nightfall, we will be able to return to Lu family village. The team continued its advance. Inside Majiang County, upon hearing his subordinate's report, Jiang Wenyu's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. "My lord, I believe that this group of female soldiers in civilian clothes is incredibly brave and must also be part of the Lu family village's forces." Jiang Wenyu's lips twitched, and he felt a sudden panic. What you fear most is what happens. At this moment, what he feared most was not the troops of Marquis Jingyuan, but the mysterious female soldiers of Lujia village. Marquis Jingyuan's tens of thousands of elite troops attacked Lu family village for nearly 2 months, but suffered heavy losses and gained nothing. In the end, he could only retreat in panic. How could Jiang Wenyu's troops possibly be a match for Lu Jiazhai? "Pass on my order, depart tonight. Jiang Wenyu censé à dangereux." One wrong move, and he could lose his life here. Chapter 148 Kill Him. When Lu Chen returned to Lu family village, it was already evening. They were still more than 10 miles away from the village when scouts sent word back. When Zhao Daya heard that Lu Chen had returned, her face was full of joy. She immediately issued an order. "Summon all the soldiers and civilians of Lujia village and Suanjia village at once to welcome Brother Lu back." Moments later, the villages of Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang were in a flurry of activity. "Master Lu is back. Hurry, young Master Lu is back. Old woman, hurry. I heard that Master Lu brought a lot of female soldiers with him. Quickly take some food from home and get it to Master Lu and the female soldiers. Quickly, go to the city gate to greet young Master Lu." Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians poured out of their homes or military camps. Except for the elderly who were unable to move at home, almost everyone gathered at the city gate of Lujiazhai, crowding both sides of the roads inside and outside the city. When Lu Chen arrived outside the city with 1,000 female soldiers, he saw a large crowd gathered at the city gate. Immediately afterwards, a deafening cheer erupted. "Welcome back, young Master Lu. May you be well, Master Lu. Young Master Lu, we've missed you so much. You've finally returned. Welcome, young Master Lu." While Lu Chen was away, the soldiers and civilians in the city were not ravaged by government troops and bandits, but they lived in constant fear when facing tens of thousands of government soldiers. If Lu Chen were here, they might not be so afraid. Lu Chen is the backbone of Lu family village. Only when Lu Chen is around can they feel at ease. Lu Chen was deeply moved by the grand welcome he had received. He walked at the front of the group with steady steps, a smile on his face, and waved to the crowd frequently. At the same time, he also saw that the ground outside the city gate was covered with dark red stains. Clearly, Lu family village must have gone through a major battle after he left. However, the city walls and gates were not damaged, indicating that the enemy did not pose a threat to Lujiazhai. Lu Chen also noticed that there were many more female soldiers in the city. They're recruiting new soldiers again. It just so happens that Lu Chen was also planning to recruit soldiers after he returned, so he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Zhao Yingxue, walking in the group, kept looking around. This is the Lu family village that Father Emperor spoke of. She observed everything carefully. This city wall is quite sturdy. Despite having weathered many battles, it remains completely undamaged. There are several thousand female soldiers in the city, and several thousand villagers as well, with a total population of over 10,000. Some of these female soldiers are exceptionally strong, while others are extremely weak. They probably haven't taken the elixir yet. Lu Xie and her friends also looked around the small town with great curiosity. "Xie, this will be our home from now on. This city doesn't look very big. This place is so remote, It's all barren and looks so poor. Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and other veteran figures stood guard at the city gate, and all went forward to greet Lu Chen as he approached. Zhao Daya, her eyes filled with tears, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Brother Lu, welcome home." Meng Ruyu also said, "Young Master Lu, you finally decided to come back? I thought you were just enjoying yourself outside and had forgotten all about home." The others also greeted Lu Chen. Surrounded by a crowd, Lu Chen returned home. Zhao Daya immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Chu Yin was busy arranging for the newlyweds to move in. After a flurry of activity, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu came to see Lu Chen. Zhao Daya said somewhat anxiously, "Brother Lu, if you don't come back soon, I'll have to make my own decision." However, Sister Meng agrees with this. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen thought, "Something's already happened as soon as I got back. What's the rush?" Meng Ruyu chuckled. Dia has always had a wish that she couldn't fulfill, but she needs to ask Brother Lu for permission. "What exactly happened?" Meng Ruyu said, "About Jiang Wenyu." Lu Chen asked, puzzled, "Jiang Wenyu?" Zhao Dai said, "Yes, Brother Lu, we just received news that Jiang Wenyu is about to run away. Killing Jiang Wenyu is Zhao Dai's biggest concern right now. This Jiang Wenyu is simply inhuman. Zhao Dai will not be at peace until he is killed." Jiang Wenyu is running away? Lu Chen recalled the time when they encountered Jiang Wenyu's troops intercepting them on the way, and how they retreated as soon as they engaged in battle. Yes, they are already preparing to leave Majiang County and move eastward. Fearing that Lu Chen would disagree, Zhao Daya immediately gave a brief account of the heinous things Jiang Wenyu had done. Lu Chen didn't have much to say about this. In such a chaotic and disastrous year, there were countless people like Jiang Wenyu. Since he deserves to die, let's go and kill him. Chapter 149, Are There Still People Going Hungry? After nightfall, you will take 500 men, catch up with Jiang Wenyu's troops, and take his head. Zhao Daya nodded emphatically. Okay, Brother Lu. During this period, although she led her troops to fight against Wang Han's forces, she thought about Jiang Wenyu every day. She can't sleep well if she doesn't kill this person. Lu Chen added, "Your primary task is to kill Jiang Wenyu. Go quickly and return quickly." Just now, when he was chatting with Meng Ruyu talked about the changes in Zhao Daya recently. Zhao Daya has transformed from a timid and weak girl into a ruthless female demon. She even preferred going into battle to kill enemies more than Meng Ruyu, who was a soldier. Lu Chen believed that Zhao Daya's bloodthirsty nature could no longer be indulged. Killing is meant to stop killing, not to kill for the sake of killing. After dinner, Zhao Daya immediately mustered 500 female soldiers, gathered their weapons and equipment, and left the city under cover of night. Lu Chen left his home and wandered around Lu Family Village and Sun Family Village alone for a long time. After being away for almost 3 months, Lu Jiazhai and Sun Jiazwang have completely changed. Rows of 2-story residential buildings stand neatly in rows. The military camp was well organized. Most of the ground has been paved, and it is no longer the bumpy, dusty dirt road it used to be. Currently, some infrastructure projects are still incomplete, some are under construction, and others have been temporarily shelved due to a lack of building materials. He checked which facilities were still incomplete and what materials were missing. He purchased the missing materials from his spatial storage to make up for the deficiencies. He was short of weapons in the armory, so he purchased weapons from the system space. He had used up a lot of ammunition recently, so he bought more. The grain in the warehouse was almost gone. The cured meat, dried meat, and various vegetables had all been eaten. He took some more out of his spatial storage and piled them up in the warehouse. He has plenty of money now and can squander it. In the military camp, Zhao Xie happened to be assigned to the same room as Lu Cici and her 4 girlfriends. Due to the large number of new recruits added a few days ago, housing is a bit tight, and now 6 people are sharing a room. Besides the 5 of them, there was another female soldier named Li Xionyang. Li Xionyang was a veteran. The rooms are not small, they are quite spacious, and each room has a private bathroom. Like the other new recruits before them, Zhao Xie and her companions were also very surprised when they saw the bright glass windows and the various toiletries in the bathroom. What surprised them even more was the light bulb on the roof, which was as bright as day. Even Zhao Xie, the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, couldn't resist wanting to touch it and see how it emitted light. Furthermore, there were several large packs of sanitary napkins in the cabinet inside the room. When the veteran explained its purpose, Zhao Yingxue and Lu Cixi both blushed with embarrassment. They never imagined that such a useful thing existed in the world. All of these were bought by young Master Lu, Li Xionyang said to them. Young Master Lu is so mysterious and powerful. He bought all the materials used to build the entire city. In fact, the reason why Lu Chen's image is so lofty and sacred in the hearts of these soldiers and civilians is largely due to his ability. No one has ever seen where Lu Chen bought these supplies. They didn't dare to ask. Zhao Yingxue and Lu Cixi had the same thought. Zhao Yingxue followed Lu Chen from the capital all the way to the northern frontier, and then from the northern frontier to Lu family village. Along the way, so many weapons, equipment, and food appeared out of nowhere, and they couldn't figure out where they came from no matter how hard they tried. But all of this must be closely related to Lu Chen. Lu Cixi suddenly asked Zhao Yingxue, Sister Yingxue, I heard that you are also from the capital. Where do you live in the capital? Zhao Yingxue was taken aback, paused for a moment, and then said, I came to the capital from out of town to visit relatives. Lu Cixi said, oh, clearly sensing that Zhao Yingxue didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask any further questions. In these chaotic times, it's understandable that many people have secrets they don't want to share with outsiders. Yuan, Lu Cixi's best friend from her time in Beijing, said, Sister Yingxue, I can tell you also have a Beijing accent. Lu Cixi glared at Yuan. This girl talks too much. Miss, please have pity on me and give me something to eat. Zhao Yingxue's expression changed slightly. This voice sounds familiar. Li Xionyang said impatiently. That old fellow is causing trouble again. Lu Cixi asked curiously. Who is that person? Yuan also said, this is a women's soldiers' camp. So why is there a man living here? Jiang Pinger retorted, is it a man? It sounds like a woman to me. Zhao Yingxue asked casually, is our Lu family village really short of food? Why is this person complaining of being hungry? Tonight's meal wasn't lavish, but it was all you can eat. Everyone could eat as much as they wanted until they were stuffed. No one should be going hungry. Chapter 150, Flattening the Great Zhou Dynasty. You guys don't know, do you? Li Xionyang lowered her voice and began gossiping mysteriously. That old man is a very important person from the capital, a very important person. He came to deliver an imperial edict. In the end, he was taken to the military camp by young Master Lu. Actually, our Lu family village had already built a prison, and we should have sent these prisoners there long ago. But young Master Lu is not in the village, and Sister Daya and General Meng cannot make the decision, so they are still locked up in the military camp. In fact, Li Xionyang was unaware of the real reason behind it. Sima Zhongxian benefited from Ji Yongnian's influence. Even though Meng Riyu's strength far surpassed Ji Yongnian's at this time, Ji Yongnian had still held the title of the #1 expert in the Great Zhou for many years. Meng Riyu was extremely passionate about martial arts and naturally held Ji Yongnian in high esteem. After all, Ji Yongnian had always been her idol. She only allowed them to continue living in the military camp because she didn't want to see Ji Yongnian, the #1 expert in the Great Zhou, being too pathetic. Zhao Yingxue's guess was finally confirmed. Both she and her father, Emperor Zhou Yuzhao, believed that Sima Zhongxian had been detained by Lu Chen at Lu family village, and they were right. Sima Zhongxian is highly skilled in martial arts, and Ji Yongnian is the #1 expert in the Great Zhou dynasty. They were actually defeated by Lu Chen. After taking the powerful pill, Zhao Yingxue killed many people on the battlefield, but she never had the chance to spar with a martial arts master. Therefore, even now, Zhao Yingxue still doesn't know just how strong she is. Lu Cixi and her friends were also very surprised. Sima Zhongxian and Ji Yongnian were household names in the capital, and both came from prominent families. Lu Cixi exclaimed in surprise, Brother Lu is so amazing. Li Xionyang Shukulat. Why would young Master Lu need to bother with such a minor character? She pointed to the side. The girl who defeated Ji Yongnian lives next door to us. Her name is Li Shui. Zhao Yingxue, Lu Cixi, and the others were deeply shocked. As they were chatting earlier, Li Xionyang had already mentioned that the female soldiers living in the military camp were just ordinary female soldiers. Those corps members all lived in Lu Chen's backyard. The veteran female soldiers lived in the front yard of Lu Chen's house. To put it bluntly, the women living in the military camp were just ordinary female soldiers. An ordinary female soldier actually defeated Ji Yongnian, the #1 expert in the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhao Yingxue, Lu Cixi, and the others all felt like their brains weren't working properly. If that's the case, then they all have the ability to defeat Ji Yongnian? They're all top-notch martial arts masters. Zhao Yingxue suddenly felt a little sorry for Sima Zhongxian and Ji Yongnian. One of them was the powerful head of the Eastern Depot, and the other was the #1 martial arts master in the Great Zhou dynasty. At this time, however, he was locked up in Lu Chen's military camp like a dog, and he couldn't even get enough to eat. He was hungry and howled all day long. For some reason, Zhao Yingxue thought of her father, the emperor. If that day comes, Zhao Yingxue dared not think any further. Inside Lu Chen's residence, Lu Chen handed a large bag to Xie Qiao. Tomorrow, distribute these pills to the new recruits. Xie Qiao took the heavy bag and looked at Lu Chen. What's wrong? Lu Chen noticed that Xie Qiao's eyes looked a little strange, so he asked, Husband, how many of these pills do you have? Xie Qiao initially thought Lu Chen only had a few pills. Later she thought there were only a few dozen. Later, she thought it was hundreds or thousands of pills. But now, Xie Qiao took the bag, and she estimated that there were several thousand grains in it. How many miraculous pills does Lu Chen actually possess? Lu Chen said calmly, 100,000 pills. Xie Qiao's hand trembled. 100,000. 100,000. What does this mean? With just 1,000 female soldiers, they routed the Tartars. If we had 100,000 elite female soldiers, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to take over the entire Great Zhou? Xie Qiao stared intently at Lu Chen. The man in front of me is incredibly strong. Lu Chen seemed oblivious to Xie Qiao's strange look and said, With the new recruits that Daya has brought in, our total strength has reached 6,000 men. Now, we should get down to business. Xie Qiao stared blankly at Lu Chen, seemingly unconsciously asking, What important matter? Bulldoze Dazhou. Xie Qiao jolted awake and immediately came to her senses. What? Flatten the Great Zhou. Chapter 151 To catch the thief, first catch the king. Zhao Daya led 500 female soldiers, running swiftly through the mountains like cheetahs, and soon arrived at Majiang County. Jiang Wenyu's troops were heading east, and at this time only a small part of Majiang County remained. Zhao Daya sent out a small team of 30 men who sneaked up to the vicinity of Jiang Wenyu's group and captured about 10 prisoners without anyone noticing. Among the prisoners were 2 low-ranking officers. After a surprise interrogation, the prisoners quickly revealed all the military intelligence they knew. This reveals that Jiang Wenyu's central army arrived later, located at the rear of this long column. After dealing with the prisoners, Zhao Daya led her team to quietly pursue Jiang Wenyu from his flank. Along the official road, numerous soldiers held torches, forming a winding fire dragon. Because they had to travel overnight, the officers and soldiers complained bitterly. Zhao Daya led her team, running parallel to Jiang Wenyu's main force on one side of the official road, and stealthily moved forward. Around 1 a.m., Zhao Daya finally caught up with the central army unit where Jiang Wenyu was located. Those men on horseback must be officials. A female soldier pointed to a troop of cavalry on the official road. This cavalry unit numbered at least 500 men who held torches high and closely protected a dozen or so people. The armor worn by these dozen or so men was clearly different from that of the other cavalrymen. Each of them stood tall and proud, with an arrogant expression and an air of superiority, clearly indicating that they were of extraordinary status. Pass down the order. The objective is to capture those dozen or so officials alive. Zhao Daya gave the order in a low voice. The order was quickly relayed. Zhao Daya gripped her long knife tightly and suddenly leaped up from her hiding place. Kill! Before she finished speaking, she took the lead and charged towards the cavalry. Behind her, 500 female soldiers charged like tigers descending a mountain, rushing towards the cavalry. Kill! Amidst the sharp, clear shouts of battle, the cavalry was thrown into disarray. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Oh no! Enemy attack! Protect the general! Quickly, form ranks and prepare for battle. The cavalry hastily organized their formation. Jiang Wenyu, who was being protected in the formation, felt his heart pounding. Sure enough, his intuition was right. Since leaving Majiang County, Jiang Wenyu has felt a constant sense of unease, as if something bad is about to happen. Quickly, stop them. You all come with me. The rest of you, stop them. As Jiang Wenyu gave the order, he spurred his horse and galloped toward the other side of the official road. More than 10 generals and a squad of personal guards beside him hurriedly followed. When Jiang Wenyu heard that the person who launched the night attack was a woman, he knew something was wrong. The newcomers must be female soldiers from Lujia village. These female soldiers were exceptionally brave, killing people as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and were unstoppable. His soldiers were no match for him. Jiang Wenyu's generals were also aware of this. Quickly, protect the general. The infantry behind the cavalry also charged towards this side. Zhao Daya beheaded a warhorse with a single stroke, then turned and kicked another warhorse to the ground. The female soldiers were now engaged in battle with the cavalry. Instantly, shouts of battle, screams, the neighing of horses, and screams filled the air. Normally, cavalry would crush infantry, but today, the situation was completely reversed. The female soldiers were as light as swallows, leaping and bounding through the cavalry ranks. Before the cavalrymen could even raise their spears and swing their swords, they were cut down from their horses. Because the torches were flickering erratically and visibility was poor, many cavalrymen met their demise before they could even see the enemy clearly. More infantrymen surrounded and attacked the female soldiers from both the front and rear of the column. The female soldiers quickly split into 5 squads of 100 each, one of which followed behind Zhao Daya and charged towards Jiang Wenyu's personal guard. The other 2 teams focused on dealing with the cavalry. The remaining 2 teams charged at the infantry that came to their aid. Zhao Daya led 100 female soldiers, like a sharp knife, and plunged straight into the enemy's rear. Her only target is Jiang Wenyu. A low-ranking officer, unafraid of death, led a small squad of cavalry and bravely stood in front of Zhao Daya. He thrust his steel spear fiercely at Zhao Daya. Zhao Daya leaped up and swung her long sword. The officer's steel gun was instantly knocked away. The officer was so shocked by the blow that he lost all feeling in his arm. Go to hell. Zhao Daya swung her knife again in midair. A fine head flew high into the air, blood mist filling the sky. Kill! Zhao Daya shouted again. An enemy soldier on a nearby warhorse was cut in half at the waist. Jiang Wenyu was both surprised and frightened as he watched Zhao Daya and the others approach. My life ends today. Chapter 152 Severely Strike the Beasts. Jiang Wenyu's intuition has always been very accurate. The same thing happened this time. Jiang Wenyu is in despair right now. His tens of thousands of troops were like clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of these female soldiers. His several hundred cavalrymen and the thousands of infantrymen who kept arriving were caught in a fierce attack by several hundred female soldiers. They could not hold out for even a short while before Zhao Daya grabbed him like a chicken. In a mountain valley, Jiang Wenyu and a dozen or so high-ranking generals were bound tightly and thrown to the ground like dead dogs. Surrounding them were hundreds of dark heads. There were also dozens of dazzling beams of light. These beams of light shone on the faces of Jiang Wenyu and the others, the blinding light making them afraid to open their eyes. The female soldiers were whispering amongst themselves in their ears. He's the general? What kind of officer is a general? I've heard that the general is a very high-ranking official, but I don't know exactly how high. Look, he leads tens of thousands of soldiers. His official rank must be very high. Even the highest-ranking official was captured alive by our sister Ye, wasn't he? Yeah, I don't think he's anything special either. Jiang Wenyu and the dozen or so generals felt extremely humiliated at this moment. They felt like beggars lying on the street, being pointed at and talked about. Just moments ago, they were arrogant and domineering, but in the blink of an eye, they have fallen to the dust and become wretched prisoners. Zhao Daya strode over and stepped on Jiang Wenyu's chest. Jiang Wenyu felt as if his bones had been crushed, and he was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was unwilling to accept it. He didn't know why the female soldiers of Lujia village wanted to be his enemy. Speak. Are you General Jiang Wenyu? Zhao Daya shouted sternly. Having come this far, Jiang Wenyu knew he couldn't avoid it any longer, and reluctantly said, Yes, is indeed I. This lady, may I ask when I offended you? Zhao Daya kicked Jiang Wenyu's calf again. Snap! Jiang Wenyu was in so much pain that he almost passed out. The female soldiers gasped in shock. Tell me, how many people have you harmed? Jiang Wenyu felt a chill in his heart and remained silent. You're not going to talk, are you? Zhao Daya then stepped on Jiang Wenyu's other calf. Another chilling sound of bone cracking. I'll talk. Jiang Wenyu, writhing in pain, could only say there might be 4,000 or 5,000. Zhao Daya stepped on Jiang Wenyu's palm and stomped on it. Several powerful flashlight beams shone on Zhao Daya's military boots. Judging from the force she used, Jiang Wenyu's hand was probably completely shattered. Ah! Jiang Wenyu let out a series of pig-like screams. Heroin! Heroin! I might be mistaken. It's not 4 or 5,000. It might be over 10,000. Zhao Daya glared angrily at Jiang Wenyu, her eyes blazing with fury, and stomped even harder on her feet. Jiang Wenyu pleaded repeatedly, "Great hero, I was wrong. It wasn't 10,000, it was 20,000. Zhao Daya raised her foot and stepped on Jiang Wenyu's other hand. "Ah, Grandma, Grandma, spare my life." Jiang Wenyu wailed repeatedly, his screams piercing the sky. Seeing Jiang Wenyu's disgraceful behavior, several female soldiers couldn't help but mock him. He's a high-ranking official, yet he can't even handle this little bit of pain. Yes, look at them. They didn't even utter a sound when their heads were chopped off. This is utterly embarrassing. If your soldiers saw you like this, they'd laugh themselves to death. These female soldiers had heard some of Jiang Wenyu's evil deeds. I heard that he ordered his troops to capture people everywhere to serve as military rations. He arrested men, women, and children from many villages. It was truly tragic. Many of the female soldiers are from Hudou County. Several of the female soldiers lived in villages where people were captured by Jiang Wenyu's troops. If they hadn't been taken in by Lu Chen, they might have already ended up in Jiang Wenyu's belly. Such a demon deserves to die 10,000 times over. Zhao Daya pointed to the dozen or so officers beside her. And you too. You were accomplices to the tyrant, and your crimes are equally unforgivable. This time, before Zhao Daya could even make a move, dozens of female soldiers rushed forward and began punching and kicking them. Although these female soldiers did not use excessive force, their strength was simply too great. Each punch and kick carried hundreds of kilograms of force, causing the officers to cry out for mercy and beg for forgiveness. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy had no effect whatsoever, and the female soldiers became even more ruthless. Damn it, you all deserve to die. The people support you with their blood and sweat so that you can protect them, not harm them. Hit hard. Hit him fiercely. You filthy creatures, worse than pigs and dogs. Vampires. Demons who eat human flesh and spit out the bones. These female soldiers controlled their strength, delivering punches that landed hard but were not fatal. Having followed Zhao Daya for a long time, they understood her thoughts. Why did Zhao Daya want to capture them alive? Of course, I don't want them to die a quick and painless death. Chapter 153, Military System. When Zhao Daya led the team back to Lu Jiazhai, it was already the morning of the next day. Xie Qiao has already gathered all the new recruits together. She, along with Miao Yiya, Miao Lingling, Xiao Mei, Xiao Zhu, and several other key military personnel, were distributing power pills to several thousand newly recruited soldiers. Following the usual procedure, Xie Qiao had the new recruits take the power pill and then tested its effectiveness. In order to minimize the waste of precious pills, Meng Ryu had already conducted a strict screening of the new recruits, and those who did not meet the requirements had been eliminated in advance. Therefore, not a single pill was wasted this time. It must be said that women of this era were far superior to those of later generations. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the result. After all the new recruits were officially enlisted, Lu Chen summoned all the high-ranking military officers to his residence. Our team is growing stronger and stronger. In the future, our team will be a regular army, no longer a makeshift operation. Zhao Daya, Meng Ryu, Chu Yun, Lu Xiulan, and the others did not know Lu Chen's plan beforehand. Hearing him say this, they all sat up straight and listened attentively with serious expressions. Lu Chen took out more than a dozen sheets of paper and handed them to Zhao Daya and the others. Then he continued, since it's a regular army, it should have a military system. Many of you, especially General Meng Ryu, know that the army has a military system. 5 people form a squad, 10 people form a platoon, 50 people form a battalion commander, and 100 people form a centurion. However, the army we intend to establish will differ from the military system of the Great Zhou dynasty. Lu Chen then proceeded to explain the military system of later generations to everyone in a lengthy and detailed manner. This is my initial idea. If there are any shortcomings, please feel free to point them out, and we can discuss improvements. Soon, Lu Chen put forward his idea. 10 people make up a class. 30 people form a row. 100 people form a unit. A group of 1,000 people. 10,000 people can be teachers. Because of the extraordinary combat power of the female soldiers under his command, the largest combat group was at the division level. He also removed the battalion and brigade level combat units. 3 squads form a platoon, and 3 platoons form a company. A company headquarters is established, with 1 company commander and 1 deputy company commander. The company headquarters has a total of 10 personnel. A company has 100 personnel. Within the company, the 3 platoons are designated as Platoon 1, Platoon 2, and Platoon 3 of Company X. 9 companies form a regiment, with a regimental headquarters, a regimental commander, and a deputy regimental commander. The regimental headquarters has 100 personnel, and a regiment has a total of 1,000 personnel. 9 regiments make up 1 division, with a division headquarters, a division commander, and a deputy division commander. The division headquarters has 1,000 personnel, and a regiment has a total of 10,000 personnel. Currently, our army has more than 6,000 soldiers, so it is divided into 6 regiments. Currently, our army has fewer than 10,000 personnel. These 6 regiments will be temporarily designated as 1 division and will be called the 1st Division. Our army currently has 54 companies, numbered 11, 12, 13, up to 64 in order. Our army currently has 6 regiments, numbered 101st, 102nd, 103rd to 106th. Chen concluded. Next, let's discuss whether this military system can be improved further. Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and the others were all very excited as they held the military system list drafted by Chen. They finally took that step with Chen. The goal is already very clear and specific. Chen is about to lead them to great achievements. The table that Chen listed was clear and easy to understand and easy to remember. Meng Ruyu spoke first. Brother Liu, I think the military system you designed is very good and doesn't need any further improvement. Since the former female general had said so, Zhao Daya and the others naturally echoed her opinion. Chen said, since everyone agrees, let's discuss who will fill the positions of division commander, deputy division commander, and chief of staff, as well as the candidates for regimental commanders and deputy regimental commanders for these 6 regiments. What followed was another heated discussion. An hour later, the selection of officers at all levels was basically finalized. Zhao Daya was appointed to lead the 1st Division of the Liu family army. Zhao Daya was surprised and flattered that she could be appointed as the supreme commander and repeatedly declined the offer. But after much back and forth, no one but her dared to take the seat. Meng Ruyu was appointed as the deputy division commander. The chief of staff is Liu Xilan. She is well-read and skilled in political maneuvering, making her the most suitable candidate for the position. Chu Yin was in charge of Chen and Xie Qiao security and led the guard regiment. The following are the candidates for the position of regimental commander. Chapter 154 renamed Liu Family Fort. The choice of the group leader was quickly finalized. The commander of the 101st Regiment is Miao Ye. The commander of the 102nd Regiment is Xiao Jiu. The commander of the 103rd Regiment is Xiao Hua. The commander of the 104th Regiment was Yang Yuhuan. The commander of the 105th Regiment is Ning Er. The commander of the 106th Regiment was Xiao Mei. Of these leaders, apart from Ning Er, who is Meng Ruyu's personal bodyguard, the others joined the group relatively early. Xiaoju and Xiao Mei were the first to join Liu Chen's team, besides Chu Yun. They're the oldest of the 5, almost 16. Of the other 3, Xiaolan is only a little over 13 years old, while Xiaoyan and Xiaoxiang are even younger, only 11 or 12. Although the 3 of them joined relatively early, due to age restrictions, they could only be entrusted with important responsibilities when they were older. Miao Ye is Liu Chen's older cousin. Under the careful guidance of Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, she is capable of standing on her own. Xiao Hua is Liu Chen's eldest cousin. Yang Yuhuan was from the same village. Originally, she was just a gatekeeper for Liu Chen, but recently she had performed well in battle, so this time she was assigned the position of commander of the 104th Regiment. After that, they finalized the candidates for deputy regimental commander and company commander for each company. The following is about staffing. Liu Chen asked Zhao Daya to bring over the list of soldiers and then reorganize the new and old recruits. From the smallest platoon to the highest regimental level, new recruits and veterans are mixed together to avoid reducing combat effectiveness. Liu Chen then arranged the next training schedule for the new recruits. After 3 days, Lu Chen finally managed to arrange all the affairs of the army and the village. Lu Chen was finally able to rest for a bit. In his spare time, he would have a meal with Xie Qiao at home or wander around the village, looking at the various facilities in the military camp and residential area of Lujiazhai. At this time, Lujia village had basically become an independent military camp. The neighboring Sunjiazwang is a residential area. Currently, there are still a few households in Lujiazhai. Apart from the village chief Lu Daji, there are 4 or 5 other households that have not moved to Sunjiazwang. Lu Chen didn't urge them, because the military camp in Lu family village wasn't finished yet, so there was no rush. From Zhao Daya and others, Lu Chen learned that Lu Daji had his own reasons for not moving to Sunjiazwang yet. Zhao Daya told Lu Chen that Lu Daji had approached her several times, subtly asking her what she thought about the position of village chief once they arrived at Sunjiazwang. After all, Lu Daji was only the village chief of Lujiazhai, while Sunjiazwang had its own village chief. In response, Lu Chen decided to completely cancel the names of the 2 villages, Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang. Now that the 2 villages are basically connected, they will share the same name. Although Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang are not small in scale, they're by no means large, so naming them after cities is obviously inappropriate. Then let's call it Lu Family Fortress from now on. That day, Lu Chen coincidentally ran into Lu Daji while he was patrolling Lu Family Village as usual. Lu Daji greeted Lu Chen as soon as he saw him. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Chen told Lu Daji about the village's name change. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji repeatedly agreed. Great, that's wonderful. Lu Family Fortress, that name sounds really powerful. Yes, powerful. Although Lu Chen doesn't talk much with the villagers on a regular basis, he often talks and chats with Zhao Daya and others. Unwittingly, he infected Zhao Daya and the others with many new words from later generations. Zhao Daya and her friends then spread these new words to other villagers. From now on, you can continue to be the village chief of Lujiabeo, and Sun Lijing from Sunjiazwang can serve as the deputy village chief. What do you think, Uncle 13? Upon hearing this, Lu Daji laughed so hard that snot bubbles almost popped out of his nose, his old face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. He was so happy he didn't know what to say. Success, success, success. His biggest dream in life was to be promoted from village chief to village head. Now, even Sun Lijing has been outdone by him, and he has finally fulfilled his dream. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then we'll be handing over Lu Family Fortress to you from now on. You'll have to take good care of it from now on, Uncle 13. Don't worry. Don't fret. Don't you trust my character? I promise I'll do my best to make our Lu family fort better and better." Among the female soldiers following Lu Chen, one was a native of Lu family village. Hearing Lu Daji's words, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. What does it matter to you whether Lu family fort is good or bad? Chapter 155, The Princess's Secret Meeting with a Prisoner. That evening, Lu Chen held a meeting with Zhao Daya and others as usual. Holding meetings every night has now become a habit. Whether Lu Chen was there or not, Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu would hold a meeting in the evening to discuss important matters and chat about various trivial matters in the village. Generally speaking, this meeting doesn't last long. When there's nothing else to say, it's just a few words and it's over, so it doesn't take up too much of everyone's time. Lu Chen told everyone about how Lu Family Village had been renamed Lu Family Fort. Zhao Daya and the others naturally had no objections. During the meeting, a female soldier came in, whispered a few words to Zhao Daya, and then left. Zhao Daya looked up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked, "What is it?" Zhao Yingxue, the company commander of the 13th Company, went to the military camp with 2 deputy company commanders. It seems they went to see Sima Zhongxian and his group. If Zhao Daya hadn't mentioned it, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten about Sima Zhongxian. It's Zhao Yingxue again. When Lu Chen saw Zhao Yingxue yesterday, her loyalty had increased from 95 to 98. She was the female soldier whose loyalty level increased the slowest of all, without exception. The 2 female soldiers who had been by her side were now at maximum loyalty. Of all the people in Lujiabeo, Zhao Yingxue was the only one whose loyalty was less than 100%. "I'll go take a look." Chu Yun immediately stood up, ready to go out. Lu Chen gestured for her to sit down. "It's nothing. She probably just has some personal matters to take care of." Chuyan was still a little uneasy and hesitated for a while before sitting down again. Lu Chen glanced at Chuyan again. It seems that not only Zhao Yingxue and Sima Zhongxian had a past relationship, but Chuyan also appears to be an old acquaintance of Sima Zhongxian. Inside the military camp, inside a dark room, Sima Zhongxian was lying on a pile of dry grass, groaning weakly. More than 20 people were lying in the small room. Besides Sima Zhongxian, there was also Ji Yongnian, the former #1 martial arts master of the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhao Yingxue quietly entered the room. Sima Zhongxian saw someone enter and immediately called out, "Is there anything to eat? Quick, give me something to eat. I am starving." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to the shadowy figure like a beggar, begging for money. Zhao Yingxue looked at Sima Zhongxian in the darkness. Although the room was dark, she could still clearly see Sima Zhongxian's appearance. At this point, Sima Zhongxian was no longer the arrogant man he once was. He was emaciated, his face withered, looking like a starving ghost. Zhao Yingxue took a steamed bun out of her pocket and handed it to Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian suddenly made a move, snatching the steamed bun from Zhao Yingxue's hand with lightning speed, so fast that he didn't seem like someone who was half-starved. After snatching the steamed bun, Sima Zhongxian immediately stuffed it into his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, the 4-ounce steamed bun was swallowed into his stomach. Hee. Sima Zhongxian made a strange sound. After eating a steamed bun, he seemed to regain some vitality. "I never thought I'd get to eat a steamed bun again. Haha, even if I died, it would be worth it." Zhao Yingxue looked at the person quietly. Her feelings were complicated. She wasn't very familiar with the person in front of her. They had only met a few times. She had only heard about this person from other people. After a pause, Sima Zhongxian suddenly asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Yingxue was silent for a moment, then said, "I was only sent by my father to check if you were dead." After saying that, she turned and went out. The door closed again, and the room was pitch black. Sima Zhongxian stood there stunned in the darkness for a long time. "Oh, whoa. Sima Zhongxian suddenly burst into tears. He cried so bitterly and sorrowfully, as if he had suffered all kinds of hardships in the world. He looked as if his parents had just died, or as if his own child had just died. It's like a child who has just been abandoned by their family. I felt wronged and heartbroken." Lying next to him, Ji Yongnian kept staring at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian cried for a full hour. Even after his throat was dry and hoarse, and he could no longer cry, he was still sobbing. "Who is she?" Ji Yongnian asked. It would have been better if he hadn't asked. Once he did, Sima Zhongxian trembled violently once more. He trembled for a while before he finally stopped sobbing. Quietly and peacefully, Ji Yongnian was stunned, not knowing what he meant. Suddenly, his body also trembled violently. Jing'an? He only knew one person named Jing'an. He had also met her once before. But so much time has passed that he has long forgotten what she looks like. Ji Yongnian couldn't believe it and hurriedly said, "You mean, yes, it's her." Ji Yongnian remained silent. How did Princess Jing'an, who lives deep within the palace, end up here? What's she doing here? Of course, Ji Yongnian couldn't possibly have thought she had come to rescue them. If Lujia village isn't exactly impregnable, it's certainly a fortified fortress. Even if the imperial army were to come, it would probably be difficult to break through. Moreover, the current imperial court has no intention of sending a large army to attack this small village. "Lord Ji," Sima Zhongxian suddenly spoke. "Lord Ji, I'm afraid my days are numbered, but if I can see Princess Jing'an and eat one more steamed bun, even if I die, I can die in peace." Chapter 156, The First Step in a Great Cause. Sima Zhongxian's premonition soon came true. If Zhao Yingxue hadn't gone to see Sima Zhongxian, he would have almost forgotten about it. After a short period of training, the newly recruited soldiers discussed another matter with Zhao Daya and other high-ranking military officials. After training, these new recruits have acquired certain combat capabilities, but they still need to undergo real combat testing before they can become true soldiers. Therefore, I have decided to send out the troops in batches during this period to wipe out all the bandits and brigands in the area surrounding Lujiabao. With Lujiabao as the center, wipe out all bandit strongholds within a 100-mile radius. From then on, this nearly 10,000 square kilometer vacuum area became the sphere of influence of our Lujiabao. As Lu Chen explained his plan, he also explained to everyone what radius, kilometer, and vacuum region meant. In the following period, Lujiabao sent out detachments of troops, organized into companies, to various surrounding areas. Daily battle reports came back, showing that bandit strongholds entrenched in the surrounding areas were being wiped out one by one. Not far to the west of Qiao lies a range of mountains, where many bandit hideouts are located, making it the main area to be cleared. These bandits and outlaws were mostly a motley crew and were utterly ineffective. In addition, there are many so-called bandits who are actually just a large group of disaster victims who have no other way out and stick together for warmth. Lu Chen specifically instructed each department that if they were not vicious bandits, there was no need to exterminate them. Because more than a dozen companies were sent out of the city to suppress bandits every day, after more than 10 days, the bandits in the surrounding area had been basically wiped out. Brother Lu, what about Hudou County and Majiang County? During a routine meeting that evening, Meng Ruyu asked Lu Chen a question. Both Hudou County and Majiang County are within the sphere of influence of Qiao, as mentioned by Lu Chen. This also corresponds to the first step of the strategic plan that Lu Chen had previously told Xie Qiao, to flatten the Great Zhou dynasty. Hudou County and Majiang County, which are located within the sphere of influence of Qiao, were the first to be affected. Meng Ruyu asked this question because this action was of great significance. Taking this step would signify the official start of Lu Chen's grand ambitions and ambitions. Lu Xiaohua's 103rd Regiment was stationed in Hudou County, and Xiaoju's 102nd Regiment was stationed in Majiang County. Lu Chen used the term entering rather than attacking. In other words, we must take these two counties. At the same time, Lu Chen had another meaning. If we capture these two counties, then these two regiments will have to be stationed there temporarily. Jiang Wenyu's troops, which had previously been stationed in Majiang County, had already left, while Wang Qi's Jingyuna troops were still stationed outside Hudou County. Zhao Dia looked at Lu Xiaohua and Xiaoju. It's up to you guys. Xiaoju's 102nd Regiment fared well. They hardly needed a fight and were able to capture Majiang County without bloodshed. Lu Xiaohua, however, was different. The 103rd Regiment she led was facing the Jingyuanhu army, which numbered nearly 100,000 men. According to reports from spies stationed in Hudou County, Wang Qi has transferred several more troops from his southern headquarters. Now, the Marquis of Jingyuan's army has grown in size and is estimated to be nearly 100,000 men. However, of these 100,000 people, at least 20,000 to 30,000 are logistics troops, while the frontline troops number at most 60,000 to 70,000. Since being promoted to regimental commander, Lu Xiaohua has felt a heavy burden on her shoulders. She always felt that she was not up to such a great responsibility. Then, when Lu Chen asked her to lead troops to attack Hudou County alone, she felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Of course, this is just psychological pressure. Despite the pressure, Lu Xiaohua stood up and said firmly, "I guarantee I will complete the mission." She understood, of course, that Lu Chen was grooming her. If she betrays Lu Chen's feelings, then she will disappoint him greatly. Lu Chen nodded slightly to Lu Xiaohua. "Bring all the weapons and equipment you can carry. I'll give you 3 days. You must take Hudou County." Lu Xiaohua nodded emphatically. "Big brother, don't worry, I definitely will." After arranging this matter, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yun. "Sima Zhongxian has been eating and drinking here for free for so many days. It's time to send him on his way." Lu Chen had already planned to send Sima Zhongxian on his way once he received the ransom money. He had long seen from Chu Yun's attitude towards Sima Zhongxian that Chu Yun hated Sima Zhongxian to the core. In that case, the matter of dealing with Sima Zhongxian will be left to her. As expected, upon hearing this, a complex expression instantly appeared on Chu Yun's face. "Thank you so much, Brother Lu, for your kindness." Chapter 157, Be Your Concubine. Dozens of female soldiers escorted Sima Zhongxian, Ji Yongnian, and others out of the prison. Sima Zhongxian and the others, who had been deprived of sunlight for a long time, finally left the dark and gloomy prison. They breathed in the fresh air and basked in the bright sunshine, but they were not happy at all. The square of the Qiao military camp was already crowded with villagers. Chu Yun summoned the villagers in advance and invited them to attend the public trial. With something exciting to see, the villagers certainly wouldn't miss it. Thousands of villagers gathered in the huge square, but it was not crowded. In the very center of the square, there were several tables and chairs. Chu Yinwan sat in the center, with 2 female soldiers sitting on either side of her. The female soldiers escorted Sima Zhongxian and others to the center of the square. "Kneel down," the female soldiers shouted, and the 50 iron guards who had come with Sima Zhongxian immediately knelt down. Sima Zhongxian looked around at the villagers watching and had no choice but to kneel down as well. Ji Yongnian persisted for 3 more breaths before finally bowing his head and kneeling on the ground. A female soldier on the stage announced in a loud voice, "The public trial begins." Chuyan looked at Sima Zhongxian. "Sima Zhongxian, do you know your crime?" Sima Zhongxian neither raised his head nor spoke. Chuyan looked at the female soldier sitting next to him. "You read out the charges." The female soldier held a few pages of paper in her hand and began to read them aloud in a clear and resonant voice. Sima Zhongxian was the Grand Steward of the Imperial Palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Director of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Grand Eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial, and the Supervisor of the Baohe 3 shops. Upon hearing the official position held by Sima Zhongxian, the villagers erupted in commotion. Many villagers had never seen Sima Zhongxian. They couldn't understand the significance of these official titles, but they did hear the words Imperial Palace and Imperial Guard. The Grand Eunuch of the Imperial Palace. Just hearing that name is impressive. The Grand Eunuch of the Imperial Palace is someone close to the Emperor. How could such an official position be minor? The name Jinyue is extremely well known. The Iron Guards and the Embroidered Uniform Guard were all martial arts masters, ruthless and merciless, killing without hesitation, and their evil reputation was known to all. The crimes committed by Sima Zhongxian are as follows. Article 1. Persecuting loyal and virtuous officials. Sima Zhongxian, for his own selfish desires, formed cliques, pursued personal gain, and eliminated dissidents. Article 2. Embezzlement and perverting the law. Young Master Liu, acting on the orders of the current Emperor of the Great Zhou, confiscated the property of Sima Zhongxian and seized a total of 20 million taels of silver, 800,000 taels of gold, more than 300 jade ruby scepters, more than 200 coral trees, various jewels and jade artifacts, and 25 cartloads of antiques and paintings. Article 3. Oppressing the people. The villagers ignored the crimes that were read aloud next. They were all in an uproar, pointing at Sima Zhongxian and shouting angry curses. "That corrupt official! Kill him! Kill him! This gold and silver is all the hard-earned money of us, ordinary people. Yes, this is all the people's hard-earned money. It's all the blood and flesh scraped off our people. Killing him 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. I want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Please, Lord Chu, skin him alive and pull out his tendons. 20 million taels of silver. There are also 800,000 taels of gold. Oh my God, if all this gold and silver were piled up in this square, it would be an enormous heap. Is there enough room in this square to pile them all up? Those were all mountains of pure white silver and mountains of glittering gold. Even in good years, no matter how hard they work, they can't save up even a couple of taels of silver. And this corrupt official embezzled so much gold and silver all by himself. How hateful. He deserves to die. It should be dismembered." Just as the villagers were vehemently denouncing Sima Zhongxian, Meng Ryu was at Lu Chen's house, pleading for Ji Yongnian. Ji Yongnian is, after all, a martial arts giant in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. As far as I know, he has not committed any evil deeds. Wouldn't it be a bit hasty to kill him like this? Lu Chen shook his head and said, "General Meng, do you know how harmful those who act as accomplices to evil are? I believe that those who act as accomplices to evil should be punished the same as the ringleaders." He was merely following orders. He had no choice but to act. Most of the time, he couldn't disobey the emperor's commands. Lu Chen shook his head again. This is not a reason for him to be exonerated. Meng Ryu was unwilling to accept it. She did not want to see her great hero, whom she had admired since childhood, die like this and in such a humiliating way. "Brother Liu, if you can spare his life, I am willing to marry you as your concubine." Lu Chen looked at Meng Ryu in surprise. This proud female general actually said something like, "I want to be someone's concubine." Chapter 158, Lightning-Fast City Breakthrough. Yi Yongnian ultimately survived. Chu Yin personally severed Ji Yongnian's meridians, rendering his martial arts completely useless. Afterwards, Ji Yongnian was expelled from Lujiabao. Meng Ryu did not see Ji Yongnian off. She didn't even glance at him. Ji Yongnian probably wouldn't want his former die-hard fans to see him in this miserable state. Chu Yin gave another order, and dozens of female soldiers acted simultaneously, killing 50 iron guards. Several other martial arts masters were also killed on the spot. According to Lu Chen's instructions, these iron guards and several martial arts masters were originally going to spare their lives. But Chu Yun was prepared. From the day Sima Zhongxian and others were imprisoned in the military camp, she specifically instructed the guards to keep a close watch on everyone in the cell. These people lie in dark cells every day and can only pass the time by chatting. As the saying goes, a thief will confess if not beaten after 3 years. The guards secretly recorded the content of these people's daily conversations. These guards were all female soldiers who had taken superhuman strength pills, and their hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people. The whispers these prisoners made in private never escaped their ears. Without realizing it, they confessed to all the things they had done in the past. After reviewing these records, Chu Yun discovered that each of them had committed numerous crimes, and none of them were innocent. Therefore, Chu Yun had already sentenced these people to death. They died without any injustice. After eliminating these people, only Sima Zhongxian remained. Chu Yun severed Sima Zhongxian's limbs and handed him over to the angry villagers, leaving him to their fate. It is easy to imagine how tragic Sima Zhongxian's fate would be after falling into the hands of the villagers. While Chu Yun was dealing with Sima Zhongxian and others, on the other side, Lu Xiaohua had already led 1,000 female soldiers into Hedo County. Wang Qi's Jingyuan troops were mostly stationed outside Hedo County. There weren't many troops in the county town, only a little over 10,000 elite central troops directly under Wang Qi. Although Lu Xiaohua is only 14 years old, she is very studious. In numerous battles, besides receiving guidance from Meng Ruyu and Zhao Daya, she also frequently pondered how to fight and how to fight well when leading her own troops. The high-ranking military officers in Lujiabao were already well aware of the deployment of Wang Qi's troops in Hedo County. Therefore, Lu Xiaohua ignored the enemies outside the city and launched a direct attack on Hedo County. The first step of our operation, to storm the city walls as quickly as possible. Step 2. Once in the city, immediately storm the county government office. Step 3. Eliminate the remaining enemy forces within the city. Step 4. Defend the city. Fifth step, send most of our forces out of the city to search for the enemy. The sixth step is to completely drive Wang Qi's troops out of the jurisdiction of Hedo County. Formulating battle plans was something Lu Xiaohua learned from Lu Chun and others. Wang Qi, who was stationed at the county government office in Hedo, had just received news of the enemy's attack on the city. Less than a quarter of an hour later, he heard the news that the county had been captured. My lord, something terrible has happened. The enemy has breached the city and is marching towards the county government. My lord, you must leave immediately. Leave now. Wang Qi was horrified. He had never fought against Lu Chen's troops. Although he knew that Lu Chen's female soldiers were formidable, he did not know that they were formidable to this extent. How did they breach the city? Wang Qi had already deployed heavy troops to guard the 4 city gates. A large number of archers were deployed on the city walls to prevent Lu Chun from sending troops to attack. Unexpectedly, the county town was captured in just 15 minutes. Those female soldiers, they can fly. They flew all the way up to the city walls. The soldier who came to report was so frightened that his face turned as white as paper. The female soldiers walked on the city wall, which was several meters high, as if it were flat ground, and leaped up the wall in one bound. Before the archers on the city wall could react, these female soldiers had already slaughtered them all. The speed at which they killed was like killing chicks. The city's defenders were terrified by the ferocity of these female soldiers and lost all will to fight, collapsing at the first contact. Just as Wang Qi was feeling panicked, he heard the sounds of fighting outside. So fast. They've already stormed the county government office so quickly. Wang Qi couldn't believe it was true. Not to mention the tens of thousands of troops outside the city. There are more than 10,000 elite troops, even in the county town. How did they let the enemy attack? Aren't they only 1,000 men? Are all my soldiers just good for nothing? Wang Qi couldn't understand it. He didn't have time to think about it at the moment. Quickly, prepare the horses and leave through the east gate. The sounds of fighting outside were getting closer and closer. If he didn't leave soon, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 159, Commander Lu. When Lu Xiaohua led her men into the county government office, it was already empty. Company 1, hold the county government office. Companies 2 and 3, proceed to the east gate and clear out enemy troops along the way. Companies 4 and 5, proceed to the south gate. Companies 6 and 7, proceed to the west gate. To facilitate issuing orders, the 9 companies within this regiment are all designated as companies 1 through 9. To the outside world, her 9 companies were numbered 19 to 27. Liu Xiaohua dispatched each company one by one. She herself led a company to search the entire county government office. The back hall of the county government office was in a mess, with a large number of scattered boxes piled on the floor. These boxes are exquisitely crafted and clearly contain valuable items. Judging from this, the enemy left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to take these things with them. Liu Xiaohua casually smashed open a box and found that it was full of gleaming white silver ingots. They're all corrupt officials. Liu Xiaohua cursed angrily. Before she entered Liu Chen's family, Liu Xiaohua hadn't saved a single copper coin in over a decade. Her parents used to never let her touch a single penny in their house, not to mention loose silver. She glanced at it and saw that there were at least 50 or 60 boxes here, which she guessed contained either gold and silver or jewelry. Take inventory of these boxes and register them. Liu Xiaohua left behind a platoon of female soldiers and then led her men to continue searching other areas. After she finished searching the entire county government office and returned to the main hall, news of the battle arrived from outside. Report. A messenger rushed over. Reporting, Commander. All 4 city gates are wide open, and Wang Qi's troops inside the city have fled out. The remaining enemy forces inside the city have been largely eliminated. After Wang Qi fled the county town, his troops stationed there were leaderless and could only flee out of the town. Liu Xiaohua said, "Close the city gates. Send 50 men to guard each of the 4 gates. The rest of you should go up the city walls and defend the city." Yes. The correspondent rushed off. Before long, messengers from all 4 directions came to report and quickly relayed Liu Xiaohua's orders back. After that, more than half an hour passed, and there was no further news. Liu Xiaohua felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. It seems that Wang Qi did not immediately order an attack on the city after escaping. So what are Wang Qi's plans? Liu Xiaohua decided to hold back for now and observe Wang Qi's movements. Outside the city, plainclothes scouts from Liu Jiabao had already relayed the news back to Liu Jiabao. When Liu Chen learned that Liu Xiaohua had already captured the county town, he smiled with relief. His cheap cousin, whom he bought, certainly did not disappoint him. If he were to personally lead troops to attack the county town, he would probably use the same method. Meng Ryu, Zhao Daya, and a few others were having tea at Liu Chen's house at that moment. Your cousin is quite promising. Meng Ryu was also very satisfied with Liu Xiaohua's performance. Zhao Daya agreed with her assessment. He's a talented general. Liu Chen was also very happy. His cousin's first battle was so brilliant, which made him feel extremely pleased. I wonder how things are in Majiang County. Zhao Daya laughed. Of course. Majiang County is a bit far from Liu Jiabao, and news of the battle there has not yet come back. However, no one was worried at all. Majiang County has only a pitifully small number of city guards and a few dozen constables. With just the female soldiers under Liu Chen's command, any one of them could easily sweep through the area. As we were talking, more news came from Hudou County. The 103rd Regiment has occupied Hudou County. All the enemy inside the city has fled outside. The city gates are now closed. Wang Qi's troops outside the city have made no unusual moves. Liu Chen nodded repeatedly. Not bad. You've taken over the county town so quickly. From the moment they entered the county town to the moment they occupied it, it only took a little over an hour, which could be described as incredibly fast. He looked at everyone and asked, "What do you think Wang Qi will do next? Will he launch an attack tonight?" Meng Ryu thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't think he will." Zhao Daya replied, "It's not that he can't, it's that he doesn't dare." Meng Ryu said, "Yes, that's right. I don't think Wang Qi will follow in Wang Han's footsteps. After all, his silly little brother suffered a great loss in our Liu family fortress. I hope Wang Qi won't be that silly too." Liu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, Wang Qi will withdraw his troops next." He called out, "Guards!" The messenger outside came in upon hearing the noise. "Pass on my order. Send troops out of the city immediately to seize Wang Qi's supplies and provisions." Yes. The messenger received the order and quickly left. Meng Ryu clapped her hands and laughed. "General Liu, your insight is truly brilliant." Liu Chen glanced at her sideways. "What great general!" Zhao Daya said, "Brother Liu, I think Sister Meng is right. From now on, you'll be our marshal, Marshal Liu." We will call you Marshall from now on. Chapter 160 Walkie-Talkie. News then came from Majiang County. As expected, Xiaoju's 102nd Regiment captured Majiang County without bloodshed. When the garrison in the county town saw that Xiaoju and her group were preparing to attack the city, they immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. The county magistrate had just heard that the county town had been captured, and before he could escape, the female soldiers stormed into the county government office and arrested him. Chen instructed, "This magistrate cannot be killed. Keep him alive for now. He will be useful later." The various affairs of a county still need to be handed over by the county magistrate. Chen currently does not have suitable candidates to handle government affairs. Arrangements will be made once he has the necessary personnel. Xie Qiao was a little worried about Liu Xiaohua, so she asked Chen if they should send someone else to assist her. Chen waved his hand. "No need. This is a good opportunity for her to get some practice. So we're just going to wait like this?" Chen laughed and said, "Yes, just wait like this." He wasn't just waiting idly. These past few days, he finally had some free time, so he took the opportunity to look at the various items in the system store. He became interested in the walkie-talkies in the store. There are many types of walkie-talkies, and their prices vary depending on the communication distance and product performance. One of the walkie-talkies has an effective range of 5 to 15 kilometers, and a pair costs 3,500. This walkie-talkie has a long battery life, a long communication range, and is waterproof. According to the instruction manual, is sturdy and durable, and can withstand frequent drops and impacts without any problems. Taking this opportunity, Chen bought a pair and showed them to Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu. They often saw Chen take out new gadgets, and he was still very curious when he saw the walkie-talkie. "Look, this thing can make calls from 10 or 20 miles away. Come, let me show you how to use it." Meng Ruyu asked in surprise. "They can talk to each other from over 20 miles away?" Chen nodded. "That's right. The distance isn't fixed. Sometimes there are too many obstacles in between, so the communication distance is shorter. But if it's on a flat plane with no view, the communication distance is much longer. You need to be careful. This thing is so useful," Meng Ruyu said excitedly. If these walkie-talkies were used on the battlefield, they would be incredibly convenient for troop deployment. Chen explained the operating method to them twice, following the instructions in the manual. "All right, take it out and try it out." Zhao Daya took one and went out. Meng Ruyu then turned on the walkie-talkie and spoke with Zhao Daya. "Sister Meng, can you hear me?" "Over." "Understood." "Over." "I'll try again after running a bit further." "Done." "Okay, I'll wait for you." "That's all." "Can you still hear me?" "Over." "I can hear you, that's all." The two played for quite a while. Meng Ruyu asked, "Are there many walkie-talkies?" Chen said, "It's enough." "Then let's start with 100. If every regimental commander, company commander, and even platoon leader had one, it would save a lot of trouble and effort when fighting in the future." "Okay, but 100 might not be enough. We'll make sure everyone, from squad leaders to platoon leaders and company commanders, gets one." Meng Ruyu's eyes sparkled. "Really? That's wonderful." Chen said, "This thing needs electricity. I'll distribute some power banks later, and then I'll tell you how to charge it." Speaking of electricity, Chen is considering installing some solar panels in the military camp and the village. His home uses a gasoline generator for electricity. Although he has no shortage of gasoline, solar panels are a one-time solution. Once installed, they provide a continuous supply of electricity. By then, every household in Lujiabao will have electric lights installed, and the nights will no longer be dark. In the evening, Chen bought several hundred walkie-talkies, put them in the warehouse, and had Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu take them out and distribute them to the officers of various ranks who remained in the fort. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu gathered officers of all ranks together, distributed walkie-talkies, and explained how to use them. In the evening, Chen continued browsing various items in the system store. He suddenly noticed the tablet computer among the electronic products, thought for a moment, and then clicked on it to take a look. He had seen tablets before, but he hadn't thought much about them at the time. Without internet access, this tablet only has an operating system and not much to play. Therefore, when he saw the tablet category, he didn't even bother to click on it. However, this time, when he clicked in, he unexpectedly discovered a treasure he never dared to dream of. This is truly a treasure trove. Chapter 161, The Omnipotent Tablet PC. The tablet computers in the system store are as varied as other products. The variety of categories wasn't particularly significant, but Chen discovered a classification system for pre-installed software and data within these categories. In other words, tablets in this category are like databases and large classrooms for various subjects. Some tablets come preloaded with songs, while others contain operas, movies, television programs, or various books, picture albums, and cultural materials. To Lu Chen's surprise, all the tablets in one of the subcategories were pre-installed with pornographic movies. Tens of thousands of tablets, tens of thousands of terabytes of short films, all unique. I could watch it for several lifetimes. I could never finish watching it. There's no way I could finish watching it. Some tablets come pre-installed with various practical and educational software, allowing people to learn various skills intuitively. Of course, it also contains a variety of games. For example, there's software programs that teach you how to drive a car, how to fly a plane, and even how to drive a tank. There are also programs that teach you how to operate a ship. Seeing these tablets pre-installed with various data and software, Lu Chen wanted to pinch himself a few times. Putting everything else aside, since coming into this world, he has never played games, watched movies, or even read many books. If he had known the store sold these things, why would he have stayed up all night doing nothing? Of course, indulging in frivolous pursuits can lead to the loss of ambition. The act of playing itself is secondary. The main reason is that these tablets contain such a wealth of knowledge that they cover almost all modern knowledge and skills from later generations. Let me just mention the most important points. If you want to quickly improve the command and combat skills of soldiers and commanders, you only need to let them play against each other on tablets or practice tactical simulations. This will allow them to grow rapidly. In addition, Lu Chen happened to begin expanding his power at this time. So, how to govern the conquered territory, how to set up various departments, etc., with the information on the tablet. What else is there to worry about? Can't he just copy the information directly from the tablet? Furthermore, with tablets, it will be more convenient for female soldiers to learn cultural knowledge, and they will be more interested in learning. Furthermore, when his troops go to sea in the future, the operation of the ships will also be a problem. With tablet computers, they can easily learn about this knowledge. Just thinking about it is so awesome. Lu Chen was so excited that he couldn't sleep that night and only managed to get a couple of hours of sleep before dawn. After he got up, Xie Qiao had already prepared breakfast. 2 crispy fried dough sticks, 2 hot cabbage and vermicelli vegetarian buns, and a bowl of hot soy milk with sugar. Lu Chen was eating when someone came in from outside. Report. Lu Chen put down the steamed bun in his hand and asked, "What is it?" Reporting to the commander-in-chief. Lu Chen's lips twitched. That little vixen Meng Ruyu. She actually gave him the title of Grand Marshal. The title General sounds rather rustic. It also makes people feel inflated. The 103rd Regiment has seized a logistics convoy of Wang Qi's troops overnight, capturing over 2,600 transport vehicles and more than 3,300 mules, horses, cattle, and donkeys. Very good. Pass on my message. Tell Liu Xiaohua to keep up the good work and drive Wang Qi's troops out of Hedo County. Yes, Commander. Just as the correspondent was about to leave, Lu Chen called him back. After transporting the enemy's grain back to the county town, send troops to guard it day and night to prevent the disaster victims from looting it. You can ask Commander Lu to arrange manpower to set up soup kitchens and distribute soup to the people in the town. Yes, Commander. The correspondent quickly left. Lu Chen immediately summoned a messenger and ordered him to bring Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, Meng Ruyu, and several high-ranking military officers over. Before long, Zhao Daya and the others arrived at Lu Chen's study. Lu Jiabao has a conference room, but if there are not many people, Lu Chen still prefers to hold meetings at his home. Lu Chen took out several tablets and distributed them to everyone. Brother Lu, what is this again? Zhao Daya fiddled with the tablet computer, seemingly unaware of what it was. Meng Ruyu asked expectantly, is this like a walkie-talkie, something that could be used on the battlefield? Lu Chen glanced at Meng Ruyu. All you remember is fighting. Upon hearing that it had nothing to do with war, Meng Ruyu's expression clearly showed a lack of interest. However, when Lu Chen turned on the tablet and opened a movie on it, everyone, including Meng Ruyu, couldn't take their eyes off it. Chapter 162 made me cry. Look, they can move and talk inside. Brother Lu, are they locked inside by you? How did you get them in there? Is there a person or a ghost inside? Could there be a deity inside? Brother Lu, tell me quickly what happened. Several little girls chattered excitedly, all craning their necks to look at the tablet, finding it incredibly fascinating. Lu Chen didn't say much, just let them see for themselves. After watching for a while, they finally figured out what was going on. They're all martial arts masters, fighting inside. This guy named Fang Xiyu is the strongest. No one else can beat him. However, I don't think his martial arts skills are that great. He definitely can't beat me. That's right. No matter how powerful they are, can they be more powerful than Brother Liu? After watching the movie, Zhao Daya and her friends didn't want to blink for fear of missing a single scene. Oh no, it's gone. All of them were still not satisfied. Zhao Daya looked at Lu Chen anxiously. Brother Liu, what happened to them? Where did you hide them? Please release them. Lu Chen originally wanted to take out the tablet and discuss something extremely important with them, but he underestimated their curiosity. Apart from Meng Ruyu, who was a bit older, the other girls were all teenagers. Seeing such novel things, they all transformed from fierce warriors back into innocent little girls. It seems that if they aren't allowed to have their fill, they certainly won't be in the mood to do anything serious. Helpless, Lu Chen had no choice but to show them another movie. Okay, let's look at another one. This tablet is full of old movies. There aren't many new ones. Lu Chen randomly opened one of the phones. Several people then pressed their heads together against the small screen. Please move aside. We'll see later. Lu Chen picked up the projector from the side. Draw all the curtains down. After the curtains were drawn, the room immediately became dark. Lu Chen projected the film onto the snow-white wall. His move drew another round of screams. Oh no, how did this picture end up on the wall? General Liu, how did you get them onto the wall? Even Xie Qiao grabbed Lu Chen's arm tightly, looking panicked. Husband, they won't jump down from the wall, will they? Yeah, what if they jump down? They shouted for a while, but seeing that there was no danger, they gradually calmed down and began to concentrate on watching the movie. Wow, these people are so ugly. They look like bandits? All bandits deserve to die, but these bandits don't seem very vicious. Oh no, a monster! A monster! How come there's a monster in here? So Chen Sanyang is a female demon. How terrifying. Look, he can fly. He must be a god, right? Poor fairy Xie Qiao. She's been captured and made a bandit's wife. After watching the entire movie, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were all in tears. Meng Ruyu wiped away her tears. Men are all bad. Zhao Daya choked up as she said, Xie Qiao fairy was so pitiful. In the end, she couldn't be with supreme treasure. Seeing that they were all crying so sadly, Lu Chen took out another tablet and played a few episodes of Tom and Jerry for them. Zhao Daya and the others then stopped crying and started laughing. However, they were still a little depressed because Fairy Xie Qiao was dead after all and could never come back to life. After they calmed down, Lu Chen took out another tablet and projected its contents onto the wall. Now, let's get down to business. Lu Chen held an iron rod and pointed at the wall. We have now captured 2 county towns. Capturing a county town is easy, but governing it is not. Zhao Daya and the others immediately sat up straight. Why has the great Zhou dynasty fallen into such a predicament? Why are officials so corrupt? Why are the people toiling away, yet remaining impoverished? Take a look at what's on this first. You need to read it several times, thinking as you go. Once you've thoroughly grasped the knowledge presented here, then we can begin discussing how to build our military ordinary system. You must study diligently and attentively. For every hour you study, you can continue watching the movie you just watched. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the girls all cheered. Lu Chen concluded by saying, remember, you need to watch it for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Chapter 163, This is a Desperate Fight. Regarding the establishment of the military or regular system, due to certain reasons, Lu Chen decided not to discuss the details. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu have always been deeply influenced by the imperial ideology of this era, and changing their views is not something that can be done overnight. Let them learn more about the progressive ideas of later generations. The more they see, the more they will gradually accept them. At this moment, the battle between Liu Xiaohua and Wang Qi's troops in Hudou County was not as easy as Lu Chen and his men had imagined. Lu Chen believed that the Jinyuan Marquis army, led by Wang Qi, would surely collapse completely after losing its supplies. Liu Xiaohua, the commander of the 103rd Regiment, thought the same way. However, both Lu Chen and Liu Xiaohua were wrong. When Wang Qi learned that the grain supplies had been seized, he went mad and ordered his army to launch a fierce attack on Hudou County. Tens of thousands of troops surrounded the town of Hudou, launching a relentless attack day and night. The 1,000 female soldiers of the 103rd Regiment fought a bloody battle on the city wall, a battle that lasted for 2 whole days. The ammunition they brought with them was quickly used up. When they ran out of ammunition, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. On and below the city walls, countless of Wang Qi's soldiers were killed or wounded. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. Liu Xiaohua hadn't expected Wang Qi to be so assertive. With the originally scheduled 3-day period fast approaching, Liu Xiaohua became anxious. She personally led 100 female soldiers from her regiment to the city wall. Have I stirred up a hornet's nest? Why is Wang Qi going to such lengths? Looking at the densely packed enemy troops below the city, Liu Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. They have no food, so they'll definitely fight us to the death. It was Miao Lingling who spoke. Although Miao Lingling was only 9 years old, Zhao Daya and the others still appointed her as the company commander of the 22nd Company. In fact, Lu Chen's idea was to first arrange for her to be a class monitor, and then entrust her with more important responsibilities when she got older. However, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others strongly recommended her to be the company commander. For their own benefit, they naturally wanted to arrange a good position for Lu Chen's cousin. For the public good, they felt that Miao Lingling was a very clever and intelligent child, and that if she were nurtured, she would surely achieve great things in the future. Lu Chen couldn't go against their wishes, so he could only let them make the arrangements. Because she was too young, she was paired with an older deputy company commander. The deputy company commander was Lu Cixi. Although Lu Cixi has little experience, she was born and raised in the capital, is well-informed, and is relatively old, so it is quite suitable for her to be Miao Lingling's deputy company commander. Hearing Miao Lingling say this, Liu Xiaohua realized just how important food was to Wang Qi's troops. At this time and place, it was a year of famine, and Hudou County was located in the center of the disaster area. Wang Qi wanted to procure grain from the surrounding areas, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lingling is right. No wonder they're so determined to fight us. Liu Xiaohua is Lu Chen's cousin, and Miao Lingling is Lu Chen's cousin. They are distant relatives, so they are quite close. They have been hungry for 2 days and can't hold on for much longer. Miao Lingling pointed at Wang Qi's soldiers who had stormed the city wall and said, "Look at them. They don't even have the strength to kill anyone anymore." Sure enough, Liu Xiaohua saw that although Wang Qi's soldiers were numerous, they were all so hungry that they were weak and listless, and their fighting strength was less than half of what it had been the day before. Liu Xiaohua looked towards Wang Qi's camp in the distance and said, "You all continue to defend the city." Then she shouted to the company directly behind her, "Follow me." After saying that, she leaped off the city wall. In midair, she had already drawn the long sword from her back. Before she even hit the ground, the long sword had already slashed out. She cleaved an enemy soldier in two with a single blow. 100 female soldiers followed Liu Xiaohua as she flew down the city wall and charged into the enemy ranks. Liu Xiaohua swung her long sword horizontally, killing 2 enemies, and then shouted again, "Follow me." She took the lead and charged forward. 100 female soldiers formed an attack formation behind her, like a sharp blade, tearing a huge gap in the dense enemy ranks. "Kill! Kill them!" The female soldiers' battle cries were delicate and charming, but to the enemy, they sounded like hellish, demonic sounds, like wailing summons to souls. Wherever they went, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and severed limbs littered the ground. On the city wall, Miao Lingling jumped onto the bench that had been specially brought for her and peered out from the crenellations. "Sister Cixi, judging from the direction the group leader and the others went, it's Wang Qi's base camp, right?" Lu Cixi also realized Liu Xiaohua's intentions. It looks like she's planning a surprise attack on Wang Qi's main camp. Chapter 164, Losses and Devastation. Wang Qi soon received news that 100 female soldiers had broken out of the city. He was surprised by how bold these female soldiers were. They dared to leave the city and confront our tens of thousands of elite troops, even though they are only 100 people. The young officer who came to report lowered his head and stammered, "My lord, it's not like that." Wang Qi asked, puzzled, "What kind of way is that?" The young general lowered his head even further. "Our troops would only be killed if they encountered them. We couldn't stop them at all. Right now, they are charging towards our camp. My lord, you should avoid their advance for the time being." Wang Qi exclaimed in surprise, "They're coming this way?" "Yes, my lord. You'd better leave quickly, or it may be too late." Wang Qi was furious, but he quickly calmed down. Why does this sound so familiar? It seems he had already heard about it once a couple of days ago when he was at the county government office. At this moment, two adjutant generals rushed in. Wang Qi glared at the two adjutants with hostility. The two adjutant generals, seemingly oblivious to Wang Qi's gaze, hurriedly said, "My lord, hurry. Those young women are attacking. Quick, my lord, you must leave now. It'll be troublesome if we delay any longer." Wang Qi then realized the seriousness of the problem, and he quickly got up and went outside the tent. Sure enough, a group of brightly dressed female soldiers, like a sharp sword, charged towards them from the middle of the army. The team blocking their way was instantly wiped out, as if hot oil had been poured onto the snow. How can they be so amazing? His elite troops were harvested like weeds by those female soldiers. These female soldiers don't look like they're fighting on a battlefield at all. They move through the army as if on flat ground, and his elite troops could not slow down their advance. They marched and killed their way through, leaving a trail of blood behind them. Wang Qi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. "Pass on the order. Retreat, retreat, retreat immediately." Startled and frightened, Wang Qi stammered for the first time in her life. Just yesterday, he received news that his nemesis, Jiang Wenyu, was ambushed by a female soldier unit on his way out of Majiang County. He and more than 10 generals were captured alive, and their whereabouts are still unknown. At the time, when Wang Qi discussed this matter with his generals, he made all sorts of sarcastic remarks about Jiang Wenyu. They said that Jiang Wenyu was a bad leader and his soldiers were incompetent. His army was full of good-for-nothings. Even with tens of thousands of soldiers under his protection, he was captured by a few hundred female soldiers. It was both laughable and pathetic. Unexpectedly, just one day later, the same thing happened to him. Thinking of this, Wang Qi felt a flush rise to her face. "Run!" Wang Qi disregarded everything else and immediately climbed onto a warhorse. "Issue my order. The army must retreat immediately." After saying that, he led a few guards and sped off to the rear. In any case, he cannot follow in Jiang Wenyu's footsteps. The troops attacking the city were already hungry and exhausted, and the enemy was extremely fierce. Upon hearing the gong, they felt as if they had heard heavenly music and all rushed to the rear. Liu Xiaohua, who was charging forward, looked at the enemy soldiers fleeing behind her and had no idea what was going on. The enemy just retreated like that. The retreating enemy soldiers on both sides simply walked past them without even glancing at them. Liu Xiaohua regretted it a little. She should have led her troops to raid Wang Qi's base camp from the very beginning. Wang Qi, despite suffering over 20,000 casualties, refused to withdraw his troops. As long as he wasn't the one to die, he could sit firmly in the central command tent, shouting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Now that it was his turn, he immediately withdrew. "Coward! A marquis, my foot. He's probably just a rat." Liu Xiaohua looked at the retreating enemy soldiers with disdain. "Issue the order. Have each company in the city detach half of its forces and send them out of the city to pursue and kill the enemy. They must be driven out of Hutto County. The 3-day deadline is almost here." This was Liu Xiaohua's first time leading troops in a battle, and she didn't want to lose face in front of Liu Chen. Upon receiving the order, the female soldiers in the city jumped off the city wall and charged towards Wang Qi's retreating army. These elite troops of the Marquis of Jinyuan had barely eaten for 2 days and were so weak from hunger that they could barely move. After fighting for 2 consecutive days, they were no match for these female soldiers who had taken stimulants. Many of them lost their lives on the way to escape. Many new recruits, who had only recently joined the army, immediately took off their simple leather armor, threw away their weapons, and deserted the ranks to escape. Wang Qi's army of 100,000 suffered more than 40,000 casualties in Hutto County. When Wang Qi had fled 60 miles away, gathered his troops, and counted the number of people in each unit, he was filled with anger, hatred, shock, and fear. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Chapter 165 Advanced Version of the Power Pill. While Liu Xiaohua was leading her troops in pursuit of Wang Qi's main force, Liu Chen was still at home studying knowledge from the future with high-ranking military officers. In his previous life, Liu Chen didn't know much about officialdom, so he needed to learn about it. Although Zhao Daya and the others were forced to study, they still found it very interesting. Gender equality? Women could go out to work. They can even become government officials? That's unbelievable. These new ideas overturned their perceptions. It made them both curious and excited. But what excited them even more was the TV series that Chen played for them during breaks from studying. These past 2 days, Chen has been showing them the urban drama, Apartment. Chen showed these things to them, simply so they could accept the new ideas of later generations more quickly. He also taught them some of the modern vocabulary from his previous life, so that it would be easier for him to communicate with them. The lighthearted and lively TV series, Apartment, captivated Meng Ruyu and her friends. Whenever Chen turned off the TV and started studying, the girls would look at him with resentment. Xie Qiao had no objections, because Chen had given her several tablets, which were filled with movies and TV series. Because all these tablets have recovery software installed, all the data on the hard drive will be reset after restarting. So Chen is not worried that they might accidentally delete some files. This Xie Qiao is really funny. Zheng Xiaoxian is the funny one. I think they're all hilarious. Before they knew it, Zhao Daya and her friends had learned many new words. Chen didn't look at it with them. He was writing a plan on a tablet. Now that he has embarked on his path to domination, he must have a plan. Recruit soldiers and expand territory, maneuvering with various parties. These all need to be governed by regulations. While he was writing and drawing on his tablet, he suddenly heard the mechanical system notification sound. Bye. Congratulations. You have expanded your first territory and have received a gift pack. Chen was taken aback. Aside from the initial 100,000 power pills he received, the system never sent him any more gift packs. Now that he has his first territory, the gift package is coming. Could this be a hidden main storyline progression quest? Chen opened the gift package. Bye. Congratulations on receiving 10 upgraded strength pills. Chen was taken aback again. What? There's an advanced version of the power pill. Will there be an enhanced version in the future? Or even an ultimate version? Or even an ultimate enhanced version? Advanced strength pill can only be taken after taking the basic strength pill. After taking this, the host will receive a 5x increase in strength, a 2x increase in agility, and a 5x increase in physical strength, all on top of their previous abilities. When used by an unmarried girl other than the host, it will grant a 5x increase in strength, a 2x increase in agility, and a 5x increase in physical strength, on top of the previous benefits. Chen was completely dumbfounded after seeing the instructions for the advanced version of the power pill. The basic version of the power pill can increase strength and physical strength by 10 times and agility by 1 time. The advanced version increases strength and physical strength by 5 times and agility by 2 times. On the surface, the advanced version of the power pill doesn't seem to offer much of an improvement. However, it is based on the previous version, which had already been improved. Since the base attributes were already very high, the attribute improvement of the advanced version can almost be described as terrifying. The previous 10 plus 5 times 50, that's 60 times. 2x agility is 6x. Having a body 10 times the size of an average person is already considered superhuman. So what about 60 times? In the past, although Chen was not afraid of swords and knives, he might have been somewhat worried about getting hurt if he encountered an enemy who used powerful firearms. But if he takes the advanced version of the power pill, his body will be much harder than steel. He probably wouldn't be hurt at all by a large caliber bullet. Chen couldn't wait any longer and immediately took out one and swallowed it. He regretted it as soon as he took it. The basic version of the power pill caused him excruciating pain after taking it. With such a significant upgrade, wouldn't it hurt even more all over the body? However, the pain he anticipated was far less than he had imagined. He was only slightly unwell, with only very mild soreness throughout his body. Oh, that should be it. After taking the basic version of the power pill, his body was strengthened both inside and out, and his ability to resist external damage increased tenfold. That's why he didn't feel much pain. Chapter 166 The Earth is Beneath My Feet. After the effects of the power pill wore off, Chen closed his eyes and experienced the feeling of becoming stronger again. This feeling is amazing. Not only did his strength increase, but he even felt that his soul had been elevated. It's a true transformation. What's that smell? Why does it stink so badly? Zhao Daya wrinkled her nose and looked around, searching for the source of the smell. Everyone else smelled the unpleasant odor and looked at Chen. Their sense of smell is very keen, and they instinctively find the source of the scent. Chen coughed lightly, got up, and went to the bathroom. What's Brother Lu hiding on him? It stinks. Did he steal durian again? This isn't how durian tastes. They must be hiding something delicious. The snail rice noodles last time smelled awful, but they tasted amazing. Chen, who was taking a shower in a bathroom, never expected that the advanced version of the power pill he took this time would have the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. After expelling all the filth and impurities from his body, Chen felt refreshed and relaxed from the inside out, as if floating on a cloud. Could I have entered the realm of cultivation? What level of qi refining should I be at now? Of course, Chen was just thinking about it. This is just an ordinary mortal world, not a world of cultivation. At most, he's just a mini Superman. When Chen returned to the room, the way Meng Ruyu and the others looked at him changed again. The little ones stared at Chen with such intense, almost piercing gazes. Don't you think Brother Lu looks even better? Seriously, I think he's suddenly become so handsome. He's much more handsome than the other male leads in the apartment. What do you mean more handsome? Can they compare to Brother Lu? One Brother Lu is worth dozens of them. There aren't just a few dozen. There should be hundreds. Although they were whispering, Chen heard every single word they said. At this moment, the five senses are also enhanced several times over. And this is an increase of 5 times on top of an already tenfold increase. That's equivalent to 60 times the average person's income. Chen was fully aware of every subtle sound and every presence within the entire Lu residence. Although I don't believe this is a world of cultivation, my strength is just like that of a cultivator who has just entered the path of immortality. Chen was somewhat expectant, wondering if he would receive an enhanced version of the power pill if his territory expanded further. Oh, then it can no longer be called a miracle pill. It should be called a magic pill. For example, it could be called something like Guyuan Dan, Zhenyuan Dan, or Peiyuan Dan. Thinking this way, Chen suddenly felt that this world, which was full of disasters and wars, was so magnificent and beautiful. As the strongest person in the world, Chen couldn't help but hum an ancient song. The earth is beneath my feet. The fate of a nation is in our hands. Who dares to say another word? Who was it that pacified the 6 kingdoms? Which one will unify and dominate? Whose record surpasses mine? High and mighty, look everyone, my empire is as beautiful as a painting. Just as Chen had expected, the battle report from Hudou County arrived 2/4 of an hour later. Report, Brother Lu. Meng Ruyu interrupted the messenger. He should be called Commander Lu. Yes, Commander Lu. The 103rd Regiment has driven Wang Qi's troops out of Hudou County. Chen said, not bad. Order the 103rd Regiment to set up defenses in various places to guard against the counterattack by Wang Qi's troops and harassment from bandits and outlaws in the surrounding areas. Yes. Chen reasoned that now that he had secured his territory, he could no longer allow the people in his jurisdiction to go hungry. But since it doesn't rain, crops can't be grown in the fields. He couldn't possibly use the food in his spatial storage to provide unlimited relief to the people. He suddenly looked out the window, and after a moment of contemplation, he immediately had an idea. During this time, he discovered that the weather here wasn't always sunny and cloudless. Many times, there are still clouds in the sky. Sometimes the clouds in the sky are quite thick, but just won't rain. If God won't send rain, I'll make sure it rains. Chen decided to carry out artificial rainmaking in the area under his jurisdiction. As long as it rains, crops can be planted in the fields, and people can have hope for the future. Without hesitation, Chen said to everyone, "Don't look at this for now." He took out a tablet computer that he had prepared beforehand from the warehouse, and after some operation, a learning software appeared on the video screen. This is the operating manual for a new weapon. You all need to study it carefully, as you will be needed to teach this knowledge to the soldiers below. Upon hearing Chen's words, everyone focused intently on the screen. The video shows a demonstration of how to operate an anti-aircraft gun. Chapter 167, The Celestial Maiden Descends to the Mortal World. That evening, Chen called Xie Qiao to his room. Xie Qiao has now moved from the backyard to the main courtyard. Chen lived in the east room, and Xie Qiao lived in the west room. The two were separated only by the main hall and the corridor leading to the backyard. Only the two of them lived in the main courtyard. The 10 or so rooms in the east and west wing rooms were temporarily used as storerooms, where important supplies were stored. Although the two lived very close by, within easy walking distance, Chen rarely asked Xie Qiao to come to his room at night. Therefore, Xie Qiao felt somewhat uneasy when she went there. After all, the two are only husband and wife in name only, and have not yet officially married. My lord, what do you need me for? Xie Qiao's expression was somewhat unnatural. Before she left with her parents to escape famine, many of her playmates had already married. Although she is only 16 years old, she is already considered an older woman. Therefore, Xie Qiao felt both shy and a little scared. Unfortunately, the spring breeze was willing, but the willows were indifferent. Lu Chen was unaware of this. As someone from a later era, Lu Chen always felt that Xie Qiao was just a young girl who had just entered high school. He couldn't bring himself to do it because the child was so young. Here, my wife, take this pill. Lu Chen handed the advanced version of the power pill to Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen in surprise. This pill is almost exactly the same as the previous power pill. Husband, what is this? Lu Chen placed the pill in Xie Qiao's hand. Don't ask so many questions, just eat it. Xie Qiao didn't ask any more questions. Lu Chen would never harm her. She picked up the pill and swallowed it. Soon, Xie Qiao smelled a foul odor. This smell is exactly the same as the smell on Lu Chen today. My lord, I must go now. Xie Qiao, of course, did not want to embarrass herself in front of Lu Chen, so she ran back to her room as if fleeing and hid in the bathroom to wash off the foreign object that had suddenly appeared on her body. When Xie Qiao changed her clothes and returned to her bedroom, she noticed the changes in her body. Am I getting stronger again? Xie Qiao felt that she hadn't just become a little stronger, but rather excessively stronger. If she could kill a bull with one punch before, now she could kill an iron bull. Even if someone had a body of steel, she was confident she could shatter it with a single punch. My lord must be a deity. If he were not a deity, he would never possess such a divine elixir. Xie Qiao had begun to have doubts about what Lu Chen had told her before about dreaming of immortals. My husband is definitely hiding his true abilities. He isn't immortal. The thought that her husband was actually an immortal made Xie Qiao's imagination run wild. The next day, when Xie Qiao appeared in front of Zhao Daya and the others, it immediately drew gasps of surprise. Meng Ryu looked Xie Qiao up and down, her eyes filled with disbelief. Qiao, how did you become so beautiful? Lu Xiaolan was also filled with envy. Sister Xie, you seem like a completely different person after just one night apart. Zhao Daya then grabbed Xie Qiao's hand and examined him closely from head to toe, inch by inch. Look at your delicate, smooth skin. You're not even human. You're more like a celestial being descended to earth. Meng Ryu's sour face was written all over her face. That Lu Chen guy is really lucky. If you two get married, I bet he won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you mean, 3 days and 3 nights? Zhao Daya was the first to disagree. 3 days and 3 nights is for ordinary people. Is Brother Lu an ordinary person? I think he won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. As she said this, no one noticed the barely perceptible hint of melancholy that flashed across Zhao Daya's face. Hearing everyone's teasing, Xie Qiao was so embarrassed that her face almost bled. When Lu Chen came out and saw Xie Qiao, he was also stunned. Is this still the same skinny, dark-skinned little bean sprout? All the beauties in the world combined cannot compare to Xie Qiao alone. He never expected that the advanced version of the power pill would have such effects. Putting aside everything else, its beauty benefits alone make all the world's wonder medicines pale in comparison. He had already heard what the girls had said. What, a month? Who do you think you are? With my current physique, it would take at least 3 months. Lu Chen felt that the wedding had to be moved up. Although Xie Qiao is not old, she is already mature. Furthermore, since she took 2 powerful pills, her body should be more mature now, right? Chapter 168 My Real Father Has Arrived. After lying low for several months, Lu Qingping began to get arrogant again. For months, Lu Qingping lived like a cockroach in a dark corner, almost never interacting with people. His position is awkward. He is both Lu Chen's second uncle and extremely disliked by Lu Chen. The villagers also tried to avoid him, neither deliberately getting close nor intentionally distancing themselves. At first, his family had a very difficult time. He could only survive in the cracks, relying on his wife, to find odd jobs outside to support the family. Later, seeing that Lu Chen seemed to have forgotten his uncle, the villagers treated him as an ordinary villager and did not discriminate against him. Seeing that Qingping's family was struggling, Tian Luzhu, who was in charge of the construction project for the entire village, gave him a job doing odd jobs so that he could barely make ends meet. These past 2 days, Qingping's home, which had been completely unnoticed until now, has suddenly become lively. The villagers had all heard of Lu Qingping's daughter, who was stationed in Hudou County and whose status was even higher than that of the county magistrate. As a result, some villagers took various pretexts to visit Lu Qingping and try to get close to him. Of course, most of these so-called villagers were later refugees, not the original inhabitants of Lujiazhai. Second brother Lu, you should be enjoying your retirement from now on. Yes, brother Lu, you really have a wonderful daughter. She's a regimental commander, leading 1,000 men. I heard your daughter has captured Hudou County and is now living in the county government office, looking very powerful. Second brother Lu, I will have to rely on you a lot in the future. Like most rural farmers, Lu Qingping gradually lost his bearings as he listened to these flattering words. That evening, Xie Qiao lay on the dilapidated bedboard and chatted with Xie about everyday matters. Old woman, tell me, am I not the father of the county magistrate? Now that our Xiaohua is doing so well, shouldn't we also enjoy the good life? He lay there with her eyes wide open in the darkness, but dared not utter a single word. She hadn't forgotten how she had treated Lu Xiaohua before. Before Lu Xiaohua was sold, she was beaten 3 times a day and starved 9 times in 3 days. They call him a money loser and a cheap bastard every day. How could Lu Xiaohua not hold a grudge against her? I heard that our Xiaohua found dozens of chests of gold and silver treasures in the county town. We won't ask for much, just 2 chests of gold and 3 or 5 chests of silver, and we'll never have to worry about anything again. Lu Qingping said with great anticipation, I think our nephew Lu Chen is an ambitious man. His female soldiers are all incredibly strong. I think they'll be able to storm the capital and sit on the throne someday. By then, our Xiaohua will at least be appointed as a Grand General. Grand General. I'll be the Grand General's father, and you'll be the Grand General's mother. Seeing that, madam, he remained silent. Lu Qingping continued his fantasies. Although I didn't treat Lu Chen very well before, I am still his second uncle, his father's younger brother. If he ascends the throne in the future, wouldn't I become an imperial uncle? Imperial uncle, Lu Qingping became more and more excited as he thought about it, and he covered his mouth with the tattered quilt covered in dirt and laughed nonstop. Madam, he remained silent. Ever since Lu Xiaohua was sold to Lu Chen, she had lost all interest in Lu Xiaohua. She's now regretting it terribly. If she had known Lu Xiaohua would end up like this, she would have pampered Lu Xiaohua with good food and drink every day and never let her do any work. Lu Xiaohua, who commands 1,000 female soldiers, is her own daughter. She is now the head of the county, sitting in the county government office, and is very powerful. But her daughter no longer acknowledges her as her biological mother. Lu Qingping, however, did not think so. He had already secretly made a plan. The next day, Lu Xiaohua was working at the county government office. Have all the soup kitchens been arranged? Has the thug who abducted a woman yesterday been caught? Are there any bandits harassing the residents in the surrounding area? Have you found all the school teachers I asked you to find? How's the selection of constables going? Recently, Lu Xiaohua has been following Lu Chen and has learned a lot. She knows what is important, what should be done, and what should not be done. While I was busy, someone came to report. Commander, someone outside wants to see you. Lu Xiaohua looked up from her desk. Who is it? Yes, it is you, your father. These female soldiers knew more or less about Lu Xiaohua's past. They knew that Lu Xiaohua was not close to her family. Lu Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. She simply said, No outsiders, please. Outside the county government office. When Xie Qiao heard that Lu Xiaohua was not looking for him, he immediately became anxious and started shouting at the yamen. Little flower, I'm your father. You wouldn't disown your own father, would you? His shout immediately attracted the attention of the people around the government office. Chapter 169 20 strokes to dissuade him from leaving. These days, there are hardly any entertainment activities. People love to gather around and watch the excitement. In a short time, more than 100 people had gathered outside the county government office, and more people were still heading this way from afar. Little flower, do you really not recognize me as your biological father anymore? Xie Qiao was very good at playing the victim. His pitiful and miserable appearance really won over a wave of people who were unaware of the truth. Little flower, I've traveled dozens of miles to find you, without eating or drinking a single drop of water. He glanced furtively at the onlookers and continued hawking his wares. Xiaohua, won't you even invite me in for a chat, or even just come out and see me? The people pointed and whispered about Xie Qiao, but no one dared to speak up for him. Although Lu Xiaohua was only a teenage girl, her fame had already shocked the entire Hedo County. She led a mere 1,000 girls and slaughtered the Marquis of Jingyuan's army of 100,000, leaving rivers of blood, mountains of corpses, and utter rout. Who would dare to provoke this killing goddess? These people only dare to whisper a few words. Is this guy really Commander Lu's biological father? Look at his tattered clothes and how skinny he is. Commander Lu is such a high-ranking officer. Doesn't she care about her father? Who knows? Maybe this person is impersonating an official's relative. Who has the audacity to impersonate Commander Lu's relative? They must be tired of living. I think there must be more to this than meets the eye. If this person really is Commander Lu's biological father, then Commander Lu isn't very filial, is he? She's come all this way, yet she refuses to even see him. Commander Lu, I don't think he's a very good person. This man is truly pitiful. He raised his daughter with great difficulty, and now that she's achieved so much, she doesn't even want her own father anymore. Alas, people's hearts have changed so much. The people in the crowd had all sorts of opinions. Lu Xiaohua, who was sitting in a lobby, had already heard the whispers outside, and her expression turned very unpleasant. Since entering Lu Chen's home, she has never thought about her original home, her parents, and her younger brother. She used to be treated like a slave at home, never having enough to eat or wear, starving every day, and constantly being beaten. In the end, they sold her to Lu Chen in exchange for 12 kilograms of grain. They never treated her like a human being. It's better to have no family members at all than to have family members like that. Lu Xiaohua took out the indenture from her person. In fact, Lu Chen had already returned the indenture to her, but she kept it by her side all this time. Lu Xiaohua handed the indenture to a female soldier next to her. Take this contract of servitude and read its contents aloud to the people outside. She thought and thought for a while, then said, after reading it, show the indenture to the literate people, then give that person 20 lashes and drive him out of the city. She didn't want to hit Lu Qingping. These 20 strokes were meant to completely extinguish Xie Qingping's hopes. That way he won't be thinking about all sorts of nonsense all day. Lu Cixi came over to ask Lu Xiaohua about setting up a police station and happened to run into this matter. Lu Cixi arrived late and did not know about Lu Xiaohua's past. He immediately asked Lu Xiaohua, "Little flower, is that man outside really your father?" "Yes, he's my biological father, he used to be." Lu Cixi was surprised that Lu Xiaohua and her parents were so incompatible, and she was even more puzzled as to what had happened to make her turn against her parents. She, a pampered young lady born into wealth, simply couldn't understand. Lu Xiaohua then briefly recounted the hardships she had endured at home. Lu Cixi was stunned. There are actually parents like this in the world. Is this real? You're not kidding me, are you? Lu Xiaohua rolled her eyes at her. Zhao Daya is even more miserable than me. Lu Cixi was surprised. Is there anyone worse off than you? Yes, Sister Daya was beaten to death by her mother. If it weren't for my brother Lu giving her the magic medicine, her grave would be overgrown with weeds by now. Is that so? That's terrible. Lu Xiaohua scoffed lightly. Was it tragic? In our big locust tree village to the east, there are 2 families who exchange children to eat. Lu Cixi was so shocked that she covered her mouth immediately. Lu Xiaohua then asked, "Have you ever eaten dirt?" "What? Eat dirt?" Lu Xiaohua said calmly. "Just a few days before I went to Brother Lu's house, I went to the village entrance to dig up dirt to eat. My family wouldn't give me any food. Everything in and around the village, even the tree bark and grass roots, had been eaten clean. I was so hungry that my stomach hurt. I had no choice but to dig up dirt to eat." Lu Cixi was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. She lived a life of luxury in the capital, even being picky about her food. Little did she know that the poor people were living such a difficult life. It was like being tortured alive in a cauldron of boiling oil in hell. Chapter 170, I'm so angry. Xie Qingping's buttocks were beaten until they were bruised and bleeding. When he limped back to Lu Jiabao, it was already dawn. His trip to the county town and back took a full day and night. He was exhausted and hungry, and he didn't know how he managed to walk back. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a day and a night, and his feet were covered in large blisters from walking. "Open the gate. Open the city gate." Xie Qingping knocked on the door weakly, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Fortunately, the guards at the city gate were female soldiers. If ordinary villagers had been guarding the gate, they wouldn't have been able to hear Xie Qiao's shouts at all. The spotlights on the city gate tower were turned on, and the area below the city was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. The glaring light made Xie Qiao afraid to look directly at it, and he quickly lowered his head. Who goes there? Where did you come from? What are you doing here? The female soldier on the city wall posed 3 soul-searching questions. Xie Qiao replied, I'm from this village. Open the door quickly. Let's wait until dawn. The city gates won't be open tonight. Most of the original villagers of Lujiazhai moved to Sunjiazwang on the back mountain, leaving only 3 or 5 households in the village. Xie Qiao is one of them. The 2 female soldiers guarding the city came from the capital with Lu Chen. During this time, Xie Qiao tried his best to stay out of sight, like a rat in a sewer, so the female soldiers guarding the city did not recognize him. Lu Qiao felt that if he didn't go home and get something to eat soon, he might lose his life at the city gate. He said with all his might, Girl, I am Lu Chen's second uncle and Lu Xiaohua's father. Please open the door for me. Upon hearing that this man was Lu Chen's second uncle and Lu Xiaohua's biological father, the female soldiers guarding the city dared not neglect him and immediately found an old soldier to come and verify his identity. This female soldier happened to be from Lujiazhai village, and her name was Lu Pundi. Upon seeing that it was Lu Qiao, she smiled and said, Oh, isn't this second uncle? Pandi, quickly open the door for your uncle. I'm exhausted. Second uncle, what have you been up to? It's almost dawn. I think you should wait until the city gates open at daybreak before coming in. Lu Qiao felt he couldn't wait until dawn, so he pleaded, Brother Pan, I'm hungry and thirsty, and I'm injured. I'm afraid I can't go on without eating something. Please open the door for me. Lu Pundi wasn't in a hurry and continued to chat with Lu Qiao. Hey, second uncle, where have you been? Did you go up the mountain to hunt wolves? Why are you covered in blood? Lu Qiao knew that Lu Pundi had done it on purpose. He was filled with shame and anger, and he was also exhausted, hungry, and injured. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. Only then did Lu Pundi lazily say, All right, open the city gates and have someone carry him back. Is he made of paper? How could he die of anger after just a few words? The reason why Lu Pundi treats Lu Qiao this way is because her experience is too similar to that of Lu Xiaohua. It's not just that they're exactly the same, they're practically identical. Therefore, when Lu Pundi saw someone like Lu Qiao, she wished she could kick him to death. In fact, it's not just Lujiazhai. Many families in the surrounding villages are in a similar situation. In a normal year, these girls might have a better life. But in years of famine, these girls became the first victims. Their parents wished their money-losing daughters would die sooner. If a girl dies, the boys in the family will have more food and might be able to survive in a year of disaster. It all comes down to one word, poverty. The next morning, Lu Chen heard that his second uncle had fainted at the city gate from anger. Several months passed, and Lu Chen had almost forgotten that this person even existed. Another half-hour passed, and Lu Xiaohua sent someone back. She sent someone back to consult with Lu Chen about various matters concerning the governance of the county town. For example, how much tax should be collected on shops? Does the case require a separate specialist to conduct the judgment? The question is how much monthly salary the newly formed patrol team should receive. Finally, she mentioned Xie Qiao briefly. Lu Chen did not comment on Xie Qiao's matter. As he rose higher and higher, Xie Qiao became almost like dust in his eyes, and he couldn't even be bothered to say a word for such a person. His main task now is to get the artificial rainmaking project sorted out to stabilize public sentiment. Zhao Daya and her colleagues study anti-aircraft gun operation techniques every day. In 2 days, he plans to take the anti-aircraft gun out to try artificial rainmaking in the surrounding areas. He has already bought 20 sets of anti-aircraft guns for artificial rainmaking from the store, as well as 10,000 special shells for artificial rainmaking. Chapter 171, the anti-aircraft guns have arrived. A few days later, Meng Ruyu and Zhao Daya said they had basically mastered the operation of the anti-aircraft gun. Lu Chen conducted a test on them, and the result was satisfactory. Of course, they only know how to operate it. If they want to use it proficiently, they still need to practice. So one morning, 2 rows of imposing anti-aircraft guns appeared in the military camp. To transport these anti-aircraft guns, Lu Chen also took out 100 warhorses from his system space. 20 cannons require 40 warhorses. The other 50 warhorses were assigned to 50 female soldiers, who temporarily served as weather observers. They will be assigned to various parts of Lu Chen's territory, and when they discover clouds in a certain place, they must immediately ride back to report. In fact, they ran faster than warhorses. But running around in broad daylight would be too conspicuous, so they were allowed to ride horses. The remaining 10 warhorses were kept as spares. The sudden appearance of 20 anti-aircraft guns in the military camp immediately attracted the attention of the female soldiers. What is this? It looks so strange. It looks like a cannon, but the barrel is way too long. The female soldiers gathered around the anti-aircraft gun, peering closely to take a closer look. Some couldn't resist touching it. This cannon has a double barrel. It's just a bit too thin. The iron cannons we captured before were much thicker. Where did they come from? Aren't our city gates closed at night? When were they brought in? Its cannon muzzle is pointing upwards. Is it intended for shooting birds? In fact, anti-aircraft guns can also be fired horizontally, and their power is quite considerable when fired horizontally. Lu Chen plans to bring these anti-aircraft guns to the battlefield when the opportunity arises. The anti-aircraft gun he purchased was 37 millimeters in caliber. Although the caliber was a bit small, it was easy to move and could be pulled by a horse. Furthermore, the 37 millimeters twin-barrel gun is easy to operate, and female soldiers can learn to operate it with a little training. Lu Chen, Zhao Daya, and others stood at the main gate of the Lu residence. All right, you guys go and teach them how to operate it. Zhao Daya and the others arrived at the square and gathered the female soldiers together. After the explanation, the female soldiers realized that these cannons were indeed used in war. Now, you will begin learning the operating methods and key point from us in batches. Once you've mastered the operating methods, you can all operate them yourself. In the future, we might even establish an artillery unit. When Zhao Daya was observing the operation of anti-aircraft artillery, she learned that there was a branch of the military called artillery. Artillery can be positioned behind enemy lines to bombard enemy positions or provide fire support to friendly forces at the front. She had witnessed the power of artillery in the video. A single shot from a large caliber cannon could create a large crater in the ground. If it hits someone, they will be blown to pieces on the spot, leaving them unrecognizable. Its power is extremely astonishing. Over the next few days, Zhao Daya and others taught the female soldiers how to operate the anti-aircraft guns every day. Lu Chen then found Tian Luzhu. Tian Luzhu was in charge of the construction project in Lujiabao. Due to the large number of projects, Tian Luzhu has been extremely busy. With most of the construction work in Lujiabao now completed, Tian Luzhu has been able to relax a bit. Lu Chen sought out Tian Luzhu, wanting him to lead an engineering team to build another warehouse outside the city. He would inevitably store some bullets and shells in the fortress from then on. Bullets and shells are extremely dangerous supplies, and it is too unsafe to keep them inside the bunker. Because the supplies stored in this warehouse are quite dangerous, if it were built inside the fortress, an accident would cause serious casualties. Therefore, I plan to build this warehouse outside the fortress, preferably more than 3 miles away from the city wall. All right, I'll go out of the city for the next couple of days and look for a suitable location. These past few days, Tian Luzhu has been worried that once all the projects in Lujiabao are completed, he will have no work to do again. Just then, Lu Chen asked him to start a new project, and Tian Luzhu was naturally overjoyed. Another 10 days or so have passed. Zhao Daya and others have already taught some of the female soldiers how to operate the anti-aircraft guns. Although only a small number of female soldiers had mastered the operation skills of anti-aircraft guns, Lu Chen didn't want to wait any longer. These past 2 days have been unusually cloudy, and the cloud cover is plentiful and thick enough. Such weather is extremely rare in a drought year like this. He immediately gathered Zhao Daya and the others together. There's some ammunition in the warehouse. Move it to the south gate. Also, take a few anti-aircraft guns out for live fire drills. Let me see how your training has gone these past few days. Chapter 172, Dragon God Cannon. Zhao Daya and the others were very excited when they heard that a live fire exercise was going to be conducted. After all, they had only seen artillery firing in videos and had never actually fired any cannons themselves. Okay, I'll go right now. Zhao Daya immediately ordered her men to move the 5 cannons and a batch of cannonballs out of the city. Because the video contained precautions for transporting artillery shells, the operation manual for transporting artillery shells was also explained when teaching the female soldiers how to operate anti-aircraft guns. Zhao Daya personally supervised the female soldiers as they carefully transported the ammunition belts. One ammunition belt contains 30 shells and weighs over 100 kilograms. One cannon has 2 ammunition belts, so 5 cannons have a total of 10 ammunition belts and 300 shells. Wait, hold on tight, don't drop it. If you drop it, you'll be gone in a flash. Fortunately, these female soldiers have undergone multiple stages of training, including taking power pills, rigorous training, and battlefield combat, resulting in exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, Zhao Daya's words would have frightened these female soldiers so much that they wouldn't know which leg to step on first. 5 anti-aircraft guns were lined up in a neat row outside the city, and the female soldiers stood in front of the guns, forming a line. Meng Ryu, Lu Xiaolan, Chu Yun, and others also stood not far away, watching the anti-aircraft gun live-fire exercise. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao also arrived together. Lu Chen pointed to the dark clouds in the sky. Your target is the clouds in the sky. Fire where the clouds are densest, understand? The female soldiers replied in unison. Understood, sir. Let's begin. The female soldier immediately took her seat at the gun emplacement and pointed the cannon high into the clouds. Thousands of villagers watched with great anticipation as several anti-aircraft guns were deployed. Recently, many of them have had the opportunity to see the female soldiers operate anti-aircraft guns, but they have yet to see them actually fire them. Sir, gunner number 1 is ready. Gunner number 2 is ready. Chu Yun gave the order. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons roared simultaneously. Shells flew into the sky and exploded in the clouds. After a round of shelling ended, the gunner turned the gun muzzle and pointed it at another cloud. Boom, boom, boom. As the cannons roared, some villagers covered their ears from the shock, while others looked up at the bursts of explosive sparks in the sky. It shot so high, it even hit the clouds. I wonder what would happen if this cannon hit someone. It'd probably blow a person to pieces, right? The sound of cannon fire carried far, and villagers from even further away rushed towards the scene. The villagers, who were intently watching the cannon fire, suddenly felt a cool sensation on their faces. Someone touched it with their hand, but it was just water. Water? Is it raining? It's raining. It's raining. Finally, it's raining. The villagers cheered and waved their arms excitedly in the rain, hoping for more rain. It's finally raining. We can plant our crops again. I haven't seen rain in years. Help, rain. Please, more rain. Many people wept with joy, their tears mingling with the rain, their faces covered in both. The children jumped and skipped in the rain, completely oblivious to their clothes getting soaked. Some children have never seen rain since they were born. They didn't understand what the rain meant. They just played happily in the rain. The entire Lujia village was filled with jubilation because of the rain. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, "That's good. The rainfall effect is quite good. Tonight, you should arrange for people to go to various places to carry out artificial rainmaking, so that our entire jurisdiction can be nourished by the rain." Chu Yun asked in surprise, "Brother Lu, you're saying this rain was brought down by our artillery fire?" Lu Chen laughed. Of course. Lu Chen and Chu Yun's conversation spread like wildfire among the villagers. The villagers were all speechless with astonishment. Today's rain was actually brought down by Lu Chen using cannons. No wonder. As soon as they fired, it started raining. I see. They thought it was a stroke of good luck from the heavens. It turned out to be a favor bestowed by Lu Chen. Thank you so much, young Master Lu, for your great kindness. Thank you so much, sir. You have done a great service. Young Master Lu, you are truly a celestial being. Could young Master Lu be the reincarnation of the Dragon King? Otherwise, how could he command the wind and rain? With young Master Lu around, we'll never have to worry about drought again. If we want it to rain, it will rain. Even the heavens will have to listen to young Master Lu. Some people even looked at the anti-aircraft guns with a gleam in their eyes. These cannons are for delivering the Dragon King's decree. When the Dragon King heard the cannon fire, he sent down a torrential rain. I think this is the Dragon King cannon. Yes, the Dragon King cannon. What Dragon King cannon? I think it should be called Dragon God cannon. Yes, it's the Dragon God cannon. The Dragon God cannon. Dragon God cannon. Young Master Lu is the reincarnation of the Dragon King, bringing rain with the Dragon God cannon. Young Master Lu is a deity, and this cannon is the Dragon God cannon. Dragon God Cannon! Dragon God Cannon! The villagers cheered and shouted loudly for Lu Chen. The enormous sound wave was overwhelming, and soon almost everyone in Xie Qiao came running. Lu Chen was surprised that the villagers had given these anti-aircraft guns the name Dragon God Cannon. I must say, it's a pretty imposing name. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, since they call this the Dragon God Cannon, let's call it the Dragon God Cannon from now on. Great. This name is perfect. In fact, even Chu Yun didn't know that these cannons could bring down rain from the sky before this. Not only her, but Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others were also unaware of this beforehand. Lu Chen didn't even mention this to Xie Qiao. Therefore, their feelings at this moment are almost the same as those of these villagers. Xie Qiao, in particular, looked at Lu Chen with tenderness and admiration. My husband is so capable. How many other abilities does he have that I don't know about? Xie Qiao was enveloped in immense happiness. Being able to marry Lu Chen is a blessing she has accumulated over countless lifetimes. Lu Chen then said to Chu Yun, order more cannonballs to be transported, and then move these cannons 10 miles away so that it rains somewhere else too. Chu Yun made the arrangements immediately. Soon, the Dragon God cannons left Xie Qiao amidst the villagers' reluctant farewell gazes. But the rain kept falling. The rain was light and gentle, neither heavy nor light. Small puddles quickly formed in the parched fields. The dusty dirt road was also soaked by the rain. This is truly a case of rain after a long drought. The villagers were so overwhelmed with happiness that they caught the rainwater in their hands and drank it directly. They waded through the mud, getting their feet covered in mud, but they enjoyed it immensely. Lu Chen was also infected by the joy, and his mood became extremely pleasant. The people don't have high wishes. They're content if the weather is good and the harvest is plentiful enough to feed them. Lu Chen had a plan in mind. He would buy several thousand anti-aircraft guns and station them in various places. In this way, the world will no longer fear drought. Chapter 173, The Sword Points at the City. Artificial rainmaking is only the first step in Lu Chen's plan to reassure the people. You can only farm if there is water in the ground. But at that time, the people had no food or seeds. That evening, after Chu Yun returned with several Dragon God cannons, he was summoned by Lu Chen. The room was already packed with people. Besides Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, Lu Xiulan, and a few others, there were about 10 other veteran figures. Lu Chen explained his plans. You can post notices in various places. Anyone who needs grain seeds can bring their household registration card to Lujiapu or the county town to register and purchase them. Those who do not have money can buy them on credit and return double the amount of grain when the harvest comes next year. If you are having trouble making ends meet, you can borrow some grain from us to tide you over, but you must repay it next year. You must remind the people that they should try not to save the harvested grain for seed, otherwise the yield of the grain they grow will be lower year by year. In addition to wheat and rice seeds, we also have potato and sweet potato seeds here. These two crops have very high yields. If anyone is willing to grow them, they can give it a try. Because of the famine in recent years, the people in our jurisdiction are exempt from taxes for 3 years, and after 3 years, taxes will be collected at 10%. Lu Chen explained in detail, and Meng Ruyu and the others all wanted to take notes. No need to remember. Lu Chen distributed the prepared documents one by one. He had already printed and bound these documents in advance in the space. Everyone listened and looked at the documents they had received. Actually, the main topic that Lu Chen talked about today was not agriculture. The key point today is how to establish management organizations at all levels. You have learned a lot about this topic these days. I'd like to emphasize a few points here. You can then discuss how to allocate officials and personnel at all levels of government based on these points. First of all, you must remember that no official should be allowed to touch the money, and you must never give them the opportunity to embezzle. Those who manage the money and those who manage the accounts must be separated. Furthermore, the investigation and arrest should be separated from the trial and sentencing. The highest-ranking official in a region does not have the power to dismiss officials below him. If his official position comes from above, then such an official will only flatter his superiors and bully his subordinates. What use is he? In addition, Lu Chen spoke eloquently for nearly half an hour. Mutual checks and balances and mutual supervision are the only way to prevent officials, both high and low, from being negligent or engaging in corruption and illegal activities. In each location, I will assign our female soldiers to garrison. In principle, they are only responsible for the security of the city and cannot interfere in local affairs. However, they also have the duty to supervise local officials. If someone with a grievance comes to them, they cannot handle the case directly, but can only supervise the investigation process. The military, government, and law enforcement should each perform their respective duties and not interfere with each other. The highest-ranking official in a region is only responsible for the overall situation and managing and coordinating the subordinate departments. Note, he must absolutely not hold any real power. Human nature is inherently evil. Even a good person will find it difficult to resist their own greed if they have power. Everyone has weaknesses, whether it's money, lust, their own preferences, or the ties of family. They are corrupted day by day, and over time, even an Iron Man can turn into rotten pus. Next, let me talk about the school. In addition to teaching literacy and poetry, we will also teach arithmetic, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and natural sciences. I will give you these textbooks later, and you can find some students who have passed the imperial examinations and let them study them slowly. Finally, Chen said, based on what I have said, you should discuss and come up with a framework, and then I will make adjustments and modifications as needed. Meng Ryu raised a crucial question. General Liu, where did these officials come from? Chen said, the local gentry and common people can nominate and select themselves. At the same time, if someone wants to be an official, they can also nominate themselves. If they are elected but are not popular in office, they can be dismissed from their post at any time through consultation among several departments. After listening to Chen's explanation, Zhao Daya and the others all felt that his ideas were wildly imaginative and unbelievable. However, it sounds like it might work. You can take your time to think about and understand what I'm saying. There's no rush. Chen continued, for now, our main focus is still on expanding our influence. He pointed southeast and said, next, I plan to take Fengzhou. Hedo County is under the jurisdiction of Fengzhou. Fengzhou had 17 counties under its jurisdiction, which was almost half the size of a prefecture, making it nearly the largest prefecture in the Great Zhou dynasty. However, in recent years, Fengzhou has also been one of the areas most severely affected by disasters. If the disaster in Fengzhou can be brought under control, at least half of the people who starved to death in the Great Zhou dynasty will be saved. The general commander of Fengzhou was none other than Jiang Wenyu, who had recently died. Chu Yin suddenly said, I heard that after Jiang Wenyu died, his troops were scattered and several rebel groups in Fengzhou are stirring up trouble. It seems they are preparing to attack Fengzhou City. I heard that there are only a few thousand soldiers in Fengzhou City. If they really want to attack the city, it will be difficult to defend Fengzhou City. In addition to the spies they sent out, Xie Qiao also gathered a lot of information from the refugees. Chu Yin manages many affairs, both large and small, in Xie Qiao, and she's also mainly in charge of intelligence. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately said, in that case, I will make a trip to Fengzhou. He thought for a moment and said, then I'll send a company over to scout out the situation first. I'll be there shortly. Then let's send Zhao Yingshue's 13th company. Among these company commanders, Zhao Yingxue is the most composed. She is very thorough in her words and deeds. I think sending her would be a good choice, Chu Yin suggested. When Zhao Yingxue was mentioned, Chen couldn't help but think of her loyalty, which was always less than 100%. For so many days, Zhao Yingshue's loyalty level has been stuck at 99, and she just can't seem to reach the maximum. Okay, then let's make it 13. He said to Chu Yun, make the arrangements so that they bring enough supplies. He turned to Xie Qiao and said, you should also prepare these next couple of days. We'll go together. Xie Qiao's expression was somewhat unnatural, and she only gave a vague That night, Xie Qiao found Chen. Husband, I won't go this time, Xie Qiao said hesitantly. Chen asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Don't you like going out? I just want to rest at home for a while. You should go alone this time. Chen suddenly realized, that's right. We've only been back for less than a month, and you've already suffered the hardships of the journey. It's my fault for not being considerate of my wife at all. Xie Qiao lowered her head slightly and said softly, the journey wasn't tiring at all. How could I have suffered when I went out with you, my husband? I just want to stay at home for a while. Chen took Xie Qiao's delicate, dewy hand and said, okay, I'll go by myself. You have so many girlfriends to keep you company at home, so you won't be lonely. Xie Qiao suddenly looked up and said, husband, You'll always need someone to take care of you on the road. Why don't you let Daya accompany you this time? Should I have Daya come with me? Lu Chen was a little confused and didn't understand what Xie Qiao meant. Xie Qiao said with a smile, "Look, Daya has never been far from home. Why don't you take her out to see the world?" Lu Chen frowned, feeling that something was off about Xie Qiao. But thinking about it, Zhao Daya had indeed never traveled far from home. Over the past 10 years or so, she has suffered countless torments at the hands of her parents. She is a child with a tragic fate. It would be good for her to go out and broaden her horizons. Chapter 174, Raising an Ungrateful Wretch. Zhao Daya was surprised when she learned that Lu Chen was going to take her to Fengzhou City. "You can bring Sister Xie along. I guess I won't go." Lu Chen said she needs to rest at home for a while, so she won't be going this time. "She's the one who suggested that you and I go together." Zhao Daya was even more surprised, but since Lu Chen had said so, she didn't refuse anymore. She also wanted to visit the state capital. She had always longed to visit the county town one day and see how lively it was. As Lu family fortress became more and more prosperous, and she saw too many new and exciting things with Lu Chen, her feelings for him gradually faded. However, it would be nice to be able to visit the prefectural capital, which is more prosperous than the county seat. At least, after hearing Lu Chen's arrangements, she was secretly excited for a good part of the day. Her excitement wasn't just about going to the state capital. It was Xie Qiao's attitude that mattered. What does Sister Xie mean by asking me to go out with Brother Lu? Isn't she worried? She let her mind wander for a while, then realized she was overthinking things. Xie Qiao is now as beautiful as an angel. How could Brother Lu possibly treat me like this? Zhao Daya's heart was in turmoil. After Zhao Yingxue led the 13th company to Fengzhou City in batches, Lu Chen made some arrangements for things at home. He put the grain seeds in the space into the warehouse and divided most of them, ordering people to transport them to the county town. Then he entrusted the task of artificial rainmaking to Chu Yun. At night, he piled up some building materials outside the city at the location where Tian Luzhu was going to build the warehouse. The time spent in Fengzhou City shouldn't be too long, and Lu Chen doesn't have much to deal with. Considering that by the time they take Fengzhou City, the infrastructure of Lu family fort will be almost complete, Lu Chen has already started preparing for the wedding in the system shop. To make the event more festive, Lu Chen had already purchased several thousand red lanterns and placed them in the warehouse. Firecrackers and fireworks are also indispensable. Things like red envelopes, red paper, wedding candies, and wedding cakes. Anything he can think of, he buys in advance so he won't forget them later. Lu Chen has always felt conflicted about marriage. For him, in his later years, getting married in his teens just didn't feel quite right. His original plan was to wait until Xie Qiao was 18 or 19, or even 20, before they got married. But now, every time he sees the beautiful and delicate Xie Qiao, he has the urge to devour her whole. It's settled then. We'll get it done as soon as we get back from Fengzhou City. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about that? Lu Chen suddenly remembered something important. He went to the East Room and found Xie Qiao. "My wife, where's your hometown? I think you mentioned it before, but I've forgotten." Ever since Xie Qiao entered Lu Chen's home, she has rarely mentioned her family. After all, she was sold to Lu Chen by her parents to be his wife, so logically, she should have no further connection with her family. But Lu Chen couldn't help but think about her. Since they're about to get married, I have to go to her hometown to see if her family is still there. If her parents have gone back to their hometown, he, as their son-in-law, should go visit them. "Husband, why are you asking this?" Xie Qiao didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted to bring up her family. Lu Chen smiled gently and said, "I'm on my way to Fengzhou City, aren't I? I remember your hometown is in the east. If it's on my way, I'll go and see if your parents-in-law are home." Lu Chen considered bringing Xie Qiao's parents to live with him later. It's not like he can't afford to support them. His own parents are gone, so Xie Qiao's parents will be his parents from now on. Xie Qiao hesitated for a moment, but still told Lu Chen her hometown address. "My home is in Shizhuang Village, Deguizi Town, Yinxing County." Lu Chen nodded after hearing this, but said nothing. Having been here for several months, Lu Chen has gained a better understanding of the surrounding area. Yinxing County is nearly 200 li away from Lujiabao and is no longer within the territory of Fengzhou City. However, when going to Fengzhou City, he could take a slightly detour and make the trip. The next day, Lu Chen had Zhao Daya hitch up a horse-drawn carriage and arrange for a female soldier who could drive it, and then they prepared to set off. Just as Lu Chen was browsing the system store, wanting to buy some food and supplies for the journey, a female soldier rushed in to report. Reporting, Commander, Lu Chen asked, "Is there something you need?" The female soldier hesitated for a moment before saying, "General, Sun Lijing is looking for you outside." Sun Lijing was originally the village head of Sunjiazwang and Lujiazhai. Although he is no longer the village head, people still habitually call him village head. "Let him in." When Sun Lijing came in, his old face was dark, as if someone owed him 800 strings of cash. "Young Master Lu, look at these ingrates. Even if you feed your grain to the dogs, you shouldn't feed it to these ingrates." Sun Lijing kept calling him an ingrate, and Lu Chen vaguely understood what had happened. His face immediately darkened. "Please tell me what exactly happened, sir." Lu Chen had tea and snacks brought over. Sun Lijing took a sip of tea and said angrily, "What kind of rubbish is this? Young Master Lu, you absolutely cannot be soft-hearted this time. These heartless ingrates." Sun Lijing recounted to Lu Chen in detail what had happened in the former Sunjiazwang, which is now a residential area. "Young Master Lu, do you think you've raised a bunch of ungrateful wretches? What kind of lives did they lead before? They were all nearly starving to death. If it weren't for your kindness, young Master Lu, would they still be alive? They'd probably have their bones eaten by wolves." Lu Chen stood up. Let's go take a look." The two got up and went out into the residential area. Zhao Daya, who was already preparing to set off with Lu Chen, hurriedly followed. The three of them passed through the military camp area, bypassed a section of cement-paved mountain road, and entered the residential area. Today's Sunjiazwang is completely different from what it was just a few months ago. It's like heaven and earth. Previously, only 2 or 3 households in Sunjiazwang had brick and tile houses. The rest were all low, thatched huts. Now rows of neat 2-story buildings, all with bright glass windows and snow-white exterior walls, look clean, tidy, and spotless. Straight cement roads lead to the front of each household. Flowers and plants are planted on both sides of the road. In the center of the village, there is a large square. The square was also surrounded by a circle of flowers and plants. Benches are placed along the edge of the square for people to rest. Rows of buildings, centered around the square, are laid out in a neat and grand manner, making the entire Sunjiazwang resemble a villa community of later generations. But now, this village, which could be ranked #1 in the world, is being disrupted by discordant noise. At this moment, a couple hundred people had gathered in the square, and the noise was coming from them. Several thousand villagers had gathered around them. Clearly, they were just onlookers. Chapter 175 Greed knows no bounds. Upon seeing Lu Chen arrive, the villagers who had been watching the commotion outside spontaneously made way for him. The noise stopped instantly after Lu Chen arrived. Lu Chen approached the noisy crowd, his face showing no anger. On the contrary, his expression was gentle, his attitude kind, his eyes tender, and even his voice was kind. What happened? Of the nearly 200 people, not one dared to step forward and reply. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the side. It was none other than the village chief, Lu Daji. "Boss." Lu Chen looked at Lu Daji. As far as he knew, this was the first time Lu Daji had ever called him boss. In the past, dongjia was the term tenants used to refer to landlords, and it was also the term shopkeepers and employees used to refer to their bosses. Previously, Lu Daji had never called Lu Chen boss. Lu Chen nodded secretly. Lu Daji was a man who knew how to handle people. He did the right thing in this situation. Lu Daji stormed up to Lu Chen and pointed at the group of people in the center of the square. "Boss, do you know what they're up to?" Lu Chen feigned ignorance and asked, 13th uncle, "What are they trying to do?" Lu Daji roared angrily. "They want you to buy them new clothes, a new bed, and new tables and chairs." The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. What? Why do they want young Master Lu to buy them this and that? Are they young Master Lu's own sons? How could they even think of that? Why don't they just fly to the moon? They've only had enough to eat for a few days, and they've already forgotten who they are. None of these people are good. Look, that man is my neighbor. He peeks at my wife over the wall every day. And that guy with the mole on his face, I've seen him snatch food from children several times. Lu Chen looked at the group of people with a calm and composed expression, showing no anger whatsoever. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Lu Daji stomped his foot and said, "Master, you have no idea what they're saying. They actually want you to give them meat every day. They say they're tired of eating rice every day, and all they get is cabbage and radishes and bland soup that's making them thin. The onlookers all booed. They don't even go out to see what's going on. People are starving to death everywhere. Forget about rice. There's not even tree bark to eat. I heard from the disaster victims outside yesterday that more and more people are starving to death these days. Give them meat every day? What are they thinking? Why are they only thinking about the good things? I think we're lucky if we get to eat meat once every 10 days or 2 weeks. We're living 100 times more comfortably than in the good years of the past. You people are truly insatiable. These people are all lazy bums, lying in bed all day waiting for a windfall. Hearing the crowd's clamor, Lu Chun approached the troublemakers. Are these all what you requested? Overwhelmed by Lu Chen's imposing presence, almost all of them lowered their heads, not daring to look at him or respond to his words. Lu Chen pointed to the few people at the front. You guys, let's hear what you have to say. Those who caused trouble, standing at the very front, are usually the leaders. The leader glanced at Lu Chen with his head down, and seeing the faint smile on Lu Chen's face, he suddenly became bolder. Aren't benefits earned through struggle? If you don't try, no one will ever give it to you for free. If we try, maybe Lu Chen will soften his heart and arrange it for them. That boss. The leader, a short and stocky middle-aged man, stammered as he spoke. Master, I see my neighbors have meat to eat every day, and I'm so craving it. The middle-aged man finished speaking, then looked up and stole a glance at Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen still had that indifferent expression, he continued. Also, boss, I see that other people's houses have new beds and new tables and chairs, but my house has nothing. It's all made from junk that other people throw away, so... Lu Chen didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at him. He knew, of course, that although these people all lived in the same village, their lives were not the same. Some had good days, and some had bad. For example, some people will look for jobs to earn more money to support their families, such as helping others or working on construction sites. In addition, most of those who can eat meat every day are relatives of the female soldiers under Lu Chen. Even if these female soldiers had money, they couldn't buy food or goods, so Lu Chen didn't pay them wages. In addition to providing them with some food subsidies for their families, they're also allowed to give their families the good food they have saved from their own meager resources. Almost all families that could afford to eat meat every day had female soldiers in their household. What's wrong with your own family members living a slightly better life than others? Shouldn't they? Were they so envious of? Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent for a long time, the middle-aged man stammered again. Master, look at us. We live in such a nice house, but all the furniture inside is dilapidated. This doesn't look right, master. Lu Chen understood again. This is the legendary story of a woman who ruined her family because she bought a lipstick. If you buy lipstick, shouldn't you also put on some powder on your face? Now that her face is all done, her hair needs a makeover too, otherwise it won't do justice to her beautiful face. You need to buy a nice hair accessory. I bought a headpiece, but now it feels like something's missing around my neck. Then let's buy a necklace. After a while, she finally arranged for an $8 million luxury car. After listening to the middle-aged, lewd man's thoughts, Lu Chen looked at the villagers watching the commotion. Do you share the same thoughts as them? The onlookers all hurriedly waved their hands. No, I didn't mean that. My family's life is so much better than before. How could we dare to have any other thoughts? Right now, all I want to do is farm the land properly. Once I've grown the grain, I'll definitely hand it over to my employer to repay the kindness of saving my life. Yes. I'm only thinking about how to repay my employer's kindness every day. How could I dare to think about such things? Lu Chen turned around and looked at the group of troublemakers. These people, unaware of what Lu Chen was thinking, all stared at him expectantly. Lu Chen glanced at them and realized that all of these people were later disaster victims, and there wasn't a single villager from this village. Uncle 13. Upon hearing Lu Chen's tone, Lu Daji knew that a good show was about to begin. He immediately moved closer to Lu Chen. Master, what are your orders? Where are our patrols? Although Lu Jiabao is currently free from external threats, the old patrol teams are still there. They are now only responsible for village security, night watch, fire prevention, and theft prevention. Lu Daji immediately shouted to the crowd. Huaishan, what are you doing? Hurry up and bring your men over to work. Lu Huaishan is Lu Daji's son and has always served as the captain of the patrol team. Upon hearing his father call him, he immediately rushed in with the patrol team he had already gathered. Chapter 176, I'll break your legs. The patrol team numbered about 200 men. At Lu Huaishan's command, They arrived at the scene menacingly, carrying knives. Those who were causing trouble panicked when they saw this. What are you doing? Boss, what are you doing? Boss, if you disagree with what we've said, we won't bring it up again. Why make such a fuss? Master, just pretend we didn't say anything. I'm going home now. Yes, I won't mention it anymore. I'm going home now. Lu Chen ignored them and waved his hand. Expel them all from Lu family fortress and never allow them to set foot inside again. He had actually thought about the saying, a little kindness is appreciated, but too much kindness breeds resentment. But he did not expect these people to be so greedy. Before he went to the capital, he did indeed frequently distribute meat to the villagers. After Lu Chen went to the capital, the village's meat reserves were quickly depleted, and Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu stopped distributing meat to the villagers. After returning from the capital, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu both advised Lu Chen that he no longer needed to provide meat to the villagers. Even for those who were just doing manual labor, Lu Chen reduced their meat rations. These troublemakers probably enjoyed a few days of having meat to eat, but suddenly they stopped getting meat, so they felt uncomfortable. Lu Chen felt it was his fault. He had spoiled these people. Upon hearing that Lu Chen wanted to drive them away, the group of troublemakers were struck dumb. They know all too well what kind of lives the poor outside are living. Every day, disaster victims passed by Lu Qiao, and they saw firsthand how miserable those victims were. If they're driven out of Lu Qiao, their good days will truly be over. Before Lu Huaishan's patrol team could make a move, all the troublemakers suddenly knelt down on the ground. They pleaded repeatedly, begging Lu Chen not to send them away. Boss, I've lost my mind. Please don't take it to heart. Please, have mercy and don't kick us out. Please, boss, have some mercy and spare us this time. Master, we promise we won't do it again. Please forgive us this time. Yes, yes, yes. We will never dare to have any improper thoughts again. Without Lu Chen needing to say a word, the villagers watching immediately began to speak. They all mocked and ridiculed the group's shameless behavior. What? You expect the boss to show some kindness? You bunch of ungrateful wretches, dream on. You think there will be a next time? I guess you'll have to beg your employer for forgiveness in your next life. Oh, so you know your intentions are outrageous? We all thought you didn't. The group that caused the disturbance was immediately overwhelmed by the villagers' spittle. Lu Huaishan and his group were also busy. The patrolmen brandished their broadswords, shouting sternly and urging the troublemakers to get out of Lu Qiao immediately. Seeing this, the ringleaders simply lay down on the ground and started acting like scoundrels. They lay on the ground, their mouths never stopping. This is my home. What right do you have to drive me away? I won't leave. If I leave Lu family fortress, where will I find a way to survive? You might as well just kill me. Yes, you might as well kill us all. Since we're all going to die anyway, you might as well die here. My house and all my property are in Lu Jiazhai. Lu Jiazhai is my home, and no one can drive me away. If you have the guts, then kill me. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Lu Chen looked at the group of people lying on the ground, throwing a tantrum, as if they were idiots. They don't think he really wouldn't dare kill them, do they? He was about to speak when he saw Zhao Daya stride over. Zhao Daya stood behind Lu Chen the whole time. She gritted her teeth in hatred as she listened to what these people were saying. Seeing them lying on the ground, acting like scoundrels, he could no longer restrain himself. She stepped forward and stomped on one person's thigh. I'll break your legs. There was a loud snap. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible and very crisp. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed across the square. Zhao Daya stepped on it again. She also broke the man's other leg. At this moment, the man's loud howl instantly fell silent, turning into a low moan. He was in so much pain that his face was covered in sweat, and he no longer had the energy to shout loudly. Seeing that Zhao Daya was so unreasonable and started fighting right away, the others were so frightened that they scrambled to their feet and stared at Zhao Daya, tremblingly. Zhao Daya gave them no chance to regret it. She went up and delivered several flying kicks, all of which landed on their knees. A series of sounds of bones breaking echoed across the square. Chapter 177, A Lonely Man and a Lonely Woman. Zhao Daya waved her hand. Throw those guys out. A group of patrolmen rushed forward, grabbed the men with broken legs, dragged them on the ground, and carried them out of the city like dead dogs. Zhao Daya's gaze, sharp and piercing, swept over the group of troublemakers. At this moment, she hardly seemed like a teenage girl. He was clearly like a great general who looked down upon the world, majestic, cold, and unapproachable. Under the oppressive gaze of Zhao Daya, the group of people fell silent, trembling with fear. Zhao Daya parted her lips slightly, her voice as clear and cold as ice breaking in a cold night. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to leave? No one spoke. This group of people didn't dare to utter a single word. And so, without a word, they walked out of the city. It was like a condemned prisoner being escorted to the execution ground by soldiers. The patrol team members were relieved. They followed behind the group and escorted them out of Xie Qiao. After the troublemakers left, the villagers in the square all breathed a long sigh of relief, as if they had just gotten rid of a plague. Although they did not join the riots, they were afraid of being implicated. If Lu Chen is unhappy, he might expel them from Lu family fortress. These people are all bad. They should have been kicked out long ago. Yes, look at them, they all have shifty eyes. If it weren't for our boss keeping them in check, they'd definitely be stealing chickens and dogs and swindling people all over the village. Yes, we're all honest people. We don't want to deal with them. A few days ago, that bald guy, surnamed Diao, asked me to go to his house to gamble, but I absolutely refused. I knew he wasn't a good person. And that short, stout guy, surnamed Chen, he came to my house to chat last month, and he even stole one of my rice bowls when he left. I haven't spoken to him since. While criticizing those people, the villagers also tried their best to distance themselves from the situation. After finishing his business, Lu Chen greeted Lu Daji and the others, then headed home. Zhao Daya had lost her domineering aura from before. She took small, quick steps, following closely behind Lu Chen, just like a little wife who was bullied at home every day. After a while, Zhao Daya asked Lu Chen cautiously, "Brother Lu, you won't blame me for acting on my own just now, will you?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You did a great job. Decisive, efficient, and swift in cutting through the mess." His actions immediately intimidated those petty scoundrels. Lu Chen felt that Zhao Daya had matured a lot compared to before. She was almost like a completely different person. This made him feel that taking Zhao Daya out this time was absolutely the right thing to do. Let her go out more and see the world. She will definitely become one of my most capable assistants in the future. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Lu Chen felt a little fortunate. Luckily, this group of people happened to be causing trouble at this time. He could get rid of these cancerous elements before leaving, so he wouldn't have any worries. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao bid each other a reluctant farewell at the city gate. The two talked for quite a while. Before leaving, Xie Qiao took Zhao Daya's hand and said, "Please take care of Brother Lu on this journey." Zhao Daya said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Sister Xie. With me here, Brother Lu will definitely not lose a single hair." Lu Chen glanced sideways upon hearing this. That Zhao Daya is really heartless. After bidding farewell to Meng Ruyu, Lu Xiulan, and the others, Lu Chen boarded the carriage. The carriage slowly left Xie Qiao and headed towards the distant mountains, watched by Xie Qiao and a dozen other girls. Once the carriage had disappeared from sight, the group headed towards the Lu residence. Meng Ruyu quietly asked Xie Qiao, "Sister, are you really so comfortable letting Brother Lu take Daya out with him? Even if they're going out together, shouldn't you arrange 2 carriages for them? It's awkward for a lone man and woman to ride in one carriage." This isn't Meng Ruyu gossiping about people behind their backs. Although they have been exposed to many new things and ideas lately, a young man and woman, like drywood meeting a raging fire, living and eating together day and night in the same carriage. Who knows if sparks will fly? Furthermore, Meng Ruyu had already heard that before Xie Qiao entered Lu Chen's family, Zhao Daya was Lu Chen's childhood sweetheart. If it weren't for Xie Qiao's appearance, Zhao Daya would likely be Lu Chen's fiancé now. Xie Qiao smiled and said, "Brother Lu is the most magnificent man in the world. He is currently just a hidden dragon in the abyss. His status and position will definitely be extremely noble in the future. I'm just a small farm girl. It would be my greatest blessing to marry him. Sister Meng, do you think I am good enough for someone like Brother Lu?" Meng Ruyu chuckled secretly upon hearing this. In that case, wouldn't she also have a chance? Chapter 178, Who Hasn't Been Beaten Up Before? Inside the carriage, Lu Chen and Zhao Daya sat facing each other. The journey was tedious, so the two of them inevitably chatted to pass the time. Since transmigrating, Lu Chen has rarely chatted with Zhao Daya, or rather, they haven't chatted at all. Although the two met every day, they only talked about work-related matters. Now that they're alone together, they naturally start chatting about everyday things. In fact, the two of them have a lot to talk about. After all, they have known each other since they were young, or rather, they have known each other their whole lives. Brother Lu, do you remember when you were little, you fell from a tree while trying to take a bird's nest? Lu Chen dredged up this memory from the depths of his mind and nodded. Of course I remember. Zhou daya suddenly laughed. You fell into the pond, and when you got out, a fish fell out of your trouser leg. As she spoke, Zhao Daya kept giggling. You carried that fish and ran home as fast as you could, saying you wanted your aunt to make you fish soup. Zhao Daya was already laughing so hard she was doubled over. When he got home, his aunt gave him a good beating with a bamboo stick. Zhao Daya was out of breath. Lu Chen didn't feel embarrassed. Who hasn't been beaten up when they were a kid? To save face, Lu Chen said, Do you remember that time you were tired from playing and fell asleep in a haystack and a big rooster pecked at the soles of your feet? Zhao Daya nodded vigorously. I remember. How could I not remember? After being pecked awake by the rooster, you ran home crying, shouting that the mountain of knives was terrifying and that your feet would hurt if you climbed it. Zhao Daya nodded repeatedly. Yes, I still remember it. I remember having a dream where bandits tied me up and made me walk on a mountain of knives. It was a huge mountain full of knives, and I was stepping on the tips of the knives. It hurts so much. Your feet are practically bleeding from being pecked by the rooster. How could they not hurt? Zhao Daya's eyes were hazy, as if she were reminiscing. I was so happy when I was a child. Although I often didn't have enough to eat, suffered from the cold, and had to work every day, I still felt incredibly happy as a child. Sometimes I really wish I could go back to my childhood. Before anyone knew it, a glistening tear appeared in the corner of Zhao Daya's eye. The two of them suddenly fell silent. Lu Chen's feelings were complicated. After he transmigrated, he regarded Zhao Daya as an ordinary girl next door. But Zhao Daya certainly wouldn't think that way. After some time, Lu Chen asked the female soldier driving the carriage, Area, where are we? The female soldier driving the carriage was from Beijing, and her name was Hao Area. This female soldier was specially selected by Zhao Daya. One of them is called Daya, and the other is called Area. They sound like sisters. Brother Lu, we've just left the territory of Hetou County. Before they knew it, the carriage had traveled 40 or 50 miles. After leaving Hetou County, the number of displaced people on the official road increased significantly. People would occasionally follow the carriage, crying and begging for food. Under these circumstances, Lu Chen certainly couldn't take out the food. He then ordered Hao Area to drive the people away. As long as they don't go too far, they should try not to hurt anyone. But this was just wishful thinking on Lu Chen's part. Some refugees clung to the carriage, while others blocked the carriage from leaving. Hao Area had no choice but to take action. With a single lash of her whip, she nearly killed the man. Only in this way can we have some peace and quiet for a while. But it only lasted for a short time. Soon more refugees came forward to stop the carriage and beg for food. Lu Chen wasn't too bothered because these refugees were just trying to survive. They hadn't committed any heinous crimes. But this will definitely affect our journey. He regretted it somewhat. He should have brought a few female soldiers as attendants. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind the carriage. Sir in the car, sir in the car, can I ask you something? Neither Lu Chen nor Zhao Daya responded. What's up? Isn't it all about food? Sir, my father and I, the three of us, are bodyguards from a security escort agency. If you wouldn't mind, we can temporarily serve as your bodyguards. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then asked, Are you really bodyguards? The man outside hurriedly replied, Young master, I would never dare to deceive you. My father and I are indeed bodyguards. Before Lu Chen could say anything, the man added, I don't want any wages. You can just give us the leftovers. Sure enough, in the end, it all comes down to begging for food. Lu Chen strongly suspected that the three of them, father and sons, were not bodyguards at all, but had fabricated identities to make a living. Chapter 179 Father and His Two Sons. Just as Lu Chen was considering whether or not to invite the three of them, the man started shouting loudly. Get out of the way. Get out of the way now. If you block my young master's path again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Immediately afterwards, screams of disaster victims could be heard outside. Ouch, why did you hit me? They haven't even invited you yet, and you're already rushing to be their dog? We're all struggling to make a living. Why won't you give us a way out? Another series of thuds sounded outside, and the cries of the disaster victims grew louder. Then came a series of curses. After a while of commotion, things gradually calmed down outside. Lu Chen smiled and said to Zhao Daya, they do have some tricks up their sleeves. Zhao Dia remained non-committal. Anyone can hit someone. She's an expert at this. Boss, do you think I did a good job? Don't worry, with the three of us here, you don't have to worry about anything. Lu Chen said, not bad. After saying that, he lifted the curtain and handed out a paper package. The paper package contained 5 or 6 meat buns, which were not hot, but still very fresh. The man outside took the meat bun, touched it with his hand, and quickly thanked him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the generous gift. Lu Chen asked, what are your names? To answer your question, my name is Qi Danian, my eldest son is called Gosheng, and my youngest son is called Erden. Lu Chen laughed when he heard this. The name was really chosen casually. Then he stopped talking and laid back on the soft couch, closing his eyes to rest. Outside the carriage, Qi Danian divided the steamed buns among his 2 sons. The 3 of them wolfed them down, and in the blink of an eye, all the meat buns were gone. Oh, I ate too fast. I haven't even tasted it yet. Me too. I haven't smelled meat for over a year. I finally got 2 meat buns, and I ate them so fast. I regret it so much. Who's sitting in that carriage? Is to eat meat these days? Could it be some kind of rice meat dish? No way. Bro, don't say that. I finally get to eat some meat, and what you're saying is making me feel nauseous. These are clearly Qi Danian's 2 sons speaking. Although they spoke in hushed tones, Lu Chen heard them all. At this moment, Qi Danian spoke. You 2 don't talk nonsense. This is pure pork and scallion filling. The pork is top-quality pork belly, with the perfect balance of fat and lean meat. It tastes absolutely delicious. But who raises pigs these days? People don't even have enough pig feed to eat, let alone anything to feed pigs. Qi Danian admonished. You are all still young and ignorant. No matter how poor the times were, wealthy families still ate fish and meat every day. As he spoke, Qi Danian's voice suddenly lowered even further. You haven't seen the young master sitting in this carriage, but he's really... I don't even know what to say. Let me put it this way. I've never seen such a handsome young man in my entire life. He's 10 or 20 times more handsome than the people in paintings. TSK, I've really opened my eyes. What a feast for the eyes. His 2 sons were also very interested after hearing this. Really, Dad? Then tell me in detail, just how handsome is he, and what makes him so handsome? Yes, Dad, tell me about it. Qi Danian's voice was so low, it was almost inaudible. Let me tell you, his face is truly as beautiful as jade. His skin is so delicate, it's almost like it's dripping with water. It's fair with a rosy glow, and tender with a rosy glow. If it weren't for his naturally masculine aura, I would have thought he was a woman dressed as a man. Really? Dad, you're not just kidding us, are you? Lu Chen was surprised to hear the sound of Qi Danian's 2 sons slurping their saliva. Just like in his previous life, when Lu Chen watched a food streamer late at night and saw a huge table of delicious food being served, he also drooled in the same way. Lu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Qi Danian's 2 sons have that kind of preference? But Lu Chen couldn't say anything. You can't exactly say he overheard the 3 of them whispering, can you? After a while, Lu Chen asked, Brother Qi, why are there fewer and fewer people on the road? He could tell from the sound of his ears that there were significantly fewer refugees along this stretch of road. Qi Danian approached the carriage and said, Master, Huangniu Ridge is just ahead. There are several bandits here who often come down the mountain to rob people. So many people dare not take this road. Oh, aren't you afraid of bandits? Qi Danian laughed heartily. Master, you don't know this, do you? I am a grand martial master. I don't care about ordinary thieves. Otherwise, I would have advised you to change your ways long ago. Oh, so Brother Qi is a martial arts master. We relied on you a lot along the way, Lu Chen said with a smile. I'll say it again, boss. Rest assured, with me here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Qi Danian pounded his chest loudly. Chapter 180, A loud shout drives away the bandits. Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, Brother Qi, what is the meaning of Grand Martial Master? Don't worry about it. I just don't know much about martial arts. Lu Chen only knew that Meng Ruyu was a martial artist, and he had casually asked Meng Ruyu how martial arts realms were divided. Meng Ruyu took it as Lu Chen teasing her and did not answer. That's why I asked this question. Lu Chen's question hit Qi Danian right where it hurt. He immediately answered Lu Chen's question. In martial arts, the lowest level is martial apprentice, then martial artist, above martial artist is martial master, and above martial master is grand martial master. Qi Danian did not continue speaking. He believed that a young master like Lu Chen would not have access to higher-level martial arts practitioners. Lu Chen was surprised to hear this. Brother Qi, you're amazing. You're actually a top expert. Qi Danian was very pleased and chuckled. Zhao Daya rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. Are Grand Martial Masters really that powerful? There are also Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters above them. Meng Ryu was a half-step Grandmaster, but she was a true top expert in the Great Zhou dynasty. The few people inside and outside the carriage chatted idly, and before they knew it, the group had entered Huang yelling. Hey! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the carriage. This mountain is mine. He had barely finished speaking when Qi Danian roared like thunder. Get out. The words spoken by the bandits were so startled by Qi Danian's loud shout that they were forced to swallow back down. If you don't want to die, hurry back up the mountain and get your wives, or I'll make sure you never return. Although Lu Chen and Zhao Daya didn't see Qi Danian's appearance in person, they could imagine that he must look very imposing and domineering. The bandit leader hadn't expected to run into such a tough opponent, and his momentum immediately weakened. How dare you speak like that? Who's the robber here? You or me? Even if you don't want to be robbed, you don't have to humiliate us like this. The bandit leader was probably scared, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his men, so he wanted to find a way to back down. Qi Danian didn't give him that kind of leeway at all. He said sternly, Are you getting out or not? If you don't get out, you'll regret it. The bandit leader, perhaps encountering such a ruthless person for the first time, dared not utter another word, and simply said, The green hills remain unchanged. Green my ass. Then came the sound of footsteps, and it seemed that Qi Danian had rushed forward. Hey, fine, I'll leave. Look at you. You won't even let me finish my sentence before you leave. We're leaving now. There was another burst of chaotic footsteps outside, which quickly faded away. Wow, Dad, you're amazing. Yes, you don't even need to lift a finger. You've scared them half to death. Father, with you here, that young master in the carriage will surely have a safe journey. That's right, our father's strength is not just talk. Qi Danian shouted loudly, scaring away the fierce bandits. Lu Chen naturally had to say a few words of flattery. Lu Chen also said, Brother Qi is indeed brave. He can make a group of bandits flee in terror with just a few words. Impressive. I dare not accept such praise, sir. You flatter me. This is a trivial matter and not worth mentioning. Lu Chen laughed and said, Yes, yes. With Brother Qi here, I feel at ease on this journey. Young master, you can rest assured. My father's heavenly killing palm is very famous in the martial arts world. This reputation is well-deserved. Despite being showered with praise by Lu Chen and his two sons, Qi Danian just kept chuckling to himself. My skills are no joke. Back in Qingzhou Prefecture, I single-handedly took down the largest gang in Qingzhou Prefecture. Lu Chen and Zhao Daya sat in the carriage, looking at each other and smiling. The way these three talk is like a theatrical performance. After a while, Qi Danian asked again from outside, Master, we've been traveling at a breakneck pace, and we missed our lodging earlier. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Hongzhou County before dark. Lu Chen said, If we can't reach the county town, we can stay outside. It's fine. Qi Danian didn't say anything more. Since that young master isn't afraid to sleep outside, the three of them are used to sleeping outdoors, so naturally it's no problem for them. As evening fell, the group stopped by a river. Lu Chen and Zhao Daya got off the carriage. As soon as the two of them got out of the car, Qi Danian and his two sons were stunned. Qi Danian never expected that there would be a young and beautiful woman sitting in the carriage. He was a great martial arts master, yet he hadn't noticed the woman's presence at all along the way. Is his title of Grand Martial Arts Master a fake? His two sons stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. Their father hadn't lied to them after all. This young master was indeed incredibly handsome. He's so handsome he doesn't look real. He's 100 times more beautiful than anyone in a painting. Chapter 181 has an ambush. 6 people sat around a campfire. The red firelight illuminated the faces of several people. Zhao Daya's face was burning hot. After getting out of the car, Qi Danian and his two sons all addressed her as Madame Lu. Zhao Daya blushed immediately. Strangely, Lu Chen didn't offer any explanation, letting others misunderstand. What does Lu Chen's attitude mean? In fact, Lu Chen felt that he didn't need to explain anything to outsiders. If he truly explained that he and Zhao Daya were innocent and merely had a superior subordinate relationship, then what was the point of them sitting in the carriage the whole time? Like Zhao Daya, Qi Danian's two sons also blushed. Qi Danian hadn't mentioned it before, and Lu Chen hadn't looked into it either. It wasn't until he got out of the car that he realized his two sons were actually twins. They look almost identical. Just now, after Go Sheng and Go Dan saw Lu Chen, their expressions and actions were very strange. Sometimes they stared at Lu Chen in a daze, and sometimes they lowered their heads and dared not look at him. This time, Lu Chen was more cautious, and he carefully examined Go Sheng and Go Dan. They can't be women dressed as men, right? They look so heroic, they don't look like women in disguise at all. Are they both gay? Two large lamb legs were roasting over the campfire, sizzling and oozing oil, emitting a wonderful aroma. Lu Chen sprinkled the barbecue seasoning on it and smeared some sauce on it. The taste was so good that it could make a vegetarian rabbit 30 miles away from neefing drool. Qi Danian and his two sons stared intently at the lamb leg on the grill, their mouths watering. Qi Danian suddenly realized his lapse in composure and hurriedly said awkwardly, "I haven't had a lamb leg in years." Lu Chen then asked, "Brother Qi, with your martial arts skills, how come you're in such a sorry state? With your skills, you shouldn't be starving, right?" Qi Danian sighed. "These days aren't all good people like this? If I don't want to make money that goes against my conscience, then I'll just have to go hungry." Lu Chen could tell from his words that he had a lot of stories to tell, so he didn't press him for details. "It'll be ready soon. Come on, eating only meat isn't enough. Here's some flatbreads that you can eat with the mutton." Lu Chen then took out several thick scallion pancakes and distributed them to the group. Although Qi Danian and the other two were very hungry, they ate very slowly this time, chewing each bite carefully, and seemed to be enjoying themselves very much. After eating for a while and filling their stomachs, Qi Danian finally had time to talk to Lu Chen. "Young Master Lu, I've heard that things have been rather unsettled in Fengzhou City lately. Your accents don't sound like those of people from Fengzhou. Why would you want to go to Fengzhou City? If I were you, I certainly wouldn't go." Qi Danian meant well. With Lu Chen's appearance, he would likely attract the covetous eyes of many people once he arrived in Fengzhou City. Even if you don't play with it, just watching at home is still a pleasure. Lu Chen casually said, "Isn't this because of the chaos of war? My family wanted to take advantage of the situation and buy some land. Fengzhou has fertile land and many plains, so I'm thinking of getting some real estate there." Qi Danian exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Lu, have you gone mad? You still dare to buy land these days?" Lu Chen chuckled and didn't say anything more to him. Qi Danian then sighed for a long time, feeling sorry for Lu Chen. This man has fair skin and a handsome appearance. In addition, he is rich. If he enters Fengzhou City, he will be devoured without leaving a trace. The night was long, and the group, being in the wilderness, had no desire to sleep, so they sat around the fire and chatted casually. This caused a lot of trouble for the group of people on the opposite hill. "Damn it, why are they spouting so much nonsense? Is this never going to end? I've already peed 3 times. Why aren't they asleep yet? Old dude, why don't we go for it? With just his heavenly killing palm, how could he possibly escape from the palms of both of us?" The old man called Lao Du was named Du Laosheng. He wasn't a bandit, but he did the things of a bandit. His men reported today that there was an exquisitely crafted carriage, and the person inside must be of very high status. The person protecting the carriage was Qi Danian, the notorious heavenly killer palm, who was famous for hundreds of miles around. Old Du hadn't managed to make any money in months, so upon hearing the news, he immediately decided to pull off this heist. However, like Qi Danian, he is at the great martial master level, and it might be unstable for him to act alone. So he immediately contacted his old partner Jiangmi. With the two of them working together, Qi Danian is doomed. But after they quietly followed the carriage, Du Laosheng began to have doubts again. Chapter 182 Get Out Here. Old Du had spent most of his life wandering the world, committing countless evil deeds and making numerous enemies. The only reason he had lived to such an old age was because he was extremely cautious. In these chaotic times of war, how could they dare to go out alone in such an elegant carriage? As for Qi Danian, it was obvious that they hired him halfway through the journey. Du Laosheng had heard a lot about Qi Danian. This person's face is the most unpredictable. Sometimes it's thick, sometimes it's thin. When he's thin-skinned, he cares more about his image than anyone else. When someone is thick-skinned, it's as if they have no skin at all. The poor and shabby appearance of Qi Danian and his two sons was completely out of place with this horse-drawn carriage. Judging from the looks of it, Qi Danian must have forced himself to become someone's bodyguard. In other words, this carriage originally had no guards. Without any guards, and riding in such a luxurious carriage, are they afraid someone won't rob them? So what do they rely on? Therefore, Du Laosheng repeatedly suppressed Jiang Mi's restless thoughts, waiting until he was sure before taking action. But Jiang Mi said that Du Laosheng is getting more and more timid as he gets older. Since he was born in the year of the rat, why does he still lick a cat's genitals? Jiang Mi proposed that they should take action tonight, or else she would do it alone. When the time comes, Du Laosheng will have nothing to do with the benefits. Du Laosheng insisted on his plan. Let's wait until they fall asleep, then we'll launch a sneak attack and take care of Qi Danian. That way, we'll have in the bag. Jiang Mi sighed, all right, since we've already waited so long, what's a little longer? After saying that, he gave Du Laosheng a disdainful, sidelong glance. That expression was hard to describe. At this moment, in front of the fire, Lu Chen covered his mouth and yawned, saying, all right, it's getting late, we should rest. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qi Danian felt sleepy, so the group prepared to go to sleep. Lu Chen and Zhao Daya slept in the carriage. The carriage was of very high standard, with a large and spacious interior. In addition to sleeping two people, there was a hidden partition underneath where valuables could be stored. Previously, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao slept inside, each on one side, without disturbing each other. How Arya then took out her sleeping bag and a mat. She spread the mat on the ground, then lay down on the sleeping bag, zipped it up, and lay inside like a silkworm cocoon, completely sealed off. The hood of the sleeping bag covered her head, and a rope was tied around her chin, leaving only her eyes exposed. How Arya's actions left Qi Danian and his two sons completely dumbfounded. Taking one of these with you when you go out would be so comfortable. You'd never get cold. They wanted to ask her where she bought such a strange blanket, but she was already asleep, and the three of them were too embarrassed to go up and ask. As for Qi Danian and the other two, they seemed to have a very tough time. Their bundles contained only essential items. They couldn't possibly bring bedding. So the three of them found a rock next to the carriage, sat down beside it, and huddled together with their backs against the cold stone, preparing to endure the difficult night in early winter. Even so, the three of them felt extremely satisfied today. I finally filled my stomach today, and I even got to eat meat. Not only did we get to eat meat, but it was also roasted lamb leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's great to work for an employer like this. I'll be on night duty for the first half of the night. Go Sheng, you'll be on duty for the second half. Before going to bed last night, Qi Danian gave some instructions. Lu Chen was not asleep in the carriage. He heard everything the group of people on the opposite hill said. He used to not believe in things like having super hearing and supervision, but now he truly believes. He could hear what those people were saying even from more than 300 meters away. And tonight happens to be a tailwind. I estimate they'll make their move in about half an hour, right? Rather than being disturbed by them right after falling asleep, I might as well not sleep at all. Taking advantage of the free time, Lu Chen browsed the system store again. The variety of goods in the store is comparable to that of Bao Bao and CC. You could spend a lifetime exploring it and still not see it all. The vast majority of these were weapons and equipment, as well as various logistical supplies. He figured that if he wandered around, he might find what he wanted. As he was browsing through various goods, he suddenly heard a noise outside. They're here. Lu Chen coughed lightly, giving Qi Danian a heads up. To everyone's surprise, there was no response from Qi Danian's side. Lu Chen then realized that his hearing was dozens of times better than that of an average person. It's perfectly normal that Qi Danian didn't hear it. A few breaths later, he suddenly heard Qi Danian shout, "Who's there? Get your ass out here." Chapter 183, If It's War, Then Let's Fight. Zhao Daya couldn't fall asleep either. She had rarely been this close to Lu Chen since she grew up. The two of them slept in the same carriage. Wasn't that practically the same as living in the same room? She suddenly understood what Xie Qiao had said to her before she left. She dared not think too deeply about it. Even a slight thought made her feel a bittersweet mix of emotions. Even though she dared not think about it too much, she still couldn't sleep. As soon as there was a commotion outside, Zhao Daya prepared to get out of the car. Protecting Lu Chen is her bounden duty. But she was stopped by Lu Chen's gaze. Lu Chen did not want to reveal his strength for the time being. Once Qi Danian sees that the two of them are fully capable of protecting themselves, he might feel embarrassed to continue serving as their guards. It wasn't until Qi Danian shouted from outside that Lu Chen said, "Let's go out and take a look too." As soon as the two got out of the car, they saw that Qi Danian and the other two had been surrounded by more than a dozen masked men. I didn't expect you to be so wary. Even though we were being so careful, you still managed to find us. Mr. Du was very sorry. They had just approached, and before they could even make a move, Qi Danian heard the commotion. He had no idea where things went wrong. Du Laosheng probably had no idea that it wasn't Qi Danian who was alerted, but rather that there was another reason behind it. How Arya, who appeared to be fast asleep, heard someone approaching early in the morning. She quietly grabbed a small clod of dirt and threw it at Qi Danian's shoes. How Arya comes from Beijing and is an exceptionally intelligent girl. Since Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, she naturally wouldn't act on her own. Qi Danian looked at the dozen or so masked men. They all walked steadily and had deep breathing, clearly indicating that they were skilled in martial arts. The other party was clearly prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many experts to deal with the father and his two sons. His heart sank slightly, sensing that things might not turn out well tonight. Qi Danian asked coldly, "What do you intend to do?" Du Laosheng chuckled and said, "The once-renowned Heavenly Slaughter Palm has actually fallen to the point of being someone's bodyguard. You ask us why we came here, but why are you someone's bodyguard? Are you perhaps planning to ambush your master on the way?" Jiangmi, standing next to Du Laosheng, cursed under her breath. This old Du Laosheng was a real scoundrel. Even at a time like this, he still couldn't resist trying to sow discord among others. Upon hearing this, Qi Danian jumped 3 feet high. "Since you know that Grandpa is the Heavenly Killer Palm, you should know that I always keep my word and never do anything unethical or despicable. Unlike you lot, you're all cowardly cowards who dare not show your faces." Qi Danian's words were righteous and impassioned. Du Laosheng, Jiangmi, and the others all felt their faces burning. Fortunately, they were wearing masks and it was nighttime, so no one knew they were blushing. Jiangmi coughed lightly. "There's no point in saying more. You surnamed Qi. After tonight, your name, Heavenly Slaughter Palm, will no longer exist in our great Zhou dynasty." Qi Danian, however, was not afraid at all. He turned to his two sons and said, "Remember, as long as we have a breath left, we must not let them harm young Master Lu and Madame Lu in the slightest." Goshing and Gooden responded in unison, "We'll listen to Dad. If we're going to die, we'll die together." Du Laosheng said no more. If it were someone else, he would have had to offer some advice, leaving the people in the carriage behind while the rest could leave, thus avoiding a fight. But tonight they're facing Qi Danian, so it's definitely not going to work. Then let's decide life or death. Let's do it. No sooner had Du Laosheng finished speaking than Qi Danian made the first move. He slapped Du Laosheng across from him. At the same time, he shouted, "If you want war, then let's fight." Knowing the power of his heavenly killing palm, Du Laosheng dared not take it head-on and hastily retreated. Unexpectedly, Qi Danian's palm strike was just a bluff. He hadn't used up all his strength when he suddenly struck someone next to him halfway through. The man had just entered the martial master realm, so how could he dodge? The palm struck him squarely in the chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the man was sent flying. Jiangmi was furious. He brought this person with him. He thought it would be a 2-on-1 match tonight, and these juniors were just here for training. Who knew that one of them would be killed? A martial arts master who is struck by Qi Danian's heavenly killing palm has no chance of survival. Losing a player before the battle even started is a huge loss. Jiangmi squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Qi Danian then roared, "Protect young Master Lu." After saying that, he charged towards Du Laosheng all by himself. He had figured it out. This person must be the leader. If they were lucky enough to kill or maim this person, they might still have a chance to survive tonight. Du Laosheng hadn't expected Qi Danian to come out with such a fierce stance, and he was already somewhat intimidated. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Jiang, come quickly." Jiangmi originally intended to capture Lu Chen and Zhao Dia first, but seeing the situation, she had no choice but to help Du Laosheng. The two of them worked together to entangle Qi Danian. On the other side, a dozen or so masked men pounced on Lu Chen and Zhao Dia. Goshing and Gooden rushed over and stopped them. The two sides quickly clashed. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. It seems like the situation is not good. He only glanced at them, but he knew that Qi Danian and his two sons were at a significant disadvantage. Chapter 184, come on, let's fight. Qi Danian and his son were not just at a disadvantage. They were completely crushed. Qi Danian's strength was that of a Grand Martial Master, and Lu Chen could tell that his opponent was also a Grand Martial Master. He was outnumbered 2-1 and had no chance to fight back or win. Looking at Goshing and Gooden, they should both be at the martial master level. Among the dozen or so masked men on the other side, at least 4 or 5 were at the martial master level. Add to that a few weaker individuals, and even if they're just slacking off, they can still cause them a lot of trouble. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were beaten into a sorry state by the dozen or so men, with many bruises on their bodies. If it weren't for their agility and skillful maneuvering, they might already be lying on the ground. Seeing the situation on the field, Zhao Daya was so anxious that she kept rubbing her hands together. It was clear that her hands were really itching to get going. Lu Chan smiled slightly and secretly took out a handful of mung beans from his spatial storage. He flicked his finger, and a mung bean flew out. With another flick of the finger, another mung bean flew out. His fingers never stopped, and mung beans flew out one by one. The situation on the field suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. With all his might, Du Laoxing swung his broadsword straight at Qi Danian's waist. The strike was swift as lightning and powerful, intended to cut Qi Danian in two at the waist. But just as he was about halfway through the cut, he suddenly felt a numbness in his waist, and his strength was instantly drained by more than half. His originally sharp strike became light and airy without any force. Almost at the same moment, Jiang Mi found an opening in Qi Danian's defenses and was about to unleash his deadly combo kicks when a sudden tingling and numbness shot through his knees, causing him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Looking at the dozen or so masked men who were fighting against Go Sheng and his companion, all their fierce and ruthless moves from before had vanished. They were all staggering and swaying, as if they had drunk too much fake alcohol. Qi Danian and his 2 sons were also seasoned veterans. Although they did not know what had happened, they were overjoyed and seized this rare opportunity. They used their best moves, ruthless moves, and underhanded tactics to kill their enemies and take their vital points. Then a shout was heard. Ouch! Not good. 3 or 4 of the masked men who were fighting against Go Sheng and his companion fell down in an instant. Du Laoxing also received a slap from Qi Danian and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Mi was forced to retreat repeatedly by Qi Danian and had no way to fight back. He wanted to fight back, but whenever he tried to exert force, he would feel inexplicable pain, soreness, and numbness all over his body, causing his strength and energy to dissipate, and he could not use any moves. Jiang Mi inwardly cried out in alarm. This is really strange. What's wrong with me today? Du Laoxing was also extremely angry and confused, and he couldn't understand what had happened. This is truly bizarre. Could this place be haunted? For a fleeting moment, Du Laoxing also suspected that someone was secretly plotting against him, but he was completely unaware. He even took the time to check on Lu Chun and the other 2. The 3 people were standing beside the carriage, and it was difficult to see them clearly in the darkness. But Du Laoxing believed that this matter had nothing to do with them. They were standing so far away. Even if they were launching a hidden weapon, it would be impossible for them to be so accurate. Du Laoxing was injured and coughed up blood. Qi Danian didn't give him a chance to think. His 2 fleshy hands danced like wheels of fire, dazzling the eyes and forcing Du Laoxing and Jiang Mi to retreat step by step, struggling to cope. Qi Danian fought with increasing ferocity. He shouted loudly to boost his morale and slammed a heavy palm onto Jiang Mi's shoulder. Normally, Jiang Mi would have 1,000 ways to avoid this slap, but he just couldn't dodge it. Because of the needle-like stinging pain coming from his ankle, which spread from his foot to his leg, then to his waist, and finally to his arm, half of his body was completely unresponsive to him. This slap nearly killed Jiang Mi. He let out a loud whoa. His shoulder bones were shattered. Qi Danian's courage soared 100-fold after his successful strike. If we can defeat these 2 experts, then the 3 of them, along with Lu Chun, won't have to die tonight. On the other side, Go Sheng and his companion were getting better and better at fighting, as if they had divine assistance. The 2 of them actually beat a dozen or so strong guys to a pulp, which was something that had never happened before. Give me your life. Dog Egg kicked the masked man in front of him, and the kick knocked the man unconscious. Come on, let's fight. Go Sheng's fist slammed into the enemy's chest and face like a whirlwind. The opponent, on the other hand, could only take the beating and had no power to fight back. Chapter 185, Dying with Unresolved Feelings. Kids who often cheat know that even if they win, they don't feel a great sense of accomplishment. Qi Danian and his son shared the same sentiment at that moment. They won this life-or-death battle inexplicably. At the beginning, The robbers launched a fierce attack, each move and strike aimed to kill. But later they seemed to be plagued by a plague, practically offering themselves up for disaster. In this battle, the enemy suffered 7 dead and 5 wounded, without even a chance to escape. When they realized the situation was bad and tried to escape, some slipped and fell to the ground as if they had stepped in dog poop, while others collapsed to their knees as they ran. Brother Qi is indeed a martial arts master. Lu Chen clapped his hands in admiration. Qi Danian turned defeat into victory and escaped death, but in the end he didn't even know how it happened. It's rare that he didn't boast. He told the truth. Master, these people are actually quite strong. 2 of them are evenly matched with me. It's just a matter of life and death. They probably ate something bad yesterday and got diarrhea, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to beat them. Master, to be honest, we were really lucky this time. Goshing and Gooden echoed each other's sentiments. Lu Chen laughed and said, no matter what, it's good that you guys were here this time, otherwise the 3 of us would definitely be in trouble. Qi Danian chuckled and said, as long as the employer can give me a meal, it's worth risking my old life for. As they were talking, old Du, who was lying on the ground, suddenly cried out, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Goshen walked over and kicked him. Old Du cried out in pain, but he screamed even louder. I refuse to accept this. Your heavenly killing palm is a well-known figure in the martial arts world, yet you resort to such despicable tricks. I will never accept this, even if it means my death. Old Du was heartbroken. He had never felt so frustrated in his life. He was a grand martial master, but tonight his strength was forcibly reduced to the level of a mere martial artist. Sometimes his performance is even worse than that of an average person. It's like they've been possessed by an evil spirit. Qi Danian must have used some underhanded methods tonight. Qi Danian, tell me, what underhanded tricks did you use against us? Qi Danian also felt hatred. Knowing his name, he still dared to come and kill and rob him. This person must be someone who is well known in the martial arts world. Having offended Qi Danian, how could he let this villain go? But what they said wasn't wrong. Everything that happened tonight seemed strange, so it's understandable that they were suspicious. The problem is that even he himself didn't understand what was going on. Qi Danian couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Chen. Could it be that this person is behind this? But it doesn't look like it. Lu Chen pretended not to see it, since it was dark and Qi Danian couldn't see his facial expression anyway. He used a full 2 ounces of mung beans tonight, so he was a little shortchanged. Qi Danian went over and kicked Du Laoxing hard, cursing, you piece of shit. You're not good at anything. You only know a few lousy skills, yet you dare to try to rob people. You got beaten up, and now you're blaming me. Seeing this, Go Sheng and Go Dan also started punching and kicking Du Laoxing. Du Laoxing had already been severely injured and tortured by the 3 men, so much so that he didn't even have the strength to scream. At that moment, he even felt a little envious of Jiangmi. Fortunately, Jiangmi died young, so she didn't have to suffer such pain and humiliation. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke up. Let's send them on their way, and at least we'll have some peace and quiet. Qi Danian and his 2 sons immediately turned on Du Laoxing and his group. Du Laoxing felt immense regret before his death. He had long suspected these people were suspicious, but in the end he couldn't resist his greed and died a worthy death. But he really wanted to figure out what went wrong tonight. But in the end, he died under mysterious circumstances. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Having dealt with tonight's troubles, Lu Chen chatted with Qi Danian for a long time, praising him once again, before finally the group went to sleep again. The group continued their journey as usual the next day. It took the group 2 or 3 days to travel less than 200 li to reach Yanqing County. After making some inquiries, Lu Chen finally found Xie Qiao's hometown, Xie Village in Deguizi Town. Just as Lu Chen had predicted, Xizhuang was also an extremely poor village, with only a few dozen households in the entire village. When a horse-drawn carriage arrived in the village, almost the entire village came out, as if attending a grand market, to watch Lu Chen and his companions. Look, a horse-drawn carriage. This is a rare and precious item that only wealthy families in the city have. Who are they? What are they doing in our village? I don't know. I've never heard of any wealthy relatives in our village. TSK, look at this carriage. It's so beautiful. What kind of wood is it made of? It's so finely crafted, and it even has a sheen. It's gorgeous. Hey, look at that person getting off the carriage. He's so handsome. I've never seen anyone so handsome before. Look at the clothes he's wearing. They don't have a single patch. That's amazing. Even Zhao Lijing's clothes have several patches. The entire village of over 200 people surrounded Lu Chen and his companions, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Chapter 186, A Wasted Trip. An elderly man in his 50s came up to Lu Chen and his group. Distinguished guests, I am Xie Yuan, the village chief of Xie Village. May I ask what brings you to our village? Lu Chen asked, Village Chief Xie, may I ask if there's a person named Xie Qiao in your village? Xie Yuan asked in surprise, Qiao? Qiao is my nephew. What do you want with him? Lu Chen stated bluntly, I am Xie Qiao's fiancé. Lu Chen was only halfway through his sentence when he was drowned out by the exclamations of the surrounding villagers. What? He's Xie Qiao's husband. Didn't Chang Gui sell Xie Qiao out? Where did she get such a wealthy husband? I heard that Chang Gui sold Xiao Qiao to a poor family as a wife, but this person doesn't seem like a poor person at all. Yes, I heard Xie Qiao only sold 3 jean of cornmeal. Could it be that Xie Qiao ran away later and went to a wealthy family? But what wealthy family would marry her as their principal wife? They probably wouldn't even give her the title of concubine, would they? Well, no matter what, Xiao Qiao is still lucky. Yes, Xiao Qiao is so lucky. She found such a good family. Xie Qiao and my child get along so well. Why isn't my daughter so lucky? I watched Xie Qiao grow up. I never imagined that she would marry into such a wealthy family. Helpless, Lu Chen could only wait for the villagers to calm down before asking them questions. However, he also realized that Xie Qiao's parents were probably not home. Otherwise, they would have come out to meet them long ago. To be honest, the reason I came to your manor is to invite my future parents-in-law to my home. My wedding with Xiao Qiao is imminent, so naturally my parents-in-law will be there. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, another uproar ensued. Oh my, Chang Gui and his wife are so lucky. Their daughter married so well. Their son-in-law even came to pick them up in a carriage. I'm so envious. Look at Chang Gui's son-in-law. He's so handsome and kind-hearted. He's here to take Chang Gui and his wife to enjoy a life of luxury. TSK. Chang Gui's family is going to have endless good fortune in the future. Lu Chen was speechless. Whenever he opened his mouth to speak, it would elicit a chorus of exclamations from the villagers. That's understandable. People in small villages like this, who have hardly ever left their homes in their entire lives, and whose horizons and knowledge are limited to just their small village, would naturally be surprised to see someone like Lu Chen. But it shouldn't have come to this, right? Amidst gasps and exclamations of surprise, Lu Chen finally learned the whereabouts of Xie Qiao and his wife. It turned out that they had returned to the village a while ago, but they couldn't bear the hunger any longer, so they went to Fengzhou City to stay with their relatives. Half of the villagers in Xie are currently begging and fleeing famine. Some villagers are unable to leave, while others are barely managing to hold on. If there were even the slightest chance of survival, they would not leave their homes. Lu Chen found it strange. Since Xie Qiao had relatives to rely on, why did he still have to flee the famine and sell his children? We'll have to wait until we see them to discuss this further. With the villagers of Xie watching them leave with reluctance, Lu Chen and his group departed from Xie and headed towards Fengzhou City. Brother Lu, I didn't expect Uncle Xie and Aunt Xie to have gone to Fengzhou City as well. Although it was a wasted trip, it's all right. We are also going to Fengzhou City. Inside the carriage, Zhao Daya spoke to Lu Chen. She felt a pang of sadness. If her parents had treated her better, maybe she would have. Lu Chen said, I don't think this is a good question. As for what exactly constitutes a bad interpretation, Lu Chen is currently unsure. After traveling for several more days, the group finally arrived at Fengzhou City. The closer they got to Fengzhou City, the more chaotic the situation became. Lu Chen's carriage was stopped and robbed by several groups of people. These people were just ordinary bandits, and the most skilled among them was only at the martial arts level. With Qi Danian and his 2 sons present, they naturally wouldn't be allowed to gain any advantage, and they were all chased away by Qi Danian. With Fengzhou City in sight, Qi Danian seemed somewhat absent-minded, as if he were sickly and listless. Although the father and son had a hard time traveling these past few days, they had been eating very well. Meat was a staple at every meal, along with large white steamed buns and meat dumplings. Once they arrived in Fengzhou City and parted ways, the 3 of them would never have such good days again. Chapter 187. Are you planning a rebellion? Upon arriving in Fengzhou City, Lu Chun headed straight for the West Gate. He had arranged to meet Zhao Yingxue at the West Gate. Upon arriving at the West Gate, Lu Chun did not see Zhao Yingxue, but instead saw her former attendant, Yi Qin, now the deputy company commander of the 13th Company. Even if Sister Zhao stays here to wait for you at night, I will take over during the day. Sister Zhao is resting in the city now. Yi Qin was surprised to find 3 outsiders with Lu Chun, so she changed how she addressed Zhao Yingxue. Is everyone here? Lu Chun asked. With 100 or so people in the 13th Company traveling together, it would be too conspicuous, so Lu Chun had them split up and travel separately. Yi Qin replied, Brother Lu, everyone is in the city and has been settled in. Has anything happened in Fengzhou City these past few days? Yi Qin glanced at Qi Danian and the other 2 beside her. Qi Danian tactfully led his 2 sons to the side. Now that they had arrived in Fengzhou City, the 3 of them should have parted ways with Lu Chun and the others. But Qi Danian was somewhat reluctant to part with it. Even if they separate after entering the city, perhaps they can still get a good meal. Father, what exactly does young Master Lu do? Gosheng asked Qi Danian in a low voice. Qi Danian turned his head to look at Lu Chun, who was speaking, and lowered his voice to say, Even Father can't tell, but the girl who is talking to him doesn't seem simple either. Godan leaned over and asked, Dad, what's not simple? Qi Danian lowered his voice even further. Your father has seen the world, and the girl who is talking to young Master Lu has a figure and demeanor that seem to come from the palace. His words startled Gosheng and Godan. Qi Danian continued, In my younger days, I had the good fortune to meet a woman who came from the palace. Every gesture she made seemed to be perfectly measured and graceful. Apart from her, I have never seen anyone else who resembled her. The girl who was talking to young Master Lu, her eyebrows and movements are exactly the same as that palace maid. Really? I don't believe it. Gosheng exclaimed in surprise. He said he didn't believe it, but he had to admit that he had never seen a woman with such a demeanor before. They were talking in hushed tones when Lu Chun called them over. Brother Qi, let's go into the city. The 3 of you have had a hard journey. Once we get into the city, let's have a couple of drinks. Lu Chun seemed to see through what Qi Danian was thinking and extended a warm invitation. Qi Danian hurriedly replied, How could I dare to let young Master Lu spend any more money? Brother Qi, there's no need to refuse. You've risked your lives to protect the 3 of us all this way. How can we not repay this kindness? Qi Danian then stopped refusing. When they entered the city, the soldiers guarding the city stopped Lu Chun and his party. These days, there are refugees everywhere. Not everyone can enter the city. When the soldiers saw Lu Chen's fine carriage, their eyes lit up. There's been too little profit these days, but today I'm finally going to make a big score. What are you doing here? What's in the carriage? Get out of the carriage right now. I need to check. Several soldiers, armed with knives and guns and looking fierce, surrounded the carriage, as if afraid it would run away. How could Qi Danian not see through the thoughts of these officers and soldiers? He dared to beat up bandits, but he didn't dare to lay a hand on government soldiers. It's not that we dare not, but that we can. Going back 18 generations, none of his ancestors had ever stolen, robbed, cheated, or swindled, let alone rebelled. To dare to lay a hand on officers and soldiers is tantamount to treason. Even if it wasn't treason, they could still pin the charge of treason on it. But Qi Danian can't just do nothing, can he? Otherwise, he'd be letting down all the delicious food Lu Chen provided. He stepped forward with a fawning smile and said to the soldiers, Gentlemen, roll. An impatient soldier pushed Qi Danian but couldn't move him. The soldier's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his sword. You want to rebel? Several other soldiers immediately came over and surrounded Qi Danian and his 2 sons. Qi Danian had a bitter face. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why would he want to rebel? Are all soldiers this unreasonable? He was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. Just as Qi Danian was in a dilemma, Lu Chun jumped off the carriage, took something out of his body, and waved it in front of several soldiers. Several officers and soldiers immediately knelt down. Chapter 188, 3 Pairs of Parents. Qi Danian had thought along the way that Lu Chun was no ordinary person, but he never expected him to be so extraordinary. The guards were so frightened by just seeing his waist tag that they knelt down. So what exactly is her identity? With this question in mind, Lu Chun and his group entered the city. Fengzhou City was much larger than the county town, and despite the famine, it was still bustling with activity. However, the faces of the people in the city were all etched with worry. Jiang Wenyu died inexplicably in Majiang County, and his tens of thousands of troops scattered like birds and beasts. As a result, several groups of bandits and outlaws around Fengzhou City started causing trouble again. More than 10 bandit raids have occurred outside the city, but the villages outside the city are generally not wealthy. If the greed of these bandits is not satisfied, Fengzhou City will probably suffer. And this is almost a certainty. In the past few days, several spies who had infiltrated the city have been captured. They all confessed that their leader had sent them into the city. Brother Qi, with your skills, why don't you find a job in Fengzhou City? It's better than wandering around, isn't it? On the way to the inn, Lu Chun asked Qi Danian. Qi Danian shook his head. I've offended too many people over the years, both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and they all wish I would die as soon as possible. I dare not stay in Fengzhou City. Lu Chun thought about it and realized that Qi Danian's stubborn personality must have blocked many people's path to wealth. Then you can go to other places. The north is too chaotic. You can go to the south. Qi Danian shook his head again. It's hard to leave one's homeland. I'm afraid that if I die one day, even my body won't be able to rest in my hometown. After hearing this, Lu Chun did not ask any further questions. Lu Chun and the others arrived at the Hakalai Inn, but Zhao Yingxue was already waiting outside the inn before they even arrived. Beside her were 4 or 5 female soldiers aged 13. Brother Lu, you've arrived? Zhao Yingxue curtsied to Lu Chun. Lu Chun smiled and said, there was a slight delay along the way. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. After exchanging a few words, Lu Chun invited Qi Danian to have a meal at the restaurant. The group ordered a large table of fine wines and dishes at Yulai Xian, the largest restaurant in Fengzhou City, and Lu Chun even had a couple of drinks, which was quite unusual for him. Qi Danian, on the other hand, changed his usual behavior. He sat at the dinner table, focused on eating, and hardly said a word. His appearance puzzled Lu Chun, but he didn't ask any further questions. After the meal, the group went their separate ways. Qi Danian, along with his 2 eldest sons, once again became destitute refugees. As the 3 of them wandered aimlessly through the streets begging for food, Goshen couldn't help but ask Qi Danian a question. Dad, were you at the dinner table today just to eat a few more bites? Why didn't you say a word? Qi Danian's face darkened slightly, his brows furrowed, but he did not answer. Finally, after his 2 sons pressed him repeatedly, he let out a long sigh and said, what do you have to say about the woman named Zhao Yingxue that you met today? This woman has such an air of nobility. She doesn't seem to come from a small town, Godan said first. No. Qi Danian made a startling statement. If the woman outside the city before seemed to be from the palace, then this Zhao Yingxue must be her master. What? Master? Go Sheng and Go Dan exclaimed in unison. Who else could be the master in the palace? Qi Danian remained silent for a long time before finally saying, Fengzhou City is about to undergo a major change. Whether Fengzhou City would change or not, Lu Chun knew best at this moment. At the inn, Lu Chun had already asked Zhao Yingxue about various news inside and outside Fengzhou City. How credible is this? Lu Chun asked. Zhao Yingxue replied, about 70 to 80%. Lu Chun simply said, oh, and said no more about it. Then he said to Zhao Yingxue, send someone to inquire about Xie Qiao and his wife. They are Xie Qiao's parents. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingxue realized that Xie Qiao's parents were in a very important situation and that it had to be handled properly. Lu Chun told Zhao Yingxue about Xie Qiao's situation, emphasizing that they had come to Fengzhou City to seek refuge with relatives. Lu Chun estimated that these relatives were not ordinary people. Zhao Yingxue immediately made arrangements for everyone in the 13th Company to go out and search for Xie Qiao and his wife. Zhao Yingxue was busy finding people for Lu Chun, while Lu Chun looked at the 99 loyalty rating above Zhao Yingxue's head, feeling a mix of emotions. For the next 2 days, Lu Chun and Zhao Daya also stayed at the Hakalai Inn. Zhao Yingxue even booked a room for Lu Chun in advance, which saved a lot of trouble. That day, a female soldier came to report that she had found Xie Qiao and his wife. Lu Chun was somewhat surprised. Fengzhou City was such a big place with so many people living there. How do they find a person so quickly? Zhao Yingxue smiled and said, if you lure someone with benefits, you will surely gain something. Oh, how can we lure them with benefits? Zhao Yingxue said, I had them copy a lot of notices saying that Xie Qiao and his wife have been kind to Yi. Oh, by the way, Yi is the deputy company commander of my 13th company. The notices said that Yi was eager to find them to repay their kindness and promised them 1,000 taels of silver. With that, how can we not find them? Chen never expected Zhao Yingxue to have such methods. He hadn't even considered it. There were many things he hadn't considered. Chen never expected that Xie Qiao would suddenly have 3 sets of parents. 3 couples came to Zhao Yingxue asking for reward. People will do anything for money. Whether in his past or future life, Chen was already used to this kind of thing. Zhao Yingxue said, I estimate that in a few more days, even more people will come to claim this matter. You can make the selection. Chen couldn't be bothered with such matters. Chen felt that with Zhao Yingxue's exceptional intelligence, this matter should not be difficult. Sure enough, Zhao Yingxue got the results quickly. Brother Lu, none of these 3 couples are Sister Xie's parents. Chen was somewhat disappointed. But Zhao Yingxue added, I sent people to investigate. Although one of the couples is not Sister Xie's parents, her parents are related to this couple. How so? Zhao Yingxue explained. The couple who fraudulently claimed this property are wealthy merchants from Fengzhou City. The head of the household is named Chen Yuanqing. They originally had some wealth, but recently, Jiang Wenyu's army went on a campaign and looted all their gold, silver, and grain. Now, they're practically just an empty shell. Chen nodded slightly. Jiang Wenyu was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Sister Xie's parents came to seek refuge with Chen Yuanqing a few days ago and are temporarily staying at Chen Yuanqing's residence. After Zhao Yingxue finished speaking, Chen suddenly asked, Do you know what kind of relative Chen Yuanqing is to Xie Qiao? Zhao Yingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, This Chen Yuanqing is Sister Xie's cousin. According to the servants of the Chen family, Sister Xie's mother was engaged to this Chen Yuanqing in her younger days. Chen rubbed his forehead, thinking, What kind of mess is this? Chapter 189, Severed Arm. The Chen residence. Xie Qiao was repairing a carved wooden bed in the courtyard. His wife Chao was washing clothes. Her hands were white for being soaked in water. The cold water in early winter was icy cold. She would occasionally rub her hands on the clothes to warm them up a little before continuing to wash. Suddenly, a burly woman walked over, holding a rattan cane, and began whipping and cursing at Chao. You shameless woman. You even slack off on such a small amount of work. You freeloader, don't you see how many people are starving to death outside? It's only because my master is kind-hearted that he took in a family of lazy, good-for-nothings like you. Xie Qiao was furious and was about to go and stop him. 2 more servants from the Chen family appeared beside him, their eyes filled with malice, wielding sticks and blocking Xie Qiao's path. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for this slut? Then you all better get out of the Chen family right now. These 2 servants hated Xie Qiao to death. The Chen family is currently in decline, and with the added famine, the servants in the mansion already have very little food. After Xie Qiao's family arrived, the servants' food has been reduced even further, and they are now starving every day. This is all because of Xie Qiao's family. If the master hadn't ordered them not to be killed, these 2 servants would have killed Xie Qiao's entire family long ago. It's not that Xie Qiao doesn't want to leave. He regretted it soon after arriving at the Chen residence. But they couldn't leave. Chen Yuanqing wanted to slowly torture the whole family to death before he was satisfied. Thinking of his son who had died tragically 10 days earlier, Xie Qiao felt extremely indignant. They came to the Chen family because they wanted to find a way for their son to survive. Who knew Chen Yuanqing was so ruthless, constantly finding ways to torment their family, especially their tragically murdered son, who was not even 10 years old when they killed him. Xie Qiao wanted to give his son a way out, but he never expected it to end like this. The servants of the Chen family said that his son was running around playing and fell down, hitting his head. But anyone could see that the bruises on his body were also from a fall. After his son's death, Xie Qiao was heartbroken. If it weren't for the fact that Chao Shi was still around, he would have fought Chen Yuanqing to the death long ago. If they had known this would happen, they shouldn't have come to Fengzhou in the first place. This Chen mansion is a den of wolves. At this time, Chen was unaware of Xie Qiao's younger brother's tragic death. Zhao Yingxue knew about this, but she didn't mention it to Chen. Inside the inn, Chen Yuanqing was still arguing with Yi. Xie Qiao is the servant I bought. All his men belong to the Chen family. How can I be accused of fraud? What's wrong with me taking his reward money on behalf of my servant? Chen Yuanqing spoke with conviction. Yi Qing glanced at the short, stocky, middle-aged man, but she didn't argue with him. She couldn't bear the humiliation of arguing with someone like him. At this moment, Lu Chun and Zhao Yingxue came downstairs. Yi Qing hurriedly went to greet her. Brother Lu, this is the man. The Xie couple are at his house. Lu Chun glanced at Chen Yuanqing and said, Let's go to your residence. Chen Yuanqing hurriedly asked, Have you prepared your silver? Lu Chun took out a stack of silver notes from his body and waved them in front of Chen Yuanqing. Chen Yuanqing smiled broadly and hurriedly reached out to grab it, but grasped at empty air. We'll talk about it when we get to your residence. After saying this, Lu Chun ignored Chen Yuanqing and stepped out of the inn. Chen Yuanqing, with his short, stocky legs, quickly followed after him. Chen Yuanqing's home was only a little over 3 miles from the inn, and the group soon arrived at Chen Yuanqing's residence. Lu Chun paused in front of the gate, looked up at the 2 characters Chen residence above, and then walked through the gate. As soon as he entered the gate, Lu Chun saw an old woman beating a middle-aged woman. She was holding a thick rattan cane about the thickness of a thumb and was whipping it hard across the middle-aged woman's back. The middle-aged woman was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face, but she didn't utter a sound. A little further inside, 2 men who looked like servants were twisting a man's arms. The man struggled desperately, but was too weak to resist due to years of hunger. Stop! Zhao Daya shouted angrily. Although her voice was clear and crisp, it was also extremely penetrating and intimidating. The old woman and 2 servants who were taking action were startled and froze on the spot. Chen Yuanqing jogged up to Xie Qiao and said with a smile, Hey, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Are you taking advantage of the nice weather to stretch your muscles? Xie Qiao glared angrily at Chen Yuanqing. This heartless bastard was fooled by Chen Yuanqing's smiling face back then. They're all smiles on the surface, but they'll eat you alive behind your back. Then Xie Qiao looked at the group of people that Chen Yuanqing had brought. Xie Qiao had met Lu Chun at Lujia village that day. After all, Lu Chun is Xie Qiao's future husband, so he has to give him a good look. Although he sold his daughter, it was out of desperation. However, at this moment, how could Xie Qiao possibly recognize Lu Chun? Xie Qiao noticed that Lu Chun's clothes were luxurious, neat, and elegant, indicating that he was no ordinary person. Lu Chun's appearance had changed drastically. He was completely different from the dark-skinned, thin boy he had been before. Behind him were several young women, each with extraordinary looks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were as beautiful as celestial beings. Xie Qiao was puzzled. Although Chen Yuanqing was a wealthy man in Fengzhou City, how could he have made friends with such a person? If Chen Yuanqing is a mudfish in a ditch, then these people are phoenixes in the sky, completely unrelated. Zhao Daya approached Xie Qiao and asked in a friendly tone, May I ask if this uncle is from Xie Village, Deguizi Town, Yanqing County? Xie Qiao was a little stunned. Then he nodded blankly and said, Exactly. Zhao Daya then asked, Do you have a daughter? What's her name? Xie Qiao didn't recognize the young woman in front of him at all, nor did he know why she asked such a question, but he still answered, Yes, I have a daughter named Xie Qiao. Zhao Daya nodded, then turned to look at Chen Yuanqing. Chen Yuanqing felt a little flustered. The people he brought back seemed to be old acquaintances of Xie Qiao. Speak. What happened? Zhao Daya said coldly. What could Chen Yuanqing say? Where could he even begin to explain? Just as Chen Yuanqing was in a dilemma, Zhao Daya looked at the 2 servants and the maid. Her gaze was icy, penetrating to the bone. Which hand did you use to hit the person just now? The 2 servants and the old woman recognized the words immediately. It seems their father used to say it often, and they themselves often said it too. So they immediately shut their mouths tightly and didn't say a word. Zhao Daya didn't care whether they said it or not. She was just following the usual procedure. She stepped forward, grabbed a servant's arm, and suddenly exerted force. Ah! The servant let out a scream. That scream was truly horrific, because he saw that his arm had been forcibly torn off his shoulder. Even if he wasn't in physical pain, he couldn't bear the psychological impact of this scene. This scene is too cruel. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqing was so frightened that he wet his pants on the spot. Everyone else in the courtyard felt their scalp tingle and trembled as they watched. Only Lu Chun and a few others remained calm. What kind of horrific scenes haven't they seen on the battlefield? This is just a small-scale incident. Chapter 190 is too brutal. The servant with the severed arm screamed in agony. The remaining servant, an old woman, trembled with fear. Chen Yuanqing's mind went completely blank. He didn't know what had happened. Wasn't he leading people to his home to ask for a reward? How could this be the case? Xie Qiao certainly wouldn't give up so easily. She looked coldly at the servants and old women. The bloodthirsty aura that Xie Qiao exuded from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood was so intense it directly threatened people's heads. The servants and old women, stared at by her, went limp and collapsed to the ground. Xie Qiao stepped forward and stomped on the two men several times, crushing their arm and leg bones to pieces. She had suffered mistreatment from her family since childhood, and she couldn't bear to see this scene. What's more, these people were bullying Xie Qiao's parents. After dealing with the three wicked servants, Xie Qiao looked at Chen Yuanqing. Chen Yuanqing immediately knelt down before Xie Qiao. "Grandma, please spare my life. We have no past grievances or present hatred. Please have mercy and spare my dog's life." Although Chen Yuanqing didn't know why this femme fatale was doing this, he knew that begging for mercy as soon as possible was definitely the right thing to do. Xie Qiao pointed at Xie Qiao and his wife and said, "Then you should ask them whether they will spare you or not." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqing felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly crawled to Xie Qiao and Chao Shi on his knees. "Brother Qiao, please say a good word for me. Look, I haven't treated you badly since you came to my house. I provided you with good food and drink. You can't be ungrateful." Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chun, then at Xie Qiao. He didn't know who these people were or why they were standing up for him. The young woman who made the move was particularly ruthless. It's as if these people killed her parents. Xie Qiao could tell, of course, that the woman was standing up for them. But Xie Qiao really didn't recognize them. However, when he thought of his son who had been tortured to death and his wife who had been humiliated in every way, his heart was filled with boundless hatred. He kicked Chen Yuanqing to the ground, cursing, "You beast in human form." When the family of three first arrived at the Chen residence, Chen Yuanqing treated them exceptionally well. They arranged for them to take a bath, gave them new clothes, and even provided them with 2 rooms to stay in. But just 3 days later, Chao told him in tears that Chen Yuanqing had ill intentions toward their family and even harbored malicious thoughts towards her. Upon hearing this, Xie Qiao immediately prepared to leave with his family. But Chen Yuanqing wouldn't let them leave at all. Not only did they not let them leave, they also took back all the new clothes they had given them and forced them to live in the woodshed. Moreover, since then, they have endless work to do every day, and they are constantly being beaten and scolded by the servants of the Chen family. Their status in the Chen household was even lower than that of servants. They were practically no different from prisoners. Xie Qiao was filled with hatred. Knowing that Chen Yuanqing was still obsessed with his wife Chao and wanted her as soon as possible, he would never have come to this beast. Seeing that he couldn't reason with Xie Qiao, Chen Yuanqing immediately turned to Chao Shi for help. "Moon, my cousin Moon, you're my own cousin. You can't just stand by and watch me die, can you? You've always known how I feel about you." Chao raised her hand and slapped Chen Yuanqing hard across the face, scolding, "You shameless." Xie Qiao had been waiting impatiently for a long time, so she stepped forward and grabbed Chen Yuanqing's arm. Chen Yuanqing had already witnessed her methods, and before Xie Qiao could even make a move, he was so frightened that he fainted. Even so, Xie Qiao did not let him go. She did the same thing, tearing off one of Chen Yuanqing's arms as if he were a rag doll. Chen Yuanqing was jolted awake by the pain, let out a scream, and then fainted again from the agony. Xie Qiao said disdainfully, "What a useless thing." Lu Chan said to Xie Qiao and his wife, "Please pack your things. We're leaving." Xie Qiao and Chao Shi exchanged a glance and then agreed. Although they didn't know who Lu Chan was, as long as they could leave this place, anywhere else would be better than this Chen family. Besides, although these people are ruthless, they are genuinely good to the two of them. The young man in front of them, with his extraordinary demeanor, spoke to them in a gentle and friendly manner and didn't seem like a bad person. The two did as instructed and went back to their woodshed to pack their clothes. In fact, they didn't have anything valuable on them. They only had a small bundle containing nothing more than household registration cards and other identification documents. Xie Qiao picked up their small bundles and followed Lu Chan away from the Chen residence. After they left, The other people in the Chen residence opened their doors and carried Chen Yuanqing and the other three back to their respective rooms for treatment. After Lu Chun and his group walked away, three heads suddenly appeared on the roof ridge. Good heavens! Just who is this Lu Chun? Qi Danian exclaimed in surprise. Go Sheng said, I thought Madame Lu was just a weak woman who couldn't even kill a chicken, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. It was too cruel, I didn't dare to watch. Go Dan said. Chapter 191, the two Lu Ku are far from being the same. I knew it. This Lu Chun is no ordinary person. Qi Danian felt that he was quite good at judging people. Then Madame Lu is simple? Look how good she is at tearing people apart. She can tear off someone's arm as easily as snapping a hair, without any effort at all. Go Dan thought that Madame Lu's martial arts skills must be quite good, at least about the same as his. Go Xing asked, then why do you still hire us as guards? Maybe they're just too lazy to do it themselves. Think about it. Would a lady of high society get out of her carriage and chase away those vagrants? It wouldn't look good, would it? Maybe she just doesn't want to get her hands dirty. You know what? That actually makes sense. Unlike his two sons, who only think about trivial matters, Qi Danian had more to think about, and more important things. We've all seen it these past 2 days. At least a dozen people have come to the inn looking for Lu Chen. They're all young and beautiful women. These women are acting mysteriously, and they all seem to have martial arts skills. I even managed to lose track of them when I tried to follow them myself, which means they are all very capable. Dog Egg asked, should we still follow? Follow. Of course we'll follow. Qi Danian said decisively. He wasn't doing this for himself, but for his two children. These two children, though seemingly clever, are actually quite simple-minded. If we don't find him a good place to go, they'll suffer if he passes away one day. Meanwhile, Xie Qiao and his wife were taken to an inn by Lu Chun. Lu Chun immediately arranged for someone to buy them new clothes and had the inn prepare a meal. The meal was very simple, consisting of only 2 steamed buns, 2 bowls of thin porridge, and 4 stir-fried vegetable dishes. The Xie couple had been starving for so long that they only ate half a meal. Even so, this meal was the best and most filling meal the two of them had eaten in recent years. After dinner, back in their room, Qiao was puzzled and asked Xie Qiao, this meal cost nearly 1 tael of silver, which would have been enough to buy dozens of caddies of pork in the past. But why were all the dishes vegetarian? We spent so much money, and we're still not full. Seeing Xie Qiao glancing at her sideways, Madame Qiao quickly said, I'm not saying that young Master Lu is stingy, I just think this meal is not worth the money. What do you know? Xie Qiao said, only now can we see that this young Master Lu is truly good to us. What's wrong? I still don't understand. Xie Qiao said earnestly, we haven't had a full meal in a long time, so he doesn't dare let us eat too much, lest our stomachs can't handle it and something bad happens. It's the same reason why he doesn't let us eat meat. If we've been hungry for a long time, our stomachs can't handle eating too much greasy food all at once. Do you understand, silly woman? Don't take his good intentions for granted. Madame Qiao suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This young Master Lu is truly thoughtful. She frowned and thought for a while before saying, why would this young Master Lu want to help us? We don't have anyone with the surname Lu in our family, and you don't seem to have any friends with the surname Lu either. Xie Qiao shook his head. No, that's really strange. Xie Qiao suddenly said, what do you mean, no? Have you forgotten? Isn't Xiao Qiao's husband's family surnamed Lu? Upon hearing this, Qiao nodded immediately. That's right. How could I forget that? Our Xiao Qiao was sold to a family surnamed Lu in Lujia village. At the time, we had to make them guarantee again and again that when Xiao Qiao got married in the future, they would marry her properly. She continued, but that family is also pitifully poor, not much better off than ours. They both have the surname Lu, but these two Lus are worlds apart. Xie Qiao agreed. Yes, one is incredibly wealthy, and the other is dirt poor. They're completely unrelated. But who exactly is he, and why is he helping us? Actually, Lu Chun did not want to reveal his identity. As soon as they returned to the inn, Zhao Dia asked about the matter. Brother Lu, why don't you reveal your identity? You don't mean to look down on them because they're dressed in shabby clothes? Or because you think they're embarrassing you, do you? Lu Chun laughed. The two had only been traveling together for a few days, and Zhao Dia's mischievousness from her childhood had returned. So he shared his thoughts. He just wanted Xie Qiao and his wife to calm down first, and then tell them in a day or two when they had calmed down. The current Lu Chen is almost a completely different person from the Lu Chen of the past. If he were to introduce himself as their son-in-law Lu Chen the moment they met, he would likely be mistaken for a fraud, which would backfire. I see. Brother Lu, you've thought of everything. Chapter 192, Addicted to Tearing People Apart. Lu Chen originally thought that Chen Yuanqing's matter would not be delayed beyond tonight at the latest. Chen Yuanqing suffered such a great loss, and at the time he dared not resist, but once Lu Chen left, Chen Yuanqing would definitely seek revenge. Unexpectedly, most of the day passed without any movement. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that government officials arrived at the inn to arrest people. Hearing the commotion downstairs about arresting people, Xie Qiao and his wife were terrified. They had just escaped the wolf's den yesterday and hadn't had time to think much about it. Only now did they realize that young Master Lu had crippled Chen Yuanqing and the others. Why wasn't he worried? Why wasn't he thinking about escaping the city as soon as possible? Sure enough, the authorities came to arrest them. What should we do? Young Master Lu is so delicate and precious. How could he withstand the cruel torture in prison? Xie Qiao was very anxious and wanted to explain to the officials that the matter was caused by the two of them and had nothing to do with young Master Lu. But as soon as they stepped out of the guest room, Yi Qin stopped them. Gentlemen, you don't need to worry about this matter. Brother Lu will take care of it all. Xie Qiao was anxious, but he could only watch helplessly from upstairs as the officials and constables gathered in the inn's lobby. Lu Chen led Zhao Daya and the others to the main hall. Several constables, armed with chains, were about to seize the person when Zhao Daya quickly and decisively defeated them, sending them sprawling. Upon seeing this, the head constable was furious. How dare you resist arrest? Do you know that resisting the officers is tantamount to treason? Zhao Daya looked at the constable with disdain, as if he were a tiny insect. The constable was even more furious, but seeing Zhao Daya's skill, he didn't want to suffer a loss, so he could only roar and dared not make another move. Lu Chen said, "Lead the way, I'll go with you." The constable was overjoyed. Once they got to the main hall, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted with him? Therefore, the head constable stopped insisting on putting Lu Chen in chains and handcuffs, as long as Lu Chen went with them. Along the way, a dozen or so constables kept a close watch on Lu Chen and his companions, fearing they might escape. The group soon arrived at the prefectural government office. Although on the surface, the prefectural capital and the county capital seem to be on the same level, in reality, almost every prefecture is equivalent to a small county, and they're all directly under the jurisdiction of the county and not under the jurisdiction of the county. Fengzhou was designated as a prefecture rather than a county because it governed many counties, and the Fengzhou region was the most important grain-producing area in the Great Zhou dynasty. Therefore, the prefect of Fengzhou had much more power than an ordinary prefect. Fengzhou City is currently going through a turbulent period, and it turns out that Prefect Luo would not bother with such a case. But when he heard from the victim that the perpetrators were dressed well and looked very wealthy, Luo thought, "This is good news." He immediately decided to personally handle the case. Smack! Luo slammed the gavel down heavily, taking the initiative from the start. "Who are you below? Why do you not kneel before me?" Lu Chen glanced at the official sitting in the hall, then continued to look at Chen Yuanqing and the others. Chen Yuanqing and his 3 wicked servants were all carried into the hall on door panels. Their appearances were all more miserable than the last. Chen Yuanqing shuddered when he saw Lu Chen and Zhao Daya. However, remembering that they were in the main hall of the government office, he suddenly regained his courage and boldly met Lu Chen's gaze. When Luo saw that Lu Chen and the others not only refused to kneel but also ignored him, she was furious and glared at them. He slammed the gavel again and roared, "How dare you? How dare you disrespect me? Guards, give him 3 or 4 lashes. No, 50 lashes." The officers on both sides, wielding fire and water clubs and with ferocious expressions, approached Lu Chen and his companions. Zhao Daya stepped forward and said calmly, "Those who aren't afraid of death, come on." Upon hearing this, the officers on both sides slowed their pace, but soon, lewd smiles appeared on their faces. "Now that we're in this lobby, how dare you utter such harsh words? In a moment, I'll show her how many eyes Lord Horse has." Hey. One of the officers, with a lewd look on his face, reached out and grabbed Zhao Daya. "This young woman is so beautiful. He has never seen such a lovely girl in his life. Even just touching it would make my life complete." Before he could even touch it, his vision blurred, followed by a sharp pain. Ah! Ah! The official cried out in a pitiful voice. They were almost as loud as the servants from the Chen family yesterday. Everyone in the hall, including the patriarch Luo, sitting there, was so shocked by the scene before them that they gasped in astonishment. Chen Yuanqing's eyeballs popped out. What? No way. Not again. Are you addicted to tearing people apart? Chapter 193, Is There No Law Left? Zhao Daya didn't want to show her power in court, but the lecherous and ugly behavior of the constable disgusted her. In a fit of rage, she dislocated the constable's arm, and it was the kind that could never be put back on. Her action stunned Luo, and all the constables in the courtroom. Since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one has ever dared to commit such a heinous act in the courtroom. Even the onlookers outside the hall were terrified. Where did this ruthless person come from? How could she be so ruthless towards such a delicate-looking young girl? Like previous dynasties, the Great Zhou dynasty allowed commoners to observe trials held by the magistrate outside the courtroom. A courtroom, of course, is a place for public trials. Only in this way can the people see whether the magistrate is an honest or corrupt official, a reasonable or muddle-headed official from the process of judging cases. Many people are unaware of what happened. What happened? I didn't even see anything clearly. How did the young girl tear off the officer's arm? I don't know either. When the officer went to arrest her, she broke the officer's arm. Among the onlookers were some discerning individuals. I don't think that official was a good guy either. He saw that the girl was pretty and had ulterior motives. He tried to touch her, and the girl got angry, so she cut off his arm. Yes. I saw it too. That official was up to no good. He was clearly trying to arrest someone, but he was groping their chest. No wonder they were angry. Many others, who had always been bullied by officials and resented their actions, naturally wouldn't speak up for them. I also think the official deserved it. The young girl was only fighting back because she had no choice but to protect her innocence. These officials are used to bullying the common people. They've finally met their match, haven't they? I think they deserve it. Luo, who was in the lobby, was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. He flew into a rage and roared, "Guards, tie up this wicked woman and throw her in jail." The officers looked at each other, afraid that the girl would cut off their arms. Luo, was even more furious. "How dare you? Even you dare to disobey my orders." The 7 or 8 officers exchanged glances, then suddenly stepped forward and surrounded Zhao Daya. Some of them took out their knives and brandished them at Zhao Daya to intimidate her and prevent her from making any rash moves. Others raised their fire and water sticks and smashed them forcefully against Zhao Daya. 2 more officers, carrying chains, were putting them on Zhao Daya. Zhao Daya's gaze was cold, and just as they were about to attack, she suddenly made her move. With a flurry of punches and kicks, Zhao Daya sent 7 or 8 constables flying before they could even see what was happening. With just a few gestures, 7 or 8 constables were all lying on the ground, screaming in agony. Some of them had their arms broken, some had their leg bones broken by kicks, and others had several ribs broken by hammers. In short, none of them were intact. There was another collective gasp, both inside and outside the hall. Good heavens! This little girl is not to be trifled with. I didn't even see anything clearly before they all collapsed. Did anyone see what happened? How did she make that move? No wonder this little girl is actually a martial arts master. That's what you call skill breeds daring. If she didn't have some real talent, would she dare to cause such a scene in court? But this young girl acted rashly. Who knows how many years she'll spend in jail? If she goes to prison, she'll definitely be tortured to death by these officials. What a pity. What a waste of such a beautiful girl. Outside the courtroom, people were talking about it, saying all sorts of things. In the courtroom, Luo, was also terrified and completely at a loss. This young girl is clearly a reckless fool who is not afraid of death. What if she gets angry and pounces on him, the prefect, and twists his arm off? "Young lady, please don't lay a hand on me. Please don't lay a hand on me." Luo's expression changed from one of fury to one of beaming smiles. "Young lady, let's talk this out. Please don't resort to violence." Luo tried her best to appease Zhao Daya, fearing that she might also harm herself. Seeing that Zhao Daya's complexion had improved slightly, Luo said again, "Young lady, if you have any grievances, please tell me frankly, and I will definitely do my best to help you." Lying on the door panel, Chen Yuanqing looked at Luo in disbelief. Isn't it him, the one lying here, suffering the injustice? Who is the one with the grievance? This person forcibly ripped off his arm. Why is the magistrate asking this prisoner what injustice he has done instead of pursuing her crime? Is there any justice left in this courtroom? Is there no law left? Chapter 194 started shaking again. Luo, he certainly knew the laws of nature and the law, but he cherished his own life even more. Therefore, he could only feign compliance and try to appease this tyrannical woman. However, to Luo Yi's surprise, Zhao Daya didn't buy it at all. Zhao Daya snorted coldly. What injustice could I possibly have? I just couldn't stand the actions of evil people, so I took action to punish them. After saying that, she glanced at Chen Yuanqing on the ground again. Chen Yuanqing hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. He wondered if he had done something wrong again. He shouldn't have come to complain. Unexpectedly, even the prefect and numerous officials were unable to subdue this female-killing god. Chen Yuanqing felt that he might be getting himself into trouble again. On the other side, Luo, he had already quietly summoned the clerk to her side and whispered to him, "Quickly go and invite Garjon over." As a wealthy and successful prefect, Luo Yi, like many of his colleagues, was very afraid of death. Therefore, he secretly hired 4 highly skilled guards. And this Zhanlong guard is the strongest among these guards. An army is raised for 1,000 days, but used for only 1. He's been supporting these guards for so many years, and now they finally have a chance to do their part. Otherwise, all that money would have been wasted. Upon receiving the order, the clerk hurriedly ran out. Luo Yi was unaware that none of his little actions had escaped Lu Chen's notice. Lu Chen pretended not to see it. Faced with absolute power, all schemes, tricks, and underhanded tactics are utterly useless. At this moment, Luo Yi was still trying his best to comfort Zhao Daya. He realized that this young girl didn't respect him, the master, at all. He had an arrogant demeanor, as if he feared nothing and thought that even the king of heaven himself would be the greatest. Luo Yi gritted her teeth secretly, thinking, "Wait until the convention guards come and take you down, then see how I deal with you. She's quite a pretty girl. If we cripple her martial arts and keep her confined in the manor, it might be quite a treat." Luo Yi couldn't help but smile slightly as she thought about how pleased she was with herself. His smug look still didn't escape Lu Chen's eyes. Your honor, you must do justice for us." Lying on the door panel, Chen Yuanqing secretly glanced at Zhao Daya a few times. He always felt that there was murderous intent in Zhao Daya's eyes. If he doesn't take this opportunity to get rid of this woman, he'll never be able to sleep peacefully again for the rest of his life. Therefore, Chen Yuanqing boldly asked Luo Yi to make a decision for him. Chen Yuanqing had made up his mind. Even if it meant selling his house and losing all his wealth, he vowed to imprison this woman and ensure she would never be able to escape. As the 3 parties were arguing, the clerk led several burly men in tight-fitting clothes into the main hall. Upon seeing these people, Luo Yi's previous dejected expression vanished instantly, and her demeanor changed completely. He raised his head high again, puffed out his chest, and his eyes became bright and piercing. He looked dignified and solemn, as if he had regained control of everything. Luo Yi started shaking again. Smack! Luo Yi slammed the gavel down heavily again. Chen Yuanqing, what grievance do you have? Tell me quickly. Chen Yuanqing was overjoyed. Although he was lying on the bed, the hall was spacious and his view was quite good, and he had already seen several unfamiliar burly men enter the hall. Clearly, the master's helper has arrived. Chen Yuanqing hurriedly said, "Your Honor, I want to file a complaint against these men. Yesterday, they came to my house and severely injured 3 of my servants, leaving them crippled, and then they broke one of my arms." Before Chen Yuanqing could speak, Luo Yi slammed the gavel again. "You audacious madwoman, you wicked woman, confess now." Zhao Daya glanced at Luo Yi and said, "You corrupt official, who are you talking to?" Luo Yi had endured it for so long, but now she couldn't take it anymore. "How dare you? You dare to roar in court, insult me, injure officers, and injure Chen Yuanqing and others. Your crimes are unforgivable. Arrest them immediately." With a clang, Zhanlong drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it at Zhao Daya. "I see you are a woman, so I'll give you a chance. If you obediently surrender, I'll spare you from physical suffering." The other 3, fearing to fall behind, drew their weapons and, like wolves and tigers, approached Zhao Daya step by step. The clerk just told them that a young woman with martial arts skills came to the court and knocked down 7 or 8 constables in one go. Her skills were truly remarkable. Therefore, they dared not underestimate this young woman in front of them. Chapter 195, Indestructible. You guys? Zhao Daya reluctantly raised her eyelids and glanced at Zhanlong and the others. That one glance infuriated Zhanlong and his companions. What kind of look is that? Is she looking at a few ants? Arrogant. Zhanlong roared angrily and thrust his sword at Zhao Daya. You're asking for it. The other 3 also turned and attacked Zhao Daya with their weapons. Zhao Daya stood there, motionless. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhanlong and the others was still indescribable. Anyone who saw that look would probably be furious. It's like throwing their self-esteem on the ground and crushing it 100 times, then spitting on it a few times. Zhanlong and his companions no longer held back and unleashed their full power in a single attack. Zhao Daya, who stood still, left everyone present completely bewildered. The onlookers were all disheartened. Why isn't she moving? Even if she doesn't dare to resist, shouldn't she at least try to dodge? Could she have seen some martial arts masters and been scared out of her wits? I recognize these men. They're the guards that the prefect hired to protect him at his residence. I heard that they're all highly skilled in martial arts, and each of them can take on a dozen or 20 ruthless bandits. If this girl falls into their hands, she's probably doomed. Even Luo Yi in the lobby was stunned. Could she be trying to kill herself? Oh dear, that's such a pity. I've never tasted such exquisite food before. Zhanlong and his companions were overjoyed. They originally thought that Luo Yi had gone to great lengths to ask them to help, and that she was a formidable and troublesome character, but it turned out to be all show and no substance. It's a pity. Even they rarely see such a young and beautiful woman. It's such a pity that they died at their hands. But by then it was too late for them to stop. You hit him. Ouch, you've hit her. It's over. Why didn't she dodge? Amidst the screams and shouts, Zhao Daya remained standing in the same spot. The 4 people opposite her, including Zhanlong, stood frozen in place as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes glazed over and their bodies stiff. What happened? I don't know. Those swords and knives all slashed at her. But she seems to be fine. Yes, how come she's all right? There's not a single drop of blood on her. Many people kept rubbing their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. This scene was unexpected even for Lu Chen. Why did this little girl suddenly pull this stunt? Zhao Daya certainly wouldn't fight a battle unprepared. After taking the powerful pill, she often sparred with female soldiers to test how strong her defense really was. With the strength of an ordinary person, it would be difficult to injure her body with a knife or sword. However, those like Meng Ruyu, who had also taken the power pills and practiced martial arts, were able to break through her defenses. So Zhao Daya asked Meng Ruyu if there was any martial arts technique that could increase a person's physical defense. Meng Ruyu said that such a technique exists, but it is usually kept secret, and only a very few people in the martial arts world have the opportunity to learn it. Later, one day, Lu Chen heard about this. He then searched through the system store. Actually, Lu Chen felt that even without practicing techniques to enhance their defense, they could still roam freely in this world. But since they wanted it, he decided to see if he could find such a technique. In any case, it's only a good thing, not a bad thing, for his men to become stronger. Unexpectedly, he actually found several such cultivation techniques in the system store. Iron shirt, golden bell cover, indestructible. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. Since he had money now, he bought all the cultivation techniques. He only needs a moment to learn these techniques, so of course he should learn them. Similarly, he taught these techniques to Zhao Daya and a few others, and then had Zhao Daya teach them to the female soldiers below. These 7 or 8 techniques for enhancing physical defense each have their own unique benefits. With each new technique added to their bodies, they were like wearing layers upon layers of steel shields. Zhao Daya and the female soldiers now truly seem to be as described in the martial arts manual, each possessing an indestructible body. Unless a large caliber artillery shell hits them directly, ordinary weapons simply cannot penetrate their defenses. Not to mention the swords and sabers of these ordinary martial arts masters in front of us. Seeing his sword pierce Zhao Daya's body, as if it had struck a steel plate. No, even if it were a steel plate, Zhanlong was confident he could make a hole in it. Zhanlong was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that his title of Grand Martial Master is a fake? Even if the opponent is a Grand Master, his sword will pierce through them completely. So, What level of cultivation does this girl in front of him possess? Chapter 196, Give me back my son's life. Do you still intend to arrest me? Zhao Dai's eyes were like frost as she looked at Zhang Long and the others. Zhang Long and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they all took several steps back. This woman's martial arts skills are unfathomable. How dare they act rashly? Zhao Dai then looked at Luo Yi in the hall. Luo Yi was so scared she was almost out of her mind. His greatest reliance was Zhang Long and his group. But now, even Lian Zhanlong and his companions didn't dare to breathe loudly in front of this girl. How many lives does he have? This young lady. Luo Yi immediately put on a smiling face again. They were laughing even more sickeningly than before. His face was full of fawning respect. Even his own parents had never seen him smile like that. What grievance do you have? Please tell me slowly. Don't panic, speak calmly. Luo Yi turned her head, her smile turning into a stern look. Hurry up and bring a few chairs, and quickly brew another pot of the best tea. He was furious. What use was this clerk? A clueless scoundrel. When the advisor saw that Luo Yi's expression was not right, he hurriedly went downstairs, brought over a chair and a table, and soon brought over teacups. Please sit down and let's talk. Luo Yi solicitously invited Lu Chun and the others to sit down. Zhao Dai picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said, I'm thirsty. I'll have some tea first. Then he pointed at Chen Yuanqing. Let him do it. Upon seeing this, Chen Yuanqing's heart sank to the bottom. Who exactly are these influential people that Xie Qiao has befriended? They were so formidable that even the prefect had to be extremely careful when speaking to them. It seems he'll have a hard time getting away with this today. If he wants to live, his only option is to beg for mercy. Going head-on against this female killer would likely result in a swift and very quick death. Once Chen Yuanqing made up his mind, he immediately started howling. Your Honor, this lady, I was wrong. I deserve to die. In fact, Chen Yuanqing himself did not know what crime he had committed. Heaven have mercy. He came to file a complaint, not to be a criminal. Zhao Dai glared at him, and Chen Yuanqing immediately stopped howling. Get to the point. Chen Yuanqing was stunned. What's the key point? Get to the important points. Tell me what crimes you've committed. Chen Yuanqing was taken aback again. What crime did he commit? He really doesn't know. His eyes darted around, and his mind immediately clicked. I am guilty. I shouldn't have mistreated my cousin and her husband. They had nowhere to eat or wear and came to me for help. I shouldn't have made them work, and I shouldn't have let them eat and sleep poorly. Chen Yuanqing kept picking out irrelevant things to say and talked for a long time. The people present even thought that Chen Yuanqing was kind-hearted, while Xie Qiao's family was an ungrateful bloodsucker. Zhao Dai suddenly laughed. You really do have a way to get yourself killed. Chen Yuanqing felt goosebumps all over his body when he looked at Zhao Dai's smiling face. He hurriedly said, I know I was wrong. I'll tell you right away. Only then did he recount in detail how he had abused Xie Qiao's family. Zhao Dai suddenly stood up and stared at Chen Yuanqing. You still dare to deceive me? Chen Yuanqing shuddered again, looking pitifully at Zhao Dai. Little aunt, I really didn't lie to you at all. Just then, a furious roar was heard from outside the hall. Chen Yuanqing, give me back my child's life. Everyone looked and saw that Xie Qiao and his wife had also arrived outside the courtroom. Yiqin had her reasons for stopping Xie Qiao and his wife at the inn, because she knew that Lu Chen was heading to the prefectural government office to handle something important. If the scene is too bloody, it would be bad if Xie Qiao and his wife were frightened. But Xie Qiao and his wife waited at the inn for a long time without seeing Lu Chen and the others return. He was anxious and insisted on going to the court. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Yiqin had no choice but to bring them over. Xie Qiao stood outside the courtroom for about half an incense stick's time. Seeing that Chen Yuanqing was only saying things that were trivial and innocuous, he became furious and couldn't help but shout out. Thinking of her poor child, Qiao also wept bitterly. She pointed at Chen Yuanqing in grief and anger. My child was only 10 years old, and you tortured him to death. You beast, give me back my child's life. After hearing what the two of them said, everyone inside and outside the courtroom finally understood what was going on. Lu Chen's expression changed immediately upon hearing Xie Qiao and his wife's words. If he had known this, he should have gone to Xie village to find Xie Qiao and his wife much earlier. He said to Zhao Dai, find out exactly how their child was tortured to death, and you'll pay them back tenfold. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqing was so frightened that he fainted. The three wicked servants beside them were so frightened that they lay on the door panel, trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing that Xie Qiao's younger brother had been tortured to death by Chen Yuanqing, a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Dai's eyes. Chapter 197 Tenfold Repayment. Zhao Dai stepped forward and stomped on Chen Yuanqing's remaining arm. Tell me, how did you torture and kill their children? That kick crushed Chen Yuanqing's hand and wrist in one fell swoop. Chen Yuanqing screamed in pain. He glanced at his palm. Even a god couldn't cure it. Even if he survives today, his life is over. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqing was in unbearable pain. You're not going to tell, are you? Zhao Dai kicked him again, this time on his forearm. With a sound of bones cracking, Chen Yuanqing let out another howl. The scream sent chills down everyone's spines. This little girl is so young, yet she is so vicious. Still not going to talk? Zhao Dai kicked again. It was still Chen Yuanqing's arm. At this moment, everyone in the courtroom, including Luo Yi, finally realized what was going on. This female killer clearly intended to crush Chen Yuanqing's entire arm inch by inch. That's too ruthless. Chen Yuanqing finally couldn't hold on any longer. He screamed, "It was them. They did it all. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me." When the two servants and the old woman heard Chen Yuanqing say this, they all exclaimed, "Grandma, please forgive us. This was all ordered to be done by the master. He was the one who instructed us." Having witnessed Zhao Dai's ruthlessness, the three of them, thinking that such punishment was about to be inflicted upon them, had long since forgotten everything else. Zhao Dai then turned to the three wicked servants. "Then tell me, how did you torture that child?" The three wicked servants lay trembling on the door panel, unable to utter another word. Zhao Dai stepped forward, but before she could make a move, the three wicked servants shouted in unison, "We'll talk. We'll talk. We'll all talk." Immediately afterwards, the three wicked servants, one after another, recounted in detail how they had received instructions from Chen Yuanqing and used all sorts of cruel methods to torture and kill the child. Upon hearing the crimes of the three wicked servants, the people outside the courtroom were filled with a desire to rush in and tear them to pieces. Kill them. Kill these beasts. Is this something a human being would do? I wish I could eat their flesh raw and drink their blood. We can't kill them. We must make them taste this bitterness. Chen Yuanqing used to act like a kind old man, but I never imagined he was a beast in human form. We must not let him get away with this. Outside the hall, upon hearing that her son had suffered such inhuman torture, Qiao fainted immediately. Xie Qiao was also furious, his eyes wide with rage and his teeth practically grinding to powder. "I'm going to kill you all." Xie Qiao was about to rush into the courtroom when Yi Qin stopped him. Yi Qin knew that killing them like this would be too easy on them. She believed that Zhao Dai had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. As expected, Zhao Dai did not disappoint everyone. Right there in the main hall, in front of the prefect, she recounted to them, one by one, the misdeeds of the three wicked servants. Of course, it's a tenfold return. The scene was extremely bloody. More than 114,000 words have been omitted here. After the execution was completed, Luo Yi in the hall realized that her crotch was soaking wet. The constables in the hall were all standing crookedly. If they weren't afraid of Zhao Dai, they probably would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Strangely, the people outside the courtroom watched with great interest, as if it were a sweet treat. As for why there is such a huge difference between the two, there is no need to elaborate. Throw it out. When Zhao Dai gave orders, she acted as if it were her right, as if she were the most powerful person in the courtroom. A group of constables then stepped forward, trembling, and lifted up the several corpses that were no longer human. These constables were so frightened that their limbs were weak. Normally, 2 people could lift one, but now it took 4 people to barely lift it. The bodies of Chen Yuanqing and the others were thrown onto the main street outside the government office, which attracted a large crowd of people who trampled and insulted them. Of course, Xie Qiao and his wife were among them. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation and venting their anger on the corpses of Chen Yuanqing and the others, a shout suddenly came from afar. "The bandits are attacking the city. Bandits are attacking the city. Quickly report to the prefect." A large number of bandits have arrived outside the city. The area outside the city is teeming with bandits, tens of thousands of them. In the main hall of the prefectural government, Luo Yi was speaking to Lu Chen with trepidation when she heard that bandits were attacking the city. Her face, which had been as white as paper with fear, instantly turned ashen. This is truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly, and a delayed boat encountering a headwind. Chapter 198, each with their own ulterior motives. Quickly, go and fetch Commander Wei. Luo Yi was so frightened that she could barely speak. Given the current turbulent situation, the defense of Fengzhou was originally handled by General Jiang Wenyu. However, when Jiang Wenyu saw the army of Marquis Jingyuan coming to attack, he hurriedly abandoned Fengzhou city and fled. Having no other choice, Luo Yi, seeing the overwhelming strength of the Jingyuan Marquis army, immediately opened the city gates and surrendered. However, Marquis Jingyuan had no interest in this matter, so in order to stabilize the rear, he still allowed Luo Yi to take charge of the overall situation in Fengzhou. Later, the Marquis of Jingyuan's troops were defeated and returned to their hometown. Luo Yi acted as if nothing had happened and continued to serve as his prefect. Given the current chaos in the Great Zhou dynasty, who knows who will rule the world in the future? Luo Yi can simply act as a fence-sitter. As for Commander Xie Qiao, he is Luo Yi's old partner. Xie Qiao is also an opportunist. It was precisely because of this that the two of them managed to save their lives and retain their official positions in the turbulent Zhou dynasty. Xie Qiao was in charge of 7,000 household garrisons and 7,000 men in Fengzhou. But now he could only barely muster more than 4,000 men, all of whom were brought to Fengzhou city by Luo Yi, who provided them with good food and drink and had them guard Fengzhou city for him. As for the former city garrison, they had mostly fled when the Marquis of Jingyuan's troops attacked last time and were no longer of any use. Commander Wei's residence was not far from the prefectural government office, and in no time, Commander Wei, Lord Xie Qiao, hurriedly arrived at the prefectural government office. Xie Qiao noticed several extraordinary-looking young people sitting in the lobby. Not knowing their background, he looked at Luo Yi inquiringly. Luo Yi also didn't understand why Lu Chun and the others hadn't left yet. Wasn't their case already concluded? Although they handled it themselves, it's no longer their concern. Why haven't they left yet? Luo Yi didn't dare to send Lu Chun and the others away, so she could only introduce them to Xie Qiao, saying that they had come to file a lawsuit and hadn't had time to leave yet after the lawsuit was over. Xie Qiao felt something was off, but the situation was critical, and he couldn't think about it too much. Lord Luo, my subordinate, just reported that the bandit army has about 30,000 men. I'm afraid Fengzhou city cannot be defended. You'd better make plans as soon as possible. Well, they're ready to run for their lives right from the start. Luo, he wanted to hold on a little longer. He didn't want to lose his official position. Without Fengzhou city, the prefect, would be nothing. Lord Xie, although the bandits outside the city are numerous, most of them are refugees. What fighting power do they have? Lord Xie's troops are all elite soldiers who are diligently trained. How can they not be victorious? Xie Qiao shook his head repeatedly. Lord Luo, you don't know this. In this year of famine, we lack food and clothing. My soldiers are all so hungry that their legs are weak. How can they fight? Luo, he was furious. Had all the food he had been feeding these past few days gone to waste? But he still had to persuade him kindly. Lord Xie, as long as we hold the city, those bandits will surely retreat on their own in 3 days because they have no food. How will we know we can't win if we don't fight? Luo, he knew this better than anyone. If the enemy were government troops or rebels like the Marquis of Jingyuan, he, as the prefect, could still escape death by surrendering. But what's coming from outside are bandits. The bandits wouldn't reason with him. Once they stormed the city, all they would do was burn, kill, and loot. At that point, he'll not only lose his official hat, but he might not even keep his head. But Luo, he really couldn't bear to give up his position as prefect. No. Even the rough and uncultured Xie Qiao has started to show off his erudition. Are there only these 30,000 plus bandits outside the city? Even if we could barely manage a draw, the mountain bandits and outlaws around Fengzhou will definitely swarm in to grab a share when they hear that Fengzhou is under siege. Then, Xie Qiao kept shaking his head. It has to be said that Xie Yang's words actually make some sense. Luo, he was speechless after hearing this. Seeing that Luo, he had taken his words to heart, Xie Qiao continued, I have already sent my men to defend all the city gates. Lord Luo, you should make preparations quickly. We can find an opportunity to break out and then make further plans. After Shi Yang finished speaking, he quietly observed the expression on Luo Yi's face. Shi Yang wasn't that kind-hearted. The two had known each other for many years, and Shi Yang understood Luo Yi best. He even had a pretty good idea of how much gold and silver Luo Yi had amassed over the years. Once the two escaped outside the city, he would show off that he had soldiers and guns, and Luo Yi would become fish on his chopping block, at his mercy. Zhao Daya, standing to the side, was unaware that the two men each harbored their own secrets. One wanted someone else to work for him so he could keep his job, while the other wanted to take the opportunity to kill and rob. She grew increasingly annoyed and abruptly stood up. Are you done talking? If you don't want to defend the city, then get out of Fengzhou City right now. Shi Yang was unaware of Zhao Daya's previous imposing presence in court, and he looked at Zhao Daya in astonishment. He couldn't understand how a frail woman could be so presumptuous in front of the two adults. Zhao Daya looked coldly at Luo Yi and Shi Yang. Get out of here. We'll defend Fengzhou. Chapter 199 Sneak Attack. Shi Yang, who had commanded troops for many years, also had a fiery temper. He couldn't stand this insult, especially since the other party was a mere young girl. He immediately roared, "Men, seize this woman!" Several guards immediately stepped forward, brandishing swords and spears to capture Zhao Daya. Luo Yi tried to stop her, but it was too late. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Daya knocked several of her personal guards to the ground. Two of the guards' weapons were broken by Zhao Daya with her bare hands. Shi Yang was immediately dumbfounded. Although his personal guards weren't exactly masters of martial arts, they were handpicked and each one was quite capable. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by this girl in just one encounter. You're choosing, either get out yourselves, or I'll have to carry you out myself. Zhao Daya looked at Luo Yi and Shi Yang. Suppressing his anger, Shi Yang asked in a deep voice, "Young lady, how dare you cause trouble in the state government office? What is your background?" Zhao Daya sneered and remained silent. Feeling uncertain, Shi Yang asked again, "May I ask who you rely on, young lady?" If she was only good at martial arts, Shi Yang wouldn't be afraid. He had several thousand soldiers and plenty of ways to deal with her. Zhao Daya chuckled and looked at Lu Chen. "This young master Lu is my reliance." Shi Yang looked at Lu Chen. In fact, he had observed Lu Chen several times before. Lu Chen was extremely handsome, a true dragon among men. It seems that this young master Lu must be someone of great importance, perhaps even the son of a powerful and wealthy family. Shi Yang's expression softened immediately, and he looked at Lu Chen. "May I ask where young Master Lu lives, and which noble family you belong to?" Lu Chen remained calm and said, "This gentleman wants to know who my backer is, right?" Shi Yang wanted to nod in agreement, but then felt it was inappropriate and didn't know what to say for a moment. That's what he meant, but it's embarrassing that someone pointed it out. Lu Chen laughed again. "Sorry, I am a mountain." Arrogant. Shi Yang cursed inwardly, but dared not say it aloud. This guy is just relying on having a maid with superb martial arts skills, isn't he? He's really courting death. Meanwhile, Prefect Luo Yi on the other side had his own ulterior motives. Having witnessed Zhao Daya's prowess, Luo Yi originally dared not make any further rash moves. But Zhao Daya just said she would expel him from the state government office, and even from Fengzhou City, which crossed Luo Yi's bottom line. Fengzhou City is Luo Yi's base of operations, and he cannot allow anyone to take it away under any circumstances. At that moment, Luo Yi made a decision. While Shi Yang and Lu Chen were bickering, Luo Yi secretly gave Zhanlong and the others a wink. Luo even raised her eyebrows in Lu Chen's direction. His meaning was clear. He wanted Zhanlong and the others to take action, capture this young Master Lu, and use him as a hostage to force the female assassin to submit. After being frightened by Zhao Daya's terrifying strength, Zhanlong and his companions remained huddled in a corner, looking dejected. After seeing the flirtatious glances Luo Yi gave them, Zhanlong and the others struggled with their feelings for a while. If they miss their target, they will likely die without a burial place. But if they don't take action, given Luo Yi's ruthless nature, the four of them will definitely not have a future together. Zhanlong and the others exchanged glances discreetly. Fortune favors the bold. For so many years, they have been treated well by Luo Yi, but they have never made any significant contributions. If they help Luo Yi resolve this crisis, Luo Yi might be so pleased that she would reward them handsomely with gold and silver, and they would have no worries for the rest of their lives. At this moment, Shi Yang also noticed Zhang Long and the others' little actions and was secretly pleased. To attract Lu Chen's attention, Shi Yang laughed loudly. Ha ha, ignorant madman. You truly don't know your own limitations. You actually claim to be a mountain yourself? I've never seen such an arrogant and ignorant brat as you. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Long and the other three rushed towards Lu Chen almost simultaneously, and in the blink of an eye, they held their weapons to Lu Chen's neck. 4 swords surrounded Lu Chen's neck completely. If Lu Chen dares to move, even slightly, the sharp blade will surely slash several bloody grooves across his neck. Upon seeing this, Xie Qiao and his wife, who had been waiting outside the courtroom, were so shocked that they almost fainted. Although they didn't know who this young Master Lu was or why he was helping them, they had all witnessed his great kindness and virtue. He had not only saved them, but also helped them avenge their grievances. If something were to happen to him, how could the two of them live with their consciences? In the lobby, Luo Yi couldn't help but laugh wildly, looking up at the sky. Ha ha, you little thief. Do you see this clearly? Your master is now in my hands. If you don't want him to die, you'd better surrender obediently. Shi Yang's brows relaxed, and he laughed. Lord Luo, as expected, old Jiang is truly shrewd. These young people still don't understand the wickedness of human nature. Ha ha ha. Luo Yi rolled her eyes at Shi Yang. Isn't this just calling him insidious? However, he is cunning and arrogant. Chapter 200 The Master Among Masters. By this time, the crowd outside the courtroom had already dispersed. When bandits attacked the city, the people were busy packing up their valuables to find a chance to escape. Even if they couldn't escape, they wanted to bury their gold and silver as soon as possible. On the main street, opposite the prefectural government office, there are 2 large poplar trees. 3 heads popped out from behind a big poplar tree. Oh no! Young Master Lu has been taken hostage. Qi Danian exclaimed in alarm. Go Sheng exclaimed in alarm. Young Master Lu, how could you be so careless? These officials are truly wicked, engaging in such shady dealings in court. Dog Egg complained. Are all those people around young Master Lu just sitting around doing nothing? He didn't even try to stop him. If they had done even a little bit, Madame Lu would definitely have had time to save young Master Lu. But Qi Danian glanced inside again, and his expression softened. Because he saw that neither Madame Lu nor the young women around Lu Chen showed the slightest sign of panic. They didn't even change their sitting or standing postures at all. What does this tell us? This shows they are as calm as a rock. In the courtroom, Luo Yi and Shi Yang laughed heartily. Listen up, if you don't surrender, I'll make sure your master's head rolls off the bridge. Luo Yi looked at Zhao Daya with an arrogant expression. Zhao Daya raised an eyebrow. Oh, the sky has cleared, the rain has stopped, and now you think you're all set. Luo Yi immediately looked constipated. His obsequious and servile behavior toward Zhao Daya was witnessed by all of them. Shi Yang snorted coldly. Little girl, stop being so stubborn. Anyone can see that you are very loyal to your master. You don't really want to watch your master's head roll, do you? Let me tell you the truth. I have personally killed at least 80 or 100 people. Killing a few of you wouldn't even blink an eye. Zhao Daya smiled. Really? After saying that, she suddenly kicked someone who was not far away, sending them flying. The man's body slammed heavily against the wall, and upon landing, he was completely reduced to a puddle of mud. You mean killing someone like this? Shi Yang's face changed instantly. He had never seen such astonishing force before. This woman's courage was something he had never seen before. Her master was attacked with swords, yet she still dared to lash out and kill him. You! Shi Yang looked at the guard who was no longer human, and pointed at Zhao Daya. Aren't you afraid that we'll really kill your master? Zhao Daya raised her chin. Then go ahead and kill. Shi Yang was immediately stumped. If they really ordered the killing of her master, would she slaughter everyone in the courtroom? The answer is self-evident. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Daya took a few steps to Shi Yang and grabbed him by the neck. Shi Yang wanted to dodge and resist, but he had no power to resist at all. Zhao Daya picked him up like a chick. You think you can hurt my brother, Lu? With a slight squeeze, Zhao Daya crushed Shi Yang's throat with a soft cracking sound. Shi Yang's eyes were filled with resentment and disbelief. He never imagined that he would die in this way. He never imagined he would die in the main hall of the prefectural government office. Zhao Daya threw away Shi Yang's corpse. Then with a downward kick, smashed the case to pieces. Hiding behind the desk, Luo Yi was so frightened that her eyes rolled back and she trembled like a leaf. He trembled as he backed away, stammering, "Don't you dare come any closer, or I'll kill your master." Zhao Daya repeated her previous statement. "Then go ahead and kill him." Luo Yi certainly wouldn't dare order Lu Chen to be killed, because he knew very well that if he did, this female killing God in front of him would definitely make him suffer a terrible death. Recalling the way Chen Yuanqing and the others died, Luo Yi's body stiffened and she felt cold all over. "Stop!" Just then, Zhang Long, who had his sword held to Lu Chen's neck, shouted, "If you take another step forward, don't blame me for showing no mercy." After saying that, Zhang Long used some force to cut a wound on Lu Chen's neck in order to intimidate Zhao Daya. Zhang Long suddenly paused. His sword slashed at Lu Chen's neck, but it felt like slashing at something smooth and soft. The sensation was very strange. He then looked at Lu Chen's neck, which was smooth and white, without any scratches. Zhang Long couldn't believe his eyes. The sword in his hand was crafted at great expense. It could cut through iron like mud. His slashing motion failed to create a wound on Lu Chen's neck. Zhang Long refused to believe it and used even more force. When he looked again, Lu Chen's neck was still as smooth as ever. Zhang Long steeled his heart and used 3/10 of his strength in his hand. It still didn't work. He steeled himself and used 80% of his strength. Not used yet. Zhang Long suddenly remembered something, and his heart pounded wildly. Could he be a master among masters?